Who's there? Even the guards maintaining order in the city chose to join in after hearing the cause and effect of what happened. This caused Blood Ruhuan, who had originally planned to fight back, to instantly give up on that intention. Dirt! Blood Ruhuan directly executed the earth escape among the 5 elements of the recluse technique and fled the scene. Stop! That kid got away. Go after him. Someone noticed that Blood Ruhuan had disappeared into thin air, and immediately opened his mouth and bellowed. With that, the crowd scattered in all directions and began to search for Blood Ruhuan's figure. And at this moment, Blood Ruhuan, after 1,000 difficulties and obstacles, had finally arrived in front of the palace gate of the immortal capital of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. The current him only hoped that Jun Lingtian would not come back to disturb his good fortune. And the immortal lord of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty was able to keep his original agreement and promised to marry his daughter to himself. After all, he still had the marriage certificate in hand. Who is the visitor? Seeing Blood Ruhuan sneaking around and poking his head in, the guards of the imperial city immediately opened their mouths and chided out. Blood Ruhuan, the heir to the blood demon's earth, has come to pay a visit. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan's entire head was wrapped in a black cloth. A pair of tiny eyes looked left and right, lewd in the extreme. An heir to the blood demon's earth? Just you? Looking at the obscenely unpleasant person in front of him, no one could possibly believe that the other party was one of the 10 forbidden places, the heir to the blood devil's earth. Right? This is my token. Blood Ruhuan could see that the guards didn't believe it, so he didn't beat much. The token of the blood demon's earth was directly thrown in his face. This token. The guards glanced at the token in their hands and then at the man in front of them who was obscene to the extreme. A hesitation appeared on their faces, because the first appearance of the divine charm above the token made him feel as if he had seen a bizarre and incomparable Jedi. It should be true, yes. Besides, the 9 heavens and 10 lands wouldn't have anyone dare to impersonate a forbidden land heir. Otherwise you're probably going to be cold the next day. Your Excellency, please wait here and allow me to go and report. That guard leader's tone became much better, but he still needed to go forward and report. Go. Blood Ruhuan waved his hand in a hurry. He didn't want to be caught by that group of crazy literati. Otherwise he would have to shed his skin without dying. As the guards went forward to report, a short while later a great inner governor wearing a high hat came out in a hurry. Seeing Blood Ruhuan's lewd appearance at this moment, he also couldn't help but frown. You are the heir to the blood demon's earth? I wonder if I can have a look at your real face. Look! Blood Ruhuan looked to his left and right, realizing that no one was paying attention to his side, before revealing his face. And the moment that great inner chief saw Blood Ruhuan's face, his pupils suddenly shrunk. This heavenly riches finally came to him. Xiao Luzi, my lord, come in with us. The great inner chief's attitude shifted so quickly, causing Blood Ruhuan to feel something wrong in his heart. But thinking that he is the heir to the blood demon's earth, no one would dare to take him on when he walks around. So he followed the chief of the great inner circle into the imperial city. However, after entering, he hadn't gone far, when that great inner chief suddenly slapped his palm at him. What do you mean? Dead eunuch? I'm an heir to the blood demon's earth. How dare you touch me? Blood Ruhuan, who had dodged out of the way, instantly opened his mouth with an angry expression and questioned. He hadn't thought that the dead eunuch in front of him would actually dare to take a shot at him. Why? You insulted Jun Xiao. Her Highness has ordered you to be wanted in the entire region. Why are you still asking? Men, take this wanted man down for us. Little Sixth Son waved his hand, and instantly countless experts emerged from the imperial city. All of them were sacred realm cultivators, and although 1 or 2 of them were no match for Blood Ruhuan, they looked at the steady stream of great inner guards. Even Blood Ruhuan was a bit flustered. I am an heir of the blood demon earth, and the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty is treating me like this. Do they want to start a war with my blood demon earth? Blood Ruhuan used all the aura in his body, and his voice instantly traveled in all directions of the imperial city. Xiao Luzi's face changed when he heard this, and he suddenly bellowed out, quickly take this traitor down for us. He didn't want the credit that came to him to be taken by someone else later. However, just as those great inner guards were planning to make a move against Blood Ruhuan, it was suddenly stopped by a voice. Wait, what's going on? The visitor was none other than Third Prince Ling Mu, who had received news that his elder brother had come to the palace as a guest, and was currently in his sister's Wei Yang Hall. That's why he was preparing to rush to the Wei Yang Hall without stopping, and on his way, he happened to hear this loud shout from Blood Ruhuan, so that's why it turned around and came over to check it out. Third Highness, this traitor burned young Lord Jun's poetry compilation in the street, and as a result has been issued a wanted notice by Her Highness the Princess. Only then did the slave order preparations to apprehend him to send to Her Highness for disposition. Xiao Luzi's gaze glanced at Blood Ruhuan. Then he opened his mouth respectfully towards Ling Mu and explained, the rebels who burned Big Brother's poetry collection? Ling Mu heard this and looked towards the field. Then surprise flashed in his eyes as he recognized the person in the field with just a glance. It was clearly the heir to the blood demon's earth. Blood Ruhuan. Kid, I met you back then. You should know who I am, right? And don't let them back off. Seeing Ling Mu, Blood Ruhuan instantly came to his senses. It's even if the subordinates don't know him to treat him like this. If this third prince Ling Mu is still treating him like this even though he knows him, then it's not giving face to the blood devil's earth. I can't believe it's you. After seeing what Blood Ruhuan looked like, Ling Mu frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment he waved his hand to signal the crowd to stand down. Your Highness, the third prince, could it be? Xiao Luzi was instantly terrified at the sight of this scene, fearing that what had just happened would spread to him. Yet Ling Mu waved his hand again. Go down. All of you, you have no business here. Yes, Your Highness the third prince. Xiao Luzi was like an amnesty, and then quickly left. Your Highness the third prince, right? You, the great diffusion immortal dynasty, are treating me like this? Are you not putting my blood demon's land in your eyes? Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth on the top line. That dead eunuch sneak attacked him. And this so-called third prince even let him leave just like that? What does this do to his honor? Where is the honor of the land of blood? You came to my great diffusion immortal dynasty just to argue with a eunuch? Ling Mu's expression was calm and his tone was light. You, hearing this, Blood Ruhuan clenched his teeth, then took a deep breath to calm down. I, Blood Ruhuan, have come here to propose marriage to the great diffusion immortal dynasty. Quickly call your father here. Blood Ruhuan directly offered a marriage contract in his hand. Instantly the font written above the marriage contract slowly flew out from the paper, and then slowly enlarged above Blood Ruhuan's head. This was something he found on the way, and there was a hint of his master's imperial might on top of this marriage contract, and when that trace of imperial might swept out, the immortal lord of the great diffusion immortal dynasty who sensed the situation here rushed over at once. Chapter 120, Me What Me. When he saw the dozens of big hot gold characters flowing in the midair of Taoist rhythms, he also knew when the visitor was coming. He knew about this marriage contract, which was signed by the immortal lord of his great diffusion immortal dynasty and the Blood River Emperor 10,000 years ago, but there had been no movement since then, and he hadn't expected it to be due to his generation. I believe this is the immortal lord of the great diffusion immortal dynasty? I came to conclude a marriage contract with the great diffusion immortal dynasty on the orders of my master. At the sight of the great diffusion immortal dynasty's immortal lord descending, Blood Ruhuan immediately held his head high. He looked at Ling Mu with a smug look on his face. It seems to say, see, your father, I'm at your beck and call. Ha 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 ha. It turns out to be the heir of the blood devil's earth. I said, why is it so handsome and divine? The immortal lord of the great diffusion immortal dynasty opened his mouth with a big smile, and then stretched out his hand. Come on in. I'm going to call my little daughter over. However, just as Blood Ruhuan was preparing to strut into the great diffusion immortal dynasty's immortal hall, at this moment, the Blood River Emperor, who was located in the Blood Demon's land, also sensed something about this place with the help of the wedding book. This little brat even dares to use my name to recruit people. Thinking of the scourge that this brat had brought to the Blood Devil's land, the Blood River Emperor was instantly enraged. Take a wife? I'll marry your ass. So he directly used the marriage contract as a medium to send a message to the great diffusion immortal dynasty immortal lord. I am the Blood River Emperor, and the marriage contract between the Blood Demon's land and the great diffusion immortal dynasty is null and void. As the Blood River Emperor finished saying this, the dozens of large, hot gold characters in the sky suddenly disappeared. The marriage contract in Blood Ruhuan's hand also burned at this moment. Voided? Hearing the voice in his mind that did not seem to be forged, the great diffusion immortal dynasty immortal lord looked at Blood Ruhuan with a somewhat odd expression. What's going on? What's going on? Seeing the marriage contract in his hand being burned, Blood Ruhuan was suddenly shocked. The only advantage he had over Jun Lingtian right now was this marriage certificate. Now that the marriage certificate in his hand has spontaneously combusted, there's no use for it. Then, as if he thought of something, Blood Ruhuan hurriedly took out all the remaining marriage certificates. After seeing that the rest of the marriage certificates were still there was an inward sigh of relief. However, he soon realized that the wisp of the great emperor's aura above the marriage certificate that belonged to his master had disappeared. Could it be that this is also a test left for me by the master? The more he thought about it, the more Blood Ruhuan felt that he had guessed correctly. Otherwise, why didn't his master burn all the rest? Instead, it only withdrew the great emperor's breath from it? Thus a confident look once again appeared on Blood Ruhuan's face. Father, what's going on? At this time Ling Yurong and Jun Lingtian, who had received the news, also rushed over. However, she suddenly frowned when she saw Blood Ruhuan. This was because she had clearly recognized that this was the person who had burned the collection of Jun Lingtian's poems. As for Blood Ruhuan, the moment she saw Ling Yurong, her pupils were filled with the great axiom in front of her. thinking that she would be his wife in a little while. Blood Ruhuan's heart fluttered with excitement. I believe your excellency is my fiancé, Ling Yurong? Of course he saw Jun Lingtian who was following Ling Yurong, but he directly chose to ignore the other party. After all, what if he doesn't ignore it? It's not like he can't fight. Shut up, who's your fiancé? Ling Yurong, who heard these words, immediately voiced out a rebuke, her gaze subconsciously glancing at Jun Lingtian. At the same time the heart of the Blood Ruhuan more disgusted. Her object of affection is still here. If it's misunderstood how to do, ding. Ling Yurong is disgusted with Blood Ruhuan to the extreme, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Immortal Lord Dian, you don't care if your daughter is like this? Seeing that Ling Yurong was treating herself poorly, Blood Ruhuan instantly raised the Great Diffusion Immortal Lord. After all, being born in an imperial family, you can't make the decision about marriage yourself. He believed that this Great Diffusion Immortal dynasty would definitely force Ling Yurong to marry himself, and then see how this Jun Lingtian would stop himself. Didn't you want to go against him? He was going to snatch his beloved woman in front of Jun Lingtian today, thinking of the previous line about clouds wanting clothes and flowers wanting to look like flowers. He knew that this Jun Lingtian was definitely fond of Ling Yurong. You young people can take care of your own business. I have business to attend to. The Great Diffusion Immortal Lord spoke indifferently, and then his figure gradually disappeared in place. What? Seeing the Great Diffusion Immortal Lord whose attitude had shifted 180 degrees before and after, the smugness on Blood Ruhuan's face instantly froze. Damn it! I'll definitely tell my master when I get back so that he can seek justice for me. After taking a deep breath, the look on Blood Ruhuan's face was somewhat awkward, and during this time Ling Yurong had already roughly known what had happened earlier. The thought that she had almost married such a thing as the one in front of her made her heart sick. In this life, apart from Jun Lingtian, she was afraid that no one would ever be able to enter her eyes again. Go away. You and I are done with our engagement. I will not marry you. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him was an heir to the blood demon's earth, Ling Yurong would even want to get the other party killed. You have to think clearly. His Jun family has already offended the 10 Forbidden Lands, and it's only a matter of time before they are exterminated. At this time, Blood Ruhuan narrowed his eyes. He believed that as long as he knew this piece of information, he would not need to be taught how to choose. Although he didn't know why he hadn't received news of the Jun family's extermination until now, but he knew it wouldn't be long before the Jun family would be history. Pa! Suddenly, Blood Ruhuan then felt a hot sensation coming from his face. 5 bright red palm prints were also imprinted on his face at this moment. Nothing harmful but extremely insulting. Dare to curse my Jun family? Give you face? Jun Lingtian gave Blood Ruhuan a slap, and then took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands. Jun Lingtian, you! Blood Ruhuan's face flushed red with shame and anger. As the saying goes, you can't hit someone in the face, especially in front of the opposite sex. This if he didn't make a retaliation, then how could he still mix in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Me what me? It's your honor that young Lord Jun beat you. It's good that he didn't kill you. Men, blast this thief out of here. Ling Yurong waved her big hand like a mother hen protecting her calf. Feminine rigidity and flexibility are on full display in her, because in her opinion this Blood Ruhuan, being an heir of the blood demon's earth, must be very powerful. Although she had also heard of Jun Lingtian's battle record, she did not want any accidents to occur. Yes, your highness. The surrounding guards spoke in unison when they heard this, and one by one, they all surrounded towards Blood Ruhuan. Good. Good for you. I don't need you guys to blast me. I'll go on my own. But remember what you did today and don't regret it. Adhering to the principle that a good man should not be defeated beforehand, Blood Ruhuan planned to retreat first and wait until he returned to the Blood Demon's land before bringing his people to kill him. When the time comes, he will let this Ling Yurong crawl into bed by herself and wait for him to pamper her. Chapter 121. What do you know, kid? Watching Blood Ruhuan leave, Jun Lingtian did not stop it. Just watch in silence. And just as Blood Ruhuan turned around and prepared to leave, Ling Mu spoke directly to Jun Lingtian. Big brother, when are you going to marry my sister Homa? You do not know. My sister all day long wants you to want like a deep bosom complaining woman. Ling Mu, I think you're looking for a fight. Ling Yurong who heard this immediately had 2 red clouds on her face. While chasing after Ling Mu and fighting, his eyes glanced at Jun Lingtian from time to time, wanting to see the other party's reaction. Seeing Jun Lingtian's smiling face, the look on his face did not look like he was faking. Her heart was also jumping around like a deer in the headlights. Don't worry. I'm willing to marry if your sister is willing to marry. Jun Lingtian smiled and opened his mouth, while this sentence caused Ling Yurong, who was on the side, to blush even more. Young Master Jun, what are you talking about? Ling Yurong also stopped chasing after Ling Mu and ran away with a red face. That look was just like a shy little daughter-in-law. Nima. When Blood Ruhuan saw the scene, his heart immediately suffered a 10,000 point blast. Face yourself like a shrew and blast out at the drop of a hat. You're so shy in the face of Jun Lingtian? I just came to marry you, why not see you so shy? Blood Ruhuan knew that he would be making a fool of himself if he didn't leave again, so he turned his head and left the place without hesitation. Big brother, since you're here, let's play here for a few more days before leaving. Lingmu sincerely invited. Although the Jun family was now a target, the big brother that he, Lingmu, recognized would always be his big brother. No, I have my own business to attend to, so I won't stay here much longer. Say goodbye to your sister for me. Jun Lingtian shook his head. He had his own things to do. This son of Qi, Blood Ruhuan, he already had a way to deal with it. But that Feng Yuan of Godao 10,000 years is like a long night. He still needs to go to the demon region to have a look and find a breakthrough. Good. Since big brother still has important matters, then little brother won't stay. Big brother, I'll see you off. Lingmu then sent Jun Lingtian out of the immortal capital of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. And he did not stop until Jun Lingtian told him to stop. Don't hide, sis. You said if you like big brother, why can't you take the initiative? If you keep being so reserved, big brother will be abducted by someone else. Lingmu didn't need to guess to know that the breath in the dark that had been following was his sister's. After all, what kind of stalker exposes his feet without realizing it? What do you know, you kid? Ling Yurong, who had been discovered, was no longer hiding, but instead, her gaze was transfixed as she looked in the direction Jun Lingtian had left. And Lingmu shook his head helplessly as he looked at Ling Yurong, who was like a watchful stone. The other side, Blood Ruhuan left and headed towards the Jishi Academy Palace because he still had a marriage contract that his master had concluded with the palace master of this Jishi Academy Palace. So he planned to go to Jishi Academy to marry this dean's daughter back home. However, when he had just arrived at the entrance of the Jishi Academy, he was stopped by the guards. Who is the visitor? Blood Ruhuan was just about to reply that he was an heir of the blood demon's earth when he heard the murmurs around him. Look, isn't that man the thief who burned Dean Jun's poetry collection in the street? What? Let's see. Hearing this, all the passing scholars at the entrance all looked over, and the crowd of onlookers continues to grow, while at this moment, Blood Ruhuan's face revealed a look like a dog in the sun when he heard the surrounding murmurs. Dean Jun? Jun Lingtian? He was truly surprised that Jun Lingtian had even mixed up as the dean of the Jishi Academy. That's right, it's him who burned Dean Jun's poetry compilation in the street and insulted and abused Dean Jun. At this time, a scholar suddenly jumped out, and it was clearly the same scholar artist who had gifted the Blood Ruhuan poetry compilation in the first place. Hit me! I don't know who shouted out, and instantly all of the vast and righteous chi in the literati on the scene surged out. A wave of attacks composed of various ancient divine texts, poems, and masterpieces surged towards Blood Ruhuan in a headlong rush. Damn it! 5 elements transportation technique, earth transportation. Blood Ruhuan repeats his old trick and escapes again. Soon after, he landed in the middle of a remote canyon and crouched down on a large tree to catch his breath. Mard, how come there's this Jun Lingtian everywhere? It's suffocating. It's simply too suffocating. This Jun Lingtian was simply his nemesis. Taking out that marriage contract with the Jishi Academy, Blood Ruhuan really wanted to tear it up on the spot, but after thinking about it, he didn't want to give it up in the end. It's his proof of getting a daughter-in-law. So a few days later, once again, a slender man with a folding fan and a graceful demeanor appeared in the Jishi Academy. That's right, this is Blood Ruhuan after the disguise. He still wasn't willing to just give up. Who is the visitor? I am an heir of the blood demon's earth, and this is the token. Blood Ruhuan directly flung out a token while revealing a condescending look. Heir to the blood demon's earth? The guard who heard this shot a glance at Blood Ruhuan, as if to confirm the truth. Why don't you go and report it? Do you want to die? Blood Ruhuan's eyes glared as he opened his mouth in a domineering manner. At the same time, a great sage realm aura was exuded, and his thick roots and the special aura of the blood devil's soil all proved the truthfulness of his words. Yes, I'll go and report. That guard saw that the other party's aura and token were not faked, so he went straight to Mangda to report the situation. Shortly afterward, an elegant middle-aged man walked out from the Jishi Academy. He was a student of Mangda, a teacher of the Sage of Wen at the Jishi Academy. I believe young friend is the heir to the blood demon's earth? Teacher asked me to come and greet you. That when Shang teacher made a gesture of invitation, while Blood Ruhuan didn't even look at him. The condescension of the heir to the Forbidden Land was portrayed to the fullest. Lead the way. Okay, little friend, this way please. Although that when Shang teacher was displeased in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. As a teacher, he still has a good culminating character. Less time. Blood Ruhuan arrived at Mangda's residence under the guidance of this Wen Shang teacher. And at this moment, In the pavilion, Meng Xiaoyu was sharpening her grandfather's ink. Meng Yingda, on the other hand, was holding a brush and was writing poems on top of the rice paper. When is the bright moon? Put wine and ask the blue sky. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to return on the wind, but I am afraid that the jeweled buildings are too high to be cold. Good word, good word. Dean Meng is worthy of being a great scholar of his generation. The poems he made are far-reaching in meaning and have a long history, and my late generation is not as good as him. Blood Ruhuan recited the poem made by Meng Yingda while smiling and clapping in praise. It was a far cry from the domineering and arrogant manner in which he had been at the entrance earlier, clearly wanting to leave a good impression in front of Meng Yingda. Chapter 122. May I ask Miss Meng who she loves? What are you talking about? This was not made by my grandfather, but by my brother Lingtian. Meng Xiaoyu, who was grinding ink on the side, heard this complimentary voice and instantly voiced a rebuttal. At the same time, the first impression of Blood Ruhuan in his heart instantly deteriorated. She hasn't even read her brother Lingtian's poems, so what can it be? Ding! Meng Xiaoyu has an extremely bad impression of Blood Ruhuan, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. And the smile on the face of Blood Ruhuan who heard Meng Xiaoyu's words froze. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. What? Brother Lingtian? Jun Lingtian? Thinking of the praise he had just heaped on Jun Lingtian for the poems he had made, a trace of disgust appeared on Blood Ruhuan's face. Complimenting Jun Lingtian? This was worse than making him eat. That's right. The words were not made by the old man. They were made by young friend Jun. Jun's young friend is so literate at such a young age. It's really the only thing I've seen in my life. Meng Yingda also sighed at this time, thinking of Jun Lingtian's literary talent. Even he had to sigh to himself. Before, he felt that he had hundreds of years of literary foundation deposited, so he still had some arrogance. But then it was shattered to pieces by Jun Lingtian's sentence of there must be a teacher for all three. Yes, yes. Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth with a grudging face and responded. Hard to bear. He was in a really hard mood right now. The grandparents and grandchildren in front of him all complimented his enemy, and he had to agree. You came over this time to fulfill that, didn't you? Meng Yingda had already roughly guessed the other party's intentions, but he had no intention of honoring the marriage contract set by his teacher's generation. He was an enlightened man, and as long as his granddaughter was happy, he wouldn't stop her even if she married a mere mortal. That's right. At the beginning, Master and the Dean of the Jishi Academy concluded a marriage contract, and now I have come to welcome them. Blood Ruhuan took out the marriage contract and handed it to Meng Yingda, who knew that Meng Yingda saw this but did not check it out. Go away. My granddaughter already has someone she loves and will not honor this marriage contract. And Meng Xiaoqinhua seemed to have thought of something after hearing her grandfather say that she already had someone she wanted. A flash of shyness appeared on his face. Grandpa, I don't have anyone in mind. Meng Xiaoqinhua's voice, as thin as a mosquito, was not at all persuasive, but let people see at a glance that she already had someone in her heart. Oh, may I ask who Miss Meng's favorite person is? Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth to ask without dying. In fact, his heart had probably guessed it, but there was still a hint of fantasy. If that person of his heart's desire was not Jun Lingtian, his heart would have felt a few points better. Why should I tell you? Meng Xiaoqinhua's beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. She was not going to tell this annoying guy that the person she desired was Jun Lingtian. However, just at that moment, the guards at the entrance suddenly came in to report. Dean Meng, Dean Jun has come over. What? Brother Lingtian is here? Where? When Meng Xiaoqinhua heard of Jun Lingtian's arrival, a look of excitement instantly appeared on her face, and she then rushed straight out the door. Anyone could have guessed who her favorite person was with that excited look. As you can see, the man of my granddaughter's choice is here. Meng Yingda shook her head helplessly. As for Blood Ruhuan, after ascertaining that Meng Xiaoqinhua's person of choice was Jun Lingtian, the last trace of illusion within her heart was also shattered at this moment. Dare to break the contract? I hope you won't regret it. Blood Ruhuan directly turned around and left. Obviously he did not want to meet up with Jun Lingtian again, but heaven forbid. He still bumped heads with Jun Lingtian. Seeing Meng Xiaoqinhua bouncing around in Jun Lingtian's arms, Blood Ruhuan's face suddenly looked as if she had eaten a dead fly. Humph. With a cold snort, Blood Ruhuan directly left in large strides. Who is this guy? Jun Lingtian spoke knowingly. Him? I don't recognize him. Brother Lingtian. You don't care about him. Come and teach me to write. Meng Xiaorui pulled Jun Lingtian's hand and ran towards the middle of the pavilion. In the meantime, Jun Tian Domain Jun Family, after Jun Xianyi and the others returned, they directly opened the Emperor-level clan protection formation. Day and night, the entire Jun family was on first-degree alert, but they waited left and right, but they never waited for the liquidation of the 10 forbidden lands. This makes them wonder a little bit. Obviously at first the big words were set out. How come they just lay down? Ma'am, what exactly do you think these 10 forbidden lands are playing at? Jun Xianyi asked with a frown. He had already transferred the demons in his clan and prepared for the worst, and yet there was no wait for anything to move. Isn't it a good thing they're not coming? What's the hurry? Ji Yao was quite composed, but in her heart, she couldn't figure out exactly why. Could it really be related to that fall of the Emperor realm a few months ago? However, just as the husband and wife couldn't figure it out, the Jun family's housekeeper came over, reporting to the family master, "The lords of the 10 forbidden lands are here." Finally. Phew. Jun Xianyi exhaled a wisp of turbid air from his mouth, then inquired, "How many of them have come?" Enlighten the family head. They only came with 10 people. The butler spoke with desire. What? 10 people? 10 people from one side? It seems that it is indeed running to destroy my Jun family. At this moment, Jun Lingtian was a little nervous. If 10 people were all great emperors, that would be 100 great emperors, and one person would be able to wipe out the Jun family with a single strike. No, family master, you misunderstood. It's the 10 forbidden lands that have a total of 10 people coming. The butler corrected Jun Xianyi for Jun Xianyi at this time. A great emperor has come from one side? It would be hard for the Jun family to cope with 10 great emperors. Jun Xianyi was worried. He had been worried and his nerves had been on edge for the past few months. It was to wait for this day. Family master, it's not 10 great emperors either. It seems to be just 10 supreme realms. At this time that steward spoke again. What? 10 supreme realms? This 10 forbidden lands look down on my Jun family so much? Jun Xianyi's expression was a bit mortified after hearing these words. How could he not have expected that these 10 forbidden lands would only send 10 supreme realms over to exterminate his Jun family? Husband, I don't think things should be so simple. There are definitely still great emperors lurking in the shadows. You have to be careful. Ji Yao frowned at this time and reminded. The Jun family's clan protection formation was still quite strong. If only 10 great emperors came, their Jun family might actually be able to survive. But the price was definitely steep. Got it. I'll go now to see what tricks these 10 forbidden lands are playing. Jun Xianyi moved to leave. Ji Yao also followed when she saw this. Husband, I am with you. And at this moment, the scouts of the major forces in the outside world were discovering that the 10 forbidden lands had paid a visit. All of them were in a hurry to spread the news of this place. Soon the major powers arrived at the Jun Tian domain at great expense. The 10 forbidden lands were preparing to move the Jun family, and they had to take a bite out of it anyways. Chapter 123, Kowtowing to the Ancestor. Soon after, when Jun Xianyi arrived at the entrance to the great world where the Jun family was located, he indeed saw that there were 10 suspected supreme realm powerhouses in the outside world, and the new generation of helmsmen of the 10 forbidden lands all smiled when they saw this. May I ask if your excellency is the Jun family master? So what if it is? Don't be so hypocritical. Don't you all just want to destroy my Jun family? Use all the tricks you have. My Jun family will take them all. All of Jun Xianyi's months of suppressed emotions were released at this moment. Today there are only Jun family members who die standing, not cowards who live on their knees. However, upon hearing Jun Xianyi say so, the helmsmen of the 10 forbidden lands hastily shook their heads. Destroy the Jun family? Unless they don't want to live. Those 10 people who had verbally said that they would wipe out the Jun family at the beginning. At this moment the heads were still lying in their storage rings, and they didn't have that ability to destroy the Jun family, because that big brother's last name was Jun. Jun family master, you may have misunderstood. I have come here to apologize. That's right, we all came over to apologize. The new forbidden land lords of the 10 forbidden lands all spoke in unison. The expression was sincere and genuine, without a trace of pretense. What? Come to apologize? Jun Xianyi, who heard these words, frowned slightly, then thought of Ji Yao's words. At once, he recognized the scheme of the Lord of the 10 forbidden lands. Good. I almost fell for it. I think your apology is a lie and the extermination of your clan is real. Humph. Trying to trick us into opening the clan protection formation in this way is a good plan. Trying to trick him? That abacus bead sound he heard inside the big formation. Really think he is stupid. Lord of the 10 forbidden lands. Since you don't believe me, Jun family master, please look at this object. The helmsman of the blood demon Earth directly took out the previous blood refining god's head, along with his soul that had left his body. And the reason why they kept the blood refining god's soul was because they were worried that the Jun family wouldn't believe them. And from the tomb of my unknown god. At this time, the representative of the tomb of the unknown god also brought out the head and divine soul of the previous helmsman. And at this moment, the original lords of the 10 forbidden lands were no longer as arrogant as they were earlier after seeing Jun Xianyi. Jun family master, please, forgive us. The blood refining god hastily begged for mercy. Yes, Jun family master, you're a generous man. Just treat us as if we're a fart and let us go. The god-slaying Abyss helmsman who had slapped Jun Xianyi earlier also opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness with a terrified look on his face. They really didn't know that the Jun family had such a powerful old ancestor. After seeing this scene, Jun Xianyi and Ji Yao exchanged glances. Now they were finally realizing that something was wrong. Because even if one wanted to trick their Jun family's clan protection formation out of existence, one would definitely not need to pay such a huge price. What the hell is going on here? I want to know why your attitudes towards my Jun family have shifted so drastically. The 10 lords of the Forbidden Lands looked a little surprised when they heard Jun Xianyi ask such a question. Because that was the oldest ancestor of the Jun family, and their Jun family themselves didn't know what was happening? Just as the lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands pondered whether or not to speak, Jun Xianyi, on the other hand, frowned and spoke. If you don't say anything, then my Jun family will not accept your apology. He wasn't so easily fooled, and if he didn't say why, he wasn't going to believe it easily. And after the 10 Forbidden Land lords who heard these words glanced at each other, all of their faces showed a look of difficulty. What happened in their Forbidden Land was something they had a hard time suppressing. After all, the 10 Forbidden Lands being suppressed by one person was not something honorable to say at all. And since that lord didn't say anything about it, it was also possible that he didn't want the Jun family's descendants to know. Would they offend the one again if they spoke? Jun family master, allow us to confer. Go ahead and confer. I'll just wait here and see what tricks you can pull. Jun Xianyi let out a cold laugh. He had just thought about it. Maybe it was all a trap. It's just a more costly trap. On the other hand, the patriarchs of the major powers that had been observing the Jun family's situation on the other side, the people at the helm were also puzzled at the sight of this scene. Shouldn't the matter be that the 10 Forbidden Lands had exterminated the Jun family by destroying them? Why are you apologizing now? Tell the truth. The lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands contacted the old ancestors who were far away in the Forbidden Lands, and eventually obtained the other party's consent, and it also authorized a portion of their images from back in the day. What? Conferred? Seeing the lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands return again, Jun Xianyi's tone carried mockery in it. He wouldn't believe that the immensely proud 10 Forbidden Lands would jointly apologize to his Jun family. Well, Jun family master, here's why it happened. See for yourself. The Lord of the 10 Forbidden Lands first took out an Emperor-level Supreme Treasure to block off all the time and space around them, ensuring that the information would not be exposed. Only then did he release the images of Jun Lingtian abusing the 10 Forbidden Lands great emperors back then. Only to be seen in the eye was the disdainful figure of a king who was at the top of the world. And at the first sight of this figure, Jun Xianyi unexpectedly developed a feeling of closeness and familiarity. This was followed by clips of this figure abusing the 10 forbidden great emperors, all of which were surprisingly no match for that person. Even the cultivation of the split alone had a late stage of the great emperor realm, which was simply outrageous. And when that last overbearing sentence, "My surname is Jun, Jun of the Jun family," after saying it, the entire Jun family who watched this scene were all trembling with excitement. Old Ancestor. This mysterious big brother who was so powerful that he fought the 10 Forbidden Lands all by himself was actually the old ancestor of their Jun family? Yes. No wonder I felt close to my old ancestor the first time I saw him. Jun Xianyi finally understood at this moment why the 10 Forbidden Lands were like this. With the existence of such a powerful old ancestor in their Jun family, who would dare to bully them in the future? Thinking that the vision of the great emperor's fall had spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I didn't realize that it was all the work of his Jun family's old ancestor. And Ji Yao, who was on the side, seemed to understand something as well. When Jun Lingtian and Jun Shanling had given her such powerful 2 supreme treasures, she was still a little puzzled. Now that she thought about it, it must have been given to her by the Jun family's oldest ancestor with the help of Jun Lingtian's 2 juniors. Jun Xianyi and Ji Yao both glanced at each other and similarly figured this out. String it up. Everything is strung together. There was still a great emperor realm ancestor of the awesome Bumpy Lass in their Jun family. All Jun clan disciples obey. Kneel. Kowtow to the old ancestor. Perform the great ritual of 3 worships and 9 kowtows. At Jun Xianyi's command, all the Jun family members present all knelt down, including Ji Yao and himself, because in his opinion, the old ancestor had silently guarded the Jun family, and this time, he had directly saved the day and brought the Jun family's might to a higher level. Chapter 124, Tell him to get lost. So it was proper for them to kowtow to their old ancestor. And not only should they kowtow, he was going to kowtow a big one to his old ancestor. Later on, a statue will be erected to the old ancestor and a shrine to the eternal life will be enshrined. And Jun Xianyi's voice was carrying an aura. So soon the entire Jun family all fell to their knees after hearing that voice. There was no need for Jun Xianyi to even remind him. And the kowtows were only too many. The helmsmen of the 10 Forbidden Lands also had a hint of admiration on their faces as they saw how cohesive the Jun family was. And at this moment, The major forces in the outside world were all scratching their heads after failing to observe the Jun family's situation. This 10 forbidden lands is probably trying to eat alone. Such a thought surfaced in the minds of Gu Chanqing and the other top power helmsmen. Quickly, deploy more men from the clan. In order to have a mouthful of soup, many forces had sent additional people from amongst their forces to the Jun Tian domain. Look inside again. When the people of the Jun family had finished kneeling, the helmsman of the 10 forbidden lands then spoke. Jun family master, do you think you can accept our apology? These words came from the helmsman of the Blood Demons land. After all, they had offended the Jun family the most, so they were more active than anyone else in begging for forgiveness. Accepted. Accepted. Of course. But what about your apology gift? Jun Xianyi looked around as if to say, your apology gift can't be this small. Of course it's more than that. The corners of the mouths of the 10 forbidden land helmsmen all twitched slightly. Still, he dutifully came up with a reparation gift. One could only see mountains of various kinds of divine gold immortal pills, as well as some special things that were unique to the forbidden land. Alright, the Jun family, accept these gifts. You may leave. Jun Xianyi had remained vigilant and had not opened the clan protection formation. Good, then we will take our leave. Seeing such a cautious Jun Xianyi, the helmsmen of the 10 forbidden lands were all somewhat speechless, but now that their purpose had been achieved, the stone in their hearts had fallen and they felt much more relaxed. With that, the 10 lords of the forbidden lands withdrew the emperor-level spirit artifact that isolated everything, dropping the blood-refining gods and the others' heads and divine souls and disappearing into thin air. What's going on? Seeing that the Jun family was intact, with countless amounts of divine gold immortal liquid dropped in its place, the helmsmen of the major top powers were all dumbfounded. Why did the situation not go in the direction they expected? Damn, why is the Jun family's life so hard? Cana of the Sacred Feather clan was also watching this scene at the moment, originally thinking that this time the 10 forbidden lands would finally join forces to exterminate the Jun family. Now you're telling me I'm here to deliver the divine gold immortal liquid? Bring in all the stuff from outside. Quick! With a wave of his large hand, Jun Xianyi opened a small gap in the formation. The people of the Jun clan immediately began to move all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures inside with gusto upon hearing this. Now, start building the statue immediately. Ah fu! You've just memorized the old ancestor's figure, right? I'll leave this matter to you. Jun Xianyi spoke to the steward from earlier. Yes, master of the house. The housekeeper Ah Fu heard this and immediately went to prepare for the construction of the statue with a happy face. Jun Xianyi himself, on the other hand, was heading towards the ancestral shrine. He planned to go and confer with his old ancestor to set up a longevity shrine plaque for this new old ancestor. Ahem, what are you going to do, father? At this time, Jun Lingtian's doppelganger, who had taken everything in his eyes, stepped forward to block Jun Xianyi's path. Oh, I'm going to set up an immortality tablet for your ancestors. That's right. You kid, come with me and kowtow to the old ancestor a few times then. Jun Xianyi said that he was about to pull Jun Lingtian's doppelganger along with him. Father, I'll just forget about it. You go ahead and get busy. I'm going to go cultivate. Dodging his father's large hand reaching out, Jun Lingtian's doppelganger hurriedly disappeared into thin air. Kowtowing to yourself? It's awkward to think about. But he couldn't stop Jun Xianyi from knocking himself out now. It was sad to think about. And of course, all of this had already been known by Jun Lingtian's main body. At this moment, he was rushing towards the Red Dust domain, because Blood Ruhuan's next stop was clearly the Red Dust Dao Palace in the Red Dust domain. Ning Hongduan? To be the palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace at such a young age is quite something. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan once again remembered the scene when he had first met Ning Hongduan in the Bronze Immortal Hall. That noble and incomparable aura simply made him fall into it with desire. And after months of rushing, he finally arrived at the floating island where the Red Dust Dao Palace was located. This one, how come they're all built so grand? Looking at the magnificent scene in front of him made Blood Ruhuan, who had lived in the Blood Demon's land since childhood, a little sour. Although the cultivation resources of his Blood Devil's earth were good, the compulsion was not as imposing as these great powers of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Who is the visitor? The guards in front of the gate suddenly chided out when they saw Blood Ruhuan approaching. And Blood Ruhuan was really a bit annoyed in his heart when he heard the sound of who was coming again after a few months. Is it true that these guards are all talking the same language and don't know how to change? I am Blood Ruhuan, the heir to the Blood Demon's earth, and this is the token. Lightly taking out the token and handing it over, Blood Ruhuan directly displayed the unique cultivation aura of the Blood Demon's land. Hurry up and have your palace master come out to greet you. Sir Blood, wait a moment. Allow me to go and report. The guards saw that Blood Ruhuan's cultivation did not seem to be faking. So they hurriedly went in and reported to the deacon elder who governed this place. The deacon elders who heard this news in turn passed it on to Ning Hongduan, the Forbidden Land's heir. Blood Ruhuan? That clown? Hearing Blood Ruhuan's name, Ning Hongduan frowned slightly. Then he waved his hand impatiently. Tell him to get lost. This is Palace Master. The Deacon Elder bowed and retreated, his figure slowly disappearing. And just at this time another silhouette suddenly appeared in the middle of the palace. It was definitely Jun Lingtian. To see your master and not even scream. It seems you're still not convinced. I told you, I'll never call you master in my life. So just die. Ning Hongduan wore a stubborn face, but a trace of joy flooded her heart. Her owner actually came back to her. Happily. Oh, so tough? Jun Lingtian did not say any more as he directly picked up Ning Hongchen in his arms and headed towards her chambers. The other side. It was only then that the Deacon Elder hurried to the door. He saw the arrogant Blood Ruhuan. This is Mr. Blood, isn't it? That's right. It's me. Lead the way. Blood Ruhuan was ready to walk inside after saying this. He didn't think that he would be told to get lost after declaring himself. Wait, Duke Blood. You can't go in. The Deacon Elder spoke out to stop Blood Ruhuan. What do you mean? Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan's face immediately flashed with displeasure. There was still that power under the sky that he couldn't enter? Chapter 125, so I'm leaving? Because the Palace Master isn't going to see you, she says. Speaking here, that Deacon Elder's tone paused. After all, the one in front of him was the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, and he could not afford to offend a small Deacon Elder. What did she say? Blood Ruhuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his words carried an extremely strong sense of oppression. He said to tell you to get lost. In the end, the Deacon Elder still said Ning Hongduan's words as they were. What? Let me get out? Good one. Ning Hongduan. Blood Ruhuan was very ashamed in his heart at the moment, but if people didn't let him in, there was nothing he could do. It can only be impotent rage. Then I'll go. Blood Ruhuan gritted his teeth and prepared to turn around and leave. That Deacon Elder was relieved to see this. However, right at this moment, Ning Hongduan's somewhat strange voice unexpectedly entered his mind once again. Has that clown from the Blood Devil's Earth left yet? Let him in if he hasn't left. And this was certainly what Jun Lingtian had told her to do. Palace Master. The Deacon Elder was a bit speechless in his heart. Then he looked at Blood Ruhuan who was preparing to leave. Blood Prince, wait. The Palace Master just said to let you in. What? Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan stopped in his tracks, his expression shifting. Just told me to get lost, and now you're letting me in? Woman, are you playing a game of lust? Thinking that the other party might just be playing a game of lust, Blood Ruhuan couldn't help but snort coldly. Have your Palace Master beg me personally, or I won't go in. Deacon Elder, let him go if he doesn't come in. Ning Hongduan's somewhat unusual voice once again reached the Deacon Elder's ears. The Deacon Elder immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead when he heard this. Lord Blood, the Palace Master told you to go in or get out. What? When Blood Ruhuan, who had originally been confidently waiting for Ning Hongduan to come and beg him, heard this, he was somewhat unable to fathom Ning Hongduan's mind. Wasn't that just lustful? How come it doesn't seem like it now? Lead the way in front. I want to see what your Palace Master means. Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth viciously, displaying a look of intent to go for the jugular. This, Blood Prince inside please. The Deacon Elder made a gesture of invitation, and then led Blood Ruhuan to Ning Hongduan's chambers. This was also what Ning Hongduan had transmitted his voice to tell him not long ago. Of course, this was actually Jun Lingtian's request. Mr. Blood, this palace ahead is the Palace Master's chambers. It is inconvenient for me to enter. You can just go in on your own. After saying this, that Deacon Elder slowly retreated. Only Blood Ruhuan was left in place. Ning Hongduan's chambers? It seems that this Ning Hongduan is indeed trying to capture the enemy. How else would anyone meet in their chambers? At this moment, Blood Ruhuan thought so in his heart, thinking of the excitement where the emotion is still a little hyperactive. I'd like to see what tricks this Ning Hongduan wants to play. With a smile on his face, he stepped into the middle of the great hall, and when he raised his eyes, he found a face that he least wanted to see appearing in front of his eyes. The smile on his face also instantly changed to anger. Jun Lingtian, why are you here? Isn't it obvious why I'm here? Jun Lingtian, who was lazily sitting on top of the main seat of the grand hall, wrapped his arms around Ning Hongchen. He even stretched out his mouth to give Ning Hongduan a kiss on the cheek. This caused the redness on Ning Hongchen's face, which was already somewhat abnormal, to become even more vivid. Damn it! Jun Lingtian, let go of her. This Ning Hongduan was the person he, Blood Ruhuan, was most fond of. Not expecting to be cradled in Jun Lingtian's arms now? Ding! Blood-like happiness has received a violent attack in the center of his heart, plundering 500 points of chi value. Get off me! Ning Hongduan also symbolically struggled at this time. How could she say that she was also the Palace Master of the Red Dust Dao Palace? If this scene were to spread out, it would definitely undermine her palace master's majesty. Stay honest, or you'll get your ass kicked later. Jun Lingtian added a heavier tone on top of the word good looking, allowing Ning Hongchen to know what he was going to do as soon as he heard it. Jun Lingtian, if you keep this up, I will call someone. There was a threat in Blood Ruhuan's tone. Although he didn't know why this Jun Lingtian had appeared here, he knew that as long as he called the people from the Red Dust Dao Palace over he would definitely make him look good. No screaming. Hearing that Blood Ruhuan was about to call out, Ning Hongduan instantly chided out. Blood like a joy. Ning Hongduan, I'm doing this for your own good. Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth somewhat stifled. He really felt like a clown at the moment. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Hongchen was the woman he had his eye on and was also his fiancée, guess he left a long time ago. Shut up. Ning Hongduan once again spoke out sternly, followed by a violent shift in attitude on his face in the next second. The tone of his voice was convincing as he opened his mouth. Will you let go of me? Is that how you talk to your master? Jun Lingtian picked Ning Hongchen's chin, and there was aggression in his eyes. Master, please let go of me. Ning Hongduan clenched her teeth, her face carrying an intense shame. Ever since the moment she certified as an empress, she had never been soft in front of a man. That's a good boy. A smile appeared on Jun Lingtian's face, and he then let go of his arm around Ning Hongchen. What, master? Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan's heart stuttered. Then he took a serious look at Ning Hongduan, looking at the hint of fawning that the other party had unintentionally displayed as well as the expression on her face when they had just met. Where did Blood Ruhuan not know that the reason Ning Hongduan did not see him before was that he was meeting with Jun Lingtian? Ding! Blood-like happiness has received a violent attack in the center of his heart, plundering 800 points of chi value. It's only 800 points. It seems that this Blood Ruhuan's heart has become stronger. Knowing that his fiancée's seal is gone doesn't even panic. Jun Lingtian was a little dissatisfied within. Obviously it was 1,000 and 2,000 at the beginning. Blood Ruhuan, right. What is it that you came over to see this seat for? Ning Hongduan's aura once again resumed its exaltation, in stark contrast to her previous docile and shy demeanor. Mud. Just what's the point of pretending to be an innocent girl? At this moment, Ning Hongsuan's gestures and words made Blood Ruhuan sick to her stomach inside. I, Blood Ruhuan, have come here today to withdraw from the marriage. Pulling out the marriage certificate, Blood Ruhuan fiercely threw it on the ground, then prepared to leave with an angry face. Withdrawal? Withdraw from my Ning Hongduan's marriage? Hearing this, Ning Hongduan narrowed his eyes and then drank. Stand still. Did I tell you to go? What? When else? Blood Ruhuan turned around with a mocking face and clasped his hands to his chest. Only I, Ning Hongduan, withdraw from other people's marriages. No one can withdraw from my Ning Hongduan's marriage. At this moment, a hint of disdainful dominance was revealed on Ning Hongduan's body. It made the opposite Blood Ruhuan inwardly unable to help but feel a bit appalled. Chapter 126 Emptying the Grave of Yunlong Daoxin. What? Do you still want to rely on me? Sizing up Ning Hongduan, Blood Ruhuan's heart had begun to ing. Although the other party had been used by Jun Lingtian, it would be nice to toy with it a little. After all, she was now considered Jun Lingtian's woman. Beat me. Let you withdraw from the marriage, or else it won't be you. Blood Ruhuan, withdrawing from the marriage. But me, Ning Hongduan, repudiating my husband. Fine, fine. Since you have to be like this, don't blame me for destroying the flowers with a hot hand. Blood Ruhuan glanced at Ning Hongduan and then at Jun Lingtian. While he talks about being hot, he's not really stupid enough to do that. After all, this was the Red Dust Dao Palace's home base, and there was a Jun Lingtian watching. But a little punishment is fine. Spice it up? Then you have to be able to do that too. After saying this, Ning Hongduan's aura was in full bloom, and he had clearly reached the level of Saint King Realm consummation. What? Sacred King Realm perfection? When Blood Ruhuan felt this surging and incomparable aura that was more than a large realm above him, he directly froze in place. He had worked hard day and night to cultivate, along with the unlimited supply of resources from the Blood Demon Earth and the guidance of the Great Imperial Master before arriving at the Great Sacred Realm. Why is this Ning Hongduan's cultivation so strong at such a young age? If you have the ability to fight at the same level. Blood Ruhuan gritted his teeth and said, crossing the border of course he couldn't beat Ning Hongduan. After all, the other party wasn't some cat or dog. But if it was a battle in the same realm, he, Blood Ruhuan, was not afraid of anyone, except of course, Jun Lingtian. Same realm? Why would I want to fight you in the same realm? Ning Hongduan coldly snorted and directly struck out. She wasn't going to eat this. Having a cultivation advantage but not using it, and having to fight with the other side in the same realm. That's not being a cutie, is it? Red Dust Palm. A palm was slapped out. and a huge palm print with a Dao rhythm violently attacked towards Blood Ruhuan. The pupils of Blood Ruhuan, who had little defense, shrunk slightly, and in his haste, he could only try his best to resist. Blood Dragon Shield. As Blood Ruhuan shouted, a blood-colored shield quickly appeared in front of him. It was his defensive spirit weapon with a grade of Saint Emperor, but in haste it didn't utilize its full power, so he was directly sent flying with a slap. A violent spray of blood was spewed out, then rolled several times and landed in the doorway of the bedchamber. Remember, it's me, Ning Hongduan, who repudiates my husband today, not you, Blood Ruhuan, who withdraws from the marriage. Get lost, Ning Hongduan scolded in a stern voice. After all, this Blood Ruhuan was an heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, and she was not in a good position to kill when the situation was unclear. You guys wait for me, Blood Ruhuan, will remember today. Blood Ruhuan's eyes parted in indignation as he glanced at the Jun Lingtian duo and then left the hall in a sorry state. He also made a note of this Red Dust Dao Palace, and when he returned, he would definitely bring someone to snatch Ning Hongchen, this condescending woman, back. Jun Lingtian, since you want to follow me so badly, then I will go to the Jun family first and marry your sister. Blood Ruhuan, who had left Ning Hongduan's bedchamber, thought so. Although he could not defeat this madman, Jun Lingtian, he could use his status to put pressure on the Jun family. In that case Jun Lingtian would definitely be controlled by his parents. When the time came, he could only watch as he married his sister back. Thinking of this, Blood Ruhuan no longer hesitated and directly set off towards the Jun Tian domain. Burial Ground. Mo Fan, whose favorability was brushed full and whose intimacy value had been partially returned, finally found the opportunity to redeem an Emperor-grade teleportation scroll. Taking advantage of the lax defense, he used it to escape directly from the world where the gravekeeper of the burial ground is located. Is this the burial ground? Sensing an extremely dangerous aura everywhere around him, every now and then there was an incomparably terrifying headless emperor corpse wandering about. Mo Fan, who was hiding behind the boulder, was in a bit of a bind. He had now reached the upper limit of his quota and could no longer redeem the Imperial Teleportation Scroll. However, just then, his shoulder was suddenly tapped. Hu, shoo. A large slender hand directly covered Mo Fan's mouth and gave him a silencing gesture, and Mo Fan directly froze after seeing the other party's looks, bright-eyed and white-toothed, with a face as handsome as a crown. The looks of the men he had seen were only slightly better than Jun Lingtian's, and to be honest, he was a little heartbroken. What's going on? Why do I like this guy? Feeling the favorable feelings in his heart towards the person in front of him, Mo Fan was inwardly shocked. Did he, bend? No, he's straight. He's not bent. Ding! A change in the host's gender perception has been detected. The goddess raider system has been renamed to the male god raider system, with no change in function. Ding! Male god dragon Daoxin detected. Can be bound. Whether to bind the raider object. However, the hard-mouthed Mo Fan's complexion stiffened when he heard the system beeps coming from within his own mind. He seems to be really bent. Is it because of the day and night chrysanthemums? Unknown. Who are you? Me? My name is Long Daoxin. After looking at the outside world, after realizing that the headless emperor corpse hadn't noticed the two of them, only then did Long Daoxin pat his chest in relief. It's horrible. Didn't they just dig up his grave? Why does he keep chasing after himself? Long Daoxin? You are Long Daoxin? Why are you here? Mo Fan glanced at the handsome Long Daoxin, then silently recited a binding in his mind. However, he was still surprised that Long Daoxin appeared here. This was one of the 10 forbidden places, the burial ground, and ordinary people didn't even have the ability to come in, let alone survive in it. Me, certainly came here to look for a chance. Right. This brother, I know you by sight. Do you want to do something great with me? Long Daoxin opened his mouth to snub him. He had just dug up that headless emperor corpse's grave halfway and was discovered, so he hadn't completed the task that the system had issued to him. And when it comes to his system, it's a bit lacking. The name of the invincible grave digging system. Digging graves to become stronger. Digging other people's ancestral graves also has a chance to generate the probability of a blitzkrieg. As a result, he often digs up people's ancestral graves, so he is jointly wanted by all the cultivators in the ghost domain. Couldn't stay any longer. That's why I came to the burial ground, because there are a lot of graves here. And we'll finish the graves here. He intends to go to the tomb of the unknown god around, because there are a lot of graves there too. What's the big deal? Hearing that Long Daoxin was like himself at first sight, Mo Fan's heart was a little delighted. Did the other guy have a crush on him too? Did you see that emperor's corpse that just passed by? You'll lure him away later. I'll go and take out all the treasures and inheritance from his tomb mound. How about you and I split it in half then? Long Daoxin spoke out his plan, but realized that Mo Fan did not respond to him. Instead, he kept looking at him, Watching him. Chapter 127, you have a sense of humor. I admit. I was the one who was a bit greedy. How about this? You go and lure away that Emperor's corpse. When the time comes, we'll split the treasures 37, 7 for you and 3 for me. Long Daoxin thought that Mo Fan was dissatisfied with the distribution ratio, so he redrew it. And Mo Fan, who heard the offer, agreed in one breath. Good. It'll be 30-70, 7 for you and 3 for me. What did you say? 7 for me and 3 for you? Did you say it wrong? Long Daoxin asked with a frown on his face. Drawing away that headless Emperor's corpse was a high-risk task in itself, and if one wasn't careful, one would fall on the spot. And that's what he's looking at when he's willing to offer a 30-70th split. When the other party was slaughtered by that headless Emperor corpse, the treasures would still be his. But now in front of this little cute. But now this little cutie in front of me. But she said something about him being 3 and herself being 7. Is she out of her mind? Exactly. It's me 3 and you 7. Or me 2 and you 8 as well. If it wasn't for the fear of the other party getting suspicious, Mo Fan would have wanted to give it all to him and not want anything for himself. Are you sure? Long Daoxin's face was a bit odd. He really had never met such a stupid person. Yes, I'm sure. Mo Fan looked at Long Daoxin with a deep look on his face, and that extremely aggressive look made Long Daoxin's complexion somewhat unnatural. Since you agree, let's get started. Follow me. Long Daoxin directly turned his head to lead the way in front, and Mo Fan hurriedly followed. By the way, what's your name? At this time Long Daoxin suddenly remembered that he didn't seem to have asked the other party's name. My name is Mo Fan. The Mo of Mo Fan. The fan of Mo Fan. Mo Fan introduced his name in what he thought was a humorous manner. Long Daoxin. You're quite the humorist. Long Daoxin laughed awkwardly. A few moments later, the two came to a dilapidated and ancient bronze temple. Looking around, the headless Emperor corpse from before was currently standing in front of the door, guarding it. Go on, brother Mo. Long Daoxin gave Mo Fan an encouraging look, and the latter instantly nodded cheerfully. I'm going. Go on. With that, Mo Fan walked out of his hiding place and came to the vicinity of the headless Emperor's corpse. Headless ghost, come and hit me. Mo Fan picked up a small stone and directly smashed it towards the headless Emperor corpse. But before it could touch the headless Emperor's corpse it was strangled by the bizarre runes in front of it. However, this act also completely angered this headless Emperor corpse. Originally home are stolen, he was very upset. Did not expect that now there is another not afraid of death to provoke. You think you're the same lord you were back then? Howl. That headless Emperor corpse roared with its navel as its mouth, and then it directly charged towards Mo Fan. As for Mo Fan, when he saw this, he also ran away with his legs, and the 200-fold divine walking talismans were directly affixed to his legs, and his speed was instantly increased by 100 times. This kid, he's got 2 tricks up his sleeve. Long Daoxin also stopped dawdling after seeing Mo Fan lure that headless Emperor corpse away and directly took out his grave digging tool, a Luoyang shovel that can't dig out any grave, a 100,000-year-old black donkey's hoof, and a compass for fixing points. Action! Long Daoxin directly came to that location where he had dug earlier and directly dug up, watching a piece of immortal gold, similar to bronze, being dug out under one's Luoyang shovel, and then being recycled by the system for free. Long Daoxin's heart seemed to be dripping blood. If these immortal gold that he had dug out were not forcibly recovered by the system, he could have taken them for countless cultivation resources. Host, don't mind these little easts and wests. The good stuff is all inside the catacombs. Seemingly seeing Long Daoxin's heartache, the system spoke out to comfort him. Hey! Thinking that he still needed to rely on the system to become stronger, Long Daoxin had no choice but to continue to work hard on digging graves. After spending a quarter of an hour, he finally dug through the passageway leading to the main chamber of the burial mound. So he searched the entire bronze burial mound with an excited face. This is an imperial artifact. Seeing an imperial weapon that emanated imperial might, Long Daoxin directly took it in. An emperor-level martial art, the dragon exterminating palm. Take it. Having harvested another emperor-grade martial skill, Long Daoxin's face was suddenly overflowing with joy. He then harvested several types of divine gold immortal liquids. With that, he left that bronze tomb mound with a satisfied face. That little cutie should have died at the hands of the headless emperor corpse, right? Long Daoxin pondered in his mind for a moment, thinking about whether or not to go and take a look. Thinking of the possibility of using that little cutie next to dig other graves, Long Daoxin decided to give the other party some sweetness if he wasn't dead. When the time comes, go dig other graves and continue to use him to probe or distract the watchers. That seems to be the direction they left just now. After finding the right direction, Long Daoxin chased after him. Mo Fan, on the other hand, was in a crisis at the moment, because the divine traveling talisman was used up by him. so he could only go to places with complicated terrain. Otherwise, he would easily be caught by the headless emperor's corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party didn't have any spiritual intelligence and was extremely huge and relatively bulky, he would have been slapped to death by it. This isn't going to work. What should we do? Just as Mo Fan was at a loss, an opening suddenly cracked in the void. There's the kid. Don't let him get away. It turned out that the people from the burial ground had discovered that Mo Fan had fled and sought him out. Howl. Seeing that another person had appeared to get in his way, that emperor corpse immediately opened his mouth and roared at the various tomb guardians of the burial ground in the void. The fishy and incomparable air directly blew a wave of nausea and regurgitation from the several tomb guards. Asterisk. How dare you yell at us? Watch the fight. Only to see a Saint Emperor Realm Grave Guardian offer up a special long whip with countless irregular runes pulsating on it. At the same time there was an energy that was similar to the weird scent. Snap! The bizarre long whip instantly grew against the wind, transforming into a huge black through-and-through whip like a giant dragon. He fiercely jerked towards that headless emperor corpse. Zip! 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 Instantly that headless emperor corpse's body passed a mark as if it was burnt. The entire corpse stumbled and almost fell as it was jerked around. There was also a hint of fear on his face. Sins! Get lost! With that Saint Emperor Realm Powerhouse's bellow, that headless emperor corpse immediately fled in ashes. And this whip of heavenly restraint of headless emperor corpses was called the corpse-beating whip, specially refined to restrain such headless emperor corpses. Boy, you're quite the runner. After fighting off the headless emperor corpse, the several tomb guardians again looked towards where Mo Fan was hiding. To be honest, they really admired this Mo Fan. Day after day, not only did they serve their several sons with low cultivation qualifications happily, but they were also able to escape from their clanland. The ability to do so is evident. Damn, almost forgot where I am now. Mo Fan's face was ugly to the extreme. Chapter 128, Take Me to Jun Yi. He hadn't expected the other party to find him so quickly at all. Obviously, he had already used the props to erase the spatial traces. I'm already down to 2 fate counts. Can't you guys just leave me alone? Mo Fan had to walk out when he saw that he couldn't hide. His Chi Antler Tongtianju fates had already been used with only 2 chances left, and he didn't expect that the other party would still refuse to let him go. You also know that you still have 2 chances left in your destiny. That's 2 great emperors. Those few Saint Emperor Realm tomb guards spoke directly and plainly. The 2 great emperors were no small help even for their 10 forbidden lands. Furthermore, the great emperors of the 10 forbidden lands had been slaughtered by Jun Lingtian some time ago, and their burial ground was considered the most fortunate. With the death of a helmsman and a great emperor and 2 quasi-emperors, it was now ranked quite a bit higher among the top 10 forbidden places. If we could have had 2 more, the rankings would have definitely had to be brought up a notch. And at this moment, Long Daoxin, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned and asked his system, what the hell is the Chikyu Tongtianju fate? Reporting back to the host, the so-called Chi Velvet Tongtianju fate is. The system explained the Chi Velvet Tongtianju fate in detail, directly shattering Long Daoxin's 3 views. What? There's such a destiny in the world? Thinking of Mo Fan's good-looking eyebrows. If he can't think, you can't think at all. The more you think about it, the more crooked it gets. However, the idea in his heart that he intended to save Mo Fan away was even stronger. Although he wouldn't be able to use this fate, it didn't mean that other people wouldn't be able to use it. And when the time came to sell this Mo Fan, he would be able to exchange it for a lot of treasures. Thinking of this, Long Daoxin took out an Emperor-level teleportation scroll with a face of flesh. This was a directional teleportation scroll with coordinates he had set in advance, and the location was the tomb of the unknown god. Brother Mo, I've come to save you. Long Daoxin instantly activated the teleportation scroll in his hand, and then jumped into the spatial teleportation tunnel with Mo Fan in his arms. What? Damn it! After them. In their carelessness, several Saint Emperor Realm tomb guards rushed to catch up, wanting to interrupt the spatial tunnel, but an Emperor's teleportation scroll wasn't that easy to interrupt, and in the end, he could only return without any success. Jun Tian Domain. Blood Ruhuan had once again arrived at the entrance of the Jun clan's clan land after several months. Who is the visitor? The guard bellowed out. I am Blood Ruhuan Jie, the heir to the blood demon's earth, and this is the token. With a light touch, Blood Ruhuan once again took the token out. Yet this time the guard at that door didn't even look at it. Oh, come to deliver something, I suppose. Don't look. Go in yourself, the butler is waiting for you inside. The guard at the entrance waved his hand directly and opened the entrance to the great world where the Jun family was located. In the past few months, as the news of the existence of an incomparably powerful old ancestor in the Jun family spread, the Jun family had received gifts from all the major powers that had already received a handful of gifts. So when Blood Ruhuan reported his name, The guards at that entrance were already not surprised. Delivering something? Could it be that the Jun family knows that I'm here to deliver a bride price to marry their first daughter? It's a lot of trouble to save. But why hasn't this Jun family been destroyed yet? Due to the fact that the information about the existence of a powerful old ancestor in the Jun clan was only known to some of the major powers, it was not widely spread. That was why Blood Ruhuan didn't know about the Jun family's current situation and thought that the 10 Forbidden Lands hadn't made their move yet. You, show me the way. Blood Ruhuan pointed at one of the guards with a command in his tone. Ha, you don't have to give it away. Leave me alone. That guard spoke with a hardened face. Their Jun family was now the #1 force in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He's just an heir to a forbidden land, and he dares to order them around? Well, how dare you? A little guard. Scold me? Blood Ruhuan was a bit angry, but after seeing that the place didn't want to give a damn about him, he had no choice but to make a note of it. When I become the son-in-law of the Jun family, I'll settle the score with you properly then. Thinking that next the Jun family would be giving their first daughter to themselves for nothing, Blood Ruhuan's heart was incomparably free. Jun Lingtian, watch me forcefully marry your sister. After thinking freely, Blood Ruhuan stepped into the large world where the Jun family was located. At eye level were 9 incomparably magnificent heavenly gates, causing Blood Ruhuan to be somewhat shocked for a moment. Here for a gift? Come and register. The butler at the door, who was in charge of record keeping, opened his mouth without raising his head. There was an endless stream of major powers sending gifts to the door these days, and his hand was numb from writing down the information. Oh, you're talking about the bride price, aren't you? This is my bride price for marrying your Jun family's first daughter. Blood Ruhuan threw out a rusty broken sword that he had casually picked up on the road, in order to humiliate the Jun family and Jun Lingtian. The housekeeper. Fu frowned slightly when he heard this and looked up. Who are you? Send it or get out and don't make a mess. Men, blow this boy out. Fu waved his hand, and the several Jun family guards behind him immediately stepped forward, clearly intending to violently expel Blood Ruhuan. I am Blood Ruhuan, the heir to the blood demon's earth, and I have come by order of my master to join the Jun family in marriage. How dare you disrespect me? Blood Ruhuan had the marriage certificate in his left hand and the token in his right, and there was anger and condescension in his voice. Union? Hearing Blood Ruhuan's words, Fu waved his hand and called off the guards who were preparing to go forward. He really didn't know if the family head had made a marriage contract with the blood demon's earth. If it was really as this brat said, the family head was really planning to marry that blood demon's earth, then wouldn't he have disrupted the family head's arrangement and offended his future aunt? Can I have a look at the marriage contract in Mr. Blood's hand? Alfred's posture lowered. Here, keep your doggy eyes open. Blood Ruhuan was very satisfied with Fu's current posture. A dog should be like a dog. A dog that bites its owner is to be killed. This, nodding over the flung marriage certificate, Fu took a closer look at it, and it did indeed bear the seal of the Jun family's family head. He had been the butler of the Jun family for thousands of years and recognized it at a glance. It could not be faked. It seemed that what was in front of him was indeed the future aunt of their Jun family. Sir Blood. Just now, the old slave's eyes were clumsy, so I hope Sir Blood will forgive me. Fu came to Blood Ruhuan's face to apologize. Yet the next second, with a snap, a crisp slap sounded instantly. To be a dog is to be a dog, and an old dog is a dog. Blood Ruhuan took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands, opening his mouth with a cheerful face. The moment for him, Blood Ruhuan, to raise his eyebrows had finally come. The Blood Prince's lesson is correct. The old slave understands. Having been dumped on his face, Fu still didn't change his color and didn't show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. It was a good temper he had developed from being a butler for the last 1,000 years. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position for so long. He knew how to position himself in the face of the first family of the Jun family. Well, take me to Jun Xinyi. Chapter 129, Misunderstanding. Blood Ruhuan was high and mighty, not putting the Jun family in her eyes at all. He did not believe that the entire Jun family was as crazy and reckless as Jun Lingtian. As long as that Jun Xinyi was afraid of his blood demon's earth, he could definitely forcefully marry Jun Lingtian's sister today. Young Master Blood, please come with the old slave. Fu led Blood Ruhuan to a teleportation formation, which was a formation that led straight to the front of the Jun family's main hall square, and at this moment, Jun Xianyi was pulling Jun Lingtian to offer incense to his own old ancestor. Why don't you boys kneel? Seeing his own son facing his own old ancestor's eternal life shrine plaque surprisingly did not have the slightest intention of respecting it. Jun Xianyi instantly frowned and chided. Father, you get up too. Jun Lingtian tried to assist Jun Xianyi, who was kneeling, but was viciously shrugged off. Ungrateful son. If you don't kneel down again, I won't have you as a son. It was evident that Jun Xianyi was really angry. The old ancestor had paid so much for them, and every time he was called to come over to offer incense he pushed back. Today, he was bound to make Jun Lingtian kneel down and offer incense to his own old ancestor. Okay, I'll kneel. Jun Lingtian inwardly sighed. Kneeling himself wasn't exactly a loss, was it? And just after Jun Lingtian's father and son had finished offering incense to their mysterious old ancestor, the message of Blood Ruhuan's arrival also came through. An heir to the Blood Demon's Earth? Tell him to wait in the side hall. Jun Xianyi commanded at the summoning talisman and then continued to worship his own mysterious old ancestor. On the other hand, Blood Ruhuan on the other side just wanted to enter the main hall after reaching it, but was stopped by the housekeeper Afu. Duke Blood, the family had told you to wait in the side hall. What? The side hall? The face of Blood Ruhuan who heard these words instantly became a little unsightly. Couldn't the main hall be used to receive an honored guest of his caliber? How could a side hall be worthy of his status? Go to the main hall. I'll take care of anything. Blood Ruhuan casually opened his mouth. In his opinion, even if he went to the main hall, that Jun Xianyi couldn't possibly say anything. However, just as he lifted his steps and got up to walk towards the main hall, he was once again stopped by Afu. Duke Blood, the family head has already said for you to go to the side hall. You'd better come this way. What? Dog slave. Give you face. Blood Ruhuan slapped Fu's face again. The latter didn't move at all despite being slapped with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The color of his face hadn't changed a bit. Sir Blood, this is the order of the family head, so please also ask Sir Blood to come this way. Good. You're good. Seeing that Afu was soft and hard, Blood Ruhuan had no choice but to follow and go to the side hall to wait. Because Jun Xianye's ancestor sacrifice process had not yet been completed. How could he care about such a minor character as Blood Ruhuan? ********. Dog thing, are you playing me? Where is Jun Xianyi? Blood Ruhuan directly dropped the teacup on the ground, spilling tea all over the place. Blood Prince is at ease. The family head is performing the ancestor sacrifice ceremony. It should be soon. Come on, come on. How many times have you said that? Blood Ruhuan said that he was about to make another move, but was interrupted by a chiding voice. Stop. A majestic voice came, and then in came the father and son duo of Jun Xianyi and Jun Lingtian. Seeing the Blood Ruhuan in front of him, Jun Lingtian instantly revealed a meaningful smile. When the latter saw this, his body subconsciously took a step back, but he quickly calmed down again. He was here to take revenge today. It was Jun Lingtian who should be afraid. What was he afraid of? Alfred, who hit you? Jun Xianyi, who had approached, instantly saw the palm print on Afu's face. This is the old slave's own fall. Afu didn't tell the truth. After all, he still didn't know what the family head's attitude towards Blood Ruhuan was. If the family head really wanted to marry Blood Ruhuan, then if he told the truth, this butler would have made it to the top. Uncle Fu, don't be afraid. Speak out boldly. Whoever hit you, you have me and father to do it for you. Go ahead and say it. Of course, Jun Lingtian knew what Afu was thinking, so he gave him a direct hint. This is the old slave that the Blood Prince beat? How could the human like Afu not know Jun Lingtian's intentions? So he directly spoke out and opened his mouth. Oh, is that him? Jun Lingtian asked. And when he saw Afu nod his head and answer in the affirmative, he added, Go, give him 2 slaps, and make them harder. What? Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan was instantly a little confused. He didn't expect this Jun Lingtian to dare to overstep the mark so much even in front of his own father. Jun family master, you don't care about this? Pipe? Why should I care? Jun Xianyi directly stepped to the main seat and sat down, leaving behind only the somewhat startled Blood Ruhuan. I am the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, and you dare the crowd of slaves to beat me? Is this an intention to make an enemy of my Blood Demon Earth? Blood Ruhuan directly pulled the banner of the Blood Demon's Earth over his own body. He believed that as long as he said so, Jun Xianyi would definitely not allow this old dog beside him to touch himself. As for Afu, he was also watching with bated breath at the moment. He had long looked at this Blood Ruhuan with displeasure. If he had the chance he would have to slap it hard. The bleeding kind. Oh, are you actually an heir to the Blood Demon's Earth? Jun Xianyi's face was expressionless as the knuckles of his right hand tapped on the armrest. That's right. I am the Blood River Emperor's beloved disciple. Feeling steady in his heart, Blood Ruhuan came straight to the chair and sat down on his butt. Next, it's time for him to perform his pretense. Blood River Emperor's favorite disciple? Fu. How many times did he slap you? Home Lord, Duke Blood slapped old slave 3 times. Fu opened his mouth without changing his color. Having followed Jun Xianyi for many years, he already had a rough idea of what Jun Xianyi meant. This Blood Ruhuan was not valued in the family head's heart, and his status was not even as high as his. You old dog, how dare you make things up? My lord clearly only slapped you twice. When Blood Ruhuan saw that Afu had actually given him an extra count of slaps, he immediately issued a curse. 3 slaps? Then let's double it 100 times and return him 300 slaps. Jun Xianyi spoke indifferently. Beating a dog also depends on the master. This brat is clearly disrespecting their Jun family. What? Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan panicked inwardly. My master, Blood River Emperor, you guys? How dare you? Pa! The immense and incomparable force was unreservedly imprinted on Blood Ruhuan's face. Crisp sounding, flying back slot teeth, 1080-degree spiral turn. Blood Ruhuan was directly slapped into a dead dog. There are still 299 slaps left. Mr. Blood, I'm offended. A smooth smile appeared at the corners of Fubuki's mouth. With that, he yanked Blood Ruhuan up once again. Seeing that Uncle Fu was going to give himself another 299 slaps, Blood Ruhuan cowered. Jun Family Master, waste by mistake. Chapter 130, shut up. You. I'm here to join forces. Here's the marriage contract. Blood Ruhuan's speech was leaking a bit, but he couldn't care less and hurriedly pulled out the marriage certificate. That Fubo's powerful slap just now was really making his brain buzz. Moreover, this Fubo's cultivation level was nearly 2 great realms higher than his, so he simply couldn't dodge it. Union? Hearing Blood Ruhuan's words, Jun Xianyi casually took the marriage certificate handed over by Afu and flipped it open for a glance. Oh, so that's what this is about. Why didn't you say so? Jun Xianyi spoke while looking at the contents of the marriage certificate. Just when Blood Ruhuan thought that Jun Xianyi's attitude would make a 180-degree turn towards himself, the next sentence, however, went straight to his heart. Ah fuck, why don't you hit the 299 slaps just now? Do it. Do you want me to teach you? Yes, House Master. The corner of Afu's mouth that heard these words instantly sketched out a wisp of an evil smile. With that, he forced his way towards Blood Ruhuan. No, you can't do this to me. I am an heir to the Blood Demon Earth. My family's teacher, the Blood River Emperor. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan finally realized that something was wrong. Why was this Jun family not afraid of his Blood Demon's Earth at all? Instead, there was disdain in their eyes? Shut up you. Afu directly shot out to block the space around Blood Ruhuan, and then grabbed him in his hands. Slap. A succession of crisp slapping sounds came, making it not even have a chance to react, and it was directly struck dumb. A handsome face was soon beaten with a bloody nose and blood. The whole face was swollen to a pig's head. Ding! Blood Ruhuan's Dao heart is unstable. Plundering 3,000 points of chi value. Go back and tell the Blood River Emperor that this marriage, my Jun family withdraws. Jun Xianyi directly snorted coldly and flung the marriage certificate onto the ground. This marriage contract was originally forced by that Blood River Emperor back then, and now that he, the Jun family, was strong, he could of course just withdraw from the marriage. The Jun family, how dare you? Although his face was slapped, Blood Ruhuan's heart was extremely unconvinced. He believed that as long as he told his master teacher what the Jun family had done, he would certainly be furious at that time. In a fit of rage, he destroyed the Jun family. Reporting to the family head, this kid fainted. At this time, Afu glanced at the limp Blood Ruhuan and frowned as he opened his mouth. However, before Jun Xianyi could speak, Jun Lingtian spoke with a cold smile. So what if you pass out? Beat it to death. Yes, young lord. What? I can't believe you're going to beat me to death. What an evil heart. Pretending to be dizzy, Blood Ruhuan went numb inside, and at the same time, he didn't want to endure it anymore. Fortunately, he had a backhand, and it was simply impossible for him to fall so easily. With that, he simply opened his eyes and stopped pretending. Damn it! A bunch of dogs. You Jun family treated me like this today. When I return to the Blood Demon's land, I will definitely bring people to destroy you. This time, the mission given to him by his master's father was considered a failure. 9 marriage certificates, and now 5 of them were yellow. The rest should wait until he destroyed the Jun family. Otherwise, with this Jun Lingtian around, he might not be able to marry any of them. I'm waiting for you to bring someone to destroy it. Fu Bo, drag it out and slaughter it. Jun Lingtian waved his hand. He could not make a move, yet he could let his subordinates do so. However, he didn't expect Fu Bo to really be able to slaughter this Blood Ruhuan. Yes, young lord. Fu Bo didn't hesitate when he heard this and directly carried Blood Ruhuan out like a dead dog. However, facing Fu Bo's killing move, Blood Ruhuan was not afraid, and with a mocking sneer on his face, just wait. I, Blood Ruhuan, swear that the next time I visit, I will make sure that your Jun family will have no chickens or dogs left behind. After saying this, Blood Ruhuan's figure unexpectedly disappeared in place the instant Fu Bo attacked. All that was left was a broken straw man. This is the life-preserving straw man that the great emperor refined by substituting the plum for the peach? At this moment, Fu Bo was guilty that he had let that Blood Ruhuan run away. Surprisingly, he couldn't even do this little thing that the young lord had given him. With that, he directly fell on his knees to ask for forgiveness from Jun Lingtian upon his return. Young master, old slave, let him get away. Ha, no harm done. It's not your fault. After all, you're an heir to the blood demon's earth, so you more or less have some means of preserving your life. Jun Lingtian interrupted Uncle Fu's words. This situation had long been expected by him. Get up, Fu Bar. Thank you, young lord. Uncle Fu was pleased in his heart to hear this, and then he got up and stood up. This blood demon Earth's heir has some skills. Jun Xianyi could not help but feel emotional at this time. Uncle Fu, father and I still have some things to talk about, so go ahead and get busy. Jun Lingtian waved his hand as he intended to give the few copies of the physique essence he was holding to his father. It's useless to keep it to yourself anyway, isn't it? Yes, young lord. Family head, the old slave is excused. Seeing that Jun Xianyi didn't have any orders, Uncle Fu also bowed and retreated backwards to exit the Great Hall. My son, you have something to say to my father. Jun Xianyi was a little curious. This good oldest son of his hadn't looked for him in a long time. Father, you can take these special body essence, but find a few trustworthy clansmen to distribute them. As Jun Lingtian spoke, several special physique origins suddenly appeared in his hands, all of which he had dropped from killing the sons of Qi. This is the physique origin? Seeing the several special physique origins in Jun Lingtian's hands that shone with seven-colored light, Jun Xianye's eyes shone with golden light. My son, tell me honestly, was this given to you by the old ancestor? Yes, this should be what that mysterious old ancestor gave me. Jun Lingtian nodded helplessly, but his heart was also much lighter. Now that he had this mysterious old ancestor to take the blame for him, many of his actions became reasonable. My son, have you seen the old man? What does he look like? What is his name? Which old ancestor is the one who traveled in the clouds? Jun Xianyi asked 4 questions in a row, leaving Jun Lingtian somewhat speechless. Father, I didn't see the old ancestor's appearance. I just woke up from cultivation and saw these things. So, Jun Xianyi was a little disappointed. He was still wondering which old ancestor who had traveled in the clouds had returned. Don't worry, my son. I will make good use of these physical origins. Receiving the physique origin in Jun Lingtian's hand, Jun Xianyi assured him. The scene shifts. Looking at the blood Ruhuan at this moment, after using the life-preserving straw man given to him by his master. At this moment, he had already arrived in the middle of the blood demon Earth's base camp, because that's where he was positioned in the first place. Damn Jun Lingtian, damn Jun family, I'm going to tell Master Teacher so that he can seek justice for me. Thinking of this, blood Ruhuan hoofed it towards his master's residence. However, just as he arrived, he realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere. What the hell was everyone there looking at him with hatred in their eyes? Chapter 131, Brother Save Me. Those senior brothers and sisters who had loved him so much earlier were now looking at him with eyes that could not wait to eat him, and the atmosphere was now permeated with grief, as if someone was about to fall. What's going on, sister? Blood Ruhuan opened her mouth to a senior sister who had been closest to her in the beginning and asked. However, the answer he received sent chills down his spine. Shut up. I don't have a senior brother like you. That stunningly beautiful-looking senior sister angrily rebuked. Her pupils looking at blood Ruhuan were covered in blood. There was even a younger senior sister who directly swords at him. Dogs, die for me. What are you doing, senior sister? Blood Ruhuan paws away the incoming longswords and controls his opponent. He was truly a bit confused inside at the moment. He clearly hadn't done anything. Why would his original doting senior brother and sister undergo such a drastic transformation? Let go of me, dog. You've caused Master to be about to fall, and you're even asking what we're doing? What? Master is about to fall? This piece of news was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, splitting blood Ruhuan's mind with a blow to the head. How? The master who had always favored and cared for him was about to fall? He was counting on his master to get back for him, and now he's being told that his master is going to be gone? Then who will help him find his way back later? Ding! Blood-like happiness has received a violent attack in the center of his heart, plundering 1,000 points of chi value. Dog, it's all you. It's all your fault. You go to hell. The little sister who was controlled by blood Ruhuan was still struggling, but blood Ruhuan's hands were subconsciously squeezing tight. Ah, dog, you're hurting me. Feeling blood Ruhuan's vigorous efforts, the youngest sister directly shrieked out in shock. Blood Ruhuan, let go of little sister. A young man directly slapped blood Ruhuan with a palm and sent him flying backwards, spitting blood. There was no mercy in his hands, and his internal organs were shattered quite a bit. Dog, I'm going to kill you. The freed little senior sister once again raised her sword and stabbed towards blood Ruhuan, and this time blood Ruhuan had no intention of defending herself. After all, What's more upsetting than a mass defection? However, just as he was preparing to be judged by his junior sister's long sword, the mocking look on Jun Lingtian's face suddenly flashed through his mind. Jun Lingtian wasn't dead yet, so how could he die? No, I didn't do it. Master's fall had nothing to do with me. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan figured out that his master was a great emperor. What could he do to make a great emperor fall? Blood Ruhuan thought that he had figured it out, but he realized that the gazes of the surrounding senior brothers and sisters all looked at him with disgust and hatred. Even if you do something wrong, you still won't admit it. Damn it! Still not admitting it. Go to hell. Little sister made a direct move, but he was rebuked by the middle-aged man who suddenly came out from the middle of the bedchamber. Stop! You can't kill him. Why? Eldest brother? The youngest senior sister stomped her foot with a look of exasperation, her face filled with resignation. But in the end, he obediently withdrew the spirit sword in his hand. Blood Ruhuan, come with me. The middle-aged man looked at Blood Ruhuan with a complicated expression, then turned around and headed towards the inner hall. Seeing this, Blood Ruhuan hurriedly followed. He wanted to know what had happened to make his senior brothers and sisters hate him so much, and at this moment, in the inner hall, on top of the futon was sitting a skin and bones, with deeply concave eyes and a head full of white hair like withered grass, the old man who was emanating a wisp of deathly aura, the appearance of which could be vaguely discerned, was none other than the original Blood River Emperor. After being cut off from the bridge of eternal life, his lifespan had gone to the limit at this moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he was dying to see his rebel before he died, he would probably have gone to his death. Master, Blood Ruhuan has returned. The middle-aged man spoke to the Blood River Emperor whose eyes were tightly closed on top of the futon, just like a dead man, while the Blood Ruhuan behind him was directly frozen at this moment. With an unbelievable face, he looked at the old man in front of him who was about to swallow his breath. It can't be. It's impossible. You're not my master. Blood Ruhuan continuously shook his head, his legs directly kneeling down. At the same time there was a click in his heart, the sound of his inner hopes for revenge being dashed. Who's going to help him avenge his master's death? Who will help him destroy the Jun family? Ruhuan is here. Come over to me. The Blood River Emperor spoke in a weak tone, his eyes opening in a thin line as he let out a ho-ho sound from his mouth. There wasn't much time left for him. During the year or so that Blood Ruhuan had been out, as he watched his life continue to pass and his cultivation continue to diminish, he simply hated Blood Ruhuan in his heart. So, Master, I am. Blood Ruhuan crawled over to his master. It seemed to him that his loving master must be planning to call him over to send him some chance, or a will or something. There might be something good. Come closer. Blood River Emperor's voice was small, and Blood Ruhuan subconsciously leaned his ear to the other party's mouth. However, in the next instant, his arms and shoulders were suddenly grabbed by two large hands like iron claws in a death grip. Sharp, bony fingers set right into his flesh. Ah, Master, what are you doing? Blood Ruhuan was a little alarmed. However, in the next instant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his ears. It turned out that it was actually the Blood River Emperor who had directly bitten his ear with a single bite. Master, are you crazy? Blood Ruhuan struggled desperately, but what responded to him was Blood River Emperor's iron pincers and sharp teeth. Chewing fiercely on Blood Ruhuan's ear twice and swallowing it directly, he brought his mouth to Blood Ruhuan's cheek again. Don't! Master! Don't! Ah! Blood Ruhuan's expression was horrified, but there was nothing he could do about it, as his body had been deadlocked by the Blood River Emperor. Elder brother, save me! Blood Ruhuan asked the middle-aged man not far away for help, but the other party had a cold face. He had expected this scene, so how could he possibly step in to save Blood Ruhuan? Damn! Since you all want me to die, let's all die together. Seeing the middle-aged man's cold eyes, Blood Ruhuan completely despaired and directly chose to self-destruct. This fear of being eaten alive was something he really couldn't take anymore. And looking at Blood Ruhuan intending to self-detonate, the middle-aged man did not make a move to stop it, but only made a move to reduce the power of Blood Ruhuan's self-detonation to a certain range. This was probably the most decent death he had left for Blood Ruhuan. Bang! With an explosive sound, Blood Ruhuan's body instantly exploded, creating an immense and incomparable shockwave. However, due to the middle-aged man's hand in restricting the riot of energy, the energy slowly disappeared after a few moments. There was only a pale golden skeleton left in the original spot, but it was not Blood Ruhuan's skeleton, but the Blood River Emperor's Emperor Bone. Chapter 132, Immortal Ancient Mysterious Realm. Ding! Blood Ruhuan was forced to self-detonate, plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. Ding! Blood Ruhuan's chi value is below 15,000, reaching the decapitation line. As the system's voice came, Jun Lingtian knew that it was time to reap the rewards, and at this moment, even though Blood Ruhuan had self-detonated, He was not dead. In a bizarrely dim blood pool in the blood demon's land, a humanoid figure condensed from blood water was slowly being generated. Heart, liver, lungs, bones, the various structures of the body continued to be generated, and finally the outline of the face, and when it was revealed, it was clearly the appearance of Blood Ruhuan. Damn it! Made me use up my most precious card. Blood Ruhuan's face was extremely ugly at the moment. From now on he would have to be exceptionally careful. After all, he only had one life, and if he died this time, he would really be dead. The immortal ancient secret realm is about to open. I need to recover to my peak state as soon as possible and then go and break into the immortal ancient secret realm. Now that he couldn't return to the blood demon's earth, he could only rely on his own development, and the immortal ancient secret realm was the best place to develop. Not only were there countless heavenly treasures inside, there was also a trial tower. Each ascending layer will accumulate a layer of realm depth. If you are able to ascend to the top of the 99 layers, not only can you be invincible at the same level, but even be able to cross the two major realms against the enemy. Jun Lingtian, when I reach the top of the immortal ancient trial tower, I will definitely ruthlessly trample you under my feet. Blood Ruhuan hated no one at the moment, just Jun Lingtian, and at this moment the object of his hatred had come to the demon region, one of the 10 lands. This place was a paradise for demonic cultivators, in which demonic chi was prevalent and demonic creatures were rampant. Compared to the other regions of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the sky here was somewhat dim, green vegetation was scarce, with only blood-black magic plants. There are some locations where auras exist, but only in very few areas, and the top power that governed the entire demon region was the Heavenly Demon Hall, possessing the existence of surviving demon emperors. Heavenly Demon City, a huge and incomparable city near the Heavenly Demon Temple that looked like a starry sky beast. This was one of the 12 major main cities of the magic domain, and it held many powerful demon hunting guilds as well as demon hunting mercenary groups. These forces hunted demons for a living, so they were extremely bloodthirsty after a long time in the battlefield. An extremely huge gladiatorial arena was built in the center of the city, specifically to provide a place for the people of the demon race to fight. Of course, there are commissions to be had just for participating in gladiatorial matches, and even richer rewards for winning. So even though life and death are not a concern, there are still a lot of people attending. Winning streaks also earns you a title and a great voice in the city, even equal to the city. And this term's Heavenly Demon City Lord was the previous Jousting Ring's 99 win holder. Ding! Discovered the Daughter of Luck, Fong Mengai. Jun Lingtian, who was walking through Heavenly Demon City, suddenly heard a beep from the system. Fong Mengai? According to the system's guidance, Jun Lingtian arrived at the largest gladiatorial arena in the center of the city. It's a place of bloodlust, revelry, madness, and depravity. You can see directly into the most bloodthirsty and dark side of human nature. And in the stands, a young girl was currently chanting and cheering for one of the fighters above the ring in the gladiatorial arena. Wheat-colored skin with delicate features, a dry dress and words that kept howling out of his mouth. You can tell the young girl is rebellious and wild. Name Fong Mengai. Identity, daughter of the master of the Heavenly Devil Hall. Cultivation, early imperial realm. Physique, Tai-in demon body. Numerology, deeply rooted in love, gold, torn from the heart, purple. Luck value, 11,000 points. After using his eye of scrying to look at Fong Mengdia's information, Jun Lingtian realized that this was actually the younger sister of that son of Qi, Fong Yuan. After observing for a while, Jun Lingtian directly prepared to go up and strike up a conversation. However, they were stopped by the guards dressed in Heavenly Demon Hall attire beside the young girl. Fong Mengdai looked over after noticing the situation over here and was instantly stunned by Jun Lingtian's incredibly handsome face. Let him through. That is, ma'am. The guards moved away after hearing Fong Mengdia's words. A passage was made for Jun Lingtian. Little brother, what did you want to see me about? Fong Mengdia's gaze scanned over Jun Lingtian's body with reckless abandon. If it was an onlooker, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. But Jun Lingtian had a bland look on his face as he stared at him. Nothing much, just that I see that the girl is good looking and want to come and make friends with her. Make a friend? Interesting. Hearing Jun Lingtian's reply, Fong Mengdai laughed lightly. Cluck cluck cluck, you're the first one who dares to say something like befriend me. People in the past had marveled at her beauty, but they had all been deterred after seeing his guards, and she has a bad reputation out there. Whenever someone thinks of her in a way they shouldn't, she was bound to chop off the other's 5 limbs and make them into swine. Why can't I? The girl looks beautiful, and the love of beauty is in all people. Why can't I make friends with the girl? Jun Lingtian's smile was bright and charming. The gaze that looked at Fong Mengdai was filled with admiration rather than raw impulsive desire. This couldn't help but make Fong Mengdai feel good, but it was only a good feeling. Wanting to be her Fong Mengdai's friend was not so simple. Want to be friends with me? How about I become friends with you as long as you can achieve 20 consecutive victories in this gladiatorial arena? Fong Mengdai nudged in the direction of the gladiatorial arena. 20 consecutive victories was already an extremely difficult one, and it was simply unlikely that Jun Lingtian would be able to do so with the strength of the realm he was currently displaying. Oh, since it takes 20 consecutive victories to be a friend, I wonder how many consecutive victories it takes to win a girl's heart. A faint smile hung at the corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth as his entire person exuded a different kind of charm. If you want to win my lady's heart, I'll consider it if you can reach 50 consecutive victories. Fong Mengdai casually opened her mouth, actually wanting Jun Lingtian to know what to do. After all, it would be a shame to ruin such a good skin. And the so-called 10 consecutive victories are 10 consecutive victories over players of the same realm. There is a day off in the middle of the program, but you can choose not to take a break. And 20 consecutive victories is to cross a small realm against each other and win 10 consecutive matches. And so on. Each additional 10 consecutive wins adds a minor realm. And 50 consecutive victories was crossing a large realm and having to defeat 10 in a row. Difficulty can be imagined. In that case, then I will wait for the girl's heart. By the way, I'm Jun Xiaotian. I still don't know the girl's name? Jun Lingtian did not use his own name. After all, his name was still very loud in these 9 heavens and 10 lands, so had to change the name. In fact, his face was slightly altered, only it was still as handsome as ever. My name is Fong Mengdai. Chapter 133, Second Kill. Fong Mengdai similarly reported her name. Miss Fong, wait a moment. I will go forward to win your heart. Jun Lingtian smiled faintly and then headed to the location where the entry registration was to take place. Fong Mengdai, on the other hand, kept looking at Jun Lingtian's back, not knowing what she was thinking. If that Jun Xiaotian encounters a fatal crisis later on, make a move to save him. Fong Mengdai opened her mouth to her protector of the Dao and commanded. After all, she hadn't had a collection of perfect-looking human swine like Jun Lingtian, and wouldn't it be a waste to die in the gladiatorial arena? On the other hand, Ada was the Dao protector that her brother Fong Yuan had equipped him with a cultivation level as high as the Saint Emperor realm. Yes, ma'am. A cold response came from the darkness, causing those few heavenly demon temple guards to feel a chill. The other side. Jun Lingtian arrived at the registration desk. Here to enroll? Forms to fill out. The receptionist who had arranged to save his life threw Jun Lingtian a form. It had a few simple options such as code name, cultivation level and gender, and age. After filling out the form, the receptionist threw Jun Lingtian a small bag of dark black magic crystals. With that, he brought over Jun Lingtian's information in preparation for arranging an appearance for him. Codename Winning Fancy? Seeing such a code name, that receptionist's face was slightly odd, but she didn't say anything. Win Fong Xin, right? Go wait in the waiting area over there. You'll be there soon. Okay, thanks. Jun Lingtian nodded and then went to the waiting area to wait, only to see that a dozen or so players already existed among the waiting area at this moment. There were gnarled men with rugged faces and short midgets. There were also old men with shadowy eyes. And anyway, as far as the eye could see, everyone was a tough guy, always on guard against everything around him. Just Jun Lingtian alone acted harmlessly. Next to make her appearance is the King Realm powerhouse codenamed Win Fong Xin, with the triple winning expert codenamed Brute Bull. Who is actually better? Let's wait and see. As the host of the arena shouted, a burly, bull-like figure stepped out from the middle of the waiting room on the opposite side of the arena. The Brute title is well deserved. And Jun Lingtian slowly walked out of the waiting room after hearing his name called. Savage Bull! Savage Bull! Savage Bull! The scene was full of those who were cheering the Savage Bull's name, not a single one cheering for Jun Lingtian. Winning Fong Xin? That name coupled with Jun Lingtian's looks and physique. The people present saw at a glance that the man was an embroidered pillow, and that he was not good at what he did. Come on, come on. It's open, it's open. Odds are 1 to 10. 1 for the Brute, 10 for the winning fangirl. The crowds sitting in the gambling halls were also directly attracting the crowds to bet on Jun Lingtian with a probability of 1 to 10. That kid looks like an embroidered pillow. I'll buy Brute Bull to win. I'll take the Brute too. Most of the people on the scene had bought Barbarian Bull to win, with only a small number of people buying Jun Lingtian. You, go place a $10 million bet on winning fangirl to win. Fong Mengdai took out the magic crystals she was carrying and handed them over to her guards to place their bets. Yes, ma'am. That guard couldn't help but sigh inwardly as he received Fong Mengdia's magic crystal, because even he was not optimistic that winning Fong Xin could win. This bet was probably just a washout. In fact, Fong Mengdai was not too optimistic about Jun Lingtian, but she was just going to buy the other side to win. The other side's name was so interesting. What's wrong with her spending money to have fun? Buy it and leave it. As the betting boards closed, the sparring matches in the arena officially began. Kid, look at your fine skin. If you admit defeat you can also suffer less. The barbarian bull looked at Jun Lingtian in the field with some disdain. With that kind of physique, he could crush it with one hand. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Jun Lingtian was not going to beep with him as his figure instantly disappeared in place. The next moment when he reappeared he had already appeared on top of the barbarian bull's head, followed by a kick. Pust. The brute's head instantly disappeared, turning into a headless corpse. Blood gushed from the neck like a spring, spraying 3 feet high. Seconds. 1 hit seconds. So crisp and clear that it directly caused the originally lively and incomparable gladiatorial arena to instantly fall silent. A moment later back to the crowd came a mountainous cry. Win Fong Xin! Win Fong Xin! Win the heart! Those who had pressed for Fong Xin to win were all happy, while those who had pressed for Fong Xin to lose were all frustrated. Damn it, how could this happen? This kid clearly looks like a white boy. Hey, my magic crystal. And just as frustrated as these people are the owners of the openings. Originally, they heard that someone spent 10 million magic crystals to buy Win Fongxin when also heart secretly happy. I thought that I could finally make a killing, but I didn't realize that my opponent had one. Moreover, the person who placed the bet was also the daughter of the Heavenly Demon Hall's master, so it was impossible for them to renege on the debt even if they wanted to. Oh, this Jun Xiaotian seems to really be able to win 20 consecutive victories perhaps. Fong Mengdai watched the scene in front of her with interest. The heart became even more interested in Jun Lingtian. Will the player please choose to rest? At this time, a beautiful rabbit girl in the field was holding a microphone-like amplifying spirit device and broadcasting live. No breaks. Just get me the next one. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. Okay, please welcome the next 4 consecutive win holders to the ring. The Flaming Hammer King. As the bunny girl opened her mouth, a small, tower-like giant of a man dragging a huge hammer slowly walked from the waiting room. There were several layers of chains wrapped around that huge hammer, and it had scarlet blood stains on it. Obviously the person who fought against this Flame Hammer King last time had already been hammered to death by it. The Flaming Hammer King. King of the Flaming Hammer. Win Fong Xin! Win Fong Xin! This time the scene no longer had only one voice shouting for the Flame Hammer King. Jun Lingtian also had quite a few more fans, and most of them were still female fans. After all, Jun Lingtian's fine skin and tender flesh was much more refined than the men of their demon region. Donger, is it still open? That's when a henchman asked the owner of that opening. Open. That boss clenched his teeth, and then proceeded to speak. Adjust the probability of winning that Fong Xin to 1 to 2, and the Flame Hammer King to 1. Yes, proprietor. And with the betting disc open, Fong Mengdai once again instructed her men. Go, buy all the magic crystals you won to win Fong Xin win. Yes, ma'am. This time the guard's heart no longer resisted and directly and decisively pressed Jun Lingtian to win. He even pressed on with some of his own personal money. Buy it and leave it. With the betting board closed, the duel began once again. Kid, you, pust. Jun Lingtian merged his fingers into a sword and made a false stroke. The Flame Hammer King's head instantly flew up, and a headless corpse fell with it, spraying blood all over the sky. What? Seconds? Seconds again? After seeing that the Flame Hammer King still couldn't block a single blow, those present finally seriously scrutinized the young man in the arena. Chapter 134, Son of Fortune Xiao Ren. This Win Fong Xin is actually so strong? The people who saw this scene all knew that Jun Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Maybe it's the son of a major power who came to practice, and this time the proprietor of that opening lost another large amount of magic crystals. Damn it, this kid's strength is extraordinary. Go call Xiao Ren over. Yes, proprietor. That subordinate hurriedly went to contact Xiao Ren. The so-called Xiao Ren was also a King Realm powerhouse who had recently risen to fame. The record has reached a staggering 20 straight wins. The reason for calling him over was that he wanted him to fight and defeat this boy in the arena who didn't know what he was doing. And it was during the time that the underling went forward to call for someone. Jun Lingtian won 8 more matches in a row, and each of them was a second. For a time, Jun Lingtian's popularity reached a direct peak and the atmosphere of the scene became unusually hot. The number of people watching is growing. Even spectators watching from other venues crowded in. May I ask if Mr. Winfred needs to rest? At this time the bunny girl spoke again. Because Jun Lingtian had won 10 games in a row. No need. Keep me set up. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. 50 consecutive victories? Not even for a day. However, in the next second, a system beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! Detected the Son of Fortune. Xiao Ren. HM? Can the Sons of Qi be found here as well? Jun Lingtian was a little surprised, not realizing that there was an unexpected pleasure in coming over for a trip. And now for the record holder of 20 consecutive victories. Bloodbath. As the bunny girl announced, the crowded audience instantly boiled over. What? Blood Fury? Isn't that a recently risen teenage demon? Some people instantly thought of a certain teenager when they heard Bloodshed's name. That was simply a demon, reaching the king's realm at an age of less than 20. Facing every player is just as much of a spike as this winning fangirl. That's right, that blood fiend has reached a staggering 20 consecutive victories. So how could he be matched up against this winning Fong Xin? I guess this winning Fong Xin is blocking some people's way of wealth. The smart ones were already able to guess why this winning Fongxin would be facing a 20 consecutive victorious powerhouse. It's open. Bloodbath wins 1-1. Winning fangirl wins 1-3. Bought and paid for. The probability set for Jun Lingtian this time was not much higher. After all, there's the fear of the first two rollovers. Bet all your winnings on winning fangirl to win. Fong Mengdai was as usual, and this time the bet she had placed had actually reached a staggering 1 billion magic crystals. Humph. I really fell for it. This billion magic crystals is mine law. The owner of the gambling board instantly had a smile on his face after hearing that Fong Mengdai had wagered $1 billion. Because only he knew how perverse that Xiao Ren was. The other party had the potential to win 99 consecutive victories. How can we win the heart? With your head? And at this moment, Jun Lingtian, who was on the stage, also directly used his eye of scrying to check up on the opposite side of the teenager who was covered in a fury aura, like a fury god descending. Name, Xiao Ren. Identity, illegitimate son of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Devil Temple. Cultivation, Early King Realm. Physique, devouring demon body. Numerology, son of Qi, gold. Luck value, 21,000 points. Only 20,000? Tisk. Seeing this Xiao Ren's Qi value, Jun Lingtian was a little disgusted. After all, he now had a Qi value of more than 100,000. The opposite party, Xiao Ren, was also sizing up Jun Lingtian at the moment. System. Scan for battle values. That's right, this Xiao Ren also traveled across the world and came with his own system. However, the belt is the strongest killing system, so as long as you keep killing you can get the killing value and exchange it for rewards, and the level was not as high as Jun Lingtian's. System scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Battle strength, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Physique, unknown. Age, unknown. Sex, male. Xiao Ren. Speechless. Treadmill. Nothing is known. Just one gender is known. He male-female still use you to withdraw cash off. Since he had the system, he had never encountered anything so unreliable. System. What's going on? You rescan again. Xiao Ren was a bit disbelieving, but he was the chosen one with a system. Ding. Restart scanning. Scanning in progress. Scanning complete. Battle strength, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Sex, male. Hearing the exact same broadcast again, Xiao Ren cursed directly in his heart. Nima. Taking a deep breath, he frowned at Jun Lingtian on the opposite side. He always felt that the other party owed a beating. Obviously it was the first time he'd seen the other guy. Why was that? Have you seen enough? I'm going to start. Jun Lingtian spoke with a faint smile, and then his figure instantly disappeared in place. What? How? In a conscious and instinctive reaction, Xiao Ren blocked the spirit spear in his hand on the left side of his face. Bang! Jun Lingtian's foot kicked directly on top of the lance in his hand, and together with the lance, it slammed into his face. Pust! Xiao Ren instantly flew backwards, spilling blood on the spot. The entire person slammed directly on top of the stone wall of the gladiatorial arena, denting it with a thud. A man-sized crater was formed. If it wasn't for the fact that the stone walls of the arena were all covered with defense formations and stabilization formations, it's estimated that the entire wall will be shattered. What? How is he so strong? At this moment, Xiao Ren was a bit appalled inwardly, and he also put away a trace of contempt. This time, he's met his match, and after Jun Lingtian made his move, Xiao Ren's system finally spoke out. Ding! Battle power detection complete. Opponent's battle value, 10,000. 10,000? Not bad indeed. Thinking about his 25,000 battle power, Xiao Ren's face once again blossomed with confidence. However, the spectators above the stands changed their expression after seeing this scene, as most of them had bought Xiao Ren to win. Could it be that even this blood fiend is unable to defeat Win Fong Xin? Win Fong Xin! Win Fong Xin! Win the heart! Boiling over, the scene was completely abuzz. All of them were shouting out Jun Lingtian's code name. Even Fong Mengdai was thoroughly interested in Jun Lingtian at the moment. After all, the demon region revered the strong, and so did she. Fong Mengdai. The future husband had to be stronger than his brother, although she didn't know how strong his brother was. but come over to the corner and surely you can get 50 straight wins. Damn it, why is this Xiao Ren such a waste? The boss of that opening was in a bad way after seeing Asahi Sky spitting blood from a single blow. This time around, someone had placed a big bet on Jun Lingtian, so Xiao Ren absolutely could not lose. He may have to move some hands if necessary. You're strong, Xiao Ren, who came out of the human-shaped pit, wiped the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He admitted that he had underestimated Jun Lingtian before, but from now on, he was going to bring out 80% of his strength. Chapter 135, this is a sure thing. 20,000 warriors against 10,000? That's not proper abuse. Of course I'm strong. After saying this, the corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth curled slightly as his figure instantly disappeared in place, and this time he was even faster, repeating his old trick of coming to Xiao Ren's side again. A powerful kick that carried the momentum of tearing through the void slammed out. What? Xiao Ren's expression was startled, and the Xin Black lance in his hand violently blocked. But when Jun Lingtian's powerful kick landed on top of the Xin Black Spirit Lance in his hand, only a bang was heard as that Xin Black Spirit Lance was directly bent by the kick, and then it slammed into Xiao Ren's chest. The shock caused him to spit out blood and fly backwards once again. Bang! A second man-sized crater appeared above the walls of the gladiatorial arena, and it was deeper than the first. Ding! Battle power value detection error. Redetection in progress. Detection successful. Latest battle power value, 21,000. Set on top of the wall, Xiao Ren climbed out of that human-shaped pit with great difficulty, his face wearing a look of suffocation to the extreme. Just now it was 10,000 battle value, and now you're telling me it's 20,000? System, what's wrong with you? This has never happened to you before. Xiao Ren questioned the system in his heart. Originally he thought that he had taken out 80% of his strength to be enough to crush this whatever Win Fong Xin, but now it seemed that he was overthinking it. Even at full strength he might not be able to crush his opponent, and the spectators above the stands once again shouted out Jun Lingtian's name as they saw him crush the blood fiend once again. Win Fong Xin! Win Fong Xin! Win the heart! There were even some bold female cultivators who threw their milk-scented belly bibs onto the stage. Damn it! How did this happen? I'm going to go broke if this keeps up. The eyes of the boss who ran the betting shop were now looking at Jun Lingtian with danger in them. Go! Send someone to contact that kid on the stage and make him lose at the hands of the blood fiend, and reward him with 1,000,000 magic crystals when it's done. If that brat doesn't agree, use the Ghost Demon's Lair needle. The so-called Ghost Demon Deicide needle was a stealthy poison needle refined by a special kind of demonic creature called Ghost Demon, and it was as thin as a millimeter, not carrying the slightest fluctuation of aura, but it could deal a devastating blow to the divine soul. It was extremely useful against cultivators below the Saint Realm. Yes, proprietor. The men bowed and retreated, going forward on their business. On the other hand, Fong Mingjia's curiosity towards Jun Lingtian deepened even more at this moment. With an impeccable face and such a strong battle power, it really fit her criteria for choosing his son-in-law. That's steady, miss. The guard by his side was very happy to see this scene, as his young lady had pressed all of her magic crystals on winning Fong Xin to win. Even he himself had had a heart attack earlier and pressed all his savings. However, the other guard's face didn't look too good at the moment because he had just secretly pressed bloodshed to win. Exactly how will have to be seen again. Fong Mengai spoke thus, but if there were no surprises, she was also inclined to win Fong Xin's victory. While at this moment, Xiao Ren in the gladiatorial arena was standing up once again. Just now, his system gave him repeated assurances that this time, the battle value test would definitely not be wrong. So his heart was once again lit up with confidence. You are very good. To be able to force me to use my full strength is enough to be proud of yourself. Devouring demon body. Open. With Xiao Ren's loud shout, the entire gladiatorial arena was instantly filled with demonic aura. The pure demonic might of the early stage of the king's realm directly swept across the entire field. A black vortex of demonic chi also appeared behind him at this moment, devouring everything around him like a black hole. This is actually a devouring demon body. This kid is actually a devouring demon body. The expressions of the people who saw this scene all revealed shock. The devouring demon body was a physique that could be ranked in the top 1,000 of the entire continent, and he didn't think that they would be fortunate enough to meet it here. Bloodshed shall prevail. Bloodshed will win. I don't know who shouted this, and then the audience all shouted the same. After all, the gamblers at the scene had bought Xiao Ren to win more, so most of them hoped that it would be Xiao Ren who won. And at this moment, Jun Lingtian above the ring suddenly received an unfamiliar transmission message before he made his move. Admit defeat of your own accord and give you 1,000,000 magic crystals after it's over. HM? Ha! Jun Lingtian ignored the voice transmission. He was counting on tyrannizing Xiao Ren to earn chi luck values, so how could he possibly admit defeat of his own accord? This demonic chi of yours isn't too pure. Taking a look at the demonic aura and demonic might emanating from Xiao Ren's body, Jun Lingtian leisurely commented. Shattering a person's confidence means beating them at their best. And Jun Lingtian was about to do just that right now. What? My demonic energy isn't pure? Hearing Jun Lingtian's words, an indignant look appeared on Xiao Ren's face. He spent 2.5 long years refining his demonic chi day and night to tamp down his foundation. Now this kid across the street was saying that his demonic energy wasn't pure enough? Did everyone hear that? This kid across the street even said that my demonic energy isn't pure enough? After saying this, Xiao Ren intentionally exuded a wisp of demonic chi wandering in midair. It allowed the crowd present to perceive it clearly. Hiss! What a pure demonic chi! What deep roots! After sensing the demonic aura that Xiao Ren emitted, the crowd present incomparably sucked in cold air. Because even some demonic cultivators who were a few great realms above Xiao Ren, the purity of the aura in their bodies was only to such an extent. If even Xiao Ren's demonic chi wasn't pure enough, then what were they? For a time, Jun Lingtian's impression in the minds of the live audience all dropped a few degrees. Kid, since you said that Blood Fiend's demonic chi isn't pure, then show me your demonic chi. That's right, show me your demonic aura. No way. It's not. Why doesn't it light up yet? It can't be that you don't dare, right? One by one, the audience all mocked. It was because Jun Lingtian's words not only pierced Xiao Ren's heart, also uncovered their cloth of shame. Even Feng Mengdai felt a little uncomfortable in her heart after hearing Jun Lingtian's words, and her favorability towards Jun Lingtian dropped a few points in her heart. It was because her demonic chi wasn't even as pure as that Xiao Ren's. Master Dong. That kid didn't respond. It seems like he doesn't want to cooperate. The men returned and delivered the message to their master. What an uneducated Win Fong Xin. In that case, we'll find a chance to use the Ghost Demon's Lair needle later. The proprietor of that opening order directly ordered that if the kid called Win Fong Xin couldn't beat Xiao Ren later, it would be just that. If he had the upper hand, he would certainly have to use his means. And at this moment in the middle of the gladiatorial arena, Jun Lingtian grinned as a faint bloodthirsty smile blossomed. Chapter 136 Undetectable. Watch. What is the true demonic aura? The next instant, his body then slowly spread out a strand of demonic aura that was black to the extreme. The people in the room just looked at it, and what they feared most flashed within them. For a moment, the faces of everyone above the stands changed drastically, as if they had seen something extremely frightening. How smug you are 1 second, how lousy you are the next. Even Fong Mingjia's face instantly turned white, as if she had seen something terrifying. Mississippi. It came out of the shadows at this time, but his expression was also extremely unpleasant. It's too strong. This kid's demonic chi can't even be topped by him. A Saint Emperor realm powerhouse. It was by far the purest person he had ever encountered in terms of demonic aura. Even the demonic aura emitted by a great emperor was just like this, right? Ding! Magic chi purity detection in progress. 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. Ding! The purity value is too high, exceeding the upper limit of system detection. Unable to detect. The system in Xiao Ren's mind rang again. What? Undetectable? To think that his own magic chi purity was just under 80%, while the other party's magic chi purity had already pumped out the system's detection value. With this comparison, Xiao Ren only felt a click inside, as if something had shattered. Oh, so it's his proud self-confidence. Ding! Xiao Ren's self-confidence has been dealt a huge blow, plundering 1,000 points of chi luck. Jun Lingtian finally heard that delightful voice in his own ears. Ding! A drop in the host's heart rate has been detected. Please cheer up. Your demonic purity has surpassed 95% of the population. So what? I'll never be able to surpass him in my life. After glancing at the man across from him who was like a demon god in the world, Xiao Ren didn't have the heart to fight with him. He couldn't even bring up the desire to fight in the face of such a strong enemy. Host, don't be discouraged. The spear technique you cultivate is a quasi-emperor level martial art. Rare in the world. Yeah, I also have quasi-emperor level gun martial arts. Xiao Ren's heart eased a little when he heard the system's comfort. Although the opposite side's magic power was more pure than his, the battle power was obtained by combining all the data from martial arts, feats, and physique. Since the purity of magic chi for the other party was so much stronger than him, the other stats must be worse than him. I admit that your demonic chi is indeed very pure, and I am not as good as you. But, so what? Guns! Xiao Ren shouted, and a bizarre spirit gun with a blood-red body suddenly appeared in his hand. There were bursts of Dao rhythmic magic patterns emanating from it, and the vein-like texture was surprisingly pulsating like a pulse. This was a growth-type magic gun that he had exchanged with his kill value in the middle of the system store after killing countless magical beasts. The name is the Great Sun Devil Gun. Gun will. As Xiao Ren opened his mouth, a layer of mysterious intent power immediately lingered around his body. And it was clearly the intent of the gun. I didn't expect this brat to have comprehended the gun intent at such an age. His enlightenment is truly terrifying. The spectators on the scene had all moved away from the gladiatorial arena at the moment, floating in mid-air. This was because they found that only this would minimize the impact that Jun Lingtian had brought upon them. But that Winfang Xian's demonic chi is surprisingly so pure. How did it do that? The people present were all talking, and it was obvious that at this moment, they no longer questioned Jun Lingtian in their hearts. After all, what people had just said was the truth. The demonic chi was indeed too much stronger than theirs. I don't know, but that demonic gun in that blood fiend's hand coupled with the gun intent and devouring demon body, the battle power is directly pulled full circle. It is not yet known who will win or lose. Many of the spectators present at the moment no longer cared about their bets. It's just not cool to be able to see such great matchups. So I misunderstood him. Fang Mingdia's eyes flashed brightly at this moment as she saw the purity of the demonic chi displayed by Jun Lingtian. If she had only coveted Jun Lingtian's skin before, then now she was truly interested in Jun Lingtian as a person. Damn it, how could this Winfang Xian's roots be so deep? It couldn't be that she has some kind of background, right? The eyes of the proprietor of the opening were cloudy, but thinking that he would go bankrupt if Jun Lingtian did not lose, he still felt like sticking to the original plan. And at this moment, Jun Lingtian in the arena revealed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth after seeing the springy Xiao Ren. Gun will? It's just a small path. After saying this, an invisible field spread wildly outward with Jun Lingtian at the center. It soon wrapped the entire gladiatorial arena. What? Could this be a domain? The domain of the gun? Xiao Ren froze. He was truly not expecting this Jun Lingtian to give him a surprise. A domain was a force of heaven and earth that was stronger than a realm of intent, and only Saint Realm powerhouses had the chance to comprehend it. So how was he able to achieve it as a king realm? This moment, his self-respect was once again rubbed against the ground, and his entire person was disheveled. Ding! Xiao Ren is highly stricken and has plundered 2,000 points of chi value. The spectators outside the arena were all stunned in place after seeing this scene, because there were so many of them. Surprisingly, none of them had comprehended the power of a complete domain, and at most, they had only comprehended the fledgling form of a domain. Now that a field had just appeared before their eyes, how could they not be excited? What kind of pervert is this kid? Why is his enlightenment so strong? Simply outrageous. Isn't it said that only the Saint Realm has the chance to comprehend the power of the domain? Some demonic cultivators even sat on their knees on the spot, comprehending the mysteries of this domain power. Jun Xiaotian, Jun Xiaotian. Fang Mengdai above the stands muttered under her breath, and her face unexpectedly revealed a rare blush. When she thought of what Jun Lingtian had asked her earlier when she was on the stage, her heart jumped non-stop. It was because her heart was actually really on the verge of being taken away by Jun Lingtian at this moment. Ding! Battle power value detection error. Redetection in progress. Detection complete. Current battle power value 50,000. What the did you say? 50,000? How can you fight when you're 2.5 million and the opposite side is 50,000? System. You're playing me, aren't you? At this moment, Xiao Ren vented all his faults on the system. He felt like the system was just playing him all the time. Even he felt that this system was not a spy planted on him by that kid from the opposite side. Otherwise, why was it that he had been fine before and kept blundering when he met this kid? Ding! Host, calm down. The system is not fooling you. You shut up. Damn it. I don't believe you're really that strong. Xiao Ren no longer believed in the battle power value reported by the system and directly picked up his lance and charged towards Jun Lingtian. Chapter 137, Xiao Ren's Fall. Demon Dragon Extermination. As Xiao Ren waved the spear technique in his hand, instantly two demonic dragon silhouettes that carried a terrifying demonic aura as well as spear intent attacked towards Jun Lingtian. Guns! Not the way you use it. At this time, a long spear similarly appeared in Jun Lingtian's hand, facing the incoming two demonic dragons. He simply stabbed out a shot. In the next instant, the two incoming demonic dragons unexpectedly fell apart in an instant. How is this possible? Could it be that his battle power value is really 50,000? Xiao Ren watched as the martial skill he had performed was instantly cracked by his opponent, and he really couldn't help but break his defense in his heart. It can't be. It can't be. He drilled day and night, worked so hard, and spent several 2.5 years chopping down demons without a moment's pause to get to where he is today. Now it was actually crushed by this young man in front of him who was about the same age as himself. Ding! Xiao Ren's inner defense has been broken. Plundering 2. 000 points of chi luck value. Ding. Battle power value detection error. Redetection in progress. Detection complete. Current battle power value 60. 000. Asterisk 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 the system. Get the out of here. Get the hell out. Get out of my head. Xiao Ren directly clutched his head and bellowed as if he was crazy. Host, please calm down. Your mental state will affect the operation of this system. Warning. Warning. There is a bug in the system. Please calm down the host as soon as possible. Get out. Get out of here. At this moment, where did Xiao Ren still hear the system's voice? His mind had completely collapsed. How can he be calm when all his efforts, all his pride and joy are now being crushed by someone else? At the end of the day, it's his mindset that's not working. Mental insanity detected. System initiating automatic disengagement procedure. Seeing that there was no hope of awakening, Xiao Ren's strongest killing system decisively chose to detach itself from its host. Ding. Xiao Ren's system is detached. Plundering 3. 000 points of fortune value. Ding. Xiao Ren's weather luck value has reached the decapitation line. And just as that system had just detached itself, intending to vanish, it suddenly felt a sense of oppression from a high-level system. Accompanying this oppressive feeling was a force of systematic intrusion. Warning. Warning. System main body has been compromised. Activating self-destruct system. Self-destruct system activation failed. In the end, before that strongest killing system could self-destruct, it was invaded by the divine villain system carried by Jun Lingtian. Looking at the madness like Xiao Ren in front of him, Jun Lingtian did not have any hesitation in his intention to end him. However, just at that moment, he suddenly sensed a bizarre needle-like object bursting towards him, and it's still stealthy. Looks like it doesn't want me to win. As a great emperor, nothing in the gladiatorial arena could escape his eyes. Since the other party was playing such small tricks, let them die in front of Xiao Ren. As he thought of this, Jun Lingtian's eyes glanced towards the boss who had opened the betting disc. With just this glance, that boss felt his soul dissipating and his life shattering. Then in the blink of an eye, they were wiped out of their bodies and souls, leaving nothing behind. Even the henchman who was running errands and the Saint Emperor Realm expert who had sent him a voice message were like that. Seeing a large living person instantly erased in front of his face, the people involved in the gladiatorial arena were all too shocked to speak. And Jun Lingtian in the middle of the gladiatorial arena no longer hesitated, directly lording it over Xiao Ren's soul and vitality with a single shot. Ding! Kill the son of fortune, Xiao Ren, and plunder 14. 000 points of fortune value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Aura of Chi Fragment X1, Devouring Demonic Body Origin. Hearing the system's beep, Jun Lingtian's face rippled, but the entire gladiatorial arena was so silent at the moment that you could hear a pin drop. Was that just a King's Realm battle? Why do I feel that it's even stronger than the King Realms? Brother, you're wrong. I'm in the Emperor Realm, and I can tell you that the intensity of that battle just now was at least in the Exalted Realm. No, I'm in the Lesser Saint Realm. He's stronger than me. The spectators floating in mid-air at the moment all looked at Jun Lingtian with awe, completely overwhelmed by Jun Lingtian's formidable talent and battle prowess. A moment later, a mountain of voices erupted from the scene. Win Fong Xin. Win Fong Xin. Win the heart. Even Fong Mengai who was on the bleachers was looking at Jun Lingtian at the moment with a strange color flickering in her beautiful eyes. What are all of you standing around for? Keep setting me up with opponents. Jun Lingtian looked towards the organizer of the gladiatorial arena and opened his mouth with a bashful expression, directly causing the latter to be speechless for a while. You're so damn strong. How can they arrange opponents? With this strength, it is entirely possible to have 100 consecutive victories. Prince Win Fong Xin, otherwise you should take a rest. We haven't matched a suitable opponent for you on our side. The rabbit girl's voice was respectful and gentle as she spoke to Jun Lingtian. At the same time there was love and admiration in the eyes that looked at him. In all her years of hosting, she had never encountered a contestant with so much talent. So, alright then. Jun Lingtian heard this and left the grounds, and it was only when he was on his way out that the crowd realized it. After experiencing such an intense battle earlier, Jun Lingtian's hair was not the slightest bit disheveled. Even the clothes were immaculate. After coming out, Jun Lingtian once again came in front of Fong Mengai. This time, although the guards did not stop them, the eyes that looked at Jun Lingtian carried a hint of fear and wariness. The Saint Emperor Realm powerhouse who was secretly protecting Fong Mengai was also tense, ready to strike at any time, fearing that Jun Lingtian would rise up and strike. Ding! Fong Mengai is secretly in love with you, plundering Fong Yuan's fortune value of 500 points. He, Miss Fong, I have let you down. Jun Lingtian once again resumed his appearance as a fluttering gentleman. a stark contrast to his previous domineering appearance on the stage. Fang Mengdai was immersed in this huge contrast and could not extricate herself. Mr. Jun didn't disappoint me. On the contrary, he surprised me. Fang Mengdia's beautiful eyes surveyed Jun Lingtian, not hiding her inner love at all. Perfect. It's perfect. Perfect looks. Perfect talent. Perfect body. Fang Mengdai felt that she had met the person of her choice, and coincidentally, the other person also happened to like her. Then have I. In that case, won Miss Fang's heart? Jun Lingtian's gentle smile directly caused the bold Fang Mengdai to shy away for a few moments. Yes, my fancy belongs to you now. Fang Mengdia's eyes were fiery as she looked at her intended. Surprisingly, she boldly stepped forward and kissed on Jun Lingtian's face. Come on, come back with me? I'll take you to my brother and father. Fang Mengdai tugged Jun Lingtian away without a second thought. She could not wait to share the joy with her own father and brother. Chapter 138 Heavenly Purgatory Tower. All sorts of demonic corpses were everywhere, and a bizarre demonic fog filled the entire heaven and earth. Blood-red thunder continued to fall, illuminating this side of the world. Brother Xiaotian, we'll be there soon. The more Fang Mengdai looked at Jun Lingtian at the moment, the more she liked him, and the formerly big-hearted her had actually become quite shy at the moment. As much as possible, she tried to act ladylike in front of Jun Lingtian. Well, we've only met for the first time. Isn't it too soon for you to take me to meet your parents? A faint smile hung on Jun Lingtian's face, causing Fang Mengdai's heart to race. Not early. Of course it's not early. The entire Devil's Domain was rambling and dangerous, and if she could not take Jun Lingtian down this time, then the probability of encountering the other party again in the future would be extremely low. And most of the Devil's temperament is very direct. If you like it, you show your heart, and if you want it, you'll be together. Forcing together if you don't want to. Arrived. Fang Mengdai walked to a specific location and pinched the spell in her hand. Instantly the space in front of him cracked open, revealing a dark black portal of teleportation light. Let's go, brother smiling sky. Fang Mengdai boldly tugged on Jun Lingtian's arm and stepped into the teleportation light door. To the eye, there was some discrepancy with what Jun Lingtian had imagined. This heavenly devil hall is actually in a large world, and the devil's chi and spiritual chi in this world are clearly separated, even reaching a certain subtle balance. Even the building of the heavenly demon hall wasn't eerie looking. On the contrary, it was also very grand and atmospheric, all cast from a kind of dark golden divine gold. The heavenly demon hall master who had received the notification in advance was already waiting in the side hall at the moment. After all, it was her daughter who had brought her beloved back. He still takes it more seriously. At this moment, Fang Yuan was in his own supreme treasure, the heavenly Purgatory Pagoda. This was his bottom card, an extreme imperial artifact. This tower had a total of 9 floors, each of which was refined from a small world on one side, and each floor held terrifying ferocious beasts of various cultivation levels as well as demonic creatures. Each of the absolute ferocious beasts on the first level had a cultivation of at least the same king realm. The cultivation levels in the back increased in turn, and it was rumored that the 9th level held a terrifying existence at the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. However, the current Fang Yuan only dared to come to the 2nd level, the place where the great ferociousness of the Saint Emperor realm was imprisoned. This time, I will definitely take that heaven-splitting demon ape under my wing. Looking at the heaven-splitting demon ape in front of him, which was emitting demonic light like a mountain, Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Because he was the tower master of this heavenly Purgatory Tower, he was able to use some of the Purgatory Tower's might. The opposite side of the heaven-splitting demon ape had shackles wrapped around all of its limbs, and its body as well as the magic power in its body were all restricted. That's why he dared to try and take in the other side. Otherwise, with his cautious character, he wouldn't have done such a dangerous thing. Split Sky Demon Ape Sr., as long as you sign a master-servant contract with me, I'll let you go. How about it? Fang Yuan directly arrived in front of the chained heaven-splitting demon ape. However, he found that the other party only lifted the eyelid of his left eye to look at him, and then he continued to sleep, not wanting to pay any attention to him at all. Powerful magical beasts were all noble in character, and how could they possibly sign that humiliating master-servant contract? Toast to the world. Heavenly thunder. Fang Yuan reached out and directly utilized his tower master's ability to inflict punishment on the heaven-splitting demon ape. In the next second, a thunderbolt flashed across the sky. With that, thunder continuously fell, blasting towards the heaven-splitting demon ape. The split sky demon ape that was originally taking a nap with its eyes closed instantly reacted, grimacing. You could tell it was really in pain. Kid, just die this heart. My Rift Sky Demon Ape clan only exists to die in battle, not to be a slave. Just being tough talking. I'll see how long you can hold out. Fang Yuan waved his big hand and directly increased the force of the heavenly thunder, and as the intensity of the heavenly thunder increased, that heaven-splitting demon ape's expression became even more painful. Roar, kid! You'd better not let this Grand Master out, or I'll break you into pieces. The heaven-splitting demon ape roared, and his pair of giant hands formed fists that continuously pounded his chest. Submit, or die. Fang Yuan was surrounded by a thunder law, just like the master of this world. To be able to use this heavenly Purgatory Tower to understand the rules of heaven and earth, and to subjugate all sorts of great ferocious devils and learn their magical skills, is where his chance lies. Kid, let me die. The heaven-splitting demon ape was going crazy from the heavenly thunderbolt, but there was nothing he could do about it. The chains above his limbs were cast from purple dragon emperor gold, and the suppression of the emperor realm Dao rule still existed in them, so he simply couldn't break free. Just then, he suddenly received a message from his guards. Young lord, Miss has returned with her intended. What? The intended victim? Hearing this, Fang Yuan instantly dropped the heaven-splitting demon ape and exited his supreme treasure, the heavenly Purgatory Pagoda. He was planning to use his sister to cut off the lust among the 7 emotions, and now the other guy has brought back a lover? How can this be? Where are they? Fang Yuan frowned and asked. Chapter 139, calling him MO fan. In the side hall, the guard replied. After receiving the answer, Fang Yuan instantly disappeared and headed in the direction of the side hall. And at this moment, in the middle of the side hall, Jun Lingtian was having a family chat with the hall master of the heavenly demon hall. Little brother, may I ask where your teacher comes from? In the next rank of casual cultivator, Jun Lingtian's face was calm and collected, much to the surprise of the heavenly demon hall's hall master. In all the years he had lived in the demon region, he had never seen one who could not change his face after knowing his identity. I already have a general understanding of you and Meng Dai, but I still have to test you to see if you can be worthy of this beloved daughter of mine. Oh, a test? Uncle, come as you please. Jun Lingtian glanced at Fang Mengdai after saying this, and a hint of worry appeared on the latter's face. This so-called test, she didn't know what it was. Father, or let it go. Mengdai, if you don't go through some tests, how can my father be assured of handing you over to this little brother? The heavenly demon hall master had an amiable smile on his face, but Jun Lingtian detected a hint of grimness in the other party's expression. Then, well, Fang Mengdai had to compromise when she heard this. And just as the hall master of the heavenly demon hall was about to say what that test was, Fang Yuan walked in. This test will come from me, the older brother. After saying this, he looked towards Jun Lingtian, who was sitting not far away. With just that one glance, his nerves suddenly jumped violently. It seemed to be telling him that the person in front of him was a person not to be messed with and very dangerous. Who are you? Fang Yuan looked at Jun Lingtian as if he was on the verge of an enemy. His intuition had never been wrong. This kid was definitely not a good person. Me? My name is Jun Xiaotian, a casual cultivator. Your future brother-in-law. Jun Lingtian's face did not change, but in his heart, he was somewhat surprised. Worthy of being a Godao fate, the dog's nose was surprisingly so sharp. However, Fang Yuan, who heard these words, did not let his guard down in the slightest, because the person in front of him was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. My son, have you found something? The heavenly demon hall's hall master transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. Father, this person is dangerous and must be eradicated. We cannot let him leave the heavenly demon hall alive. You now immediately awaken the great emperor Ancestor and destroy this person. At this moment, Fang Yuan was no longer planning to do anything personally and was still moving his body a little bit away from Jun Lingtian. After retreating to Fang Mengdia's side, he directly tugged on the latter's arm. Go! What are you doing, big brother? Let go of me. Fang Mengdai frowned and opened her mouth. She had already sensed that the atmosphere of the scene was a little weird at the moment, so how could she possibly leave Jun Lingtian here alone? What? Awakening a great emperor realm powerhouse to deal with this brat? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? His cultivation level is only a king's realm. The heavenly demon hall's hall master was a bit shocked after hearing Fang Yuan's words. Against a small karami of the king realm who had to send out a great emperor ancestor. This great emperor ancestor's appearance was a little too low in compulsion. At that time, what if their heavenly demon hall's great emperor realm ancestor got angry and slapped him to death for a new hallmaster? Father, if you believe me, do so. If you don't believe me, you can go on by yourself. I'll take my sister first. Fang Yuan couldn't help but grab Fang Mengdai to leave after hearing this. Let me go. If you guys do anything to my brother Xiaotian today, I will not let you go. Fang Mengdai had already sensed that her big brother and father seemed to be making a move against Jun Lingtian. Ding! Fang Mengdia's favor with Fang Yuan has decreased, plundering 800 points of qi. Since you have to see what kind of person this kid is, let's open your eyes. Fang Yuan gave a wink to his father after saying this. and the latter understood and instantly struck out brazenly. The terrifying and incomparable demonic chi condensed into a huge and incomparable black palm print with a shocking momentum. Before Jun Lingtian could react, he directly slapped his palm out, sending his entire body under the floor of the grand hall. No, brother Xiaotian! Fang Mengdai instantly roared out in grief when she saw this scene. With that, he broke free from Fang Yuan's restraints and came into the huge palm print crater. When he looked around, he immediately saw a puddle of flesh without the slightest breath of life. From some of the remaining clothing features, it was vaguely recognizable that this puddle of flesh and mud was Jun Xiaotian. Fang Mengdai held the mess of flesh and mud, the emotion in her eyes saddened to the extreme. How did that happen? The Fang Yuan man was dumbfounded. He clearly felt that the kid across the street was extremely dangerous. How come he was now being slapped to death by his own father? That, my son, have you made a mistake? At this moment, the Heavenly Demon Hall Master was also looking at Fang Yuan with a dissatisfied face. It seems that his son's intuition is not very good sometimes. It was fortunate that he had not listened to Fang Yuan just now and called out the old ancestor. Otherwise, if he had let it know that the call out was only to deal with a tiny king realm, at that time, even if he wasn't slapped to death, he wouldn't want this Heavenly Demon Hall Master position. I'm not sure about this, but my instincts clearly tell me that kid is dangerous. Chapter 140, Opening of the Immortal Ancient Mysterious Realm. Could it really be that my intuition is wrong? Fang Yuan didn't know exactly where the problem was at the moment. Ultimately, you can only blame it on your own intuition. Intuition. Fang Yuan, can you put away your ridiculous intuition? At this moment, Fang Mengdia's emotions in the pit finally erupted and her eyes looked viciously at Fang Yuan. Ever since she was a child, she had been raised under Fang Yuan's discipline without much freedom. Now she'd managed to find a man of her choice, only to be slapped into the ground by her own father at his instigation. How did this make her not hate Fang Yuan? Ding! Fang Mengdai hates Fang Yuan with a passion and has plundered 1,500 points of chi value. Little sister, let me explain. Fang Yuan frowned. He was counting on this sister of his to help him cut off his lust. How else could he do it now in this situation? Okay, go ahead. I'll see if you can say flower. Fang Mengdai had hatred in her gaze. It was clear that she was unlikely to believe whatever Fang Yuan said. Forget it, little sister. You better sleep. Sleep. It will be fine. After Fang Yuan said this, he directly flung a set of dream entry divine power to Fang Mengdai, causing her to fall into a deep sleep. My son, what is wrong with you this time? How could you have made an error in judgment? The Heavenly Demon Hall Master opened his mouth in disbelief and asked. It was clear that it was all very accurate before. I don't know. Glancing at Jun Lingtian, who had been slapped into mush, Fang Yuan could not find out where the reason was for a while. What are you going to do, Monty? Wipe your memory and start over. It's not the first time anyway. Fang Yuan spoke faintly. The reason why he intended to use Fang Mengdai to cut off his lust was because Fang Mengdai was not his real sister. Well, you can do it yourself, can't you? Could be. After Fang Yuan said this, he directly hugged Fang Mengdai and left the grand hall. And everything that happened here was seen by Jun Lingtian using his divine ability. This Go Dao's really tough. The immortal ancient mystic realm is about to open. We have to go back. Let's mess with him in the middle of the immortal ancient mystic realm then. Thinking of this, Jun Lingtian left the demon domain. Although he was unable to cut this Fang Yuan down right now, he had found some ideas. Looking at the duo of Mo Fan and Long Daoxin, because Long Daoxin had saved Mo Fan's life, one of Mo Fan's hearts had already been secretly promised. Because of the Sunflower Divine Canon's transformation, the structure of Mo Fan's body was surprisingly transforming. He can't seem to change back. And his original plan to put in a dragon root is going to go out the window. Daoxin. Taste how this tastes. Mo Fan gently held a spirit fruit and handed it to Long Daoxin. Brother Mo. I'll do it myself. By myself. Long Daoxin's figure trembled as he reached out to receive the spirit fruit and ate it unnaturally. Still calling me Brother Mo nah. Just call me Mo Fan. From time to time, there was a hint of a female tone in Mo Fan's tone, but he didn't realize it himself. Okay, Mo Fan. You eat too. Long Daoxin was a bit torn inside at the moment, subconsciously glancing at Mo Fan's clear face and realizing that the other party was also looking at him. With that, he quickly turned his head away and acted as if he hadn't done anything, while Mo Fan was secretly happy in his heart after seeing Long Daoxin looking at him. Brother Mo Fan, soon the immortal ancient mysteries will be opened. I've gotten the quota in advance, so you and I will go together then. Long Daoxin spoke as he ate the spirit fruit. During this period of time he and Mo Fan had shared the same suffering in life and death in the tomb of the Unholy God, and had formed a deep revolutionary friendship, so the idea of selling Mo Fan off faded away. And as for the other parties that she antlered Tongtian Chrysanthemum Destiny, He planned to use it himself. No one is too good to be qualified, aren't they? Okay, everything is up to you. Daoxin. Fan opened her mouth a little squirmy, like a little girl in love. Good. Long Daoxin nibbled on the spirit fruit, not knowing what to say for a moment. And so there was silence on both sides. Ding. Long Daoxin's favorability towards you has increased, currently at 75% favorability. He didn't know what Long Daoxin was brainstorming about at the moment, but surprisingly, his favorability towards Fan increased a bit. I knew Daoxin loved me. Hearing the system's beep, Fan once again stole a glance at Long Daoxin once more, a happy smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. A few months later, the Immortal Ancient Mysteries opened. The so-called Immortal Ancient Secret Realm was actually a piece of debris that detached from the main body of the continent after it was crushed during the Immortal Ancient War. The latter had evolved into a secret cave world, in which a variety of species from the Immortal Ancient period also survived. The rules of heaven and earth were also those of the Immortal Ancient period, and there was not only an age limit, but also a cultivation limit. Therefore, if Jun Lingtian wanted to enter it, he would have to suppress his cultivation to the Saint King realm. Once the upper limit was exceeded, it would be strangled by the rules of heaven and earth in it. If the power of the rules of the entire world was used and could not be strangled, there was a great possibility that this world would collapse. Thus, in addition to the Immortal Ancient Mysteries that would screen the entrance, the 9 heavens and 10 lands would also screen the entrance once more. Chapter 141, Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus. Because the location of the Immortal Ancient Mysteries was constantly changing, so was the location where the Immortal Ancient Mysteries opened. And this time, the location of the opening happened to be in the Jun Tian domain. All the top forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands as well as the 10 forbidden lands were all rushing towards the Jun Tian domain. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi. Long Daoxin. Ding! Fan's first radar object is Long Daoxin. At this time, a system beep suddenly came to Jun Lingtian's ears. The son of Qi and Fortune. Dragon Daoxin? Opening his eye of scrying, Jun Lingtian scanned around and instantly discovered the disguised and hidden duo of Long Daoxin and Fan. Name Long Daoxin. Status, none. Cultivation, late great sage realm. Physique, undead war god body. Numerology, the son of Qi, gold, turns evil into good, gold. Luck value, 25,000. Not bad. 25,000 Qi value is not bad. Jun Lingtian revealed a meaningful smile to Long Daoxin. I didn't expect this Fan to come together with this son of Qi, Long Daoxin, and even set him as the first target of the raiders. Thinking of this, Jun Lingtian began to ponder over his next countermeasures. On the other hand, after Fan on the other side saw Jun Lingtian, this was a flash of indignation in his eyes. Although he was now somewhat feminized in his mind, he would not forget how Jun Lingtian had treated him back then. What's wrong, Mofan? Long Daoxin noticed Fan's abnormality and wondered why a glint of hatred flashed in his eyes. It's nothing. I'll tell you more about it when we enter the middle of the Immortal Ancient Mysteries. Fan put away his own hateful gaze and stopped looking at Jun Lingtian. And the one who shared the same hateful gaze with him was Blood Ruhuan. Remodeling his body, he gave himself a new face. And at this moment, he was also waiting for the opening of the Immortal Ancient Mysteries. This time, he must ascend to the top of that Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. Then he would step on Jun Lingtian ruthlessly. On the other hand, the Sacred Feather Clan's Cana. At this moment, her gaze was also gathered on Jun Lingtian's body. Ever since she had caved with Jun Lingtian, she had actually thought about each other day and night, but she blamed it all on her hatred for him. Jun Lingtian, could you be lying to me? When Cana thought of the other party cheating her body but delaying her response, it made her suspicious that Jun Lingtian had no intention of marrying him at all. On the other hand, after seeing Jun Lingtian appear on the other side, Tushan Yaoyao's face was slightly flushed with joy. It's really good that he's okay. Oops. Tushan Yo-Yo, what are you thinking? Thinking about what she had just thought. Tushan Yo-Yo snorted arrogantly again. On the other hand, the helmsmen of the 10 forbidden lands were all greeting Jun Xianyi and chatting with each other. Brother Jun, goodbye. Brother Jun has been looking better and better lately. Brother Jun's cultivation has refined quite a bit recently. The words spoken by the 10 forbidden landlords were all compliments to Jun Xianyi. And Jun Xianyi was hearing these compliments, which was acting rightfully. There's even a sense of love and disdain. This caused some of the surrounding ancient clans and forces that were not clear about the inner workings of the situation to be dumbfounded. When did the Jun family become so powerful? Yes, the Jun clan is actually hanging around more than the 10 forbidden lands now? I've heard some whispers that a peerless old ancestor at the limit of great emperors has appeared in the Jun clan, and that's why this situation has arisen. An ancient race that knew some inside information spoke up. What? An old ancestor of the great emperor limit? No wonder. Hearing this, the people of the major powers all understood. That is the ultimate great emperor. the 10 forbidden places are not necessarily there, right? In that case, before the great emperor fell, someone wanted to open their mouth to say something about the previous vision of the great emperor's fall, but they were quickly interrupted by the person who had opened his mouth earlier. Shut up, there are some things you just need to know, but you can't talk about them. The others also instantly shut their mouths when they heard this. These things were indeed not for them to discuss, and like Gu Changqing and other top forces at the helm, at this moment, when they saw this scene, they all revealed a look of envy. Oi! How come their family's oldest ancestor wasn't as competitive as others? At this moment, how they wanted their own old ancestors to be of the strength of an ultimate great emperor as well. Hey, it's been a long time since I've seen my master. Is he alright? Gu Xian'er took out the jade talisman that could contact her master at the moment, wanting to use it but not daring to. She couldn't wait for master to come and say she missed him. Could she? Another half day passed. The space above the heads of the crowd suddenly cracked open, and an arch-shaped light door through the sky silhouette appeared. The runes above that archway were filled with divine text pulsating, emitting a terrifying fluctuation of pressure, ancient and mysterious. As time passed, the shadow of the heavenly light gate continued to solidify, and eventually materialized out of the void. All line up and get ready, so as to pass the test before entering. At this moment there is still a heavy detection of light doors in front of the light doors, the 10 forbidden places that used to be in the front of the line at the moment, but in front of them are all the children of the Jun family. Damn it! Why? The several Forbidden Land successors who had previously died at the hands of Jun Lingtian were resurrected by the 10 Forbidden Lands at great cost. Now that they saw the Jun family standing in front of them, they were all upset. Chapter 142, You're learning to squeal like a pig. I know you guys aren't convinced. Since you're not convinced, then you'll find your way back at the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower and prove yourselves. At this time, the helmsmen of the 10 Forbidden Lands had been transmitting their voices to their own juniors, and although the Jun clan appeared to be very strong right now, it was actually only being held up by a single person. The only outstanding also this generation of the Jun family young master Jun Lingtian. Wait until the simmering death of that great emperor limit of the old ancestor. Claiming the king to be the ancestor of the 10 forbidden places still have to be them. Just wait. See you at the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. The 10 Forbidden Land demons who had been beaten with chicken blood at the moment were all holding their breath, ready to viciously hang the Jun family and the others when they ascended the tower. Not much longer. With the opening of the Immortal Ancient Mysterious Realm, the demonic prides of the major powers passed the inspection in turn and entered it. Blood as Huan, Mo Fan, and the others also mingled in the back and managed to enter the Immortal Ancient Mysterious Realm. Is this the rules of heaven and earth in the Immortal Ancient Mysteries? Sensing that the rules of heaven and earth in this world seemed to be somewhat broken, Jun Lingtian's heart was clear. Although his cultivation could only reach the early Saint King realm at the highest, it was enough for him. Go! Let's go on to dig the grave. The Grave Hollowing Junior duo chose a direction to leave directly. After all, there was still a certain amount of time before the Heavenly Trial Tower opened. It was still most crucial to search for the heavenly materials and treasures in this place as a matter of urgency. As for Blood Ruhuan, he also directly chose a direction to leave. Right now he was not a match for Jun Lingtian, so he likewise intended to search for the opportunity first. Why am I getting that bad feeling again? Fang Yuan had just felt an extremely dangerous aura in the outside world of the Immortal Ancient Mystic Realm, and he didn't expect that aura to still be there after this came in. It's not a good idea to stay here for long. Fang Yuan directly cast a recluse technique to quickly leave. The demonic prides of the other major powers also chose a direction to leave, trying not to go to one place. Big brother, Ling Mu smiled brightly and walked over to say hello. Ever since he had fused the Sacred Sun Supreme Sword body that Jun Lingtian had given him, his entire talent qualification had risen another level. Well, each of you choose a route to go forward to look for your chance, and we'll rendezvous when the Tower of Heavenly Trials opens. Take this jade talisman, one for each of you, and crush it in times of crisis. Jun Lingtian issued everyone with a life-preserving jade talisman. After all, there were powerful demonic beasts from the Immortal Ancient period in this Immortal Ancient Mysterious Realm, so there was still a need for some safeguards. Brother, won't you join us? Jun Qianling inquired. The two girls, Ji Shuelua and Ji Zukite, also looked at him. Ahem. No, I have things to do. Jun Lingtian coughed lightly. Then you have to be careful, cousin Lingtian. Ji Shuelua opened her mouth and admonished. Only by Susu, Lin Qingmeng and the other women knew about Jun Lingtian's bottom line, so they were not worried. Well, you all be careful too, and keep an eye out for everything. Ling Mu, don't worry, big brother, I will definitely protect my sisters-in-law. Ling Mu was very understanding and knew what Jun Lingtian wanted to say. Well, I'm off then. Nodding his head, Jun Lingtian directly chose a random direction to leave. Let's go too. Ji Shuelua led the crowd to choose a direction and similarly began searching for opportunities. A few hours later, Cana led a group of sacred feather races Heavenly Pride to a pool of water. Young Lord, look! What is that? At this time, someone suddenly noticed that a white lotus flower emitting divine light was actually floating in the center of the water pool. There was a Dao rhyme flashing on it, and they could feel a powerful and incomparable power to purify their souls from a long distance away. It's the Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus. Cana's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly as she recognized the origin of the Immortal Lotus. This Brahma Pure Lotus flower was of great benefit to their sacred feather clan. It would make their divine soul power purer and more divine. Young Patriarch, rumor has it that once a supreme treasure appears in this immortal ancient mysterious realm, there must be a demonic beast guarding it next to it. This Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus must have a demonic beast guarding it as well. A stunningly beautiful looking sacred feather clan member opened his mouth to remind him. That's right. I have read in the clan's canonical collection that the guardian demonic beasts of this Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus are usually bright saint dragons, with adult cultivations up to the Saint King realm. Cana opened her mouth to explain. What? Saint King realm? The faces of the people of the sacred feather clan who heard these words all showed gravity and tension. The highest realm they had here was Cana, but it was only the lesser saint realm. But now there was the possibility that a great demon of the Saint King realm might exist in the shadows watching them. How does that not make them nervous? Allow me to test the waters. Hopefully the guardian demonic beasts here have not yet reached adulthood. Cana took out a spirit sword from her storage ring, and then directly controlled it to explode towards the pool of water. In the next instant, a bright holy dragon with a silvery white light emanating from its body broke through the water and bit directly on top of that spirit sword. There was a click. That spirit sword that wasn't of very high quality was directly crushed by that bright holy dragon's bite. With that, the entire dragon's body hovered above the surface of the water. A pair of eyes as large as small ponds staring unkindly at Cana's group. Chapter 143, White Feather Flying Tiger. It's a juvenile, and its cultivation level is only at the peak of the lesser saint realm. A trace of delight flashed across Cana's face after she sensed the cultivation of that bright saint dragon across the street. Because the juvenile light saint dragons, they still possessed the power to fight. Later on, I'll go up and hold off that bright sacred dragon, and you guys take the opportunity to pluck that Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus. Cana spoke to the sacred feather clan's heavenly pride behind her. Young Patriarch must not. It's better for us to hold back that bright sacred dragon while you go and pick it. Hearing that Cana actually wanted to personally get involved in the danger, the people present immediately opened their mouths to admonish her. Your cultivations are too weak to drag that bright sacred dragon. This matter is decided without further ado. Cana drew out her spirit sword after saying this, and with that, 2 pairs of light golden feathers unexpectedly grew behind her once again. 3 pairs of 6 wings fluttered together as they charged towards that bright sacred dragon. Sword of Light. Judgment. Without further ado, Cana simply turned on her big move. Instantly its pupil shot out a light golden divine light. An immense and unimaginable mouth split open in the middle of the sky overhead. A sword shadow with the power of purification through the heavens slowly descended, and then exploded away between Cana's swings. It pressed down on that bright saint dragon head-on. Chant. Seeing this, that bright holy dragon directly opened its huge and incomparable dragon head, and a holy light dragon breath directly impacted towards the chopping sword shadow. It's now. Go. Seeing this, the sacred feather clan's prides left their positions and rushed towards the Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus in the middle of the water pool, and as it swept past the bright holy dragon, a dragon tail that was as huge as a mountain and emitted a glistening white cold light was immediately thrown towards the crowd. Not good. Spread out. Although the crowd of the sacred feather clan quickly pulled away, there were still some people who were slapped by this unexpected blow and spat out blood and flew backwards. Sins! How dare you get distracted from fighting me? Wings of the sacred feather! Cana shouted, and the 6-winged pale golden wings behind her back violently soared 100 meters, and a pale golden feathered shadow was born on the outside, which was thousands of meters wide. In the next second, a light golden feather shadow was like a sharp sword bursting out from high up. Although it couldn't break the bright holy dragon's defense individually, the countless feather damage piled up, surprisingly cutting through the bright holy dragon's dragon body. A milky white blood flowed. Chant. Under the pain, the bright sacred dragon immediately let out a painful dragon roar, and one of the sacred feather race's celestial pride also took this opportunity to come to the center of the water pool and reached out to pluck the Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus. Young Matriarch, I picked it. That sacred feather clan's heavenly pride was filled with joy as he waved his hand toward Cana. A smirk had just appeared on Cana's face who saw the scene, but it instantly froze on her face in the next second. Sophie, get out of there! Cana yelled, fear and tension showing on her face. The sacred feather race celestial named Sophie also noticed something wrong at this moment, as she realized that the water level under her feet had rapidly dropped by a large margin. After she turned her head to look, she instantly discovered a bright holy dragon that was even larger in size and had an even more shining silver-white light on its body. Moreover, this was still an adult bright saint dragon, exuding a powerful aura of Saint King realm might. Humans, you should not set foot here. That bright sacred dragon spat out human words, and then the dragon's claws stretched out, directly tearing that Sophie to pieces, and a rain of blood swept across the sky. The Brahma pure world immortal lotus also fell back into the mouth of that bright holy dragon and disappeared. Sophie, Cana and a group of sacred feather race celestials shouted miserably, but it didn't help. Withdraw. Gritting her teeth, Cana could only order a retreat. After all, this was a Saint King realm great demon. They simply couldn't fight it. Want to leave now? Too naive. That bright holy dragon violently disappeared in place, dragon breath brewing in its mouth. A holy light dragon's breath that was more than 10 times thicker than before instantly blasted towards Cana's group. Seeing this, the crowd of the Sacred Feather clan all protected Cana in the center, using their own bodies to defend themselves against the baptism of the holy light dragon's breath. But how could they possibly resist against the attack of the Saint King realm's bright saint dragon? Each and every body dissipated and perished in that holy light dragon's breath. Damn it! Am I going to die before I get my great revenge? Cana looked at the holy light dragon's breath that was about to come, and her face was filled with a look of resignation. And at this moment, she unexpectedly and incomparably wanted to see Jun Lingtian again. However, just at the moment when she thought she was about to fall in the midst of this holy light dragon's breath, a silhouette appeared out of thin air. With one hand, he picked her up out of the range of that holy light dragon's breath. What's going on, little Nana? Did you miss my husband? Jun Lingtian's face was so close that his breath hit Cana's face. Cana, who had been about to close her eyes and wait for death, then came back to her senses, and then opened her eyes to see the face that she hated so much for herself. Why did you save me? The entangled and incomparable Cana unconsciously muttered under her breath, but was heard by Jun Lingtian. I didn't take a vow to marry you and go home. Who will save you if I don't? A faint smile hung on Jun Lingtian's face. Charming and intoxicating. Chapter 144. I'm fine. White arms are so reassuring. Of course he knew what the other man meant when he said that, but he did it for the same reason he did it. Ding! Cana has developed a crush on you, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. It's really possible? Before he realized that Cana's chi value had become high, he thought about how he could plunder it. He didn't expect that his guesses would be right now. Making this little ninny fall in love with him would actually allow him to plunder her chi value. Human! You've managed to piss me off. The bright saint dragon on the side had an angry look on its face after seeing the flirting duo, and once again accumulated holy light dragon breath in its mouth. Chant! As a loud dragon's roar came out, a holy light dragon's breath that was like a pillar of light through the sky once again blasted towards Jun Lingtian and Cana. Look out! Cana subconsciously opened her mouth to remind. Just now she was actually worried about Jun Lingtian getting hurt. No, it's not that I'm worried about him getting hurt. She can only die at my hands. That's why I warned him. Cana mentally reassured herself, convincing herself in a few words. Don't worry, it's just a reptile. Jun Lingtian said as his palm turned back, and without turning his head, he reached out to face the incoming holy light dragon breath. In an instant, that holy light dragon's breath directly split down the middle and blasted towards both sides. For a while the sand splashed and dust filled the sky. How is it possible? This human's flesh. The bright sacred dragon's heart sank to the bottom at this moment, and he directly and decisively put away his divine ability. My son, go! The bright holy dragon reached out its own dragon claw to pinch its own child's neck and was about to take it to escape from this place. But how could Jun Lingtian let them escape? Go! For my husband to take you to ride the dragon. After saying this, Jun Lingtian held Cana in his arms, his legs slightly bent, and then instantly disappeared in an instant like a cannonball. But when he reappeared, he was already lightly standing on top of the head of that bright holy dragon. Phew, that was scary. It's a good thing the mother and son duo of us ran fast. The bright sacred dragon, who glanced back and did not notice Jun Lingtian chasing after him, inwardly sighed in relief. It's too terrifying that human, to receive its divine power with his bare hands. That body strength is simply outrageous. Mother, let me go. It's hard for me to be carried around like this. The little bright sacred dragon weakly spoke. It didn't dare say that it hurt to have its neck all clawed up by its own mother. You're hurting my ass. If it wasn't for your mother, you kid would be dead. The bright sacred dragon snorted coldly, then released the child in his hands. And when the little bright sacred dragon left his own mother's dragon's claws and his vision opened up, he instantly realized that there were two silhouettes standing on his mother's head. Gah! The little bright sacred dragon's voice changed. Pa! The holy dragon of light gave his child a direct slap in the face. You're squealing like a pig? No! Mother! Mother, the top of your head! A trace of fear flashed through the eyes of the little bright saint dragon. and he stuttered in his speech. The top of what head? The bright sacred dragon was just about to raise his dragon's claws to touch the top of his head when he noticed a figure floating down with a winged birdman in its arms. How is that possible? The bright sacred dragon was so frightened that his body shivered like a wave and his eyes glared out of their sockets. Recognize me as Lord. Be at my disposal, and let you go free when you leave. Jun Lingtian looked at the bright sacred dragon and spoke indifferently. The bright sacred dragon was just about to open his mouth to refuse when he realized that a cold aura flashed across Jun Lingtian's eyes. Instantly its entire dragon exploded its scales in fear. Master! The bright sacred dragon directly lowered its own dragon head. Let go of your mind, Jun Lingtian pointed out with a single finger. And instantly a torrent of spiritual energy surged towards the sea of consciousness of the bright sacred dragon, branding a slave mark. Feeling that slave mark in his sea of consciousness, the bright saint dragon was still suffocatingly uncomfortable, but thinking of its own and its child's little life, it honestly accepted its fate. Master! This Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus is also for you. The bright sacred dragon pulled out the Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus from the hidden treasure space in his mouth and handed it to Jun Lingtian. Nana, take it and use it. Jun Lingtian handed the Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus to Cana. Cana tried to open her mouth to refuse but was directly interrupted by Jun Lingtian, who tucked into her arms in a domineering manner. Take it. It's good for your cultivation. Jun Lingtian, why are you so kind to me? Cana looked at the Brahma Pure World Immortal Lotus in her hand, which was emitting divine light, and her heart was somewhat touched. Ding! Cana's love for you has increased, plundering 800 points of chi value, because you are my unmarried wife. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth as a matter of course, causing Cana's figure to tremble once more. Wife, Cana murmured under her breath, but the hint of adoration in her heart was quickly squashed by hatred. No! He is my enemy, and the hatred of extermination is not shared. Cana's expression once again returned to indifference, burying the love in her heart for Jun Lingtian directly. And how could that change in her expression escape Jun Lingtian's eyes? I have things to do, so let it stay with you the rest of the way. Jun Lingtian smiled gently at Cana after saying this. Chapter 145, It's Impossible. Aha! The latter nodded at his words, trying hard to restrain himself from looking at Jun Lingtian's smiling face. Take care of her or I'll put you to the test. These words were said to the bright sacred dragon, and after saying these words Jun Lingtian's figure faintly disappeared into thin air. It was only until Jun Lingtian's figure had completely left that Cana looked towards where Jun Lingtian had originally been, but there was no longer a figure of the other party there, which caused a wave of loss to well up inside her. So what? Girl, where are we going? The bright sacred dragon opened its mouth cautiously. Earlier it had killed dozens of the other party's clansmen. There was no guarantee that the other party wouldn't retaliate against itself. You should know where there are treasures around here. Take me there. Cana regained her coolness and spoke faintly. In fact, those dead sacred feather race clansmen would be resurrected at the reincarnation pool, but they would be purged of their memories and cultivation. The soul would also weaken quite a bit, and would not die completely until the strength of the soul could not reach the strength of the transmutation. Equivalently, if you die once, you become a whole new individual, and if you die more than once, you're really dead. So at this moment, the sadness in Cana's heart had weakened a lot, but the hatred for the bright holy dragon was still there. That, good girl. Hearing this, the bright holy dragon could only lead Cana towards the nearest place where treasures existed. It was the territory of a white-feathered flying tiger, with a peak cultivation of the great sage realm. The guardian was a red-flamed pseudoflower. However, a few moments later, Cana rode the bright sacred dragon and went to that white-feathered flying tiger's territory and slapped him to death with 2 slaps. That red-flamed pseudoflower was also seized by her. Go on. Next place. Cana spoke faintly. And the other side. The dumpster duo is currently attacking a tomb. The tomb of a great emperor. They were only able to go through the front door because the structure was so strong, and the doorway of the main gate was currently lying on its side like a mountainous figure, its hair flowing and glossy, flickering with mauve arcs of electricity from time to time. That was clearly an adult immortal ancient fierce beast, mythical beast, although its true cultivation was as high as the supreme realm. Because of the limitations of the rules of heaven and earth, it was now only at the early stage of the Saint King realm, but even then, it's not something the Pooper Scooper duo can resist. What to do? Daoxin. Or should I go up and distract it while you enter the tomb mound? Mo Fan, who was hiding in the shadows, opened his mouth to Long Daoxin and inquired. With that, he was ready to do so before Long Daoxin agreed, but was pulled back by Long Daoxin. Van, it's my turn this time. You've done enough. Long Daoxin didn't intend to let Mo Fan get into danger again this time because he had some worry and heartache inside. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he had to. He moved some thoughts towards Mo Fan. Ding! Dragon Daoxin's favorability towards the host has reached 90%. At this time, the system beep in Mo Fan's mind also sounded, causing a burst of joy in his heart. This, Daoxin, or else it's better for me to go. Mo Fan similarly didn't want to let Long Daoxin get into danger. No, it has to be me this time. Stay here and watch me perform. Long Daoxin was decisive and his tone was unquestionable. Then he directly walked out from his hiding place. This caused Mo Fan's heart to fawn once again. So handsome, so manly. Because with the cultivation of the Sunflower Divine Canon, Mo Fan's body and mind had drastically moved closer to women. Even the looks are gradually feminized. Big black dog, don't sleep. Your little master, I'm here and you still don't kneel down to greet me. Long Daoxin opened his mouth to taunt as soon as he appeared, his beaten voice causing the mythical beast to raise its eyelids. But it was just a quick glance at him and then quickly closed, not even bringing him along. After all, it wasn't the first time it had seen this kind of person, and he didn't even bother to make a move, as long as it doesn't hit its bottom. Ignoring me? Is this mythical beast deaf? Long Daoxin frowned slightly at the sight. However, just at this moment, a deafening transmission suddenly came to his ears. Human, remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, leave quickly, or the consequences are not something you can bear. Who? Could it be you talking? Long Daoxin stared at the mythical beast not far away, his complexion uncertain. You are limited to leave within 3 breaths, or suffer the consequences. The animal lifted its eyes, and a flash of lightning flickered in its pupils. Leaving is impossible to leave. Let me see the consequences if you can. Long Daoxin clenched his long sword in his hand and looked at the ferocious beast animal with a guarded face. I don't know. Hearing Long Daoxin's words, the mythical beast was also enraged. Directly landing on both feet, the man stood up. With that, the 2 huge forepaws slammed onto the ground, and the lavender electric arcs all over his body instantly spread out in all directions. Thunder punishment field. As a loud beast roar rang out, in the next instant, the lightning punishment field centered on the mythical beast spread out rapidly. It directly wrapped Long Daoxin within, and the space around it flickered with lavender lightning arcs from time to time. The sky overhead also became unusually gray and depressing. Chapter 146, Why Not Jun Lingtian? What? Surprisingly, it's the thunder punishment domain. Feeling that he was wrapped by the incomparably powerful power of lightning, Long Daoxin became a little flustered inside. Human, you asked for it. Thunder punishment. The mythical beast bellowed, and the entire domain was suddenly like a scene of annihilation. A strip of lavender thunder as thick as a bucket fell from the sky, towards Long Daoxin. He kept blasting away. Damn, how come it's so strong? Long Daoxin, who had hollowed out so many graves, had long since reached the great sage realm in cultivation, yet he still couldn't withstand the might of the thunderbolt that descended from this mythical beast. One could only wade through that lightning field in a sorry state. The falling thunder that kept bombarding down behind him, each one almost bombarded his body. It was thrilling for a while. Dawn Guard, Mo Fan, who was waiting in the dark, had a worried look on his face and was ready to strike at any time. The speed is good, but what if it is? The mythical beast laughed coldly, and the purple-black beast horn on top of its head that was flickering with arcs of electricity instantly surged with lightning, and began to gather a huge and incomparable ball of thunder and lightning spells. In the blink of an eye, that mana ball converged into the size of a small mountain, and the terrifying pressure made people's hair stand on end. Thunderstorm. The mythical beast directly predicted Long Daoxin's position, and then directly threw out the lightning spell ball above his head. With a speed that was not visible to the naked eye, it violently attacked towards Long Daoxin. No good. Seeing that the lightning-filled spell ball was getting closer and closer to him, Long Daoxin did not have the slightest solution. This was because the surrounding thunder and that lightning mana ball had blocked all his retreats. Dawn Guard, Mo Fan, who was always aware of the situation in the field, instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared in the middle of Long Daoxin and that lightning spell. Apparently, he was planning to use his body to harden himself against the strike of this lightning mana ball. No! Long Daoxin's entire body was jealous at the sight of this scene, and his heart was about to break. Instead, Mo Fan turned back at this moment and gave Long Daoxin a bright smile. It was then overwhelmed by the incoming thunderball. How? Fan, don't you leave me alone. Long Daoxin's tears spilled onto his lapel, and his entire body ran towards that lightning spell without any regard for the consequences. Ding! Raider object favorability reaches 100, rewarding 3 seconds invincible golden body card. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered a life and death crisis. The invincible golden body card is automatically activated. As the system beeps came, Mo Fan, who had thought that he would surely die, miraculously survived. How? The mythical beast also sensed that Mo Fan's breath was still alive in the ball of thunder and lightning magic. and wondered what had happened. Long Daoxin, on the other hand, was directly bombarded by the aftermath of that thunderstorm explosion and flew backwards. Damn it! I'll make you bury my fan with me. An unknown bizarre skull suddenly appeared in Long Daoxin's hand, emitting an extremely evil pressure from it. This was something he had obtained from one of the great emperor's tomb mounds, and as long as he used his own essence blood as a guide and instilled his own longevity into it, he would be able to achieve the power to kill a supreme being in seconds. However, the side effects were also extremely terrifying. If he killed the mythical beast in front of him, it was estimated that he would have to drain his own longevity. Daoxin, don't. I'm fine. Fan utilized a small movement talisman to come to Long Daoxin's side. Fan, you're actually okay? Great. Long Daoxin saw that Fan wasn't in any serious trouble. Daoxin, quickly go. This mythical beast is too strong. We're no match at all. Fan's expression was grave. Then he directly pulled Long Daoxin and flashed away. The mythical beast in front of the door of that tomb mound didn't go after it when it saw this, but once again fell to the ground. After escaping to a safe place, the duo was finally able to get a moment's respite. After making sure that the mythical beast didn't come after him, he directly went limp on the ground. Fan, are you really okay? Long Daoxin came to Fan's side and looked left and right. It made Fan's face couldn't help but flash a hint of redness. Daoxin, I'm really fine. Fan's voice was low, as thin as a mosquito. That's good. That mythical beast is really too powerful and has a lightning field. We're no match. If I can make a breakthrough to the Saint King realm, I'll have a fighting chance. Long Daoxin didn't notice the micro-expression on Fan's face and spoke to himself. However, Fan, who heard this, brightened up and seemed to have thought of something. Daoxin, is it better to let you break through the Saint King realm? That's right. As long as I'm allowed to break through to the Saint King realm, I can definitely fight that mythical beast without losing. Long Daoxin replied with an affirmative face. He was still very confident in his own strength. A large part of the reason why that mythical beast was able to suppress him was because the realm was higher than his. If he was in the same realm, he definitely wouldn't be much behind. In that case, I have an idea. What way? Long Daoxin, who heard these words, immediately looked over with an excited face. Fan, on the other hand, thought of something in general, and her face flashed with a blush. That's right. The way he was talking about was his destiny key. Chapter 147, Why are you doing this to me? When he was first violated in the burial Earthland, he had actually fumbled some of the ways to use his destiny. For example, you can transfer your cultivation to the person you bond with, and you can also increase your qualification a bit faster. So if he were to instill his own cultivation into Long Daoxin, in addition to speeding up the rate of his qualification improvement, the two-pronged approach would definitely allow him to impact the barriers of the Saint King realm in a short period of time. This way, then this way. Fan looked a little embarrassed as he told Long Daoxin the method he had thought of. Is this really okay? Upon hearing the specifics of how it would work, Long Daoxin's expression twisted. He really didn't think that Fan's destiny could be used in this way. Of course, Daoxin, you'll have to be merciful later. When he thought of his tragic experience in the burial land, Fan still had a serious psychological shadow. After all, those were several big men as strong as oxen and horses. That's for sure. Don't worry. Fan. Long Daoxin hurriedly flushed red and spoke in an eager tone to assure him. Well then, there seems to be a cave up ahead. Let's go there. The blush on Fan's face increased. Okay, Fan, let's go. Long Daoxin looked to Fan, who was a beautiful and clean-looking woman who exuded femininity, and was inwardly thrilled. There's even a feeling of unusual excitement. However, right at this moment, a slender figure dressed in white suddenly appeared in front of them. A smiling face looked at the duo. Jun Lingtian, why are you here? Fan frowned slightly, as if he was facing an enemy. Daoxin, this person is extremely talented. Be careful how you deal with him. Is he Jun Lingtian? Hearing Jun Lingtian's name, Long Daoxin did not take it lightly. Chief Kibo. Oh, no, I should call you Fan. Remember me? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth with a faint smile, directly singling out Fan's identity. This caused Fan, who was not far away, to look extremely ugly and unbelievable. How is it possible? Why does he know I'm Jibo Chang? And how did he know I'm Fan? What's wrong, Fan? Who is Jibo Chang? Noticing that Fan's expression had changed greatly, Long Daoxin frowned and asked. Jibo Chang is the name of the Ji clan when I was in the Swift God clan. Fan took a deep breath and answered Long Daoxin's words. The Swift God race Ji clan? Long Daoxin frowned, not quite thinking about it, but he also knew that now was not the time to inquire about that. Fan, come with me. I'm going to borrow that fate of yours for a while. Jun Lingtian once again spoke in a shocking manner. This caused Fan on the opposite side to look stunned. and the shock on his face flickered away. How can it be? Why does he still know my destiny? Could it be from someone in the burial land? That's impossible. Mo Fan couldn't figure it out, so he simply didn't think about it. As for the long Daoxin on the side, when he heard that Jun Lingtian was actually going to take Mo Fan away to use his fate, his face instantly showed a violent anger. That fate was his. He hadn't used it yet, so how could he let this Jun Lingtian borrow it? It's impossible to return such a heavenly destiny after borrowing it. Jun Lingtian, right. I have heard that you are an unrivaled existence of your peers. Today I, Long Daoxin, would like to learn a few things. Long Daoxin was burning with rage in his heart, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to subside without a fight with this Jun Lingtian. Daoxin, don't. You can't be impulsive. Mo Fan wanted to block, but Long Daoxin had already charged straight out. Pa! In the next instant, a slap instantly slapped Long Daoxin's face. He slapped him so hard that his nose bled and his teeth flew across the room, and his entire body directly spat blood and flew backward, falling into Mo Fan's arms. How is it possible? Why is he so strong? Long Daoxin was confused by the slap. Come with me or I'll let him die. Jun Lingtian's expression remained unchanged and his tone was flat, as if he was stating the facts. Hearing this, Mo Fan glanced at Long Daoxin and then at Jun Lingtian, knowing that the other party was telling the truth. He was aware of the terror of this Jun Lingtian. Then gritting his teeth he spoke. Good. I'll go with you. You don't hurt Daoxin. Van don't. Long Daoxin said as an Emperor-grade teleportation scroll suddenly appeared in his hand, and with that, he was ready to activate it. However, when the aura in his body entered that Emperor-grade teleportation scroll there wasn't the slightest reaction. How? Long Daoxin disbelievingly continued to channel aura into the teleportation scroll, but there was still not the slightest movement. This can't be right. Long Daoxin's face showed incredulity. What he had in his hand was an Imperial-grade teleportation scroll, and it was a system product. It must be a fine product. Why would it be useless now? System? What's going on? Did you redeem a fake for me? Long Daoxin voiced out to question the system, but was dismissed by the system's cold mechanical voice. This system never sells fake goods. It's that this side of heaven and earth is blocked off. Even an Emperor-grade teleportation scroll can't break through. What? How is that possible? Long Daoxin's eyes as he looked towards Jun Lingtian at the moment carried an intense sense of suffocation and unwillingness. Just as he was about to take out the bizarre skull, he was stopped by Mo Fan. On the other hand, Jun Lingtian on the opposite side was ignoring him. Go! Jun Lingtian directly turned around and left. Mo Fan gritted his teeth at the sight and put down the dragon Daoxin in his arms to follow. Daoxin, come over early and save me. Mo Fan took one step and turned back 3 times as he followed Jun Lingtian away. And Long Daoxin could only watch so much, unable to do anything. Waiting for Jun Lingtian to walk out of sight he then dared to be impotently furious. Jun Lingtian, I will break you into pieces. The loud voice with aura directly startled the spirit birds in the forest to fly around. Ding! The dragon Dao Heart's inner heart breaks the defense, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Jun Lingtian, aren't you planning to use my fate? Come on. Mo Fan, who had left some distance away, stopped and pulled on his clothes. He had already thought about it. Jun Lingtian was so handsome, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage to be stabbed by him. Who told you I was the one who was going to use it? Jun Lingtian looked at Mo Fan with an odd expression on his face. Then with a wave of his hand, he put it into his carry-on space. He did intend to use Mo Fan's 2 remaining chances, but not by himself. Instead, he intended to use it for his little brother and Ji Wushuang. The reason why he didn't give it to Jun's family is because he thought it was a little bit of that. Moreover, the Jun clan's children were powerful enough with the physique origin he had given them plus the time difference supreme treasure and that heaven-swallowing bowl, and didn't need this opportunity. A few hours later, under Jun Lingtian's all-out rush, he finally managed to find Ling Mu and Ji Wushuang and the others. Ji Tsangdao was licking Jun Shenling at the moment, and Ji Shuelua and the others were refining something at the moment, as if they had found some chance. Chapter 148 Mo Fan Falls. You two come with me. Jun Lingtian did not move to call this Ling Mu duo away without alerting the others. Young Patriarch, big brother, you're looking for me? That's right. Now I'm going to give you two a chance to drastically change your qualifications and go even further. Do you want it? Jun Lingtian looked towards the Mo Fan duo and spoke indifferently. He had chosen these two with consideration. One was his little brother and his loyalty should be okay. One was a demon of the swift god race, with a talent second only to Ji Shuelua and Ji Tsandong. The most important thing was that this Ji Wushuan cultivated hard and could do anything to raise her cultivation, so it should be easier to accept the way of combining with Mo Fan. Yes, of course you want what big brother gives you. Thank you young patriarch. The two almost all spoke without hesitation. In that case, You two come with me. Jun Lingtian reversed his direction again after saying this, heading towards the direction of the dragon Daoxin. Ling Mu and Ji Wushuang hurriedly followed when they saw this. After spending a few more hours again, the three of them found Long Daoxin, who had just healed his wounds not long ago, outside a cave. The moment he saw Jun Lingtian, Long Daoxin's eyes instantly filled with blood, and Jun Lingtian just released Mo Fan right in front of him. At this moment, Mo Fan's cultivation was sealed all over his body. Like a mortal, the chance is in him. I'll give you a general overview. Jun Lingtian threw Mo Fan in front of the Ling Mu duo and told them about the effects of Mo Fan's destiny. This caused the Ling Mu duo to be astonished and incredulous. The two of them hadn't thought that such a destiny even existed in the world. What? Could it be that what Jun Lingtian said about borrowing it for uses for the two of them? Then what the hell am I going to use it for? Long Daoxin also roughly understood at this moment. Now there were only two more chances for Mo Fan's destiny. If those two boys from the opposite side grabbed the first one, then wouldn't it be gone? Why not Jun Lingtian? Mo Fan, who had originally prepared himself mentally, also cast his gaze over after realizing that he was going to change people midway. After realizing that Ling Mu and Ji Wushuan weren't some kind of crooked jujube, he couldn't help but feel relieved inside. Okay, it's okay. Just can't do right by Daoxin. At this moment, Mo Fan's heart was even slightly pleased. After all, that Ling Mu and Ji Wushuan's looks were not dissimilar to Long Daoxin's, so he decisively bound these two as raiders. Ding! Second raider object Ling Mu. Binding successful. Ding! Third raider object Ji Wushuang. Binding successful. The opportunity is right in front of you. Decide for yourselves what you want to do. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then left it to the Ji Wushuang duo to decide for themselves. I'll listen to the young patriarch. Ji Wushuang's pair of good-looking Danfang eyes flickered slightly. Then she made up her mind and scooped up Mo Fan and carried him on her shoulder as she headed towards the back of the shrub. I listened to Big Brother too. Seeing that Ji Wushuang had made a move, Mo Fan was no longer entangled. With that, he followed behind Ji Wushuang, intending to join together. Seeing that Mo Fan was about to be moved in front of his eyes, Long Daoxin on the side could not sit still after all. Stop! Let go of Fan Fan! A spirit sword violently appeared in his hand, and then Long Daoxin directly slashed his sword in Ling Mu's direction. However, that sword light was crushed by Jun Lingtian as it passed by his side. Long Daoxin, right, just watch from here. Jun Lingtian did not make a move either and just stopped in front of Long Daoxin. He even kindly performed a divine ability for him, and a screen-like image appeared in mid-air. The scene in the picture was exactly the third viewpoint looking at Mo Fan's situation at the moment. You can all die. I will not give in no matter what. Mo Fan already knew at this moment that he couldn't resist, but he still talked tough. However, Ji Wushuang, who heard this, did not have the slightest reaction. He was only doing this to improve his cultivation qualifications. It was Ling Mu who replied to him after hearing this. Tough mouth. I'd like to see how tough your mouth is. Ling Mu slapped the corner of Mo Fan's mouth. 5 fingerprints slapped straight out. Ji Wushuang was also unceremoniously striking out to beat Mo Fan. Damn! You guys deserve to die. Hurry up and let Mo Fan go. I was so sincere with you and you did this to me. Looking at Mo Fan, who was unable to even resist in the picture, Long Daoxin's heart once again broke its defenses. Ding! Long Daoxin's heart has received a violent attack, plundering 1,000 points of chi luck value, but he quickly convinced himself again. After all, his current favorability towards Mo Fan was 100%, the kind that could not be betrayed. Van did it all to save me. He was forced to do it because he was desperate. And as things progressed, the scene Long Daoxin least wanted to see still happened. His beloved Mo Fan was beaten and dying. No! Fan Fan! No! At this moment, Long Daoxin's heart was broken. Ding! Long Daoxin's heart has received a strong blast, plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. Looking at Mo Fan's state at the moment, Long Daoxin could no longer care about anything else and directly took out his own piece of bizarre skull. Tired. He's going to destroy everything. Death to all of you. Long Daoxin shouted, and the bizarre and incomparable skull in his hand emitted an eerie purple-black light. A cursed power spread out in all directions, and wherever it passed, the grass withered, and the land's aura dried up. Everything seems to be heading for extinction at this moment. As he watched, the power of that strange and powerful curse spread towards Jun Lingtian. A hideously smooth smile appeared on Long Daoxin's face immediately. His dark tresses were also rapidly turning white at this moment, and the smooth and incomparable skin on his face as well as the power of chi and blood in his body were also rapidly draining away. In the blink of an eye, Long Daoxin's entire body aged beyond recognition. Go to hell! Go to hell! Death to all of you! However, as that bizarre curse power spread to Jun Lingtian's face, it suddenly stopped. It stopped just like that without any warning. and even produced a look of awe as if it had met a natural enemy. Immediately after that, the bizarre and incomparable curse power unexpectedly abandoned that direction of Jun Lingtian and began to spread to other places. How did that happen? Long Daoxin's hideous smile that filled the folds of his face directly froze. Chapter 149 Immortal Ancient Enlightenment Tablet. Immediately, he hastily used the power of his divine soul to control the cursed power emanating from the bizarre skeleton towards Jun Lingtian. However, it was found that the bizarre cursed power did not listen to him at all. Damn! Why? Go for me! Long Daoxin channeled all of his remaining small amount of longevity into the bizarre skull, but it still didn't have much effect. The bizarre black curse still did not dare to step half a meter away from Jun Lingtian's circumference, nor did it dare to cross him to spread behind him. Ding! Dragon Daoxin's vitality has been depleted, and his physical essence has been severely damaged, plundering 4,000 points of chi luck value. Seeing that Long Daoxin was about to be sucked dry, his system instantly forced an intervention, allowing Long Daoxin's mind to regain some clarity. Ding! Has taken the vitality creation pill for the host, deducting 10,000 experience points. As the voice of Long Daoxin's strongest grave digging system came through, his body recovered quite a bit under this vitality creation dan, but that full head of gray hair remained the same. Why is that? Long Daoxin's entire body instantly became disheveled. A month later, the Ji Wushuang trio finally reappeared in front of Jun Lingtian. Dawn Guard? Why are you like that? Seeing Long Daoxin, who had a head full of white hair and an aged appearance, Mo Fan hurriedly went forward to assist Long Daoxin. I don't want your help. You go. Long Daoxin's originally numb expression instantly became excited after seeing Mo Fan. What's wrong with you, Daoxin? Mo Fan saw that at this moment, Long Daoxin had a heartbroken face. This was the first object he had successfully raided, and now it's been made to look so inhuman. What's wrong? Van, why did you do that to me? Long Daoxin had a death grip on Mo Fan's arm. As the saying goes, love is deep and hate is deep. The current Long Daoxin's heart is all tangled up. What's wrong with you, Daoxin? What's wrong with you? Mo Fan seemed to guess something at the moment, but couldn't believe it. Van, do you know how much I love you? Long Daoxin looked at Mo Fan with a sincere gaze. However, in the next instant, Mo Fan's head across from him suddenly shot up into the sky, and a column of blood from his neck spurted out like a spring. The expression on his face that wanted to open his mouth to comfort Long Daoxin also froze in an instant, because he saw his headless body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Fortune, Mo Fan, and plundering 14,000 points of fortune value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, 1 copy of the 9 Young Supreme Body Origin, and Long Daoxin, who saw this scene, froze instantly. He only gradually reacted when Mo Fan's head fell to his side. Then, with a panicked face, he cupped the head on the ground and brought it tremblingly to his eyes. Ah, no, his heart, at this moment, was completely broken. Ding! Long Daoxin has lost his beloved. Looting chi luck value 3,000 points. Ding! Long Daoxin's chi value has reached the decimation line, and the moment Mo Fan's head was decapitated, a bizarre energy body within his body tried to detach itself, but it was intercepted by Jun Lingtian's system. Why is God doing this to me? At this moment, Long Daoxin opened his mouth with a miserable expression. He glanced at Jun Lingtian but found it so powerless. In the end, he could only cut out a 2 to 3 meter deep pit with his sword, and then placed Mo Fan's body into it, and he himself likewise stood in the pit, and with his hand on his sword, he was about to cut himself, but it was Jun Lingtian who snatched the head off first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the son of Qi, Long Daoxin, and plundering 14,500 points of Qi value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Aura of Qi Fragment X1, a copy of the Undead War God Body Essence. Seeing as how you two might be from my hometown, let's put up a monument. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then his eyes looked towards the Lingmu duo. Ha, okay big brother. Yes, young patriarch. The duo originally had some regrets in their hearts, but after seeing the look in Jun Lingtian's eyes they instantly knew that it was time for them to do their job. So he rushed to the deep pit where Long Daoxin's duo was lying and busied himself. Hey, you said the two of you had no choice but to mess with my big brother. Lingmu shook his head helplessly yes, and then began to repair the graves for the two. Ji Wushuang, on the other hand, was carving a monument for the two of them. Lingmu and Ji Wushuang, who had completed all of this a few moments later, took a deep breath and were ready to report back to Jun Lingtian when they realized that their big brother had already disappeared. Chapter 150, Why is this happening? Let's go too. Lingmu and Ji Wushuang clapped their hands, and then their figures disappeared into thin air. However, when night came, The graveyard inscribed with the Duel of Long Daoxin and Mo Fan suddenly stretched out a palm covered with bizarre runes. With a bang, a marvelous figure shot up into the sky, and it was clearly Mo Fan's body and looks. No, now he was no longer Mo Fan, but the remnants of a great emperor who had waited for countless years to attempt to take over his body. Interesting. Now that heaven and earth have actually become what they are now? Immortal Ancient Gnosis Monument. It was likewise one of the unique chances of the immortal ancient mysteries. The size wasn't particularly large, only thousands of meters tall, but the divinity on it was extremely dense. Rules fluttered out from time to time as if they were embodied. The ancient divine text carried an extremely powerful power of prohibition, making people not dare to look at it head-on. At this moment, this place was already filled with people sitting on the plate. Because of the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument's suppression, the rules of heaven and earth here restricted that no fighting was allowed. Therefore all of them harmoniously found a place to enlighten themselves. Jun Lingtian, you wait for me. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan, who had changed his appearance, was also enlightened at this immortal ancient Dao Enlightenment Monument, and he had now arrived at the late stage of the Great Sage realm. It was obvious that he had obtained a lot of good things in the immortal ancient mysteries during this period of time. And also here with him were Feng Yuan of the Heavenly Demon Hall and the 10 Forbidden Land successors who were sitting not far away with their eyes closed tightly in enlightenment. Beyond that, Ning Hongduan, Tan Tai Ruowei, Gu Xiener, Tushan Yao Yao and other women were also here. Brother, what did you do before? Not far away, Jun Lingtian and his group were walking towards this monumental forest of enlightenment. Jun Qianling, on the other hand, surrounded her brother with curiosity and opened her mouth to ask, "What? I need to report to you on what your brother does. Watch yourself." Jun Lingtian reached out and tapped Jun Qianling's forehead. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi and Fortune. Qi Mo. HM? What's going on? Why didn't the system prompt me when I was entering this place before? Hearing the system's beep, Jun Lingtian was somewhat surprised inwardly. Completely unexpected and discovered new sons of Qi, presumably came in after entering this secret realm by themselves. Immediately, Jun Lingtian used his eye of scrying to look over. Name, Qin Mo. Identity, son of the head of the Qin family in Tianling City. Cultivation level, early little saint realm. Physique, primal sacred bone. Numerology, superbly perceptive, gold, son of fortune, gold. Luck value, 25,000. Superior enlightenment? It seems that this is what makes Qin Mo so special. Jun Lingtian knew at a glance what this Qin Mo had relied on to become a son of Qi. Cousin Lingtian, what is this immortal ancient enlightenment tablet for? Ji Zukite opened her mouth to ask at this time. It was her first time entering this immortal ancient mystery realm. The so-called immortal ancient enlightenment tablet is of course for your enlightenment. As long as you enlighten yourself under that enlightenment monument, you will find that the power of heaven and earth and the rules of the great Tao are easier to comprehend than ever before. Those who are superbly enlightened are even able to invoke the enlightenment monument to descend to bestow blessings and fall into the realm of Epiphany. Jun Lingtian explained it briefly so that all those Jun clan as well as the children of the swift god race who had not come in before understood the role of the immortal ancient enlightenment steel. Damn it, why do I run into this Jun Lingtian everywhere? Blood Ruhuan heard Jun Lingtian's sickening voice when he immediately opened his eyes and looked over, and Feng Yuan frowned, then stood up and walked to an inconspicuous position. Look, the immortal ancient enlightenment monument has bestowed its blessings. At that moment someone suddenly shouted. The crowd present opened their eyes and looked. And it was clearly someone with exceptional enlightenment who had triggered the senses of the immortal ancient enlightenment monument, descending an epiphany bestowed with an orange glow. In an instant, that person entered a true state of epiphany, and the eyes of the people present were reddened beyond measure. That is an epiphany. As the saying goes, once an epiphany transforms the mortal into a fairy, although some exaggeration, but also be able to see the rarity of the epiphany and the rarity of the epiphany. Who is that person? Surprisingly, he was able to draw down the orange color to bestow blessings. A disciple of a great power inquired out loud. The so-called blue bestowal of blessings that was a third-level bestowal of the immortal ancient enlightenment tablet. It had been a long time since they had heard of anyone being able to invoke the immortal ancient enlightenment monument to rain down tertiary blessings. It's the young master of the Qin family in the spirit domain's heavenly spirit city, Qin Mo, who has a reputation of being superbly enlightened. I didn't expect it to be true. I can't believe it's him. No wonder. Obviously this Qin Mo's name was still relatively loud. At least one of the spirit realm demons present in one of the 9 heavens had heard of this Qin Mo. A few moments later, as the effect of the epiphany ended, that Qin Mo opened his eyes with unfulfilled intentions. With this epiphany, he had touched the threshold of the power of the domain, and he believed that in a short while, he would be able to formally comprehend the power of the domain. Snow Iris, let's try it too and see if we can fall into an epiphany. Jun Shenling opened her mouth with a face of excitement at the sight of this scene. In her mind, this descent into Epiphany shouldn't be difficult. Go! Ji Zukite was also impressed when she heard this, and then she joined hands with Jun Shenling to head in the direction of the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument. Chapter 151 Orange Blessing is Garbage. Cousin Lingtian, let's go too. Ji Shuelua looked towards Jun Lingtian and spoke. The latter nodded at his words. He also wanted to see what it was like to be blessed by this enlightenment tablet. As for Qin Mo in front of the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument, his eyes lit up when he saw Jun Shenling being treated by Ji Shuelua and the other women. With that, he intended to show off in front of the ladies. After all, enlightenment was his forte. Even that person who was known as the number one person in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, Jun Lingtian, he did not place in his eyes several fairies. This bestowal of blessings is not something that can simply be drawn down. How about letting me teach you and the others? Who are you? Who wants you to teach? Jun Shenling frowned. If she wanted someone to teach her, she would definitely look for her big brother. How could she possibly look for this man? That's right. And just that orange epiphany bestowal you drew down is qualified to teach us? Ji Zukite at this time also droned out. That's right. You kid, get the hell out of my way. And if you dare to mess with my cousin Shenling again, I'll break your 3 legs. Ji Tsangxiong also stood out at this time, supporting Jun Shenling. I don't know what to say. I'll see if you can draw down the bestowal of blessings. Qin Mo let out a cold laugh, a hint of shame on his face. However, the other party was the controller of the Swire God domain and the Jun Heavenly domain, and he, a young master of the tiny Qin clan, did not yet have himself to call the shots with the other party. Look, another person has drawn down the bestowal of the immortal ancient enlightenment tablet. Red, surprisingly enough, is the red blessing. That's when someone once again exclaimed in shock. What? Red? How is that possible? The people present all turned their heads to look over and realized that the bestowal of blessings that descended from that immortal ancient enlightenment monument was indeed red in color. The red blessing is a higher level of blessing than the orange blessing, and is the 4th level of blessing. This level of blessing has not been seen for tens of thousands of years. Who was that guy? Someone he didn't recognize spoke up and inquired. You don't even know about her? She is the youngest person at the helm amongst the top tier forces. Red Dust Dao Palace Master Ning Hongduan. Is she the Palace Master of the Red Dust Dao Palace? Ning Hongduan? Sure enough, she has a magnificent appearance. The crowd all marveled as they watched the red-clothed Ning Hongcheng being wrapped in a mysterious red glow at the moment. What? There's actually someone with more enlightenment than me? I don't believe it. Qin Mo instantly looked incredulous after seeing this scene. That was a grade 4 bestowal of blessings. It was many times better than the level 3 bestowal he had invoked. The epiphany was also more than 10 times longer. How could he not be shocked and jealous? Look, someone else has invoked the red blessing. Who is that person again? At this time, the crowd once again saw a red bestowal of blessings floating down from above the immortal ancient enlightenment monument. This caused the crowd, whose mood had not yet calmed down, to be shocked once again. It's Tantai Ruowei, the Holy Lord of the Red Dust Holy Land. Tantai Ruowei? That bride, Tantai Ruowei, who ran away on the wedding day of the Jun family's young master, Jun Lingtian? The crowd reacted instantly after hearing Tantai Ruowei's name. Yes, that's her. Speaking of this, the crowd turned their heads to look at the arriving Jun Lingtian, wanting to see if the Jun family's young lord at this moment had any reaction when he saw this scene. However, what disappointed them was that Jun Lingtian's face did not have any particular reaction. Instead, it was very plain, as if he was looking at an ordinary matter. The great Emperor Reborn's enlightenment is really strong. Surprisingly, even the son of Qi's enlightened superlative destiny can't compare to it. Jun Lingtian sked under his breath. After all, he was a man of 2 lifetimes, and he also carried the senses and memories of a great emperor, so it was normal for his enlightenment to be higher than Qin Mo's. What? How is it possible? A holy lord of a holy land is also more enlightened than me? Qin Mo's face flushed a little red after seeing this scene, and his defenses broke a little inside. He had thought that his enlightenment was the strongest in the room, but he hadn't expected that in the twinkling of an eye, someone would be even stronger than him. Ding! Qin Mo's inner defense is broken, plundering 500 points of qi value. Oh, indirect relations can also plunder the qi luck value? Jun Lingtian was a little surprised, but when he thought of Tantai Ruowei's relationship with himself, he understood. That's Gu Xiener of the swift immortal race, who actually drew down the blue bestowal. Blessing levels from low to high are white, blue, orange, red, purple and gold. The blue blessing was a 2nd level blessing, and although the level was not particularly high, it was already considered strong. Another orange blessing. That seems to be Cana, the young lord of the Sacred Feather clan. For a while, as long as the soul strength was relatively strong, Basically all of them drew down various levels of blessings. Even the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands were invoking the blue bestowal at this moment. Looks like I'm not bad at being enlightened after all. After seeing that the heirs of the major Forbidden Lands had only drawn down blue bestowals as well, Shinmo's heart felt a lot better. After all, the level of bestowal he was drawing down now was still quite high. Some more time passed. Jun Shenling and the others also invoked the blessings of the Immortal Ancient Enlightenment Tablet one after another. But instead it's just blue bestowal and white bestowal. There are even some who are not even qualified to draw down the bestowal of blessings. Why would the Jun family have so many people who could draw down the bestowal of blessings? There's something wrong with that. Chapter 152, Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. At this point in time, some of the sons of the top powers combined the number of blessings drawn down by their own family's demons and made a reference to the number of blessings drawn down by the Jun family's sons. It was only then that they realized that they were both top-tier powers. But there were surprisingly only a handful of people amongst their families who were able to draw down the bestowal of blessings. The Jun family, however, had a dozen people. These people had of course become like this after absorbing the physique essence sent by Jun Lingtian and drinking the spiritual liquid in the heaven swallowing bowl. Damn it! I can't believe it's just a blue epiphany bestowal. Jun Shenling was suddenly disgruntled after her epiphany was over. This caused all of those celestial pride who hadn't drawn down the bestowal of blessings to reveal unspeakable expressions. Cousin Chiling, I'm the white bestowal. Ji Zukite was also drooping her head at this time. After all, even his cousin's maid had invoked a white bestowal, and Bai Su Su had even directly invoked an orange bestowal. How could that make her heart feel any better? There's no need to be discouraged. You guys are already amazing. Can't you see that a lot of people here don't even get white bestowal? Jun Lingtian touched Ji Shuekite's head. Seems like it, cousin. Turns out I'm already pretty good. Ji Zukite looked around and realized that it was indeed as Jun Lingtian had said. Many of the people around were unexpectedly unable to even draw down the white bestowal. There was no lack of heavenly pride sons and daughters of some great powers among them. Cousin, why don't you try it too? This epiphany is still of great benefit to cultivation. Ji Shuelua spoke to Jun Lingtian at this time. Yes, Jun Lingtian nodded, and then came to the bottom of the Immortal Ancient Enlightenment Monument and casually found a seat and sat down. The people present were all talking after seeing this scene. What level of bestowal do you guys think this Jun Lingtian can win? I think it's blue or orange, but it could be red. A disciple of a great power replied. That's what I thought. For better or worse, he was the number 1 demon of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and the crowd present had never thought that Jun Lingtian would be unable to draw down the bestowal of blessings. We'll find out later. Maybe it's purple? A disciple of a major power boldly guessed that he was a fan of Jun Lingtian and admired him. Humph. I'd like to see how enlightened this so-called first demon of the 9 heavens and 10 lands is. Qin Emo looked at the seated Jun Lingtian. How he looked at him. The mind subconsciously wanted to taunt him a few times. The duo of Blood Ruhuan and Fang Yuan were also paying attention to the situation in the field at the moment. Just now, the two of them had also triggered the Immortal Ancient Enlightenment Tablet to descend to bestow blessings, but it was nothing more than a blue grade. Would you invoke red or purple? Ning Hongwan and Tantai Ruowei and the other women were also paying attention to Jun Lingtian's movements at the moment. However, a moment later, that Immortal Ancient Enlightenment Monument suddenly flickered and descended a white bestowal of blessings drifting towards Jun Lingtian. What? White? Ha ha ha, did you guys see that your brother actually just invoked the white blessing? Seeing this scene, Qin Emo instantly spoke out and opened his mouth to mock Jun Shenling's several girls. Comforted. He also didn't expect that this Jun Lingtian, who topped the reputation of being the number 1 demon, would just draw down the white bestowal. How? Jun Shenling and the other women all looked incredulous after seeing this scene. According to the expectations in their hearts, Jun Lingtian should have invoked a red bestowal of blessings, or even a purple bestowal of blessings. It seems that this Jun Lingtian is also a bit of a misnomer. The spectators present all shook their heads in disappointment, saying that there is no false honor in the name of fame. It seems that this saying is not entirely true. Even Blood Ruhuan, Fang Yuan and the 10 Forbidden Land successors didn't quite dare to believe it at this moment after seeing this scene. After all, they had experienced the terror of Jun Lingtian. Why is that? Ning Hongwan and Tantai Ruowei looked at Jun Lingtian at the moment, and then at the white bestowal of blessings that floated towards him, and for a moment, they were somewhat in disbelief. This can't be possible. I clearly remember that what this Jun Lingtian induced in the beginning was a golden bestowal of blessings. Could it be because I returned from rebirth and disturbed the timeline? Tantai Ruowei frowned slightly, and in her heart, there was only so much she could convince herself. However, just when the crowd thought that the bestowal that Jun Lingtian had drawn down was truly white, another blue bestowal unexpectedly descended above the Immortal Ancient Enlightenment stele and floated towards him. How? At the sight of this scene, the expressions on the faces of the people present changed. not knowing why the immortal ancient enlightenment tablet, which had always bestowed blessings on one person only once, would once again descend to bestow blessings. It's just blue. So what? It's far worse than my orange. Chinemo still had a disdainful look on his face. After all, it was the orange bestowal that he had drawn down. However, after seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of Jun Shenling and the other women obviously looked much better. I told you cousin couldn't be a white bestowal. While the blue bestowal is not particularly strong, it is more or less more acceptable to them than the white. Blue, like me, the so-called number 1 demon is nothing more than that. Blood Ruhuan had roughly accepted the fact at this moment that Jun Lingtian's enlightenment was about the same as his, and might not even be as high as his. Chapter 153, Opening of the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, was staring blankly in Jun Lingtian's direction, not knowing what he was thinking. You'd be disappointing me if that's all you were. Cana looked at the side of Jun Lingtian's face with an incomparably complicated expression. On the other side, Ning Hongwan was already having some premonitions in her heart at the moment when she saw Jun Lingtian, who had once again induced a bestowal of blessings. He can't be blue bestowed. Sure enough, the next instant, that immortal ancient enlightenment monument unexpectedly trembled once more, descending an orange bestowal of blessings that floated towards Jun Lingtian. What? How did that happen? Chinemo was not calm anymore, and his complexion was even a little twisted, for his blessing is only orange, too. Now that Jun Lingtian's was also orange, how could he open his mouth to mock? Orange! My brother's blessing is actually orange. Great! Jun Shenling and the other women's faces all glowed with joy when they saw that Jun Lingtian had once again induced another orange-colored bestowal of blessings. After all, there were tens of thousands of people under this immortal ancient enlightenment monument, and there were only a few that drew down the orange blessing. Orange? Damn it! I knew this Jun Lingtian wasn't that simple. The smile on Blood Ruhuan's face at this moment was also directly frozen when he saw that Jun Lingtian had invoked the orange blessing, and after Cana on the other side saw this scene, she somehow felt happy in her heart. Nah, his enlightenment is much more than that. Ning Hongwan could sort of tell that this Jun Lingtian was afraid that he would still be drawing down higher level blessings. Tantai Ruowei, who was not far away from her, was also thinking the same as her. A few moments later, as they had guessed, the red bestowal of blessings quietly fell and floated towards Jun Lingtian's direction. What? Red color? This kid actually drew down the red blessing? Shin Mo's face was rolling at the moment and had turned a little red. Ha ha ha, that who? Shin Mo. Right. How did you have the nerve to open your mouth and taunt my brother with that garbage orange blessing you drew down? Jun Shenling looked at Shin Mo at this time and scoffed out with a smooth face. Yeah, how dare the trashy orange bestowal dog bark. Ji Zukite followed suit and opened her mouth helpfully at this time. These thunderous words were what caused Ji Shuelua and the others behind them to sweat for a while. If orange is trash, what are they white and blue ones? What are the ones who didn't draw down the blessing? A fighter in the trash? Jun Lingtian. As expected. I knew it. Blood Ruhuan's heart was also extremely unbalanced at this moment after seeing Jun Lingtian succeed in pretending once again, with nowhere to vent. He could only casually grab a handful of leaves and take a hard bite and chew a few times. However, the next second after reacting to the situation, he spat it out again in a hurry. This Jun Lingtian is really something else. Fong Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows, glanced at Jun Lingtian from afar, and then closed his eyes to comprehend his Tao again. Ning Hongduan and Tantai Ruowei, however, knew that this was not Jun Lingtian's limit. The red color bestows blessings. This young master of the Jun clan is truly superbly enlightened. The disciples of the major powers at the scene also all felt emotion in their hearts after seeing Jun Lingtian invoke the red blessing. This was the height that they expected the Jun family's young lord to be in their hearts. However, just at this moment, suddenly another person cried out in alarm. Look, what's that? The crowd raised their eyes at the words, and they suddenly realized that a strand of violet gold bestowal had fallen in the direction of Jun Lingtian. What? How is that possible? Purple. It's a purple color bestowed. The faces of all the people present at this moment all showed a shocked and incomparable expression. The purple color bestowed. Many of them here have never heard of it. After all, that was a blessing that had appeared 100,000 years ago, and those who had heard of it had only heard of it from their elders. Sure enough, he did draw down the purple blessing. Ning Hongduan looked as if he had already seen it. Tantai Ruowei on the side was not even the slightest bit surprised because back then, Jun Lingtian had induced a golden bestowal of blessings in this immortal ancient mystic realm. Jun Lingtian, why are you so dazzling? Cana had a complicated look on her face at the moment, but thinking of his blood feud, the hatred in his heart once again took over. On the other hand, Shin Mo's face changed color and eventually revealed an embarrassed and stifled expression. This can't be. It can't be. How is it possible for this Jun Lingtian to draw down a purple blessing? It was important to know that the purple bestowal was 2 levels higher than the orange bestowal that he had drawn down, and how big the span of these 2 levels was could only be truly appreciated by those who had received the bestowal. Chin Mo. Did you see that? That's my brother. Your garbage enlightenment is not even worthy of my brother's shoes. Returning to her senses, Jun Xianling opened her mouth to taunt again with a smirk on her face. That's right. Not even worthy of my cousin's shoes. Ji Shuekui echoed. Ahem. The children of the Jun family and the Swift God race all looked helpless after hearing these words. After all, most of them did not draw down the bestowal of blessings. Now that Jun Xianling and the 2 of them had gone to point at a demon who had invoked the lower orange bestowal of blessings and cursed, it was more or less making things a little difficult for them. However, before they could have a hard time for a few moments, they heard someone's voice shouting in excitement. Chapter 154 Realm Above Great Emperor? Gold color. It's gold. What? Gold? The people who heard these words all looked up and indeed found a strand of golden divine aura floating towards Jun Lingtian. That was clearly the golden bestowal that Jun Lingtian had induced. How can it be? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Shinemo, who saw this scene, once again broke his defenses. He had never thought at all that someone would be able to draw down a golden bestowal. After all, the purple blessing was already a rare sight for 100,000 years, and this golden blessing really only existed in legends. Ding! Shinmo's inner defense is broken, and he has plundered 1,000 points of chi luck value. Ha ha ha, Shin-mo. See? I said your orange bestowal is garbage and still won't admit it. Jun Xianling once again opened her mouth to taunt at Shin-mo. Ji Zukite followed suit. He's a toad who can't see himself clearly, and he even thought of teaching us before. Golden. This Jun Lingtian should never be messed with. Fan Yuan watched this scene with a grave expression on his face, even though he hated Jun Lingtian in his heart. But this Jun Lingtian was definitely not an object he could provoke, not something he could mess with, at least for now. Gold color? Rather expected. Ning Hongwan and Tantai Ruowei didn't have many surprises in their hearts as they watched the golden bestowal of blessings floating down. Cousin is so strong. I have to work hard too. Ji Shuelua found a place to sit down after seeing this scene and began to realize and cultivate. And just when the crowd thought that this was already the limit of Jun Lingtian, those 6 clusters of descending bestowals unexpectedly merged with each other. A whole new bestowal was formed, one that they had never heard of before. Not only did it emanate 6 colors of divine light, even the Epiphany Tao rhythm escaped towards the surroundings. The power of enlightenment around the entire immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument was more than twice as strong. What? How is this possible? What's going on? Could it be that the highest level bestowal of this immortal ancient enlightenment tablet is not the golden blessing? At this moment, the faces of the people present all changed, revealing an unbelievably dumbfounded look, including Tantai Ruowei, who had always been calm. She was likewise no longer calm. It was because they truly hadn't expected that this immortal ancient enlightenment tablet would even have hidden blessings. The power of enlightenment has also increased, so everyone hurry up and become enlightened. At this time, some people realized that the power of enlightenment had actually more than doubled from before, so they hurriedly greeted the crowd and started enlightenment. Surprisingly true. After sensing a bit, basically everyone sat down on their knees and began to enlighten themselves. What? That's not true. Shin-mo man was dumbfounded. He originally thought that his enlightenment was already at the ceiling level of existence, but it was not expected that this sudden killing of Jun Lingtian's enlightenment would be so heaven-defying. No, maybe this can no longer be described as anticlimactic. Blown away. Proud as he was, he had never lost to anyone in terms of enlightenment. He did not expect to be taught how to behave by Jun Lingtian this time. Ding! There is a gap in Shin-mo's Dao heart, plundering 2,000 points of chi value. Shin-mo. Did you see that? That's my brother. And your garbage enlightenment is worthy of being compared to my brother? Jun Xianling once again mocked out, and at the moment the disoriented Shin-mo had stopped paying attention to him, just turned away so forlornly. This person's Dao heart is also too fragile. Ji Zukite had a bored look on her face at this time, and didn't even bother to open her mouth again to concur. Xianling, Zukite, the 2 of you also quickly come to cousin's side to cultivate. At this time Ji Shuelua spoke to the 2 Jun Xianling girls. It was because she had just realized that the more she leaned towards Jun Lingtian's side, the stronger that power of enlightenment became. Came cousin, came sis. Jun Xianling and the 2 girls obediently came to sit not far from Jun Lingtian and began to enlighten themselves. And those clansmen of the Jun family and the Swift God clan were also sitting in enlightenment around Jun Lingtian. This made all the people present envious. That's all. In order to not miss out on this rare opportunity, everyone at the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument basically plopped down at this moment to enlighten themselves. The time lasted until the opening of the immortal ancient trial tower. only to see the center of the immortal ancient mysterious realm. The ground suddenly shook drastically. Large swaths of land began to collapse as if an earthquake had struck. Soon after, an ancient and deep spire slowly emerged from the ground. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 99 layers, piercing the firmament. It topped the sky but did not have a trace of divinity, nor did it shine with divine light. There is only simplicity and vicissitude, as if it has spent countless years and experienced eternity, so that one can look at it and get lost in it. And this strong tremor also woke up the crowd in front of the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument. It's the immortal ancient Trial Tower. The immortal ancient Trial Tower has opened. Some of the children of the great powers who had some experience immediately understood. Go, follow me forward to break into the Enlightenment Trial Tower. Some of the less enlightened ones immediately got up and rushed in the direction of the Enlightenment Trial Tower. After all, there was still a gap between the immortal ancient Enlightenment Stele and the immortal ancient Trial Tower. After all, that Trial Tower has something to gain just by going through it, while this Enlightenment Tablet needs to be enlightened on its own. However, some of the more enlightened Heaven's Pride demons continued their enlightenment. Chapter 155, What are you not satisfied with? After all, that immortal ancient Trial Tower wouldn't close until the end of the secret realm, so there was no harm in going there later. The immortal ancient Trial Tower is finally going to open. Jun Lingtian, you wait for me. Blood Ruhuan directly left the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument and ran wildly towards the Trial Tower. Fang Yuan was the same. After all, places with Jun Lingtian in them always made him a little uncomfortable, and like Ning Hongduan and the other more enlightened ones were all still here to enlighten themselves and revalidate the path they had taken. Cousin, should I wake my brother? Jun Xianling looked towards Ji Shuelua and opened her mouth to inquire. No need. If any of you want to go and break into the immortal ancient Trial Tower, go ahead and do so. Cousin Lingtian, I'll keep watch. Ji Shuelua glanced at Jun Lingtian after saying this, her eyes full of love. No matter what happened to Jun Lingtian in the future, she would have no choice but to stand behind him and give him support. Then, Lord Goddess, we will go ahead and break into the tower. Some of the enlightened ones weren't particularly good at opening their mouths to bid farewell to Ji Shuelua. Go on. Ji Shuelua nodded, and then the crowd left one after another. I know the two of you can't stay here, so go with them to break into the immortal ancient Trial Tower. Ji Shuelua looked towards the two Jun Xianling girls. Really? Thank you, sister-in-law. Jun Xianling had a look of delight on her face, and then she tugged Ji Zukite to follow the Jun family's children, and Ji Shuelua spoke to Ji Tsungdao again at this moment. Cthulhu, you follow and protect them for a bit. Don't worry, Shiro. It's on me. Ji Tsunxiang's chest slapped danglingly, and then his ass followed behind the two Jun Xianling girls. Some more time passed. The several Ning Hongduan women also left one after another. However, they all moved in unison to glance at Jun Lingtian's direction as they left. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer people under the immortal ancient Enlightenment Monument, and in the end, there were only a sparse number of people who were still enlightened. At this time, Jun Lingtian was also slowly waking up from his enlightenment. The colors in his eyes changed, and he just sat there dumbfounded, not knowing what he was thinking. And Ji Shuelua, who saw this scene, didn't say anything and just waited so quietly. 1 hour later, Jun Lingtian took a deep breath and then stood up. Let's go to the Trial Tower. Good. Ji Shuelua walked to Jun Lingtian's side and took his hand. Sensing this move, Jun Lingtian's grip on Ji Shuelua's hand tightened slightly and a smile could not help but appear on his face. Then look at the immortal ancient Trial Tower at this moment. More and more people were already converging around them. Blood Ruhuan and the others were clearly among them. In front of the tower there were also 200-meter-high record monument stele, one recording the ranking of those who had broken into the tower over the generations, and one recording the ranking of those who were currently breaking into the tower. Buzz. As the press immortal ancient Trial Tower let out a trembling sound, the crowd present instantly knew that the trial of the Trial Tower had opened. Go on, get in. Today, I, Zhang San, am bound to ascend to the 50th floor. There are demonic prides of the heavens who are magnificent, but it was soon mocked by those around him. 50 floors? You'd be lucky to ascend 20 floors. Humph. Whoever said that I can't climb up to the 50th floor? I'll climb up to you guys right now. Zhang San snorted coldly, then twisted his head and entered the immortal ancient Trial Tower. In fact, he knew that his ascent to the 50th floor was impossible. After all, this immortal ancient Trial Tower not only had the basic heart, qualification, and enlightenment tests in it, there were also secret art puppets in the back, and immortal ancient fierce beasts guarding them. The ones further up were even guarded by teenage supreme beings and great emperor shadows. That's why the average heaven's remarkable demon would only be able to ascend 20 or 30 floors. A little more powerful 40 or 50 layers. Divine Sun level demons were only at the 60th or 70th level. Second senior brother. Look, isn't that the name of the traitor Blood Ruhuan? At this time, someone among the heirs of the Blood Demon Earth suddenly pointed at the record tablet and spoke. This was because there were several words written in a special divine script on it. Name Blood Ruhuan. Number of floors, 8th floor. Physique, Blood Demon Divine Vein. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan was not only breaking into the tower, but he was well ahead in the rankings of the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower, as long as Fang Yuan was able to follow closely behind him. No good. I almost forgot. You can't be too out of your element. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of his usual code of conduct and slightly reduced the speed of his ascent to the tower. The outside world's Blood Demon Earth heirs all gritted their teeth in hatred after seeing Blood Ruhuan's name. After all, the several dead great emperors and quasi-emperors were all more or less related to them. Some of them were even the direct ancestors of their lineage. This Blood Ruhuan is hiding really deep. Surprisingly, he's still alive. The people of the Blood Demon Earth were all gnashing their teeth in anger. Is it possible to have the same name? At this point some other sensible person frowned and spoke up. Same name or not, this man must die. An heir of the Blood Devil's Earth opened his mouth in a domineering manner. After all, there weren't many forces under the sky that dared to mess with their Blood Demon's Earth, and they had this capital to be overbearing. Let's go and break into the tower as well. If we meet him on the 50th floor, we must make a move to kill him. The second brother of the Blood Demon's Earth opened his mouth. And the reason why they had to do it at the 50th floor was because it was at the 50th floor that all the talents would meet here. Only by defeating one person will you be eligible to advance to the next level. So there was a probability that they would encounter Blood Ruhuan at the 50th floor. As the crowds of people present all went to break into the tower, there were fewer and fewer people at the bottom of the tower. However, someone was soon eliminated from the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower and teleported out. So some of this group left to scavenge for opportunities, while others went to the Immortal Ancient Enlightenment Monument to enlighten themselves. The vast majority of others gathered around the record tablet to eat their melon, because they wanted to know who the highest ranking of the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower would be this time. Wow! This tower! Jun Qianling, who had just arrived here, had just wanted to raise her head to look at the tower when she was stopped by Ji Sangdao. Cousin, this Immortal Ancient Trial Tower cannot be looked at. Oh, forgot. Jun Qianling patted her small chest with some fear, but inwardly, she was extremely curious to see what would happen. Let's go Qianling, let's go break into the tower as well. Ji Xuekue opened her mouth. Okay, let's go. Jun Qianling nodded and then walked into the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower with Ji Zukite. Seeing this, Ji Tsangqiang and the Jun clan's Ji clan children all followed suit and went into the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower as well. Not long afterward, Ning Hongguan and the others arrived one after another, and then entered the Trial Tower. Is this the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower? Jun Lingtian, who had come over last, was looking up at the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. Instantly, an ancient aura that was vicissitude to the extreme instantly rushed into his mind. Not only was that aura vicissitude, it also carried a corrosive force of age that was extremely terrifying. If not for Jun Lingtian's comprehension of the power of the ages, it was estimated that the divine soul would instantly age, as if it had gone through eternity and stepped into its twilight years. Chapter 156, Don't Pretend to be Blood Ruhuan. Cousin Lingtian, you just... Ji Xuelua's face was shocked at the moment. What had she just seen? Jun Lingtian had gone so far as to look directly at the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. That would be obliterated by the unknown force above. However, she now realized that Jun Lingtian did not have anything going on at all, as if she had not seen it. It's nothing. I practiced a special pupil technique, so I wasn't affected by it. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth to explain, and then he and Ji Xuelua held hands as they arrived close to the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. Xueluo, you go in and break into the tower. Won't cousin Lingtian go in with me? Ji Xuelua looked towards Jun Lingtian with some confusion. Me? I'll hold off on breaking into the tower for now. In fact, this Immortal Ancient Trial Tower was of no use to him, so it didn't matter if he broke into it or not. As for those emperor-level inheritances and whatnot given by this trial tower, he couldn't look at them. And compared to the rewards of the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower, the trial tower itself was more interesting to him. Okay then. Ji Xuelua let go of Jun Lingtian's hand with some reluctance and then headed towards the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. And after Ji Xuelua entered the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower, Jun Lingtian's silhouette slowly disappeared and arrived close to the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower. He wanted to study this Immortal Ancient Trial Tower because he always felt that this Immortal Ancient Trial Tower didn't look like an imperial artifact. It seemed to be an existence that surpassed an imperial artifact. System, what level is this Immortal Ancient Trial Tower? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth to inquire while gazing at the Immortal Ancient Trial Tower in front of him. Reporting back to the host, this Immortal Ancient Trial Tower is made from the remnants of an immortal artifact. If we are hard to say, It should belong to a half-immortal weapon. The system's voice resounded within Jun Lingtian's mind. Immortal? Sure enough, the realm of the Great Emperor is not the apex. Jun Lingtian, who heard this, understood that there were realms above the Great Emperors. In fact, he had previously touched a hint of where the bottleneck of the realm above the Great Emperor was at the Immortal Bone Enlightenment Monument. It does seem true now. System, then are there any conditions required for a breakthrough in the realm above the Great Emperor? Jun Lingtian inquired once more. It is still too early for the host to think about this, for the heavenly Tao of this world has already severed the path of immortality and will not allow anyone to become immortal again. Like this? Jun Lingtian, who heard these words, stopped asking after some slight contemplation and instead studied the immortal ancient trial tower in front of him. As time passed, more and more people were teleported out, all gathered around the record monument. You guys, look at the rankings above the record monument. At this time someone suddenly opened his mouth in a loud voice. It was because they had discovered that within a distance surprisingly all of them had been dominated by the Jun family's children. Name, Jun Qinling. Number of floors, 32. Physique, Ice Crystal Immortal Bone. Linglong Dao Heart. Name Junhua. Number of floors, 31. Physique, Great Desolate War Body. Name, Jun Tsunghai. Number of floors, 31. Physique, Holy Emperor Supreme Body. Looking at the 10 or so Jun family members occupying the top ranks of the record monument, the people present were nonplussed. No, as I recall, isn't this some great desolate battle body, the physique of that some Xiaojian? Why would it appear on the body of someone from the Jun family? At this time, someone suddenly remembered that Xiao Jian had been broadcasted when he climbed the heavenly staircase of creation in the Tomb of the Sky, and it was clearly this some kind of great desolate battle body. I'm not sure, but that Xiao Jian seems to have heard that he has fallen, and I don't know how. It shouldn't be. Some people had already speculated towards the Jun family. Otherwise, how in heaven's name could there be such a coincidence? After all, special physiques would only spawn one in an era, so there can't be a situation where the same physique occurs between peers. Caution. A son of a great power hurriedly made a silence gesture. After all, before entering the immortal ancient mysterious realm, their elders had repeatedly explained to them, the current Jun family was in existence not to be messed with, and if there was a conflict with the Jun family's children, everything could be tolerated. Those who can't tolerate it wash their own necks and wait to die. You guys, look, the one in first place is actually Ning Hongwan of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Yeah, so strong. Second place is Tantai Ruowei? How come? At this time, the crowd present suddenly realized that the second place in that row of record monuments was actually Tantai Ruowei, the Holy Lord of the Red Dust Holy Land. The woman who was famous for running away from marriage didn't think the talent would be this good. Earlier at the immortal ancient Dao Enlightenment Monument, this Tantai Ruowei had acted extremely heaven-defying, and now it seems that not only is her talent demonic, but even the rest of her is very strong as well. I heard that back then. She followed Yi Chen, who had run away from her marriage, to the Tantai ancient clan and killed her entire family. It's really ironic. At this time, someone spoke with a mocking face. It is indeed extremely ironic that a lover in the beginning turns out to be an enemy who kills his own family. What? There's even a thing about this? Some of the people who were not part of the Jun Heavenly Domain's forces were also a bit shocked when they heard this. I thought about how majestic that Yi Chen was when he was strutting his stuff in the Jun family, but now he hasn't turned into a pile of withered bones. At this time, the crowd thought of what Yi Chen had done in the Jun family back then. At the end of the day, it's just a clown, and at this moment in the tower, Blood Ruohuan was working his way up the ladder, even though he was surpassed by Ning Hongwan and Tantai Ruowei, who came later. Yet it was ranked third. Behind him were the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands, Jun Lingtian. Wait, I want you dead. Blood Ruohuan recited it silently in his heart every time he ascended a floor. He has to make himself always remember what he is living for now. And he was not the only one who hated Jun Lingtian right now. There were also a few of the 10 Forbidden Lands heirs, as well as Qin Mo, who had regained some of his confidence. And although Fang Yuan also disliked Jun Lingtian in his heart, he did not intend to make an enemy of Jun Lingtian. He only wanted to live a good life. Cana, who was right behind them, was also struggling to climb up and become stronger. She still wanted to slaughter Jun Lingtian in her heart right now. The love deep inside had been buried deep within her. But when the day came for her to slaughter Jun Lingtian, she intended to accompany him. A few days ago, the outside world, a huge incomparable curtain of light was currently being displayed in front of Jun Xianyi. The 10 lords of the Forbidden Lands were listed to his left and right, which could be considered a full row. Jun Family Master, your son's invocation of the six-colored blessing is truly an astonishing act. The helmsman of the land of burial opened his mouth and complimented. Yes, your son's talent is rare throughout the ages. He will become a great emperor in the future. the helmsman of the illusory immortal Zephyr, was a beautiful woman, and at this moment, she also opened her mouth to Jun Xianyi and complimented him. Generally average. My son has only inherited 80% of my talent. Jun Xianyi waved his hand without a care in the world, but his face was straight up smiling. Cool. To be complimented by the Lord of the Forbidden Lands of the 10 Forbidden Lands. He had never dreamed so much in his life. Chapter 157. So what if I bullied you? But now it was realized. All thanks to his own ancestor. So he decided to kowtow a few more to his own old ancestor when he returned. That's true. The Jun family master is also gifted with extraordinary talent. The helmsman of the Blood Demons land spoke in agreement. However, looking at the smile on Jun Lingtian's face, the 10 Forbidden Landlords were all preoccupied. After all, this Jun family had the old ultimate great emperor backing them up, and the lesser Jun Lingtian. And in the future, if another ultimate great emperor were to come out, then the day of their 10 Forbidden Lands emergence would at least have to wait for tens of thousands of years. And during this period, the Jun family must not have any accomplished offspring, or else it would be difficult to say. The Immortal Bone Trial Tower has opened. At this time, the crowd also saw a plain tower slowly rising up in the middle of the immortal ancient mysteries in the middle of the screen of light. However, because the Swire Trial Tower came with an isolation effect, only a blurry shadow could be seen. With the passage of time, the image ranking of the two monuments also appeared above the light screen at this moment. Blood like joy? Upon seeing Blood Ruhuan's name, the helmsman of the Blood Demons land frowned, but didn't say anything. On the other side of the room, Ning Qianqiu and Gu Changqing and the other helmsmen of the top-tier powers were gathered together. Hey, now this Jun family is really imposing. Ning Qianqiu couldn't help but lament. You envy others, brother Ning, but we envy you. Gu Changqing spoke at this time. Envy me for what? Envious that my position as palace master has been taken away? Ning Qianqiu seemed to have thought of something, and her expression was somewhat mocking. However, the others opened their mouths with an unhappy face when they saw him in this state. Brother Ning, you'll be content. Your daughter at a young age has managed the entire Red Dust Dao Palace in good order, and before that at that Immortal Bone Enlightenment Monument it even drew down the red bestowal of blessings. What are you not satisfied with? Ha? Yeah, if my no-good son was half as good as your daughter, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. A top power's helmsman opened his mouth. Yes. Ning Qianqiu didn't bother to retort, and only he himself understood the flavor. Look, your daughter has ascended to first place in that immortal ancient trial tower again. And you still complain about this and that every day. At this moment, after the crowd saw Ning Hongduan ascend to the first place of the record monument, all of their faces revealed a look of envy. How could they have failed to see that Ning Hongduan was a latecomer? Looks like we're going to have to try once again if we can repair our relationship with Red Dust when we get back. Ning Qianqiu glanced at the name of Ning Hongduan, who was ranked number 1 at the moment, with a somewhat complicated expression. Why wouldn't he want to have such a wonderful daughter? But now people don't recognize him. Even his several attempts to repair the relationship were denied by the other. What? Look guys, aren't all the names in that row Jun's children? At this time, the crowd present suddenly realized that not far below that Ning Hongduan's name, it had been directly dominated by a group of people surnamed Jun, and each one of them had an extremely strong physique, an existence that could rival the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands. The reason why the name ranked behind the 10 Forbidden Lands was probably because the heritage was not as deep as the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands. How is that possible? When did so many powerful demons appear in the Jun family? At this moment, the looks on the faces of the people present all changed. It was because they sensed that the pattern of the 9 heavens and 10 lands might be about to change. In the future, the Jun family might become the strongest force in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And not far away, the lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands also saw what was on the light screen. One by one, their expressions all changed for a while, but in the end, they all put on a polite fake smile. Ha ha ha, Jun family master. Congratulations! Your Jun family has produced quite a few good seedlings in this generation. Yes, Jun family master, your Jun family is truly full of talent. Nowhere. It's all because my Jun clan ancestor taught me well. How could Jun Xianyi not know what these 10 people around him had in mind? But as long as their Jun family's old ancestor was around, these 10 Forbidden Lands would not be able to touch their Jun family. Damn it! Why did so many demons suddenly appear in the Jun family? At this moment, the helmsmen of the 10 Forbidden Lands were all cursing in their hearts. If that old ancestor of the Jun family did not die, then the momentum of the Jun family's upward surge would be unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before they became the number 1 power in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This Red Dust Road Palace also seems to. At this moment, the helmsmen of the 10 Forbidden Lands, in addition to placing their eyes on the Jun family, had also discovered that the duo of Ning Hongduan and Tantai Ruowei of that Red Dust Dao Palace had unusually demonic natural talents. The number of layers directly threw off the 10 Forbidden Lands heirs by a large margin. If this Red Dust Dao Palace was allowed to develop, it would probably become the second Jun family. After glancing at each other, the helmsman of the 10 Forbidden Lands had a decision. If the Jun family can't do it, can't the Red Dust Palace do it? Going back, they are going to gather the great emperors in their clan to go to that Red Dust Dao Palace to take the anger, and it is not allowed to destroy that Red Dust Dao Palace. After all, this period of time had suffocated the great emperors of their 10 Forbidden Lands. Looking again at this moment in the immortal ancient mysterious realm, the Ning Hongduan who had climbed the tower had already arrived at the 50th floor. This level requires two pairs to fight each other, the winner advances, and the loser can only stay on this level and choose another person to fight against. Of course you can also opt out, but who is willing to quit if they can ascend to the 50th floor? If Wei, war, Ning Hongduan looked towards Tantai Ruowei, a faint smile on her face. Come on then, Tantai Ruowei was not afraid either. She was a female emperor reborn and had her own arrogance. Just like that, the moment the two women agreed to the date, they disappeared into place and arrived at a confined space ring. The female emperors of two eras were about to collide in this immortal ancient trial tower. Ruowei, I don't think you're from this time and space. Ning Hongduan, who was in front of the sparring match, looked across at Tantai Ruowei and opened his mouth indifferently. Aren't you the same? Tantai Ruowei also looked towards Ning Hongduan, and how could she not see that Ning Hongduan was different? Come on, war! Without further ado, Ning Hongduan's Dao flowed in his hands and violently attacked Tantai Ruowei. War! Tantai Ruowei wasn't willing to show weakness either, and collided with Ning Hongduan. For a time, the entire spatial ring shimmered with light, and the Dao was overflowing. Half an hour later, Blood Ruhuan surprisingly led the crowd and reached the 50th floor first. Upon seeing that there was not a single person on the 50th floor, he burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, sure enough, my qualifications are the strongest. Jun Lingtian, wait for me. Once again, Jun Lingtian's beaten appearance flashed through Blood Ruhuan's mind, intending to find Jun Lingtian to settle the score as soon as he went out from this trial tower. After all, after 50 floors of trial tower trials, his foundation had deepened to an incomparably terrifying level. Surprisingly, someone arrived first than me. God Hao Tian. Who are you? God Hao Tian frowned at Blood Ruhuan, who was not far away. Chapter 158 Blood Ruhuan's Breakthrough. You don't need to know who I am. Blood Ruhuan's expression remained unchanged, and he was not the least bit weak when facing God Hao Tian. However, there was no intention to make a move with this divine Hao Tian. After all, this divine Hao Tian was an heir to the ancient divine court, and his battle power was not far off from his, so he was still planning to find a soft target to pinch. Oh, God Hao Tian's eyes narrowed as he sized up the Blood Ruhuan in front of him, only to realize that he couldn't see through the other party at all. In keeping with the principle of proceeding with caution, he also did not choose to fight against it. God Hao Tian, the first one is actually you? At this time, Ominous God's Tomb's Thunder Destroyer also arrived at the 50th floor. When he saw that God Hao Tian had come before him, he was instantly displeased. As for Blood Ruhuan, who was not far away, he ignored it. What do you mean he's number one? Number one is me. Blood Ruhuan voiced out a rebuttal. This stupid big guy even thought that God Hao Tian was number one. The number one is clearly him. Okay, who are you? Lei Mianshur frowned and glanced at Blood Ruhuan, but the latter had no intention of giving names. Don't you care who I am? You just need to know that I was the first to ascend to this 50th floor. Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth indifferently, with a proud look on his face. You first? Lei Destroyer's expression froze after hearing these words, and then he cast an inquiring gaze toward God Hao Tian. Yes, he was first, but he was only there because he entered the tower before me. God Hao Tian spoke faintly. The meaning of that was obvious. The reason why this Blood Ruhuan was able to get the first place was because he advanced into the tower before himself. Otherwise it must have arrived without him first. Oh, so that's how it is. I told you how any cat or dog can be the first to reach the 50th floor. Lei Destroyer's pair of divine eyes glowing with lightning swept a glance at Blood Ruhuan with a disdainful expression on his face. You guys? Blood Ruhuan couldn't help himself and tried to pull them against each other. However, right at this moment, the heirs of the other 8 Forbidden Lands arrived almost one after another. Another one of them, Blood Ruhuan, an heir of the Blood Demon's Earth, not only recognized but was also very familiar with him, and was none other than his senior brother. This instantly calmed him down, who had wanted to get angry. Gentlemen, have you seen my senior brother, Blood Ruhuan? Blood Ruhuan's senior brother looked at the crowd present and opened his mouth to ask, Blood like a joy? What happened to that? Lei Mianshur's voice was like thunder as he cursed. After all, if it wasn't for Blood Ruhuan picking a fight in the first place, they wouldn't have been made so miserable by Jun Lingtian. However, these words in the ears of Blood Ruhuan, who was not far away, instantly caused his face to turn red. Yeah, didn't I hear that blood Ruhuan that died? What? Still not dead? Empyrean Slayer also opened his mouth with a resentful face at this time, because that blood Ruhuan had not only pitched them, but even now, the immortal pill that was promised in the beginning had not been given to them. That's going to gross them out. Not dead. Just now you guys out there didn't notice that there was one named Blood Ruhuan on the list? At this time, Blood Ruhuan's senior brother opened his mouth and asked. I saw it, but at the time I thought it was someone with the same name. Reincarnation Pure Lan Su Muyao opened her mouth. Damn thing, even still not dead. If I let me meet him, I will definitely break him into pieces. The demoness of the Nightmare Land cursed out, thinking that she was the one who was the most miserable in the beginning. If she hadn't been resurrected by the great emperor of the Nightmare Land with his great magical powers, she would have long since turned into the dust of history. Since none of you have encountered it, then it's probably that it hasn't appeared yet. I'm going to wait for him here today and see where he runs. The blood demon Earth's heir carried indignation very much in his tone, clearly intending to stand guard at this 50th floor location. By the way, what's your boy's name? At this time, Emperor Kingslayer suddenly looked at Blood Ruhuan and opened his mouth to ask, because he had just felt that there seemed to be something wrong with this kid as well, especially when he was scolding Blood Ruhuan. Me? Why should I tell you? Come on, if you want to fight. Fight me. Blood Ruhuan directly issued a request for a battle invitation. After all, this 50th floor has 10 demons waiting for him intently. Once his identity is exposed, he will have to suffer. I just asked who you are and you're going to fight me? You couldn't be that little guy Blood Ruhuan, could you? Empyrean's eyes narrowed slightly, flickering with a hint of danger. Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan's heart thumped, but he didn't move, because he knew he would be exposed if he had any suspicious look on his face. What Blood Ruhuan? I don't recognize it. If you want to fight, then fight. Humph, you better not be. Empyreanicide scrutinized Blood Ruhuan, but he didn't see anything broken. However, just at this time, Fong Yuan reached the 50th floor, and as soon as he arrived he realized that there was something eerie about the scene. So in keeping with the principle of keeping a low profile, he headed for a corner. Suspicious. The 10 Forbidden Land successors all narrowed their eyes when they saw Fong Yuan's move, their expressions tinged with ill will. You kid, come here. Lei Extinction shouted at the top of his voice. This kid is sneaky and doesn't look like a good guy. Not far away. Blood Ruhuan was relieved in his heart after realizing that the attention of the 10 Forbidden Heirs had shifted to Fong Yuan's body. On the other hand, Fong Yuan, who was called out, had his eyelids fluttering wildly. There's danger. But now that he was in this immortal ancient trial tower, there was no place to hide, unless he gives up climbing the tower. But how could he be willing to give up such a chance? Gentlemen, call me what for? In the end, Fong Yuan still planned to ask what was the reason for looking for him. After all, he asked himself that he had never been careful and hadn't offended anyone. What is it? Don't pretend. Blood like joy. Looking at Fong Yuan's hesitant and uncertain appearance, several of the Forbidden Land's heirs took him for Blood Ruhuan. Why else would you be so squeamish? You see how quick the earlier one was to come to war at the drop of a hat. What blood like joy? I am Fong Yuan, the young master of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Hearing the other party's words, Fong Yuan knew that they had recognized the wrong person and thought in his heart that there should still be a turnaround. Young Lord Fong Yuan of the Heavenly Demon Hall? That wastrel? Do you think I would believe that? God, how Tian snorted coldly. That young lord of the Heavenly Demon Hall was a waste of time. It was notorious in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. So how could it be possible to ascend to the 50th floor? One could only blame Fong Yuan for publicizing himself as a waste in order to cover himself up in the first place. I really am the young lord of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Fong Yuan had the feeling of lifting a stone and smashing his own foot at the moment, because he had spread the name of his wasted talent all over the 9 heavens and 10 lands in order to hide his clumsiness in the first place. Who cares if you are or not? Let's beat it up first. Lei Destroyer opened his mouth with a grumpy face. Then the thunder pools in his eyes flashed and he shot directly towards Fong Yuan. Damn it! You've bullied me too much. Seeing this, Fong Yuan hurriedly dodged. However, the other Forbidden Land transmitters also made a direct move to attack him. Chapter 159, Break It. So what if I bully you? Give me death. God Haotian opened his mouth in a domineering and incomparable manner, and a fist entwined with the power of intent instantly blasted towards Fong Yuan. The others' attacks were also greeted towards Fong Yuan. For a while, the attacks that covered the sky all bombarded Fong Yuan alone. Fong Yuan was dodging and escaping at the same time. His figure was in a sorry state. Ha ha ha, the cuties. After seeing this scene, Blood Ruhuan burst out laughing in his heart. But as he laughed he felt that something was wrong as he realized that Fong Yuan was actually rushing towards him. It also carries an overwhelming attack. Damn it, Don't you come any closer. Blood Ruhuan turned around and ran. But how could he, who didn't dare to perform the Blood Demon's Earth Speed martial skill, possibly outrun Fang Yuan, who had performed the martial skill? I'm going to challenge you, so promise me. Fang Yuan yelled at Blood Ruhuan and opened his mouth. It turned out that the reason why he had come towards Blood Ruhuan was because he wanted to fight against him and enter a separate spatial ring to escape the siege of the 10 Forbidden Lands heirs. Why should I listen to you? Blood Ruhuan actually had some inner intentions when he heard this. The first thing was that this guy had ascended the 50th floor much later than himself. This proved that the other party should not be as strong as him. Secondly, it was because he also didn't want to face the heir of the 10 Forbidden Lands. In case he revealed himself, he would be finished. If you don't agree, then die with me. Fang Yuan directly approached towards Blood Ruhuan with a hideous and incomparable expression on his face. This caused the latter's face to be a bit stifled and ugly. I promise to fight you. Blood Ruhuan finally agreed, and then after a buzzing sound, the two's figures directly disappeared in place. Damn, that kid must be Blood Ruhuan. Seeing the duo's figures disappear, Lei Mianxue was instantly furious and jumped to his feet. However, Blood like Huan's senior brother felt differently because he did not feel a trace of familiarity in Fang Yuan's body. He shouldn't be Blood Ruhuan, because the techniques he cultivates and the martial arts he performs are all new, and differ greatly from Blood Ruhuan. Rather, the first one we saw was a bit suspicious. The Blood Demon Earth Transmitter spoke faintly. The person he had just seen when he ascended to the 50th floor gave him a familiar feeling, and he surprisingly did not perform a martial art to dodge away when Fang Yuan used him as a shield just now. This is all signs that something is indeed wrong with that person. Wait, one of the two of them is going to come back eventually anyway. Illusory Immortal Zephyrs by Xian spoke faintly. However, it was at this time that Jun Xianling ascended to the 50th floor. Arriving at almost the same time as her was the Holy Feather Clan's young lord, Cana. It's her. After seeing Jun Xianling, Cana remembered that she was the one who had dug up her immortal bones in the first place, so her complexion was very complicated. But thinking that she was willing and not coerced by her, she had no reason to blame the other party. I can't believe it's them. Jun Xianling was also a little unsure of what to do after seeing the 10 Forbidden Lands heirs, but thinking that he had his big brother to back him up, he stiffened his spine and stepped aside. The heir to the 10 Forbidden Lands instantly recognized Jun Xianling upon seeing her, but the elders of their clan had long ago told them that they couldn't have the Jun family's children make a move. So although they felt that this Jun Xianling was a soft persimmon, but don't dare to make a move to pinch it. Better wait, there should be someone else back there. The heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands all thought so. Yet they were embarrassed to realize that several of the people who had appeared behind them were Jun clan descendants. Cousin, you're amazing. Some of the Jun family's children immediately went up to praise Jun Xianling after seeing that she had arrived ahead of them. Generally, cousin, you guys are pretty good too. Jun Xianling's face beamed with joy at the compliment. On the other hand, the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands on the other side had complex faces. Now there was just one Cana of the Holy Feather clan to invite to battle, but that one wasn't enough for them to share awe. However, right at this moment, Qin Mo suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. This caused all the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands to stare at him like hungry wolves with green eyes. Why are they all staring at me? When Qin Mo saw that he was being targeted by the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands, he felt a chill run down his body. Obviously there were so many people arriving ahead of him. Why did they focus on him? Because the combined strength of those who ascended to the 50th floor first were basically stronger than those who came after them. Every single one of them wanted to find the ones who arrived after them. Kid, fight me. Lei Mianxue took the lead and spoke to Qin Mo, which caused the others present to immediately stop. Kid, fight me. Empyrean Slayer also spoke to Qin Mo. Handsome boy, fight me. I promise to make you horny. The demoness licked her lips in a seductive manner. I disagree, because each person had 3 chances to refuse. Qin Mo directly refused the invitation to fight from the heirs of the 3 Forbidden Lands. Kid, fight me then. God Hao Tian looked at Qin Mo and opened his mouth. In the next instant, the two of them instantly disappeared in place. Marred. Surprisingly, I let this fellow God Hao Tian take advantage of me. All of them are a little chagrined, but now can only wait for there is no soft persimmon to board. And at this moment, Fang Yuan and Blood Ruhuan in the middle of the spatial battlefield were staring wide-eyed at this moment. But every now and then, they would exchange blows. After all, none of them wanted to split the winner so early. Otherwise, after going out, they would still have to face the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Places. And only after staying in this sky battlefield until they all left would they think about splitting the winners and losers. That's you they're looking for, Blood Ruin, isn't it? I remember you didn't used to look like this. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes at this time as he looked across at Blood Ruhuan. Just now, the trial tower broadcasted the names of the duo. Now Fang Yuan already knew that the one on the opposite side was the person that the heirs of the 10 forbidden places in the outside world were looking for. You actually know me? Blood Ruhuan's eyes looked at Fang Yuan across the room with mischief. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about your identity, but only if you let me pass through this level first. Fang Yuan stated his purpose. This Blood Ruhuan, as the heir to the 10 forbidden lands in the beginning, was certainly not to be underestimated in terms of strength. Why should I trust you? Blood Ruhuan's eyes shifted at this moment. In fact, he didn't particularly care about exposing his identity right now, but it was better if he didn't. You may not believe me either, but it doesn't seem that easy to defeat me. Fang Yuan directly externalized his aura. Since the battle above the spatial ring was a battle of the same rank, Fang Yuan was not afraid of his opponent, and after feeling Fang Yuan's aura, Blood Ruhuan frowned, because he realized that his opponent was indeed very strong. He was only 60% sure of defeating him. Chapter 160 Blood Ruhuan Falls. Fine. In that case, I promise you. But if I have to know that you're pulling any tricks, I will definitely make your life worse than death at that time. There was a threat in Blood Ruhuan's tone. Don't you worry. Fang Yuan agreed in one bite. And at this moment, in the space of the 50th floor, another group of people arrived once again. These included Ji Shuelua by Susu and other women. And as the number continued to increase, all the people present had found their opponents, because losing twice would result in elimination. This 50th floor would eliminate a third of the demonic prides. I'm going to fight you. Jun Shenling found a random heir to a major power to fight against it this time. Ji Shuelua and the other women were the same. Look again at the outside world at this moment. Many of the people recorded above the record tablet were stuck at the 50th floor. However, right at this moment, Ning Hongduan's ranking rose, and Tantai Ruowei's followed suit. The third was Cana's, followed by the heirs of the 10 forbidden lands as well as the Jun clan and the people of the ancient god race. Why do these two little ninnies look like they're fighting? Jun Lingtian was currently standing beside the record monument watching the battle, and a large space had been vacated around him as a result. Looking at the two girls, Ning Hongchen and Tantai Ruowei, who were almost neck and neck, Jun Lingtian was pondering on what to do next. Ning Hongduan he almost cleaned up pretty much. Now in addition to the hard mouth, the whole body is soft, but that Tantai Ruowei he hadn't figured out what to do with. But what was certain was that this Tantai Ruowei had a crush on him. His next plan was to wait for that Blood Ruhuan to come out and then slaughter him first before trying to see if he could mess with that Fang Yuan and Qin Mo. The people in the outside world saw that the first two terms were occupied by the two women of the Red Dust Dao Palace, and all of them had different thoughts at once. These two wenches must be slaughtered. This was the inner thoughts of the lords of the 10 forbidden lands. Ning Qianqiu, on the other hand, was at the moment even more determined to repair his relationship with his woman. Brother Ning, your daughter is so outstanding. You must treat us to a drink after this. At this time, a person of great power complimented and patted his ass. Well. At this moment, Ning Qianqiu also no longer dwelled on his relationship with Ning Hongchen, but instead took himself as the other party's father. Just like that, as time passed, the tower for Ning Hongduan and Tantai Ruowei unexpectedly rushed up to the 80th floor in one breath. On the other hand, Blood Ruhuan had managed to arrive at the 70th floor with great difficulty. How could this be? Why is the 72nd floor so tough? At this moment, Blood Ruhuan was battling against a teenage Supreme Shadow and was in an absolute disadvantage. Every move and every stance had him in danger. Damn it! I don't believe it. I'm the one who's going to the top. Blood Ruhuan bellowed, directly taking out 12 points of his battle strength. The fledgling form of the domain within his body was operated to blast towards the opposite teenage Supreme Shadow. That's right. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan had already comprehended the skin of the domain. That is, the domain prototype. Time and time again, he was sent flying, and time again, he climbed up, until his strength was exhausted still relying on knocking pills to fight against the teenage Supreme Being. It was because he realized that he had already touched the bottleneck of the domain, and after a while he would be able to successfully poke through that layer of window paper and comprehend the domain. Jun Lingtian, die for me! Blood Ruhuan directly visualized the opposite Teen Supreme's silhouette as Jun Lingtian's likeness at this moment, because only then would he be able to have a stronger motivation. 1 day, 2 days, 15 days, it had been fighting for half a month's time, and shortly afterward with a crunching sound of a click, Blood Ruhuan's domain instantly became solidified. The power had also increased by more than 100 times, and a complete domain was finally comprehended by him. With a punch that dispersed the opposite Teen Supreme's silhouette, Blood Ruhuan laughed with his teeth grinning to the back of his ears. Ha ha ha, Jun Lingtian, you wait for me to die. Thinking of his hatred, Blood Ruhuan couldn't wait to go out and settle the score with Jun Lingtian right now, but he knew he couldn't. He had to reach the top and solidify his foundation for more opportunities. So he sat down on the ground and began to recover his strength and aura. Intend to keep climbing. However, by the time he had recovered to his peak state, he ran into an insurmountable chasm at the 80th floor. Because it was the shadow of a teenage great emperor, his domain had little effect at all, and he himself was slapped away by the other party with 2 slaps. Slapping him made him a little skeptical. What's going on? Damn it! Blood Ruhuan hated inwardly, but there was not the slightest solution. In the end, he chose the latter between being severely injured and forcibly teleported out and admitting defeat himself. Look! Someone from the top is coming out. Seeing the name belonging to Blood Ruhuan above the disciplinary monument fixed, the crowd knew that he had left the tower. It's Blood Ruhuan. I heard that he has been expelled from the Blood Demon's land, and I don't know if it's true. By this time some people had gotten some tidbits of information, and at this moment, after being tempered by the immortal ancient trial tower, Blood Ruhuan's realm had finally arrived at the critical point of the Saint King realm. He knew that now was the opportunity for his breakthrough. Saint King realm, open up for me, the Blood Ruhuan in midair shouted, and an aura vortex immediately appeared above its head. The aura of 10,000 miles in a radius all converged towards this place, and was directly drained by it. An auspicious cloud converged toward the selfsame sky, as if celebrating the birth of their king. You seem to be Blood Ruhuan, he's about to break through. The crowd looked up to the sky and instantly saw the grandiose scene of Blood Ruhuan's breakthrough at this moment. I don't remember Blood Ruhuan looking like this. At this time, the crowd looked at the looks of the man in the air and felt a wave of unfamiliarity. What is it if it's not blood-like joy? The record tablet just showed it all. This Blood Ruhuan is actually going to step into the Saint King realm? The speed of cultivation is truly terrifying as hell. All the people present couldn't help but sigh with emotion after seeing this scene. After all, none of the children of the great powers who had entered this immortal ancient mysterious realm in the first place had reached the Saint King realm in cultivation. Now this Blood Ruhuan was the first to reach the Saint King realm. And at this moment, Blood Ruhuan was scanning the entire field while breaking through the realm. When he saw Jun Lingtian's figure in front of the record monument, a meaningful smile instantly appeared on his face. Jun Lingtian, today is the day you die. Blood Ruhuan withdrew his gaze and concentrated on breaking through. His body was illuminated by a haze of light, and the aura of the Saint King realm swept across the entire arena, making it impossible for people to force themselves to look at him. In the next instant, he rushed directly into the sky with a matchless aura. Thunder flashed amidst the thick clouds, stretching for hundreds of miles. A depressing and destructive aura enveloped Blood Ruhuan, and it was clearly the lightning tribulation that he had induced by breaking through the Saint King realm. The lightning tribulation stretches for hundreds of miles. This Blood Ruhuan's depth is surprisingly so deep. Chapter 161 Cousin. Look! The crowd of onlookers couldn't help but marvel. And at this time, the clouds above Blood Ruhuan's head also descended a thunderbolt at this moment. Come on! Blood Ruhuan shouted. That first thunderbolt he even directly used his body to carry it down hard. This Blood Ruhuan's body strength is actually so strong? The hearts of the crowd who saw this scene were stunned. To be able to resist the lightning tribulation with just their physical body. How powerful of a physical body must this be? Blood Ruhuan? This little even hasn't died yet? The helmsman of the Blood Demon Earth and the outside world's complexion changed when he saw this scene. He was aware that it was this kid who had caused countless mischief to their Blood Demon's land in the first place. Blood Ruhuan? If I remember correctly, this person is from your Blood Demon's Earth, right? Jun Xianyi glanced at the helmsman of that Blood Demon's land with a smirk. Family Master Jun has misunderstood. This Blood Ruhuan was indeed my Blood Demon Earth's heir in the past, but not anymore. The helmsman of the Blood Devil's Earth hurriedly explained, setting aside the Blood Ruhuan's relationship with the Blood Devil's Earth. Oh, so I misunderstood. Jun Xianyi spoke indifferently and waved his hand, somewhat unimpressed. And at this moment in the immortal ancient mysterious realm, Blood Ruhuan had already begun to meet the next few lightning tribulations. Come on, all chop at me. Blood Ruhuan roared out. The red sword chi of the spirit sword in his hand lingered, wrapped around his body with the power of the domain, looking formidable. Ka! With a loud bang, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to be enraged. Several huge purple-black thunder dragons instantly slashed towards Blood Ruhuan. Break me! Blood Ruhuan let out a loud shout, and a terrifying and incomparable light flashed above the spirit sword in his hand. It instantly collided with the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky. That heavenly lightning light spread directly towards the spirit sword in Blood Ruhuan's hand. It electrified its entire form and made it tremble. Damn it! Break it for me! Blood Ruhuan once again shouted, the aura in his body surging wildly, and the manhwa above the spirit sword in his hand was also shining incomparably at this moment. Under this strike, the purple-black thunder dragon that descended could no longer hold on and slowly dissipated into the sky. And with that, Blood Ruhuan was promoted to the early Saint King realm. Ha ha ha, it's done. I've finally stepped into the Saint King realm. Blood Ruhuan laughed out loud as light surged from his body, emanating divine sunlight. The whole thing looked unbelievably dominant. However, in the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in place and arrived in front of Jun Lingtian. A pair of eyes stared at the other party in death, emitting a cold light. It was obvious to anyone that Blood Ruhuan wanted to find trouble with Jun Lingtian. What's the situation? Blood Ruhuan actually dared to find trouble with Jun Lingtian? Some of the children of the great powers who knew about the news of the Jun family all showed astonishment. The current Jun family is not the previous Jun family. How dare this Blood Ruhuan? But although they didn't know why this Blood Ruhuan was looking for trouble with Jun Lingtian, they knew that this Jun Lingtian was in deep trouble. After all, the current Blood Ruhuan had already broken through to the Saint King realm, and was not something that the Grand Saint realm's Jun Lingtian could defeat. If that Blood Ruhuan laid a deadly hand on him, he was afraid that his life would be in danger. Even Jun Xianyi in the outside world frowned slightly at the sight of this scene. On the other hand, the helmsman of the Blood Demon's land broke out into a cold sweat after seeing this scene. He now only hoped that the Jun family ancestor wouldn't blame them for anything in the Blood Devil's earth after something happened to Jun Lingtian. Jun Lingtian, do you still recognize me? Blood Ruhuan was spirited at the moment, but what made him regret was that there was not a single stunningly beautiful woman by Jun Lingtian's side right now. However, with so many people beside him witnessing him slaughtering the number one demon of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it could be considered to be able to go down in history. How could I not recognize you? Aren't you the Blood Ruhuan who gave me a woman? Jun Lingtian spoke with a bemused expression. There was not a trace of fear on his face. This made the opposite side of the table, Blood Ruhuan, very upset, and his face was ugly to the extreme. Since you know that, then immediately kneel down and kowtow and beg for forgiveness now, and this king may be able to give you a whole body. Blood Ruhuan snorted coldly with an undoubted tone. In fact, even if this Jun Lingtian kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, he would not give the other party to leave a whole body, not its death by 1,000 cuts. It is difficult to solve the hatred of his heart. However, the next second he said this, a palm suddenly appeared in front of him without warning. It slapped him in the face instantly. The force is just right. Cluelessness doesn't hurt your brain. Not very strong but extremely insulting. Who is pretending? Come out. Blood Ruhuan did not think towards Jun Lingtian. After all, he felt that the other party's cultivation was not as high as his and was in front of his eyes, and how could he have slapped him without warning? Hiss! Who just slapped that? The rest of the crowd at the scene did not see that it was Jun Lingtian who had moved. After all, they had always thought that Jun Lingtian's cultivation level was that of a great saint, and even a Saint King couldn't slap another Saint King without warning. Even the crowds in the outside world who watched the scene had their pupils slightly shrunk, because surprisingly, they didn't see who hid Blood Ruhuan either. However, to be able to do so, then one's understanding of the spatial path was absolutely profound. Don't look for it, I beat you. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then before Blood Ruhuan could react, his figure appeared in front of him. What? Blood Ruhuan's complexion was startled, wanting to retreat, but it was already too late. The entire person was instantly lifted in midair by Jun Lingtian's neck. The palm of his hand was like an iron vice, directly pinching and deforming Blood Ruhuan's neck. Ahem! Blood Ruhuan's face rose into a pig's liver, and the light on his body dimmed. It was at this moment that he truly felt the terror of Jun Lingtian. Surprisingly, he was unable to resist with just the power of his flesh. You! Damn it! Indifference flashed within Jun Lingtian's eyes as a ball of void flame instantly appeared in his hand. Then it crawled all over Blood Ruhuan's body like a gangrene. No! Jun Lingtian, I was wrong. Please let me go. Blood Ruhuan opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but there was not the slightest response. The transparent colored flame of nothingness instantly swept over Blood Ruhuan's entire body with extremely domineering energy. It burned into nothingness in a very short period of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Blood Ruhuan, and plundering 14,500 Qi points. Rewarded, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Qi Aura Fragment X1, Blood Demon Divine Vein Origin. As the system's beep sounded in Jun Lingtian's ears, it heralded the end of a generation of Heaven's pride. What? A Saint King realm powerhouse directly killed in seconds? After seeing this scene, everyone present stared in shock. What kind of fire is that? It can actually make my soul tremble with it. There was a fire cultivator disciple of a great sect sweating his hairs out because the moment that the flame of nothingness emerged from Jun Lingtian's hand just now, the spirit fire contained within his body was so frightened that it almost extinguished. It took a while for the crowd to catch their breath. What exactly is this Jun Lingtian's cultivation level? This was the doubt within the minds of all present. In the last power ranking battle, this Jun Ling genius was at the early stage of Great Sage, but now he was able to kill a Saint King realm powerhouse in seconds. From this, it could be seen that this Jun Lingtian was definitely not of the great sacred realm. Is that the legendary flame of nothingness? At this moment, the people in the outside world were also all stunned by Jun Lingtian's methods. Some of them had even recognized what the flames that Jun Lingtian was casting were. I remember that what that old ancestor of the Jun family performed was the flame of nothingness. Could it be? Thinking about it, it had become clear to the crowd present that this Jun Lingtian must have been taught by that Jun clan's old ancestor. And Jun Lingtian also figured this out and then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, is worthy of being my son, and has truly gained the true essence of the old ancestor. I didn't expect the rise of this Jun family to be so swift. The helmsmen of all the top powers were all enough to be surprised by Jun Lingtian. Looking further into the immortal ancient mysteries, the clansmen of the Swift God race as well as the children of the Jun family had already had people teleported out of the trial tower. Even Ji Xuekui was the same. However, when she saw Jun Lingtian, her face instantly flashed with delight. With that, he ran over. Cousin, you didn't go into the tower? Not yet. How's your harvest? Jun Lingtian stroked the other party's head, and the smile on the latter's face grew even wider. Cousin, look. Ji Zukite directly displayed her minor Sate realm. At the same time, a special power of intent surrounded her body. It was clearly because she had comprehended the intent. Not bad. Jun Lingtian smiled and complimented. Cousin, are you really not going to climb that trial tower? It is very helpful for our cultivation. Ji Zukite asked again. Climb, ah. Now you wait here for me and don't wander off. I'm going to climb a tower. Jun Lingtian changed his mind the moment he knew that the grade of this immortal ancient trial tower was a half-immortal artifact. It was now also time to verify the might of this half-immortal artifact. Chapter 162, Qin Shou, the Son of Fortune. Got it, cousin. Go on. I won't wander off. Ji Suikis nodded. With that, Jun Lingtian's figure walked towards that immortal ancient trial tower. Quickly look. That young Jun family member is going to climb the tower. Upon seeing that Jun Lingtian was about to ascend the tower, the crowd by the record monument all looked excited. How far could this demon who could kill a Saint King realm powerhouse in seconds go? Just a short while after Jun Lingtian entered the tower, Jun Shenling also ended her ascent and was teleported out by the trial tower. Cousin Chiling, this way. Ji Zukite waved her hand, and Jun Shenling instantly fell towards her. Where's my brother? Glancing around, he realized that there was no figure of Jun Lingtian. Cousin climbed the tower. Ji Xuekui replied. Ha? I thought he said he wasn't logging on? Jun Shenling came to the side of the record tablet and searched for it, and she was surprised to find Jun Lingtian's name at the bottom. However, the next second Jun Lingtian's name was out jumping upwards. The speed was strangely fast, and it probably only took a few breaths to ascend each floor. How? Why is the Jun family's young lord climbing the tower so fast? The crowd of onlookers were obviously also observing what Jun Lingtian was doing, so after seeing Jun Lingtian's speed of ascending the tower he was instantly stunned. What are you all shocked about? You know that he's a demon that's hard to come by in the 9 heavens and 10 lands for ages. Isn't it normal to ascend the tower quickly? Some of the great sex children seemed to be used to it, and the waves within them were no longer as strong as they were at first. And just as he spoke in between, Jun Lingtian once again ascended to the first floor. Is this level dealing with the blizzard demon wolf? At this moment, in front of Jun Lingtian in the middle of the trial tower, thousands of blizzard demon wolves, like entities, were approaching at every step. The blizzard demon wolf was a wind-attributed magical beast, clad in silver-white fur, with cyclone-like whirlwind spirit armor growing above its limbs, running as fast as the wind, strangely fast. Fire. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and a flame like a blood-colored lotus flower suddenly appeared in his hand. This fire was called the 9 septic blood demon lotus, and its power was no less than the flame of void. Go! Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and in an instant, that blood-colored lotus flower swept towards the running blizzard demon wolf at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, those blizzard demon wolves had turned into energy starlight and slowly dissipated. He also managed to make it to the next level. This great emperor's shadow is unexpectedly so powerful. Fang Yuan on the other side had also arrived at the 81st floor at this moment. He knew he was at the end of his rope, so he decisively chose to exit the trial tower. After all, it would be better to spend time here than to find some other opportunities. As for Ning Hongguan and Tantai Ruowei, they were both stepping into the 90th floor of the trial tower at the moment. The moment their opponents appeared, the two women's faces turned grave. It was because what appeared was none other than the shadow of a great emperor from the immortal ancient period. During the immortal ancient period, the heavenly Tao was intact, and the cultivation world was even more diverse. Each great emperor was in existence that had carved out a path of their own with extremely powerful battle prowess. However, the two girls, Ning Hongguan and Tantai Ruowei, didn't back down either, and they all charged head-on. War. For a time, various Dao sword chi flew across the sky, and the two women fought those two immortal ancient great emperor shadows in an even battle. And at this moment, at the location of the 50th floor, a demonic pride was squatting on the ground with a depressed expression. He was the last to ascend to the 50th floor and was defeated once. Therefore, he could only wait for another fated person to defeat him, thus ascending to the 60th floor. But he waited a long time for the man. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly realized that a large living person had appeared with a flash of silhouette not far away. This made the originally depressed man come to life. "Kid, fight me." That heavenly pride had just opened his mouth when he realized that something was wrong, and the words that followed were directly swallowed. "Oh, are you talking to me?" Jun Lingtian pointed at himself and spoke with a somewhat playful expression. That great power's heavenly pride shook his head repeatedly when he heard this and was just about to say no when Jun Lingtian interrupted. "I know, so I accept your challenge." The next second Jun Lingtian finished saying this, the two of them were teleported to the void ring. You're Jun Family young Lord Jun Lingtian?" That great power's heavenly pride opened his mouth uncertainly. Breathing was a little tense. "That's right, it's me." Jun Lingtian nodded indifferently. That great power's heavenly pride's complexion instantly turned ugly after hearing those words. After confirming that the other party was Jun Lingtian correctly, he directly opened his mouth. "I concede." As soon as the words fell, that great power's pride was wrapped in a spatial force and teleported out of the trial tower. Jun Lingtian, on the other hand, had advanced to the 51st level. The shadow of a holy man? Shoot to death. Junior Supreme? Shoot to death. The shadow of a great emperor? Shoot to death. Along the way, Jun Lingtian was as if he was on a roll, charging straight to the top of the immortal ancient trial tower. The 80th floor is up. The Jun family's young lord has reached the 80th floor. The people in front of the record monument were all paying attention to Jun Lingtian's movements at the moment. What? It's reached the 80th floor and the speed hasn't even slowed down? At this time, the crowd in front of the record monument realized that Jun Lingtian's speed at the 60th floor was surprisingly the same as his speed at the 80th floor. Not a single bit slower at all. "I heard that the 80th floor is guarded by the shadow of a great emperor, and it is as difficult as heaven to cross over. How can this Jun family young master?" At this time someone who knew some insider information spoke up. The great emperor's void shadow could not even slow down Jun Lingtian's footsteps. The talent of this Jun family's young lord was simply terrifying as hell. This Jun Lingtian's talent is truly one of a kind in the ages. When the 10 Forbidden Lands lords saw the speed of Jun Lingtian's ascent through the curtain of light, each and every one of their faces all showed an unspeakable expression. Numb, really numb. Ha ha ha, my son is awesome. The one who was the happiest right now was probably Jun Xinyi. His mouth hadn't closed until now. This made all the people present envious. And the one who shared much the same mood as him was Ning Qinshu. Although his daughter's relationship with him hadn't been repaired yet, it seemed to him that it was only a matter of time before that happened. So his mouth was now agape with the same smile. And not only was his daughter's talent strong, that Tantai Ruowei's talent was also strong. And that girl child was also from his Red Dust Dao Palace. How could he not be happy? His Red Dust Dao Palace was going to rise. Cana didn't disappoint me this time. The Sacred Feather Clan's matriarch's beautiful eyes looked towards the record tablet and clearly saw Cana's figure in the front row. At this moment, she had already ascended to the 80th floor and was on par with the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands. Jun Lingtian. Jun Lingtian. Jun Lingtian. Chapter 163, Climbing to the Top of the Trial Tower. Cana was on the verge of not being able to hold on at the moment, but Jun Lingtian's figure appeared in her mind over and over again, and right at this moment, the Jun Lingtian she had been pining for had already overtaken her. 85 floors. The Jun family's young lord has reached the 85th floor. The crowd raised their eyes and realized that the highest tier was Ning Hongwan's, the 92nd tier. The second was Tantai Ruowei's, 91 layers. The third place was by Susu. With the memories and heritage of her previous life as a quasi-emperor, she ascended to the 88th floor. The other 10 Forbidden Lands heirs and Cana, Gu Xiener, and the others were all hovering around the 80th floor, because here alone they have reached their limit. Jun Lingtian, you must have never imagined that I would be able to ascend to the 80th plus tier. Cana gritted his teeth and continued to climb. This was not yet his limit. Ji Shuelua and a group of Ji Clan Jun Clan children were also almost at the 80th floor at this moment. On the other hand, the son of Qin Mo, had only reached the 70th floor at this moment. Although he was super enlightened, his battle power was not particularly strong, and his family's background was not deep. Therefore, every time he fought against each other, he had to first figure out his opponent's path, and then refer to his opponent's martial arts aptitude. This made his speed drop, so he had only reached the 72nd floor now. Damn it, how can it be so hard? At this moment, Qin Mo was parsing the moves of the teenage Supreme Shadow opposite him. However, he realized that the martial arts performed by the other party were extremely profound, and for a moment he could not understand them at all, and could only be passively beaten. But as time passed, he gradually realized something surprising. It turns out that I just entered the wrong zone in my thinking just now, so it's no wonder I couldn't comprehend it. Qin Mo's face was ecstatic as he gradually changed from being passively beaten to being in a disadvantageous position. In the meantime, the old ancestor of the Qin family in the spiritual domain's heavenly spirit city, that is, Qin Mo's old man, Qin Shou, a system beep suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host's 13,400th son, Qin Mo, for comprehending the power of the domain, triggering a violent attack and the host comprehending the law of destruction. Qin Mo? Not bad. It's really father's good eldest son. Qin suffered with an accent in his mind that was the pure flavor of the small world, and he is none other than the island crossover who has had a good little life, named Kujiro Umegawa. The reason why he crossed over was also because he was shocked by the grand and incomparable worldview of the Chinese novels after coming into contact with them. He has an incomparable yearning for those light and strange worlds, and is addicted to Chinese metaphysical novels that he cannot extricate himself from. So he reads novels day and night and fantasizes about the plot while reading the content of the novels. He eventually died suddenly in his rented house. However, what he didn't expect was that he had traveled across the world, and into such a flying metaphysical world. And he also has a golden finger called the multiple suns, multiple fortunes system. As long as the descendants break through, they can become stronger, and the breakthroughs as well as the enlightenment of the direct descendants' cultivation will be returned to him. Thus his cultivation had come to the supreme realm. What's the matter, old man? At this time, a female cultivator opened her mouth, and she was none other than a concubine that Qin Sufferer had taken. Nothing. Qin Sufferer waved his hand indifferently, and Qin Shou's cultivation was also growing from time to time because of the feedback from his many offspring. It quickly came to the middle stage of the supreme realm and was heading towards the late stage of the supreme realm. It was estimated that in a short while, his cultivation would be able to advance to quasi-emperor. At that time, when the great emperor didn't come out, he, Qin Shou, would be the ceiling-level bigwig of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He wouldn't have to stay at home every day and not be able to go anywhere. The 90th floor of the immortal ancient trial tower. Jun Lingtian had just stepped on the ground when an immortal ancient emperor's silhouette coalesced on the opposite side. This great emperor of the immortal ancient period has a strong heritage. After sensing the strength of the immortal ancient great emperor's shadow opposite him, Jun Lingtian was already roughly able to determine what the strength of this great emperor's shadow's true self was. But if it was just his shadow, facing him would be nothing more than a second kill. And just as Jun Lingtian was about to make his move, he did not expect that the shadow of the immortal ancient emperor to suddenly speak. You're very strong. It's been a long time since this emperor met a descendant as strong as you. You're not bad either. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and these words caused the opposite side of the immortal ancient great emperor's silhouette to freeze. He had never heard you called that among the descendants of the Tower of Ascent. Which of the previous ones who had landed here had not honored him as a senior? Still, he said what he wanted to say. Would you like to take up the mantle of the old man, following in your footsteps? Sorry, I'm not interested. Jun Lingtian spoke the words of rejection with a flat face. He had cultivated the Tao of cause and effect, and the so-called inheritance of the mantle didn't give him any benefits in his opinion, but it pays to take on the karma of the other side. What? I can't believe you don't want to? The expression on the face of that immortal ancient great emperor's silhouette unexpectedly revealed a rare flash of surprise. Refused? This kid across the street actually refused. That's just it. You go over there. That immortal ancient emperor did not make things difficult for Jun Lingtian whatsoever and directly released him. However, when Jun Lingtian arrived at the 91st layer, he once again encountered an immortal ancient great emperor's shadow. This was an immortal ancient emperor that was even more powerful than before. However, this time Jun Lingtian did not want to listen to the other party's nonsense as his figure directly disappeared into thin air. The next time he reappeared, he had already appeared in front of that great emperor. How? It could be seen that the look on the face of that immortal ancient emperor's silhouette was shocked at the moment. But before he could react, Jun Lingtian's palm had already landed on his body. Bang! That immortal ancient emperor's silhouette was directly sent flying. The figure became illusory, as if it would collapse at any moment. Why are you so strong? Because of the constraints of the trial tower. Those who fought against each other were of equal realms, so he could be sure that this Jun Lingtian was in the same realm of cultivation as him. You don't need to know. Jun Lingtian only wanted to know what was at the top of this immortal ancient trial tower right now, and thus no longer honed in on it, directly slapping out a palm once again. It resulted in the shadow of that immortal ancient emperor. After that, he charged furiously all the way through the devastation, directly surpassing the current number 1. Ning Hongduan. Look, the summit has been reached. The young master of the Jun family has reached the summit. What? Climbed to the top so quickly? At this time, the crowd in the outside world also saw the information that Jun Lingtian had reached the top. Chapter 164, Purgatory Demon Flower. Although they were prepared inwardly, they were inevitably a little excited when they actually saw the scene. After all, since the discovery of this immortal ancient trial tower, the highest record was only 97 floors, and no one had ever reached the top. I knew my brother would make it to the top. A look of pride appeared on Jun Xinling's face, and the same was true for Ji Zukite on the side. Why do you always shine so bright? Cana's face was complicated as she looked at the name of Jun Lingtian, who was currently on top. At this moment, the heavenly pride demons in the trial tower had basically been teleported out. The heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands and Gu Xiener and the others all stopped at the 80-odd levels. This Jun Lingtian really does have a few skills. Qin Mo glanced at the record tablet and then left directly. There's nothing to see. Seeing too much of it will only make his eyes water. Jun family master. Congratulations. The moment they saw Jun Lingtian ascending to the top, the 10 Forbidden Lands lords all cupped their fists in congratulations towards Jun Xianyi. Ha 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 ha. Well. Jun Xianyi laughed out loud in response, his heart simply dying with pleasure. Jun Lingtian, who was currently ascending to the top floor of the immortal ancient trial tower, was surveying the space around him. This is the 99th floor of the immortal ancient trial tower? Looking around, he didn't find anything special. However, just at this time, a voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire 99th floor. Jun Lingtian, congratulations on reaching the 99th floor of the immortal ancient trial tower. I am the trial tower spirit. Here's your reward option for the 99th floor. Option 1, refine the immortal ancient trial tower opportunity once. Extremely difficult. Option 2, 1 complete copy of the Great Emperor's Sense. Option 3, 1 extreme imperial artifact. Please make your choice. That tower spirit of the trial tower no longer uttered a sound after saying this, clearly giving Jun Lingtian time to think. I choose 1. Jun Lingtian spoke without thinking, because the other things were not of the slightest use to him. Only this opportunity to refine was still somewhat attractive to him. After all, this trial tower was a half-immortal artifact anyways, and that tower spirit of the trial tower froze when it heard these words, clearly not expecting Jun Lingtian to make a choice so quickly. Nor did he expect Jun Lingtian to choose option 1. Jun Lingtian, it is extremely difficult to refine the trial tower. Are you sure? I'm sure. Jun Lingtian nodded. In that case, you come with me. After that tower spirit finished saying this, Jun Lingtian felt himself being wrapped in a spatial force and then disappeared to the top floor. When he reappeared, his entire body appeared in a mysterious space, surrounded by white blankets. Let's not see the end of it. After feeling it for a while, Jun Lingtian realized that this place was unexpectedly filled with a different kind of energy body. It seemed to be an energy body that was more advanced than aura. System, what is this energy? Back to the host. This energy is called the power of immortal Yuan, and is transformed by the condensation of aura. Is the name Xian Yuan? Jun Lingtian attempted to absorb it, but realized that he was surprisingly unable to do so for the time being. And not far from Jun Lingtian, the center of this side of space, a translucent colored ball of light was slowly floating there. This is where the core of the trial tower is located, and there is only one chance to refine it. The tower spirit of the trial tower stopped speaking after saying this. It seemed to him that it was impossible for this Jun Lingtian to refine, because in order to refine the trial tower one must have an extremely powerful divine soul power. Even the chances of success at the Great Emperor Limit Realm were only a pitiful 1%. So how could this Jun Lingtian possibly refine it? Got it. Jun Lingtian's eyes stared unblinkingly at the translucent mass of light in front of him after hearing these words. There was no rush to strike. This was because he realized that the translucent mass of light was actually absorbing aura and releasing the power of immortal Yuan. If one were to refine this core, would one also be able to transform the aura in one's body into the power of immortal Yuan? Jun Lingtian thought so inwardly, and his original confusion about cultivation also had a direction at this moment. I'd like to see how difficult it is to refine this trial tower. Jun Lingtian directly closed his eyes as he thought of this and sat down in front of the translucent core. With that, he used his divine soul power to feel the aura of that core and try to communicate with it. As for the 98th floor of the trial tower, Ning Hongduan ultimately failed to cross the threshold and stopped there. Tantai Ruowei did the same, stopping at the 98th floor. Subsequently, as they left the trial tower, they subconsciously looked toward the record monument. At eye level was Jun Lingtian's name. That denizen even made it to the top? The look on Ning Hongduan's face was a bit complicated, but more than that, she was elated. After all, that was her master anyways. and Tantai Ruowei was also silent for a moment after seeing this scene, not knowing what she was thinking. By now, all the people in the entire Immortal Ancient Trial Tower had teleported out, leaving only Jun Lingtian alone. Some celestial pride had already chosen to leave in search of opportunities after seeing this scene. More are waiting for the final results. This is the Purgatory Demon Flower? Fang Yuan was currently exploring the opportunities on top of a weird demonic soil, after he saw the Purgatory Demon Flower that emitted a unique odor not far away. The look on his face immediately looked a bit excited, because this Purgatory Demon Flower was exactly the elixir that he had been searching for many years. It could help him cut off his 7 emotions and 6 desires. But there seems to be something holding down the fort there. Fang Yuan looked around and found an aura of danger. He then decisively released a Saint King Realm Great Demon that he had taken in from his Purgatory Tower. It was a pig demon with a body that wasn't particularly large, but it was also as large as 7 or 8 meters. The whole body already had some humanoid features, but it still retained pig ears and a pig's nose. Go on, pick that up for me. Pointing at the Purgatory Demon Flower not far away, Fang Yuan opened his mouth and instructed, I can pick it for you, but you have to let me go afterwards. That pig demon wanted to bargain, but was directly interrupted by Fang Yuan. Go or die. This pig demon's life soul was in his hands, so how could he bargain with the other party? Yes, I'm on my way. That pig demon saw that Fang Yuan was angry, so he had no choice but to head towards that Purgatory Demon Flower with a stifled expression. However, just as it approached that Purgatory Demon Flower at a distance of less than 50 meters, suddenly a thin black line violently exploded towards him. The pig demon sidestepped to dodge, but was still pierced through the shoulder by the tiny black shadow, leaving a tiny bloody hole. Ah, little. The pig demon looked down at the location of his shoulder and realized that the originally tiny blood hole was rapidly turning black. Obviously the black shadow just now carried a strong poison. Chapter 165, The Dragon's Breath. It's the Purgatory Thread Snake. Fang Yuan at this time finally recognized what the thing that had just attacked the pig demon was. Luckily he didn't act rashly, because that Purgatory Thread Snake was not only incredibly fast but also carried a strong poison. If he was hit by its attack it would be very troublesome. Die for me. Berserk. The pig demon directly executed his innate divine ability, berserking, and a layer of bone armor was instantly attached to his body. With that, he directly charged in the direction of that Purgatory Thread Serpent. However, although his defense was high, his speed was not as fast as that Purgatory Thread Snake, so for a while he simply couldn't take that little snake. What a loser! Fang Yuan frowned and cursed. However, what he didn't know was that this pig demon had once been a top-notch existence among the Saint King realm. The reason why he was so dish now was because his body's divine energy had been sucked out in the Purgatory Tower, and he was now in an extremely weak state. Looks like we'll just have to call another one out. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan once again released a demonic beast from the Purgatory Tower. This time it was a golden monkey. The bloodline of the ancient ferocious beast Zhu Yao flowed in his body. You go help that pig. Fang Yuan spoke faintly, his tone unquestionable. Yes, master. The monkey demon didn't bargain and charged straight out. And with the addition of this monkey, that Purgatory Thread Serpent was finally at an absolute disadvantage. It is now. Fang Yuan knew that now was the best moment to pick the Purgatory Demon Flower, so his figure directly disappeared in place and headed in the direction of that Purgatory Demon Flower. While that Purgatory Thread Serpent wasn't paying attention, he directly plucked that Purgatory Demon Flower. Picked. Fang Yuan's face was glowing with joy, and then in the next second, he hastily drew back violently, because that Purgatory Thread Snake realized that the elixir that he had been guarding had disappeared, so he rushed back to defense, but it was too late. The Purgatory Demon Flower had already been picked by Fang Yuan. The angry Purgatory Thread Snake instantly attacked in Fang Yuan's direction. The speed created a sonic boom that cut ripples through space. Seek death. Seeing this, Fang Yuan directly summoned the Purgatory Pagoda to suppress towards that Purgatory Serpent. In an instant, the speed of that strangely fast and incomparable Purgatory Thread Serpent numbed down and eventually showed its original form. It was a small snake with dark skin and scaly head oval, only half a meter long. He instantly exploded under the suppression of the Purgatory Tower. Seeing this, Fang Yuan hurriedly retracted the Purgatory Tower and his face turned pale. It seems like it's still a bit of a stretch to catalyze the Purgatory Tower against the enemy right now. Glancing at the Purgatory Pagoda in his hand, the corner of Fang Yuan's mouth curled up. Then he collected the pig demon and monkey demon into it, and the Purgatory Pagoda disappeared into the palm of his hand. This trip to the immortal ancient mysterious realm not only allowed me to increase my cultivation greatly, but even my refining base has become a lot stronger, so I can go back and try to break through to the Saint King realm. Fang Yuan planned inwardly and then continued to search for the opportunity. Then he looked at the departing Qin Mo on the other side. After searching around, he came to a cave. It could be seen that this was originally a cave, but it had been raided by someone else. Chin Mo circled around inside and was just about to leave when he was caught by a bloodstained and torn piece of clothing on the ground. He then walked up and took out the tattered clothes, and immediately felt that there was something extraordinary about them. So the spirit fire came up in his hand and burned it, and found that it had not changed. There's a problem. Chin Mo found a secluded place to sit on his knees and placed the tattered clothes on top of his knees. With that, the power of the divine soul extended out to begin to feel the extraordinary nature of the broken clothes. In the next moment, his mind was unexpectedly pulled into another world in an instant. It was a picture world where the color of blood was monstrous and all sorts of terrifying ferocious beasts and human great powers were battling against each other. In front of Chin Mo, there was a heavenly body standing in front of him, with at least a quasi-emperor realm cultivation. This, it seems, is a great battle from the ancient times. Looking at the various great demons and human cultivators in front of him who were at the lowest level of supreme realm cultivation, Chin Mo was also shocked inwardly. Watch this. This sword is called Dragon's Breath. At this time a voice suddenly entered Chin Mo's mind. It was clearly that great man of the quasi-emperor realm who was preparing to pass down his mastery. And Chin Mo also hurriedly closed his eyes and utilized his divine soul power to sense after hearing this. In an instant, sword chi lingered around his body, and there was a sword Tao supreme principle hidden from the top of his head. Half an hour later, Chin Mo violently opened his eyes and a flash of brilliant light exploded out from his eyes. The entire person directly floated in mid-air. Sword come, Dragon Song. With a loud shout, a spirit sword instantly appeared in Chin Mo's hand, and then he violently slashed forward. As a dragon-shaped sword light with the power of the sword Tao slashed through, the mountain range and the dozens of miles of territory in front of Chin Mo was directly split apart by his sword. An immense and incomparable sword scar ran across the east and west. Is this a martial skill of the quasi-emperor realm? It's really powerful. At this moment, Chin Mo was bursting with confidence, and in his heart, he couldn't help but make a comparison with Jun Lingtian. Then he felt that Jun Lingtian was nothing more than that. Ding! Congratulations to host your ranked 400th son Chin Mo for comprehending a quasi-emperor level martial skill. Reward the host for raising his cultivation to quasi-emperor, and one great emperor level inheritance mystery realm. A system beep suddenly came to Chin Shou's ears. This son of mine named Chin Mo is working hard. Look again in the immortal ancient mysteries. The children of all the major powers were all looking at the immortal ancient trial tower with eager anticipation. And right at this moment, the immortal ancient trial tower, which had been motionless all along, unexpectedly began to tremble. The two record monuments in front of that trial tower also instantly rose up from the ground and merged into the trial tower and disappeared. What's going on? Could it be that the trial tower is closing? Isn't it not time for it to close? The people present rushed away. Jun Shenling and the other women were all worried after seeing this scene as Jun Lingtian was still in the tower and had not come out. Because this immortal ancient mystery realm only opened once every 50 years. If Jun Lingtian was trapped in it, wouldn't he have to stay for 50 years? However, right at this moment, a silhouette appeared in front of the crowd, and it was definitely Jun Lingtian. The trial tower, on the other hand, directly disappeared into the void. Brother! When Jun Shenling saw Jun Lingtian appear, a delighted expression appeared on her face. The worry on the other few women's faces instantly disappeared when they saw this. It's good that you're not dead. Cana saw that Jun Lingtian had appeared safely, so she left the area in a flash. And the same was true for Ning Hongguan and Tan Tai Ruowei. All of them chose to leave when they saw Jun Lingtian unharmed. Cousin Lingtian, are you alright? Ji Shuelua came to Jun Lingtian's side in concern. Chapter 166. Oh, it's me. I'm fine. The immortal ancient mystic realm is about to close, so you guys go in pairs to look for opportunities first. I still have things to do. Jun Lingtian spoke to the several women. Although he had slaughtered 3 sons of Qi on this trip to the secret realm, there were still 2 more at large, and he was going to explore the bottom. Okay cousin, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. I'll be here. Ji Shuelua smiled and spoke, signaling Jun Lingtian to feel at ease. Good. Take care of yourselves and remember to call me if you need anything. Jun Lingtian nodded, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. And at this moment, Fang Yuan's eyelids suddenly fluttered wildly, having a bad premonition, as if he was being targeted by a great terror. How can this be? This place is not a good place to stay. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan directly headed towards the exit of the immortal ancient mysteries. Before he could reach it, however, he realized that an unfamiliar figure had suddenly appeared in front of him. It was clearly Jun Lingtian who had chased after him. However, at this moment, he didn't use his real face, but rather, he used Mo Fan's appearance. ********. Seeing this, Fang Yuan hurriedly changed directions to escape because his intuition told him that this person was not to be defeated. Can you run away? Jun Lingtian's figure instantly followed, coming directly behind him, and then he slapped out. Put! Fang Yuan was directly sent flying by this slap, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Damn it! Purgatory Tower. Suppress! Fang Yuan directly sacrificed his Purgatory Pagoda and suppressed it towards Jun Lingtian behind him. Surprisingly, it's an extreme imperial artifact. Is this Fang Yuan's bottom card? Looking at the Purgatory Pagoda that was suppressing towards him, Jun Lingtian already knew what this Fang Yuan's undercard was. He just didn't know if he had any other undercards. In the next instant, Jun Lingtian was directly taken in by that heavenly Purgatory Tower. This was of course deliberate on Jun Lingtian's part. In order to see what the internal space of this extreme imperial artifact was. How did you get into the Purgatory Tower? Sensing that Jun Lingtian had not been subdued by himself, but had been sucked into the heavenly Purgatory Tower, Fang Yuan frowned slightly. However, thinking that he was the Tower Master of the Tongtian Purgatory Tower, now that the other party had been included in the Tongtian Purgatory Tower by himself, wouldn't it be a way for him to slaughter him? I'll get you when I get out. Fang Yuan's face was bloodless at the moment. Obviously he had just activated the Purgatory Tower, causing his body to weaken. However, at this moment, Jun Lingtian in the tower could not help but marvel after seeing the structure in the tower. This was because each layer of this heavenly Purgatory Tower was a small world, in which countless demonic beasts were even imprisoned. Each of these demonic beasts was a generation of demon saints, but now basically all of them had a weak look on their faces. Those demonic beasts all ignored Jun Lingtian after seeing him. Their expressions were numb. Others seemed to be unwilling to give in and were directly refined into flying ash by Fang Yuan. These should all be the demonic beasts that Fang Yuan has taken in. At a glance, Jun Lingtian could tell that these demonic beasts had been planted with slave seals by Fang Yuan, while others had their life souls pinched in Fang Yuan's hands. You are free! Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then directly waved his hand to lift the slave seals on these great demons. The ones that were bound on their bodies were all untied by Jun Lingtian, and after doing so, Jun Lingtian constructed another teleportation channel in place. The location of the connection was clearly the devil's domain. Go away, all of you. You are free. After Jun Lingtian had done this, his figure disappeared once again and went to the second level. Those great demons all looked at each other after feeling the seal in their bodies lifted. With that, the monkey demon from before was the first to step into that teleportation channel. The other great demons saw this and followed closely behind. Ding! The host has released a monkey demon, plundering Fang Yuan's fortune value by 50 points. Ding! The host has released a pig demon, plundering Fang Yuan's fortune value by 50 points. Ding! The host has released a cat demon, plundering Fang Yuan's chi value by 50 points. A series of voices rang out one after another in Jun Lingtian's mind. Put! Fang Yuan in the outside world suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood violently, and his entire complexion became even more shriveled. How could it be? The slave seal I set up is gone? At this time, he felt that his control over those Saint King Realm great demons on the first floor had unexpectedly disappeared, so he hastily dashed into the interior of his heavenly Purgatory Tower. And when he arrived at the first floor and saw the scene therein, his entire body nearly spat out blood in anger, because to his eyes, those great demons that he had subdued had all disappeared one by one, and the culprit should be the one-way teleportation array in front of him. What he wondered a bit about, though, was how these people had gotten out of his control, and who built this one-way teleportation array. Could it be the one named Mo Fan that he had collected earlier? Looking again at Jun Lingtian, who had arrived at the second level at this moment, after glancing at the great demon on this level, he waved his big hand and directly did as he had done. Release all the great demons controlled by Fang Yuan. He was also kind enough to build them a teleportation array to send them back to Fang Yuan's old home. This was because the location of this teleportation array was the outer area of the Heavenly Demon Hall. Ding! The host has unleashed a ferocious beast, the White Tiger, and plundered Fang Yuan's chi value of 100 points. Ding! The host has unleashed a ferocious beast, the Black Dragon, and plundered Fang Yuan's chi value of 100 points. Ding! The host has released a put not good. Fang Yuan on the first level once again spewed out a mouthful of blood as he sensed that the few Saint Emperor Realm great demons that he had managed to take under his wing were also disconnected from him. With that, he came directly to the second level and found that there were still a few ferocious beasts surrounding that teleportation light door that hadn't left. Get back here, all of you! Fang Yuan bellowed out, but the result he got was the result of those few great demons sneering at him and then leaping into the teleportation array together. Damn! Aha! Who is it? Fang Yuan forced himself to endure the pain in his body and arrived at the third level. And when he arrived at the third level, he found that the ferocious beasts here had already surrounded the one-way teleportation array ready to enter. When they saw Feng Yuan, their complexions all stared, their complexions tinged with a cold smile. One must know that their realm before entering the tower was the Saint-Exalted realm, and now even if they were extremely weak, if they were given the opportunity, they were also able to directly kill Feng Yuan. However, Feng Yuan, as the Tower Master of the Purgatory Tower, still had a certain degree of self-preservation in this Purgatory Tower. If he didn't make a fool of himself by getting close to these ferocious beasts, no one could kill him. Kid, I'll get you next time we meet. They had all met Feng Yuan before, so they simply did not have a good face for Feng Yuan, the Purgatory Tower's Tower Master. The next moment they jumped into the one-way teleportation array one by one to leave the third floor of the Purgatory Tower. Ding! The host has unleashed a ferocious beast, Tao Tai, and plundered 200 points of Feng Yuan's Qi luck value. Chapter 167, any comments? Ding! The host has unleashed a ferocious beast, the Green Dragon, and plundered Feng Yuan's Qi value by 200 points. Ding! The host has released a vermilion bird. Ding! Host, damn! I'd like to see who you are. Feng Yuan headed towards the fourth level with a stifled face, and on this level, he finally encountered Jun Lingtian. Watching Jun Lingtian construct a temporary one-way teleportation array with a wave of his hand, Feng Yuan's entire body was about to explode with anger. It's you! Surprisingly, it really is you. After seeing what Jun Lingtian looked like, Feng Yuan was finally certain that it was this self-proclaimed MO fan who had let go hundreds of great demons in his Purgatory Tower. Oh, it's me! Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then his figure directly disappeared in place, heading to the next level, and one by one, the great demons of this fourth level of the Supreme Realm also looked at Feng Yuan with contempt, and then disappeared into the teleportation channel. Aha! Tower Spirit, block the passage to the upper level of the Purgatory Tower. At this time, Feng Yuan intended to communicate with the Tower Spirit to block Jun Lingtian's path. At this moment, he had sensed that the kid who called himself Mo Fan's cultivation was definitely very high, and he was not an opponent. Since Master Ning has yet to fully refine the Purgatory Tower, he is unable to block the passageway. The light voice of the Purgatory Tower Spirit resounded in Feng Yuan's mind. Damn it, why is this happening? Feng Yuan's complexion was blue and purple at the moment, as if he was a dead man. Jun Lingtian, on the other hand, continued to release the ferocious beasts in this Purgatory Tower outwards. At the fifth level, it was already all quasi-emperor level demonic beasts. When these demonic beasts saw that the chains that they could not do anything about, in Jun Lingtian's hands were completely broken and disappeared with a wave of his hand. One by one, all of them were dumbfounded. Could this man be a great emperor? A five-clawed golden dragon glanced at Jun Lingtian, a hint of wariness rising in its heart. He was captured in this Purgatory Tower because of his belligerence in his lifetime, and he didn't expect to meet such a powerful cultivator here. Down a passage. Roll. Jun Lingtian spoke faintly, his tone carrying no doubt. And those great demons of the quasi-emperor realm had little temper after hearing this, because this person who let them leave was clearly too much stronger than them. Pagoda Spirit. So how many floors has Mo Fan reached? Feng Yuan, who should be at the fourth level at the moment, opened his mouth and asked the Tower Spirit. Back to Master. That person has arrived at the sixth floor at this moment. The Tower Spirit replied. What? Already at the sixth floor? Tower Spirit, what is this? Didn't you say that every time you enter the next level you need to refine the Purgatory Tower to a certain degree? Why was that kid able to enter the sixth floor without refining? At this moment, Feng Yuan lost his temper and bellowed. He had never been like this before, and the reason why he was like that was that he only had 4 levels of access that the Tower Spirit had opened up to him up to now. So far he didn't even know what the 5th level looked like. Back to my master. I don't know. The Tower Spirit wasn't sure how that intruder had gotten inside its body, and it was equally unsure as to why that intruder could ignore the restriction of the prohibitions between each layer. Surprisingly, it could enter the previous floor without it noticing. Then you will open my access to the upper levels. Feng Yuan opened his mouth with a grimace. Back to Master. Your current refining progress is not enough to open the 5th level of access. Please refine the Purgatory Tower first. The Purgatory Tower's Tower Spirit replied once again. Why? Will you tell me why? Why is he able to ignore restrictions but I can't? Am I still your master? To be honest, Feng Yuan's defense was somewhat broken inside now. He hadn't thought that Jun Lingtian could travel through the major tower layers at will while he couldn't. And the ridiculous thing was that he was still the owner of this Purgatory Tower. And at this moment, Jun Lingtian, who had arrived at the 6th level, looked around and found only a few life breaths. However, none of the life breaths had a cultivation level at the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. But after years and years of being squeezed by the Purgatory Tower, Most of the Great Emperor realms were on the verge of falling. When the crowd on the 6th floor saw Jun Lingtian arrive, their attention was all focused. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that from now on, I am your master. Jun Lingtian looked towards the crowd. Although all of these were early-stage Great Emperor existences, there was still some use in being his little brother. What? The early stages of the Great Empress realm present all frowned as they sized up Jun Lingtian after hearing these words. Flat and unexciting. This was their first impression of Jun Lingtian. Hubris and arrogance. This was their second feeling about Jun Lingtian. Any comments can be made. Jun Lingtian looked at the crowd and spoke indifferently, but the expression didn't look like it was negotiable. Boy, do you think you're in a good humor? A purebred golden-hair Divine Harvest opened his mouth with a cold snort. As the royal bloodline of the Divine Harvest clan, he would be able to reach the quasi-emperor realm as soon as he reached adulthood. In the beginning, if he was not too arrogant and murderous, he would not have been suppressed here by the owner of this heavenly Purgatory Tower. However, right after that golden-hair Divine Harvest finished saying this, Jun Lingtian appeared directly in front of him. I ask you to give your opinion, not to shoot your mouth off. At the same time as the words fell, Jun Lingtian directly and violently stretched out one of his own palms in an incomparable manner, ripping off that golden hair harvest's head along with its spine. Golden blood mixed with entrails splattered everywhere. It's chilling to look at. And the golden hair roar with its extremely tenacious vitality did not fall at this moment. That pair of big round eyes looked towards Jun Lingtian with fear in them. Strong. This human's physical strength was simply ridiculously strong. It was no exaggeration to say that with physical strength alone, he would be able to completely abuse all the demonic beasts present. What? How is this possible? He actually tore down the golden hair roar with his bare hands? The other Emperor Realm Great Demons' complexions all changed violently after seeing this scene. One must know that the golden hair roar's fleshly strength was extremely powerful, and now the other party was actually directly utilizing their fleshly strength to tear their hands apart. This kind of flesh strength was simply outrageous. I don't care how hard your pride is, but if you disobey me, there is only one thing that will happen to you. As Jun Lingtian spoke, a cluster of flames suddenly emerged from his hand. It was clearly the flame of nothingness that could burn everything into nothingness. No, Master, I recognize you as my lord. When death truly came, the group of demonic beasts present all looked scornful and silent. The golden hair harvest also directly conceded. It had been imprisoned in this Purgatory Tower for hundreds of thousands of years, relying on the obsession in its heart to hold on. Now if he were to let it die immediately, of course he couldn't give it up. What about you guys? With a casual throw of his hand, Jun Lingtian threw back the head of the golden hair harvest, and also incidentally planted a slave seal within his divine soul. Chapter 168, You've worked hard. And that great Dao chain that had originally bound it was directly crushed by Jun Lingtian effortlessly. The demonic beasts present all had complex faces after seeing this scene. The Demon Spirit Clan Secretary is willing to submit. A great emperor of the Demon Spirit race decisively lowered his head. He didn't want to die anyway, so in that case, he might as well surrender sooner rather than later. In that case one could still get acquainted in front of Jun Lingtian, and might even be able to obtain any benefits in the aftermath. The Immortal God Clan Agam is willing to submit. A great emperor of the Immortal God race also opened his mouth to express his state of mind. May I ask if we will be released if we recognize your excellency as our lord? Although Jun Lingtian had crushed the shackles of the great Dao on the golden hair harvest, he had not made a clear statement as to whether or not he would let them out. What's the point of submission if you don't let them out? Of course, but you must not do anything wrong when you get out. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. These are all great emperor realm demonic beasts. In the outside world that is a party of demon emperors. If they are doing wrong will make him karma added. After all, he was the one who put these people out. Don't worry master, we will definitely not do anything wrong. That demon spirit race's secretary spoke. The only thing they wanted now was to be free. After all, it was too hard to stay here for hundreds of thousands of years. They had even seen with their own eyes a great demon of the emperor realm have its aura sucked dry by the Purgatory Tower, which then began to absorb its divine soul and the vitality in its body. Eventually, they are sucked alive and die a horrible death in front of them. Instead of dying like this then it would be better to recognize Jun Lingtian as Lord. This way, at least he didn't have to worry about being sucked to death by the Purgatory Tower and ending up with a suffocating fall. Koan Peng Clan Abyss is willing to recognize your excellency as Lord. Luli of the Golden Crow Clan is willing to be at Master's disposal. Nine-tailed Devil Scorpion, you guys follow a teleportation channel and leave. I'll assign you some tasks after your cultivation is restored. Jun Lingtian created a teleportation light gate with a wave of his hand, and in turn, he planted slave seals in the souls of the major ferocious beasts. Yes, Master. At this moment the many demon emperors now basically accepted the change in roles. feeling the strength within them slowly recovering. Their faces all showed delight. Then they all looked towards the teleportation light door with an excited face, and smelled the scent of freedom in that teleportation light door. You guys go! Jun Lingtian's figure disappeared into thin air, heading to the next level after he said this. And after those great demons at the early stage of the Emperor Realm glanced at each other, they stepped into the teleportation light door one after another. Ding! You have released an Emperor Realm Golden Crow Great Demon, plundering Fong Yuan's Chi luck value of 500 points. Ding! You have released an Emperor Realm Koan Pang Great Demon, plundering Fong Yuan's Chi luck value of 500 points. As the system's beeps opened, Jun Lingtian realized that he had unknowingly plundered Fong Yuan of tens of thousands of Chi luck values. It was estimated that after releasing all the great demons of this Purgatory Tower, then Fong Yuan's Chi value would almost reach the decimation line. There are surprisingly only 3 life breaths on this level, Jun Lingtian sensed, and surprisingly, he only sensed 3 life cents in this 7th layer. However, the soul strength of these 3 life breaths were all very powerful, belonging to the middle stage of the Emperor Realm, and they were held in separate places. Go! Jun Lingtian directly threw his sword, Twilight of the Gods, out. The next second it cut right through space and drilled in. When it reappeared, it was already in front of one of the Emperor Realm Great Demons. Immediately afterward, before that great demon could react, it directly chopped off the great Dao shackles on its body. Then it once again disappeared into the void, cutting off the other 2 mid-Imperial Realm Great Demons in their bindings as it were. Only in the end did he burrow into the void to arrive in front of Jun Lingtian. Hard work! Jun Lingtian stroked the sword and then placed it into his Dantian world to contain it. There was also a lotus platform, a divine halberd, and other dazzling weapons. The 3 demon emperors who had their shackles cut off at the moment were the Qilin clan, the True Dragon clan, and the Divine Phoenix clan. They were still wary of Jun Lingtian, a strange cultivator who had suddenly barged in and also cut off their shackles. Do I still need to invite you? 3. Jun Lingtian's faint voice reached the ears of the 3 demon emperors, and after the 3 demon emperors who heard these words pondered for a while, they all rushed over towards Jun Lingtian's side. The dragon's body that covered the sky, the phoenix's true fire enveloping its body, as well as the Qilin with its feet on auspicious clouds, each and every one of them all exuded an extremely appalling aura, and their body sizes were as high as 10,000 feet. When they arrived in front of Jun Lingtian, they instantly frowned when they saw that Jun Lingtian was only a young man in appearance. Fellow Daoist, you are? The dragon demon emperor opened his mouth and asked. He could not see through Jun Lingtian's cultivation, so his words were still cautious. Your future masters. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the 3 mid-emperor realm demon emperors. After sensing the extremely high purity of the trio's bloodline, he nodded slightly. Not bad. Could work for him. What? Fellow Daoist, aren't you going a little too far with that? The Dragon Clan Demon Emperor looked at Jun Lingtian with a pair of dragon eyes that were not kind, thinking that the owner of this heavenly trial tower was in the way of the Dragon Clan's face and did not dare to do anything about it. I didn't expect this one cultivator who had never seen him before to come up and say that he wanted to take him as a slave. This was simply arrogant to the extreme. Fellow Daoist, this emperor is giving you face by calling you a fellow Daoist. Given the fact that you just saved us from getting out of the air, you're given a chance to speak again. At this time, the Kirin clan's demon emperor was also looking at Jun Lingtian with a burning gaze. Being in the middle stage of the great emperor realm and the originator of the Qilin clan, he had an unyielding bloodline flowing in his bones, and he absolutely couldn't do anything to succumb to others. Fellow Daoist, you'd better speak to us properly. The demon emperor of the Divine Phoenix clan, who was an attractive-looking demon emperor after putting away his true body, also frowned and opened his mouth at this moment. However, what they did not expect was that Jun Lingtian suddenly shook his head and laughed lightly after hearing this. If you don't submit, you will be killed. Jun Lingtian did not hide it at this moment, and with a casual hint of the emperor's might showing on his body, he directly bent the spines of the 3 great demon emperors. No matter how much the 3 great demon emperors resisted, it was useless. Just that hint of imperial might made them see the terror of Jun Lingtian. It was an existence they had looked up to all their lives. How is it possible? This imperial might. The dragon demon emperor's face at the moment all looked astonished and disbelieving, while also carrying a hint of panic. As for the Kirin clan's demon emperor and the Divine Phoenix clan's demon emperor, they were similarly shocked by Jun Lingtian's terrifying cultivation. It was unthinkable that the man in front of him looked young, but his cultivation was so strong. Chapter 169, Your Future Master. And now it seemed that the other party was truly capable of suppressing and killing them. Even the Purgatory Tower was shaking at the moment due to this trace of imperial might from Jun Lingtian. Tower spirit, what happened? Fong Yuan's fluttering eyelids didn't stop. He knew that his life would be in danger if he continued like this. but to let him give up the Purgatory Tower to escape on his own was again very reluctant. After all, this was an extreme imperial artifact. Even the 9 heavens and 10 lands didn't have many extreme imperial artifacts with a name nowadays, so how could he be willing to give them up? Back to Master. It's that intruder. His cultivation is that of an ultimate great emperor, and he's now accepting the 3 mid-great emperor demon emperors on the 7th floor as slaves. The pagoda spirit judged Jun Lingtian's cultivation level based on the aura he had just released. What? Extreme Great Emperor Realm? What realm is that? Isn't it only the Great Emperor Realm of Perfection? Fang Yuan's expression changed after hearing this. Great Emperor Limit? He hadn't even heard of it before. And the other party even wanted to take the demon emperor in his Purgatory Tower as a slave? That was something he was going to do in the future. But now it was being done by someone else in advance? That's right, it's the Great Emperor Limit. The Great Emperor Limit is a step further from the Great Emperor Perfection, going to the limit and end of the Great Tao. It has also gone as far as this side of the world can take it. The Purgatory Tower's Tower Spirit gave Fang Yuan a generalization. Damn it, how could it be? Isn't there a restriction on cultivation and age in this immortal ancient secret realm? How could this kind of fellow be let in? Are you mistaken, Tower Spirit? Fang Yuan, who had always been calm and collected, was also a bit disorganized at this moment. Shouldn't a great one of this cultivation not be able to enter this immortal ancient mysterious realm? Even if they did, the entire immortal ancient mysterious realm would not be able to withstand the might of a great emperor and collapse. Why was the Tower Spirit now telling him that the one staring at him was an extreme great emperor? Every extreme great emperor has a great world birthed within his body, which is why so many great worlds exist in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And the ultimate great emperor can hide his strength within his inner world. As far as the age limit is concerned, I'm not quite sure how he worked it out. The Purgatory Tower's Tower Spirit continued to solve Fang Yuan's confusion, and Fang Yuan finally recognized the reality after hearing this, that the intruder who entered his Purgatory Tower was really a supreme powerhouse at the limit of the Great Emperor realm. Damn it! Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's face was unsightly. There were only 2 paths he could take at this point in time. One was to abandon the Purgatory Tower and use his final card to vanish. The other path was to pin your hopes on that supreme powerhouse at the limit of great emperors, betting that he wouldn't look at this rotten life of his. However, this path was too unreliable, so after thinking about it for a while, Fang Yuan decided to first observe it under observation, and immediately choose the first one when things didn't go right. Then look at the 7th floor of the Purgatory Tower at this moment. After sensing Jun Lingtian's aura, the demon emperors of the 3 major clans had not completely slowed down at the moment. However, when he felt the if any killing intent emanating from Jun Lingtian, he finally realized his own situation. Ahem, Elder, just now I was all talk and play. The dragon demon emperor twisted his huge dragon body and smiled with a flattering face. Although he was arrogant inside, he didn't want to die now, facing a strong person who was countless times more powerful than himself. If he still had an iron head and a hard steel, that would be a little cutie. That's what you do. It was because he was too arrogant that he challenged the owner of this heavenly Purgatory Tower, a late-stage great emperor powerhouse. It was eventually suppressed by it. Yes, senior, you can see that the little woman I still have some good looks, or else. The demon emperor of the Divine Phoenix clan opened his mouth at this time with a pleasing face. Women are all strong. She used to stay single just because she couldn't look at the top 10 cultivators of the 9 heavens, but now the other party's cultivation was that of an ultimate great emperor, and it was more than enough to match her. And it's better to be the other's woman and concubine than a slave. Damn it, this dead phoenix. When I was pursuing her I was so innocent, getting half a day is a. The true Dragon Clan's demon emperor thought inwardly with indignation when he heard the Divine Phoenix Clan's beautiful woman's words. Oh, do you want to be this emperor's sex slave? Jun Lingtian looked towards the Phoenix Clan's demon emperor who was not far away, his expression tinged with mockery. How could he not see that little bit of the other party's mind? What? Sex slaves? After hearing these words, that Divine Phoenix Clan's demon emperor's expression visibly froze for a moment. There was also an instantly embarrassed look on his face, clearly revealing a hint of reluctance. How could she be someone else's sex slave when she was the demon emperor of the Divine Phoenix Clan? Wouldn't her reputation be ruined if this was rumored? What? You don't want to? Jun Lingtian narrowed his eyes and just looked at the demon emperor of the Divine Phoenix Clan, his expression unable to tell if he was happy or angry, but the tone of voice just now caused that Divine Phoenix Clan's demon emperor to hit the ground running. I would like to. In the end, that Divine Phoenix Clan's demon emperor still opened his mouth and agreed. Pride? Originally there was when I was young, but now after countless years of precipitation and wear and tear, it has gradually disappeared. Countless years of solitude had left them with an overwhelming desire for freedom and outside air. Okay, open the sea of consciousness. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and with that, The divine phoenix realm beauty obediently opened her soul sense C. It allowed Jun Lingtian to plant a divine soul brand in it. And as he did so, Jun Lingtian looked towards the demon emperors of the True Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. What about you guys? We are also willing to recognize Senior as our master. The two's large dragon heads and Qilin heads all bowed down respectfully. With that, he opened his sea of consciousness and exposed his soul defenselessly to Jun Lingtian. You will realize later how right you have chosen today. After saying this, Jun Lingtian waved his hand and opened a spatial passageway. However, this time the passage no longer led to the demon realm, but to the true spirit ancient realm, one of the 9 heavens. That was the territory ruled by the ancient Qilin and divine harvest clans. You guys take these pills to restore your strength, and after you've restored your strength, each of you will return to your clans, and this emperor will notify when he needs you. Jun Lingtian said as he flung out a few more bottles of pills, which were clearly the 9 Revolutions dragon-marked mirror-breaking pills and other extremely high-grade emperor-level pills. And after doing so, Jun Lingtian traveled to the next level. Only 3 palpitating demon emperors of the demon race were left behind. After glancing at each other, the 3 of them stepped into that teleportation light door one after another. Ding! Unleash the great demon of the true dragon race in the middle stage of the great emperor and plunder Fang Yuan's fortune value of 800 points. Ding! Unleash the ancient Qilin great demon in the middle stage of the great emperor and plunder Fang Yuan's Qi luck value of 800 points. Ding! Unleash the great demon of the divine phoenix clan in the middle stage of the great emperor and plunder Fang Yuan's Qi luck value of 800 points. Then look at the 8th floor of the Purgatory Tower at this moment. Chapter 170, I do. When Jun Lingtian arrived here, he discovered a life breath. It was currently located at the center of this small world, not very far from Jun Lingtian. However, after Jun Lingtian took a look at the other party's appearance, his complexion suddenly became a little odd, because the other person turned out to be a monk, and half of them looked kind and amiable, like the attained Buddha. The other half of his complexion was demonic and hideous, as if he was a stern ghost in the middle of hell. Devil Buddha Duel Cultivation? And both have cultivated to the great emperor realm. Their natural talent is not weak. At a glance, Jun Lingtian could tell the general details of this monk. To be able to integrate the 2 incompatible avenues of the devil and the Buddha, such talent cannot be said not to be amazing. However, even more stunning cultivators have to be used for him, otherwise there is only one way to perish. After all, he knows that this Purgatory Tower suppression of all are not good people, the one who was able to cultivate to the great emperor realm, the one who didn't carry a huge karma on his body? Amitabha Buddha, did the scholar come this way to let me out? At this moment, the old monk's face was full of amiability, and even the demonic face on the other side of his face had temporarily retreated. The tone of voice and the kind face were so mesmerizing that one could not afford to refuse. Pa! Jun Lingtian directly threw this old monk a slap in the face without warning. The tremendous force caused that old monk's head to turn several times directly. However, this was only a trivial matter for an old monk in the late stage of the great emperor realm, but it's not very damaging and extremely insulting. This slap directly caused the old monk's face to distort for a while, and that demonic side almost emerged. This kind of small tactics should not be presented in front of this emperor anymore, or else I will let you go to the western heaven to be a companion of your Buddha in the next second. Jun Lingtian looked towards the old monk and spoke indifferently, his tone carrying absolute dominance. Amitabha Buddha, your excellency's words are wild. The old monk recited a Buddha's name and looked at Jun Lingtian with a somewhat unkind as well as disdainful expression. His dual cultivation of magic and Buddhism had amazed an era. If he hadn't been too demonic at the time, and had made huge killing sins and had a tendency to go berserk, he wouldn't have willingly come to this Purgatory Tower to repent. However, when he first came to this Purgatory Tower to repent, he was unexpectedly met with the calculations of the previous generation of Purgatory Tower masters and was imprisoned here. Otherwise, this 9 heavens and 10 earths, there must be a place for him. Moloch, rampant? In that case, then you and I will fight. After saying these words, Jun Lingtian directly flashed to the side of that devil's law, grabbed him and disappeared into the Purgatory Tower. And the moment he grabbed Demon Luo and left the Purgatory Tower, the tower spirit of the Purgatory Tower reported to Fang Yuan, Master, that intruder is gone. What? Gone? Great. Hearing this, Fang Yuan directly drilled out of the Purgatory Tower, then increased his speed to the maximum and furiously ran towards the exit of the immortal ancient mysterious realm. Right now, he only wished to get out of this place of wrongdoing and figure out what to do once he was in the outside world. On the other hand, Jun Lingtian directly grabbed Demon Luo and appeared in a chaotic place. Everywhere around is the scene when heaven and earth were not opened, and for a while one can't tell where this place is. Right here, casually throwing down Moloch, Jun Lingtian just looked at him. How? At this moment, Waves of shock rose within Devil's Law as he had not sensed how Jun Lingtian had brought him out at all. And just now, the moment Jun Lingtian reached out and grabbed him, the Devil Buddha power within his body was actually directly imprisoned. Even though he was incredibly weak at the moment, that proved that the man in front of him was in existence not weaker than his peak. I'll give you a chance to eat these pills and fight with this emperor. Win. And this emperor sets you free. Jun Lingtian threw a lot of extreme Emperor Dan to give Demon Law to restore his cultivation. Among them was the 9 Revolutions Dragon-marked mirror breaking pill, which was what he wanted to make Demon Luo break the mirror and become a perfect existence in the Emperor realm. Let's see if we can get him to bring out 50% of his strength to fight with him then. These elixirs. Demon Luo opened one of the bottles of pills with a wary expression, in which was clearly the 9 Revolutions Dragon-marked mirror breaking pill. The others were what with the Kirin Life Soul pill and the Great Phoenix Nirvana pill, all of which were extremely high-grade pills at the Imperial level. If he ate these pills, Moloch had a 70% certainty of advancing to the cultivation level of perfection of the Great Emperor realm. At that time, even if he was unable to hang that kid across the street, he would be able to escape easily. He was a dual practitioner of magic and Buddhism and had this confidence. After confirming that the elixir in his hand was fine, Moloch directly swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, a violent and pure energy filled his limbs and bones. The originally somewhat dry Dantian was also rapidly filling up at this moment. The entire body was surrounded by imperial might, and the power of the great Tao was intertwined. Black and white, up to thousands of feet high, the Buddha's shadow slowly coalesced from behind him. As time passed, after sensing that his physical body and the aura in his body as well as his sense of the Tao all met the conditions for advancement, Demon Luo decisively chose to advance to the perfection of the Great Emperor realm. Break! After swallowing the 9 Revolutions Dragon-marked mirror-breaking pill gifted by Jun Lingtian, Demon Luo let out a loud cry. The 10,000-foot Buddha silhouette behind him that had originally closed its eyes tightly suddenly opened at this moment, and a golden aura and a dark light exploded from its eyes. The entire person's aura also reached its peak at this moment. The devil and Buddha's 2 great avenues circled around his body, making him look like a god of creation. The might on his body as well as the emperor's might emanating from him also became even more powerful and solid at this moment. Boom! With a bang, a sea of thunder that was made of blood-red thunderclouds converging instantly appeared above Demon Luo's head, stretching for 10,000 miles of territory. That was the lightning tribulation that had to be crossed to advance to the perfection of the Great Emperor realm, which could quench the divine soul emperor body. Come on! Let me see how powerful this divine heavenly blood thunder of yours is. Moloch bellowed and directly met him. Jun Lingtian, who was watching from afar, was slightly surprised to see the lightning tribulation that this Demon Luo had triggered. 99 Divine Heavenly Blood Thunder Tribulation. This Demon Luo is quite heaven-defying. I hope that I won't be disappointed when the transits are completed later. The corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth curled slightly as he had a hint of anticipation for the sparring match that would take place soon. After waiting like this for 3 days and 3 nights, those 81 divine heavenly blood thunders of Demon Luo finally hardened over. The blood-colored thunderclouds in the sky that stretched for tens of thousands of miles also slowly receded at this moment. Looking from afar, at this moment, Demon Luo had already been split into charcoal, and the entire person was out of breath. However, Jun Lingtian knew that this fellow was being reborn in Nirvana, borrowing the medicinal power of the Great Phoenix Nirvana Dan. Ka ka ka. With a few crunching sounds, the originally reduced to a charcoal devil Luo suddenly resounded with the sound of a powerful heartbeat, directly propping up the black shell wrapped around himself. A devilish aura and golden light emerged from the cracks at this moment. Peerless imperial might spread rapidly in all directions. Chapter 171, Drifting Away. Ha ha ha, today, I, Moloch, am here to witness the perfection of the Emperor realm, and all the world can be visited. A loud laugh pierced the sky and traveled toward the distance. The black nut curry on his body also crumbled in an instant, revealing Demon Luo's crystalline and Dao-hyphenated emperor body. Hey, aren't you forgetting something? At this time, Jun Lingtian's figure appeared in front of Moloch. This caused the Demon Law, who had smugness written all over his face, to once again think of Jun Lingtian, the little Kalami who had given him the elixir. Oh, kid, you actually haven't left yet? On account of the fact that you sent this emperor so many pills, this emperor will not bother with you for his earlier rudeness, so get lost. Demon Luo waved his hand, kind-heartedly intending to release Jun Lingtian. After all, he was in a good mood at the moment and did not want to kill anyone. Oh, drifted, did you? Jun Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards Demon Luo, and then the aura on his body was instantly released. The cultivation of the perfection of the Great Emperor realm instantly suppressed towards Demon Luo. The reason why he didn't release his full cultivation was to take care of this Demon Luo. Otherwise it wouldn't be too good if he directly gave him seconds. What? You're actually a Great Emperor realm perfection as well? A trace of shock appeared on Demon Law's face immediately after he felt this aura of a perfection of the Great Emperor realm that was even more pure than his. At the same time the contempt in his heart disappeared at this moment. Come and fight. Win and this emperor will let you go. Jun Lingtian hooked his finger at Demon Law after saying this, an extremely casual expression on his face. Obviously, Moloch was being belittled by the other party. He, Moloch, was invincible to his peers and his class. Where had he received such anger? Amitabha Buddha. Today, let this emperor transcend you. After saying this, the Buddhist magic phase behind Demon Luo instantly coalesced and looked towards Jun Lingtian with a furious glare. The shadows mapped by the Buddha and Devil Strip Grand Tao flowed behind it, and the entire heaven and earth was filled with a monstrous imperial might. Avatar, the Buddha kingdom in the palm. Demon Luo had one hand erected in front of his chest, while a matchless Buddha demon divine might was entwined above his other palm. The Buddha and devil power above its palm slowly condensed into a grand and incomparable Buddha kingdom, emitting heavenly Buddha light. However, one of the golden Luohan all eyes escaped from the devil. Luohan golden body is no longer all the devil wrapped around the skeleton model, and the Buddha magic phase behind Demon Luo was the same. The Buddha magic kingdom in his hand was more than 10,000 times bigger than the one in his hand. In the next second, Demon Law directly suppressed Jun Lingtian with one hand. The Buddha demon phase behind him was also synchronized with it, and the Buddha demon kingdom that covered the sky instantly suppressed towards Jun Lingtian. Avatar, phaseless hijacking finger. Unperturbed, Jun Lingtian extended his right index finger. In an instant, the heavens and earth darkened, and countless powers of the great Tao converged on top of the head of that Buddha magic phase. In the blink of an eye, a finger with infinite divine might formed above its head, and its size was so gigantic that it was more than 100 times larger than the Buddha magic phase behind Demon Luo. What? Feeling the destructive pressure coming from above his head, Demon Law's entire body trembled. Strong, too strong. With this strike, he will be seriously injured. Dawn Guard, have a word. Demon Luo wanted to be soft, but Jun Lingtian on the opposite side was expressionless as he directly pressed his index finger. At the same time, the finger on top of Demon Luo's head that was like a pillar in the sky was instantly pressed downward. Damn! Deceitful! With a ruthlessness in his heart, Demon Law directly pressed the Buddha Kingdom avatar in his hand down quickly towards Jun Lingtian, intending to have a wound for wound exchange with Jun Lingtian. However, there was also a hint of siege in his heart, but his calculations were doomed. Ka. With the instant the phaseless thunder finger came into contact with the Buddhist magic phase behind Demon Law, that Buddhist magic phase was like paper mache and began to crumble apart inch by inch, and the Buddha Kingdom avatar in the hands of the devil Luo was also suppressed on Jun Lingtian's body under his gnashing teeth. Pust, countless black and gold imperial blood spilled, piercing through space and falling into nothingness. Demon Luo's entire aura also instantly withered at this moment. How is it possible? How could he be so strong? With an unbelievable expression on his face, Demon Luo raised his head to look in Jun Lingtian's direction, only to find that the other party was unharmed, with only a piece of the corner of his coat shattered. That blow he had clearly struck Jun Lingtian's body solidly. Why was that so? And just now, he sensed that Jun Lingtian had withdrawn his hand, or else his imperial body would have already been dispersed. My Dao fruit! Demon Luo looked within himself and realized that he had suffered a serious Dao injury, so he hurriedly stabilized and repaired it. With just this one strike, the great Emperor Dao fruit in Demon Luo's body had created a crack, and if he didn't hurry to repair it, his realm would fall to the great Emperor Perfection realm. To be able to scratch the corner of this Emperor's coat, you're proud enough. Jun Lingtian came to a short distance away from Demon Luo and looked down at the other party, and this was indeed so unbearable and suffocating to hear in Moloch's ears. He was a great Emperor realm consummate powerhouse, but in the end, he had only scratched a piece of the other party's clothes. It's just a strange shame. Recognize this emperor as your master, or else, perish. Jun Lingtian changed his clothes with a wave of his hand, and then looked faintly at the opposite side of the room at Moloch, waiting for his choice. I can recognize you as my master, but only if you help me heal my wounds. After pondering with a cloudy face, Demon Luo still chose to give in. He still has the Blood Sea God revenge not reported. How can he fall like this? Take that. A jade bottle appeared out of thin air in Jun Lingtian's hand and he casually threw it to Moloch. When Moloch opened it, a look of surprise instantly appeared on his face. Even his breathing became a few points thicker. Could this be the legendary Dao Marrow Immortal Pill? Looking at the elixir that was currently sealed in the jade bottle like a small person, Moloch couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Because this Dao Marrow Immortal Pill was an elixir that existed in legends, as long as the Great Dao Wound was only one of its effects. The main thing was that this Dao Marrow Immortal Pill would allow the divine soul of the wannabe cultivator to metamorphose and become even more powerful. and his affinity and perception of the Tao would become even more profound. Take it. Jun Lingtian was not the slightest bit surprised to see this appearance of Moloch, as this Tao Marrow Immortal pill was a top-notch pill even in his place. Yes, Master. Demon Luo shouted Master on his mouth, but his mind was spinning, pondering whether he should run away when his Tao injuries were repaired later. After all, some people's cultivation focused on the field of combat, but their speed was a shortcoming. What if he was able to outrun Jun Lingtian? However, his top priority was to take this elixir and repair his Tao injuries. He then poured out the jade bottle that had a small human-like elixir birthed in it and directly swallowed it into his mouth. In the next moment, a wisp of Tao rhythms fluttered across the surface of his body. The cracks above the Tao fruit in his body were also being rapidly repaired at this moment. Chapter 172, Subduing Demon Luo. It didn't take long for the Tao fruit cracks in his body to disappear, and even his cultivation had refined a few points from before. Seeing this, Jun Lingtian's eyes swept over. However, in the next second, Demon Luo's figure unexpectedly slowly faded. Apparently, he had unleashed his running aptitude and fled the place. Humph. Interesting. Jun Lingtian simply laughed coldly, and then his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. After several hours of escaping, under the high tension of nerves, Moloch's back was drenched in cold sweat. The Furies didn't come after us, did they? After letting go of his divine sense and sensing for a few moments, upon determining that he had not sensed Jun Lingtian's figure, Devil's Luo's heart finally let out a sigh of relief. Wanting my demon law to recognize its master is impossible in this lifetime, Moloch muttered. Oh, yeah, that's for sure. As a bland voice came, Moloch subconsciously replied. Then the next moment he was transfixed, stopping himself in his tracks. Turning his head to look, he realized that a small person was standing on his shoulder. That little man was currently looking at him with a smile on his face, and it was clearly Jun Lingtian. Hiss! Moloch drew in a breath of cold air, and his entire body was directly dumbfounded. You what you asked for it. Jun Lingtian snorted coldly as his palm was aimed directly at Demon Luo's neck. Avatar, Taoist Heartseed Demon. In the next instant, an extremely strong, torrent-like soul force broke through Demon Luo's spirit platform barrier and rushed into it. Ah, no, don't. Feeling the pain of his soul being torn apart in his body, as well as Jun Lingtian's monstrous sea-like flood of souls, Demon Luo finally came to realize the gap between himself and the other party. The man on his shoulder was simply the strongest being he had ever seen as well as heard of in his life. This is your punishment. Jun Lingtian directly planted a demonic seed in the depths of Demon Luo's soul. It was a stronger means of enslavement than even the slave seal. Yes, Master. Demon Luo could not generate the slightest thought of resistance within his heart at this moment. The demonic seed in his soul will subconsciously change his mind. Ding! The host has subjugated the Emperor Realm Perfection Buddha Devil Dual Cultivation Exoteric, and has plundered Fong Yuan's Qi luck value by 2,000 points. Ding! Fong Yuan's Qi value has reached the beheading line. He can be beheaded. The system's beep sounded in Jun Lingtian's ears at the right time, and at that instant, Fong Yuan, who had just come out of the immortal ancient mysterious realm and left on the flying boat of the heavenly demon hall, blew up. Just now, he felt a crisis of certain death. The whole soul trembled and shivered. Obviously, if he did not respond, he himself would surely die. With that, Fong Yuan directly disembarked from the flying boat of the heavenly demon hall and hastily found a hidden location to seal the Purgatory Tower after erasing his connection with it. Songhai Butterfly. Fong Yuan, who had done all this, instantly had an illusory and strange butterfly appear in his hand. The butterfly wasn't even as big as his palm, fluttering its wings and carrying a strong force of time and space. It was like being in the past and the future, as if it didn't belong to this time and space. And this was Fong Yuan's last card, which could take him through the past or future timelines. Merge with the square source of that time and space without disturbing the timeline. It's up to you. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, then directly stripped his divine soul out, accompanied by the vast ocean butterfly, and disappeared into thin air. His body, on the other hand, was transforming into a bit of starlight and disappearing in place. What's going on? How did this Purgatory Tower become ownerless? After Fong Yuan disappeared, Jun Lingtian returned back to the 8th floor of the Purgatory Tower. In just an instant, he sensed that the state of this Purgatory Tower was masterless, and even the tower spirit had fallen into slumber, and the mark he had left on Fong Yuan disappeared. Tower spirit, come out! Jun Lingtian stomped his foot, and a sound like a torrent directly shook the tower spirit, who had just fallen into a deep slumber. Awake! May I ask what assistance your excellency requires? When the tower spirit woke up and saw that it was Jun Lingtian, a trace of fear unexpectedly arose subconsciously on his face. When did your former master shed you? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth and asked. I don't know. My master just left after removing the brand from me. The tower spirit spoke truthfully and answered. These words did not sit well with Jun Lingtian. System, where is Feng Yuan then? Feng Yuan is currently in a certain time and space in the future. As for the specific timeline, there is no way to know for now. No longer in this side of space and time? Jun Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard this. It seemed that this Feng Yuan had quite a few cards up his sleeve. But this Purgatory Tower should have been his biggest card. But unfortunately it had now become his. Since it's somewhere in the future, wait until the future to slaughter it. Jun Lingtian no longer paid any more attention to Feng Yuan's trail. Instead, he simply refined the Purgatory Pagoda and then returned to the immortal ancient mystic realm. The immortal ancient mystery realm was about to close at this moment, and Ji Shuelua and the other women were waiting for Jun Lingtian at the exit at this moment. Why hasn't my brother come out yet? Jun Chenling crossed her fingers and looked around everywhere. I think it's coming over soon. Just wait a little longer. The expression on Ji Shuelua's face at the moment was quite calm. After all, she still had faith in Jun Lingtian's strength. It's the young clan chief. The young clan chief is here. At this time, a sharp-eyed Jun family disciple was the first to see Jun Lingtian's figure. The others also followed his gaze and instantly discovered Jun Lingtian, who had come through the air. Go on, get out. Jun Lingtian nodded to the crowd, heralding the end of this trip to the immortal ancient mysteries. However, he did not intend to return to the Jun clan. Instead, he intended to head to the spirit domain's heavenly spirit city. After all, he hadn't cleaned up that son of Qin Mo, so he went over to feel the bottom first. Ha ha ha, Jun family master, this is goodbye. The 10 Forbidden Land lords all smiled as they greeted Jun Xianyi in farewell. The Jun family's young lord is truly a dragon and phoenix among men. Glancing at Jun Lingtian, who was not far away, the lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands as well as the helmsmen of the major powers all could not help but feel emotion in their hearts. And as each of the top powers left, Jun Xianyi arrived in front of Jun Lingtian with a smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, my son this time, but for the father a hard face. The unicorn child born to me, Ji Yao, is certainly one that gives me a long face. Ji Yao also spoke at this time with a smiling face. That's my son too. Jun Xianyi had a haughty look on his face, and then it was as if he had thought of something. Lingtian, you see, it will soon be my father's birthday. Do you think you should not? Jun Xianyi rubbed his hands together, the meaning of which could not have been clearer. Here, I happen to have something here, so I'll give it to you, father. Jun Lingtian summoned the Purgatory Pagoda as well as the previously harvested body origins of Mo Fan, Long Daoxin Blood Ruhuan, and the three of them. Hiss, is this it? Chapter 173, Fleur? Wait for me. Looking at the small tower-shaped thing in front of him, Jun Xianyi directly drew in a breath of cool air. Because this heavenly Purgatory Tower had once possessed several masters, it had long since left a formidable reputation in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It's the Tower of Heavenly Purgatory? Hurry up and put it away. Ji Yao's face was also showing a grave expression at this moment. Hearing the words, Jun Lingtian waved his hand and retrieved the heavenly Purgatory Tower. Could this also be the old ancestor? Jun Xianyi once again blamed this extreme imperial artifact on the Jun clan's old ancestor at this time. That's right, it was given to me by my oldest ancestor. Jun Lingtian spoke with his usual expression, and as things stood, he had accepted the fact that he had been offered as the Jun family's elder ancestor. Since it was given to you by the old ancestor, keep it for yourself. Ji Yao opened her mouth. They, husband and wife, had already received countless benefits from Jun Lingtian, and it was hard to avoid being a little embarrassed to take it again now. Besides, these were given to their children by their ancestors. Right, Lingtian, keep it to yourself. Jun Xianyi spoke in the same manner at this time, but a hint of envy and reluctance could be seen flowing from the corners of his eyes. This is what the old ancestor told me to pass on to father, and I have other supreme treasures that the old ancestor gave me. Jun Lingtian came to his own father and gave him that Purgatory Tower. Ha! Old ancestor was surprisingly kind to me. Jun Xianyi was inwardly moved beyond measure and vowed to go back and kowtow to his own old ancestor a few more times. Father and mother, my child needs to go out and practice. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth at this time and said in a video, traveling? That's fine, but make sure you're careful. Ji Yao admonished. Although there was reluctance in his heart, he thought that his son's current cultivation level was already very strong, plus there was a Taoist protector following him, so there shouldn't be any danger. My son has grown up, he even knows to go out and practice. Jun Xianyi was like an old father as he reached out and patted Jun Lingtian's shoulder. Brother, why don't you take me with you? I want to go for an experience too. At this time, Jun Xianling interjected. Going back to nothing but practice or practice is just boring. Nonsense. Your brother is going for training. What are you going for? Going to drag your brother down? Ji Yao chortled. Jun Xianling's head instantly wilted when she heard this. Don't be upset. I'll take you out when your brother and I get back. Jun Lingtian gently flicked the latter's head. Really? Great. Jun Xianling once again regained her vigor upon hearing this. Jun Lingtian, on the other hand, arrived in front of Jishu Ilua and pulled down the green silk at her temples. Go back to Jun's house and wait for me. Well, cousin, be careful on your way. Jishu Ilua tidied up Jun Lingtian's clothes, just like a wise wife. The latter smiled and greeted Lin Qingmeng and the other women again, and then set off on the journey to the spirit domain. Then look at Qin Mo at this moment, was sitting in the room of the flying boat returning to the spirit domain. This quasi-emperor level divine ability is truly profound. With my enlightenment it surprisingly takes me such a long time to comprehend it. After taking a deep breath, Qin Mo decided to take a rest. When we go back it will be my wedding day with Furong. Furong, are you okay? Did you miss me? Thinking of Ma Furong's charming and pretty face as well as her devilish figure, Qin Mo's heart couldn't help but be excited. He couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Flora, wait for me. A few months later, the spirit domain. As one of the 9 heavens, the spirit domain was controlled by 2 races, the heavenly spirit race and the demon spirit race. However, since the clansmen of the heavenly spirit clan and the demon spirit clan weren't very numerous, the number of human cultivators in the entire spirit domain was instead even greater than the number of these 2 hegemonic clans. And this heavenly spirit city was one of the cities established by human cultivators. There existed 4 major families among them, namely the Qin family, the Yi family, the Qiao family, and the Lu family. Have you heard? The Qin clan's old ancestor has married again, and this time he even directly married 100. In the restaurant outside the Qin family residence, a group of people were talking eloquently. What? 100? Hisses this Qin clan's old ancestor a breeder? A cultivator had a shocked look on his face when he heard this. 100 brides at a time. That's just horny as hell. However, the next second after this cultivator's words fell, his complexion suddenly revealed a painfully twisted look. Then it directly burst open, spilling blood all over the faces of the people around them. With that, in the next second, a lewd voice with an aura instantly spread throughout the city. From today onwards, in Heavenly Spirit City, my Qin family speaks. Accompanied by the fall of the words, an imperial might of the quasi-emperor realm instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Spirit City. The hearts of all the cultivators in the city all sank to the bottom at this moment, especially the Yi family, the Qiao family and the Lu family among the 4 great families. Originally, all the ancestors of the 4 great families were at the supreme realm, and their strengths were balanced. But now the Qin clan's old ancestor had quietly broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. In the future, the entire Heavenly Spirit City is bound to have no place for their 3 great families, and it will only be a matter of time before they are annexed by the Qin family. Gentlemen, what to do? At this moment, the family heads of the 3 great families were communicating through a spirit mirror, to ask them to leave the Heavenly Spirit City that they had operated for tens of thousands of years. They were really unwilling in their hearts. Furthermore, they held several rich spirit stones as well as precious mineral resources in their hands. How about we pay someone to assassinate the Qin clan ancestor? At this time, the Yi family's family head opened his mouth and proposed, assassinate a paragon? Do you know how many chips are needed? The Lu family head frowned and opened his mouth, not to mention whether there was anyone willing to take this job. Even if there was someone willing to take it, they couldn't afford the price. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch the Qin family eat away our tens of thousands of years of family business little by little? The head of the Yi family clenched his teeth with a face of indignation. Leave. Stay in the Green Hills. Not afraid of no firewood. The Qiao family head, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. If they left decisively, they might still have a glimmer of hope of turning the tide. If they were to fight hard with that Qin family, in the end, there would only be one thing that would happen to them, and that would be their demise. The Yi family head's back teeth were on the verge of crunching, but he understood that this was the only way now. Immediately, the 3 great clans no longer hesitated and all began to pack up and prepare to leave Tianling City. Yet how could these small movements of theirs escape the senses of the quasi-emperor realm's Qin show? Come on man, what are your orders, old ancestor? A female elder of the Qin family looked at Qin Shou and opened her mouth to ask. Go, tell the 3 great clans that I, Qin, have received mercy and can let them go, but they must leave all the women in their families behind. Otherwise, none of them are going anywhere. Qin Shou was wearing a groom's uniform at the moment, and then he waved his hand, his tone carrying the air of a king. In his opinion, the entire Heavenly Spirit City was now his, so all the female cultivators in this Heavenly Spirit City were also his. Chapter 174 Women Staying Behind. Moreover, the higher the cultivation qualification of the female cultivator, the higher the qualification of the offspring born, which would help him cultivate more. So he would never let the three great families leave, because there were quite a few female cultivators with strong cultivation qualifications among the three great families. He had long coveted them. Yes, old ancestor. That female elder opened her mouth and answered, looking at Qinsho with waves of water in her gaze. Go on, come back and I'll reward you. How could Qinsho not know that the other party was asking him for a reward? And the latter left with a satisfied face after hearing Qinsho utter those words. Soon after, the three great clans received the news from the female elder, and all of them were enraged. What? This Qinsho is simply too deceitful. Those who were able to become the head of the family, which one of them was not a human savant, instantly understood Qinsho's intentions, but right now they have no way to break the game. Family master, don't go. Let's fight that Qin family. Yes, house master, give the order. Yes, family head, what are you still hesitating for? At this time, the family descendants and elders of the three great families all revealed a look of anger. How could they not know what kind of goods Qinsho was? If they let their sisters and mothers-in-law stay behind, they will only end up in the clutches of the Qinshoshu, and be reduced to tools for reproduction. All shut up, the Yi family head bellowed, his face filled with helplessness and indignation. He also wanted to immediately order to have a battle with that Qin family, but he knew that once he gave that kind of order, what was waiting for the Yi family would be the scourge of extermination. The quasi-emperor and the supreme realm weren't on the same level, and besides, the old ancestors of their three great clans were all at the early stages of the supreme realm. It was estimated that Qinsho could overthrow them with a wave of his hand. Ding! Detected the son of fortune. Qin suffer. At this moment, Jun Lingtian had also just arrived at the heavenly spirit city not long ago, and the system's voice rang out at this moment. Qinsho? Is he also surnamed Qin? Could it be that this Qin family has given birth to two sons of fortune? Jun Lingtian directly enveloped the entire heavenly spirit city with his divine soul power. In the next moment, all the information converged and arrived in his mind. Name, Qinsho, Kojiro Yumegawa. Identity, ancestor of the Qin family. Cultivation, early quasi-emperor realm. Physique, Acacia's sacred body. Numerology, son of the spirit, gold, golden gun, gold. Luck value, 20,000 points. Yumegawa Kojiro? Upon hearing this Qinsho's other name, an odd color flashed across Jun Lingtian's face. Could it be? He basically guessed the origin of this Yumegawa Kojiro. After all, only that island name will be up what the well, pine, under the tree and so on. He then combed through the rest of the information. It was discovered that this Qinsho's cultivation level was actually the highest in this heavenly spirit city, and that he was now preparing to take a wife. And he also made a bold statement that he would snatch all the female family members of the three great families. This Qin has had enough of pretending. In that case, I'll give you a hand. Jun Lingtian murmured, and then his figure faintly disappeared from the spot. And at this moment, after the family heads of the three great families had combined their thoughts, they finally decided to break the net with the Qin family. Until then, though, they're going to save some fire for their family. Just as the three great clans had arranged everything and were planning to set off to declare war with the Qin family, a figure like an exiled immortal suddenly appeared above the Yi family's square, and it was Jun Lingtian. Aren't you guys going to assassinate the Qin clan ancestor? I'll take this job. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. You? Who are you? How did you get in here? The head of the Yi family frowned immediately after hearing this, sizing up the suddenly appearing Jun Lingtian. As the head of the Yi family, his cultivation was certainly not weak, being at the early stage of great sage. However, he had no idea how Jun Lingtian had appeared. I'll take the commission. Just wait a few quiet days. After saying these words, Jun Lingtian's figure faintly disappeared again. Old ancestor, did you sense how that person appeared just now? The Yi family had communicated with his own supreme realm ancestor, but the answer he received surprised him. I can't see through him. His cultivation is at the very least a great deal higher than mine. The Yi family ancestor's reply caused the Yi family head, who had originally planned to fight the Qin family to the death, to hesitate. Family master, do we continue with our plan? The Yi family's grand elder opened his mouth to inquire. The plan remains the same, but let's wait a few days first. The Yi family had ultimately wanted to wait before saying anything. As for the Chao and Lu family heads, they all frowned tightly after receiving the news that the Yi family was pressing on with their troops. Yi Kaming, what are you up to? The Lu family head questioned the Yi family head through the spirit mirror. This Yi Kaming was the one who said that he wanted a fish to die before, and this Yi Kaming was also the one who was pressing on now. What's going on? Do you want them both to go first? Both of you, hold your horses and allow me to explain. Yi Kaming then told what happened not long ago. What? There's even such a thing? It's not supposed to be a conspiracy, is it? The Lu family had questioned at this time. How could it be so coincidental? They had just been in such a crisis and someone came to their aid. I also think there is something fishy about this, so it's better to be careful and on guard. Chao Meng, the head of the Xiao family, also expressed his opinion at this moment. We prepared in haste earlier anyway, so let's use these few days as our preparation time. Yi Kaming proposed. He had been the head of the Yi family for so many years, and he was still very accurate in reading people. The young man from earlier didn't look like he was lying. Instead, he had an aura about him that made them worship him. Okay, a couple days then. Eventually the three powers agreed that in a few days they could also have more time to prepare. And then look at Qin Mo at this moment. When he returned home, he immediately saw that the entire Qin family was decorated with lights. A quick inquiry revealed that it was his father organizing a wedding. Hey, father is good at everything. It's this lustfulness that's gone too far. Qin Mo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But he couldn't help the look of giddiness on his face at the thought that he too would be getting married soon. By the way, Flora, she must have missed me after not seeing her for so long. Qin Mo went straight to his chambers. When he was on his way out, his fiancée Ma Furong had said that she would wait for his return in his chambers. However, he had just arrived at the door of his chambers when he was stopped by the maid guarding the door. Young master, you can't go in. Pa. Hearing this, Qin Mo did not hesitate to slap the doorkeeper maid. Do you know who you're talking to? This is my bedchamber. After saying this he directly pushed the door in. However, when he entered it he saw that at this moment Ma Furong was wearing her wedding clothes. Chapter 175 I am your aunt. And with an uncharacteristic blush on his face, it was clear that something had just happened. Flora, why are you wearing a wedding dress? Is it because you want to try it on to see if it fits? Qin Mo asked with a frown. While hearing Qin Mo's questioning, Ma Furong's face carried a hint of panic. Ha, Qin Mo, why are you back? She had originally projected that there would still be some time after Qin Mo's return, so she had planned to put on her wedding clothes and marry Qin Shou, enjoying the feeling of being a bride first. I didn't expect this Qin Mo to come back so soon. What? Are you surprised I'm back? You haven't said what you're doing in a wedding dress. Qin Mo sniffed out a hint of something unusual from Ma Furong's expression in words. Since you asked. Then Qin Mo, I'll be honest with you. Ma Furong, will be your aunt from now on. So show some respect when you see me in the future. Ma Furong made a direct showdown as she realized that she could no longer stay away from Qin Shou. It was as if he had poison in him, and she couldn't help herself. Unbeknownst to him, that was the chopping woman incense that Qin Shou had redeemed in the system, which could make a woman fall hopelessly in love with him. What? You're marrying father? Qin Mo, who heard this, only felt a bolt from the blue. Heads are blown out of the water. How could I? Flora, you must be lying to me, right? Qin Mo looked at Ma Furong with a desperate expression. His face twisted in an abnormal way. From now on, please call me auntie. Ma Furong also stopped pretending, and the look on her face was as condescending as it could be. However, Qin Mo, who heard these words, the expression on his face suddenly became vicious as his figure instantly appeared in front of Ma Furong and reached out to strangle her neck. You must have seduced father. Saying that, Qin Mo intended to make a move to get Ma Furong killed. However, right at this moment, Qin Shou suddenly appeared in the middle of the field. Stop! With a wave of his hand, he slapped Qin Mo away, and then Qin Shou wrapped Ma Furong in his arms. And he did it because Muffy already had his child, and he thought about it. Anyway, this Qin Mo couldn't beat himself no matter what, no matter how hard he cultivated. Since this was the case, it would be better to let the other party hate him and then get motivated to cultivate hard. In the end his cultivation would rise faster instead. Father, you, Qin Mo, who had been slapped out by Qin Shou, looked at Qin Shou with an incredulous expression. His father defended that Ma Furong? My son, Flora is right. From today she is your aunt, and in a short time she will give birth to a brother for you. Qin Shou once again released a dose of fierce material that directly shook Qin Mo's scalp. What? You guys? Poof. Qin Mo couldn't hold back any longer after hearing this, and a mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out of his mouth. It turns out that the pair of dogs have been hooking up for a long time, even with a child. Ding! Qin Mo's Dao heart is damaged. His Qi luck value has dropped by 3,000 points. At this time, this voice suddenly appeared in Jun Lingtian's mind. TSK, it's a pity that it cost me 3,000 points of Qi value for nothing. At this moment, Jun Lingtian was heady in the void watching this family ethical drama being staged by the Qin family. However, he didn't show up to stop it. Even though that Qin Mo had lost 3,000 points of Qi luck value for nothing, it wasn't harmful. However, despite Qin Mo being so angry that he spat out blood, Qin Shou still scolded in a stern voice, either apologize to Furong, or get out of the Qin family. Okay, I'm going. Qin Mo staggered up and then headed outside the Qin family like a walking corpse. Uncle Qin, why don't you kill him? Muffler's face took on my ruthless expression. After all, this Qin Mo living was a threat to her. It was better to die. There's a use for keeping him. Qin Shou glanced at Qin Mo's back and spoke faintly. Also, you and I are getting married soon, and you still call me Uncle Qin? Husband. Hearing this, Ma Furong snuggled into Qin Shou's arms with a happy face. Qin Mo, on the other hand, was lost in thought at the moment as he walked toward the outside of the Qin family, and several people on the way called him but didn't respond. The lively scene around him contrasted sharply with his downcast back. After he walked out of the Qin family, he finally couldn't help but break down and yell inside. Damn dogs and men! I'm going to let you die. Let you die. After yelling this, his mouth once again spewed out a stream of blood and he eventually fell unconscious on the side of the road. However, in the next second, his body disappeared without warning. How come that brat Qin Mo's aura is gone? Qin Shou had been paying attention to Qin Mo's movements, and then after he saw that Qin Mo had disappeared in place without any warning, the whole man's brow furrowed deeply at once. After utilizing his divine sense to probe a bit and not finding anything wrong, Qin Shou had no choice but to give up. And at this moment, Qin Mo was lying in Jun Lingtian's inner world. Ding! Master, there exists a homologous aura similar to mine in this Qin Mo's bloodline. Oh, a homologous breath? So it's the system? Can it be deciphered? There was nothing surprising within Jun Lingtian. After all, that Yumekawa Cool-Jiro was in existence like his. Yes, system deciphering in progress. Deciphering successful. This system is called the Many Suns, Many Fortunes system, and it can be returned to the host as long as the offspring and grandchildren increase their cultivation and comprehend the power of heaven and earth. The system's voice entered Jun Lingtian's mind. Since that's the case, can we eliminate the power of the system from this Qin Mo's bloodline? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth to inquire. In fact, he had already thought of how to deal with Qin Mo and Qin Shou, the two sons of Qi. However, if he wasn't able to eliminate the power of the system in Qin Mo's bloodline, he would probably be in a bit of trouble. Yes, host, I'll eliminate the system power in Qin Mo's body now. As the system's words fell, a strange energy swept over Qin Mo's entire body, and the system power in his body was instantly uprooted and assimilated. Ding! Lift the restriction of return on Qin Mo, and plunder Qin sufferer's Qi value of 3,000 points. A Qin Mo can actually plunder that Yumegawa Kujiro's 3,000 points of Qi luck value? Jun Lingtian was extremely surprised after hearing the system's beep. After all, that Qin sufferer's total Qi value was only 20,000, and this Qin Mo alone accounted for 3,000. Wouldn't those children and grandchildren of his take up even less? And at this time, a beep sounded in the mind of Qin sufferer, who was staying in the Qin family. Ding! The power of the descendant Qin Mo's return has disappeared. Please host find out why as soon as possible. What? Qin Mo's returning power has disappeared? After hearing this, Qin Shou's heart thumped. A large part of the reason he was able to have the cultivation level he had today was brought to him by Qin Mo's hard work in cultivation. Damn it, what the hell is going on? At this moment, Qin Shou did not even have the heart to get married. Chapter 176 I've broken through to Quasi-Emperor? Hey! I should have known better than to treat Qin Mo my son like that. At this moment, Qin Shou had some regrets, but it was too late to say that now. I guess Qin Mo couldn't think straight and committed suicide. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Qin Mo was directly imbued by Jun Lingtian to the Quasi-Emperor realm, and the battle power was basically not the slightest bit different from Qin Shou's battle power at the moment. Exactly. What he wants is for this father and son to kill each other. And when Qin Mo woke up again, it was in a mountain range not far from Tianling City. What's wrong with me? After shaking his head, Qin Mo first sat up to wake up. It didn't take long for him to realize what was unusual about himself. My cultivation this is. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he possessed boundless divine energy within his body, a cultivation that he had not even dared to think about before. Quasi-Emperor, I actually broke through to Quasi-Emperor, and my Dao heart has been repaired? What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Qin Mo had not yet recovered from the shock in his heart, but soon he thought of something. Dogs and men. Surely you wouldn't have thought that my cultivation level would reach that of a Quasi-Emperor nowadays? Although he didn't know why his cultivation had suddenly reached Quasi-Emperor, he didn't have the heart to care about that right now. Right now he wanted nothing more than to slaughter that pair of dogs. As soon as he thought of it, after adapting to the aura in his body, Qin Mo decisively headed towards Heavenly Spirit City. Not long afterward, the sky above Heavenly Spirit City. Suddenly an extremely powerful Quasi-Emperor pressure directly swept through Sky Spirit City. Qin Shou, get your ass out here. A violent shout directly spread through the streets of Tianling City. Isn't this voice Qin Mo's? At the moment, Qin Shou was pampering his brides, among which Ma Furong was listed, and after hearing Qin Mo's voice, Qin Shou's heart was astonished, because he still thought this Qin Mo was dead. Husband. Ma Furong also heard who the owner of this voice was at this moment, and that aura with brilliant divine might made her inwardly terrified. What if this Qin Mo wants to trouble her? It's okay, don't worry, let me see what's going on. Qin suffered, waved his hand and put on his clothes, then came to the outside world. However, when he saw Qin Mo on the opposite side, as well as after feeling Qin Mo's aura from a close distance, the expression on his face became brilliant. Qin Mo, is it really you, old dog? I didn't expect it, but nowadays my cultivation is not weaker than yours. Qin Mo sensed the other party's cultivation the moment he saw Qin Shou, and he didn't expect to be at the Quasi-Emperor realm as well. When he first left, it was clear that the other party hadn't reached the Quasi-Emperor realm yet. Indiscretion! I am your father. How do you speak to me? Qin Shou bellowed, calling him an old dog. So what was he himself? A puppy? Hand over Ma Furong, or the Qin family will be destroyed today. Qin Mo opened his mouth with a fierce face. Today, he, Qin Mo, was bound to destroy the adulterous couple, Ma Furong and Qin Shou. Bold. Qin Mo, don't forget your identity. What? Do you want to carry the name of a patricide? Qin Shou narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. It would have been fine if he had been asked to hand over an ordinary woman, but that Ma Furong was already pregnant with his flesh and blood, and from what the system said, that would be a heavenly pride that was even more powerful than Qin Mo's qualifications. And how could he hand it over? Not delivering? Then let's fight. Qin Mo didn't say any more and instantly pulled out a spirit sword in his hand. Today, even if he had to bear the curse of patricide, he would still behead Qin Shou under his sword. If you want to fight, then so be it. Qin Shou saw the scene and didn't say anything more. He knew that even if he handed over that Ma Furong today, it was unlikely that it would end well, so it might as well be a straight-up battle. However, it was impossible for Qin Shou to set the battlefield in this Heavenly Spirit City. After all, Heavenly Spirit City was now his Qin Shou's, so his figure directly disappeared into the void. Old dog, where to run? Qin Mo also directly chased after him when he saw this. The three great clans of Tianling City were all dumbfounded after learning about the situation at this moment. What's the situation? Isn't that person the Qin family's unicorn son? Qin Mo? Why would he turn against his old man? Have you guys not realized that Qin Mo's cultivation level is actually at the Quasi-Emperor realm? It was only after the reminder of the Xiao family's head that the crowd realized it as an afterthought. That Quasi-Emperor realm aura just now was actually emitted by Qin Mo. Hiss, the Qin family has two emperors in one family, so it's good that they've turned against each other. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this time. If the father and son duo of this Qin family, Qin Mo and Qin Shou, did not turn against each other, their chances of revenge would be extremely slim. By the way, Yi Kaming, the one you said earlier to accept our commission wouldn't be this and that Qin family's Qin Mo, right? The Xiao family's family had suddenly opened his mouth and asked. It shouldn't be. The aura of the person who came to my Yi family earlier wasn't like this. Yi Kaming shook his head. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi, Lu Chongshen. What's going on? When I arrived at this Heavenly Spirit City before, there was clearly no aura of this son of luck Lu Chongshen. Did it come from behind? The corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth couldn't even help but rise slightly after he heard the voice that suddenly rang out in his mind. After all, he wouldn't have thought that this small Heavenly Spirit City would have spawned three sons of Qi at once. And at this moment, in the middle of the Lu family's Ma Furong's stomach, a fetus suddenly opened its eyes violently. This is the belly of a human? Lu Changxing tried hard to open his eyes but couldn't because at the moment his eyes were still stuck together and hadn't grown. With that, he used his divine sense to look around. The Qin family, one of the four great families of Sky Spirit City? The old ancestor is a quasi-emperor realm? Hiss, looks like I've cast a good fortune this time. Lu Changxing couldn't help but feel elated in his heart after gathering some information. In fact, he was not a person from this world, but a ghostbuster in the middle of the Blue Star's hell. And when it was in the middle of the hell bound to the sign-in system, as long as the sign-in can produce a storm to reward a variety of items. And when he had signed up for 100,000 years in the middle of hell, the system had rewarded him with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and all sorts of treasures. Now as long as he succeeded in his reincarnation, then those treasures and cultivation that the system had rewarded him with would be able to be taken out and used. When he was reincarnated before, the prefect of hell said he would choose a good family for him. I didn't expect to come to such a metaphysical world by mistake. Still, he was satisfied to be born into a family with a paragon emperor, the supreme immortal body. Fusion. Lu Chongqing directly fused the strongest physique that he had received earlier when signing in into his current body. That's right, he's going to start practicing in his mother's womb. Utilize that mouthful of innate chi contained in the mouth to the extreme. Chapter 177, Old Dog. Where are you running? And when he had fused the supreme immortal body, he began to cultivate the technique that accompanied it. The supreme immortal scripture. Interesting. Surprisingly, it's a son of Qi who has just been reincarnated. At this moment, Jun Lingtian had similarly discovered Lu Changxing's location, but what he hadn't expected was that this was a recently reincarnated son of Qi. In that case, Jun Lingtian thought of this and directly transmitted his voice to Yi Kaming, the head of the Yi family, as well as the Xiao family, and the head of the Lu family. This emperor has already sent someone to stall the Qin family's quasi-emperor realm ancestor and will be able to kill him shortly. Do you understand what you should do? What? The Qin clan's old ancestor was stalled? Could it be that Qin Mo was just sent by that person earlier? Yi Kaming was first stunned in his heart after hearing Jun Lingtian's words, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he reacted. A look of joy on his face. Hiss, this emperor? How dare this person call himself this emperor? The Qiao family's family head couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air in his heart even after hearing the mysterious voice's self-description. Those who dare to call themselves this emperor are at least at the level of quasi-imperial cultivation. And ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare because they can't bear that kind of karma. So besides that Qin Mo, there was secretly a big brother with at least a quasi-emperor cultivation? Is this true? The Lu family's family head was currently opening his mouth to discuss with the crowd through the spirit mirror. If this was true, then the three of them could definitely blow the horn for a counterattack. On the other hand, if this is false, it will be a total loss. Whether it's true or not, we don't have a choice, do we? Besides, if it's fake, with 3 paragon emperors around, we don't have the slightest chance of winning. Since that's the case, then we might as well put up a fight. The head of the Qiao family opened his mouth and analyzed. That's right. That's what I thought. If the 3 great paragon emperors were together, killing us would only be a matter of lifting a finger. Yi Kaming was a man of understanding. Then in that case, him. The 3 family heads clenched their teeth and all of them made up their minds. Where are the sons of the Lu family? Where are the children of the Qiao family? Where are the sons of the Yi family? The sons of the Lu family are here. The Qiao family. With a mountainous roar of voices, the children of the 3 great families all stood upright in righteous indignation. Alright, set off. Target the Qin family. All of you come with me and those sons of ES from the Qin family. Today, the Qin family will die. With the order of the 3 great families, the gates of the Yi, Qiao, and Lu family's mansions were wide open. A stream of light burst out from it, aiming straight at the Qin family. However, because the entire heavenly spirit city was immense, the 4 great clans were located in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north, so it would take them an hour to reach the Qin family. Looking at the streams of light that were densely packed in the sky and constantly gliding by, the countless forces of all sizes as well as cultivators in the entire heavenly spirit city all shook. This time, I'm afraid heavenly spirit city is going to have a big change in the sky. A Saint Emperor realm cultivator looked at the spectacular scene in the sky and lamented so inwardly. Some of the unknown cultivators on the other hand, after seeing this scene were all wondering what had happened. What's going on? Aren't those the Qiao family's cultivators? Why are so many people out? Hiss. You guys, look over there. It's the Yi family. They seem to be pouring out as well. That's the Lu family. Although the cultivators in the city were uncertain, most of them still knew that something big had happened. And some of the smart ones were already thinking of leaving the city to avoid the wind. Some powerful families also closed their doors and did not dare to get involved in this kind of thing. However, there were also some bold cultivators who lurked and followed them over wanting to see what was going on. And during the time they were rushing, news had already reached the Qin family's mouth. What? The 3 great families have attacked? The Qin family head who heard these words immediately looked a little flustered. Then he thought of contacting Qin Shou, but he didn't know what was going on, and he couldn't reach him no matter how he tried. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Shou and Qin Mo were now fighting so hard that they couldn't be distracted. What to do? What can we do if the old ancestor is not here? Right now, the strongest person in the entire Qin clan was a dying early supreme realm ancestor. It's lying under the coffin board at the moment. But how could only one Supreme Realm Ancestor be able to defeat the 3 Supreme Realm Ancestors of the 3 great clans? Pass the word down. Put the entire clan on alert. Turn the clan protection formation on. I'll go wake up the old ancestor. The head of the Qin family clenched his teeth and prepared to head to the ancestral tomb to awaken the old ancestor sleeping in the ancestral tomb. In fact, although the Qin family looked prosperous, there actually weren't many true high-end combatants other than Qin Shou. Moreover, in order to dominate the female cultivators, Qin Shou also persecuted some clansmen from other factions of the Qin family. So now the Qin family wasn't much stronger than the 3 great families. Dum 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 dum. As the warning bells continue to ring, The entire Qin family's children and elders all put down what they were doing and rushed to the family square. Even the ones in seclusion all woke up from their seclusion. What's going on? Why are the bells ringing? Ma Furon's face showed a hint of panic after hearing this bell that would only ring out in the event of an extinction crisis. She had only just married into the Qin family to enjoy the good old days. Was the Qin family about to perish? This elder, may I ask what happened? Ma Furon came to the outside of the house and stopped one of the elders and inquired. And she wasn't the only one like him, so were some of the other female cultivators who had been married off. The people from the 3 great clans are calling. An old ancestor can't be contacted right now. You're on your own. After that Qin family's elder finished speaking, he directly transformed into a long rainbow and left. What? The 3 great families are fighting over? Husband still can't get in touch? Ma Furong, who heard this, was even more flustered in her mind. It was true that she was mesmerized by Qin Shou, but it didn't mean that she could go to her death in such an unexplained manner. And she's got a baby in her belly. Hiss! How did this happen? I'm in the wrong birth? Lu Changshan was similarly aware of the movements in the outside world at this moment. After these days of hard work, the Taishang immortal body in his body had been perfectly fused, and the Taishang immortal scripture had been formally initiated. But what he didn't expect was for something like this to happen. Looks like it's time to wait until the critical moment to save this woman. Because Lu Changsheng was reborn with memories, and after tens of thousands of years of living in hell, he didn't have much affection for Ma Furon. Wanting to keep her was only because she didn't want to go into early labor and have repercussions. Moreover, his current cultivation was simply too low, and even a Spirit Lake Realm cultivator was able to get him killed. In the meantime, in the middle of the Qin family's ancestral tomb, Qin Huiyang, the head of the Qin clan, strangled his spell to awaken the Supreme Realm Ancestor who only had 1 breath left. What is it that awakens me? Could it be that the Qin clan has had an extinction crisis? Chapter 178, Lu Changsheng, the Son of Fortune. The Qin family ancestor's sunken eyelids slowly opened, revealing a pair of cloudy, lightless pupils. It was as dead as a corpse. Yes, old ancestor. The 3 great family heads are besieging my Qin family and will be arriving shortly. Qin Huiyang cowed out in front of that grave mound and opened his mouth. Hey, that's just it. The Qin clan's old ancestor let out a long sigh, and then his figure disappeared into the grave mound. Look again at the outside world at this moment. The cultivators of the 3 great clans had already converged, densely packed like a torrent towards the Qin family. An aura of different colors crossed the sky, which was even more spectacular than a meteor shower. The huge aura produced also caused the Heavenly Spirit City cultivators below to be frightened for a moment. Coming, after a period of preparation, the entire Qin family's children were already on standby. However, compared to the aura of the 3 great families, the aura of the Qin family's crowd was a great deal worse. One's face was full of worry. There was even panic on some of their faces. If they weren't afraid of the Qin family's family law, they probably ran away when they got the message. All cheer up. As long as we hold out until the old ancestor returns, the victory will be ours. Qin Huiyang bellowed, instantly raising his aura, because the reasoning was indeed so. As long as one waited until Qin Shou returned, that quasi-emperor realm cultivation could sweep away everything. But while the aura is elevated, but by the time they saw the people of the 3 great clans coming in black, like dark clouds, they still couldn't help but feel terrified in their hearts. Don't be afraid. We have a clan protection formation. They won't be able to attack for a while. Qin Huiyang bellowed, trying to stabilize the army. But it doesn't do much. Qin Huiyang, today is the day your Qin family will be exterminated. Yi Kaming pointed his sword at Qin Huiyang below through a supreme realm formation. Humph! You and the others dare to make a move against my Qin family. Aren't you afraid that my Qin family's old ancestor will exterminate your entire family? Qin Huiyang spoke with a hardened face. He is also a person who has experienced great storms, although now their Qin family is relatively weak. But wait until the return of the old ancestor will be able to turn the tide. You think your family's old man can still come back? The Lu family head sneered, the words spoken instantly causing Qin Huiyang to thump inwardly. Did you cut the crap? Do it! The Chao family head's eyes narrowed and he waved his hand. In the next instant, an assortment of attacks shot up into the sky, impacting towards the clan protection formation below. However, when these attacks hit the Qin family's clan protection formation, they did not break through the defense. After all, it was a supreme level formation anyways. Phew, luckily my clan's formation can last for a few days. Qin Huiyang, who saw the scene, was temporarily relieved. But before he could be happy, the Supreme Realm ancestors of the 3 great clans made their appearance. 3 Supreme Realm auras swept out, instantly causing Qin Huiyang below to change his face, including the sons and elders of the Qin family. In feeling the 3 Supreme Realm auras in the air above them also all revealed panic. Damn! I didn't expect that these 3 great clans would even send out old ancestors with few years of life expectancy in order to exterminate my Qin clan. Qin Wuyang also had no bottom in his heart at the moment. It was still fine for a Supreme Realm formation to block one Supreme Realm, but it was simply unrealistic to block the combined efforts of 3 Supreme Realms. You and the others have violated the covenant of the 4 great clans. Aren't you afraid that the Heavenly Spirit Imperial clan will condemn you and the others? Qin Wuyang could only move out the controller of the domain at this time, the people of the Heavenly Spirit clan. However, the Supreme Realm powerhouses of the 3 great clans simply ignored them. The attacks in his hands didn't stop at all. Damn it! We can only rely on old Ancestor. Qin Wuyang had no choice at this point but to pin all his hopes on that Supreme Realm Ancestor of his family. In the next instant, the protective formation that covered the entire Qin clan made a clicking and shattering sound under the 3 attacks that carried the terrifying power of the Dao. With a bang, the entire clan protector formation directly shattered and disappeared into bits of starlight. Gentlemen, can you give old me face? At this time, that Supreme Realm Ancestor of the Qin clan stood out. Although his body was decaying, his Supreme Realm cultivation was solid. If the Extreme Realm sublimates a bit or has the power to fight, of course it would only be able to hold back a Supreme Realm Ancestor of the 3 great clans. What face is there for a man who is about to die? The Chao clan's old ancestor looked at the Qin clan's old ancestor across from him with an indifferent expression. The Lu clan and Yi clan's old ancestors also surrounded the Qin clan's old ancestor from 2 other directions. Yes, it is precisely because I am a man who is going to die that I am free of attachment. That Qin clan's old ancestor smiled wryly, and a terrifying and incomparable aura unexpectedly emanated from his body. This aura was enough to rival the middle stage of the Supreme Realm, posing a fatal threat to the old ancestors of the 3 great clans. Not good. He's planning to blow himself up. The old ancestors of the 3 great clans instantly understood the Qin family's old ancestors' intentions and directly pulled away. The people of the 3 great clans were also all a little frightened after seeing this scene. A Supreme Realm powerhouse blowing himself up. That was no joke. At such a close distance, they were all going to be finished. It was estimated that the entire Heavenly Spirit City would be destroyed for more than half of it. Old Ancestor won't really blow himself up, will he? The Qin family's children also gulped in fear after seeing this scene, because if they blew themselves up, all of them would not be able to escape extinction. This Qin family's old ancestor has some brains, but it's nothing more than a bluff. Jun Lingtian was secretly observing at the moment. However, he wouldn't let this Qin clan ancestor procrastinate. He was still waiting for a good show. Perish! Jun Lingtian lightly lifted his finger and pointed at the Qin clan ancestor in the air. In an instant, a divine light that carried the power of the terrifying sword Dao pierced through the chest of that Qin clan's ancestor. The rest of the residual power continued to impact down, directly opening a bottomless pit above the Qin family's square. The Qin clan's children who were originally standing in that holy position were instantly vaporized, and the aura of the Qin family's old ancestor burning the divine soul extreme realm sublimation also deflated like a deflated ball. How can? The Qin clan's old ancestor looked unbelievably at the body that was slowly dissipating into in front of his chest, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Ding! Kill one of the Qin family's descendants and plunder 10 points of Qin sufferer's fortune value. Ding! Kill one of the Qin family's descendants and plunder 5 points of Qin sufferer's fortune value. Ding! Kill one of the Qin family's descendants and plunder 20 points of Qin sufferer's fortune value. This was because just now, under Jun Lingtian's single finger, he had killed a dozen or so of Qin Shou's descendants, and directly, he had plundered Qin Shou of hundreds of points of his Qi luck value. Interesting. Looks like it really works. Hearing the beep in his ears, the corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth rose slightly. On the other hand, the people from the 3 great families and the Qin family were all frozen in place at the moment. Hiss is this. Chapter 179, The Qin family will die today. The faces of the family heads of the 3 great clans all glowed with surprise after they reacted. How? How is it possible? Old ancestor he just. Compared to the surprise of the 3 great families, the Qin family's crowd was stupefied, and some of the faces that reacted were instantly white. It seems that today, it's the heavens that are going to kill my Qin family. Qin Wuyang's face was ashen at the moment. Now that the only supreme realm old man was gone, how could they still resist the siege of the 3 great clans? Damn! What level of powerhouse is it that can instantly kill a supreme realm? Lu Changcheng in Ma Furong's stomach was also secretly saying bad at this moment. His current cultivation level was too low for him to use many of his spells, and the only way he could save his mother was to utilize the rewards he had earned from signing in the invisibility talisman. Mother, can you hear me? Lu Changcheng tried to communicate with Mavros, but at this moment, Ma Furong was so frightened that her legs were weak. She couldn't even stand, and the control of her body was not her own. So after hearing the voice that suddenly appeared in his own mind, the whole person had a jolt and directly sat down. Who is it? Muffler responded loudly, looking around as if she'd lost her mind, but seeing nothing. But the people around them weren't much better. and didn't have the heart to pay any attention to the mad muffler. "It's me. I'm your baby and I'm in your belly right now," Lu Changsheng replied. "What? My child? My child?" Ma Furong, who heard this, was still a bit unresponsive. After all, she wouldn't have thought that the child in her belly that was only a few months old would send her a voice. "That's right, it's me. Now you listen to me and I'll take you to escape from the Qin family." Lu Changsheng's tone was soothing, wanting Ma Furong to adapt to her body as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he couldn't shield his own aura, it would be useless even if he had a stealth talisman. "You can lead me to escape from the Qin family? That's great, kid." Ma Furong's voice was so loud that all the surrounding Qin clan cultivators heard it. But after looking at Ma Furong's heartless state at this moment, they all thought that this woman had just been scared out of her mind. "That's right. You adjust your breath and wait for my command." Lu Changsheng continued to calm Ma Furong's emotions, but at the moment, Ma Furong wasn't able to control her breath quickly at all. At one point, it led to Lu Changsheng cursing in his heart. That stupid woman. But although she was cursing in her heart, her mouth was constantly encouraging her. "Go, mother." However, at this moment, the three great clans had all rushed up at a command. "Kill, kill for me. Kill this group of Qin family. If you want to play with the Qin clan ancestors, woman, charge me if you want to. Charge. Heavenly riches are at hand." The family heads of the three great families encouraged their family descendants as they charged forward. In just a single glance, the aura-depressed Qin clan's children were beaten back without the ability to fight back. "What to do, kid? I can't control it." Looking around at the Qin family's children who were constantly retreating as well as the rapidly approaching people from the three great families, Ma Furong's heart became more and more anxious. "Don't be in a hurry. Mother, take your time." Lu Changsheng's childish voice carried a calming and soothing power that resounded through Ma Furong's mind once again. But in the back of his mind, he cursed, "Mud. Stupid woman. Okay. I'm good. What's next?" Under constant attempts, Ma Furong was finally able to hold her breath and hide her aura. And Lu Changsheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. "Phew, this stupid woman is finally getting the hang of it." In the next instant he directly took out a talisman from his system space and then activated it. In an instant, Muffler's figure disappeared into thin air. "She, invisible. I didn't realize that this son of Qi was so tactful in his mother's womb." Although Jun Lingtian's ears were ringing with the sounds of plundering Qin suffering's Qi luck values one after another, all of his attention was on Ma Furong's body. Specifically, it should be on Lu Changsheng's body. However, he would not let this Lu Changsheng leave easily. With a wave of his large hand, the hidden aura enveloping Ma Furong's body instantly disappeared. The moment revealed her form. In the next second, a minor Saint Realm attack instantly attacked towards Ma Furong. No! Ma Furong, whose cultivation was only at the Dao Palace realm, simply couldn't receive this attack, and could only watch that attack zoom in her pupils. Damn! How did that happen? Seeing this, Lu Changsheng knew that he couldn't use this body of his, so he had to pull out his bottom card from within the system space. Soul teleportation. In the next second, Lu Changsheng's soul directly detached itself from his physical body and drilled into a vortex. And that vortex is a teleportation channel that specializes in transporting souls. Bang! In the next moment after Lu Changsheng left, Ma Furong was directly blown into a bloody mist and fell by this attack. The one just now seems to be a beauty. Why didn't I stop it? Pity! That Xiao family's minor Saint Realm elder shook his head with some regret. Just now, he was startled the moment he saw Ma Furong show her form and gave her a direct hit. What he didn't expect was that the other party was a beauty. Forget it, there are plenty of beauties in the Qin family, but you'll have to pay attention later. That Xiao family elder once again rushed towards the depths of the Qin family, and after 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the millions of cultivators from the entire Qin family had been killed. Only a few beautiful, well-qualified female cultivators remained, many of which were Qin Shou's offspring and concubines. Didn't the Qin clan's old ancestor want the female family members of our clan? Now we'll take his female family members. First things first, I'll take the Xiao family for the human wife. The head of the Xiao family raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at each of the beautiful human wives. I'll give it to you if I give it to you, but you'll have to trade resources for it. Yi Kaining and the Lu family head didn't have that kind of fetish. Reporting to the family head, these are the resources scavenged from the Qin family. Reporting to the family, here are the feats and martial arts from the Qin family's inheritance pavilion. Report to the family. There was a constant stream of elders from the 3 great families coming to report, which caused all the faces of the 3 great families' family heads to break out in smiles. But halfway through laughing, the smile on the Xiao family head's face gradually tightened. Don't laugh. All these things should be honored to Senior. He is extremely intelligent despite his good wife. These resources were not something they could have unless that mysterious Paragon Emperor could not see it. The The two great lords of the Yi and Lu families instantly stopped laughing after hearing this. These things are not something they can distribute at will. Put all the resources together. The head of the Yi family looked at the bottomless pit in the middle of the Qin family's square with hindsight. Chapter 180, I was born in the wrong womb. Instantly killing the middle stage of the Supreme Realm. Such a strong person they three great clans combined were not enough to fight. Look again in the void at this moment. Qin Mo and Qin Shou were still fighting. But at the moment, he was down a notch. Adverse son, don't stop, Qin Shou bellowed. And Quasi-Emperor Essen's blood spilled out with him. His body was in a sorry state. And his aura shriveled up quite a bit. However, compared to Qin Mo on the opposite side, the injuries he had sustained were a bit better. After all, he had a bit more combat experience than Qin Mo. And his heart was also stronger than Qin Mo's. Old dog, shut up, die for me, Dragon Song, Qin Mo roared. And the laws of the Sword Dao were waved out as if they didn't need any money. Wrapped in the true intent of the Sword Dao and swung together towards Qin Shou. The exquisite sword stance coupled with the unrivaled might caused Qin Shou to only be able to avoid the front for the time being. Damn it! This kid's level of comprehension of the Dragon's Bard has refined again. Qin Shou's eyes were reddened. If it wasn't for the disappearance of the power of the system feedback in the other party's body, his comprehension of the Dragon's Bard would definitely be even more profound right now. Thousand Blade Stream. Chop! The long sword in Qin Shou's hand resembled the shape of a samurai sword, and he swung it out in a direct strike. Carrying the two laws of the Tao of the Sword and the Tao of the Sword, the two swords collided, and the terrifying energy storm directly tore through the void. The surrounding meteorites and small stars instantly burst into pieces. This father and son duo are fighting fiercely. Jun Lingtian, who was in the shadows, was currently watching this scene with great interest. In fact, Qin Sufferer's chi value had long since dropped below the decimation line, but that Qin Mo's chi value was still almost there. Now it is estimated to be at 17,000. So he is not in a hurry. Wait until Qin Mo has been seriously injured, the value of Qi will inevitably fall. Qin Mo, you sinner, do you know that because of you, the entire Qin family is now bleeding to death? Qin Sufferer shouted out angrily because just a short while ago his system kept sending him messages. Inform his descendants of the massive and tragic deaths. The Qin family? Ha ha ha, extermination of the family has nothing to do with me? You old dog, give me death. Qin Mo's movements in his hands were unceasing and did not pause because of Qin Shou's words. Because the Qin family no longer had anything worth keeping for him, and his mother had died long ago. Good. Since you say so, then this emperor will let you die today. Qin Shou repelled Qin Mo with a move, pulling some distance from him. How do you think your mother died in the first place? Let me tell you, she was tortured to death by this emperor in a raw manner. Qin Shou's face grimaced as he roared. Then he paid attention to Qin Mo's movements on the opposite side. What, old dog, that all turned out to be all dry. You deserve to die. Qin Mo heard Qin Shou's words, remembering what happened to his mother when she died tragically. Unclothed and bruised. All that kept coming out of his mouth before he died was kill me. Old dog, you go to hell. Qin Mo's face was pained to the extreme and was mixed with boundless anger. A pair of pupils were filled with blood, already showing signs of being possessed. Ding! Qin Mo's Taoist heart is dusty. Plundering 1,000 points of fortune value. Good chance. Qin Shou, on the other hand, caught Qin Mo's being blinded by anger and took the lead. At this moment, the incomparably angry Qin Mo's battle strength increased instead of decreasing, and even pressed Qin Shou to fight. However, Qin Shou knew that Qin Mo's state wouldn't last long. After a day and a night of fierce fighting, he finally seized an opening to heavily injure Qin Mo. The Paragon Emperor's torso was directly penetrated by Qin Shou's long blade. Dark golden emperor blood spilled down like a rock. Ding! Qin Mo has been seriously injured and has plundered 1,500 points of chi luck value. Ding! Qin Mo's chi value has reached the decimation line. As the system's beep came, a smile spread across Jun Lingtian's face. As for Qin Shou at this moment, he still didn't know that he was about to fall. Seeing that he had the upper hand, he suddenly laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, small, even your father I dare to scold. Waste. Serves you right that Ma Furong doesn't follow you. In case you didn't know, that muffler is moist. Qin Shou was not in such a bad mood at the moment. It was just a pity for the family he had managed to cultivate, but he still had the system in place, and it was only a matter of time before he rose up behind it. Aha! Old dog, go die, go to hell. At this moment, Qin Mo's Dao heart was completely demonized, directly burning his life force and divine soul power. Prepare to make a deathbed comeback. Sinner, you're out of your mind. Qin Shou could only avoid the situation for the time being. However, just as he was about to escape, he was horrified to realize that the space and time of this heaven and earth had all been imprisoned. Even he, a quasi-emperor, couldn't break through by fully utilizing the divine energy in his body. Glancing at Qin Mo, who was not far away, he realized that he was likewise the same. Even the angry demeanor on his face hadn't changed a bit. Fear, helplessness, countless negative emotions came at him and overwhelmed him. Damn it, how could that be? System, what's going on here? Qin Shou tried to communicate with the system in his mind, but found that the system answered no questions. Warning, lethal crisis detected, probability of survival 0, system unbinding in progress. Hearing the system beeps coming from within his mind, Qin Shou was directly dumbfounded. He was genuinely surprised that his system would be so selfish as to try to run away without him. Baka! System jam! How can you drop like that? Yumegawa Kojiro himself spoke in his original accent, but the system simply ignored him. Unbundling progress 40%, 60%, 80%. Baka! There's an old Chinese saying that those who know what's good for them are good at what they do, so don't be ungrateful if you drop. Qin Suffer, upon hearing that his system still refused to listen to the party's own, suddenly became furious and threatened. Unbinding successful. Beginning disengagement. However, Qin Sufferer's many fortunes system was just about to detach when it was discovered by Jun Lingtian's system. Ding! Multi-child, multi-purpose system found. Invasion in progress? Ding! Invasion complete. System upgrade in progress. Isn't this system of mine god level? It can still be upgraded? Jun Lingtian was a little taken aback, but did not take it seriously. It did not make much difference whether he wanted decency or not now. Yumegawa Kojiro, where do you want to go? Jun Lingtian's figure appeared in the middle of the field. At this moment he did not conceal his appearance. He just appeared in front of the duo in a big way. How do you know my name? Are you also? Yumegawa Kojiro was still smart enough to have guessed some of Jun Lingtian's falsehoods. It doesn't matter how I know. Now you deserve to die. The smile on Jun Lingtian's face tightened after he said this, and he then waved his hand at Yumegawa Kojiro. In the next instant, an invisible force acted on Yumegawa Kojiro's body. It made his body start to turn into nothingness a little bit from bottom to top. Chapter 181. Who is it? No, don't. A look of horror beyond measure appeared on Yumegawa Kojiro's face. After all, there was nothing that made one's insides more fearful than watching one's own body disappear, especially those who are more afraid of death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of luck, Yumegawa Kojiro, and plundering 9,000 points of luck value. Rewarded, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, Acacia Sacred Body Origin. As the system's beep ended, Jun Lingtian had already arrived in front of Qin Mo. At this moment, Qin Mo's sanity had not fully recovered, but he recognized Jun Lingtian. He did not utilize the power of his divine soul to converse with Jun Lingtian as he knew that it was simply easy for the other party to kill him, and he didn't want to live any longer. After all, he had already burned the divine soul in his body and overdrawn his life force, and he wouldn't be able to live much longer. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Jun Lingtian snapped his fingers. In the next instant, Qin Mo's body was annihilated by a mysterious force, gradually dissipating into the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for beheading the son of fortune, Qin Mo, and plundering 15,000 points of fortune value. Rewarded, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, Primordial Sacred Bone Origin. After hearing the system's beeps ring out and determining that these two had been killed by himself, Jun Lingtian's figure slowly disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, a large world in the spirit domain. There were huge trees everywhere, and some of them had even opened up to spiritual cultivation, with their bodies reaching tens of millions of meters high. Numerous palaces were situated on the branches of these trees, each with its own characteristics and an extremely gorgeous and beautiful appearance. And this is where one of the controllers of the spirit realm, the celestial spirit race's colony, is located. Why hasn't the lady given birth yet? On the outskirts of a luxurious palace, a middle-aged man wearing a divine golden jade crown and topped with a pair of jade horns had an anxious look on his face. He was the helmsman of the Heavenly Spirit Clan, who had hurried back after taking his clan's children to the immortal ancient mysteries, because his wife is having a baby. Don't worry, matriarch, the lady definitely won't have a hard time giving birth. The Grand Elder looked at the anxious matriarch and opened his mouth to comfort him. However, the Celestial Spirit Clan chief who heard these words instantly came to the Grand Elder's body and covered his mouth. Blah blah blah. Great Elder, don't say anything if you can't speak. Who in the entire Sky Spirit Clan didn't know that the Grand Elder was a crow's mouth? It's as if his mouth has been enlightened. Good things don't happen, but bad things happen every time. Ahem. I'm sorry, matriarch. The Grand Elder was also realizing that he had said the wrong thing at this moment. and had an embarrassed look on his face. Well, you go ahead, Grand Elder. Get busy. I'll take care of it here. The patriarch of the Sky Spirit clan waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. Seeing this, the Grand Elder also knew that it was no longer appropriate for him to stay here, so he turned around and left. The scene comes to the middle of the palace. A stunningly beautiful Celestial Spirit clan woman was in labor, and she was the wife of the Celestial Spirit clan's clan chief. At this moment, in the middle of her stomach, a small teleportation vortex suddenly appeared, followed by a stream of light that directly drilled into the body of one of the fetuses. And this stream of light was the escaping Lu Changsheng. He directly devoured the soul that was already in that body and turtled it. What he didn't know though was that this behavior of his was being watched by the twin baby girls next to him. Phew, this body isn't bad at all, but I need to fuse it as soon as possible. Lu Changsheng closed his eyes when he thought of this and began to fuse this body. After all, this was in a sense a takeover for him. However, the fit between the soul and the body of the seized soul in the mother's womb could reach 99%, which was why he had to find a pregnant woman. Just as he was about to fuse, however, he realized that the umbilical cord he was channeling nourishment through was being clutched by the baby girl next to him, and he also realized that the baby girl's hands seemed to have an extremely strong suction force, which actually absorbed the nutrients in his body through the umbilical cord. It's not easy. Lu Changxing tried to break free but realized that he couldn't break free at all. From this, one could tell that the baby girl was definitely a reborn. How else could anyone be like him and be able to cultivate in their mother's womb? However, before he could think about how to respond, he realized that his body had actually begun to rapidly shrink. The body's nutrition was about to be sucked out by the other side. Damn! Who is your honor? Why are you doing this to me? Lu Changsheng at the moment is very suffocating. He was not easy to find a good body, did not expect to have such a thing. You occupy my brother's body, and you even ask me who I am? That baby girl's domineering voice resounded in Lu Changsheng's mind, and the strength of his divine soul was surprisingly not the least bit weaker than his. If he hadn't moved quickly just now, he probably wouldn't have been able to occupy this body. What are you saying, sister? I am your brother. Lu Changsheng wouldn't admit it, and directly recognized it, because he knew that as long as he had a smooth birth, everything would be fine. He himself was rewarded by the system with countless cultivation. He would be able to rise up in a short period of time, and at that time, he would definitely make this little girl look good. Playing tricks with me. The baby girl didn't believe Lu Changsheng's bull and increased her efforts to absorb the nutrients from his body. Soon, the originally white and chubby Lu Changsheng was absorbed and shrunk more than twice. Directly malnourished. Damn! How did this happen? Lu Changsheng knew that he would absolutely be sucked to death by the other party if he continued like this, so he decisively chose to descend. But then the fit between his soul and his physical body wouldn't be perfect. Trying to run? Looking at Lu Changsheng, who kept crawling towards the exit, the baby girl directly reached out her other hand and yanked his ankle. Let go! Let go! Lu Changsheng kept kicking and punching as he crawled forward as hard as he could. However, his movements of resistance did not work in the slightest. Instead, his body was getting weaker and weaker, and his body was slowly turning a greenish-purple color, and he had a feeling that he was about to suffocate. Damn it! Could it be that I, Lu Changsheng, will die prematurely in my mother's womb this time? Lu Changsheng was already thinking about running away in his mind. What he didn't expect, however, was for the midwife to touch him. A wave of spiritual energy then instantly wrapped around him. I'm touching the head. I'll be out in a minute. The midwife tugged on Lu Changsheng's head and slowly yanked him outward. He was yanked out by the midwife shortly afterward. Pity, but you'll be in for a treat when I get out. The baby girl didn't go out with Lu Changsheng. After all, her mother's womb contained innate qi, which could help her cultivate quickly and strengthen her foundation. Jun Lingtian, in this life, I will never fall in love with you again. The baby girl thought so inwardly, and then continued to cultivate in her mother's womb. Chapter 182, Stupid Woman. This child, hissed, it's not going to die young, is it? Looking at the bruised and extremely malnourished baby in her hands, the midwife was shocked. However, she was instantly relieved when she sensed that Lu Changsheng still had a trace of breath. Phew, it's okay. After ferrying in a small amount of spiritual qi to stabilize Lu Changsheng's vital signs, the midwife handed him over to the beautiful woman on the bed. Ma'am, a big fat, big skinny, little skinny boy was born. What little skinny kid? The beautiful woman on the bed glanced at the child that was handed to her, and her brow furrowed deeply. Then he murmured with a complex expression, and what a little skinny kid. Hold him for the husband to see. The beautiful woman felt what was going on in her stomach, and then realized that she had a child in her stomach. But then she realized that the child didn't seem to want to be born right now. That's just it. There's no rush anyway. You can stay as long as you want. The stunningly beautiful woman no longer thought much about it, and then she closed her eyes and rested. Patriarch, matriarch, it's born. It's happening. The midwife came outside the temple with a joyful look on her face as she carried the child. What? A baby? Boy or girl? The patriarch of the Heavenly Spirit clan was instantly agitated when he heard this, and his tail with barbs behind him couldn't help but sway from side to side. It's a little skinny kid, the midwife replied. What? What little skinny kid? After freezing for a split second, the patriarch of the Heavenly Spirit clan took a look, and an unspeakable expression appeared on his face. For the infant in his arms at the moment was dark and ugly, skinny, a tiny one. If he hadn't watched his lady being served with good food and drink in the first place, he would have suspected she was being abused. What's going on? Didn't old Ancestor predict that the one in Madame's belly was a supreme talent? How the patriarch of the Heavenly Spirit clan looked at this child did not look like an absolute heavenly pride. Hey, forget it. The patriarch of the Heavenly Spirit clan carried Lu Changxing towards the middle of the Great Hall. Red Dust Domain. Red Dust Road Palace. The lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands were currently guests in the Seven Heavens Sect Hall. The elders of the Red Dust Dao Palace were also lined up on either side at this moment. Among them was Ning Hongduan's father. Ning Qianqiu. Ning Hongduan, have you thought about it? As long as you're willing to accept the conditions we put forth, then your Red Dust Dao Palace can live. The helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss held his teacup and spoke without any hesitation. And the condition they put forth was that Ning Hongduan and Tantai Ruowei would choose 2 people as husbands among their 10 forbidden places. They will be released when they give birth to an heir. But those who understood that even if they did give birth to an heir by then, there would probably be a million more reasons waiting for the 2 of them. Don't worry, gentlemen. I promise for Red Dust. Before Ning Hongduan could say anything, Ning Qianqiu opened his mouth with a big smile and took over the conversation. This is a great opportunity of a lifetime. As long as he was marrying off Ning Hongduan and that what's-her-name Tantai Ruowei, then he would have the confidence to regain control of the words of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Oh, Palace Master Ning. Since your father has agreed, then this matter is settled. The beautiful woman from the illusory immortal Zephyr also proceeded to speak at this time. That tone carried an overbearing intent, and it was clear that notification was not a discussion. I don't have a father, and besides, he's the one who promised you, and you're in such a hurry, so why don't we just let him marry you? Ning Hongduan looked at the beautiful woman who had spoken and opened her mouth indifferently. Such words choked Ning Qianqiu's face, which was a shade of red and white. How dare you? You think this seed is discussing with you? That beautiful woman from the illusory immortal Zephyr's pretty face was instantly colored with anger after hearing those words. If they can't rule the Jun family, they can't rule a small Red Dust Dao Palace? Yes, Red Dust. Otherwise you should marry. For father, this is also for your own good. As long as you enter the Great Forbidden Land, you will definitely obtain a better cultivation environment. Ning Qianqiu continued to speak and persuade. This daughter of his must be married off today, or else look at the raging appearance of the 10 Forbidden Lands. If he chose to fight hard with him, he was bound to be annihilated, and he didn't want to bury Ning Hongduan with the Red Dust Dao Palace. Ning Hongduan, do you hear me? The faces of the 10 Forbidden Land lords all had imperative smiles on them. Want to fight against the 10 Forbidden Lands? This 9 heavens and 10 lands, only the Jun family can do it. However, after seeing the smiles on the faces of the 10 Forbidden Land lords, Ning Hongduan remained unmoved. Incoming. Ning Qianqiu ignores honor and inferiority. Slap his mouth 30 million times. A bland and extremely majestic voice directly resounded through the Great Hall, causing everyone in the hall to be stunned. Ga? Ning Qianqiu had originally been fantasizing about the scene where he would be wielding his power after he reascended as the Palace Master of the Red Dust Dao Palace, but he hadn't expected that Ning Hongduan's words would instantly knock him back into his original form. What did you just say, daughter? How Ning Qianqiu hoped that he had heard wrong. After all, with Ning Hongduan's current prestige in the Red Dust Dao Palace, yet someone would really give him 30 million slaps. Do I need to say it a second time? Ning Hongduan glanced at the seated elder who was in charge of the Red Dust Dao Palace's punishment. Did you guys not hear me? The Palace Master has spoken. Why are you all still standing there? That penalty elder spoke to the penalty hall elder behind him. This is Hall Master. Behind him came out several penalty hall elders to Ning Qianqiu's side. Elder Ning, I'm offended. After saying this, several people made their move with the intention of controlling Ning Qianqiu's body. What do you want? I'm the father of your Palace Master. Ning Qianqiu spoke with a feigned calmness at this moment, while opening his mouth to threaten. If you guys dare to touch me, I'll make you suffer afterwards. Elder Ning, don't make things difficult for us. We don't want to. A difficult situation appeared on the face of that penalty hall elder. This Ning Qianqiu is, after all, the previous generation of the Palace Master. Although the prestige is greatly reduced, but more or less there is still some, so it's really not a blowout to get them. However, Ning Hongduan glanced at the head of that punishment hall again after seeing this scene. This glance directly caused cold sweat to break out on the latter's forehead. Mud. Bunch of losers. Let me do it. He was aware of some of Ning Hongduan's terror, so he didn't dare to slack off at all. With that, he came directly in front of that Ning Qianqiu and smacked down without hesitation. Pa! The sound of a crisp slap resounded through the great hall, and Ning Qianqiu's body was directly staggered. A mouthful of large incisors was directly knocked away, and a wisp of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The bright red 5 fingerprints quickly swelled and turned a greenish-purple color. What are you guys doing eating? Hold me up. That hall master of the Hall of Punishment said as he slapped another big mouth on the other side of Ning Qianqiu's face. Chapter 183, Don't Be Ungrateful. What followed was a series of big mouths that directly dumbfounded Ning Qianqiu. Ning Hongduan, Pa! You ungrateful daughter! Pa! Sins! Pa! Don't you dare do that to your old man! Slap! Drag them out and beat them! If you don't beat them enough for 30 million strokes, the Hall of Punishment won't be used. That hall master of the Hall of Punishment commanded, and then had Ning Qianqiu dragged out, and he himself wiped his hands and resumed his seat. You're right. Those hundreds of slaps were pretty good. At least a lot of the previous resentment towards Ning Qianqiu had been vented in his heart. A few moments later, the sound of smacking mouths outside the main hall kept coming. It made all the people in the Great Hall look a little complicated. This girl is trying to give us a hard time. The 10 forbidden landlords' complexions were all not very good at the moment, but this kind of behavior of slapping one's own father's mouth as a downward spiral was the first time they had seen it. Ning Hongduan, so is this your intention to reject the request we made? The voice of the helmsman of the Blood Devil's Earth spoke coldly. It's close to writing threats on your face. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Red Dust Dao Palace, will accompany you to the end. Ning Hongduan spoke in a domineering manner. How could she, as the reincarnated body of a female emperor, choose to give in? Good, have a backbone. The helmsman of the Blood Demon Earth sneered. He then turned his head to look at the other elders of the Red Dust Dao Palace and the Supreme Elders. Among others, are you all going to follow this Ning Hongduan and be buried with him as well? Obviously, he was planning to turn the crowd of the Red Dust Dao Palace as a means of shaking the heart of the army. And just the next second after the helmsman of the Blood Demon Earth finished saying this, the terrifying aura of 20 great emperors directly wrapped the entire Red Dust Dao Palace. Some cultivators with weak cultivation were directly prostrated on the ground by this pressure, and all of their internal organs were seriously injured. Even some of them directly burst into flames. Even the powerhouses of the Lesser Saint realm had their spines bent and half kneel to the ground. Only cultivators above the Great Sage realm could still barely maintain standing. For a moment, panic beyond measure appeared in the hearts of every disciple elder of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Now they could clearly tell that if they sided with Ning Hongduan, they would die. How? Have you thought it over? The helmsman of the Blood Demon lands wore a smirk on his face, and in the face of death, he didn't believe that these people would still be able to firmly choose to embrace Ning Hongduan. In fact, even if these people chose to betray Ning Hongduan, they wouldn't let it go, because this time they were running to exterminate the clan. Having them rebel was nothing more than disgusting. Ning Hongduan, don't kill me. From now on, I, Ning Tianmeng, will withdraw from the Red Dust Dao Palace. A loud and familiar voice suddenly resounded throughout the sect hall. The crowd fixed their eyes and realized that the one who spoke was actually the Grand Elder of their Red Dust Dao Palace. That great elder who seemed incredibly righteous and would never rebel. Ning Tianmian, you sinner, how dare you? A Supreme Elder of the Red Dust Dao Palace cursed out loud. If I don't quit, do I have to bury you old undead with me? I, Ning Tianmian, still have a great future ahead of me. You, the white-haired Taishang Elder was nearly spitting out blood from anger. I, Bai Yen Lang, have also chosen to withdraw from the Red Dust Dao Palace. A Saint Exalt Realm provider from the Red Dust Dao Palace spoke. He came here to enjoy the blessings of this Red Dust Dao Palace, not to be buried with it. And as this person opened his mouth, many more people appeared one after another to choose to withdraw from the Red Dust Dao Palace. After that it was all over the place. Many people chose to withdraw. After all, they still had a great future ahead of them and did not want to disappear into the dust of history along with the Red Dust Dao Palace. By the time no more voices appeared, almost half of the entire Red Dust Dao Palace's executives had directly withdrawn. The other half haven't quit yet, and some of them are still on the fence. Ha ha ha, Ning Hongduan, do you see this? This is the Red Dust Dao Palace that you've spent so much time and energy guarding. Isn't it stifling for you to be the palace master? The helmsman of the Sea of the Undead laughed out loud at the sight and mocked. The helmsman of the 10 Forbidden Lands also looked in unison at Ning Hongduan above the main seat, trying to find a trace of shame and exasperation on his face. However, to their disappointment, Ning Hongduan's mood hadn't changed much from before. but there were actually some waves inside her. This is the power that this emperor left behind in the first place? It's really getting worse. That's right. This Red Dust Dao Palace had been created by Ning Hongduan in the first place, and he hadn't expected it to turn out like this now. As his eyes swept around, those elders and offerings who had chosen to withdraw and still had a trace of conscience did not dare to meet their eyes. On the other hand, those cultivators with a clear conscience were indifferent, and among them, the Grand Elder and Bai Yanlang were the most brazen. I don't blame you for quitting. After all, everyone has everyone's choices, but choices come at a price. Ning Hongduan spoke faintly. The price? What price? You'd better mind your own business. Grand Elder Ning Tianmian sneered. Then watch yourselves. The great formation of the stars of the heavens. Present. Ning Hongduan spoke faintly under his breath. In the next moment, the countless floating islands of the Red Dust Dao Palace hooked up to the stars, and in coordination with each other, they formed a large formation that shone with rich star power. This great formation was set up by her and several other great emperors back then. At first, it was a terrifying grand formation at the late emperor level, but I didn't expect that it would be downgraded to the mid-emperor level later on. However, after her repairs over this period of time, it had been re-upgraded to the late imperial level. Humph. Ning Hongduan, do you think you can just turn on the Red Dust Dao Dao Palace's protector formation? The controllers of the 10 Forbidden Lands didn't even put the Red Dust Dao Palace's protector formation in their eyes. After all, each of them had brought 2 great emperors with them this time. 1 mid-stage and 1 late stage. In addition, there were also 5 quasi-emperor level powerhouses. So unless this Red Dust Dao Palace's protective formation was an emperor realm consummate, otherwise there was no way to escape the fate of the clan's extermination. You can try. Ning Hongduan pinched his spell after saying this, and the outer world's great formation of the stars of the heavens instantly became even more radiant. The rank and might of the grand formation was also revealed at this moment. Surprisingly, it's a late imperial level grand formation. After sensing that the level of the Red Dust Dao Palace's grand formation had been raised by 1 level, the 10 Forbidden Land Lords were all a bit surprised. And this was even more true of the crowd in the Red Dust Dao Palace. They obviously had no idea at all when the sect's protective formation had been upgraded to the late emperor level. Ning Hongduan, you don't think that just a late emperor realm grand formation will be able to hold back the attacks of my 10 Forbidden Lands, do you? The helmsman of the ominous god's tomb also spoke with a cold smile at this moment. Chapter 184, I won't fall in love with you again in this life. Perhaps this late Emperor Realm Grand Formation could last for a while, but it would definitely not be able to stop their 10 Forbidden Lands. How will we know unless we try? Ning Hongduan actually knew that it was unrealistic to block the 10 Forbidden Lands with just this protective array, but it wasn't that easy for them to easily attack in. At least she was able to buy them some time with her maneuvering. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for my Red Dust Dao Palace to survive this calamity. It's a pity for the Palace Master's heavenly talent. Many of the Red Dust Dao Palace's supreme elders and old ancestors had such sentiments in their hearts, and he couldn't stop the sadness from spreading across his face. If they were to give their Palace Master another 100 years, the Red Dust Dao Palace could certainly rise to prominence. And the least worried person in the entire Red Dust Dao Palace was probably their old ancestor, Ning Daoduan. At this moment, he was looking at the group of great emperors in the outside world as if he was looking at a clown. A bunch of trash. I can crush them with one hand when my big brother arrives. Ning Daoduan had a disdainful look on his face. How much these people could pretend now. How miserable they would be when his big brother came. His task now was to just protect Ning Hongduan. Moreover, as far as he knew, Ning Hongduan's current relationship with his own big brother wasn't simple, and there seemed to be a tendency for her to become his sister-in-law. Hey, the world is a big gut. Who would have thought that one of his juniors would one day become the sister-in-law of this old ancestor of his? However, this big brother of Jun Lingtian's he recognized willingly, and this was not the case. His cultivation had already traveled a distance even at the late stage of the great emperor. It was all thanks to those pills his big brother had given him. Interesting. Is this the Red Dust Dao Palace's protector formation? Not bad at all. The 10 late-stage Great Emperor realm powerhouses in the outside world didn't care very much after seeing the Red Dust Dao Palace raise its protector formation. It's just a large formation at the late Emperor level. Who among them here isn't at the late Emperor level? This Red Dust Dao Palace hasn't existed for a short period of time, has it? It's a pity that the sect will be extinguished today. The 10 late Emperor realm and 10 mid-Emperor realm bigwigs looked down at the great star formation of the heavens below. Gentlemen, that little girl child doesn't seem to want to give in. A late-stage Emperor realm powerhouse opened his mouth. Then pry this turtle shell of hers open. Another late Great Emperor opened his mouth. Let me. A late-stage Great Emperor realm powerhouse with a slightly grumpy personality opened his mouth. With that, his figure directly arrived at the periphery of that heavenly star formation. Want to break the formation? The Ning Hongduan in the Great Hall also sensed the movements in the outside world. With that, he directly brought the remaining Red Dust Dao Palace elders and offerings to the outside world. One could only see a strong person in the late stage of the Great Emperor realm storing up his strength at the moment, clearly intending to break the great formation of the stars of the heavens. Palace Master, can this grand formation hold up? Although they knew that the formation was an emperor-level formation, the crowd was all tense when they saw the situation in the outside world. Don't worry, even if all of them do it, they won't be able to break this heavenly star formation. Ning Hongduan was still very confident in the grand array he had repaired. In fact, during the immortal ancient period, formation artist was an extremely powerful cultivation profession. They used formations to enter the Tao and were able to form formations instantly. And this Stars of the Heavens grand formation was made by the method of refining formations in the immortal ancient period. So with the current imperial formation it's not even a strength. The way of the fist. Shattering star. That late-stage emperor realm powerhouse shouted. And the shadow of the great Tao of fists was reflected behind him. Terrifying power of the great Tao flowed above its fist. Break! With a bellowing cry, the fist shadow with a heavenly fist aura instantly smashed on top of the Red Dust Tao Palace's protector formation. However, in the next moment, the power of the stars flowed above the stars of the heavens formation, directly dissolving that heavenly fist aura. How did that happen? That late great emperor powerhouse disbelievingly swung out another punch, and this time, he directly used his full strength. Bang! With a loud bang, when the emperor-level martial skill he had executed once again blasted on top of the Red Dust Tao Palace's patronage formation, the star power above that patronage formation instantly shone. With that, he directly dispersed the power of this punch to all parts of the grand formation. What? That hard? Looking at the large formation that didn't move at all, the late great emperor powerhouse's brow immediately furrowed. Normally a large formation of the same level would not be able to block an attack from a cultivator of the same level. Even if it could be blocked, it couldn't be in this mold without the slightest reaction. On the other hand, the crowd of the Red Dust Tao Palace was relieved in their hearts after seeing that the great formation had not shattered, and they had a feeling that they had survived the calamity. Even breathing became a lot smoother. Although they were ready to die, who wouldn't want to live? That seems to be the old ancestor of your blood demon Earth. How come you can't even break a single formation? The helmsman of the Nightmare Land frowned at the blood demon land's old ancestor and opened his mouth. Yeah, you're not letting go of the blood demon's Earth, are you? The helmsman of the Tomb of the Unknown God also opened his mouth to ask. What are you guys babbling about? How is it possible that my blood demon's Earth will release water? The face of the helmsman of that blood demon's land turned a little red. However, he was also puzzled in his heart, wondering why his own ancestor would not even be able to shake a formation. However, after swinging several punches in a row, after seeing that the formation still did not have the slightest hope of breaking open, that late great emperor powerhouse also opened his mouth to the others. Don't you guys see the strength of this formation? Don't come over and help me yet. Here it comes, blood old man. In fact, the few great emperors present knew that this grand formation was not simple when they saw the other party swing their second punch. I just didn't expect it to be this strong. Old blood ghost, let me help you. As the words fell, two late great emperor powerhouses once again descended. There were 3 great emperors in total, located in the 3 directions of the grand formation. Strike together! The great emperor of the blood demon Earth bellowed out, and then the 3 of them fired together. One fist shatters the sky, the sword rises from the sky. Thunder punishment destruction, a heavenly fist shadow, a radiant sword light, and a bucket-thick lightning force simultaneously bombarded the Red Dust Tao Palace's grand formation. However, as the power of the stars flowed above the grand formation, the 3 attacks were diverted by the heavenly star grand formation the moment they came into contact with it. Although the great formation created a ripple this time, this was unacceptable to the 3 great emperors. How is it possible? This is clearly a great formation at the late great emperor level. How can it be so sturdy? The 3 of them looked incredulous. Let us help you. Seeing this, the other 7 late great emperor powerhouses also directly struck out, in 10 separate directions. For a time, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth changed, and all kinds of great Tao shadows were mapped out, and the terrifying and incomparable might reflected the heavens. Chapter 185, Backbone. Is it still resistant this time? At this moment, the crowd of the Red Dust Tao Palace was tense to the extreme. If it wasn't for the large formation protecting them, it was estimated that they would have already been killed by the mighty pressure released by the 10 great emperors by now. Ha ha ha, this time, I'll see if this Red Dust Tao Palace's grand formation can still carry it. The 10 forbidden landlords all had confident looks written all over their faces at this moment after seeing the situation in the sky. With 10 late great emperor powerhouses striking out together, it would be strange if this grand formation could withstand it. The sword rises from the sky. The realm of nightmares. Eye of thunder punishment. all 10 great emperors used their own masterful martial arts. For a time, an incomparable aura of terror swept across the entire Red Dust domain. It made the cultivators of the Red Dust domain all sense that a great sect extermination formation was about to come. The Red Dust domain is about to change. All the major forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands had gotten the news at this moment, but no one dared to get down and participate in this disaster. The forces of the Red Dust domain seemed to be undergoing a major reshuffle. The crowd could already foresee the future scene of the Red Dust domain. However, the moment the attacks of the 10 late great emperor powerhouses landed on the Red Dust Dao Palace's protective formation, all 360 floating islands of the Red Dust Dao Palace emitted brilliant star divine light. The entire formation operated to the extreme. All of it used to unload the attacks sent out by the 10 great emperors. Until the 10 great emperors stopped their moves and looked down. It was only then that he realized that at this moment, although the Red Dust Dao Palace's great formation of the stars of the heavens had dimmed a bit, it was not a major problem, and with the passage of time, it is still slowly absorbing the stars in the sky to repair their own losses. How can this formation be so sturdy? This was the second time the 10 great emperors had voiced such a sentiment, but they had likewise tried out where the limits of this great formation lay, so they greeted those 10 mid-great emperor realm powerhouses together again, intending to continue to strike at that great formation. And at this moment, the Red Dust Dao Palace and the others within the formation relaxed a little more inwardly once again when they saw that the great formation was once again standing firm and not collapsing. But before they had much time to relax, their hearts lifted to their throats here. This was because the entire area around the formation had unexpectedly surrounded 10 more great emperors once again. Even Ning Hongduan couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene. In that case, I'm afraid that the star formation of the heavens won't last long. She was equally aware of the limits of the stars of the heavens formation, and with 20 great emperors joining forces, the stars of the heavens formation could only last for a few hours. If only he were here. An unconsciously handsome and incomparable handsome face appeared in Ning Hongqian's mind. Although she could also seek Jun Lingtian's help right now, her condescending nature would not allow her to do so. Humph. This time I'll see how long this grand formation can last. Ning Tianmeng and Bai Yanlang were secretly sneering in their hearts at the moment, actually longing for the grand formation to be broken soon. On the other hand, the lords of the 10 forbidden lands on the other side had a confident look written all over their faces after seeing this scene. Break! With a loud shout, the 20 great emperors took out their masterful martial arts almost simultaneously. An incomparably terrifying attack blasted on top of the great formation of the stars of the heavens in front of them. It's not that easy to break the formation with one blow. Seeing this, Ning Hongduan pinched the spell in his hand rapidly. Correspondingly, the star power above the stars of the heavens grand formation continued to flow, and the light became incomparably bright. However, as the attacks of the 20 great emperors bombarded on top of the great formation of the stars of the heavens, it could be clearly seen that the light of the great formation dimmed quite a bit. It's over. I'm afraid that the clan will really be exterminated this time. Red Dust Dao Palace of the crowd at this moment in their hearts all showed a trace of fear. It can be said that has not been separated from the Red Dust Dao Palace. A large part of the reason is that in their hearts to their own clan there is a faith. At the same time their conscience wouldn't allow them to do that kind of betrayal. Ha ha ha. Gentlemen, see that. The grand formation will soon break down. And at that time, all of you will become a pile of cannon fodder. Bai Yanlang looked towards the Red Dust Dao Palace's camp at this moment and opened his mouth with a big smile. And his words really made some of the previous wavering Red Dust Dao Palace disciples way up in their minds. In the next instant, several Red Dust Dao Palace elders glanced at each other and left the Red Dust Dao Palace's camp in unison. Turning his head, he came into the middle of Amazing White's camp. Apparently they're mutinous. For the danger of the doomed extermination of the clan, they still chose to live on. When someone takes the lead, more regretful people defect. At one time there were surprisingly more defections than no defections. Ha ha ha, see? Wise men all with wise choices. Amazing Shiro continued to taunt, though not without convincing one more person. At this moment, the disciples and elders of the Red Dust Dao Palace were the kind that truly had all their hearts in the Red Dust Dao Palace. Then look at Tantai Ruawei of the Red Dust Holy Land. Because she wasn't in the Red Dust Dao Palace, the 10 forbidden lands had only allowed one of the 10 supreme realms to go forward and capture her. However, it was Tantai Ruawei who had a premonition that he had escaped early. It's getting closer and closer. I never thought that Tantai Ruawei, would one day be chased by a group of supreme realms. Before she was reborn, her cultivation was as high as the perfection of the great emperor realm, standing at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens top 10, cultivating the Tao of causality and ruling the Xinqing domain, one of the 10 lands. This little nymph Tantai Ruawei is quite skillful. At this moment, 10 supreme realm powerhouses had already discovered Tantai Ruawei's trail, but they had yet to actually track her down. It is just ahead. I have felt her scent. One of the Supreme Realm powerhouses sniffled. Go! The 10 Supreme Realm powerhouses instantly tore through the void and disappeared in place, and when they reappeared they were already not far from Tantai Ruawei. There! Stinky girl! You can still run! 10 Supreme Realm powerhouses directly surrounded Tantai Ruawei. Do you know what kind of karma you need to bear to capture me? Tantai Ruawei stood unperturbed, her gaze looking straight at the crowd without any qualms, not the slightest bit of panic visible on her face. She actually had the means to escape, but that would be too costly and would hurt her fundamentals. Cause and effect? Do you, a little girl in the Saint King realm, know what cause and effect is? A Supreme Realm powerhouse sneered disdainfully. The Tao of Karma was ethereal. Even their Forbidden Land's old ancestor could only peek at 1 or 2. How could a little girl in the Saint King realm be tainted with karma? That's right. Come with us now and you'll suffer less skin. Another Supreme Realm powerhouse spoke indifferently. In that case, then let's fight. Causal Divine Pupil. Open. Tantai Ruawei softly chirped, and in the next instant, the pupil of her left eye unexpectedly changed to a pure white color, while the pupil of her right eye changed to a pure black color. Chapter 186, The Price? What price? And the world she saw faded in color at that moment, leaving only a black and white world of interwoven lines. People, animals, and plants are all made up of lines of cause and effect. As long as the lines of causality connecting destinies in it are severed, any creature can be struck down. What? Causal Divine Pupil? At this moment, after the Supreme Realm powerhouses of the 10 Forbidden Lands saw the divine pupil of causality that Tantai Ruawei had executed, the looks on their faces all became unsettled. Cause and effect Divine Pupil. One of the 10 great 10 divine pupils of the 9 heavens, alongside the Age Divine Eyes, the Eye of Destiny, the Abyssal Demon Eyes and other supreme divine pupils, with a might that covers the heavens. It looks like we've picked up a treasure this time. All 10 Supreme Realm powerhouses' faces were colored with joy. After all, this kind of divine pupil was transplantable. That means they could also have this causal divine pupil. Little girl, don't put up a fight. Today you are destined to be captured by us. After a Supreme Realm said this, he directly manifested a large hand to grab towards Tantai Ruawei. The divine energy on it shone with monstrous divine might. Blade of Karma. Chop. An imperceptible line of karma suddenly shot out from Tantai Ruawei's eyes, like a sharp blade directly passing through the body from the neck of that Supreme Realm powerhouse. And in the middle of the time when the 10 Supreme Realm powerhouses were unseen, that Supreme Realm powerhouse's karmic line connecting to the long river of destiny was directly severed. In the next instant, the large hand of spiritual energy that was about to grab Tantai Ruawei violently collapsed. Along with it, the pupil light of that Supreme Realm powerhouse collapsed. Ho ho ho! That Supreme Realm powerhouse only felt that his body became incredibly heavy and his soul was pulled into an endless abyss. What? The other 9 Supreme Realms couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise and alarm on their faces at this moment after sensing that the Supreme Realm powerhouse beside them had been silently killed. Surprisingly, none of them had just discovered how Tantai Ruawei had struck. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, Tantai Ruawei's body had already generated a powerful load and suffered damage due to forcibly operating the causal divine pupil. Her next power would only sustain her for one more kill. Stinky girl, it is we who have underestimated you. The faces of the 9 Supreme Realms at this moment all showed a look of gravity. However, the lure of the causal divine pupil and the mission of the 10 Forbidden Lands made them destined not to retreat. Stinky girl, you think you can scare us off just because you killed one person in seconds? If I'm right, you can't launch a second attack at this moment, can you? That Supreme Realm powerhouse scrutinized Tantai Ruawei, while his mind was already prepared for defense. Die! In the next instant, Tantai Ruawei once again maneuvered the causal divine pupil to shoot out transparent causal lines flickering past the neck of this Supreme Realm powerhouse who had spoken. Seconds. Another Supreme Realm powerhouse was killed by her in seconds. But at this moment, Tantai Ruawei's body had already come to its limit, and now she was just holding on strongly. If she dragged on any longer she was bound to reveal a break. Now what? Do you all also think that I can't deliver a third strike? Tantai Ruawei scanned the circle, and the causal divine pupil was extremely oppressive. This person's remaining 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses couldn't decide for a moment. Still, a more observant beauty saw something, but she wasn't sure, so she didn't speak. But if they were to let them retreat from this, they would surely be unwilling to do so. For a while, the atmosphere was just frozen. Damn it! Am I destined to use that move? Thinking about the damage of that move, Tantai Ruawei was a little uncertain for a moment. However, her causal divine pupil had really reached its limit, and she was afraid that it would be dangerous if she didn't decide. And in this moment of her hesitation, the injuries within her body could no longer be suppressed. A mouthful of blood was violently ejected. His face instantly turned pale, and the causal divine eyes within his pupils dimmed at this moment, transforming into a normal color. Ha ha ha, Stinky girl, old man knew you were pretending. The faces of the 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses who saw the scene all glowed with joy. Hey, will you show up this time? Tantai Ruowei's first thought at this moment was surprisingly not to run away, but rather Jun Lingtian, who had saved her from danger several times. But she also knew the other side wouldn't be coming over this time. However, right at this moment, the surrounding space and time was instantly frozen, and the 8 originally smiling expressions on their faces directly froze. Everything around them became static. He actually came. Why? Why does he come on time every time I'm in danger? As a slender white-clothed figure appeared in Tantai Ruowei's pupils, her heartstrings were once again tugged. It is true that if you have had your heart set on someone, you will have your heart set on them again, regardless of time experience. What? Surprised to see me? Jun Lingtian reached out and wrapped his hand around Tantai Ruowei's waist, then took out an elixir and fed it to her. Well, kind of. Tantai Ruowei felt an unprecedented sense of security at this moment. The man was so charming that she really couldn't help herself. Ding! Tantai Ruowei's love for you has increased, plundering 500 points of chi value. A hero saving the day really never goes out of style. Jun Lingtian, after hearing the systems beep in, knew that this Tantai Ruowei was in love with herself. In that case it would be much better. On the other hand, the 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses that still survived on the other side were terrified in their hearts. How can it be? This man is? Recognizing it, from Jun Lingtian's figure and aura alone, they recognized it. This person was truly someone that none of their 10 forbidden lands could afford to offend. The last time one person killed through their 10 forbidden lands with one sword. You have such a powerful backer, you should have said so earlier. Why hide it? At this moment, the 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses were dying of regret in their hearts, and the fantasy in their hearts for the causal divine pupil was also directly shattered. Right now they just wanted to save their little lives, but in the back of their minds they knew that wasn't going to happen. Sure enough, in the next instant, Jun Lingtian directly waved his hand, and the 8 Supreme Realm powerhouses directly turned into nothingness. Not a single hair left behind. Go! Jun Lingtian directly picked up Tantai Ruowei lazily. Ding! Tantai Ruowei's favorability towards the host increases in her heart, plundering 200 points of chi luck value. In the next moment, a spatial tunnel appeared in front of Jun Lingtian, and then he took a step into it. And at this moment, the star divine light on the Red Dust Dao Palace's protector formation had darkened down. Apparently it's about to get too much to hold on to. Sure enough, a few moments later, a crisp click came out. A tiny crack appeared on top of the stars of the heavens grand formation. Click here. The tiny crack instantly grew larger and spread rapidly in all directions like a spider's web. Chapter 187. No good. Ning Daoduan, who was always keeping an eye on the forms in the field, instantly disappeared in place after sensing this scene. Bang! The stars of the heavens grand formation that had supported it for several hours eventually shattered at this moment. An overwhelmingly powerful Great Emperor realm aura instantly surged in, suppressing down towards the entire Red Dust Dao Palace. Seeing this, Ning Daoduan waved his hand to block the vast majority of the Great Emperor's mighty pressure, but there was still quite a bit of it that acted on the people of the Red Dust Dao Palace. There were some injuries, but they were not life-threatening. However, those disciples and elders who had broken away from the Red Dust Dao Palace were miserable. Under this monstrous Emperor realm pressure, those with weak cultivation were directly pressed to explode and die. The powerhouses whose cultivation had reached the Saint King realm were also directly pressured into kneeling to the ground. The kneecap shattered right at the moment of intimate contact with the floor. The Saint Emperor realm powerhouses were directly pressed down to one knee, relying on spirit swords, spirit guns, and other auras to barely not be in too much of a mess. And as this powerful pressure swept over, the countless floating islands of the Red Dust Dao Palace crashed down, and the largest floating island in the center was pressed down and sank quite a bit. Ning Daoduan, I didn't expect you to break through to the late Emperor realm. At this moment, after sensing Ning Daoduan's cultivation, the great Emperor powerhouses present who recognized him were all somewhat surprised. After all, the fact that the other party's Emperor body was injured and unable to go any further was a fact they all knew. There is much more you have not thought of, so I advise you to go back where you came from, or don't regret it. Ning Daoduan didn't have the slightest expression of fear on his face, which couldn't help but make the crowd from the Red Dust Dao Palace mutter inwardly. Does old Ancestor still have any more cards? It was no wonder that they thought too much. It was really that their old Ancestor was too calm. Facing this crisis of extermination of the clan was even able to be so breezy, even had the presence of mind to pretend there. Regret? Ning Daoduan, are you still unaware of your current situation? All 20 great Emperor realm powerhouses had a teasing look on their faces after hearing these words. Don't you love to pretend? I'll let you pretend enough today. After a strong person in the late Great Empress realm said this, the Great Empress realm pressure on his body violently became stronger. The other 19 Great Emperors were the same. and as the Great Emperor's pressure became stronger, Ning Daoxin instantly felt a mountainous pressure coming on. It made his figure shudder, but in order to save the Red Dust Dao Palace and the others behind him, he could only grit his teeth. It seems that we can only use the elixir given by Big Brother. At this moment, Ning Daoxin was on the verge of not being able to withstand the pressure from the 20 Great Emperors, so he had no choice but to pull out an elixir given to him by Jun Lingtian that could quickly restore his body's spiritual chi and spiritual energy. The Great Emperors in midair squinted their eyes when a strong medicinal fragrance came from them. However, Ning Daoxin was a Great Emperor, so it was normal for him to have this kind of elixir. However, as the pressure of the 20 Great Emperors increased, those traitors of amazing White Lang who did not have the blessing of the Great Emperors were in a miserable situation. Cultivators under the Great Saints were directly shaken by this pressure and fell. Even Saint King realm powerhouses were shaken to the brink of death. Seniors, we've already broken away from the Red Dust Dao Palace. Please let us go. Ning Tianmian was currently being crushed to his knees. His knees had completely shattered, and his face was no longer as divine as it was in the beginning. And with him to defect, tens of thousands of cultivators were directly suppressed 90%, and at the moment is still increasing. But how could the Great Emperors among the 10 Forbidden Lands care about the deaths of these ants like them? Seeing this, they turned to the helmsman of the 10 Forbidden Lands for help, but it didn't get the slightest response. In desperation, Bai Yanlang shamelessly turned to Ning Daoduan and the others in the Red Dust Dao Palace for help. Old Ancestor, Palace Master, I was wrong, please save me. At this moment, Bai Yanlang was on the verge of being unable to carry on. After all, his cultivation level was only at the Saint Emperor realm. However, Ning Hongduan and Ning Daoduan all but ignored the duo. Damn it! Regret! Had they known that the people of the 10 Forbidden Lands didn't care if they lived or died, they should have stood on the side of the Red Dust Dao Palace. But there are no pills of regret now. How did this old man Ning Daoduan have so many pills? As time passed, the 20 Great Emperors finally realized that something was wrong. Those pills that were all extremely precious to them, this Ning Daoxin had actually eaten several of them. To avoid a long night, let's directly team up and kill it. The 20 Great Emperors looked at each other and had already made up their minds. Gentlemen, if you all make a move against me today, you will definitely be made to suffer when my big brother arrives. Sensing the killing opportunity, Ning Daoduan opened his mouth and drank. In fact, he had already notified Jun Lingtian through means, but he had yet to receive a response. Your big brother? You have a big brother at your age? The crowd from the 10 Forbidden Lands laughed. They were truly amused by Ning Daoduan at the moment. Haha, calling your big brother if you can't beat him? You think this is a child's fight? Not to mention the people from the 10 Forbidden Lands. Even the people from the Red Dust Dao Palace were dumbfounded after hearing this. They hadn't heard that the old ancestor had a big brother around either. When they thought of this, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards Ning Hongduan, as if they were trying to find something on his face. But what surprised them was that Ning Hongduan, who had heard these words, actually acted as if he knew who the old ancestor's elder brother was, and was surprisingly not surprised at all. Could it be that old ancestor really has a big brother? Palace Master, is what old ancestor said true? Does old ancestor really still have a powerful elder brother? The one inquiring was a paragon of the Red Dust Dao Palace, who was already considered to be the one who knew Ning Daoduan the best, but had never heard that Ning Daoduan had an elder brother. Yes, he does have a big brother still around. Ning Hongduan's face was a bit complicated. How could she not know who the big brother was in Ning Hongduan's mouth? Yet she didn't want to rely on the other's power. Believe it or not, my big brother will be here soon, and if you don't believe me, you can take a shot at me. Ning Daoxin looked at the 20 Great Emperors with his head held high and no fear on his face, but in his heart, he kept praying, Big brother, you have to come over quickly. Playing God. The 20 Great Emperors wouldn't think that this Ning Daoxin really had a big brother, and this big brother was also able to resist their 10 Forbidden Lands. After all, such a character had only appeared one person so far. Strike together and subdue him. After today, there will be no more Red Dust Dao Palace. After saying this, the 20 Great Emperor realm powerhouses struck out together, clearly preparing to directly put Ning Daoxin to death. As for Ning Daoduan, after seeing this scene, his complexion suddenly became a bit tense, and his nerves tightened. If Jun Lingtian still did not arrive at the critical moment, he could only escape with Ning Hongqian. Seeing the imminent arrival of the 20 Great Emperors' attack, Ning Daoduan made a final struggle. Big brother, help me. A voice that mixed imperial might and aura was transmitted directly towards the Red Dust domain. Your big brother won't be coming. Accept your fate. Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Thunder Pool Baptism. The 20 Great Emperors directly executed their own mastery of martial arts, and it seemed that they were bound to want Ning Daoxin to perish on the spot. If these 20 attacks hit true, the entire Red Dust Dao Palace would be razed to the ground. It looks like we can only take Ning girl and leave first. Seeing that his elder brother had not arrived, Ning Daoxin had no choice but to plan to take Ning Hongduan and vanish. And Bai Yanlang and the others were ashen after seeing this scene. If they had known that they would die either way, then they might as well not betray, so that they wouldn't have to bear the blame. Old Ancestor, take the palace master and run. The elders and old ancestors of the Red Dust Dao Palace, on the other hand, were hoping that Ning Daoxin would leave this place earlier with Ning Hongduan. After all, with Ning Hongduan in their Red Dust Dao Palace, there was still hope for their rise. Seeing that the 20 great emperors had already sent out the attacks in their hands, Ning Daoxin sighed helplessly. It'll have to do. However, just as Ning Daoxin gritted his teeth and prepared to leave with Ning Hongchen, the attacks emitted by the 12 great emperor realm powerhouses unexpectedly burst into pieces and dissipated. Big brother! Big brother! Ning Daoduan instantly shouted with an excited face after sensing the familiar aura at this moment. Here he comes! Here he comes! His big brother walking with his sister in his arms. Aha! Holding a girl? Yes! A spatial tunnel cracked open in the sky at this moment, and Jun Lingtian stepped out of it with Tantai Ruowei in his arms. Shut up! A clear and charming man's voice resounded through the heavens, and the mouths of all the people present were unexpectedly all forced shut by a mysterious force. It's him? It's him? After seeing Jun Lingtian's figure and aura at this moment, the figures of the 20 great emperors could not stop trembling. That's right, they had recognized who the visitor was, and it was clearly that great Emperor Limit Ancestor of the Jun clan who had blocked the door in the first place. This one is actually old Ancestor's big brother? The crowd of the Red Dust Dao Palace also had unbelievable looks on their faces at this moment. Jun Lingtian had visited the Red Dust Dao Palace in an overwhelmingly powerful manner back then, causing their Red Dust Dao Palace to suffer a great deal of humiliation. But what they didn't expect was that the other party had now suddenly jumped to become their Red Dust Dao Palace's old ancestor big brother? And wasn't that hugging the Holy Lord of their Red Dust Dao Palace affiliated power? The Red Dust Holy Land? What kind of relationship is this? Outrageous. It's outrageous. Hiss. I survived? Bai Yanlang and Ning Tianmian were still a bit confused at the moment, but when they realized that they hadn't died, their complexions suddenly became somewhat elated. Big brother? I didn't realize that old ancestor had such an awesome big brother. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ning Tianmian had some regrets at the moment, but thinking that the Red Dust Dao Palace was suffering heavy losses at the moment, it definitely still needed him as a grand elder, so he went straight to his knees. Ungrateful grandson Ning Tianmian sees old ancestor. The old ancestor's divine might is overwhelming and subdues the four seas. Since he was their old ancestor's big brother, he must be considered their old ancestor as well. So Ning Tianmeng decisively used his aura to write 2 large lines in midair. Dog thing. How dare you kiss ass in such a way? So shameless. The people of the Red Dust Dao Palace all cursed inwardly after looking at the words above Ning Tianmeng's head. Those elders and offerings who had rebelled against the Red Dust Dao Palace also intended to follow suit when they saw this. However, in the next moment, Ning Tianmian's entire body suddenly exploded, turning into pieces that dissipated with the wind. Amazing White Lang, who stood below him, was instantly lost in a cloud of dust. Good death. Ha ha ha. The crowd of the Red Dust Dao Palace was instantly unrestrained at the sight of this scene. As for Bai Yanlang and the others, their faces became unsightly at this moment. If they didn't find a way to escape, they would inevitably welcome Ning Hongduan's liquidation. However, facing a powerhouse of the Great Emperor Realm, how could he, a Saint Emperor Realm, escape under its nose? Woo woo. Ning Daoduan had an aggrieved look on his face at the moment, clearly wanting to speak. What do you want to say? Say it. Jun Lingtian lifted Ning Daoxin's ban. Big brother, you're finally here. You don't even know how hard I've been living these days. Before Ning Daoxin could finish speaking, he realized that he was unable to speak again. Put me down. Tantai Ruowei also spoke softly to Jun Lingtian at this moment. Being watched by so many people as she leaned into Jun Lingtian's arms, her heart was certainly shy to the core. Yes, Jun Lingtian looked at Tantai Ruowei, whose face was as pale as an apple at the moment, with some amusement. It was then put down. As for Tantai Ruowei, a sense of loss surged within her again after being put down by Jun Lingtian. However, he still came to the side of his good girlfriend. Ning Hongduan, he's comfortable on him, isn't he? Ning Hongduan spoke in a ghostly tone as she opened her mouth to Tantai Ruowei. Now even she herself did not know why she would say such words, but after seeing Tantai Ruowei lying in Jun Lingtian's arms, it was like something beloved had been taken away from her. Neither. Tantai Ruowei didn't know how to answer and could only be vague. And at this moment, the lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands were almost scared less after sensing Jun Lingtian's aura. They know what they were promoted to such a position for. What happened to the previous 10 Forbidden Landlords was still fresh in his mind, and it was all because of this man in front of him. Damn it, How could this red dust Dao palace be related to him? The 20 great emperors were hating the helmsman of their forbidden land at the moment. And at the moment, if it wasn't for the presence of Jun Lingtian, they would have wanted to immediately slap the so-called lord of the forbidden land of their own family to death. After all, in the eyes of outsiders they were the lord of the forbidden land. And in their eyes they were ungrateful descendants. Aren't you guys a little short on memory? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth at this time as he looked towards the crowd present. Misunderstanding us, senior. A late-stage great emperor realm powerhouse opened his mouth stiffly and carefully. The master in front of you is able to kill the existence of the great emperor realm in seconds. He cannot be less careful to open his mouth. Oh, tell me instead where the misunderstanding is? Jun Lingtian's eyes flickered as he looked towards the late great emperor realm powerhouse with interest. It was them. It was all their idea. That late great emperor realm powerhouse directly dumped the pot on the 10 forbidden landlords. And the 10 forbidden landlords who heard this immediately shivered. They knew that their own ancestors were going to sell them out. And because their old ancestor was right, they were powerless to refute it. Oh, was it all their idea? Chapter 188, My Body. Don't you guys have any ideas? Jun Lingtian's pupils swept around as if they were able to pierce through hearts. No, absolutely not. The heads of the 20 great emperors shook into rattles. Jun Lingtian didn't bother to count on it when he saw this. Today, we are chopping off the bridge of longevity for you all. So I hope that you will learn a lesson this time. As the words fell, an imperial sword appeared out of thin air in Jun Lingtian's hand, and it was clearly his own sword. In the next second, the entire red dust domain's heavens and earth were darkened. An invisible sword light instantly slashed through the entire bodies of the people arriving this time from the 10 forbidden lands. My body! My body! Seeing their chi and blood decaying and rapidly aging with the naked eye, the faces of the people in the 10 forbidden lands all showed a look of horror. It's over. It's all over. Feeling that their lifespan was numberless, the faces of the people of the 10 forbidden lands all showed a look of incomparable sadness. What? A sword decapitated 20 great emperors? Looking at the great emperors who had previously flaunted their might and were powerful at the moment, one by one, their chi and blood were failing and their lives were not long to come. The crowd present was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the floor. Is this the true strength of Big Brother? It's a good thing I didn't have a head iron in the first place. Ning Daoduan was inwardly celebrating after seeing this scene at this moment. His cultivation seems to have refined again. Ning Hongwan's eyes were extremely complicated as she looked towards Jun Lingtian at this moment, and her heart seemed to have secretly made some sort of determination. On the side, Tantai Ruowei on the other hand, after seeing that sword of Jun Lingtian's was in a different color, not knowing what came to her mind, her face actually flushed with a hint of redness. Get lost! Jun Lingtian waved his hand, and the Emperor realms and quasi-Emperor realms of the 10 forbidden lands rolled and crawled away from this place. The helmsman of the 10 forbidden lands, on the other hand, did not move much after hearing this. The time is also destiny. The helmsman of the blood demon Earthside, and then his vitality slowly disappeared, directly falling on the spot. Following closely behind were the other 9 forbidden lands lords, because they knew that even if they went back, they would still be dead, so they might as well cut themselves, so that they could die with dignity. Watching the 10 forbidden land lords who had previously been strutting their stuff in the middle of the Great Hall just cut themselves down in front of them, Bai Yanlang and the other dozens of traitors who were still alive instantly turned white with fear. There was a look of fear beyond measure on his face. Old Ancestor, don't kill us, we know we're wrong. Bai Yanlang and the others all fell to their knees and prayed for Jun Lingtian's forgiveness. Noisy! Although Jun Lingtian was not here just now, it did not mean that he did not know what these people had done. Then with a wave of his hand he sent them to the Western Paradise. Backtrack. Looking at the messy red dust Dao Palace, Jun Lingtian snapped his fingers again and utilized the backtracking avatar. In the next moment, the ruined ground and floor were all restored, and one by one, the surrounding floating islands returned to their original positions. Even the red dust Dao Palace's emperor-level grand formation was refreshed. The old ancestors' methods are truly ghostly and unpredictable. Is this the end of the road? The disciples and elders of the red dust Dao Palace were truly impressed in their hearts at the moment. Old Ancestor is invincible. Old Ancestor is invincible. Old Ancestor is invincible. The entire square above the red dust Dao Palace shouted together. Night. Ning Hongduan unexpectedly took the initiative to invite Jun Lingtian to her boudoir. Oh, this is thinking out of the box and knows to serve your master? A faint smile hung at the corner of Jun Lingtian's mouth. But what he hadn't expected was that today's Ning Hongduan was unexpectedly indulgent. Don't talk, kiss me. Ning Hongduan took the initiative to ask for a kiss. So how could Jun Lingtian not be satisfied? As the red veil fell, only a sharp intake of breath was left behind. This battle lasted directly for half a month. Half a month later when Jun Lingtian had left, Ning Hongduan stood alone on a mountain peak in the seven heavens. Stretching out his right hand, he couldn't help but touch his belly, and the look on his face became a little complicated. Red dust. What do you want with me? At this time, Tantai Ruowei's figure appeared behind Ning Hongduan. Ruowei, I might have to leave for a while, so I'll leave this Red Dust Dao Palace to you from now on. Leave? Where are you going? Tan Yu asked with a frown. She really couldn't imagine why Ning Hongduan didn't do a good job as the palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace, didn't want the countless cultivation resources, and chose to leave. I don't know, but before I go I want to ask you a favor. Ning Hongduan turned his head to look at Tantai Ruowei. When I'm gone, cut off the karmic traces of my departure. I don't want him to find me. Do you understand? Why are you doing this? Tantai Ruowei, who had heard these words, fell silent. She really didn't understand why Ning Hongduan was doing this. You'll find out later. Please. Ning Hongduan didn't explain anything, but instead directly chose to leave. It wasn't until 3 months after she had left that Tantai Ruowei used her causal divine pupil to cut through the traces left behind by Ning Hongduan. And during these 3 months, the Red Dust Dao Palace directly became the new hot topic in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I didn't expect that the old ancestor of that Red Dust Dao Palace to recognize my family's old ancestor as his elder brother. Jun Xianye's face was full of smiles at the moment, because if you counted it that way, then the Red Dust Dao Palace was also a subordinate power of his Jun family. The Red Dust Domain is also considered his Jun family's. Isn't it? The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. What the hell? That Red Dust Dao Palace didn't even perish? It even hugged a big leg? What? The current palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace is the lover of the Jun family ancestor? These news were already known by all the top powers in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but none of them dared to criticize behind their backs. Immediately put the Red Dust Dao Palace on the do not mess with list. Thus, the 9 heavens and 10 lands had once again added an existence that the major powers could not mess with. And at this moment, the person of Jun Lingtian had arrived at the True Dragon Domain, one of the 9 heavens. This was because he had unexpectedly received a distress signal from the True Dragon Clan's junior brother that he had taken in back in the middle of the Purgatory Tower. True Dragon's Nest. Located in the center of the True Dragon Domain, it is where the True Dragon Clan resides and thrives. As far as the eye could see, a sea island was densely arranged like stars, and there was some kind of special connection between them. Apparently these islands had formed some sort of innate formation, hiding the entire True Dragon Nest in this deep ocean waters. If there was no one to lead the way, even the Great Emperor realm would have a hard time discovering the end. And the True Dragon Domain was the only world where the ocean area was larger than the land area. 90% of the entire realm was covered by the ocean, so the ferocious beasts inhabiting this place had a majority of water attributes. Damn it! I didn't expect that a Great Emperor realm powerhouse, would be reduced to being devoured by my own juniors. The true dragon that had returned to the clan at this moment was actually being imprisoned in the trapped dragon abyss. Chapter 189, It Should Be You. Not far in front of him, a 5-clawed golden dragon was sitting in meditation and cultivating, devouring a mouthful of his flesh and blood whenever there wasn't enough energy left in his body. And this 5-clawed golden dragon that had devoured his flesh and blood was the most outstanding son of the dragon clan of this generation, with a bloodline concentration that was even more intense than that of him, the old ancestor. Ha ha ha, as long as I devour this Emperor Realm true dragon's body, my bloodline power will surely be on par with that of an ancestral dragon. Long Aotian thought with delight in his heart at this moment. Who could have known that he was just a small snake in the beginning, but now he was the most outstanding demonic pride of the entire dragon clan. Even the old ancestor who had disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years had to be offered as sustenance. Reborn as a snake, I become stronger by devouring. That's right, this dragon Aotian carries a devouring evolution system in his body. As long as he keeps devouring, he can keep evolving and getting stronger. In the end, he was expected to surpass the old ancestor of the true dragon clan, the first true dragon born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the first place, evolving into the final Hongmeng Shenlong form. I heard that what's his name, Jun Lingtian, has been crowned as the #1 demonic heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. After I go out on my travels, I'll be sure to let him know what it means to be someone else. Thinking of the true dragon clan's old ancestor comparing him to that Jun Lingtian every time, a wave of revulsion and disgust grew within Long Aotian's heart towards the Jun Lingtian. Because the Jun Lingtian was the typical child of someone else's family in the mouths of his parents, the true dragon domain's environment is quite good. Because he sensed that his little brother's life was not in danger for the time being, Jun Lingtian was not very anxious. I've heard that there's a blue flag spirit marlin in the middle of the ocean of this true dragon domain that has good meat. So since I'm here today, then I'll bring one back to father and the others to try. Thinking of this, Jun Lingtian directly extended his divine sense to the bottom of the sea, searching for the corresponding marine communities. and all the marine life communities swept by his divine sense were all trembling inwardly, not knowing when such a terrifying powerhouse had arrived in this sea. That should be you. Jun Lingtian locked onto a deep-sea blue flag spirit marlin community, and then directly collected them all into his small world. It's easier for him to eat it later if he's in captivity. Only after settling for food did Jun Lingtian head in the direction of the true dragon's nest. This should be the place. It's hidden quite well. After a few days of rushing, Jun Lingtian had finally arrived at the location of the true dragon's nest. However, if he didn't use his emperor's pupil, even he wouldn't be able to see through it easily. And there were also a few true dragons whose bloodlines were not very pure in the underwater darkness guarding the entrances and exits. Ding! Discovered the Son of Fortune, Dragon Aotian. Oh, Dragon Aotian? The Dragon Clan's son of Qi? Since Jun Lingtian did not intend to sneak in either, he directly revealed his form. An incomparably dense imperial might directly swept across the entire sea. The few true Dragon Clan children watching underwater were immediately intimidated by the aura and did not dare to move a single bit. A few moments later, a vortex suddenly appeared above the sea where there was originally nothing, and a dragon emperor poked out of it. The golden-colored dragon's body shone with golden light, stretching over tens of thousands of miles of territory. Senior, I wonder what I came to my dragon clan for. That true dragon race's great emperor had a pleasing look on his face, obviously recognizing Jun Lingtian's identity. Oh, this emperor has come this time to see my little brother. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. Junior brother? Could it be that someone from my dragon clan has actually become this senior's little brother? That would be great. That true dragon race's great emperor Ancestor was somewhat delighted inwardly after hearing these words. With that, he opened his mouth to inquire. I wonder who senior's recognized junior brother is. I'll have someone inform him to come and greet him. His name is Oregon. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth with a smirk and spat out a name. What? That true dragon race's great emperor realm Ancestor's face stiffened slightly, but it quickly changed again. Obviously he knows who Aolai is, and he had a hand in subduing Aolai in the first place. Senior, I'll inform Aolai to come and meet you. The true dragon clan's great emperor forced himself to be calm, and then began to contact the people in the true dragon nest. Now immediately go to the trapped dragon abyss and release Aolai, and feed him one of the best healing pills of the dragon race. The true dragon clan's great emperor secretly spoke through his summoning talisman. What? Release Aoli? On the other side of the summoning talisman was the clan leader of the true dragon clan. While he was confused after hearing this, however, since the old ancestor had spoken, he could only do as he was told. He then took the best healing pills of the true dragon clan with him and headed to the trapped dragon abyss. Father-in-law, what brings you here? The dragon Aotian in the trapped dragon abyss was also awakened from his cultivation when he saw the arrival of the true dragon clan chief. That's right, he, Long Aotian, is the son-in-law of the head of this true dragon clan, and because of the lustful nature of the dragon clan, Long Aotian has already married more than 100 wives and concubines. Among these were the white dragon, black dragon, red dragon, green dragon, song dragon, and other branch races of the various dragon clans. He even kept some human female cultivators in captivity for his pleasure. I have come on this side to release Aolai. The patriarch of the true dragon clan explained his purpose. What? Why is that? Father-in-law? Long Aotian frowned slightly. His heart was puzzled. This Aolai has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years, and his lineage has long since fallen out of favor, or they wouldn't have dared to imprison him. This is the order of the old ancestor. I don't know the exact reason. The true dragon clan's patriarch walked in Aolai's direction after saying this, and at this moment, Aolai's 4 dragon claws were penetrated by unknown divine iron, and his huge dragon body was also trapped by a bundle of dragon locks, unable to move the slightest bit. When he saw the patriarch of the true dragon clan walking towards him, his originally closed dragon eyes snapped open, emitting a regal light. Ahem, elder ancestor, the late generation has come to let you out. True dragon clan patriarch's tone is very polite at the moment. After all, Aolai is also an emperor realm middle stage of cultivation, born hundreds of thousands of years earlier than him, is not his old ancestor. Oh, let me out? No way. Aolai directly opened his mouth and refused. He had just learned through his slave seal that his master had arrived at the true dragon's nest. He's a man with a backstage job now. Let them know today what it means that it is easy to invite the Buddha but difficult to send him away. This, old ancestor, I am here to let you out. Here is also a healing elixir prepared for you. The patriarch of the true dragon clan took out the best healing elixir of the true dragon clan, and his tone became extremely polite. After all, this was what their true dragon clan's ancestor had commanded. Not going out. I said not going out means not going out. Aolai directly closed his huge dragon eyes. Then what will it take for you to get out, old ancestor? The true Dragon Clan chief's tone softened with a pleading meaning. Letting me out is fine, but it comes with conditions. Chapter 190, Barking Like a Dog. Aolai had a teasing look in his eyes as he exchanged glances with Long Aotian, who was not far away. That kid not only ate his own flesh and blood, but also drew his own dragon tendons, and today his master is backing him up, so he is bound to make his life worse than death. I want that boy to kneel and kowtow to me and learn to bark. Aolai looked at Long Aotian with a sneer on his face and opened his mouth. What? Before the true Dragon Clan's patriarch could reply, Long Aotian, who heard this, directly exploded. Lord Father-in-law, since he doesn't want to go out, let him be locked up here. I'll explain with him at the old ancestor's place. With a cold snort, Long Aotian opened his mouth unwillingly. He was now the favorite of the entire True Dragon Clan, especially the True Dragon Clan's old ancestor, who loved him even more. He couldn't believe that his own old ancestor wouldn't give him this face. This, the clan leader of the True Dragon Clan pondered and weighed his words after hearing Long Aotian's words. Then he realized that Long Aotian's words were not unreasonable. With his current favor, when the time came, the old ancestor was afraid that he wouldn't blame him for anything. However, just as he was pondering whether or not to do what Long Aotian said, Aolai spoke up. Aochin, you can also listen to this, but when something happens, he may be nothing. You may not be sure. Aolai spoke meaningfully, and Aochin, who heard this, felt that what Aolai said was not unreasonable, so he contacted his own Emperor Realm ancestor once again through a summoning talisman. Yet the response was, I don't care what method you use, you must release Aolai, or else this emperor will take you to task. It's a good thing I didn't take liberties. Aochin, who got the reply, was secretly happy in his heart. If he had really listened to Long Aotian just now, he would definitely be heavily punished. Good son-in-law, why don't you just kneel? This is our old ancestor anyway, so it's okay to kneel. Aochin opened his mouth and persuaded. Father-in-law, there is gold under a man's knees. I, Long Aotian, don't even kneel to heaven and earth, so how could I possibly kneel to him? Long Aotian's voice was plucked up a few degrees at this moment, and he would not kneel today no matter what he said. Look, it's your good son-in-law who doesn't want it. He ate my flesh and drank my blood, drew my sinews and stripped me of my skin, and now it's not too much for me to ask him to kowtow to me, is it? Aolai spoke with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, he was already thinking about how to torture this Long Aotian after going out. I heard he has quite a few beautiful concubines, and many beautiful daughters? TSK. Yes, old ancestor's request really isn't too much. Aochin listened to Aolai's words, and after looking at Aolai's miserable condition at this moment, he felt that this request was indeed not too much for Long Aotian. After all, Long Aotian had done more excessive things to Aolai, and it was nothing to kowtow to his own ancestor, and learning a few barks wouldn't result in a piece of meat being missing. Son-in-law, just kowtow to old ancestor and learn a few barks, and I'll make it up to you afterward. Aochin also opened his mouth to persuade at this time. What? Father-in-law, how dare you help an outsider? Long Aotian could not look at the compensation that Aochin was talking about. After all, he was also a person with a system, and he would basically fulfill whatever he wanted from the Dragon Clan, so it was better to keep those 3 melons and 2 dates for himself. Aotian, what are you talking about? Don't you even listen to me anymore? Aochin also frowned and softly chided out at this time. This son-in-law of his used to be high-minded and arrogant. He thought it was nothing. After all, he was young, plus his bloodline concentration was high, his cultivation qualification was good, and a little bit of arrogance was normal. But now he even dared to explicitly disobey what he said, making his impression of him a few points worse in his heart. Father-in-law, it's not that I don't listen to you, it's really that this condition is too harsh, so forgive my son-in-law for not being able to fulfill it. If father-in-law insists, then kill me. Long Aotian raised his neck, as if he really would rather bend than break. You, sins. Aochin was trembling with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't really slaughter this demon with the strongest dragon bloodline. Could he? Ha ha ha. Good show. Good show. Ha ha ha. Aolai was smiling after seeing this scene. If you have the guts, don't kneel. I'd like to see if your father-in-law will slaughter you. His heart became more and more expectant. He wanted to see whether it was this Long Aotian's relationship that was hard, or his own thighs that were thick. When he thought of his master's overwhelming divine might, he was afraid that directly destroying the Dragon Clan would be simple. He would like to see how tough this Dragon Aotian was. Hey, sins! The helpless Aochin sighed and had no choice but to contact his family's great Emperor Realm ancestor once again. What? Then kill that Long Aotian kid. The true Dragon Clan's great Emperor ancestor directly clapped his hands. What a time to fail to meet even Aolai's little request. If he annoyed this master in front of him, the entire true dragon clan would be buried with him. Ha! Aochin, who received the message, confirmed it again and again. After confirming that the one the old ancestor said he slaughtered was indeed Long Aotian, Aochin glanced at Long Aotian, who was not far away. With a strange look, Aotian I'm sorry, since you'd rather die than give in, then father-in-law will definitely give you a grand funeral afterward. Aochin narrowed his eyes, and in his hand appeared the Emperor Realm Supreme Treasure of the True Dragon Clan, the True Dragon Clan's originator, the Dragon Pearl of the Ancestral Dragon. What? Father-in-law, have you lost your mind? Aren't you afraid that the old ancestor will pursue you afterward? After Long Aotian saw that Aochin had actually moved to kill, an unbelievable look appeared on his face. What he just said was nothing more than a threat. He didn't really want to be slaughtered. I'm not crazy, that's what the old man meant. Aochin at this time somehow looked at Long Aotian and actually had a feeling of disgust. Either you kneel and kowtow honestly, or you die. You pick one. Aochin gave Long Aotian one last chance to choose. I kowtow. After hesitating again and again, Long Aotian finally had to choose to kowtow. After all, he was counting on using the resources of the Dragon Clan to advance to a higher rank and evolve his bloodline. Damn it! All of you deserve to die. Sooner or later I'm going to swallow all of you. Long Aotian had a secret hatred in his heart and had already planned to wait until he was strong enough to devour the entire Dragon Clan. After all, he had evolved from a snake and had no sense of belonging to the dragon race. Kid, where's your heart on? Why is it gone? Didn't you say you'd rather die than kneel? Aolai looked at Long Aotian, who had slowly arrived in front of him, and laughed coldly as he mocked out. Soothing, but it had only just begun, and he wasn't going to leave it at that. Woof woof woof. In the end, Long Aotian fell to his knees with a humiliated face and learned a few dog barks. Ding! Long Aotian's self-esteem is damaged, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Chapter 191, Speak up. Why are you screaming so quietly? Didn't you just eat my meat? Scream louder. Aolai opened his mouth with a teasing face for the sake of it. Long Aotian's back teeth were about to be gritted, but now he could only do as he was told. Woof woof woof. Not bad. Aolai's face looked quite satisfied as he listened to the barking of the dog whose voice resounded throughout the trapped dragon abyss. Aochin saw a smile on Aolai's face, so he hurriedly spoke. Old ancestor, do you think it's time to leave here with me? Who says I'm leaving here now? This is just my first condition. Aolai spoke faintly. Letting Long Aotian go like that? How is that possible? Then what other conditions do you have, old ancestor? Aochin also hurriedly opened his mouth to ask when he heard this. I have heard that this boy has married a number of beautiful women, and afterwards all of them will be sent to my house, and I shall play with them. Aolai's pair of huge dragon eyes looked at Long Aotian with a teasing tone in his voice. What? This old thing even hit on my concubine? Long Aotian shivered. At this moment, he really wanted to immediately kill the old Biden in front of him. How dare he miss his concubine and cuckold him? Good. I promise. Aochin had even agreed to Aolai's conditions without Long Aotian's consent this time. Anyway, he knew that Long Aotian could only agree and had no other options. So why ask again? 2 old Bidens. Wait for me. I, Long Aotian, will remember today's debt. After weighing the situation, Long Aotian finally chose to hold back. That's just it. It's just that I'll take a concubine later. And when I've accomplished my cultivation, the entire female dragons of the Dragon Clan will be mine. Long Aotian took a deep breath and built himself up mentally. Ding! The arrogance in Long Aotian's heart wears off, plundering the chi value of 1,000 points. Look, old ancestor, is it possible to leave this place with me now? Aochin once again exited at this time and inquired. I have one last condition, and if you can do it, I will go out with you. Aolai once again looked at Long Aotian and opened his mouth with a cold smile, and after feeling Aolai's gaze again, a bad feeling rose in Long Aotian's heart. Old ancestor, what other conditions do you have to say directly? I will try to fulfill whatever I can. Aochin opened his mouth at this time with a flattering face, and he already had a premonition that Aolai's status would definitely change drastically when he went out this time. As you can see, this dragon tendon of mine has been drawn, my cultivation has been greatly damaged, and I'm walking softly. Aolai twisted his body and signaled to Aochin. His dragon tendon had already been extracted and refined into a long whip, and his cultivation had directly fallen to the early stage of the Great Emperor realm. Aochin, who heard this, also knew that what Aolai said was true, but that dragon tendon had already been refined and was now in Long Aotian's hands. Even if we get it back, it won't help anymore. Tell me what to do, old ancestor. Smoke that kid's dragon tendons. Aolai looked at Long Aotian and opened his mouth. What? Smoked Aotian's dragon tendon? Old ancestor, You can't use Ao Tian's dragon tendon either. Ao Qin with a bitter smile on his face. The dragon tendon is still very important for the dragon tribe. If it is drawn it will certainly be greatly injured. It takes a long time to re-sacrifice one. What do you care if I use it or not anymore? He eats my flesh and drinks my blood and draws my sinews. Alright, old ancestor. I'll whip that kid's dragon tendons. Thinking about it, after all, they had treated Ao Lai so cruelly. It was normal for him to have a grudge. What? Smoke my dragon's tendon? Really want to draw my dragon's tendon? Long Ao Tian's face was ugly after hearing the conversation between the two. If this dragon tendon was really drawn, his cultivation would at least fall by one big realm. Then wouldn't his months of hard practice be for nothing? Ao Tian look, since the old ancestor has opened his mouth, just say yes, and I'll pick you a bigger and thicker one from the treasury afterwards. Ao Qin also opened his mouth to Long Ao Tian at this time and persuaded him. No way, father-in-law. That's my bottom line. Long Ao Tian didn't hesitate to open his mouth to refuse. Ao Qin sniffed and said no more, directly pulling out the Dragon Clan's greatest treasure, the 9-colored Dragon Pearl. A hint of Emperor Realm limit pressure swept out, directly silencing Long Ao Tian dry. Long Ao smoke it. Seeing Ao Qin pulling out his big baby at the drop of a hat, Long Ao Tian's heart was truly suffocating. Even he was thinking of breaking away from the true Dragon Clan. Good. That's my good son-in-law. Ao Qin finished looking at Ao Lai. The thing that draws the dragon tendon is obviously want the other side to. After all, this is the only way to relieve the anger. In that case, I'll do it. At this moment, the chains on Ao Lai's body had already been unlocked, so he just moved around a bit before pulling out a spirit sword and chopping at Long Ao Tian's neck. With that, he directly pulled out a golden dragon tendon slowly. During the process of pumping, Long Ao Tian's face was pale and his body was trembling nonstop. That's right, Ao Lai was doing it on purpose. He was trying to slowly draw Long Ao Tian's dragon tendons. Damn, he definitely did that on purpose. Absolutely. Long Ao Tian cried out in agony in his heart until Ao Lai finished drawing out his dragon tendons. Ding! Dragon Ao Tian's dragon tendons have been drawn. His Dao body is damaged, plundering 2,000 points of chi value. Ouch! That's a fine dragon tendon you have. Ao Lai looked at the drawn-out dragon tendon and commented with a disgusted face. These words immediately infuriated Long Ao Tian's face. Old ancestor, do you see now? Ao Qin spoke up again at this time to persuade. Go! This time Ao Li agreed painfully. In fact, if Long Ao Tian had been hardened he would have no choice. After all, his master had come. He was the one who had to go and greet him. Old ancestor, this is an elixir specially prepared for you. Eat it. At this time, Ao Qin took out another Dragon Clan Extreme Healing Pill. Step aside. That of yours ain't even for dogs. Ao Lai pulled out a bottle of the healing elixir that Jun Lingtian had given him in the first place after saying this. With that, he poured one out of it. In an instant, the rich medicinal scent wafted out in all directions. An Emperor-grade extreme healing pill? Ao Qin was directly a bit dumbfounded at this scene, knowing that the best elixir of his Dragon Clan was only an Emperor-level mid-grade What? This Ao Lai's body actually has an Emperor-grade extreme pill? It's so well hidden. I'm surprised it wasn't scavenged. Long Ao Tian had some regrets. He should have gotten this Ao Lai killed. Although the effect after absorption would be a little worse and not sustainable. But there won't be so much pushing. Look at your unseen appearance. You're still the real Dragon Clan chief. Ao Lai uttered a flirtatious remark, and then swallowed that Emperor-grade extreme pill in one gulp. Chapter 192, I know. It's so annoying. The next moment, a terrifying force of vitality restoration melted away in his dantian, and the injuries sustained on his body were unexpectedly healed in an instant. Even the dragon tendons that he had been drained away from him were rebirthed at this moment. The medicinal effect of an Emperor-grade extreme pill is actually so terrifying? This was Ao Qin's first time to intuitively feel the terror of an Emperor-grade extreme grade pill, and it was also the first time that Long Ao Tian had seen an Emperor-grade extreme grade pill. If there was this Emperor-grade extreme pill, wouldn't it be an extra life in a time of crisis? Long Ao Tian, who thought of this, secretly swore that he must take the pills from that Ao Lai's hands. Go! After Ao Lai finished saying this, his huge dragon tail flung out and directly rose up into the sky, leaving the trapped dragon abyss. And just as Ao Qin was likewise planning to leave, Long Ao Tian opened his mouth. Father-in-law, don't forget your promise. Got it. So annoying. There was a hint of impatience in Ao Qin's tone, and then he directly transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and rushed up into the sky. Can he, Ao Qin, still not honor his words? To think that he needs to be reminded again and again. Is this not a distrust of his character? Damn. 2 old Bidens. Wait for me. Long Ao Tian cursed in his heart, then sat down on his knees and began to heal his wounds. On the other hand, In the Dragon Clan's Great Hall, Jun Lingtian was sitting at the top position drinking tea, hearing the 3 system beeps coming from his ears. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and in his heart, he was a little impressed with this dragon little brother of his. And those dragon maids with double horns on their heads all wanted to take a peek at Jun Lingtian's figure in between serving. But whenever they had such thoughts, they were plunged inside into boundless fear, as if just looking at it would blow up. Senpai, immediately, Aoli will be here soon. The true Dragon Clan's Emperor Realm Ancestor's complexion was a bit tense at the moment. After all, it had been quite a while since Aoli had come over. What if this master is unhappy and destroys their Dragon Clan? No harm done. He's this emperor's little brother, so there's no harm in waiting. Jun Lingtian took a sip of tea, his expression calm. Not long afterward, Aoli finally hurriedly arrived in the main hall. Master, you finally come, master. You don't even know how miserable I've been. Aoli cried as soon as he saw Jun Lingtian, with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. Those who didn't know thought that he was a small child. What, master? That true Dragon Clan's great emperor's brow frowned immediately after hearing those words. After all, it wasn't an honorable thing to have them, who were known as eternal true spirits, recognize someone else as their master. But on deeper thought, it's this big guy who's recognizing the owner. It didn't seem impossible. Master is master. I wasn't the one who recognized the master anyway. I'm not the one being scolded either. The dragon race's great emperor realm powerhouses wanted to open up. Shut up. Get out of here. Jun Lingtian kicked Aoli to the side. I haven't gotten to you yet for coming so late. Master, let me explain. Aoli was kicked instead of the slightest bit of resentment, but instead he was happy. After all, his master's willingness to kick him was an honor for him as well. Explain what? I asked you to come back because I wanted you to take over the family, but you ended up being counted by a little kid instead? Jun Lingtian spoke unapologetically. You taught me a lesson. Master. Aoli, who heard this, did not open his mouth to retort, but instead had a face of shame. After all, it was also true that he had not expected his lineage to fall away after hundreds of thousands of years, and instead, he was unable to control the true Dragon Clan at all. What? Taking over the family? The corners of the mouth of the true Dragon Clan's old ancestor who heard this twitched. No, it's not. Can't the master and servant avoid him? You could have sent a message. If they really let Aoli take over the entire Dragon Clan, wouldn't the Dragon Clan become the backyard of this big brother in front of them? The kind that come and go as you please. You're saying it's the other side's backyard even if you don't take over, and you can come and go as you please? That's alright then. Just take over. At this moment, the dragon race's great imperial ancestor was once again thinking out of the box. In fact, to say that he is not much bigger than Aoli. Only because Aoli was captured and imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years he will become the strongest ancestor of the dragon family. Ahem. Since you want to take over the family, Aoli, then the Dragon Clan will be yours to take care of. The Dragon Clan's great emperor realm ancestor opened his mouth, and at this moment Aochin, who had hurriedly arrived, happened to hear the words of his own ancestor. What the hell? The clan has been handed over to old man Aoli to take over? Then what am I going to do? Aochin was standing at the entrance of the great hall at the moment, and for a moment he actually didn't know whether to go in or not. Aochin is here. Why are you standing at the door? Why don't you come in and salute and greet Elder Jun? Old ancestor. Aochin answered respectfully when he heard this, and then stepped into the great hall. Aochin greets Elder Jun. Aochin first gave Jun Lingtian a salute, and only after receiving a response from the other party did he ask about the doubts in his heart. Old ancestor, you just said to let old ancestor Aoli take over the family. What are you doing by me? That wasn't easy. Don't all those clans in the outside world have established a head and deputy head? From now on, you'll be the vice clan chief, and Aoli will be the head clan chief. Won't that be fine? The Dragon Clan's old ancestor waved his hand and opened his mouth. Since Jun Lingtian had said that he wanted Aoli to take over the family, then this face had to be given. Didn't you see that some time ago it was rumored that the palace master of that Red Dust Dao Palace was this person's lover? And after that it jumped to become one of the most unchallengeable forces in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. So what if it was rumored later that their clan leader was this one servant? Some people can't even do it if they want to. Deputy Patriarch? When Aochin heard this, an unspeakable look appeared on his face. This vice patriarch sounded as if it was just a little bit worse than the patriarch's position, but the real difference in this could be ridiculously large. Oops, how's this for a good time? The expression on Aoli's face burst into joy after hearing this. Let him be the patriarch. Then that little pussy long Aotion can be played to death by him. Then what? Aochin, why don't you hand over those tokens of your clan leader? Aolai said that he was embarrassed while extending his hand in front of Aochin. The most important thing for the dragon tribe is the clan leader's relics. And those pieces are all things left behind by the first generation of ancestral dragons. Seeing that Aolai's hand was reaching out in front of his face, the emotions in Aochin's heart became unbearable. After all, he had been the dragon clan leader for thousands of years, and this suddenly became a vice. There would be some sense of loss in his heart. Oi! Old Aolai gives it to you, hoping that old ancestor will lead the dragon clan to glory. With a face of reluctance, Aochin took out the ancestral dragon's dragon bead as well as the dragon tendons and horns that had been refined into emperor-level spirit weapons. Chapter 193, The Emperor is a little tired. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Aochin. I will definitely lead my clan to a new level. Aolai snatched the emperor-level spirit weapon from Aochin's hand and then pocketed it. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Jun Lingtian did not want to fudge with these dragons any longer. This emperor is a bit tired. Ha! Aolai, quickly take Senior Jun forward to rest. The dragon race's great emperor ancestor spoke in a hurry. Aolai, who heard this, was also quick to lead the way. Master, you come with me. Aha! Immediately, Jun Lingtian followed Aolai to one of the most luxurious palaces in the True Dragon's Nest with the best environment. Moreover, this palace had a resounding name, called the Ancestral Dragon Palace. That's right, this palace was meant for the first generation of ancestral dragons. It was closed right after Zulan's death. Master, do you find this place satisfactory? Aolai opened the Ancestral Dragon Hall's prohibition and opened his mouth to inquire with a flattering face. Not bad. Alright, get lost. I know what you want to go do now. Jun Lingtian waved his hand, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. Ha ha! I'll go first then, Master. Aolai shouted and received no response, but it was clearly acquiesced to. And when Aolai returned to the Dragon Clan's Great Hall, the first thing he did was to issue a notice. Aolai, I will be the Dragon Clan chief from now on. All Dragon Clan elders gather at the Dragon Clan Hall. I have something to say. Rolling thunderous sounds carried the pressure of an Emperor Realm powerhouse in all directions of the True Dragon Nest. The sleeping True Dragons on top of one of the Dragon Islands were awakened and looked up at the main island at the center of the True Dragon Nest, the Ancestral Dragon Island where Aolai was located. Immediately afterward, a true dragon with a body length of thousands of names rose up in the air from the island, and all of them flew toward the Ancestral Dragon Island. Our oldest ancestor has become the patriarch? On a small island in a marginal location, a dozen or so people of the dragon race were instantly stunned in place after hearing these words. They were the clansmen of Aolai's lineage, and now there were only a mere dozen left, and nestled on one of the smallest islands in the entire True Dragon Nest. Yes, it's really the old ancestor. I've sensed the power of the old ancestor's bloodline. The dozen or so dragons that came back to their senses all had looks of excitement on their faces. One of the old dragons even wept with joy, leaving 2 lines of tears on his face. What? Aolai has become the patriarch? Trapped Dragon Abyss's dragon Aotion's body hadn't recovered at the moment. Now after hearing that Aolai had actually turned into the patriarch of the True Dragon Clan, his expression changed. Damn! This Aolai has become the patriarch, then what the hell am I supposed to play with? Gotta plan a departure scenario. At this moment, Long Aotion already wanted to run away, but before that he needed to grip the wool of the dragon race one more time, at least get what Aochin promised him, and he's going to try to take his concubines and children as well. After all, with the foundation of his family he could form a race on his own. Thinking of this, Long Aotion directly rushed up to the sky and rushed towards his palace. However, when he arrived at his palace, he realized that his palace had been blocked off. A total of 9 Saint Exalt Realm True Dragons surrounded his palace tightly. How could this happen? Could it be that Aolai has already made his move ahead of time? Damn it! Long Aotion's heart was suffocating. It's changed. Everything had changed. It seemed that everything he had before had completely changed at this moment. Isn't that the Grand Elder? At this time, he suddenly realized that the person leading the blockade of his palace he knew, and that it was the other party who had brought him back to the Dragon Clan in the first place. Thinking about his relationship with the other party, Long Aotion decided to take a shot. Grandpa Tianqing, why are you guys doing this? Long Aotion appeared to greet the leader. Aotion Xing. AOT? Seeing Long Aotion's figure, Aotion Xing's eyes were a little complicated, but soon he made up his mind. Arrest this boy for me. At Aotion Xing's command, the other 8 True Dragon Race Elders immediately surrounded Long Aotion in the center. Grandpa Tianqing, what do you mean by that? Long Aotion was still trying and see if he could muddle through at the moment, but obviously he was overthinking it. With his current cultivation at the Great Saint Realm, it was simply not enough to escape from a group of Saint Exalted Realm Dragon Elders. Aotion, you come with us first. Don't worry, it'll be fine for sure. Ao Tianqing opened his mouth to assure him. He believed that as long as he came down to plead for mercy, he would still be able to save Long Ao Tian's life. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll trust Grandpa Tianqing for once. Long Ao Tian, who had weighed his heart slightly, opened his mouth and replied, but before I go, can I see my wife and children? May. Ao Tianqing didn't think too much about it and directly agreed. And after Long Ao Tian entered his palace, he instantly sought his anxious concubines and children. What's going on, husband? Ao Qinger was the first to open her mouth and inquire. Because her father was Ao Qin, she had the most say in Long Ao Tian's harem group. Qinger, listen to me. We're in big trouble now. Quickly tell your father-in-law so he can come and save me. Good. Don't worry, husband. I will definitely let my father get you out. Ao Qinger opened her mouth to assure her. Father, you must return safely. A teenage girl spoke to Long Ao Tian. She was born to Long Ao Tian and a Shen snake when she was in her teens, but now she had similarly metamorphosed into a true dragon through the evolution of her bloodline. But it was the kind of true dragon whose bloodline wasn't very pure. Don't worry, father, I will return safely. Long Ao Tian touched the other party's head, and then his eyes comforted the others, after which he left the place. Go to the trapped dragon abyss. Ao Tianqing opened his mouth. Trapped dragon abyss? Hearing that he was going to be imprisoned in the trapped dragon abyss, Long Ao Tian's heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings, thinking that not long ago the trapped dragon abyss was still trapped by Ao Lai, and now it has become him. It is really a matter of the world. And by the time Long Ao Tian was locked in the trapped dragon abyss, the meeting held by Ao Lai and the others ended. In fact, the content didn't have any major changes, but it cancelled all of Long Ao Tian's privileges. Some of them also raised voices of skepticism, but all of them were strongly suppressed by Ao Lai. After the meeting, Ao Qin came to Long Ao Tian's palace. After all, he has a daughter here. If I had known this, I wouldn't have married my daughter to that brat so early in the first place. Ao Qin now had some regrets. No matter how good Long Ao Tian's talent was, he had now offended old man Ao Lai, and old man Ao Lai was that person's slave. So even if Long Ao Tian's talent was strong, it would be impossible for him to make any splash, unless Long Ao Tian was able to be seen by the other party and take him as a disciple. Chapter 194, This is your compensation. Right. As long as Long Ao Tian is seen by the other party, won't everything be solved? Ao Tian, don't blame me for not helping you. Thinking of this, Ao Qin first came to Long Ao Tian's palace to meet his daughter. Under Ao Qinger's bitter pleas, Ao Qin could only promise that he would step in to help. He then went to the trapped dragon abyss where Long Ao Tian was imprisoned. At this moment, there were two Saint Exalt realm elders guarding outside the trapped dragon abyss. Hello, Deputy Patriarch. The two elders have worked hard. Ao Qin had a kind face on the surface, but in his heart, it was unbearable. I didn't think that he, Ao Qin, would have to add a vice in front of the Patriarch one day. I'm just here to see Ao Tian. That should be fine, right? Ao Qin opened his mouth and asked. What did the Vice Patriarch say? This is certainly possible. That gatekeeper elder replied. With that, he let Ao Qin enter the trapped dragon abyss. Father-in-law. You're here, father-in-law. Seeing Ao Qin's arrival, Long Ao Tian's face instantly showed joy. Although Ao Lai had become the Patriarch now, it wasn't that easy to completely master the true dragon clan. He felt that Ao Qin must be holding other cards in his hands. Aha! I'm coming. This is the compensation I promised you in the first place. A dragon tendon appeared in Ao Qin's hand after he finished speaking. Long Ao Tian fixed his eyes on the dragon tendon. That dragon tendon was not only thin, but also very short. Obviously it was the dragon tendon of a dragon clan child with a very weak cultivation level. There was no comparison at all to the dragon's tendon that he had been smoked with earlier. Father-in-law, is this what you call a thick and long dragon's tendon? Long Ao Tian's face was extremely ugly. The promised thick and long had now turned into short and thin. Ahem, Ao Tian as you know, I'm no longer the clan leader now, so what I promised you earlier is null and void. Ao Qin forced himself to stay calm and hide his inner embarrassment. Father-in-law, you, hearing this, Long Ao Tian's face became a bit ugly. In that case, please father-in-law return my little son-in-law's dragon tendon to me. This dragon tendon was drawn by old man Ao Lai. Why are you looking for me if not him? Ao Qin is also a little upset at the moment. Now his position was replaced by someone else. The mood is difficult. Did not expect this. Long Ao Tian is still enough to add to his difficulties. Hearing Ao Qin's shameless remarks, Long Ao Tian's face couldn't help but be gloomy as well. Don't blame me. For the sake of Qinger, I'll show you a clear path. If you can do it, your status will be even more exalted than before. Aichin opened his mouth. What clear path? Long Ao Tian's complexion turned a little better when he heard this. Do you know why old man Aolai was able to become the patriarch? Why? Speaking of this issue, Long Aotian's brows were also slightly furrowed, and he couldn't figure out why the attitude of his old ancestor, who had always been biased in his favor, had changed so drastically. Because behind old ancestor Aolai stands an existence at the peak of the continent. Then Aochin briefly talked about the current situation of the Dragon Clan with Long Aotian. What? Extreme Emperor? Hearing this, Long Aotian finally understood why the entire Dragon Clan's attitude had undergone a huge shift. It turned out that it was all because of that extreme great emperor. So father-in-law, what do you mean the way? Long Aotian opened his mouth to inquire in a somewhat urgent tone. Find a way to worship. Worship? Long Aotian hadn't reacted yet. That's right. Worship that one is your teacher. In which case everything can be reversed again. Aochin nodded and said, but whether you can succeed or not also depends on whether you have that skill yourself. Don't worry, father-in-law. Looking at the 9 heavens and 10 lands, there is no one who is more talented than me, Long Aotian. So just wait and see. As long as my father-in-law creates an opportunity for me to meet, I will definitely do it for you. Long Aotian's dragon head was high, and he raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle, his tone and demeanor showing as much confidence as possible. Okay, I'll take care of this, so get ready. Aochin nodded. I'll go first. Father-in-law, take care. Long Aotian sent off in a very polite tone, and when Aochin left, Long Aotian immediately imagined the glory of becoming a disciple of the ultimate great emperor. So he's just someone's dog. When I become that person's disciple, let's see how I'll slaughter you, dog. Thinking that he was actually forced by Aolai to learn how to bark like a dog before, Long Aotian's face displayed an extremely difficult expression. Right at this moment, Aolai also arrived at the trapped dragon abyss. The elders guarding the doorway saw this and hurriedly released them. Matriarch. Aha! Aolai nodded, then entered the trapped dragon abyss. Humph. Seeing this, Long Aotian coldly snorted and directly closed his dragon eyes. Boy, you're not scared at all. Seeing Long Aotian's expression, Aolai is also a little surprised. After all, the current situation to see their own at any time will be able to pinch this kid to death. Why should I be afraid? Rather, it's you, old ancestor, who shouldn't be too happy. Oh, looks like you've got something up your sleeve. Aolai's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering in his mind what else this kid was relying on. But he didn't come up with anything after thinking for a while. Who cares what kind of undercard he has? He's covered by his master. So what are you afraid of? Aolai, who thought of this instantly, had a dragon-shaped spirit sword appear in his hand. The incomparably sharp sword awnings made Dragon Aotian shiver, and the large several hundred meters of the dragon's body kept twisting. At the same time, a bad feeling arose in his heart once again. What do you want? Me? You can't use that thing anymore anyway, so I'll be kind and cut it for you. Aolai's sword blade was pointing straight at Long Aotian's vital points. Surprisingly, he was trying to cut off his opponent's dragon root. What? You can't. You can't do this. Long Aotian looked at the emperor's might and the terrifying power of the sword Dao carried above that sharp sword, and was scared out of his wits. Because Aolai's means of cutting his dragon root was not the usual means, it was difficult to recover. Yet the next moment, a sword light cut through. Long Aotian only felt a coldness in his lower body, followed by a sharp pain. His dragon root was actually directly strangled by Aolai. Ding! Long Aotian's physique has created a defect, plundering the chi value by 2,000 points. Aha! My! Gone? Long Aotian's huge dragon eyes looked between his legs with a look of grief. Kid, this is only temporary. Just wait, there's more to come. Aolai looked at Long Aotian's complexion at this moment, heartily left. In the meantime, after leaving, Aochin arrived at the ancestral dragon hall, which was where Jun Lingtian was. Elder, is it in? Come in. As Jun Lingtian's voice traveled out, a smile instantly appeared on the face of Aochin, who had received permission. What is it that you want with me? Jun Lingtian was currently sipping his tea. Chapter 195, a genius rarely encountered in 100,000 years. Senior, it's like this. Amongst my dragon clan this generation there has appeared a demon that is rarely encountered in 100,000 years. Do you think you can give some pointers? Aochin spoke respectfully, his head lowered as he waited for Jun Lingtian's response. Oh, once in 100,000 years? Jun Lingtian pretended to look interested when he heard this. Yes, senior. This son is named Long Aotian. The dragon bloodline in his body is incomparably thick, and he is expected to rival the ancestral dragon in the future. Hearing Jun Lingtian's reply, Aochin's face was slightly pleased, and in his heart, he secretly said that there was a chance. In that case, then take this emperor forward. Although Jun Lingtian already knew what kind of goods that Long Aotian was, he still intended to go and see if he could glean some chi luck value down from his body. This way, Senior, I'll take you forward. Aochin led the way ahead with an attentive face. After all, if Long Aotian really becomes this one's son-in-law, he, the father-in-law, can also get some light, can't he? However, by the time they traveled to the trapped dragon abyss, they happened to bump into Aolai, who had just come out. Master, what are you? Oh, it's like this. I talked to Senior about Dragon Aotian, and I didn't expect him to be quite interested, so I brought Senior here to take a look. Aha! It's like this, and you go along to see it. Jun Lingtian nodded and then walked forward. Behind them, the Aolai duo looked at each other then honestly followed. Aochin, you're playing a good game. Aolai transmitted his voice to Aochin. Are you misunderstanding me, old ancestor? I didn't do anything. It's the elder himself who wanted to come see Aotian. Aochin opened his mouth to explain. The latter grunted coldly when he heard this, and when Jun Lingtian entered the trapped dragon abyss and saw Long Aotian at this moment, a trace of eccentricity appeared on his face, only to see that at this moment, Aochin's face was showing an egg of sadness, and his pupils were somewhat lax. Seeing this, Jun Lingtian swept with his own eyes of scrying. Name Long Aotian. Status, son-in-law of the deputy chief of the True Dragon clan. Cultivation, late great sage realm. Physique, devouring immortal dragon body. Numerology, son of luck, gold, ghost of color, gold. Luck value, 18,000 points. Oh, surprisingly, there's only 18,000 chi luck values left? Thinking of the system beeps that had been constantly ringing in his ears earlier, Jun Lingtian's heart was enlightened. Aotian, what are you? One could only see that at this moment, Aotian looked unusually haggard, as if he had been subjected to inhuman torture. Father-in-law. Long Aotian first revealed a reluctant smile to Aochin, then he looked at Jun Lingtian. Senior Long Aotian has met Senior. Is he the demon that you said is rare to come across in 100,000 years? Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, then turned his head to look at Aochin. This, Senior, Aotian's talent is really strong. Aochin actually wanted to say that it was done by old man Aolai, but swallowed back. Boring. The dragon's body is crippled and his heart is not good. Such goods you Dragon Clan even regard as treasures. It seems to be truly fallen. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then his figure faded and disappeared. And these words deeply pierced Long Aotian's heart. His such a powerful talent hadn't even been looked at? Senior, don't go yet. Aotian, his qualifications are really strong. Aochin still wanted to speak out to retain his position, but he didn't get the slightest response. Want to worship the master as your teacher? With this kid? Aolai was satisfied after seeing this result. As long as his master couldn't see this kid, then he had ways to play him to death. Hearing Aolai's mockery, Aochin's face turned a little red, while Long Aotian's complexion was a little shy and angry, but both of them were all powerless to open their mouths to refute it. Kid, you just have one last good time. Aolai laughed loudly and then left the trapped dragon abyss. Hey, Aotian, I've done my best, so take care of yourself. After saying this, Aochin also left the trapped dragon abyss. Damn, I should have known to just leave. System, come out of there. What's wrong, host? Hearing Long Aotian's call, his system also gave a response at this moment. Is there a way to get me out of here? Now Long Aotian didn't want to stay in this dragon clan for a moment. He wanted to find a hidden place to devour and cultivate again. Although the promotion would be slower that way, it was better than losing one's life. As for his concubines and children, he could only let them fend for themselves. He wanted to take away with him but had the will to do so. Ding! Enlighten the host. As long as you give up your current cultivation and start over, this system can take you out of here to be reincarnated. What? Giving up all my cultivation? After hearing this, Long Aotian instantly fell into silence. One must know that he didn't know how many things he was able to devour to get to where he is today, and now it was hard for him to evolve into a true dragon, and to make him give up this cultivation? Host, you can think about it. There's still time. Don't think about it. Take me away. Long Aotian at this time decisively chose to recultivate. After all, his current dragon body has been defective, and if he does not go, then Aolai will certainly play him to death. In that case, then this system will take you out of here now. As the system's voice ended, Long Aotian only felt his head spinning. Then he unexpectedly fell into a coma. Ding! Long Aotian gives up his current cultivation shell to reincarnate and recultivate, plundering 3,000 points of chi value. Ding! Long Aotian's chi value has reached the decimation line. Hearing the beeps in his ears, Jun Lingtian knew that this trip to the True Dragon domain was coming to an end. Aolai, I'm leaving, and by the time we meet next time, I hope that you've taken full control of the True Dragon clan. Jun Lingtian transmitted a message to Aoli and then disappeared into the ancestral dragon nest. Greetings, Master. Aoli knelt in the air in the direction of the ancestral dragon hall. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely bring the true dragon race under control soon. System, can you locate that Long Ao Tian's position? Jun Lingtian, who had left the true dragon's nest, opened his mouth to inquire. Ding! The exact location of Long Ao Tian has been tracked for the host. Please check it for the host. As the system's voice rang out, Jun Lingtian realized that the current Long Ao Tian was actually in a remote part of the true dragon domain, in the middle of a swampy depression. What the hell? System, how did I regenerate into a loach? At this moment, Long Ao Tian is in the belly of a loach mother, and is expected to be born soon. Back to the host. The rebirths are all randomized, so please forgive me. Okay. Hearing this, Long Ao Tian also stopped dwelling on it and could only wait quietly for the birth. And he had already set a plan for his next cultivation. Chapter 196, The Realm of the Mundane. As soon as he descended, he devoured the little group of mudskippers that had descended with him. However, just as he was peacefully waiting for the birth, suddenly an incomparably dense imperial might swept over him. It was none other than Jun Lingtian who had searched over. Warning! Warning! There is a deadly crisis coming. Please evacuate the host in time. What? A fatal crisis? Long Ao Tian's expression was a bit confused after hearing this. He had fled here. What other fatal crisis was there? And he's a spawn now. Where can he run? Found it. Jun Lingtian directly struck out to erase Long Ao Tian after making sure that he was here. Poor Long Ao Tian didn't even know how he died until he died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Long Ao Tian, and plundering 15,000 points of Qi value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Aura of Qi Fragment X1, Devouring Immortal Dragon Body Origin. Mortal Domain. One of the 10 lands. The reason why this domain was called the Mortal Domain, as the name implied, this domain was basically all mortals. Because a great power had isolated this area of heaven and earth, the aura had also been drained of what was left of it, making this area a complete end of the era. All of the people who cultivated here were fated people with special chances, such as finding an inheritance cave from the immortal ancient period. However, because there were very few cultivators in this domain, the corresponding martial arts path was extremely prosperous. The realms of martial artists were categorized into martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, innate, patriarch, grand patriarch, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial emperor. Even the highest segmented martial emperor was only equivalent to the divine passage realm cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Is this the mortal realm? It is rather more suitable for me. Ning Hongcheng felt the aura and rules of this part of the heavens and earth, and found them to be particularly weak. There were also several layers of prohibitions restricting the outside world. With Jun Lingtian's cultivation at the limit of the Great Emperor realm, he would not be able to descend here. Not only was that boundary barrier and prohibition impossible to break through, even the rules of heaven and earth here couldn't carry the energy of a Great Empress realm cultivator. Once Jun Lingtian descended, this realm would definitely collapse. The reason Ning Hongwan had chosen this place was because she wanted to avoid Jun Lingtian. The reason why she was able to enter this mortal realm was that firstly, she had abolished 70% of her cultivation, and secondly, she had lost 90% of her lifespan. I'm sorry, Ning Hongwan, can't accept sharing my husband with another person. Ning Hongwan touched her slightly bulging belly, then took a deep breath and headed towards a small town not far away. Then look at the Sky Spirit clan of the Spirit Realm. This day was the time when the baby girl in the belly of the wife of the Heavenly Spirit clan's patriarch was born. A vision arose one by one in the heavens and earth. As the heavenly splendor fell chaotically and the earth gushed with golden lotus, the 9-colored haze shone over billions of miles of territory, and there were countless undying true spirits offering auspiciousness to it. My Heavenly Spirit clan has a supreme demon born here. The countless old ancestors of the Heavenly Spirit race were all awakened by the commotion at this moment, and their divine senses were all projected over. Damn it! If I hadn't been messed up by that baby girl, I would have definitely been able to invoke the heaven and earth anomaly in the first place. At this moment, Lu Changshang was in the embrace of Lu Zhua, the patriarch of the Heavenly Spirit clan, and he saw countless people being shocked by this heaven and earth vision. My sister will be born soon. Everlasting life, are you happy? Lu Zhua teased his child, but the latter showed a lack of interest, and could even be said to be a bit disgusted. I'm happy my ass. Let's see how I'm going to play with that stinky girl after she's born. Lu Changsheng babbled, speaking words that only he could understand. After all, he's only a few months old now, and his vocal cords aren't fully developed to make normal sounds. But after a few months of heavy tonic, his body had recovered quite a bit, and he was no longer as dark, thin and small as before. Born. It's born. The matriarch has given birth. That's when the midwife brought out a baby girl wrapped in red cloth from the house. Born? Show me. Luzua reached out and took the baby girl in the midwife's hand, then lifted the red cloth and looked over. Instantly, a cute to the core adorable baby face appeared in front of his eyes. Wow, so cute. Is this my Luzua's child? Luzua subconsciously wanted to hold the baby girl in his arms with both hands, but realized that he still had Lu Changxing in his other hand. Nagisa, stay by yourself for a while. After Luzua said this, he separated a strand of aura to support Lu Changsheng, and then freed his own hands to hold the baby girl in his arms. It's so cute. It looks so much like the lady, doesn't it? Luzua only felt that his heart was going to melt, and then he directly carried the baby girl into the palace. His wife had given him such a lovely daughter. He had to go in and comfort her. Ha, just leave me here? At the moment, Lu Chanshan was still being held up by the aura, and no one was asking for it. Damn it. Although he didn't care about any fatherly love or motherly love, after Luzua's fatherly love for himself shifted with the naked eye, his heart still produced ripples. However, right at this moment, the Emperor Realm Ancestor of the Heavenly Spirit Clan directly descended to this place. He had come to check the constitution of the newly born baby girl. After all, having produced such a vision, it was impossible to not have a special physique, and once you know what body type, you'll be able to target your teaching as well. And when that great Emperor Realm's old ancestor shook his head inside at the sight of Lu Changsheng, who was being held up by the aura in front of the palace, obviously born from the same womb, why is the gap so wide? He had already checked the qualifications of this waif when Lu Changsheng was born earlier, but to his disappointment this male child didn't even have any special physical qualities. Dead old man, you shake your ass head. Wait until I completely fuse this body, then I'll fuse the special physique for you. Although his supreme immortal body was gone, but after signing up for so many years in hell, he didn't just sign up for one special body. Although the other special physiques were inferior to the supreme immortal body, they were all rare and unavailable. Looking within the main hall at this moment, with the arrival of the heavenly spirit race's old ancestor, all the people immediately poured out to greet him. Greetings, old ancestor. Well, all rise. The right hand of the heavenly spirit clan's great emperor realm elder was slightly raised, and the crowd was helped to their feet. Quickly show me the girl child just now. Old ancestor, here. Luzua sniffed and hurriedly handed his daughter up. When that great imperial ancestor lifted the red cloth and saw the crystal clear baby girl inside, his heart melted. However, he didn't forget his main business, which was to check this girl child's physique. However, it's a shock not to see icy skin and bones, lingering ice heart, dual physique. Surprisingly, it's a double physique. The excited body of the heavenly spirit clan's great emperor realm elder trembled slightly. Chapter 197, Delicate Ice Heart. He hadn't expected that the two top physical qualities of the 9 heavens and 10 lands would appear in the body of a child. And this child is still a child of their Sky Spirit clan. Is the great world of the Battle of Qi coming? Surprisingly, it has allowed such a heaven-defying demon to appear in my heavenly spirit clan. Ice Muscle and Jade Bone and Linglong Iceheart, if taken out individually, were not the opponents of the top group of physiques though. However, if it was fused together it did not belong to any of the top physiques, and might even be comparable to a taboo physique. Old ancestor. What's wrong, old ancestor? Luzua had just checked his daughter's physique as well, but he only found an Ice Muscle Jade Bone physique. As for Linglong Iceheart he did not find it. So while it was a pleasure, wasn't it a bit much for an icy old ancestor to react like that? Stand down, all of you. The old ancestor of the Sky Spirit clan waved his hand, signaling everyone except Luzua to exit. Yes, old ancestor. The crowd once again gave the Emperor Realm ancestor a salute, and then they all retreated. That great Emperor Realm old ancestor waved his hand and laid down a boundary to prevent outsiders from hearing it. What's the matter, old man? Luzua at this moment is still a bit unclear. Is not just ice and jade bones, as to make such a big show? Luzua, do you know what kind of physique this girl child of yours has? I know this one. It's icy skin. I checked it out not too long ago. Luzua confidently opened his mouth and replied. Do you see anything else besides icy skin and bones? No. Isn't this daughter of mine just an icy body? Luzua frowned slightly. He had clearly just viewed just one type of body quality, the ice muscle and jade bone. You take a closer look. That great imperial realm old ancestor handed the baby girl back again. Seeing this, Luzua also carefully took it, and then carefully examined it. Yet no matter how much he looked at it he didn't see any other physique. I can't think that my hidden Linglong Iceheart has still been discovered. Lu Jining sighed slightly in her heart, but let's just find out. After all, these two are people she can trust and won't harm her. Old ancestor, you'd better tell me directly. I really can't see anything. Luzua was genuinely confused. because he could just make out icy skin and bones. This little girl also has another type of physique that is even more powerful than ice muscle and jade bone, named Linglong Ice Heart, but it seems to have been covered up by a force. That great Imperial Realm old ancestor spoke out the information he had discovered. What? Lingering Ice Heart? When he heard what his old ancestor said, a shocked look appeared on Luzua's face. However, what immediately followed was elation, because Linglong Ice Heart was a special physique that was a bit more powerful than ice muscle and jade bone. That's right. Since this little girl's Linglong Ice Heart has been concealed, then we should not inform the outside world. I will personally make a cultivation plan for it when I return. That great Imperial Realm's old ancestor barked out a word. Got it, old ancestor. Luzua, who heard this, responded. By the way, what's this little girl's name? Her name is Lu Jining. My wife just named her. Luzua opened his mouth. Good. I know. The Heavenly Spirit Clan's great Emperor Realm ancestor nodded, and then his figure gradually vaporized and disappeared. Greetings, old ancestor. After Luzua bowed to send off, he lowered his head and looked at his daughter. The more he looked, the more delighted he was. However, Lu Jining was thinking of other things in her mind at the moment. In the last life, Jun Lingtian killed my brother. Could it be because he was an old monster who took over his body and was born? To think that in the future, because his own brother had died at the hands of Jun Lingtian, thus causing the entire Heavenly Spirit Clan to stand against Jun Lingtian. Her heart ached when they all ended up being buried for him. Born again, she was bound to stop this tragedy from happening. And before that, she had to determine down who the soul in her brother's body really was and why Jun Lingtian had to kill him. Not even the discouragement of himself, a confidant, could change his decision. Thinking about it, Lu Jining suddenly felt lightheaded. Then her head tilted and she directly fell asleep in seconds. After all, she had just been born and needed plenty of sleep. How come it's you? Where's Ning Hongduan? Within the Red Dust Dao Palace, after Jun Lingtian had once again arrived at Ning Hongduan's bedchamber, he found that it was Tantai Ruawei in the bedchamber. She's gone, and before she left she asked me to give you a message. Don't come back to me. I want to live the life I want for a while. Tantai Ruawei quietly repeated a phrase that Ning Hongduan had asked her to carry before she left. Gone? Jun Lingtian used his own means, but realized that he unexpectedly really could not sense where Ning Hongchen was anymore, so he inquired about the system. System, can you find Ning Hongduan's location? Ding! Ning Hongduan location query in progress. Reporting back to the host. At this moment Ning Hongduan's location is in the mortal domain, though the exact location cannot be found. The mortal realm? Jun Lingtian, who heard these words, frowned slightly. Of course he knew where the mortal realm was, but even for him to enter it was a rather troublesome thing. He hadn't expected this Ning Hongduan to run away to the mortal realm in order to avoid himself. Obviously, a while ago, he was like a glue to him and initiated the attack, but now he just ran away. Hey, women's minds are so hard to guess. Jun Lingtian no longer dwelled on it, and waited until he was free to go and take a look. Just as Jun Lingtian was planning to leave this place and return to the clan, a warm and soft body was suddenly attached behind himself. A pair of coupled arms came forward from behind and hugged him tightly. What's wrong, Wakefield? Jun Lingtian inquired in a gentle voice. It's nothing, just wanted to hug you. Tantai Ruawei reluctantly let go of her coupled arms again, and her face burned a little as a result. She had really just had a brain cramp and had the audacity to directly hug Jun Lingtian. If you want a hug, then you can hug all you want. Jun Lingtian turned around and embraced Tantai Ruawei in his arms. Ding! Tantai Ruawei's love for you has increased, plundering 500 points of chi value. Hearing the system's beep, the corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth rose slightly. After that, he stayed in the Red Dust Dao Palace for a few more days until the system beeps in his ears were gone before departing to return to his family. He hadn't done anything more in depth with Tanya Ruawei in the past few days because he knew it wasn't the right time yet. I'm still no match for Sister Red Dust after all. Tantai Ruawei smiled to herself. After being together for such a long time, Jun Lingtian had not even touched her, which made her feel extremely lost inside. After all, he had already touched Ning Hongduan more than once. Jun Tian Domain. Jun Family. When the news of Jun Lingtian's return came, Jun Xianyi instantly searched for him. Chapter 198 Immortal River. Son of Fortune. Brat, what did you go out for? It took you so long to come back? Do you realize that it will soon be time for you and Xu Elua to be married? Ha? So soon? Sorry, I almost forgot. Hearing these words, Jun Lingtian's face was a little embarrassed and ashamed, and it was only after his own father reminded him that he remembered. The wedding date between himself and Ji Xu Elua was fast approaching. I've already sent you the invitation. If you don't come back I'm going to send someone to kidnap you. Jun Xianyi opened his mouth with a cold snort. Got it, father. I'm not back here. There was a smile in Jun Lingtian's tone and his demeanor was relaxed. It was probably only in the presence of his parents that he could feel that glimmer of long-lost warmth. And with the Jun family's invitation sent out, everyone in the Nine Heavens top 10 knew that the Jun family's young lord was going to get married again. And this time the one who married was still the main wife, the future head mother of the Jun family. Immortal domain. Among the Immortal God clan, a young man was checking out 2 books in his head. Just see these 2 books on the painting of countless 9 Heaven 10 goddesses. And this, 2 books of the book name are called 9 Heaven Goddesses Record. The other is 10 Land Fairy List. But these portraits of the goddesses are black and white, not colorful. Only one pattern on top of thousands of pages is in color. That was the daughter of the Immortal God clan's clan chief that he had taken down only a short while ago. That's right, as long as he had communicated deeply with the goddess above the pattern, he could light up the gray picture. And as soon as he lights up the screen, he gets the reward for that page. Last time, he had obtained a silver treasure chest and a gold treasure chest after a deep exchange with that goddess of his clan. Countless good things were opened from it. And the qualification of cultivation also took a qualitative leap under the blessing of those supreme treasures. And it also triggered the storm to gain a powerful special physique. So when he tasted the sweetness, he kept an eye on the 2 books from time to time. Finally, the Emperor's heaven was not to be denied. Just now the 9 heavenly goddesses record suddenly began to turn pages automatically, and finally stopped on the page of a goddess with a stunning look and incomparable temperament. Name, Ji Shuelua. Identity, goddess of the swift god race. Attitude rating, 10 stars. Reward, gold treasure chest X1. Diamond treasure chest X1. What? There's even a diamond treasure chest reward this time? When that young man saw the diamond treasure chest at the bottom of the page that was flashing with a special light, his mood became excited. After all, when the silver and gold treasure chests were opened with so many goodies, wouldn't this diamond treasure chest have even more goodies? I must get my hands on this Ji Shuelua. Immortal River secretly made up his mind. However, right at this moment, that 9 Heavens goddess record unexpectedly flipped once again. Name Ji Yao. Identity, chief of the Taiku Shrine clan. Attitude rating, 10 stars. Reward, gold treasure chest X2. Diamond treasure chest X1. Hiss. Taiku divine clan patriarch Ji Yao? Surprisingly more rewards than that Ji Shuelua? Immortal River first glanced at the reward before looking at the screen above him. No wonder it's more rewarding than Ji Shuelua's. This temperament. This body. Looking at the image above the picture, Immortal River's mouth watered. Just as he was looking at the 9 Heavens divine maiden record with unblinking eyes, the list of 10 earthly immortal maidens next to him also began to flip. Name Tantai Ruoe. Identity, master of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Demeanor rating, 10 stars. Reward, gold treasure chest X1. Diamond treasure chest X1. After that, the pages of Cana, Ling Yurong, and Meng Son Yu also blinked one by one. With so many goddess fairies, I don't believe I can't handle even one. Immortal River was already thinking about the future at this moment. As long as he took care of all the goddesses and fairies in these 2 books, then his future would be bright. Not only will he be accompanied by a peerless beauty, but his cultivation will also soar to the top, standing at the pinnacle of power in the 9 Heavens top 10. Have you heard? The Jun family has already had invitations sent to them, and in 3 months' time it will be the wedding of Jun Lingtian, the Jun family's young lord, and Ji Shuelua, the goddess of the Swire god race. I've heard about it, and now it seems like the family head is already choosing the people who will go to the banquet this time. At this time, 2 murmurs suddenly came from Immortal River's ears. It turned out that the invitation from the Jun family had been sent over. What? Ji Shuelua is getting married? Hearing this, Immortal Sichuan immediately changed his expression. That Ji Shuelua was his divine maiden recorded divine maiden. His future Dao mate. How could she marry someone else? No, I'm going to go see the some Jun family wedding. Immortal Chuan thought of this and directly headed towards the Immortal God clan's Great Hall. He's going to ask for a spot. In the meantime, Tantai Ruoe's Red Dust Dao Palace had also received an invitation from the Jun family. Looking at the bright red invitation in her hand, Tantai Ruoe was in a trance for a moment. Once upon a time, the name on the top of this invitation was his, Tantai Ruoe, but now that he looked at it, it had become Ji Shuelua. If I had been reborn early, perhaps not so much would have happened? Tantai Ruoe's hand squeezing the invitation tightened, then loosened. The cycle of karma. Retribution is not easy. Tantai Ruoe, smiling to himself, Tantai Ruoe then put away the invitation in his hand. Sacred Heaven Domain. Sacred Feather Clan. Upon learning that Jun Lingtian was going to get married, Cana's mood was instantly terrible. Liar, you said you were going to marry me, and now you've turned around and married someone else. Humph, since you're lying to me, I, Cana, will make a mess of your marriage today. To think that Jun Lingtian had sworn to open his mouth and said he would marry himself, and now he had put himself to sleep and was not responsible for it? Turn around and marry someone else? She wants to haunt the wedding. Come on, man. What's wrong, young patriarch? A Sacred Feather clan maid walked in at the sound of Cana's voice. Prepare a wedding dress for me. Also get me a set of all the items and forms needed for the big wedding. Cana opened her mouth to command. However, after hearing Cana's command, the maid froze. What? Young patriarch? You, don't talk too much. Go get ready. Cana interrupted the other man directly. Yes, young patriarch. The maid could only bow and retreat to prepare the items needed for the wedding. In the meantime, Ling Yurong and Ling Mu had also received the news that Jun Lingtian was getting married. See, sis, I asked you to take the initiative and you just wouldn't do it. Now it's good. Big brother is getting married. Ling Mu opened his mouth with the tone of not listening to the words of an old man. He said he'd marry me. He said that. I trust him. He won't go back on his word. Ling Yurong was writing with a brush at the moment, but the hand that used to hold the brush as steady as a mountain had a slight tremor at the moment. It was obvious that she was not at peace in her heart after hearing about Jun Lingtian's upcoming wedding. Chapter 199, Taking the Initiative. Sis, don't wait. You better listen to me. Take the initiative. Ling Mu continued to brainwash Ling Yurong at this time. So, you tell me how I'm going to take the initiative? Ling Yurong stopped the pen in her hand and looked over. Isn't that easy? Wouldn't it be better if you went to tell father and asked him to open this marriage for you? Anyway, Big Brother said he would marry you in the first place. So as long as you mention it, I believe Big Brother will definitely not go back on his word. Ling Mu put his thoughts into words. Will this work? Ling Yurong hesitated, but her heart was somewhat moved. Why not? And how do you know if it works unless you try? Ling Mu continued to speak. Good. I'll listen to you this time. Ling Yurong put down the brush in his hand, then let out a deep breath, and in a somewhat apprehensive mood, he headed towards the palace where Immortal Lord Daoxin dealt with his affairs. Your Majesty, Immortal Lord, Princess Yurong seeks an audience. The attendant eunuch opened his mouth and reported. Yurong? Why is she here? Immortal Lord Great Diffusion was still looking at the zhengshi in his hands at the moment. Tell her to come in. Yes, Your Majesty the Immortal Lord. The attendant eunuch sniffed and hurriedly trotted out to deliver the message. Your Highness Princess Arigato. His Majesty the Immortal Lord has asked you to enter. I'm sorry to trouble eunuch Ling. Ling Yurong opened her mouth and thanked her. Then she entered the great hall. Arigato. Come and sit here at father's place. Immortal Lord Great Diffusion spoke in a kind tone, but he was still looking at the zhengshi in his hands. Ling Yurong didn't excuse herself when she heard this and directly sat down next to Immortal Lord Dian. What is it you want with father? Father, my son has come here to ask you to marry me. Ling Yurong squirmed for a moment, and finally revealed her purpose. Tying the knot? What? My family has wrong thought about it? You don't want to be a good scholar and a good-looking man? The Great Diffusion Immortal Lord who heard these words was also surprised and put down the zhengshi in his hands, turned his head and looked over. No, it's that my son has found the one true love of his life. Ling Yurong twisted her head away, not daring to look at her father's face. Oh, who is it? I will see if he is worthy of my daughter. Immortal Lord Great Diffusion spoke with interest. Jun Family Young Lord Jun Lingtian. Ling Yurong opened her mouth in a thin, mosquito-like voice. What? Jun Family Young Lord Jun Lingtian? The tone of the Great Diffusion Immortal Lord who heard these words raised quite a bit, and thought that he had misheard. So he asked again. You said that your true destiny is the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lingtian? Well, yes, that's him. Ling Yurong's face became even more flushed. Obviously saying this matter in front of her own father was mortifying. Yurong, do you know that Jun family's young master, Jun Lingtian, is about to get married, and that he's marrying his main wife? So if you marry him, you'll only be a concubine. Have you figured all this out? Immortal Lord Great Diffusion put away the expression on his face and became unusually solemn. Back to father. All of this has been known to my son and has been well thought out. Are you sure? No more thinking about it? Immortal Lord Great Diffusion once again opened his mouth and asked. I'm sure of it. And the young master of the Jun family had said he would marry me. Ling Yurong nodded solemnly. What? He said that? Why didn't you say so? The expression on Immortal Lord Dian's face changed to a much more flamboyant one after hearing these words. In fact, the reason why he asked so much just now was because he was afraid that young master of the Jun family would not be willing to marry his daughter. Now that the other party has said he wants to marry, it's much better. As for the main wife or concubine, these are not so important. You didn't ask. Father, Ling Yurong was a bit grumpy and aggravated. Well, it's father's problem. You go back and wait for news. I will give you a satisfactory answer then. Immortal Lord Great Diffusion opened his mouth. Thank you, father. Ling Yurong smiled faintly and gave the Great Diffusion Immortal Lord a salute, then left the Great Hall. And when Ling Yurong left, Immortal Lord De Yan's face suddenly couldn't help but smile. With that, he directly used a special means to contact the Jun family's family head, Jun Xianyi. What? That kid said something like that? The two are in love. And you want to marry your daughter off? Jun Xianyi hadn't even slowed down for a moment after hearing the words of the Great Diffusion Immortal Lord. That kid even got the heart of the princess of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty after making waves outside? Brother Ling don't be in a hurry. I want to check with Ling Tian first, and I'll give you an answer later. Jun Xianyi did not agree to it the first time. After all, this matter still needed to be confirmed with Jun Ling Tian before he could do so, and he needs to let his lady know. This kid, the ability to flirt outside is a bit like me. Jun Xianyi sighed with emotion and then proceeded to Jun Ling Tian's chambers. Father, is there something you want to see me about in such a hurry? Looking at Jun Xianyi who had hurriedly arrived, Jun Ling Tian who was playing chess with Bai Susu put down the chess pieces in his hands and opened his mouth to inquire. You kid, you have a lot of leisure time. Still playing chess here. Would the father like to play a game with the Sunmi? Jun Ling Tian opened his mouth to invite. No, just now. Immortal Lord Great Diffusion told me that you're going to marry his daughter? Is this matter true? Jun Xianyi looked straight at Jun Ling Tian as if he was afraid that the other party was lying. Yes, father, I did say that. Jun Ling Tian directly admitted it. After all, he did say something similar. There was nothing bad to admit. Good boy. Since you've admitted it, what do you think now that the Great Diffusion Immortal Lord is going to marry his daughter to you? When Jun Xianyi heard Jun Ling Tian's admission, there was no blame in his heart. It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It was just that this had just been announced as the wedding date with Ji Shuilua, and it was impossible to tie the knot with the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty in a short period of time. Then marry, but not until after this wedding. Jun Ling Tian thought for a moment and opened his mouth. For Ling Yurong, he still had a good feeling about him, but there was no way he was going to let the other man marry in this one big wedding, because this one was a wedding that belonged exclusively to Ji Shuilua. Since you also have this intention, then I will discuss it with your mother and set the wedding date then. Jun Xianyi spoke. Good, then I'll let you take the trouble. Father, it's not a big deal to bother, but you have to let me have my big grandchildren soon. Ha 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 ha. Jun Xianyi laughed loudly and patted Jun Ling Tian's shoulder before leaving amidst the latter's helpless smile. Hold a big grandchild? I want to, too. Hey! Jun Ling Tian sighed darkly. It was already difficult to have an heir at a cultivation level above that of a great emperor. Some great emperor realm powerhouses even failed to leave behind a son or daughter in their entire lives. Chapter 200 Jun Ling Tian marries again. A mysterious attic was floating in the middle of the void space. It was clearly the long-hidden Tianji Pavilion. Soon the master will be getting married. Are the things I asked you to prepare ready? Meng Sanyue opened her mouth to inquire. Ever since she took over the Tianji Pavilion, she had been taking in the forces of Tianji Pavilion while restoring the strength of Tianji Pavilion. It wasn't until not too long ago that a full-fledged Taishan elder had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Back to Pavilion Master. It's ready. One of the elders of the Tianji Pavilion spoke. Go. Set out with me to the Jun family. After Meng Sanyue finished saying this, she directly led the several Saint Sovereign Realm Taishan elders of the Tianji Pavilion towards the Jun Tian domain. In the meantime, Tushan Yaoyao of the Nine-Tailed Skyfox clan had also directly asked for a spot to travel to attend after hearing the news of Jun Ling Tian's upcoming marriage. The young master of the Jun family is about to get married. We didn't go last time, but we can't afford not to go this time. The lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands had once again changed waves at this moment, but the Jun family didn't invite us. The helmsman of the Blood Devil's Earth spoke, going without an invitation. Have you forgotten how the last one died? The helmsman of the Tomb of the Unknown God said with a palpitating heart. When we go, we'll definitely go. So let's go together then, and prepare the congratulatory gifts and everything by ourselves. The new appointee of the illusory immortal Zephyr was a beautiful woman with a very nice tone. In that case, that's it. The 10 lords of the Forbidden Land shut down their means of communication and began to work on preparing the congratulatory gifts that would be sent to the Jun family when the time came. And at this moment, the Jun family had already begun to prepare for the wedding matters, because this time the one who married was the main wife, the future head mother of the Jun family. The specifications of the ceremony were much more grand than the first time. Ma'am, then the marriage of that princess of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, this kid Ling Tian, is settled? Jun Xianyi was discussing the marriage between Jun Ling Tian and Ling Yurong with his own wife. Ji Yao. It's settled. Set in 3 years for Shuilua that girl or have an explanation. Ji Yao opened her mouth. They had just had a discussion and had finally set the marriage between Jun Ling Tian and Ling Yurong for 3 years later. In that case, I will now send a message back to that great diffraction Immortal Lord, Jun Xianye said, pulling out a quasi-emperor level spirit mirror and then strangling his spell. How do you say? Elder brother Jun. The great diffusion Immortal Lord was very courteous. After all, the Jun family was as strong as ever right now. Brother Ling is courteous. I have just discussed this with madam. How about setting your loves and your canine son's marriage for 3 years from now? Jun Xianye also spoke with a smile. 3 years from now? No problem. The great diffusion Immortal Lord directly agreed. After all, to be able to tie the knot with the Jun family's young lord was already considered a high climb for his great diffusion immortal dynasty. Good. Then it's a deal. Jun Xianye also nodded. Since that's the case, then I won't bother elder brother Jun. You go ahead and get busy. That little ninny in my house has been waiting for this news for tea and rice. Immortal Lord Great Diffusion spoke out and flirted. Good. Then brother Ling, go and talk to your precious daughter some more. After all, she'll be my daughter-in-law in 3 years. Jun Xianye also made a little last-minute joke. Eventually this exchange ended in a great deal of laughter on both sides. Ling Yurong's chambers. At the moment she was painting. But how could the previously superior drawing skills not be utilized now? Pfft, sis, what's all this you've drawn? The chicken doesn't look like a chicken and the duck doesn't look like a duck. Ling Mu looked at what Ling Yurong had drawn on the paper and laughed as he spewed tea out of his mouth. You shut up. Hearing Ling Mu's mockery, Ling Yurong's face slightly reddened. However, just at that moment, a shrill voice entered the great hall. His Majesty has arrived. Father is here. The two rushed forward to greet them at the sound. My son sees my father. Ha ha ha. All rise. The great diffusion Immortal Lord opened his mouth with a big smile, and then he helped the two of them up with a wave of his hand. Father, but, seeing how happy Immortal Lord Danyan looked, Ling Yurong instantly seemed to have guessed something. That's right, the Jun family has agreed, but the date of the marriage has been set for 3 years from now. The great diffusion Immortal Lord didn't beat around the bush, and directly opened his mouth to state the result. Really? Ling Yurong immediately revealed a look of unparalleled joy after hearing these words. Of course it's true. Would father lie to you? Well, satisfied now? Immortal Lord Great Diffusion laughed and flirted. And after receiving an affirmative reply from Immortal Lord Daredevil, Ling Yurong's smile became even brighter as far as the naked eye could see. Sis, I told you it would work out. And you still don't believe me. Ling Mu also smiled and spoke at this time. It seems that in the future, one's big brother should be called brother-in-law instead. Time flows like water. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of Jun Lingtian and Ji Shuelua's wedding. In order to welcome the bride, this time, it was directly from the Jun clan and the great emperor realm ancestors of the swift god race as well as several paragon emperors. A short space tunnel was opened. The last time, the octagonal Linglong Immortal Pride was replaced with the even more luxurious 9 heavily immortal Hua Phoenix carriage. 9 divine phoenixes tempered with unknown divine gold were located in the 9 directions of the phoenix carriage. There were immortal auras appearing, and golden light overflowed. The accompanying maids and guards had also changed from the previous King Emperor realm to the minor Saint Great Saint realm. Even the grade of the spirit flower petals that sprinkled down from the sky had risen by more than a notch. Young lord, it's time to go welcome the bride. Green Luo came to Jun Lingtian's chambers at this time and opened her mouth to remind him. Go! Jun Lingtian was still sitting in a golden chariot pulled by true dragons, but this time the number of true dragons was 18, and when he drove the golden chariot through the teleportation channel to the swift god race, a system beep unexpectedly came to his ears. Ding! Abnormal fluctuations in Ji Shuelua's fortune value have been detected. Shui Luo's chi value has fluctuated? After Jun Lingtian heard these words, he swept over with his own eyes of scrying. In the next instant, Ji Shuelua's message was reflected in his eyes. Name, Ji Shuelua. Identity, Goddess of the Swift God Race. Cultivation, Early Saint King Realm. Physique, Chaotic Immaculate Immortal Body. Destiny, Rebirth of the Empress, Gold. Daughter of the Spirit, Gold. Deeply rooted in love, Gold. Unwavering, Gold. Luck value, 999999. What? The luck value is actually as high as 99,999? When Jun Lingtian saw Ji Shuelua's chi luck value at this moment, his heart was stunned. This was because it was the highest chi value he had encountered so far. System. Is there any way to plunder Shui Luo's chi value? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth to ask his system, because he was already certain that Ji Shuelua deeply loved him, but the chi luck value hadn't changed at all, which was completely unreasonable. Chapter 201, Cana's Arrival. It was like that Ning Hongwan from earlier, who clearly loved herself, but she was unable to plunder her chi value. Reporting back to the host, only the daughter of chi who stands against you will be able to plunder her chi value. Inside his head, the voice of the system's explanation came through. So that Tantai Ruowei is standing against himself? To think that he was able to plunder Tantai Ruowei's chi value, This was undoubtedly not telling him that Tantai Ruowei stood against him, but come to think of it, it was he who had counted the lives of her entire clan in the first place. Yes, host, the system replied again. And at this moment in Ji Shuelua's bedchamber, looking at the red wedding dress she was wearing, she still felt a little unreal. Haven't I already fallen? How did I appear in this time period? Could this all be a dream? Or maybe I'd been caught in some kind of illusion? After confirming it again and again, Ji Shuelua was convinced that she hadn't fallen and hadn't been caught in any illusions. She was born again. Lingtian. This life. I will be the one to guard you. The image of Jun Lingtian's head being decapitated and his body being crucified in the land of nothingness flashed through Ji Shuelua's mind. The heart couldn't help but flash through gusts of pain. In order to guard the Jun family and them, the wives and concubines, Jun Lingtian knew that it was a trap, but ultimately jumped. The consequence is death by calculation. Before she died, she didn't even see the unborn fetus in her belly. In the back, she disregarded the advice of others, and after giving birth to the child in her belly, she resolutely chose to avenge Jun Lingtian, and ultimately ended up with a similarly dead body. Goddess Sama, the auspicious time has come. It's time to go out. At this time Ji Shuelua's personal maid knocked on the door, pulling back Ji Shuelua's wandering thoughts. Got it. Coming right up. The thought that he would soon be able to see his soulful figure again, to hug and kiss him. Ji Shuelua's heart was just thrilled beyond words. With that, she couldn't wait to push out the door, even forgetting to put on her own red head. Goddess Sama, your red head. The maid chased after her, but she couldn't catch up. It was because Ji Shuelua directly lifted her skirt and flew towards Jun Lingtian in imperial flight. Isn't this girl Shueluo reborn? How did she become furtive? Jun Lingtian saw Ji Shuelua darting towards him, so he directly greeted him. After the two sides met, Ji Shuelua pounced into Jun Lingtian's arms without a care in the world, then raised her head and directly imprinted on Jun Lingtian's lips. Well, Jun Lingtian was shocked by Ji Shuelua's bold move, but he did not reject the other party, so both sides just kissed obliviously, forgetting about time and everything around them. The kiss seemed to separate the long rivers of time and space, a collision of souls between the present and the future. The Jun family members and the children of the Swire god race who had come over to welcome the bride all had smiles on their faces after seeing this scene, not daring to make the slightest sound. I was afraid that I would startle the two. It wasn't until later that Ji Shuelua's father couldn't help but cough, because the auspicious time is already going by. We can't keep watching these two kissing here, can we? Moreover, it was extremely difficult for a great Emperor Realm Ancestor to maintain that spatial teleportation channel. Cherub, it's time to go. Mother and father are waiting for us. Jun Lingtian and Ji Shuelua separated while their gazes locked with each other. Aha! Ji Shuelua hummed softly, then spoke. Let me drive with you. Yes. Jun Lingtian did not refuse and directly carried Ji Shuelua aboard his golden chariot. The next moment, at Jun Lingtian's command, the 18 true dragons pulled the golden chariot into the spatial tunnel in a whirlwind. Jun Tian Domain. Jun Family. At the moment, the entrance to the Jun family was like an endless stream of people. Every dignified figure in the 9 heavens and 10 lands sent congratulatory gifts. However, just when the atmosphere of the scene was joyous and without the slightest bit of chaos, a procession welcoming the bride caught the attention of the crowd. One could only see the luxurious jade carriage pulled by the 9 Tang snake beasts, accompanied by a group of joyfully dressed attendants slowly coming towards the Jun family's gate. On top of the luxurious jade carriage was the figure of a slim woman wearing a red cap and a wedding dress, whose appearance could not be seen. The visitor is none other than Cana of the Sacred Feather Clan, who is coming to haunt the wedding. Is that the Jun family's welcoming party? It doesn't seem like it. The guests who came and went all frowned slightly after seeing this scene, but they didn't dare to say anything more. After all, today was the big wedding of the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lingtian. And this welcoming procession also stopped directly at the entrance of the Jun family and did not proceed further. This was at Cana's behest, as she knew she wouldn't be able to get through the gates of Jun's house like this. Only when Jun Lingtian returned from welcoming his bride would he be able to have the opportunity to enter the Jun family. What's going on? Seeing this, the butler, Fubuki, dodged straight to Cana's not-so-distant position. Is this a girl passing by my Jun's house? Since today was the young master's big day, it was not good for him to do something bloody. If it's just a misunderstanding, just get rid of it. What he didn't expect, however, was that Cana didn't respond after hearing that. She was waiting for Jun Lingtian to return from receiving his bride. Girl, if you don't open your mouth again, the old slave will have to be offended. Fubo had a terrifying pressure outward, directly scaring those attendants into trembling. Auntie, we won't do this business anymore. The spirit stones are for you, so hire someone else. The head attendant directly dropped the red plaque used to welcome the bride in his hand, and then directly ran away. Seeing this, the other retainers followed suit and fled the place in a state of disarray. It's horrible. This woman actually wanted to cause trouble on the Jun family's big day. Isn't this a midnight toilet light looking for death? And Cana didn't do much after seeing all the squires around her flee. After all, it was only a temporary job, and she'd served her purpose. Girl. Offended. Just as Fubuki was about to make a move to drive Cana away, Cana finally did speak. I'm the wife your young master named to marry. How dare you touch me? Seeing that the auspicious time was about to arrive, Jun Lingtian was expected to arrive as well, so Cana didn't pretend anymore, and directly lifted her red head, revealing a beautiful face. What? Cana? The Grand Elder of the Sacred Feather Clan who had come to congratulate him this time was watching the show 1 second, but the expression on his face became very wonderful the next. What did she see? Cana, the young matriarch of their Sacred Feather Clan, was wearing a red head at this moment and had come to the Jun family to make trouble with the wedding? At this moment, the great elder of the Sacred Feather Clan only felt a cold chill on his neck. If this matter was not handled well, then their Sacred Feather Clan was afraid of facing the danger of extinction. Chapter 202. How about marrying your husband with me today? Isn't that the young patriarch of the Sacred Feather Clan? That's when a son of a major power recognized Cana. So the people around the Sacred Feather Clan's Grand Elder's location all turned their heads toward him. Sophia, that's the young patriarch of your Sacred Feather Clan? The inquiry was from the Celestials, while Sophia was the name of the Grand Elder of the Sacred Feather Clan. Yes, Sophia replied stiffly. She had originally thought that her family's young matriarch's reluctance to come was genuine, but what she hadn't thought of was actually pulling this stunt. Ha ha ha, Sophia, how dare you Holy Feather Clan? The Demon Spirit Clan's Grand Elder opened his mouth, a bit of gloating in his tone, and the others couldn't help the expressions on their faces after realizing the identity of the person who made the wedding. Asterisk. Sophia's figure directly disappeared from the spot when she saw this. When she reappeared, her entire body was in front of Cana. Young matriarch, what are you doing? Sophia's face was all shamed at the moment, and she no longer cared about Cana's status. Grand Elder, this matter is my personal behavior and has nothing to do with the Sacred Feather Clan. Cana spoke faintly, all the while angling her snow-white neck with a stubborn look on her face. Since she had no hope of revenge, she would make Jun Lingtian lose his reputation. What has nothing to do with the Sacred Feather Clan? Cana, do you realize what you're saying? Now come back with me at once. Hearing Cana's words, Sophia was going to be furious. Is it now a matter of personal behavior if you say it is? If you say it has nothing to do with the Sacred Feather Clan, then it has nothing to do with it? I told you, I'm not leaving. Let me reveal Jun Lingtian's true colors today. Cana was about to open her mouth to reveal that Jun Lingtian had deceived her after saying this, but the butler, Fu Bo, had his eyes narrowed and was planning to make a move. However, just at this moment, a gurgling sound of a dragon suddenly came from the temporary spatial passage in midair. It was clearly Jun Lingtian who had returned from welcoming his bride. The Jun family's young lord has returned. This is going to be a good show. The crowd at the scene all had a look of watching a good show on their faces after seeing this scene. Only Tantai Ruawei in the crowd was looking at this scene of deja vu with a complicated expression. I don't know what I'm thinking. What exactly is the charm of this Jun family young lord? Surprisingly, he was able to take the hearts of my two goddesses. Immortal Sichuan was also in the crowd at the moment watching the scene in front of him. When he saw that the stunningly beautiful woman standing with Jun Lingtian and that Sacred Feather Clan's young patriarch were both characters above his own Nine Heavens Divine Maiden's record, his heart was instantly jealous. But there wasn't the slightest thing he could do about it now. What's going on? Jun Lingtian frowned after seeing the formation in front of him, but after seeing Cana's appearance, he had already roughly guessed the purpose of the other party. Back to young lord. It's just a misunderstanding. The old slave will drive the people away. Fubo said that he was about to make a move, but was stopped by Ji Shuelua reaching out. Uncle Fu, wait. Yes, young lady. Uncle Fu first paid attention to Jun Lingtian's complexion, and only after seeing that the other party did not mean anything else did he retreat. Humph. Jun Lingtian, do you still remember how you promised me when you spent the night with me? What? Want to renege now? Seeing that Jun Lingtian unexpectedly had no intention of stopping Fubo, Cana directly broke the pot and stabbed through the last layer of window paper, no longer leaving the slightest bit of face for both parties. She was sure Ji Shuelua would be so jealous after hearing this that she would even repent the marriage. What? This Jun family's young lord actually spent the night with the Sacred Feather Clan's young lord? The young master of the Jun family's affair has come to his door? Or on his big day? The crowd at the scene also roughly understood what was happening, but they didn't know the twists and turns. Look, sister, how proactive I am. Ling Mu was also a person who watched and flirted in front of his sister. You can shut up you. Ling Yurong gave the other party a blank look, while Sophia, the grand elder of the Sacred Feather clan, had a bitter smile on her face after hearing Cana's words. It's over. If this matter was not handled well, their Sacred Feather clan was afraid that they would still have to disappear into the dust of history. Of course I didn't think about reneging. Jun Lingtian spoke with some helplessness at his words, but he inclined his head to look at Ji Shuelua. What a headache. Thankfully he realized that Cheryl wasn't mad at him. Cana? A poor man. 2. AI. Ji Shuelua didn't look at Cana at the moment and didn't get angry, but instead had a kind of affectionate feeling, because she knew that this Cana was a character who dared to love and hate, and that before he was reborn. This Cana had fallen before her in order to avenge her husband's death, so it was that now that she saw the young Cana again, instead of disgust, she felt a sense of kinship. It's all you're doing. Ji Shuelua blankly glanced at Jun Lingtian and then disembarked from the golden chariot pulled by the 18 true dragons. The latter could only smile awkwardly at the words, and Cana thought that her opponent was coming to trouble her when she saw Ji Shuelua was walking towards her. So subconsciously, he looked on guard. Ji Shuelua, I see that you are also a demonic heavenly pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Why would you marry such a philandering carrot? Cana had indignation on her face. However, Ji Shuelua was smiling as she heard this and took a few steps forward, coming to Cana and stretching out her hands. Cana subconsciously tried to dodge at the sight, but stopped moving after sensing that Ji Shuelua didn't mean any harm. She didn't believe that in front of so many people this Ji Shuelua dared to do anything to herself. Sister Cana, how about marrying your husband with me today? Ji Shuelua spoke gently, a genuine smile in the corner of his eyes. It could be seen that the expression on her face did not seem to be a forgery, i.e., she genuinely wanted to invite Cana to join herself in co-marrying Jun Lingtian. Cana, on the other hand, froze directly after hearing Ji Shuelua's words. Even Jun Lingtian and the people of the surrounding major powers were stunned after hearing these words. Hiss the swift god clan goddess. Vast. Too vast. At this moment, the crowd present slowly came back to their senses. This goddess of the swift god race was so broad-minded, worthy of being the future matriarch of the Jun family. Tantai Ruawei and the other women at the moment looked at the frozen Cana in the field as well as the smiling Ji Shuelua with similarly complicated feelings. Is that why you chose her? I am indeed less than that. Tantai Ruawei thought with a complicated heart. She asked herself if someone had caused trouble on her wedding day, and it was caused by her future husband's promiscuity, and couldn't do what Ji Shuelua had done. Even Ling Yurong, a talented woman with a broad temperament, put herself in Ji Shuelua's shoes and realized that she couldn't do what Ji Shuelua did. Originally the heart for the concubine, this heart exists a trace of mustiness thing, now also as the smoke disappears. Chapter 203, then let me follow your sister's wishes. And Tushan Yo-Yo and the other women were similarly in awe of Ji Shuelua's style of action when they saw it. What will my future husband be like? After Gu Xianer thought about this, the figure of her master appeared in her mind. His face couldn't help but be colored with a blush, but with that came an inner loss. It's been a long time since I've seen master. The other side. Sophia, who had come back to her senses, was directly happy inside, because if Cana was able to marry the Jun family's young lord, the value of their Sacred Feather clan would inevitably follow suit, even if it wasn't as high as the Red Dust Dao Palace's status. I'm afraid it wouldn't be far off. What? You would like to join me? Cana, who had returned to her senses, actually had a trace of overwhelm on her face at the moment. Her mind was in turmoil now because she had thought of all the outcomes, even death, but it was not at all expected to turn out the way it is now. Yes, Sister Cana, will it be good to join me in marrying my husband? Ji Shuelua's tone was still as gentle as ever, and there wasn't a hint of hypocrisy in the expression on her face. Wait. Cana's mind was in turmoil at the moment. On the one hand was her blood feud, on the other hand was the feeling she had developed towards Jun Lingtian. How in the world should she choose? Although she had previously thought that marrying Jun Lingtian would be a better way to take revenge, but after the events of the immortal ancient mystery realm, Cana clearly understood how irresistible Jun Lingtian's charm was. Don't be in a hurry. Sister, think slowly. Ji Shuelua spoke in a warm voice, and once again, hearing Keshelo's heartfelt words of comfort, Cana took a deep breath. Then Su nodded her head, her gaze subconsciously glancing at Jun Lingtian. Then follow sister. Ding. Cana's inner goodwill towards you has skyrocketed, plundering 3,000 points of chi value. Well, then go sister, and ride back with me in my husband's carriage. Ji Shuelua held Cana's hand and then walked towards Jun Lingtian's golden chariot. During the walk, Cana's head was always lowered, not daring to look at Ji Shuelua or Jun Lingtian, and there was a blankness in her brain. Still standing? Why don't you come over and take the next one of our sisters? looking at Jun Lingtian, who was a little stunned at the moment. Ji Shuelua gave him a pouty blank look. Coming. With a fling of the frame, Jun Lingtian drove the golden chariot directly in front of the two women. Ladies, please get in the car. Jun Lingtian winked at the two women, causing them to burst with joy. With that, under Jun Lingtian's support, Ji Shuelua and Cana boarded the golden chariot together and sped away. The welcoming procession behind them also followed closely behind, and disappeared into the heavenly gate that was like a heavenly pillar. Hiss, it's really the woman the major wants to marry. Uncle Fu had a bitter smile on his face at the moment, thanks to the fact that he didn't make a move just now, or else this young granny wouldn't give him small shoes to wear after she passed the door. Ha ha ha, Butler Fu, you and I will be in-laws from now on, so I hope to take care of you in the future. Sophia flirted with a smirk on her face at this point. Well, Fubuki responded with a smile as well, and the crowd at the entrance had different expressions on their faces as they saw the 18 true dragons as well as the golden carriages that emanated divinity sweep past them. What? Why did this matter develop like this? Shouldn't it be that Ji Shuelua repented of her marriage in shame, and Cana parted ways with this Jun family young lord? Undying Chuan looked at Jun Lingtian, who was driving away with his left and right arms, and his inner heart was sore. Those were all the goddesses on his 9 heavenly goddesses record. Now you're just going to marry the young master of the Jun family? No way. There must be another way to stir up this marriage. Immortal River racked his brain. However, just as he was thinking of a method, a conversation between Ling Mu and Ling Yurong suddenly came to his ears. Sister, look, if you had listened to me earlier, would you have been sitting on top of the golden chariot? Ling Mu's words now really spoke to Ling Yurong's heart. If she was like this Cana, maybe the result would really be like what Ling Mu said. Come on, it's time to go in. Ling Yurong didn't retort or answer, directly crossing the immortal river not far away, and heading towards the Jun family together with Ling Mu. What? Ling Yurong also wants to marry the young master of this Jun family? It was hard to bear, because this Ling Yurong was clearly a fairy on his 10 lands fairy list, and just then, once again, 2 stunningly beautiful figures crossed over to him. Those 2 seemed to be Gu Xianer and Tu Shan Yao Yao on the 9 heavenly goddesses record, only to see that at this moment, Gu Xianer had matured quite a bit compared to before. If we can't take down Ji Shuelua, then taking down these 2 is also excellent. Thinking that Ji Shuelua was able to endure a scene like that just now, it was obvious that the other party was extremely in love with that Jun Lingtian. It's a corner he's not good at digging and it's extremely risky. And in the few moments he had spent pondering, the crowd at the entrance had pretty much gone. Brother Chuan, what are you thinking? Immortal Red Smoke patted Immortal Chuan's shoulder. This woman was precisely the goddess at the bottom of the list above his 9 heavenly goddesses record. It's also the only page that's lit up. Although her posture was also very colorful, it was a notch below Ji Shuelua and the other women. No, nothing. Immortal River coughed lightly. Come on, let's go in as well. Well, go. Immortal Red Smoke held Immortal Chuan's arm, but the latter slowly drew it out. Hong Yan this is the big wedding of the Jun family's young master. It's better for us to be more disciplined. Immortal Sichuan didn't want to be known about the fact that he had a Taoist couple later. Or how else would he flirt with his sister at that time? So, alright then. Immortal Red Smoke was a little lost in her heart, but she didn't think much about it. After all, she hadn't experienced much of the perils of the human heart. With the influx of people, the crowd was finally entering the place where this banquet was being held. Compared to the first setup, this one was much more shocking. One could only see a white jade staircase emitting divine sunlight as far as the eye could see, with a platform appearing at every segment. On top of the platform were the guests invited to the banquet, again arranged from top to bottom according to the strength of their power. Hard to say, it was similar to the previous heavenly staircase of creation. Jun Lingtian just followed that red carpet-covered ladder, assisting the 2 stunningly beautiful brides towards the top one hand at a time. The tail of the bright red dowry dress was held up by the attendants and stretched for hundreds of meters. This child Lingtian, he didn't give us a word when he temporarily added a daughter-in-law. Jun Xianyi at the top looked at the trio who had picked up the steps, and although his mouth was somewhat reproachful, the expression on his face did not show the slightest hint of reproach. Although the Sacred Feather clan was weaker than the True Dragon clan and other clans, there were also great emperors in attendance. Chapter 204, Marriage. Can you press the corners of your own mouth together when you say that? Ji Yao was speechless. Then he sighed. But this is an aggravation for that girl Shui Luo. It was originally a wedding that belonged solely to one person, but now it had been made into 2 peoples. If it was another person would not be as generous as Ji Shuelua. Is that Ji Yao? I'm sure she still has her charm. Because the Immortal God race was a first-class group in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, not inferior to the Swift Ancient God race and the Swift Ancient Immortal race. That was why Immortal River was in a very forward position at the moment and could clearly see Ji Yao's looks. However, he didn't dare to look at it more than once, and could only pretend to glance at it unintentionally, fearing that the other party would find out about it. He then glanced at Gu Xiener of the Taiku Immortal clan, as well as the 9 Heavenly Foxes clan, Dushan Yao Yao. Eventually, he set the target of his attack on Gu Xiener, and decided to find Gu Xiener to talk to after the banquet was over. The Jun family is really honored now. The major forces of the 9 Heavens top 10 couldn't help but feel emotion in their hearts when they saw that the 10 Forbidden Lands had all sent generous congratulatory gifts to congratulate them. It was important to know that before. These people were all high and mighty, so how could they personally come to attend a junior's wedding? And as Jun Lingtian brought the 2 brides to pay their respects, the master of ceremonies opened his mouth and shouted, "The auspicious time has come. Please toast the bride and groom." With that, the maid brought up 6 cups of tea and began to honor the tea. Because the Jun family was now the true hegemon, this marriage went smoothly. "Master, I hope you'll enjoy the big wedding gift I'm giving you." Meng Sanyue was representing the Tianji pavilion in this wedding at the moment. The crowd couldn't help but feel that the Jun family had a great face in their hearts when they saw the Tianji pavilion that had reappeared after a few years. Even the president of the Alchemist Guild was looking at Jun Lingtian with a look of respect at the moment, as he was now the other party's slave. And because of the Dan Dao inheritance that Jun Lingtian had given him earlier, he had managed to break through the shackles of his own alchemy. What followed was the tedious wedding ceremony, but this time there was no more of the same kind of bride-stealing drama that occurred last time. Every part of the process is running smoothly. Tantai Ruowei had watched with rapt attention during the process, just watching her beloved man tie the knot with someone else with her own eyes. Why was I so foolish to look at the Ji Chen in the first place? It wasn't until all the ceremonies were completed and Jun Lingtian disappeared holding Ji Shuilua's 2 daughters that Tantai Ruowei came back to her senses. With that, he violently poured a cup of wine into his mouth, and temporarily closed off the spiritual energy in his body, because today she's going to stay drunk. That seems to be a fairy on my 10 lands fairy list. Drinking mulled wine? After seeing this scene, Immortal River then kept staring at Tantai Ruowei. It wasn't until the other man looked toward him as well that he raised the glass in his hand and gestured with the other man. However, Tantai Ruowei only glanced at him and withdrew her eyes. How insensitive. Immortal River narrowed his eyes at the sight. However, he knew that he had to take his time in this situation. The other party was in a bad mood, and often this was the time when it was easier to take advantage of the situation. On the other hand, Jun Lingtian came out to accompany the wine after bringing Ji Shuilua and Cana back to the wedding room, and just as he was returning from welcoming his family, the system prompted him to discover Undying River, the son of Qi. It's just that he was too busy catching up on his jitters at that point to check it out. Returning to the venue once more, Jun Lingtian used his scrying eye to look over. Name Fujikawa. Identity, great-grandson of the Immortal God clan's Grand Elder. Cultivation, late Little Saint Realm. Physique, Immortal Sacred Body. Fate, Immortal Little Power, Gold, Son of the Air, Gold. Luck value, 25,000. Aha! Undead Little Strong Fate? There's still this kind of destiny? This was the first time he had seen this kind of destiny. Big brother, to help you have a son early, here's to you. Ling Mu, who was not far away, immediately opened his mouth to congratulate Jun Lingtian when he saw him arriving with a wine cup. At the same time, he raised the glass in his hand and took a drink. Aha! Jun Lingtian also raised his wine glass in gesture, while Ling Yurong, who was sitting next door to Ling Mu, was looking at Jun Lingtian with a furtive gaze. Seeing this, Jun Lingtian also had no choice but to once again pick up the wine from the plate of the maid beside him, and then gestured to Ling Yurong. Ling Yurong nodded at this, and then the 2 of them drank it all in one go. By the time Jun Lingtian toasted to the location of the Red Dust Dao Palace, he instantly saw the drunken Tantai Ruowei. This girl, shaking his head helplessly, he was about to head to the next power, but Tantai Ruowei, who was drinking mulled wine with his head down, suddenly raised his head, revealing a face covered in blush, and also reached out and grabbed the corner of Jun Lingtian's coat. Lingtian, I was wrong. Don't go. I won't run away from the wedding. No more. Never again. The emotional impact of the days and nights and the remorsefulness of it all came flooding back at the moment. You're drunk. Fubuki, take her down to rest. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, then slowly drew back his sleeve to continue the toast. Tantai Palace Master. This way please. Uncle Fu spoke up somewhat helplessly. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Loss flashed through Tantai Ruowei's gaze, but in her heart, her good feelings towards Jun Lingtian had surprisingly increased. Ding! Tantai Ruowei's favoritism towards you has increased, plundering 500 points of fortune value. This, Fubo was surprisingly unsure of what to do for a moment when he saw this. Let her be. and then we'll get her a place to stay when she's had enough to drink. Jun Lingtian arrived at the location where the Heavenly Hall of Fame was after saying this. As for the Immortal River not far away, after seeing that Tantai Ruawei was even pulling and tugging at that Jun Lingtian as well, his heart burst with displeasure. Damn Jun Lingtian, when I take down a few more divine maidens, I will definitely trample them hard under my feet. Immortal River fiercely poured a mouthful of the spirit wine in his hand, and then placed the cup heavily on the tabletop. Master, happy wedding. In addition, the slave girl sent a gift. I hope you will like it. Meng Songyu transmitted her voice to Jun Lingtian. Well, have a heart. Although he did not know what gift Meng Songyu had sent, Jun Lingtian knew that she must have used her heart. After having a drink with Meng Songyu, Jun Lingtian drank with the other major powers, including the 10 Forbidden Lands. After all, today was his big day, and anything after the holiday would have to wait until later. And after the toast, the time had for come late at night. After handing over the next matters to his own father, Jun Lingtian headed directly towards his bridal chamber. Sister, when my husband arrives later, I'll go wait in the outer hall. You first. Cana spoke up with a red face. After all, she was already married to Jun Lingtian and Jishu Elua was treating her so well, so no matter what, she shouldn't have disturbed the duo's spring night. Chapter 205 Ruins of the Greedy Wolf Astral Domain. However, right at this moment, Jun Lingtian opened the hall's barriers and walked in. What are you two ladies discussing? Nothing. The two spoke vaguely. However, what they said Jun Lingtian had long heard. Spring nights are rare, ma'am, so let's rest. Jun Lingtian walked forward and then dropped the beaded curtains, and the soundproofing formations and prohibitions were also directly opened. Ding! Cana's feelings for you deepen in her heart, plundering 500 points of chi value. In the meantime, Undying Chuan was currently walking towards the swift immortal race's Gusianer side with his end. This fairy, I'm Immortal River of the Immortal God clan. Dare I ask the name of the fairy? Immortal River had a warm smile on his face and thought he was charming. Hearing someone accosting her, Gusianer looked up. Upon taking a look at Immortal River's looks and aura, he frowned. Get out! The Immortal River, who was already in a bad mood, was even worse in his heart after hearing the roll. Asterisk. The house is leaking. Just as Immortal River returned to his position with resentment, he suddenly realized that the Nine Heavens Divine Feminine record in his mind suddenly had a strange movement. After Immortal River immersed his consciousness into it, he instantly realized that the page belonging to Jishu Elua that was originally turned had disappeared. How? Why is that? Immortal Sichuan felt like some kind of beloved thing had been taken away from him at the moment, and his mood was unusually heavy and difficult. However, just at that moment, the page belonging to Cana similarly disappeared from the Nine Heavens Goddess record. Ding! Damage the chances of the Immortal River of the Sun of Luck, plundering 2,000 points of luck value. Ding! Damage the chances of the Immortal River of the Sun of Luck, plundering 2,000 points of luck value. Damn it, could it be that just by marrying this Jun Lingtian, it will disappear from the two books in my mind? Immortal River thought so inwardly. If that's really the case, we can no longer allow the divine fairy of the book to marry Jun Lingtian. Thinking of this, Undying River glanced at Tantai Ruawei, who was not far away, decided to go over and take my chances. However, before he could get close he was stopped by Fubuki. This gentleman, if Palace Master Wei is drunk, let's wait for her to wake up before saying anything. Okay, blessed butler. Glancing at Uncle Fu, Immortal River didn't dare to say anything and grayly resumed his seat. Marred, an old dog of the Jun family dares to stop me. Where did he, Immortal River, ever take this kind of, but he'd have to take it now. Sister Snow Iris, why are you unhappy? Jun Shenling was doing it with Ji Zukite at the moment, and Ji Zukite, who never drank in the past, was drinking today. Nothing, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Ji Zukite shook her head with a despondent expression, then poured a mouthful of wine into her mouth once again. Ji, how do you know I don't get it if you don't tell me? Jun Shenling was about to go crazy from being tortured by Ji Zukite's tone. Today was her brother and sister Ji Zukite's wedding day. Shouldn't they be happy? How is it that she is now drinking mulled wine instead? You want to drink, then I'll drink with you. Jun Shenling also accompanied Ji Zukite as she drank mulled wine. On the other hand, Jun Lingtian on the other side had guessed some of the types of Undying River's golden fingers after hearing the system beep in his ears. It was probably another woman-related golden finger, similar to Mo Fan's goddess Raider system from earlier. In this way, after more than half a month of great battles, the guests who had come to congratulate him were almost gone before the ban on Jun Lingtian's wedding room disappeared. Young lord, this is the congratulatory gift for your wedding. The family had asked me to bring it to you. Greenie sent the congratulatory gifts stored in the storage ring over to Jun Lingtian. Just put it there. Jun Lingtian waved his hand casually. But he suddenly thought of what Meng Sonyu had transmitted to him earlier. Wait, bring out the gift from the celestial pavilion for me to see. Yes, young lord. Greenie probed her divine sense into her storage ring to retrieve the congratulatory gift from the Tianji pavilion. It was a square solid wooden box, carved with exquisite patterns and tedious formations. Accepting the congratulatory gift in Greenleaf's hands, Jun Lingtian suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's the same aura as the immortal ancient trial tower. Could it be? In order to confirm his suspicions, Jun Lingtian directly opened that solid wooden box. An unknown energy aura escaped, and it was clearly the immortal spirit Qi. Surprisingly, it really is the same thing as that immortal ancient trial. Jun Lingtian's heart did have some unexpected surprises. After all, this was the second time he had seen a fragment of an immortal weapon. Looking at the dagger-like object within the box, Jun Lingtian's heart was enlightened. That immortal ancient trial tower should be the majority of the body of the immortal artifact that it was made of, while this small dagger was a small fragment of the immortal artifact. Husband, what is that? Ji Shuelua and Cana were all subdued by the aura they had just felt, as it was an aura they had never felt before. Immortal spirit breath. You'll know about it later. Jun Lingtian did not want to say much about this aspect, so he directly brought it up in a vague manner. Ji Shuelua and Cana were also sensible enough not to get to the bottom of it. Young lord, the family had also asked me to inform you that the Greedy Wolf Astral Domain ruins are about to open. That's when Greenie spoke again. The Greedy Starfield ruins have opened? Okay, I got it. Jun Lingtian nodded. And the so-called Greedy Starfield is a space starfield site. It was rumored that during the immortal ancient period, various galaxies existed in the sky, and each galaxy had an innate emperor birthed on top of its stars. These beings were born at the emperor realm, and with a little bit of cultivation they could break through to great emperor perfection. Later on, I don't know what produced a great battle of the ages, where countless stars were broken down and countless emperors fell. That battle was fought with the heavens crumbling, the stars dimming, and emperor blood waving like rain, so it was also known as the Emperor Fall Era. In the end, there was only one Greedy Wolf Starfield left out of the countless starfields, but it was hidden and disappeared, only revealing itself once every 100 years. That's why it became the current Greedy Wolf Starfield Ruins. Chapter 206, The Strange Temple. And this Greedy Wolf Astral Domain Ruins not only contained all sorts of Star Supreme treasures, there were also many Emperor legacies from the immortal ancient period. The most important point was that there was an energy body called the Star Soul, which had a miraculous effect on the cultivation of the Divine Soul. So whenever the Greedy Wolf Star Domain opened, there would be quite a few top power families that would bring their families' juniors to search for Star Soul energy. Increase the strength of the Divine Soul for the young sons and daughters in the family. The Greedy Wolf Astral Domain ruins are about to open, so you guys can follow me then. Jun Lingtian spoke to the two girls. Ji Shuelua. Yes husband. Ji Shuelua husband called very smooth. After all, reborn before called used to. Cana, on the other hand, was still a little uncomfortable at the moment. Yes, husband. Gentlemen. Well, you guys get ready. I'm going out to run some errands. Jun Lingtian finished saying this, then nodded to the two women as his figure disappeared into the palace. And what he went out to do was of course to find Meng Sonyu and ask her how she got this immortal artifact fragment. Jun Tian Domain. Tianji Pavilion Branch. A white-haired Meng Sonyu was sitting in her bedchamber with her eyes closed to cultivate. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The slave girl has met her master. Meng Sonyu directly fell to her knees and saluted. Well, you do realize what I'm here for, don't you? Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. The slave girl knows. So where did you get this? Jun Lingtian took out the dagger-shaped immortal artifact fragment. Back to master. This is something I accidentally spied by using the heavenly diffraction divine disc, and gave it to master because I realized it wasn't mortal. Meng Sonyu spoke respectfully. Get up and talk. Thank you, master. Meng Sonyu obediently stood up, but didn't dare to raise her head. If you can, collect more of these in the future. I'll be useful. Yes, master. Well, if there is any news notify me in time. Take this elixir. Jun Lingtian directly threw a bottle of longevity enhancement pill to Meng Sonyu. After all, measuring heavenly chances sometimes required the consumption of longevity. Thank you master for the medicine. Meng Sonyu still had a respectful look on her face, and after dealing with this, Jun Lingtian's figure gradually vaporized and then disappeared into the palace. The other side. After stalking Gu Xiener and Tantai Ruowei as well as Tushan Yao to no avail, Immortal Sichuan could only return to the family first by himself. Brother Chuan, the Greedy Wolf Astral Domain ruins will open soon. Why don't you go with me? Immortal Red Smoke arrived at Immortal River's residence and opened his mouth. What? The Greedy Wolf Astral Domain ruins are opening? It's really heaven's help. Immortal River. who had originally thought that he didn't have much of a chance to flirt with a girl, was inwardly delighted after hearing this news. As long as he was given the chance, he didn't believe that he couldn't handle those goddesses and fairies from his own 2 books. Brother Chuan, why don't you answer me? Seeing Undying Chuan giggling a bit blankly, Undying Red Smoke opened his mouth and inquired. Ha? Oh, it's nothing, I promised I'd be there with you then. Returning to his senses, Immortal River opened his mouth. Great! The Immortal Red Smoke who heard this was very happy. You could tell that she loved Immortal Chuan miserably. Sister Red Smoke, since I promised you something, you have to promise me something as well. Immortal Sichuan directly picked up Immortal Red Smoke by the waist, and the latter instantly knew what he was going to do. In the meantime, a place of nothingness was surprisingly floating with an incredibly bizarre temple. One could only see that there were countless Buddhist prohibitions above the walls of that temple, as if it was suppressing some overwhelming evil, and that's exactly what happened. This place suppressed a supreme demon emperor, a demon emperor of great emperor perfection cultivation. The greedy wolf astral domain ruins have opened up. Su Fan, go out and practice. In the middle of the hall inside the temple, a kindly old monk spoke to a young man, and besides that old monk, there was also a white-bearded old man who was fiddling with an array disc, a muscular, bald, scarred man and a white-clad swordsman. There were also 2 other bad old men who smelled of elixir and of poison. Grandfathers, won't you follow me out? Su Fan touched his nose curiously and opened his mouth. He had grown up here since he was a child, so how could he not know that these grandfathers of his were yearning for the outside world, but never saw them leave? Ahem, we won't be going out. The old monk opened his mouth with a light cough. All of them in this group are great devils who are unforgivable, because they created too many killing sins in the first place before they were imprisoned here by the mighty to suppress the devil emperor. Su Fan, on the other hand, is a child who unintentionally stumbled into this place by mistake, but his own heart was ripped out. In order for life to not be so boring, a few people decided to transplant the heart of that demon emperor to him, and now this child has grown up and has taken all the skills of all of them. Child, if you are bullied outside, summon the flying sword that second grandpa gave you, and you are guaranteed to be able to cut them down with a single stroke. The white-clothed sword immortal spoke. His cultivation was at the late stage of the emperor realm, and the flying sword he gave to Su Fan contained a piece of his will. Little Fan, if you can't beat them, use third grandpa's array disc to run away, but I don't think you'll be able to use it. The other killing array discs will be enough for you. The old man fiddling with the array disc spoke. He had entered the Tao with formations, so he had refined countless formation discs for Su Fan's defense. Use any array disc, and use the body martial arts techniques sixth grandfather taught you to be able to escape. Another thin and lewd old man spoke. Use my elixir. Several old men at the late stage of the great emperor stage spoke to each other, and in the end, they even directly argued. All shut up. With the old monk's shout, the others shut their mouths. After all, only the old monk's cultivation was the strongest, so what he said worked best. Su Fan, you can use whoever you want when the time comes. If you encounter a life and death crisis you can also report our name. The outside world more or less still gives us some face, but don't take out our name until you have to. The old monk gave one last exhortation. After all, they had many enemies. Got it, great grandpa? Su Fan nodded, and then directly after, he fell on his knees and kowtowed to everyone present. Grandfathers, ensure your health and be filial to you when Fana returns. After saying this, Su Fan directly got up and headed towards the outside world of the temple. When he reached the door he didn't forget to wave at the few old men inside. Take care, grandpas. After a final shout, Su Fan finally stepped out of the temple and into the outside world. Is this the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Feeling the concentration of aura in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he found that it was surprisingly quite a bit thicker than the temple he was staying in, and even the air was much fresher. It turns out that the sky is really blue and the trees are really green. Su Fan was so curious about everything in the outside world. There seems to be a town up ahead. Go over and take a look. Su Fan realized that there was a town not far from him, so he headed directly towards it, because when he came out his great-grandfather had given him a map that would appear whenever the greedy wolf starfield appeared, so he wasn't in a hurry. And in the middle of the town at the moment, Jun Lingtian was taking a group of warblers and swallows to rest and have something to eat at a restaurant, because although the greedy wolf star domain was about to open, it was still uncertain when it would open. So Jun Lingtian took Ji Shuelua and the other women on a tour of the mountains. Chapter 207, Su Fan, the Son of Fortune. Among them, besides Ji Shuelua and Cana, there were also Ji Zukite, Jun Qianling, Bai Susu, Lin Qingmeng and other women. However, right at this moment, a system beep suddenly came to Jun Lingtian's ears. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi. Su Fan, sons of fortune? How is it that everywhere one goes there are sons of fortune? Jun Lingtian was somewhat speechless within, but he still probed his divine sense out to check. Eventually a young man dressed in dirt was spotted a short distance outside the town's gates, so he directly used his probing eye to look over. Name Su Fan. Identity, disciple of the 7 monsters of the Great Buddha Temple. Cultivation, late Great Sage Realm. Physique, Devil Emperor's Heart. Brahma Battle Body. Numerology, Son of the Air, Gold. Skillfulness, Gold. Luck value, 26,000. The 7 monsters of the Great Buddha Temple? Never heard of them. Jun Lingtian glanced at Su Fan's attribute panel and realized that he hadn't even heard of the power that the other party belonged to. After some more time, Su Fan arrived at the entrance of the town. Kid, what's the deal? You want to enter the city without paying the entry fee? The general guarding the doorway spoke up. Entry fee? What's that? Is that it? Su Fan said as he pulled out a handful of extreme spirit stones. That's right. The general guarding the gate did a double take at the sight. He hadn't thought that this dirt-poor looking kid would be so rich, casually pulling out a handful of extremely high-grade spirit stones, knowing that the cost of entering the city only required 10 lower-grade spirit stones. The handful of very high-grade spirit stones that Su Fan had pulled out was unknown to be many times the cost of entering the city. Here, now I can always go into town, right? Su Fan handed the spirit stone in his hand to the general who was guarding the gate, and then opened his mouth to inquire with an innocent face. Can. The general took it without moving, and then put Su Fan inside. However, his gaze lingered on Su Fan's body for a long time. That's a fat one. Gotta find a chance to slaughter it again. The general thought so inwardly. However, Jun Lingtian had a new perception of Su Fan after seeing this scene. This kid called Su Fan seems to be a brat who was not deeply involved in the world. Jun Lingtian pondered for a while and decided to observe again. If he was sure that the other party was an uninvolved brat, it would be fine. That's a candy cane? Give me a bunch. Su Fan once again pulled out a handful of extreme spirit stones, but this time he didn't give them all to the other party and asked, how many spirit stones do you need for this sugar gourd? 1 piece. 1 piece is enough. That peddler how dare to ask for more. The other party can give him a piece of extremely high-grade spirit stone. He is picking up a big bargain. Here. Su Fan gave the vendor a piece of extremely high-grade spirit stone and then took away a bunch of sugar gourds. The vendor received it and then immediately carried the sugar gourd home with a happy face. In this way, Su Fan looked at everything new along the way, but after buying more, he realized that what he had just bought was not worth the price. Everyone in this town is cheating him out of his spirit stones. Fourth Grandpa said that anyone who cheats is not a good person and deserves to die. Thinking that he had been cheated out of so many spirit stones before, the evil within Su Fan suddenly sprang out. All those people deserve to die. Let's start with the one who's guarding the door. Thinking of this, Su Fan no longer hesitated. With that, he headed directly towards that city gate. Isn't this the dirt kid from earlier? Here to deliver spirit stones to me again? What way should I use this time? Seeing Su Fan arrive, the general guarding the gate was already fantasizing about how to empty the other party's spirit stones. After all, that was an extremely high-quality spirit stone. Kid, you. The general guarding the gate was just about to say something, but what greeted him was Su Fan's sharp sword. Only when Su Fan waved his hand, a flying sword rushed out and without warning, it chopped through the neck of that gatekeeper general. In the next moment, a human head shot up into the sky, and a column of blood sprayed out like a spring. The general who was guarding the gate didn't even know to his death why he died at the hands of this earthy-looking young man. Murder! The soldiers guarding the gate were all scared and backed away after seeing this scene. After all, that general guarding the gate was an Avatar realm existence, while all of them soldiers were only at the Dao Palace realm. Second Grandpa said that those who are complicit in the crime should be killed. Su Fan said and closed his fingers together, directly controlling the flying swords to kill indiscriminately at the soldiers guarding the gate. For a while, miserable screams rose and fell, and broken limbs flew everywhere. Next, it's the candy cane seller. Thinking of the fact that he had previously spent an extreme spirit stone on a sugar gourd, killing intent flashed in Su Fan's eyes. After all, that one extreme spirit stone could buy a bunch of sugar snaps. Since you lied to me, this candy cane will be used to buy your life. Thinking of this, Su Fan's figure directly disappeared in place. And at the moment the candy cane vendor was humming a little tune as he headed for home with a string of pastry candies. His wife and daughter are still waiting for him at home. He made a lot of money today, so he purposely bought more snacks and rouge to treat his family. Wazzy, Dad is back. Guess what I brought you? When he reached the door, the peddler shouted to a low hut. To think that they, the people at the bottom of the ladder, are living in such filthy slums. However, after he shouted this, a sword light suddenly flashed at his neck. The next moment his head was thrown out, hot blood spraying directly onto the dilapidated door. However, just at that moment, a delighted voice came from within the courtyard. Dad, What kind of goodies did you buy? A middle-aged woman with a somewhat vicissitudes of face came towards the door with a little girl. The little girl took the lead and ran to the door. However, right at this moment, the middle-aged woman with a vicissitude face suddenly smelled a strong odor of blood. Grass! Don't open the door! The woman bellowed, but it was too late. The creak of the door opening accompanied by a standing headless body spewing blood scared Grass so much that she froze and lost her voice outright. The vicissitudes of the middle-aged woman behind her was so frightened that her face also turned white and her hand tightly covered her mouth. Then reacting, she rushed forward to cover Grass's eyes and picked him up. Eva, don't be afraid. The middle-aged woman with the vicissitudes of life wanted to carry the little girl into the house. However, before she could enter the house with her child in her arms, a sword light went straight through her mother and daughter's bodies, splitting them in two. Fourth Grandpa said that if you kill someone, you must cut them down to the roots, and you must never have sympathy. Su Fan said to himself after doing this. Even though this was the first time he had ever killed anyone, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Not only that, but killing is able to make me emotionally aroused as a way to get a thrill out of it. Chapter 208, Entering the City. Who to kill next? Just as Su Fan was pondering the next target to strike, a group of armored escorts directly surrounded him. Apparently the events at the gates had alerted the city's guard. Just in time, the corners of Su Fan's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. He hadn't enjoyed the thrill of this killing enough. Bold rebel, how dare you commit murder in my Huayang city? Men, take them down. The guard general in the lead was at the cultivation level of the Lesser Saint realm, and was currently staring at Su Fan with a furious expression on his face. The other Avatar realm guard generals also swarmed up at his words, ready to combine their efforts to take down Su Fan. Ha 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 ha. Well, wanting to make a move to take me down without asking. You guys asked for it. Flying sword, give it to me. After Su Fan finished saying this, he waved his hand and summoned the flying swords that he had sacrificed, killing them among the crowd that had surrounded him. In a blink of an eye, a sword light surged and weaved its way through the crowd, and hot blood spilled out as if it didn't need any money. In just a few breaths of time, the 100 or so guard soldiers were slaughtered. How is that possible? That garrison general knew he had run into a tough opponent today. This is the Jun heavenly domain, which is under the control of the Jun family, and if you dare to commit murder here, there is no way the Jun family will let you go. The Jun family? What's that? Humph. My great-grandfather said that other than the 10 forbidden lands, no other forces need to give face. Su Fan opened his mouth with a condescending expression. Although his 7 grandfathers hadn't said anything about their own specific cultivation levels, he knew that each one was ridiculously strong. With 7 supreme powerhouses backing him up, he wasn't afraid of anyone except the Forbidden Land. You, ignorant little child. The Jun family's energy is not something you can speculate on. Wait for death. After saying this, the general unexpectedly rushed directly towards Su Fan, preparing to explode himself. However, he was wiped out by Su Fan's sword. The district Jun family, I'll wait for them to come to me. After saying this, Su Fan's figure directly disappeared in place, and everything he did in the city was seen by Jun Lingtian. This kid is so arrogant. There. Jun Lingtian thought of something, so he spoke to Bai Susu. Susu, here's a task for you. You may speak, master. Bai Susu was inwardly elated after hearing that Jun Lingtian was finally giving her a task. After all, she had been freeloading in the Jun family for several years, and there was an unlimited supply of cultivation resources. Jun Lingtian, however, hadn't made her do anything, and hadn't even moved her body, which made her heart feel a little unsettled. There's a young man in the city dressed in rustic clothes named Su Fan. Does master want me to get him killed? I'll do it right now. Bai Susu had an expressive face. After all, this was the first time Jun Lingtian had given her a task and she had to do it beautifully. No, you go and meet him by chance and make him fall in love with you. Jun Lingtian spoke helplessly. Bai Susu did not react for a moment, not knowing why Jun Lingtian wanted her to do this. Just do it. I'll have someone go after the kid later. You save him then take him away. Yes, master. Bai Susu nodded and then left the inn. Night. At the moment, Su Fan was passing by a greenhouse inn in the city, without the slightest awareness of being wanted in the city. Great-grandfather said that all women in the outside world are as terrifying as the ferocious beast white tiger. So why don't I look like one? Looking at the flamboyant woman not far away, Su Fan somehow had an itch in his heart and wanted to go in and take a look. Sixth Grandpa said that life is as fast as you can make it, and for once I feel that Sixth Grandpa was right. Thinking of this, Su Fan finally convinced himself. With that, he headed straight for the greenhouse. Kid, this isn't the place for you. Go to the side if you want to eat. The pimp at the door waved his hand, because Su Fan was dressed too plainly, and did not look like someone who could spend money at all. These, are they enough? Su Fan said as several pieces of extremely high-grade spirit stone suddenly appeared in his hands, brightly glittering in the moonlight. Goo, this grandpa. Look at the old woman's eyes. She almost didn't recognize you. The pimp's face instantly changed. After all, these few extremely high-grade spirit stones were enough to spend a night casually in this spring house of theirs. Girls, come and welcome this gentleman inside. Coming godmother. A group of warblers and swallows all gathered around when they heard the shouts. Although at first glance they thought that Su Fan was very rustic, but when they saw the brightly shining top-quality spirit stones in the other party's hands, several of the windswept women all burst into laughter. However, just as Su Fan was about to enter the interior of the greenhouse to enjoy himself, an extremely deadly aura suddenly locked him in place. Su Fan directly shook off the warblers and swallows that surrounded him and used his learned stance martial arts to flee towards the outside of the city. And he also held a formation disc in his hand, so he would open it to escape if necessary. However, what he didn't expect was that no matter how hard he tried to escape, that locking force was always there. When he fled outside the city, the sense of deadly crisis was still there. Your Excellency, show yourself if you can. Although Su Fan was a little nervous in his heart, he was not panicking because he still had the powerful cards his 7 grandfathers had prepared for him in his hands. Each of these cards could be an existence capable of stalling a late-stage Great Emperor powerhouse for a moment, but he also only had 7, so he didn't want to use them for now. Oh, kid, are you talking about this emperor? As those words fell, a black-robed man whose face could not be seen appeared in front of Su Fan. This black-robed man was of course Jun Lingtian's doppelganger. After all, only if he himself came in person would he feel at ease, as the other party was a son of Qi clocked by heaven and earth. Why are you tracking me? Su Fan opened his mouth to question. You're causing trouble in this Jun heavenly domain and looking down on my Jun family. Why do you think I'm tracking you down? Jun Lingtian's doppelganger was a little amused. This brat indeed looked like he had never seen the world before. I just don't know who raised him so much. Feel no one taught him how to deal with things. Those people I killed were the ones who deserved to be killed. Shouldn't they have been killed for deceiving me? Su Fan frowned loudly, questioning out loud. If he didn't know the real bottom line of the other party right now, he wouldn't even bother to talk to the other party much. Someone who deserves to be killed? According to this logic of yours, if you are causing trouble in my Jun heavenly domain, then it is not justifiable for me to kill you, is it? Jun Lingtian's doppelganger opened his mouth with a cold smile. Su Fan was a bit dumbfounded when he heard this, as what the other party said made it impossible for him to argue. That's if you've got the skills. Great Qiankuan formation plate. Chapter 209, How dare you lie to me? Su Fan said and directly threw out the array disc he was holding tightly in his hand. It was a randomized teleportation array that could randomly teleport him to any territory in the Jun Tian domain. He believed that the black-robed man on the opposite side would never be able to track him again. In the next instant, his figure directly disappeared without warning, as if he had never appeared. Interesting. Performing a teleportation formation in front of me? Jun Lingtian's doppelganger smiled. Then with a wave of his finger, a teleportation channel directly appeared, and then he directly stepped into it. In the meantime, somewhere in the uninhabited area of the Jun Tian domain, a teleportation vortex suddenly appeared from midair. With that, Su Fan stepped out from it. I have a formation disc made for me by my grandfather. Do you have one? Su Fan's face was a bit smug. However, right at this moment, a transmission channel vortex suddenly appeared behind him once again. How could it be? Could it be that the man is coming after us? Su Fan was startled in his heart. And then he once again utilized the Great Qiankuan formation disc to open the teleportation channel and disappeared into thin air. Running away again? I'd like to see where you can run to, Jun Lingtian's doppelganger said and once again waved his hand to chase after him. In this way, one person ran and the other chased until the spiritual power in the Great Qiankuan formation disc in Su Fan's hand was exhausted. This is what you made me do. This is what you made me do. A flying sword suddenly appeared in Su Fan's hand at this moment, which was glowing with a terrifying divine light and carried infinite imperial might. This was a means of defense given to him by his second grandfather. A sword could cut down a great emperor. He then offered it up without hesitation and chopped towards the doppelganger of Jun Lingtian's. However, the flying sword that was so fast that it could not be seen was swept away by Jun Lingtian's doppelganger with a wave of his hand when it arrived in front of him. How is that possible? That second grandpa's full strength strike. It can cut down great emperors. Su Fan, who saw this scene, finally realized that the other party was in existence that he could not afford to provoke, and to have swept away his second grandfather's flying sword with a wave of his hand was at the very least in existence on the same level as his second grandfather. Why is that? I don't believe it. Su Fan simply took out all of his remaining 6 life-preserving skills given to him by his grandfather and unleashed them towards the Jun Lingtian doppelganger, and he himself turned his head and ran. putting his best foot forward. While running, he also looked back and realized that the mysterious black-robed man indeed did not come after him, and then his heart was relieved. Yet is this really the case? Su, I'm counting on you next. Let this kid taste the sweetness of love, and then the bitterness of love when the time comes. Jun Lingtian's doppelganger intentionally didn't pursue so early just to allow Bai Susu to make her entrance. How did this happen? Why did he use the means given to that boy Su Fan so quickly? It's only been out for a few days? The 7 people in the weird temple all changed in color, glancing at each other with worry flashing in their eyes. Don't panic first. Old Diamond has already done the math for Fanner. This time he will encounter the Peach Blossom Robbery Fury when he goes out to practice. If you manage to get through it you can fly through it. If you don't, Amit Ba. Here the old monk's tone paused and recited a Buddhist chant, but the crowd already understood what would happen after hearing that. Old bald donkey, since you know that little Fancy will encounter calamity if he goes out, why do you still let him go out? The old man who had developed the poison opened his mouth and questioned. It could be said that Su Fan was their spiritual salvation, purifying their forms during those countless lonely years. You have to have it when it's meant to be, and you can't force it when it's not meant to be. Amit Ba. The old monk chanted the Buddhist scriptures with his eyes closed, no longer paying attention to the words of several people. Then look at Su Fan at this moment. On his way to escape in a panic, he was suddenly knocked out by a mysterious woman, and then disappeared with him. When Su Fan woke up again a few hours later, he had already appeared in a cave. Here is, reacting to his situation, Su Fan instantly awoke with a start, and then surveyed the environment here. It was found to be nothing more than a natural cave, and there was a woman with a stunningly beautiful figure standing at the entrance of the cave. The woman wore a thin veil on her face, and her waist was slender and dressed in a plain yet feminine manner. A long, flowing head of hair drifted into his mouth and nose with wisps of fragrant air. The temperament was not many times better compared to those rouges in the greenhouses that Su Fan had seen before. Was it this fairy sister who saved me? Su Fan fixed his eyes on Bai Susu standing at the entrance of the cave, his heart beating a little faster inside. He had heard his 6th grandfather say from time to time that women tasted wonderful, but didn't understand what he meant. What he doesn't know is that his 6th grandfather is a flower thief, so all of his body martial arts skills are out of this world. Although his cultivation was only in the middle stage of the Emperor realm, no supreme being in the late stage of the Emperor realm was able to keep up with him. You're awake? Bai Susu looked into the distance and opened her mouth, but Su Fan knew she was talking to herself. Yes, fairy sister. Su Fan got up wanting to take a closer look at Bai Susu's real face, even if it was just to smell the fragrance of the other party's body. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that the figure standing at the entrance of the cave had disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. Fairy sister, where are you going? Fairy sister? Fairy sister, I don't know your name yet. Su Fan hurriedly ran to the entrance of the cave and shouted at the sky, yet there was not the slightest response. With that, he could only return to the cave in a state of disorientation. Will we meet again? When he thought of that stunningly beautiful backdrop from earlier, Su Fan's mind just fluttered. If we meet again, I must ask for news of you, Su Fan secretly said in his heart, and at this time a sudden movement occurred in his storage ring. It turned out to be that the map recording the entrance to the Greedy Wolf Astral Domain ruins had produced a strange movement. It was then that Su Fan remembered his purpose for coming out to practice this time. The Greedy Wolf Star Domain is opening? Looking at the map in his hand, he realized that there was a Greedy Wolf Starfield entrance not far from him at a low level. Because this Greedy Wolf Star realm seemed to be no less than any of the realms in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, entrances existed in every realm. Of course, the mortal domain is no exception. Only the entrance to the mortal realm added an extra layer of restriction, and the rules of the mortal realm were such that the aura was thin. No one would think of slipping into the mortal realm. I don't know if I can still meet that fairy at that entrance. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly thought that the other party would most likely be traveling to the Greedy Wolf Astral Domain ruins as well, so there was a hint of anticipation within his heart. Immediately afterward, he rushed to the entrance of that Greedy Wolf Star Domain without stopping. A few days later, this entrance nearest to Su Fan was already surrounded by people, and all the major forces of the ancient clans were lining up in order to enter. Chapter 210, Why are you tracking me? Su Fan, who had just arrived here, happened to see that glimpse of the longed-for silhouette. However, after he arrived, the flash of silhouette disappeared into the entrance, apparently entering directly into the Greedy Wolf Star Domain. It's the fairy sister. Seeing this scene, Su Fan's face was filled with a smile, and then he couldn't wait to rush towards the entrance. What are you doing? Trying to cut in line? The cultivators in the front row rushed out to stop them when they saw such a rustic kid like Su Fan trying to cut in line. Why are they allowed to cut in line and I'm not? At this time, Su Fan pointed at Jun Lingtian's group of people who were leisurely walking towards the entrance. The person who was blocking the way snorted at the sight of after hearing this. Kid, what kind of a thing are you that you dare to compare yourself to young Lord Jun? This was the Jun heavenly domain. Who would dare to rank ahead of the Jun family's young lord? Even if Jun Lingtian wanted to queue up, they wouldn't dare to let him. What? It's the Jun family again. How can we meet this Jun family everywhere? Su Fan's expression was a bit ugly after hearing this. Line up honestly. Or else. Humph. The man who stopped it gave a warning and then turned away. And Su Fan could only queue up honestly. This Jun family is really no good. Su Fan's impression of this Jun family in his heart was already poor to the extreme. In the meantime, all the people of the major powers entered the greedy wolf star domain from the various entrances of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This time I will definitely take down a beautiful woman above the 9 heavens divine maiden record or the 10 lands immortal maiden list. Immortal River swore darkly at the entrance. However, just at this time, his 9 heavens divine lady record suddenly produced a strange movement. A message from a beautiful woman on one of the pages surfaced with a bright flash of light. Name Yan CCC. Identity, head of the Yan family. An ancient clan in Qingshui City. Attitude rating, 9.5 stars. Reward, silver treasure chest X1. Gold treasure chest X2. Qingshui City Yan family? Haven't even heard of it. I guess it's a small family. Immortal River first glanced at Yan CC's message before turning his gaze to Yan CC's appearance. In the next instant, a figure possessing the beauty of a city came into his eyes. I can't imagine that a beauty of this caliber even exists in this Clearwater city. This city he hadn't even heard of was definitely a small player. So this Yan CC must be good to hold. If you don't comply, use force. Thinking of this, Immortal River secretly said in his heart that it was stable. And at the moment, the one he was thinking about, Yan CC, happened to enter the greedy Wolfstar realm from the same entrance as Jun Lingtian. So at the moment, she was staring at Jun Lingtian's back in disbelief. How can it be? It's him. It's really him. Just from amongst the back, Yan CC recognized Jun Lingtian's. It couldn't be said to be a likeness. It was practically identical. But thinking of the other party's identity, Yan CC kept denying her intuition in her mind again. But ever since that incredibly real dream, her heart has been captured by that mysterious man. All she thought about day and night was that mysterious man full of manliness. And now she saw Jun Lingtian's back. Her intuition told her that the other person was the man who had caved with her in the dream. But again, reason told her it was just a dream. There was no way that her true destiny would be the young lord of the Jun family. And in recent days, she had already heard the news of the young master of the Jun family's wedding. So how could she, a widow, be worthy of the young master of the Jun family? Even though she was a widow who hadn't been touched by a man, she was still a widow. Damn you, Zhou Yuan, if it wasn't for you, how would I have been burdened with the charge of being a widow who was a husband killer? Yan CCC secretly hated it in her heart. However, just at that moment, a reminder from the Yan family's son came to his ears. Family master, it's time to enter. Oh, good. Yan CC withdrew her gaze. In fact, where was Jun Lingtian's figure still there? However, her gaze on Jun Lingtian had long been sensed by Jun Lingtian. Oh, is that the girl from Clearwater City? Originally, he thought that he wouldn't have any more encounters with the others, but he didn't expect to encounter them again now. What's wrong, husband? Ji Shuelua inquired out loud. Nothing. Jun Lingtian shook his head slightly and then paid no further attention. When he came to the interior of the greedy wolf astral domain, an ancient, vicissitude, dilapidated, and decaying aura instantly hit his face. Here, gravity almost disappears. Countless stars of all sizes appeared in the eyes of the crowd, unable to be seen at a glance. Some still exist with a full ecosystem and the scent of life, and some are in disrepair, their surfaces covered with erupting volcanoes and life extinct. The largest star was the star Greedy Wolf, a star hundreds of thousands of times larger than the Milky Way's sun. It exuded an incomparably hot aura, but because of the distance, it looks only as big as a faceplate. After all, their position at the moment was at the edge of the Greedy Wolf star domain. Look, is that the star meteorite iron? At this time, a cultivator suddenly pointed at a meteorite-like thing that flew away like a shooting star and spoke to the companion next to him. That's right, that's the star meteorite iron. Go, chase. After saying this, a group of cultivators immediately chased after them in the direction where that star meteorite iron had fallen. Wow, star meteorite iron eh? Brother, should we go take a look? Jun Xianling opened her mouth and asked. Although she didn't know what that star meteorite iron was, she knew that it must be useful. Otherwise, why would that group of cultivators go after it? No need. There's plenty of star meteorite iron at home. Let's go ahead and take a look. The good stuff is all deeper down. After Jun Lingtian had said this, he led Jun Xianling and the others to head deeper into the treasure hunt. After all, Although there were some treasures at the edge, they were all worthless, at least in his opinion. Not long after Jun Lingtian left with Ji Shuelua and the other women, a bizarre black-robed man suddenly entered the entrance. Ha ha ha, I didn't realize that my greedy wolf astral domain was still there. In that case, I'll be able to recover to my peak state for a short period of time. The weird black-robed man gave a strange laugh, and then he headed towards the greedy wolf star. There, with his original dojo, Ding, discovered the son of Qi. Greedy wolf. Greedy wolf? Jun Lingtian, who heard this voice, immediately frowned. He did not expect to encounter a son of Qi once again, and when he covered his divine sense towards the entire greedy wolf starfield for a while, he unexpectedly did not find any trace of that greedy wolf. What a brilliant concealment tactic! Jun Lingtian narrowed his eyes and then directly utilized his eye of scrying, finally discovering a body moving at high speed. However, when he looked at the shape of that body, an odd expression appeared on his face. Chapter 211, Peach Blossom Destruction. Because that body was clearly Imofan's body, but now the system was prompting him that the other party's name was Greedy Wolf. Obviously Imofan's corpse this was taken over. Name, Greedy Wolf. Identity, Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star Domain. Cultivation, Early Saint Emperor Realm. Physique, Circumstellar Body. Numerology, Song Sheng is a dog, gold, son of Chi-Luck, gold. Luck value, 50,000. Surprisingly, it's a fellow with a Chi value as high as 50,000. Jun Lingtian was a little surprised, but he did not intend to touch the son of Qi called Greedy Wolf right now. After all, he still had a few other sons of Qi to deal with. Moreover, there was not much time left before he needed to unlock the restriction in terms of his Qi luck value, and when that time came, it would be his time to kill Jun Lingtian. Brother-in-law, that planet in front of us seems to have strong aura fluctuations. Let's go over and take a look. Ji Zukai tugged on Jun Lingtian's arm and floated towards an emerald green planet. The others saw this and shook their heads to follow. Hey, this girl, Shui Kite, seems to have always liked husband. At this time Ji Shuelua suddenly remembered that this sister of his had always loved Jun Lingtian deeply in her heart, but because Jun Lingtian was her brother-in-law, she could only bury this love deep within her heart, and for Jun Lingtian's sake, she had never married for life. It was only at the moment of Jun Lingtian's death that the emotion she had suppressed deep within her heart exploded out. In the end, he also died tragically at the hands of those few when he was avenging Jun Lingtian's death. Oi, my sister is a poor thing. 2. Ji Shuelua looked at the lively Ji Shuelua at the moment and knew that this was all just on the surface. She could only secretly crush on Jun Lingtian in this capacity. Hey, who made you my sister? Thinking that the two of us, herself and Cana, couldn't satisfy Jun Lingtian, so let's just cheapen this little ninny. But you need to take your time to get the specifics right. After the crowd had passed through the atmosphere and ascended the star, it was only then that he realized that there were actually creatures on top of this star, but they were all lowly creatures with an underbelly of intelligence and not much of a threat. However, Jun Lingtian was a little dumbfounded after seeing the appearance of these creatures. This was because these creatures were clearly a huge creature that he had heard of in his previous life that had ruled the blue planet for hundreds of millions of years. However, compared to those demonic beasts in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they are nothing more than big wizards. Whoa! What creatures are these? Ji Shuekue was new at the sight of these creatures she had never seen before. Come on, brother-in-law, take you for a ride. Seeing these dinosaur-like creatures, Jun Lingtian also came to have a hint of interest. With that, he took Ji Zukite and the other women on a dragon riding journey. Looking at Su Fan's side, after entering the greedy wolf star domain, he began to look around for Bai Susu. However, Bai Susu entered this place before him, so he didn't find Bai Susu's figure for a while. Therefore, he had to search up the star souls for cultivation first, as well as various treasures. Maybe it's because my cultivation is too weak right now. When my cultivation rises up, I'll definitely be able to get my fairy sister's heart. After reassuring himself in his mind, Su Fan landed towards the nearest planet. However, just as he landed on top of the planet, he suddenly noticed a strong battle fluctuation. Out of curiosity, Su Fan hid his breath and lurked over. However, when he got a clear look at the two warring sides, a delighted expression appeared on his face, because one of the people in that sparring match was clearly the fairy sister he had longed for. On the other hand, opposite him was an unknown cultivator, but his cultivation was as high as the quasi-emperor realm. Damn it, who is that person? How dare he hit my fairy sister? Su Fan secretly hated it in his heart, but he couldn't do much to help. After all, the cards he could deal with the emperor realm were all used up, but it was good to know that his fairy sister was in no danger for the time being. Are you Immortal God clan finished? Why are you still refusing to let me go? Baisu opened her mouth in a stern voice. Spare you? You killed so many of my Immortal God clan. How can you be spared just like that? The unknown cultivator spoke. And this conversation was also heard by Su Fan. But he didn't know it was meant for him to hear. Yes, all of the above matchups are actually staged. Surprisingly, it's someone from the Immortal God clan. Give me a moment. Su Fan remembered the other party's identity in his heart, and when he had the ability in the future, he would definitely make this Immortal God clan look good. You and I are equal in cultivation and battle power. We simply can't tell the difference between victory and defeat. I'm not going to spend any more time with you. After saying this, Baisusu was ready to leave, and the Immortal God race's quasi-emperor realm powerhouse didn't chase after him. Sister Fairy. Seeing that Baisusu was about to leave, Su Fan immediately opened his mouth and shouted, Why you? Baisu pretended to look surprised. It's me, This is not the place to talk. Get out of here first. Baisusu interrupted what Su Fan wanted to say next, and then with a wave of her hand, she led him away from the star. The other side. Immortal River's group of people entered the greedy wolf star domain from another entrance, and in order to find Yen Cece as soon as possible, Immortal River directly sent out all the manpower he could use. After tireless efforts, the good news finally came a few days later. Young Master Chuan, found Yen Cece. A cultivator of the Lesser Saint realm replied. What? Where are the people? An excited look appeared on the face of Immortal Sichuan who heard this, as he would soon be able to light up the second page of the Nine Heavens Divine Feminine record, and he was able to get quite a few silver and gold treasure chests. At that time, his cultivation qualifications and cultivation would definitely receive a qualitative boost, and surpassing Jun Lingtian would be just around the corner. It's on top of a star 5 million miles away from here. The cultivator opened his mouth. 5 million miles? Fortunately, it's not particularly far. Go, lead the way. Immortal River waved his hand and directly led a large number of cultivators to the star where Yen Cece was. Today was not his wedding day, but he was planning to be a groom for once. At this moment, on top of a star 5 million kilometers away from this place, Yen Cece was leading the people of the Yen clan to excavate a meteorite iron mine that had been discovered. That was a type of ore that could forge spirit weapons. Not particularly rare, but it was in large quantities. However, just at this time, the Yen family's sentry scouts suddenly rushed back in a hurry. Family Master, someone is coming over, and their cultivation level is very high. The instant this scout finished speaking, Immortal River descended upon this star with his own group of Immortal God clan cultivators. Yancy? Looking at the stunningly beautiful Yen Cece in front of him, Immortal Sichuan actually had a clear understanding in his heart. This was the woman he was looking for above the 9 heavenly goddess record. Her appearance was really extraordinary, even more beautiful than the one drawn on the paper. Chapter 212, Sister Fairy. Who is your honor? Yen Cece was a little uncomfortable by the other party's unbridled sweeping eyes, but saw that the other party did not look like an ordinary family, so she did not dare to act rashly. Me? Your future husband. Undying Chuan opened his mouth with an evil smile on his face, his revealing eyes still scanning Yen Cece. Your Excellency, I don't know you, so please behave yourself. Yen Cece's willow brows frowned slightly. The Yen clan's children on the side also looked mortified after seeing their respected clan being molested. One by one, they looked angrily at the Immortal God clan's crowd on the opposite side. Family Master. They seemed to be the Immortal God domain controllers of one of the 9 heavens, the Immortal God clan. At this time, a year-old elder from the Yen family recognized the origin of Immortal River and the others. What? Someone from the Immortal God clan? Hearing this, Yen Cece's face became grave. No wonder the other party came in aggressively and recklessly. It turned out to be a ceiling-level force from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. You-hoo-hoo. What? Still want to make a move on me? Immortal River looked at the scene in front of him with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then he gave a wink to a Saint Emperor Realm Elder beside him. In the next instant, a strong and incomparable Saint Emperor Realm pressure directly swept across the entire field. One by one, the people of the Yen family were so pressed that they couldn't even raise their heads, and some of them were even directly pressed to the ground and fell to their knees. I see that you just very unconvinced want. Now, convinced? Immortal River narrowed his eyes, then strutted towards Yen Cece. Seeing Yen Cece's stunningly beautiful face up close, Immortal River's throat rolled a few times. Yen Cece, being this young man's woman, your Yen family's future development will be unimpeded. Undying Chuan said that he was about to reach out to caress Yen Cece's cheek, but was dodged by the latter who inclined her head. I don't need Immortal Young Master to worry about the development of my Yen family, and I'm afraid that my youngest daughter, being a widow and a willow, is not worthy of Immortal Young Master. Yen Cece refused Immortal River's request with strong words. Although she, Yen Cece, was not a chaste woman, it was impossible for her to do that thing of selling her body. Besides, her heart had long been filled with the figure of that one, and could no longer tolerate anyone else. Ha! Good. Very good. Pretending to be chased with me, ha? Since you're so tough, I'd like to see how long you can be tough. Undying Chuan sneered. His heart was a bit shy and angry. Since the other party knew that he was the young master of the Undying God clan, surprisingly did not kneel to lick himself, but that made it all the more interesting, and the thrill of conquering a horse was just as fascinating, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Immortal River waved his hand at the Saint Emperor Realm powerhouse behind him. In the next instant, the head of a Yen family disciple instantly crumbled. Red and white things mixed with broken meat scattered all over the ground. This sudden scene instantly caused the pupils of the Yen family members present to shrink slightly, and a trace of fear grew and permeated in the bottom of their hearts. You can be as tough as you want, but as long as you don't agree, then in a single breath I will kill one of your Yen family. Yancy, don't let me down. A hint of cruelty appeared on Immortal River's face as he looked at Yen Cece not far away with a smile. What? One breath kills one of my Yen family? The bodies of the Yen clan members present all trembled lightly after hearing these words. After all, death isn't scary. It's the despair you feel when you know you're about to die and there's nothing you can do about it. Your Excellency, as a direct descendant of the Immortal God clan, yet you made a move against a small clan like my Yen clan. Aren't you afraid of losing the face of the Immortal God clan if word gets out? Yen Cece clenched her silver teeth. Her heart was torn beyond measure. If she didn't have too many attachments and at the same time was not willing to not confess to Jun Lingtian, she would even want to die now and get it over with. Spread the word? If it gets out, then won't it get out if we kill all of you? Immortal River spoke in a casual tone, and then just admired Yen Cece's stunningly beautiful face without looking away. And hearing this, Yen Cece's face suddenly revealed a tangled and incomparable look. Could it be that she, Yen Cece, was really going to succumb to the obscene power of this Immortal God race lecture today? Family Master, don't agree to him. If we die, we die. What is there to fear? A Yen clan son looked directly at Immortal River with a jaundiced look after saying this. Succubus, die for me. That Yen family's son threw out the spirit sword in his hand with all his strength and shot towards the Immortal River. However, in the next moment, the speed of that spirit sword became slower and slower, and finally hovered directly in front of Undying Chuan's body. It fell to the ground with a snap as if it had lost power. Pitbulls are ridiculous. Immortal River shook his head disdainfully, then slapped his palm out and blasted the person who had just made a move through the air, spitting blood and flying backwards. After crashing into countless mountains and rocks, broken pieces of internal organs mixed with blood and water were scattered all over the ground. Damn it! Your Excellency has gone too far in bullying people. Yen Cece looked at Immortal River with a furious expression on her face, and the hearts of the other Yen family children were also filled with anger at this moment. What? Yen Cece, don't be in a hurry. You can keep thinking about it. There are still quite a few people in your Yen family. Immortal River shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face and pretended to be harmless. I, Yen Cece, will not submit to you, a lecherous thief. Even if I die today, die for me. Yen Cece shouted out, her spirit sword manifesting in her hand, clearly intending to attack and kill Immortal River against the pressure of that Saint Emperor realm of the Immortal God clan. However, the ideal was plump, and before she could raise her sword in charge, that Saint Emperor realm elder of the Immortal God clan directly increased the output of his might. Instantly, a pressure like a mountain directly acted on Yen Cece's body, making it exceptionally difficult for her to move, let alone lift her sword to attack. Ha ha ha, Yen Cece, since you're not willing to submit to me, then don't blame me for being rough, Immortal Sichuan said while coming to Yen Cece's face, about to go up to caress the other party's face. However, the next moment, a pressure that was countless times more terrifying than the Saint Emperor realm instantly swept over. Immortal River's body was directly suppressed in place and could not move. What? Who is this visitor? We are from the Immortal God clan. Is there some kind of misunderstanding on your part? Undying River directly reported his background identity. After all, the Immortal God clan was an existence that was in charge of a region of land, with incomparably deep depths, and the average great emperor wouldn't arbitrarily make an enemy of them. However, what he hadn't expected was that the other party's next words did not place their Immortal God clan in their eyes in the slightest. So what about the Immortal God clan? Is it very powerful? Hearing this somewhat familiar and somewhat unfamiliar voice, Immortal River pondered in his mind who the visitor was. Chapter 213, Greedy Wolf, Son of Fortune. But for a moment, he did not expect it to be Jun Lingtian. However, the one who made the move was not Jun Lingtian, but a quasi-emperor powerhouse from the Jun clan. To the extent that you don't put my Immortal God clan in your eyes, who exactly is this person? Immortal River not only couldn't move his body at the moment, he couldn't even disperse his divine sense, so he had no idea who the visitor was. However, right at this moment, Some of the Yin clan's children who were facing Jun Lingtian and the others recognized where Jun Lingtian and the others had come from. The Jun family? That seems to be someone from the Jun family. As a power in the Jun heavenly domain, they still knew quite a bit of information about the Jun family's young lord. At least information such as looks and aura were known. So they recognized Jun Lingtian's identity. Yes, that's the voice. That voice is him. Yen Cece also reunited him with the mysterious man's figure in the dream world after hearing Jun Lingtian's voice. This figure in stature was definitely the person she had been searching so hard for. Still, she planned to ask if it was the other person herself when the time came. After all, that dream in the first place was definitely not an ordinary dream. What? Someone from the Jun family? Then wouldn't that voice just now be the Jun family's young lord, Jun Lingtian? Immortal River also reacted at this time. No wonder he had just felt that the other party's voice was so familiar. It turned out that the other party was actually the leading man from the wedding he had attended before. Young Master Jun, do we have some kind of misunderstanding? After realizing that he was temporarily no match for Jun Lingtian, and that the forces behind him were no match for the Jun family, Immortal River decisively went soft. After all, a good man is not a good man. Oh, misunderstanding? There was a hint of flirtation mixed with disdain at the same time in Jun Lingtian's tone. Do you know that this Yin family is the power of my Jun heavenly domain? To move the Jun heavenly domain is to cross the line with my Jun family. Jun Tian domain, covered by my Jun family. Understand? Speaking later, Jun Lingtian's tone gradually turned cold, which caused the crowd of clansmen of the Immortal God clan to break out in a cold sweat. Young Master has nothing to do with getting any Jun Tian domain powers. This is great. Even Immortal River's heart panicked for a moment after hearing this. However, thinking of his background, the other party shouldn't be so bad as to take his life. So the trace of panic in his heart was suppressed again. Jun Lingtian, even though your Jun family is now powerful, you can't bully my Immortal God clan like this. Although Immortal River didn't dare to be too forceful, as the top power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, he still needed to say a few words. Oh, so what if I just bullied you? Jun Lingtian, who heard these words, smiled and then nodded directly to the Jun family's paramount emperor Ancestor behind him. In the next moment, the Immortal God race people in the field unexpectedly all burst into pieces and died. Some of the powerhouses above the Saint Realm actually produced a strange light green energy after their bodies exploded. These energies slowly converged together, as if they were trying to repair the body of the Immortal God clan's man again. And this was the Immortal God clan's natural aptitude. In the absence of outside intervention, the average Immortal God clan member could be resurrected once. Wouldn't it be nice to die honestly? The Jun family's quasi-emperor realm Ancestor snorted coldly, and then with a lift of his hand, he directly crushed these pale green energies into powder. So far all of the Immortal God race people brought over by Immortal River had fallen. What? How dare Jun Lingtian do this? Immortal Chuan listened to a sound of miserable screams coming from the Immortal God clan's clansmen and already knew that his Immortal God clan's clansmen had been slaughtered. Well, are you still satisfied with this result? Jun Lingtian spoke with a faint smile, and after Immortal River, who had regained his mobility, heard these words, his face instantly turned red as if it was a pig's liver, but didn't dare to say anything harsh. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Undying Chuan nodded his head and opened his mouth, his face covered in a fawning smile. Notify the Immortal God clan and have them come over to ransom the people. For the price, let them make their own offer. If it's less, they'll just tear up the ticket. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. What? Immortal River was inwardly suffocating after hearing this, because he had thought that this Jun Lingtian would just let him go. He didn't realize that he was still planning to let the Immortal God race's people come to ransom him. If that were true, wouldn't he have lost all his face by then? Young Lord Jun, just let me go and I, Undying Chuan, will get you whatever you want. Immortal River took a deep breath and spoke. Get out. Jun Lingtian directly slapped Undying Chuan out of the room after saying this. It flipped several times above the ground. With that, he no longer paid attention to Immortal going out, but clapped his hands and looked at Yen Cece. It happened that Yen Cece was also looking at her at the moment. For eyes, everything is in the air. The family head is locking horns with the Jun family's young master? After seeing this scene, the Yen family's crowd all had an I know what expression on their faces. There were even some outright anti-smiles. There is a situation. Their family head seems to be acquainted with this young master of the Jun family? Young Master Jun, may I borrow a step to speak? A blush flashed across Yen Cece's face. May. Jun Lingtian nodded and then left the place hand in hand with Yen Cece. In fact, he was not planning to have any more interactions with this Yen Cece before, but fate was just so marvelous. Now the other party seemed to be related to the golden finger of that Chi Fortune's son, Immortal River, so he decided to turn this Yen Cece into his woman completely. Not long after, the two arrived in a hidden bamboo forest. Yan Cece faced Jun Lingtian, her gaze wanting to look but not daring to. But in the end, she took a deep breath and asked the question that had been buried in her heart for several years. Young Master Jun, that dream on that night, was it you? That's right, it was me. But that night I was really overwhelmed by Miss Yan's amazing beauty, so I hope you'll forgive me if I've offended you more. Jun Lingtian directly admitted it and gave a greasy compliment. No, my daughter has no intention of trying to blame young Lord Jun. Hearing the answer expected in her heart, coupled with Jun Lingtian's sweet words, at this moment, Yan Cece's heart had completely fallen. Her face was hot, and her heart was sweet. After all, there's nothing more gratifying than being complimented by someone you like. Oh, Miss Yan really does have a big heart. The smile on Jun Lingtian's face did not diminish as he looked at the shy Yan Cece at the moment. Young Lord Jun is flattered. Hearing Jun Lingtian's praise, Yan Cece became even happier inside. The blush on her face became more pronounced as well. Miss Yan, the scenery here is nice. How about taking a tour together? Jun Lingtian looked on and suggested. Now that he knew the other party's mind, taking down this Yan Cece only required an opportunity. Well, my daughter is willing to travel with young Lord Jun. Yan Cece nodded her head in a thin, mosquito-like voice, while her heartbeat accelerated like a deer in headlights. Chapter 214, How come it's you? Miss Yan, don't call me young Master Jun in one breath. If you don't mind, you should call me Lingtian. Jun Lingtian smiled and spoke. Then I'll call you Prince Lingtian from now on. Mr. Lingtian shouldn't call me Miss Yan either. Just call me Cece. Yan Cece lowered her head, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. Well, see, then would you like to? I do. Before Jun Lingtian could even open his mouth to finish, Yan Cece couldn't wait to open her mouth to agree. She regretted saying this though, as she felt a little too eager. What if it created a bad impression on Jun Lingtian? I'm sorry, Mr. Lingtian. I was rude. Reacting. Yan Cece replied with a face full of embarrassment. It's fine. Jun Lingtian waved his hand. But what I was trying to say just now is, see, would you like to roam around with me for a few days? Willing. Yancy agreed without a second thought. In this way, the two of them traveled together above the star, enjoying the beautiful scenery. It makes a relationship that wasn't very familiar become more and more intimate. A few days later, at night, in the middle of a hidden cave, Jun Lingtian was grilling the meat of an unknown demonic beast in front of a bonfire. The delicious smell of meat filled the entire cave. On the other hand, Yan Cece was sitting next to Jun Lingtian, looking at each other with a happy face, like a happy Dao couple. Here, try it. Jun Lingtian handed over the roasted demonic beast meat he was holding. Thanks. Yan Cece's eyes never left Jun Lingtian. The past few days together had made her more and more enamored with the man in front of her. Biting into the roasted meat in his hand, it still felt incredibly delicious, despite having had it several times over the past few days. Mr. Lingtian, why aren't you eating? Looking at Jun Lingtian, whose eyes were staring straight at her at the moment, Yan Cece was tense inside. The look seemed to be very similar to that night in the middle of the dream. Seemingly thinking of something, Yan Cece's heart raced inside. Me? In that case, I'm going to start. Jun Lingtian looked at Yan Cece with a bad smile on his face, while the latter was obviously aware of what was about to happen next. Lord Lingtian, love me. Seemingly completely indulging herself, Yan Cece even took the initiative to meet up, as if venting the pain of those countless days and nights of longing. Ding! Damage the chances of the immortal river of the Sun of Luck, plundering 2,000 points of luck value. As the system's beep sounded, the Nine Heavens Goddess record in Immortal River's mind immediately showed a strange movement. What's going on? Immortal River's mind immersed itself into his sea of consciousness. The next moment he realized that the page that belonged solely to Yan Cece had disappeared. What? Disappeared again. Unexpectedly disappeared again. Damn it. It seems that this is all related to that Jun Lingtian. At this moment, the Immortal River secretly hated in his heart, but he didn't have the slightest solution, because the current him was still a prisoner. The Immortal God clan's people had not yet arrived to ransom him, and the other side, Bai Susu and Su Fan were currently resting under a tree next to a stream. Fairy sister, who was that person who fought against you before? Su Fan's gaze went to Bai Susu, and admiration flashed in his eyes. They had gone through some things together in the past few days and had gotten a lot closer. Hey, this matter is not something you can get involved in. It's better for you not to know. Bai Su couldn't help but let out a sigh, wanting to say something. Just tell me, fairy sister, I want to share some of this with you too. Su Fan pleaded and opened his mouth, while still carrying a hint of petulance in it. That tone made Bai Susu feel a little displeased inside. After all, she liked a strong person like Jun Lingtian. However, not too long ago she had just received her master's instructions. so she spoke directly as Jun Lingtian had instructed her. Hey, since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you. Bai Su sighed, then continued, that Immortal God Clan's Grand Elder's son, Immortal Chuan, is a notorious reincarnation of a colorful demon. It's because he covets this skin of mine that he has them of the Immortal God Clan chasing me. Speaking of this, a touch of indignation appeared on Bai Susu's face. What? The reason why that Immortal God Clan's people are chasing you is actually this? Su Fan, who heard this, revealed an angry look of righteous indignation. Fairy Sister is his white moonlight. How can he let others capture and spoil it? Don't worry, Fairy Sister. I'll take care of this matter for you, Su Fan assured with a serious face. Although the life-preserving cards given by his several masters were gone, he still had one more card. That was the seal of the Devil Ancestor's heart within himself, and that seal had a total of 9 layers. Each unlocked layer increases one's combat power significantly. If all of them were unlocked, then his cultivation would be straight up to that of a great emperor-level powerhouse. Of course, unsealing comes at a price, with a huge physical and mental load. If all of them were unlocked, they would even be controlled by the demonic heart and lose control of their bodies. With your cultivation, what are you taking care of? Bai Susu was slightly unhappy in her heart after hearing this, because in her opinion this Su Fan was just talking big. Don't worry about this, Fairy Sister. You can just watch when the time comes. Su Fan sold his words, obviously intending to put on a show in front of Bai Susu when the time came. Well then, don't push yourself. Bai Su nodded. However, just above the star next door to them, the immortal red smoke and the people of the Immortal God Clan came to ransom them with a multitude of heavenly treasures. And before the ransom, the people of the Immortal God Clan had already known about Immortal River's behavior before. Immortal River, didn't you tell me that you came over here to seek treasure and cultivate? Immortal Red Smoke was a bit angry. It was only when Immortal Chuan repeatedly guaranteed that he would not take a concubine that she would give her body. I didn't realize that he was looking for a woman behind his back, and that he had offended the Jun family because of it. Red Smoke. I'll explain this to you later. How much have you brought to ransom me? Immortal Chuan was now worried that Immortal Red Smoke had not brought much with him, and when the time came, it would be over if the Jun family did not give him a ransom. Hey, don't worry, there's no problem redeeming you. Immortal Red Smoke sighed darkly in her heart, and in the end, she couldn't bear to watch her brother Chuan suffer. After spending a tremendous amount of money, he was ransomed from the hands of the people of the Jun family. Right at the moment of redemption, the 9 Heavens Divine Feminine record in his mind once again experienced a strange movement. The page that belonged to Bai Susu suddenly flickered. Name Bai Susu. Identity, unknown. Attitude rating, 10 stars. Reward, Gold Treasure Chest X1. Diamond Treasure Chest X1. Bai Susu? Why is this woman's identity not shown? Undying Chuan frowned slightly, then looked at Bai Susu's portrait again. Moment. His gaze was then completely drawn to Bai Susu's temperament and looks. Chapter 215, One Breath Kills One. This woman should only be found in heaven. How often can you see her on earth? According to past experience, every time the 9 Heavens Goddess record flickers, this woman is not far from her side. So it seems like this Bai Susu is in this neighborhood. Immortal River had already roughly grasped the pattern of those 2 books flickering in his mind. Brother Chuan, what are you doing? When Immortal Red Smoke saw Immortal Chuan go off on a tangent, she immediately frowned and asked. After all, the other party had yet to give her a reasonable explanation. Nothing. Immortal River glanced at Immortal Red Smoke, then faintly opened his mouth to reply. Having just looked at Bai Susu's looks in the sea of consciousness, and now looking at Immortal Red Smoke, he found that the two were more than a step apart, so even his attitude was much colder. Immortal River, didn't you just say you'd explain it to me? Immortal Red Smoke's face was suddenly born with shame after seeing Immortal Chuan actually treat her with such an attitude. There's nothing to explain. Undying River didn't even want to waste any more time explaining anything. It was imperative to find out more about that Bai Susu. Undead River you. The Immortal Red Smoke who heard this was mad with anger, but Immortal River stopped paying attention to her. Men, go and find a man according to this portrait, and come back and tell me when you have found him. Immortal River used his aura to give a rough depiction of Bai Susu's portrait, commanding to the Immortal God Clan's son. He was after all the son of the Grand Elder and still had some energy in him. I'll see who dares. When Immortal Red Smoke saw that Immortal Chuan actually wanted to mobilize the people she brought to help him find a woman, a look of shame and anger appeared on her face. Red Smoke, stop it. Undying River frowned and spoke. I'm not messing around. With me here today, you'll never want to use the resources of the Immortal God Clan again. After Immortal Red Smoke finished speaking, she directly led the Immortal God Clan's clansmen away from this place. Only Immortal River was left alone to froth in place. Damn it, I'll get you when I get back. Immortal River frowned, then recognized a direction and disappeared in a flash. Coincidentally, The route he was traveling happened to be the star where Su Fan and Bai Susu were. When Immortal River landed there, the 9 Heavenly Goddess record in his mind flickered even faster. Surprisingly, it's right here. A glint flashed in Immortal River's eyes, and then he spread his divine sense out. Bai Susu was the first to detect the movement of the Undying River, and in using her divine sense to probe that it was the Undying River, a look of surprise flashed across her face. What's wrong, fairy sister? Undying Chuan, who noticed that Bai Susu's complexion was not right, opened his mouth to inquire. The immortal river of the Immortal God clan that I mentioned to you earlier is here. Bai Su didn't hide it. What? Immortal River? Upon hearing the name of Immortal River, a flash of excitement flashed across Su Fan's face. Just watch, fairy sister. I promise to bring that Undying River to its death. After saying this, Su Fan directly dispersed his divine sense, and indeed, he detected an unfamiliar aura. Only the Lesser Saint Realm? Su Fan laughed. How could this little Saint Realm trash beat him? In the next instant his figure directly disappeared from his original spot and rushed over in the direction of the Undying River, and the Undead River came equally head-on. Shortly afterward, the two meet. After seeing Bai Susu beside Su Fan, Immortal River's eyes immediately lit up. It's her. It's her. She's the woman above the portrait. Immortal River spoke with an excited face, directly ignoring Su Fan beside him. Kid, are you the Immortal River? The ignored Su Fan opened his mouth in displeasure. Where did you come from? Dirtbag, is this young man's name something you can call? It was only at this time that Immortal Sichuan noticed Su Fan, who was dressed in dirt, on the side. Undying Chuan, you're the one who has a crush on my fairy sister? I advise you to be sensible, or I'll beat you up. Su Fan raised his small fists, a threat in his tone. You're right. I do have eyes for her. So what? Immortal River looked at the turd in front of him with a disdainful expression. The person in front of him certainly wasn't a son of a big family from the way he was dressed, so he wasn't afraid. As long as you bring out your name, the other party will still not kneel and lick themselves. You seek death. Seeing that it didn't make sense, and that his beloved fairy sister was still watching, Su Fan stopped talking nonsense at once. He's going to have to show off in front of his fairy sister. Flying sword art. Go! Su Fan raised his hand and a flying sword whose grade had reached the Saint King realm appeared out of thin air in front of him. Sword intent lingered on it, emanating divine might. What? How can this dirtbag's battle power be so powerful? Immortal Sichuan actually felt the danger of falling on Su Fan's moves at this moment. He couldn't take this sword hard. Thinking of this, Immortal River pulled out a metaphysical golden shield. This was one of his bottom cards, a Saint Emperor level shield given to him by his father. Xian Tian shield. Immortal Sichuan shouted, and the aura in his body suddenly surged madly towards the shield in his hand. In the next moment, the shadow of a blue-colored savage bull appeared on top of the shield, and then directly wrapped the entire body of Immortal Sichuan in it. The flying sword attack sent out by Su Fan also arrived at this moment, directly impacting on top of the virtual shadow condensed by the shield. The two collided, instantly creating a powerful aura storm that lifted the ground directly above the star. The resulting fallout stretched over a territory of millions of kilometers. By the time the attack ended, the savage bull's shadow above Undying River's head was directly dimmer than before. Damn! This earthworm is surprisingly so strong. Immortal River had already developed a desire to retreat at this moment. He was surprisingly no match for this turd in front of him. Better to wait until I go back to get a group of people and then come back to get this turd. You old cow's defense is quite good, to be able to receive my strike. The corner of Su Fan's eyes first glanced at Bai Susu before he opened his mouth to taunt Immortal River. Turtle, my father is the Immortal God clan's Grand Elder, and my old ancestor is even a quasi-emperor level powerhouse. So if you're sensible, get the hell out of my way. Immortal River directly reported his identity backdrop. It was believed that as long as one wasn't stupid, they would definitely have the sense to leave after hearing his words, or even kneel down and lick themselves. How did he just forget to introduce himself? What kind of bull ***** Immortal God clan? With me here today, you guys won't be able to take away Sister Fairy. Su Fan doesn't care about the Immortal God clan. He has the backing of 7 great masters. Who is he afraid of? Good. Turtle, wait for me. Undying Chuan gave a harsh word and planned to retreat, but how could Su Fan let him go? Right now was a chance to perform in front of his fairy sister. Second grandpa says that you have to cut the grass to get rid of the roots, and that it grows again in the spring, so you'd better stay. Big heifer. For elephant extermination formation. Rise, Su Fan shouted, unexpectedly urging the formation disc in his hand to instantly form a formation. Chapter 216, The Jun Family. In the next moment, 4 pillars of energy appeared around the Immortal River, and the silhouettes of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu roamed among them. the terrifying might directly wrapped Undying River, causing him to stifle his color change, instantly forming a formation. This kid is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? At this moment, Immortal River could sort of see that the kid in front of him was obviously not some kind of a turd. Just that flying sword attack from before and the current ability to instantly form a formation were not something that an ordinary ancient clan's children could do. But then again, the kid had the air of a total dirtbag about him, which made him a little puzzled. Could it be because this kid has gotten some kind of unimaginable inheritance? Thinking of this, Immortal River's heart instantly became clear. There were definitely quite a lot of good things in the body of this turd. Kid, I am the son of the Immortal God clan's Grand Elder. I advise you not to be ignorant. Until now, Undying River was planning to use his name to press people. There was no way around it. The Immortal God clan was, after all, the top power in charge of the Immortal God domain, and was a resounding presence in the 9 Heavens top 10. Everywhere he goes, people are on their knees. Big heifer, today I'll let you recognize yourself. Little master. For Elephant Extermination Formation. Execute. Su Fan pinched his fingers in his hands, and the 4 pillars of light that surrounded the Immortal River instantly shone brightly. The 4 divine beasts that were originally traveling around the pillar directly attacked towards the Undying River. Damn it! Seeing this, Immortal Sichuan knew that he had met a rash person who was not afraid of death. Immortal Sacred Body. As Immortal River bellowed, a light blue energy light shield immediately surfaced on his body surface. The aura of his body was also raised by more than a notch at this moment. But just with his ungrown Immortal Saint body alone, he was not able to break through Su Fan's 4 Elephant Extermination Formation. Give up your struggle. You can't escape from my 4 Elephant Extermination Formation with just you. A smug smile appeared on Su Fan's face while his gaze was directed toward Baisusu, who was not far away. After seeing that it didn't have any reaction, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. It's also true that Fairy Sister probably hasn't seen my true strength yet. Thinking of this, Su Fan knew what he should do. Buddhist Divine Ability. The Great Compassion Palm. Without giving the opponent the slightest chance to catch his breath, Su Fan directly executed the Buddhist divine ability that his great-grandfather had handed over to him. In the next instant, a heavenly palm print with infinite Buddhist light directly suppressed towards the Immortal River. What? How come this kid knows so many things? Seeing the Buddhist palm seal that came toward his suppression, Immortal Sichuan was astonished in his heart. It's not even a problem that he knows flying sword techniques and formations, but now he also knows the Buddhist teachings of the Buddhist sect. And a 4 elephants extermination array are able to kill in thought. And now came a great mercy palm? Turtle. Today's shame will be returned in the coming day. Immortal River directly gave up resisting, as he had already planned to utilize one of the life-saving cards he had been given. So just in the next instant after Immortal River finished saying this, his entire body directly disappeared in place. Only one was left with a tattered replacement doll. This Immortal River actually has such an exotic treasure. Su Fan frowned slightly at the sight and then put away his array disc, and turned to Baisu's side. Fairy Sister, how was my tactic just now? Su Fan was like a child who wanted to be praised by his elders, with a hopeful look on his face. Nice. Baisusu was indeed a little surprised inside at the moment. After all, every move the Su Fan used was not a mortal product. There was even the true meaning of the Great Daoin between each move. This proved that the technique martial skill cultivated by the other party was definitely not lower than an imperial grade. Hey! Hearing Baisusu praise herself, even though it was just a nice sentence, Su Fan's heart was as sweet as honey. Fairy Sister, I actually know how to concoct pills and poisons besides these. Su Fan spoke again. Alchemy and poison making? You even know those? A trace of surprise once again appeared on Baisusu's face when she heard this, but it was nothing more than a bit of a surprise. After following Jun Lingtian's side for a long time, she was aware of how unfathomable this master of hers was. It could be said that so far she hadn't found anything that Jun Lingtian wouldn't be able to do that was simply outrageous. Yes, Fairy Sister, I can do a lot of things. Su Fan opened his mouth somewhat arrogantly. A big reason why he only dared to get along with Baisusu was that he was very confident in his talent and strength. Sooner or later, he will stand at the top of this heaven and earth. Immortal River is expected to bring someone to retaliate against us soon, so we'd better hurry up and leave this place. Baisusu opened her mouth at this time and proposed. Don't worry, Fairy Sister. I'll protect you. Su Fan opened his mouth with bewildering confidence. However, his confidence came from the demonic heart within him, so he wasn't really telling a lie. Well, I believe you, Baisu casually reassured. But it made Su Fan happy inside. His Fairy Sister was finally believing in him. In the meantime, the Immortal God domain was in the middle of the Immortal God clan's land. Immortal River's figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Damn dirtbag. Since you're so nosy, just wait for me to die. Immortal River thought of this instantly, went forward to look for the old ancestor of his lineage. This was because he planned to call on a few Immortal God Clan Saint Emperor Saint Exalt level cultivators to kill back. After another cry, Immortal Sichuan re-entered the greedy Wolf Starfield ruins with several Saint Emperors a Saint Zun realm bigwig as he wished. At this moment, Su Fan was still unaware of the movement of the Immortal River, and was offering his services in front of Bai Susu. Fairy sister, how about trying this? Su Fan handed the roasted demonic beast meat in his hand to Bai Susu. You eat it, I've long since wiped out. Bai Susu looked at the average colored roasted meat and shook her head slightly. It was really because the demonic beast meat that Jun Lingtian had roasted in the first place was too delicious, and now looking at what Su Fan had roasted didn't even look like something that could be eaten. This, well, Su Fan didn't force himself, but ate with gusto himself. After all, he had lived in that closed temple, and it was good to have something to eat, and he hadn't eaten anything delicious at all. Yet just at this moment, the space above their heads suddenly produced a tiny fluctuation. It was clearly Immortal River who had brought his own rescuers to collect the debt. So you kid is actually here. Really let this young man search for a while. Immortal River looked downward at the Su Fan duo with an arrogant face. Seeing Bai Su again, he was still overwhelmed by his high and cold demeanor. This woman is bound to be mine. Immortal River's heart darkened. As for Su Fan, his expression didn't change much after seeing Immortal River return with his helpers. Chapter 217, Seal, Open. It's just a matter of the underlings beating up the little ones to get to the old ones. Immortal River, you really don't know how to be ashamed. Su Fan sneered and mocked. You? Undying Chuan's face instantly showed anger when he heard Su Fan's mockery. He wasn't going to break his defense to have to fight his opponent one-on-one just because of that. Though, going one-on-one when you know you can't beat them is for cuties. That's a cute little thing to do. You're a dead man with a sharp tongue. Undying Chuan was exasperated and laughed, but the anger in his heart subsided quite a bit. Uncles and uncles, please. Undying Chuan spoke to the Saint Emperor Saint Exalt realm bigwigs around him. Don't worry, leave it to us. A few Immortal God Clan powerhouses responded indifferently. Next moment, a Saint Emperor realm powerhouse then directly struck out. A palm print with incomparable divine might directly suppressing towards Su Fan. Do you guys think that's enough to get rid of me? Demon Heart Seal, open. Su Fan bellowed. Instantly, an invisible aura emanated out. A dark black mysterious pattern emerged from his arm. The cultivation realm instantly rose by a large realm to the late Saint King realm. The aura of his body also skyrocketed at this moment, and as the rising aura of his cultivation stopped, Su Fan bellowed once again. Second seal, open. As Su Fan's words fell, his aura unexpectedly began to rise once again. Saint King realm consummation. Saint Emperor realm early stage. Saint Emperor realm middle stage. It only stopped when it reached the mid stage of the Saint Emperor realm about to break into the late stage of the Saint Emperor realm. Also the lines and colors on the body became darker. Even his expression had a touch more of an evil aura to it. What? How is that possible? The expression on Immortal River's face changed dramatically after seeing this scene. Even the Immortal God Clan powerhouse behind him frowned slightly. It was because they actually felt an extremely strong sense of oppression on Su Fan's body at the moment. Is this the bottom of the barrel you have? Bai Susu was also a little surprised inside after seeing this scene. She also did not expect that this Su Fan still possessed such a powerful card. Obviously, his own master had already consumed almost all of those great emperor's means on him before. Damn it! Can't let him elevate any further. Immortal River's heart was frightened at the moment, and a strong sense of crisis arose within him. Uncles, quickly exterminate him. As Immortal River spoke, that Saint Exalt realm powerhouse nodded to several Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. In the next moment, the four Saint Emperor realm bigwigs surrounded Su Fan in the center position. And now you know to stop me? It's already too late. The corners of Su Fan's mouth rose slightly, and then the flying sword in his hand was suddenly offered up. The sword transforms into thousands. As Su Fan's words fell, countless powerful sword shadows instantly separated in the sky. Chop! Su Fan pinched his hand and countless sword shadows instantly attacked the four surrounding Saint Emperor realm powerhouses. For a while, the scene was surprisingly scorched. Fighting 1 against 4. Su Fan did not lose the slightest bit of ground. What? How can this turd be so strong? Looking at Su Fan, who was fighting back and forth with his elders, Immortal River's heart was simply harder than eating a dead fly. However, what he didn't know was that the limit of Su Fan in front of him was to unlock 2 seals, and if he continued to unlock the next seal, then there is a great probability that he will become demonic, and his body will also bear a great load. Even if the seal is closed again, for his foundation will also have a great impact. I'm tired of playing, and it's time to send you on your way. The 9 Spectres Earth Fire Formation. Open! Su Fan let out a loud cry, and countless runic rules instantly flew out from his body. It was then combined together, and in the blink of an eye, a formation was formed. trapping the 4 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses within it. What? An instant formation? And it's still the 9 Spectres Earth Fire formation. That Saint Exalt realm powerhouse from the Immortal God clan's complexion instantly changed after seeing this scene. He seemed to be thinking of something, but wasn't quite sure. With that, he directly gritted his teeth and opened his mouth to inquire. Kid, who is Huan Di to you? You're talking about my grandpa Huan, right? Could it be that you know him? Su Fan tilted his head and opened his mouth to respond, and thought that the other party was his 5th grandfather's friend in the outside world. What? You're actually really that person's descendant. The expression on that Saint Exalt realm bigwig's face turned livid after hearing that reply. For no other reason. When Su Fan's 5th grandfather, Bai Huan, was debugging the formation, he directly refined a city in the Immortal God's domain. And the people in the city happened to have his wife and children. That was why he had an undying grudge against that Bai Huan who had entered the Tao with formations. But the other party's cultivation was that of a great emperor, and had disappeared for tens of thousands of years, which made him not even know where to go for revenge. I didn't realize that his descendants had taken it upon themselves to show up at the door. Kid, blame your ancestors for offending me. That Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse also no longer hesitated and directly struck out blatantly, clearly intending to directly slaughter Su Fan. Ha! I can't believe it's 5th grandpa's enemy. Su Fan was a bit speechless inside, not expecting that the first person he encountered would not be a friend but an enemy. Kid, die for me. Undying palm. That Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse struck out with hatred, directly using his full strength. In the next instant, a huge and incomparable palm print entwined with terrifying runic divine might came towards Su Fan to suppress him. Damn it! Seeing this, Su Fan intended to dodge, but thinking that this was the right time to perform in front of his fairy sister, he instantly chose to fight head-on. The 3rd seal, open it for me. Su Fan let out a loud shout, and it was clear that he intended to unlock his 3rd seal. He believed that as long as he fought quickly, the effect on his body shouldn't be particularly great. And as the 3rd seal in Su Fan's body was unlocked, the aura of Su Fan's body was once again elevated. The cultivation level also crossed into the Saint Exalt realm at this moment, but the lines on his face had turned a dark black and had crept up both faces. Even the pupils were colored with a dark black demonic aura. What? This kid was actually able to raise his cultivation to the Saint Exalted realm? Immortal River and the 4 Saint Emperor realm powerhouses were all confused after seeing this scene. Is that why the master is paying attention to you? Bai Su watched the scene with interest, feeling that he had guessed why Jun Lingtian wanted himself to approach the Su Fan. A Saint Exalted realm without any substance can only become a pseudo-Saint Exalted. Today I'll let you see what a true Saint Exalted is. That Saint Exalted realm powerhouse didn't look down on Su Fan just because he had elevated to the Saint Exalted realm. On the contrary, he still thought in his heart that the Saint Exalted realm that he had forcefully raised up was just a fancy. Chapter 218, Fall of the Immortal River. Your attacks are far inferior compared to my 5th grandfather. Su Fan spoke the truth, but it was a truth that the other party did not like to hear. Lohan's true form. As Su Fan opened his mouth, the Buddha's light suddenly flourished on Su Fan's body, and then it mixed with the demonic aura. An immense and incomparable Lohan golden body was formed to protect Su Fan behind him. The Buddha's light on it was mixed with demonic might, and there was actually some flavor of the devil Rohan. In the next instant, the martial skill indestructible palm that the Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse had utilized violently blasted on top of the Lohan true body that Su Fan had executed. All that was heard was a boom. That Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse was actually shaken back and forth, and the aftermath of the battle bombarded on top of that star, unexpectedly directly blowing open a huge and incomparable gap. The entire star seemed to show signs of disintegration. What? How is that possible? The Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse's pupils shrunk violently. The palm he had just used with anger hadn't even broken the opposite side of that kid's defense? That was his full strength slap. How is it possible for this kid to receive an attack from the Saint Exalted Realm? Undying Chuan's eyebrows directly wrinkled into a Chuan character at this moment. His heart was very unhappy. The might of this demon heart is surprisingly so powerful, but the unraveling of the 3rd seal has already exceeded his limits. Bai Su had already seen Su Fan's state at this moment. If he hadn't exited the unsealed state for a long time, then this Su Fan's other seals would also collapse, and at that time, he would inevitably be revolted by the devil's heart and completely become a demon. It's time for a quickie. Su Fan was obviously aware of his situation, and with that, he stopped delaying and directly struck out with all his might. Brahma's seal of destruction. Su Fan gathered all the demonic chi and spiritual energy in his body, while his hands quickly pinched the spell. In an instant, a seal that covered the sky and emitted monstrous divine might converged and took shape in the sky. What? How is that possible? At this moment, all of the people present, with the exception of Bai Su, had a look of trepidation on their faces, because they couldn't catch this blow at all. Go! Undying Chuan did not hesitate to choose to escape, but he suddenly realized that his body was unusually heavy. There's no way to get out fast enough. The Immortal God Clan's Saint Emperor and Saint Exalt realm powerhouses were the same. What? When did that dirtbag lay down the formation? It was only at this moment that Immortal River realized that he was being counted. Think I'm stupid? Still trying to escape? My big grandpa says I'm smart as hell. This formation had indeed been set up by Su Fan a long time ago, called the Heavenly Trap Formation, in order to prevent the other party from escaping. Damn! I'm not happy. That Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse couldn't help but yell up to the sky as he looked at the palm print that was suppressing the sky. The 4 Saint Emperor Realm powerhouses all had sad faces as well, because they no longer had the green energy in their bodies that could revive them. This fall is a real fall. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** heart, and equally knew that he could not escape. Boom! The swastika seal that covered the sky directly suppressed Immortal River along with the 5 immortal god races saint-exalted holy emperors. It eventually crashed into the stars below. The terrifying might directly caused the stars under their feet to disintegrate and burst, and the star cores shattered. The immense and incomparable ring-shaped airwave directly shattered the surrounding meteorites. 5 immortal god clan saint realm powerhouses directly fell on the spot. Only Immortal River had remodeled his body through the green energy that carried the powerful power of vitality. Ding! Undying Chuan's body fell once, plundering 2,000 points of fortune value. Oh, now that Undying River seems to have only 17,000 chi values, it'll be ready to be harvested soon. Jun Lingtian found a reason to rush directly towards Immortal River and Su Fan's location after hearing the system's beep. Damn it! This kid actually cost me a life. After recovering, Immortal Chuan raised his eyes to look at Su Fan at this moment and realized that his spirit was extremely depressed, as if the aftermath had come. Ha ha ha, let's see if you won't die this time. Seeing this, Immortal Sichuan directly raised his sword and killed. 7th grandfather said that you must leave yourself a backhand when you strike, and now it seems to make sense. Seeing Immortal River kill with his sword, Su Fan's withered look instantly disappeared. The true form of Luohan behind him reappeared and directly put his hands together, slapping Undying Sichuan into a meat cake. However, very soon, a strand of green energy drilled out from within the palm of the black and white Lohan true body, quickly condensing a silhouette a little farther away from Su Fan. Ding! The Undying River god has fallen once, plundering 2,000 points of chi value. Ding! Immortal River's chi value has reached the decapitation line and can be killed. Damn it! Surprisingly, he still has a backhand. This son's mind is so vicious. Immortal River looked towards Su Fan at this time and realized that his aura had unexpectedly become atrophied once again. It seemed like all it took was the movement of one's fingers to run them over. But with the previous lesson, he wouldn't dare to act rashly again. Turtle, you're so loaded. Undying River gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. Oi, it's a pity. I can't believe I didn't fall for it. It's about to reach its limit. Su Fan really didn't have the ability to do anything more at this moment, as the backlash from the demon heart was pouring in from the sky. All of his remaining strength was on resisting the demon heart revolt, but he still had his fairy sister with him, so safety was not a concern. Damn it! You wait! After thinking about it for a long time, Immortal River still gave up his intention to strike. Fairy sister! Otherwise, why don't you kill him with your hands? My 3rd grandfather said not to let the tiger return to the mountain. Su Fan turned his head and spoke to Bai Susu. At this moment, he had already resealed the demonic heart within him. The strong backlash from the devil's heart caused his figure to become a little unsteady. However, before Bai Susu could open her mouth to reply, the space of this heaven and earth was suddenly fixed. Immortal River, Su Fan and Bai Susu, all 3 were fixed in place, unable to move. What? This is imperial might? How come? Wasn't it said that there were no great emperors among the greedy Wolf Starfield ruins? The 3 men were inwardly terrified. Of course, Pak Su is pretending, but Immortal River and Su Fan weren't pretending. Pa! With the sound of a ringing finger, Immortal River's body instantly turned into flying ash, but the next moment the green energy inside him helped him reshape his body. Ding! The Undying River god has fallen once, plundering 2,000 points of chi value. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How? Why is this great emperor trying to kill me? I clearly haven't offended him. Immortal River thought internally and determined that he really hadn't offended a great emperor-level powerhouse before. Your Imperial Excellency, I'm a descendant of the Immortal God clan's Immortal Emperor, so please let me go. Immortal River attempted to transmit his voice to this great emperor that had suddenly appeared, hoping that the other party would let him off for the sake of the Immortal God clan's great emperor realm powerhouses. Chapter 219, Old Country. Yet what greeted him was once again turning into flying dust. Ding! The Undying River god has fallen once, plundering 2,000 points of chi value. but soon Immortal River molded his body again. But it was his last life. If he falls again it will be really cool, and not far away. Su Fan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. So it's here to find that undying river. It seems like the odds are that I'm not in much danger. Su Fan thought so inwardly, because his fifth grandfather had said that the enemy of an enemy was a friend. If that seemed to be the case, the great emperor in front of him was his Su Fan's friend. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! Immortal Sichuan was completely flustered inside at the moment, constantly attempting to communicate with Jun Lingtian's divine sense in the hope that the other party would be able to spare his own life. However, in the next moment, a sentence suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. The heavenly king covers the earth. Immortal River instantly and subconsciously replied after hearing this. Pagoda to subdue river demon. Old folks. Old country. Immortal River was rejoicing inwardly at this moment, instantly having a feeling of having survived a robbery. He had actually met his homeboy in this metaphysical world? Brother, one of our own. All of our own. After realizing that the other party came from the same place as himself, Immortal River instantly felt that the other party was not a towering great emperor powerhouse, but was just like himself. After all, where they come from, everyone is equal. However, in the next moment, he suddenly realized that his body was on fire, and it was still the kind of underworld earth heart fire that burned the divine soul. Ah, bro, what are you doing? Feeling the drilling pain coming from his soul, Immortal Sichuan's soul body directly floated in pain and twisted on the surface of his body. That was a hard hit. Su Fan was like a melon eater at the moment, and he actually had the heart to comment within. Bro, I was wrong. No, Your Imperial Excellency, I was wrong. Only at this moment did the Immortal River really feel and react. The other party was a great emperor. He was a little weakling of the great saint realm, not even as good as an ant in front of others. So how could he be qualified to call himself a brother with the other party? To put it bluntly, people that were on the same level as their Immortal God clan ancestor. He didn't deserve to call himself a brother with them. However, just when Immortal Sichuan thought that the other party was merely trying to punish him a bit and had no intention of trying to kill him, however, he realized that his divine soul would immediately be burned out by this underworld earth heart flame. At the end of his death he realized that the other party just wanted to get him killed. Damnation! You shall not be pleased. Undying Chuan wanted to curse Jun Lingtian, but he was unable to say anything until he died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Long Ao Tian, and plundering 13,000 points of Qi value. Rewarded, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Qi Aura Fragment X1, Immortal Sacred Body Origin. And with the fall of Immortal River, the two books in its sea of consciousness instantly turned into streams of light and wanted to vanish. Want to run? No way! Junling fixed the two streams of light between his raised hands and then sucked them into his hands. 9 Heavenly Goddesses record? The 10 Earthly Fairies list? Could this be that Immortal River's bottom card? Jun Lingtian casually tried to throw it into his storage ring, but realized that the storage ring was unable to stow the two books. However, in the next moment, those two books unexpectedly turned into a stream of light and drilled into his sea of consciousness. Jun Lingtian went to his spiritual sea of consciousness and took a look at it. And after realizing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he intended to be free to talk about it. It was Su Fan he needed to deal with now. With a wave of his hand, he revoked the ban on space, and Jun Lingtian's mist-filled face looked towards Su Fan and by Susu. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Su Fan hurriedly opened his mouth to thank him. As stupid as he may seem at times, he's not really stupid. He still knew where to place himself in the face of an Emperor Realm powerhouse. However, what embarrassed him was that this great emperor in front of him didn't pay any attention to him at all, but instead gazed at by Susu who was next to him. Not bad. This emperor happens to have encountered a bottleneck in his breakthrough. Go back with this emperor as a cauldron to double cultivate with me, and you can be spared from death. The words were clearly directed at Baisu. What? How dare you want to capture my fairy sister to go back as a tripod for dual cultivation? Su Fan, who heard this, instantly froze. His sixth grandfather was a flower picker. How could he not know what dual cultivation meant? Even he himself had the intention of dual cultivating with Baisusu. Angry. Su Fan, who heard this, instantly became angry. Senior, my sixth grandfather once told me that a friend's wife should not be deceived. Isn't this a bit too much for you? After all, there was the saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend before, so there was nothing wrong with him saying that now. Noisy. Pa. With a crunching sound, Su Fan was instantly slapped away. Baisusu, on the other hand, was directly embraced in Jun Lingtian's arms. Not bad. It's so watery. Jun Lingtian pinched Baisusu's milk-white face and teased wantonly. Get your filthy hands off me. Baisusu displayed an extremely reluctant look, but it was clearly an act for Su Fan, and after raising his head, the slap Su Fan instantly met by Susu's watery, misty, aggrieved eyes. At the same time the reluctant look on by Susu's face pierced his heart deeply. Damn it, get your filthy hands off me. This time, Su Fan was completely enraged. He'd been teasing for months just getting a bit of a head start and hadn't even touched his hand yet. And now the other guy is trying to bully his way in? Oh, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. As Jun Lingtian spoke, he actually directly pinched by Susu's chin and kissed it. This behavior was seen as Su Fan's eyes instantly filled with blood and his eyes were burning with anger. I said stop it. Su Fan roared furiously, directly giving up on suppressing the demonic heart within his body, and also instantly unlocked the 3 seals. The cultivation level also came to the Saint Exalted Realm in the blink of an eye. Not enough. It's not enough. Break it. Su Fan bellowed. And the 4th seal was unexpectedly opened as well. And the moment the 4th seal was opened, Su Fan's cultivation continued to start rising. Middle Saint Exalted Realm, Late Saint Exalted Realm, and Saint Exalted Realm Perfection. It then stopped at the half-step Supreme Realm. Not enough. Not enough. Drive me again. In an instant, the 5th seal of the demon heart was also opened by Su Fan, only to see Su Fan's cultivation, which had originally stopped at the half-step Supreme Realm, unexpectedly rise once again. But this power that exceeded the limit of Su Fan's body's tolerance had already begun to affect his divine soul and body. Ding! Su Fan's Dao body is damaged. Plundering 1,000 points of chi value. Ding! Su Fan's divine soul has been damaged. Plundering the chi value by 1,000 points. Not enough. Not enough. It's not enough. Give me more power. In the next moment, Su Fan directly shattered the 6th seal, and his cultivation formally rushed into the Supreme Realm at this moment. Chapter 220 Golden Cicada, Son of Fortune. However, this also caused Su Fan's body and soul to suffer great damage, successfully awakening the spirit of the demonic heart. The purple and black lines on his body were also basically crawling all over his body, and as the 6th seal opened, cracks appeared in the 7th, 8th, and 9th seals. A moment later, the 7, 8, 9, and 3 seals collapsed in turn, and Su Fan's realm continued to climb at this moment. Early Supreme Realm, Mid-Supreme Realm, Late Quasi-Imperial, Early Imperial Realm. Because this devil's heart was the essence of all the cultivation of that devil emperor at the time, it had hardened Su Fan's cultivation to the early Imperial Realm. However, with the awakening of the demon heart, Su Fan's body was already crawling with purple and black bizarre lines, completely controlled by the demon heart, turning into a bloodthirsty puppet. Ding! Su Fan's Taoist heart has gone to the devil, plundering 2,000 points of chi luck value. Not good. Something's happened to Fan Air. The 7 great emperors in the weird temple opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Just now, they had sensed Su Fan's condition at the moment through the means they had each left on him. The demonic heart seal has been lifted. I hope that Fanner won't be devoured by the demonic heart before it's too late. The several Emperor Realm powerhouses present all had stony faces. Old bald donkey, it's all your fault. If you hadn't let Fanner go out, how would we have encountered such a thing? The great emperor who had refined the poison opened his mouth to accuse. Everyone else frowned at the old monk at his words. Don't argue. I've laid a formation means inside Fanner's body. I guess it won't take long for him to be teleported back. Bai Huan, who had entered the Dao with formations, spoke. The others all quieted down after hearing these words, and inwardly they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Apparently they felt that as long as Su Fan re-entered this place, they would definitely be able to seal the demonic heart again and awaken Su Fan's consciousness. In the meantime, the greedy wolf astral domain Su Fan's cultivation had stopped rising at the moment, eventually settling at the early stage of the Emperor Realm. Only now, his eyes were bloodshot and his body was crawling with bizarre lines. Although the current Su Fan's sanity had been taken over by the demonic heart, the obsession in his heart had not disappeared. The only thing he wanted to do now was to say by Susu, kill, kill, kill you. Su Fan's mouth let out a ho-ho sound, and his pair of bloodthirsty pupils were pitch black. Oh, is this your bottom card? It's a pity that you overestimate yourself. If this Su Fan didn't grow smoothly without being stimulated by himself, he could definitely become the best amongst the Emperor Realm. Too bad he met himself. Who gave you the courage to declare war on me? Jun Lingtian directly revealed his undying god demon body. The terrifying demonic aura was intermingled with the divine white Dao aura, exuding an incomparable divine might. However, soon the divine white Dao Qi gradually transformed into a demonic Qi that wrapped around Jun Lingtian's entire body. At this moment, he became a true generation of demon emperor, millions of times more terrifying than the demon emperor sealed in the Bazaar Temple. And as that demonic might that could plunge people into infinite fear radiated towards the entire greedy Wolf Star region, the cultivators above each star all stood up in sweat and shuddered. This demon emperor's pressure is so terrifying. His cultivation is afraid that he has already come to the late emperor realm. A group of old monks looked towards Jun Lingtian's direction with grave expressions. They were cultivators from the heavenly Buddha domain, one of the 10 lands. And this heavenly Buddha domain is the territory ruled by the Buddhist sect. The biggest power in the entire heavenly Buddha region is the heavenly Buddha sect. The devil emperor has appeared. It seems that the 9 heavens and 10 lands are about to have another calamity. A kindly old monk murmured compassionately, Amitabha Buddha. Don't worry, master. When I grow up, I will definitely suppress that demon emperor. A young monk with handsome eyebrows opened his mouth to the old monk. He was the Buddhist son of the heavenly Buddha divine sect of this generation, named Golden Cicada Son. Amitabha Buddha. Good disciple. Master believes that you can definitely do it. The old monk opened his mouth to encourage. In fact, he did have high hopes for the Golden Cicada. After all, he was the most gifted Buddhist son in the entire Buddhist sect for hundreds of thousands of years. Then look at Su Fan at this moment. Facing the pure and incomparable bloodline pressure in front of him, Su Fan under the control of the demon heart actually showed a flash of fear on his face. On your knees. Jun Lingtian's eyes that were as dark as an abyss looked directly at Su Fan. The bellowing cry directly caused Su Fan's body to resist trembling. However, just as he was groveling and couldn't help but fall to his knees, a huge teleportation spell was suddenly generated under his feet. It emanated a strong aura of the Tao of formation. In the next moment, Su Fan's body directly disappeared into it. Oh, finally made a move? Jun Lingtian actually had the ability to stop Su Fan from entering within the formation just now, but he did not. Let this emperor see what kind of goods you 7 monsters of the great Buddha temple are. The corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth rose slightly in, and then with a wave of his hand, he laid down a teleportation array and disappeared into it. And as Jun Lingtian's figure disappeared, the cultivators of the entire greedy wolf star domain all breathed a sigh of relief. Gone? That demon emperor is gone? Greedy wolf was sitting in his dojo at the moment, but that demon emperor's might just now had made his heart tremble, because the other party was tens of thousands of times stronger than even he was at his peak. It would be troublesome if they came for him. After all, this was his dojo. Look again at the great Buddha temple at this moment. Bai Huan had already sensed at this moment that Su Fan had been transported over by the formation he had set up within his body. Only he always had a bad feeling about it. Well, several other people were all looking at Bai Huan at the moment, wanting to get news from him. Fanner has been teleported over, but now that his body is occupied by a demonic heart, I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. Bai Huan's face was a bit grave. He was still able to feel a trace of Su Fan's aura through the connection of the formation, but it was extremely weak. There's no harm in it. As long as Fanner's true spirit is still alive, I'll have a way to bring him back. The great emperor who specialized in healing people spoke. An hour later, a teleportation formation suddenly appeared in the void space where the great Buddha temple was located. The 7 great emperors who sensed this movement all projected their divine sense over. It should be Van's back. Pick him up. Baek Huan opened his mouth. I'll do it. The flower-picking emperor volunteered to speak. However, the next moment, a black teleportation array unexpectedly appeared next to that teleportation array once again. What's going on? The 7 people's expressions all turned grave at this moment after seeing that teleportation array, because that teleportation array was made of demonic chi, and the attainments of the array seemed to be above Bai Huan. Let's get Van Ellen first. The sword emperor spoke. The flower-picking emperor who heard these words instantly reacted, then reached out and grabbed. Chapter 221, The 7 Monsters of the Great Buddha Temple. An aura palm print instantly formed on the periphery of the Great Buddha Temple, grabbing Su Fan, who had appeared within the formation. However, Su Fan, who had been caught inside the Great Buddha Temple, was staring at the teleportation spell in the outside world with a horrified expression. The body shook like a sieve, as if there was something extremely frightening in that. What the hell? What exactly is in that formation? It's actually capable of causing the heart of a demon emperor at the Empyrean realm of perfection to fear. The 7 great emperor powerhouses of the Great Buddha Temple all had their gazes fixed on the legendary phalanx formed by that black demonic chi at the moment. In the next moment, they realized that a supreme demon emperor carrying a world-defying demonic might, with the power of the devil Tao origin entwined, had stepped out from it. What? How is that possible? Surprisingly, it's a demon emperor who has reached the ultimate great emperor realm. The faces of the 7 great empress realms all turned grave after they sensed a wisp of Jun Lingtian's demonic breath. No wonder the demon heart is fearful. So this is an encounter with a stepping ancestor level existence. Don't be afraid. This great Buddha temple was created by mixing pieces of immortal weapons. And there are also extremely powerful defense formations. Even extreme great emperors won't be able to attack in for a while. Bai Huan fixed his mind and opened his mouth to comfort. The priority now is to reseal the demonic heart within Su Fan's body. After saying this, The 7 people looked at each other and then presented 7 directions to surround Su Fan. 7-star Dao Heavenly Seal. The 7 of them pinched their hands together and connected their internal auras to each other. Eventually, it formed a 7-mangled star formation that sealed the sky and the earth, and disappeared into Su Fan's heart. In the next moment, the demonic lines on Su Fan's body began to slowly recede, and his hideous expression slowly began to become peaceful. This was probably the most the demon heart had ever wanted to be sealed. After all, it didn't want to have to deal with that fearful fellow again. After doing so, the great emperor who walked the path of medicine checked Su Fan's body and then fed him several pills of different colors. How is Van's child now? The remaining 6 all looked toward that pill emperor at this moment. I've injured my foundation, and my divine soul has been drastically damaged, so I need to properly recuperate for a while before I can do so. Pill emperor sighed and briefly described the injuries within Su Fan's body. That's good. I still have an immortal lotus of creation in my hand, so I'll give this kid a tonic when the time comes. The poison emperor opened his mouth. With another creation, immortal lotus Fanner's injuries shouldn't be much of a problem anymore. The pill emperor nodded, and the other 5 were relieved to hear that. With that, they suddenly felt a violent and incomparable tremor in the entire great Buddha temple. Only then did they think that there was still an extreme demon emperor in the outside world. Oh, it's really the same as the immortal weapon fragment I encountered before. Jun Lingtian had just put out his hand to test the waters, and in his heart, he was certain that this temple in front of him was refined from immortal artifact fragments. I didn't realize that just wanting to cut down the roots, but there was an unexpected blessing. One could only see that at this moment. Jun Lingtian's figure had instantly become immense, covering the sky like a demonic god. With that, he directly grabbed the great Buddha temple in his hands and played with it. Surprisingly, there are still formations, and they're not of a low grade. So it seems that the guy who refined this immortal artifact in the first place wasn't very strong. After carefully observing the situation, Jun Lingtian had already understood this heavenly Buddha temple in his hands. Even the formations covered therein as well as the refining techniques were seen through at a glance. In the next moment, he would directly use heaven and earth as a furnace, the underworld earth heart flame plus the flame of void offering, and began to reverse refine the great Buddha temple in his hands. What? How is that possible? The 7 great emperors within the great Buddha temple were all dumbfounded after seeing this scene. This demon emperor in front of him actually knew such profound weapon refining techniques? And what did they see? The formation above the great Buddha temple had actually been detached in an abstracted manner. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the entire great Buddha temple's defense formation to collapse and be scrapped. The great Buddha temple will also be directly refined and dismantled into individual parts. Bob Buddha, Elder, you can't do that. The old monk saw this and hastened to stop it, but Jun Lingtian did not stop his hands after hearing these words, only glancing at the temple in his hands. Senior, this place is suppressing a demon emperor of the emperor realm perfection. If you dismantle the temple, the other party will definitely revive. The old monk opened his mouth to explain, yet he realized that Jun Lingtian still had no intention of stopping. Old bald ass, can you use your brain when you step on a horse? The other party is an ultimate demon emperor. Would they be afraid of a demon emperor perfection? Maybe people just come to pick up their little brother and take him back. The flower-picking emperor opened his mouth and mocked. He had even been chased by this old monk when he was picking flowers for cultivation, so he looked at this old monk with some displeasure. Yes, as long as this broken temple is refined, then we can all be relieved as well. There was a hint of excitement on the poison emperor's face. They had all been trapped here for hundreds of thousands of years and had long since grown tired of life here. Who wouldn't want to be able to regain their freedom and get away with it in the outside world? Bob Buddha. Sin. The old monk didn't say anything more after hearing this, but directly sat down on his knees and started chanting Buddhist scriptures. Hiss! How come I didn't realize there was another handsome little girl around just now? At this time, the flower-picking emperor suddenly spotted by Susu's figure. Hundreds of thousands of years of not having seen the opposite sex, his eyes began to glow green after seeing such a superb beauty. It's been a long time since I've encountered such a beautiful female cultivator. The flower-picking emperor couldn't help but lick his lips. However, right at this moment, Su Fan, who had been unconscious, suddenly woke up leisurely. Why am I back? Su Fan raised his eyes to look at the familiar surroundings and was a little confused for a moment, but the next second he suddenly screamed in agony. Aha! My head hurts. What's wrong with you, Van? Pill Emperor immediately began to check Su Fan's body after seeing him wake up, but soon his brows furrowed as he felt a bit incredulous after checking Su Fan's body just now. According to the injuries in Su Fan's body at this moment, he should have fallen into a heavy sleep as a way to recuperate his body, but what he didn't expect was Su Fan to forcefully awaken, as if there was something important waiting for him to do. Fairy sister, I'm coming to save you. Fairy sister. Su Fan's mouth kept dreaming about Bai Susu, and he was actually flashing scenes of Bai Susu being bullied in his mind. In the next second, Su Fan jolted awake and then grabbed the Pill Emperor's sleeve. Fairy sister. Fourth grandfather. Save my fairy sister. Chapter 222 Devil Emperor Tian Yuan. What fairy sister? Fanner. What nonsense are you talking about? Pill Emperor frowned slightly, thinking that Su Fan was not conscious and had started talking nonsense. Save her, she is my fairy sister. Su Fan painstakingly pointed at Bai Susu who was standing beside Jun Lingtian. Her? She's little Fanny's fairy sister? I didn't realize that this little fancier had the same taste as me. The flower-picking emperor glanced at Bai Susu with an evil smile on his face, as if he had thought of some particularly exciting scene. Don't worry, Fanner, we'll get your fairy sister out. The flower-picking emperor opened his mouth to comfort. In fact, he was already calculating in his mind whether or not to submit under this demon emperor in front of him when he got out. After all, in his previous life, it was because he didn't have a backer that he was caught and suppressed here. Moreover, if he had submitted himself to this demon emperor in front of him, when the time came to open his mouth to ask for the woman by his side, I believe that he would not fail to give it. After all, that was only a female cultivator at the quasi-emperor realm, and should not be worth mentioning in the eyes of the ultimate demon emperor. And just as the flower-picking emperor was fantasizing about a bright future in his mind, the great Buddha temple they were in began to disintegrate and collapse at this moment. In the next moment, the entire great Buddha temple suddenly emitted a wisp of pure demonic chi. Although it was no match for Jun Lingtian, it could definitely be ranked at the top in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Jia. Me, Demon Emperor Tian Yuan, finally out of the trap. Wisps of black demonic chi converged in the void, eventually forming the figure of a demonic person with 2 horns on his head. Did you wake me up? Tian Yuan looked towards Jun Lingtian, who was playing with something not far away, and his pupils suddenly shrunk slightly. He couldn't even see through his opponent's cultivation? One must know that he was at the perfection of the great emperor realm before he was suppressed. Jun Lingtian, on the other hand, did not pay any attention to him at this time. My demonic heart turned out to be here. At this time, Demon Emperor Tian Yuan suddenly realized that his demonic heart was actually in the body of a kid below him in the Kid Great Saint realm. 7-star Dao Heavenly Seal? You guys think you can seal this seat's demonic heart with this? When Devil Emperor Tian Yuan said this, he immediately pinched the spell in his hand, wanting to recall his devil heart. This caused Su Fan's face, who had originally forced himself to endure the pain, to distort instantly. Aha! My heart, it hurts. Hearing Su Fan's wail of pain, the old monk's originally tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Ba Buddha, stop it Tian Yuan, the current you is no longer at your peak. The old lineage alone can take you, because most of the cultivation essence of Tian Yuan Bai's body was all stored in the devil's heart, and it had been suppressed and sealed for countless years. A devil emperor perfection's cultivation had long been 10-1. Old monk, you didn't realize that you not only have a big head, but also a big mouth. Demon Emperor Tian Yuan's eyes narrowed. In fact, it was indeed as the old monk had said, one's current cultivation level was 10 times less than 1, and one had to recapture the devil's heart. But at this moment, his demonic heart had already merged into the body of the kid at his feet. Even if he had just used a secret method to recall, it wouldn't help. The only way out of this situation is to use that backhanded move. Old bald donkey, this seat is most displeased with your Buddhist sect in my life, so I'll take you first today, Tian Yuan said and directly made a move towards the old monk. 1,000 changes devil palm claw, Tian Yuan shouted, and in an instant, countless black demonic chi skeletons combined together to form a demonic claw clawing towards the old monk. Ba Buddha, Tian Yuan, you have done many evil things. Today I will accept you and end your sinful life. The old monk said, mouthing words and chanting unknown Sanskrit sutras. Vorpal Vajra Pestle. Shun. In the next second, the huge Vorpal Vajra Pestle directly faced the dark demonic claws coming from Tian Yuan. However, what the crowd didn't expect was that the two were only in a single glance, and that huge and incomparable black devil claw was pierced by the pestle and mortar transformed by the golden Brahman. Immediately afterward, the demonic pestle and mortar that emanated brilliant Buddhist divine might directly penetrated Tian Yuan's body. How is this possible? Tian Yuan looked down incredulously, finding his body was being massively damaged by a golden energy and was rapidly dissipating. No! Tian Yuan let out a loud cry, and then his figure gradually dissipated into the void. What? When did this old monk become so powerful? The other 6 were all stunned in place after seeing this scene. Is this all the demon emperor that we have suppressed for countless years is capable of? The faces of the people present all showed skepticism. Ba, little devil. Nothing more than that. The old monk faked a well-timed wave. Interesting, Only Jun Lingtian on the scene could see the truth of it, but he did not say anything more. And he had just determined that the thing disassembled and refined out of this great Buddha temple did indeed have a piece of immortal artifact debris, but it was a very small piece. It was even smaller than the dagger that Meng Sun Yue had given him back then. Ha ha ha, since the demon emperor is dead, then this emperor will take his first step. Little Fanzi will be in your hands. Little Fanzi, come find me at the Qin Yuan domain when you have time. The flower-picking emperor suddenly changed his mind. How can defecting to others be as dashing as coming alone? Moreover, now his cultivation has been refined. As long as he does not die, the 9 heavens and 10 places can go. This emperor, let you go? Jun Lingtian spoke in a light tone. No joy or anger could be heard in his tone. Senior, as you can see, just now your little brother was killed by this old bald donkey. It has nothing to do with me. The flower-picking emperor is a direct scourge. This caused the face of the old monk who had subdued the heavenly abyss demon emperor to change instantly. But thinking that even the heavenly abyss demon emperor had not recognized this senior in front of him before, and since he didn't even make a move on the occasion of his fall, he was certain that the other party wasn't here to save the heavenly abyss demon emperor. So the old monk didn't argue and just sat back and waited for the show. Dare to use the ultimate emperor as a sword. Are you tired of living? Sure enough, the next moment Jun Lingtian struck out without warning, his figure instantly disappearing in place. No good. The flower-picking emperor's expression changed at the sight. However, before he could react, Destiny's throat was cupped in Jun Lingtian's hands. What? The white flowering willow with the strongest body technique didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance? As the crowd looked at Jun Lingtian, who had choked the flower-picking emperor in the blink of an eye, their faces all became grave. Seeing the white palm that was pinching his throat squeezing tighter and tighter, Bai Hua Lu's face instantly turned red. A great emperor realm cultivation was unexpectedly as if it had disappeared, and not the slightest bit of it could be felt at all. At this moment, he felt as if he were an ordinary man who had drowned. At any moment, his life could be lost. Stop it and put Grandpa Six down. Seeing this, Su Fan immediately shouted loudly and struggled to stand up. Although his 6th grandfather was a bit horny, he was extremely good to him. How could he watch his 6th grandfather die in front of his eyes? Chapter 223, Chaotic Demon Heart. Put it down? Jun Lingtian let out a cold laugh when he heard this. Next moment, a colorless divine fire suddenly surged out of his hand. The terrifying heat instantly twisted and shattered the surrounding void, revealing a terrifying black hole vortex, while the pupils of the flower-picking emperor white flower willow in its hands instantly revealed a look of horror. No, Elder, I was wrong. I was wrong. White flowering willow's miserable voice spread throughout the void, causing the crowd present to shudder. Ding! Kill white flowering willow in the middle stage of the emperor realm, and plunder Su Fan's chi value of 1,000 points. As the system's beep sounded, Jun Lingtian was finally certain. Since killing these evil great emperors could plunder Su Fan's chi luck value, then he would not be polite. And after Su Fan watched Bai Hua Lu die in front of him, a look of grief appeared on his face. No, don't, Grandpa Six. However, before Su Fan could slow down, his 7th grandfather, a mid-great emperor powerhouse who specialized in body refining, appeared in Jun Lingtian's hands. Although that body refinement emperor was a huge lump, it was carried in Jun Lingtian's hands like a small chicken. In the next moment, it was subdued in front of Su Fan's eyes as it should have been. Ding! Killed Gu Tianhe, a mid-great emperor, and plundered Su Fan's chi luck value of 1,000 points. 7 Grandpa. No, have the ability to come at me. Su Fan was overwhelmed with grief, and his just improved divine soul suffered secondary damage under the emotion of grief. Coming at you? What right does a mole have to speak? Jun Lingtian sneered, his tone light, and in the next moment after he finished saying this, a sealing force was suddenly added above Su Fan's mouth. It was amazing that he couldn't even speak now. I didn't realize that Master had such a side. Not far away. Bai Susu thought so in her heart. It was the first time she had seen Jun Lingtian after demonization. That overbearing and incomparable Gaijin might made her unable to help but be mesmerized. Your Excellency, we have no grievances with you. Why are you treating us like this? Formation Dao Emperor Bai Huan frowned and asked. His tone was resounding as if he was questioning Jun Lingtian. Because this emperor is stronger than all of you. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth with a cold smile, directly choking the remaining words of Bai Huan in his throat. Yes, since the beginning of time it was the strongest who were honored, and it was ridiculous that one could ask such a thing. You all go together. Don't say that this emperor didn't give you a chance. Jun Lingtian looked at the remaining 5 and spoke indifferently. When these words came out, the old monk and the other 4 late great emperor powerhouses exchanged glances. With that, they all stepped forward to surround Jun Lingtian. There was no certainty of winning, but it was their only chance. Namo Amitba Buddha. Buddha's golden body. The old monk bellowed, his body instantly erupting with a piercing golden light. An immense and incomparable Buddha shadow Dharma then formed behind him. This time he was truly pulling out the stops. The sword is only me. I am the sword. The sword emperor, who had entered the Tao with his sword, slashed the spirit sword in his hand towards his palm, and in the next moment, his entire being unexpectedly transformed into a Tao of energy and starlight that merged within the spirit sword in his hand. At this moment, he had truly achieved human sword unity. He is the sword and the sword is him. After that, the Poison Emperor and the Pill Emperor looked towards Jun Lingtian with grave expressions on their faces. After all, compared to others, what they were better at was group attacks and buffing their teammates. Only Formation Tao Great Emperor Bai Huan was holding the formation disc in his hand and reciting words under his breath. One could only see obscure formation ancient divine writings engraved on top of that formation disc, and the power of the origin of the formation Tao flowed through it. It exuded the aura of a formation path through the heavens and the earth. This was his innate formation disc, which gathered his hundreds of thousands of years of understanding of the formation path in his heart and soul. Now he is going to use this to verify the previous conjecture, so that even if today fell on the spot, then also die without regret. Looks like you're all ready. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Jun Lingtian's mouth. However, the next moment, a powerful heartbeat spread throughout the entire void. Flop, flop. It was like beating the divine drums of heaven and earth, shaking the 5 late great emperor's supreme powerhouses to the core and destabilizing their Tao. Immediately afterward, an aura from the chaotic desolate ancient era dispersed in all directions, filled with the vicissitudes and the breath of the ages. Could this be the chaotic demon heart? How is this possible? The old monk's face brushed from gold to white. The chaotic demon heart was the only introduction he saw in a handwritten journal in the Buddhist sect's hidden scripture cabinet. Born before the beginning of heaven and earth, nurtured in the chaos, the foundation of the origin of the magic path. The chaos demon heart that means existed before the 9 heavens and 10 earths were formed, and it was birthed in the chaos. It is the root of the devil's way origin. The devil's way of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is now evolved from it. Although this description wasn't necessarily true, and was perhaps a bit exaggerated, it did reflect the heaven-defying and powerful nature of this chaotic demon heart. What? Chaotic demon heart? The remaining 4 had either heard of this chaotic demon heart or had never even heard of it. That's a good eye. The world-destroying demonic might emanating from Jun Lingtian's body directly caused the void in this area to fall into absolute darkness, with not a single ray of light in sight. In his hand, a devil halberd that emanated heavenly devilish might even appeared. The great pressure emanating from that devil halberd alone made the Emperor's sword in which Sword Emperor was housed tremble slightly. That was the suppression from the grade of the spirit weapon. Surprisingly, it's the extreme imperial weapon 8 Desolate Demon Halberd. The 8 Desolate Demon Halberd had once appeared right in the middle of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, so the Sword Emperor recognized it at a glance. Who exactly is this person? Surprisingly, he possesses both the chaotic demon heart and the 8 Desolate Demon Halberd. At this moment, they had a new perception of Jun Lingtian. They were afraid that their win rate in this matchup wouldn't even be 10%, but to survive they had to fight. Is this the master's true strength? Although Bai Susu had seen Jun Lingtian strike, not once had he struck out in earnest, and this time, she had finally seen a different Jun Lingtian. Damn it, this person is so strong, how am I going to be able to defeat him? Su Fan's heart was unbearable at the moment, and his self-confidence had been dealt a great blow. But when he thought that his fairy sister was still in Jun Lingtian's hands and could be forced into dual cultivation by the other party at any time, his heart was dripping blood. He has a demonic heart and so do I. Can I save Sister Fairy and a few grandfathers if I unseal it again? Su Fan's biggest card at the moment was his fused demon heart. Spell it out. Su Fan finally decided to try and unseal his demonic heart. He didn't want to leave himself with eternal regrets. Chapter 224, The Fall of the 5 Emperors. 7-star Tao Heavenly Seal. Break it for me. Su Fan shouted in his heart, and then he intended to break the seal of his demonic heart. Then after he successfully subdued the demonic heart seal in his body, he realized that his cultivation level didn't swipe upwards as he had imagined. What's going on? How come there's no movement? What he didn't know was that another body of consciousness existed within the demonic heart now. Humph! This kid still wants to use this emperor's cultivation to cause trouble? Just moments ago, Tian Yuan had almost pissed himself in fear after sensing Jun Lingtian's aura. Not to mention the current him, even at his peak he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk through a single move in front of this being. So now all he has to do is hide himself, running away after taking over the kid Su Fan at the critical moment. Why? Why is that? At this moment, Su Fan was dumbfounded. Obviously, he had already unlocked the seal above his demonic heart, but what about his cultivation? Collapse. At this moment, Su Fan's Tao heart was cracking open a little bit, and was already on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, he could do nothing but watch his other 5 grandfathers die in front of him, and the fairy sister he had been pining for would be crushed by someone else. Ding! Su Fan's Dao heart is on the verge of collapse, plundering the chi luck value of 1,000 points. After hearing the system's beep, Jun Lingtian no longer hesitated. The 8 desolate demon halberd in his hand swung directly. 8 wastelands halberd technique. Sweep across the 8 wastelands. Jun Lingtian's sweeping strike was made, and an even darker and deeper arc instantly appeared in the void that was originally devoid of any light as if it were a black hole. Perfect formation! Bai Huan shouted, and the array disc in his hand instantly lit up. This formation was created by his own observation of the origin of the formation path, and this formation possesses many formations such as killing formation, defense formation, trapping formation, and confusing formation. It was a perfect fusion of his life's work, so it was named the perfect formation by him. In the very next moment, a milky white formation formed by the origin force of the Dao of formation enveloped Jun Lingtian. But was the perfect formation really perfect? At least it seemed broken to Jun Lingtian. In his eyes, it was nothing more than various forms of formations combined together like a hodgepodge. Break! A dark millimeter of light instantly overflowed from one of the formation breaks, and the next moment the entire formation shattered with a bang. What? How is that possible? Bai Huan looked at this scene unbelievably. At this moment, the confidence and arrogance in his heart for the formation path was completely shattered. The great compassion palm. Seeing this, the old monk also struck out at the same time, wanting to stop the attack that Jun Lingtian had sent out. Though he knew he probably couldn't stop it, he had to make a move. Transform your body into a sword. One sword breaks all laws. Sky-devouring compulsion poison. Secret technique. Heal. The Sword Emperor, the Poison Emperor and the Pill Emperor struck out at the same time, trying to block this attack from Jun Lingtian. But how could a strike that combined the power of the chaotic demon heart as well as the 8 desolate demon halberd be blocked by their combined efforts? Only to see that the attack that Jun Lingtian swung out carried a destructive momentum, directly interrupting the attack that the 5 people had joined forces with. With that, it directly chopped at the bodies of the 5 people. No! The old monk's Buddha's golden body directly went to pieces. Sword Emperor's spirit sword along with himself instantly turned into nothingness. The Poison Emperor, the Pill Emperor, and the Formation Emperor were similarly nowhere to be seen. Ding! Kill Xuanzang in the late stage of the Emperor realm and plunder Su Fan's chi value of 1,000 points. Ding! Kill Bai Huan at the late stage of the Emperor realm, and plunder Su Fan's chi value of 1,000 points. Ding! Kill late stage Emperor realm Lu Qian and plunder Su Fan's chi value of 1,000 points. Ding! Kill Lian in the late stage of the Emperor realm, and plunder Su Fan's chi value of 1,000 points. Ding! Kill late Imperial realm. And with the 5 great Emperor realm powerhouses being killed, the heavenly death knell rang out. Various visions flashed. No! After Su Fan saw the scene, his heart cried out in impotent rage. Oh, damn it! I'm going to kill you! Su Fan's eyes were covered in blood as he looked at Jun Lingtian, exuding extreme hatred. That Taoist heart that was on the verge of collapsing also completely collapsed at this moment. Ding! Su Fan's Dao heart collapsed, plundering 1,000 points of chi luck value. Ding! Su Fan's chi value is below 15,000. He can be killed. As the system's beep sounded, Jun Lingtian was in less of a hurry to deal with Su Fan. With a wave of his hand, he unlocked Su Fan's mouth ban. Why? Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this to me? Su Fan glanced at Jun Lingtian, but realized that he was not even qualified to look directly at the other party. Now his was even more so that he couldn't afford to put up half a fight. The will was also directly depressed. Perhaps death is also a relief. Su, come here and tell him who this emperor is. Jun Lingtian beckoned to Bai Su. Hearing the greeting, Bai Su instantly responded with a smile on her face. Yes, master. This answering voice instantly split above Su Fan's soul like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. At this moment, all that was in his mind was the image of Bai Su just now calling Jun Lingtian master with a sweet smile on her face. What? Master? This isn't real. This must not be real. I must be dreaming. How could my fairy sister call someone else master? How could my 7 great masters be dead? At this moment, Su Fan's face was hideous and maniacal, obviously caught in a huge blow, and the power of his divine soul was disorganized. Ding! Su Fan's spirit world has suffered severe damage, plundering 2,000 points of chi luck value. It's now! The heavenly abyss and the devil's heart saw the right moment and directly unleashed the seizing aptitude, intending to seize Su Fan. However, how could Su Fan, as a son of Qi, be easily taken over, even though he only had 10,000 or so Qi on him now? Damn it! I didn't expect that this kid would still have such a supreme treasure as the soul-devouring pearl in his divine soul. However, although the heavenly abyss failed to devour Su Fan's divine soul, it occupied Su Fan's sea of consciousness and gained control of his body. Go! The moment he took control of Su Fan's body, Demon Emperor Tian Yuan intended to flee this place. After all, he did not want to confront Jun Lingtian. Want to leave? Asked me? Jun Lingtian slowly raised his right hand and then grabbed at Tian Yuan's back through the air. The Tian Yuan that had originally scurried out was instantly grabbed back. Fellow Daoist, let's talk about it. Tian Yuan, who was in the way, still couldn't open his mouth to call the other party senior. After all, he was once an Emperor realm consummate existence as well. How could a 9 heavens and 10 heavens ceiling level powerhouse grovel to others? Oh, you're calling this Emperor a friend of the way? Jun Lingtian laughed and smiled so brightly that his large white teeth were showing in his mouth. But the two of them, Tian Yuan and Bai Su Su, had no chance to see it. Chapter 225, Don't Ask What You Shouldn't. That, Senior, can you spare me? The heavenly abyss that had been suppressed for countless years eventually gave in. He had just gained his freedom and didn't want to be suppressed here just like this. It's not impossible to spare you. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and after hearing this, Tian Yuan's face immediately showed a hint of delight. But from now on, you must recognize this emperor as your master. Jun Lingtian spoke with a pause in his tone. What? Hearing Jun Lingtian's later words, Tian Yuan's face instantly stiffened. He, heavenly abyss, swept through the heavens and crossed the world. How could he be someone else's slave? Even if he is shattered to pieces, he will still leave his innocence on earth. Yet just after the thought had occurred to him, he realized that the white palm at his neck tightened. My master is above. In the future, I, Tian Yuan, will be my master's faithful slave. Tian Yuan was so scared that he instantly began to show his loyalty. In that case, let go of your divine sense. With Jun Lingtian having said this, Tian Yuan had no choice but to helplessly release his divine sense. In an instant, a powerful soul force impacted towards Tian Yuan's sea of consciousness, Taoist heart-planting demons. And while placing a seal on the heavenly abyss, Jun Lingtian also intended to exterminate Su Fan's divine soul. Soul-devouring pearl? It's a pity. Looking at Su Fan's divine soul, which was currently wrapped in the soul-devouring pearl, Jun Lingtian directly struck out to shatter it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Fortune, Su Fan, and plundering 13,000 points of fortune value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, Brahma Battle Body Origin. As the system's beep sounded, the life of another son of Chi representing the 9 heavens and 10 lands came to an end. Jun Lingtian, on the other hand, had kept Tian Yuan alive because he needed him to do something for himself. He hadn't forgotten that there was an old six spying in the shadows. What's your name again? Back to master. The slave's name is Tian Yuan. At this moment, the heavenly abyss had been lowered from Jun Lingtian's hands. The gesture on his face was put extremely low. Well, when you go back and take the heavenly demon hall under your wing, pay attention to one named Fang Yuan, and if you have any news of him let me know at the first opportunity. Jun Lingtian informed Tian Yuan of some of Fang Yuan's information. Yes, master. Tian Yuan hurriedly nodded his head and replied, and then left the place under Jun Lingtian's gesture again. Let's go, Su. With a wave of his hand, Jun Lingtian created another teleportation array and brought Bai Susu back towards the greedy wolf star domain. And at this moment, in the greedy wolf astral domain, the power of the star soul suddenly erupted. Countless star souls erupted from the center of the greedy wolf star domain. This caused countless cultivators from the 9 heavens and 10 lands to go crazy. So they all converged towards the center of the greedy wolf star domain. Amitabha Buddha, Golden Cicada Sun, follow me to the center to seize the power of the star soul. Yes, master. Golden Cicada Z folded his hands and bowed to the old monk. In the meantime, the Divine Phoenix Clan's young lord, Phoenix Jotian, similarly led the Divine Phoenix Clan's clansmen towards the center. This time, he was bound to capture enough star soul power to advance to the Saint King realm. This was because not long ago, the Divine Phoenix Clan's old ancestor, who had disappeared for countless years, made a strong return. That wonderful figure, the lofty aura, and the hazy, peerless face were all attracting him. He, Phoenix Jotian, had never seen a woman with that much temperament. Yes, he had fallen hopelessly in love at first sight with this returning Divine Phoenix Clan's old ancestor. Even though the other party was his old ancestor, hundreds of thousands of years older than him, he had to work hard to cultivate and show him his feelings. And as time passed, Jun Lingtian also brought Bai Susu back to the greedy wolf star realm. Ding! Discovered the golden cicada, the son of Qi. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi, Phoenix Jotian. Ha! Only 2 were dealt with and now 2 more? This 9 heavens and 10 lands really has a lot of sons of Qi. As of now, he had already slaughtered about 20 sons of Qi, right? I didn't expect there to be that many more now. Let's go and meet up with Xu Elua and the others. As Jun Lingtian spoke, his figure disappeared into thin air along with Baisusu, and the center of the moment. Most of the forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were converging on this place, and Ji Xu Elua and Cana and other women were also at the edge of this place. Why isn't brother back yet? Jun Qianling's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. Qianling, don't be in a hurry. Husband, he's probably coming back soon. How could Ji Xu Elua, as someone who had been reborn, not know Jun Lingtian's bottom line? One could name the ones in the sky, and no one in this side of the world was his opponent, and now the ones in the sky had not yet arrived to show themselves, so the current Jun Lingtian was invincible. Look, isn't that brother-in-law? Ji Zukite suddenly pointed at the sky and spoke at this time. The crowd looked in the direction he was pointing, and smiles spread across their faces. It was because the person who came was clearly Jun Lingtian. Brother-in-law. Jun Shenling and Ji Zukite immediately greeted them. Ji Xuelua was also ready to go forward to greet them. Cana, who was on the sidelines, wanted to go and greet them in her mind after seeing this scene, but was a bit arrogant. Come on, sister Cana, we'll go forward together to greet the husband. Ji Xuelua seemed to have seen what was going through Cana's mind, so she led the other party along as they flew towards Jun Lingtian. Brother, where have you been the last few days? Jun Shenling opened her mouth to ask with a curious expression. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Jun Lingtian knocked Jun Shenling's head, and the latter immediately let out an exaggerated yelp. Brother, can you go easy on me? Humph, let's go. I'll lead you forward to collect the power of the Star Soul. After a short exchange with Ji Xuelua and the other women, Jun Lingtian took a few of the women to head out to collect the Star Souls, and at this moment, in the vicinity of the greedy wolf star, countless Star Souls surged and sped, scurrying all over the place in front of the crowd. All the major cultivators saw this and immediately started capturing Star Souls. In such a chaotic situation, killing for treasure is of course inevitable. Countless cultivators spilled their blood in the middle of the fight for the Star Soul. However, after spilling this blood into the void, it strangely disappeared. Kill. The more people who die, the faster I recover. Greedy Wolf was manipulating everything in his dojo at the moment, as the domain master of the Greedy Wolf Star domain. Of course he was the one who got all this Star Soul power. The purpose was to make the major forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands compete for battles so that he could restore his strength by absorbing their chi and blood through the formation. However, he only dared to set up such a formation that absorbed blood chi, and did not dare to actively attack the cultivators in the field. After all of these cultivators were the sons of the great families of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There was even the presence of the sons and daughters among the 10 forbidden lands. All of these power clans had Emperor Realm ancestors sitting in their ranks, and he was simply unable to fight against them with his current cultivation that had yet to recover. Chapter 226, Li Ruoxue, the Daughter of Fortune. And at this moment, Jun Lingtian also brought Ji Xuelua and the others to the center. With that, he scanned the surroundings with his own scrying eyes. Name, Golden Cicada. Identity, Buddhist son of the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect. Cultivation, Late Great Sage Realm. Physique, Heavenly Buddha Divine Body. Numerology, Son of the Spirit, Gold, Human and Demon, Gold. Luck value, 20,000 points. Name Feng Jiutian. Identity, Young Chief of the Divine Phoenix Clan. Cultivation level, Perfection of the Great Sage Realm. Physique, 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix Body. Destiny, Son of Luck, Gold, Deep Chance, Gold. Luck value, 23,000 points. Surprisingly, it's the Divine Phoenix Clan and the Buddhist sect's Son of Qi. Jun Lingtian began to ponder after looking at the duo's system panel. At this time, he suddenly thought of a female slave of the Divine Phoenix Clan that he had taken in some time ago, and it seemed that she was still the type that specialized in warming the bed. In the case of the Buddhist sect, he himself had taken in a little brother who was both a demon and a Buddhist, and he wondered if he would be of any use when the time came. Not being able to think of a better way to harvest for the time being, Jun Lingtian was in no hurry, waiting for some time to personally go to this Divine Phoenix Clan and the Buddhist sect to walk up should be able to know. Stinking monk, get out of the way. I saw this first. In the center, Tushan Yaoyao pinched her waist and pointed at Golden Cicada Z and his group and cursed. And not far from them was a large mass of Star Soul power. Amitabha Buddha. Female cultivator, this object has a destiny with us. It is better for the cultivator to find another object. The old monk opened his mouth with folded hands. Golden Cicada instantly frowned after hearing this, because he knew that the fox maiden on the opposite side was right. This massive Star Soul power was indeed the one she saw out to capture first. Now that his master teacher was directly planning to make a move to snatch it, it made the good nature that still existed in him a little uneasy. Damn stinking monks, you guys are shameless. Tushan Yo-Yo's silver teeth were clenched, but after taking a look at her opponent's lineup, she didn't have the slightest solution. After all, the old monk who opened his mouth had an unfathomable cultivation level, and he also brought along the heavenly Buddha divine sex prestigious 18 Luohan. She and the nine-tailed Skyfox clan behind her could not be pleased at all. Instead of arguing with the other party here, it would be better to capture other star souls. Stinking monk, I'll remember today's incident. Tushan Yao snorted coldly and directly led the clansmen of the nine-tailed Skyfox clan to capture star souls elsewhere. Amitba Buddha. Goodness. Good. Golden Cicada Z looked at Tushan Yo-Yo's departing back and felt some guilt in his heart. Golden Cicada senior brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help capture the star soul. A Buddhist disciple opened his mouth and urged, which pulled the Golden Cicada's thoughts back. Here comes senior brother Vuhu. Golden Cicada then cast a Buddhist opening to capture the star soul. And in the outer area of this place, a group of plainly dressed martial artists were also capturing the power of the astral soul. All of their cultivation levels were basically martial saint cultivation levels, because only by utilizing the power of the star soul to quench their divine souls would they be able to advance to martial emperor. That's why they had to take the risk of coming to collect the power of the star soul. These should be almost enough. A martial artist with the cultivation of a martial saint had a joyful expression on his face. However, just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, they are natives of the mortal domain. Hand over all the star soul power you've collected, or you won't be able to go back. The one who intended to seize the treasure was an Avatar realm cultivator. Although his cultivation level was nothing in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it was more than enough to deal with these natives. The several martial saint powerhouses immediately had a stifled look on their faces when they heard this, but they didn't have the slightest solution. After all, the other party was at the cultivation level of the Avatar realm, which was equivalent to the martial emperor of their side of the world. So they didn't have the slightest resistance at all. So he had to hand over the star soul power he had collected. Wait, you can go, but she stays for me. That Avatar realm cultivator pointed at a woman with extremely outstanding appearance and an air of superiority and spoke. What? Those martial saint realm martial artists' complexions changed immediately after hearing this. This was because the person the other party was pointing at to make him stay was the female emperor of their dynasty. Damn, if only Typho were here. At this time, a tall and handsome man's figure appeared in the minds of all the people present. He was Xiao Ren, the imperial husband of the female emperor of the great Qian dynasty, Li Ruhuan. If he didn't know how to fly, this trip to the greedy wolf star domain would have definitely come with him. What to do? Li Ruhuan was also tense at the moment. The situation was now out of her control. Facing the cultivators of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, she, the empress of the mortal realm's imperial dynasty, didn't have the slightest solution at all. What? Are you planning to disobey me? The aura on that Avatar realm cultivator instantly exuded, and a huge pressure directly acted on Li Ruhuan and the others. The huge gap in strength was a chasm that they simply could not overcome. At this moment, they finally realized why the death rate of the ancestors who came to the greedy wolf star domain was so high. Just when Li Ruhuan and the others didn't know what to do, Jun Lingtian, who had completed his collection, happened to be passing by this place with Ji Shuelua and the other women. Ding! Discovered Li Ruhuan, the daughter of Qi Luck. Daughter of Qi Luck Li Ruhuan? Jun Lingtian, who had heard the system beeps, moved to use his divine sense to check over and instantly discovered the figures of Li Ruhuan and the others, namely Ruhuan. Identity, Empress of the Dacian dynasty of the mortal realm. Cultivation, Martial Sage realm perfection. Physique, Ice Spirit Holy Body. Numerology, Daughter of the Spirit of Fortune, Gold, and the most magnificent, Purple. Luck value, 12,000 points. Someone from the mortal realm? Martial Saint realm? After seeing this message from the mortal domain, Jun Lingtian suddenly thought of Ning Hongwan, the woman he had favored the most times. Now that we've met, let's help. Jun Lingtian sighed and then waved his hand in the direction of Li Ruhuan and the others. In the next moment, the Avatar realm cultivator who had stopped in front of Li Ruhuan and the others suddenly turned into nothingness without warning. Those star soul powers that had been snatched over by it also fell back into their hands. Li Ruhuan and the others instantly froze at the sight, but soon they reacted. It was someone who had saved them. Many thanks to Senior for saving me. Thank you Senior for saving me. Li Ruhuan hurriedly bowed to the void with a grateful face as she led the mortal domain's martial saint realm martial artists to thank her. Because if it wasn't for the Senior saving them today, their end would be imaginable. Absolutely incomparably miserable. Seeing that the surrounding void did not respond in the slightest, Li Ruhuan also knew that the other party was not going to show up. Thus, after saluting the void once more, He directly led the Mortal Domain's Martial Saint Realm martial artists out of this place. Go back. Li Ruoxue prepared to return to the mortal realm by following the teleportation formation she had come from. However, what she did not know was that Jun Lingtian had left something on her body. Chapter 227 Red Dust Sect. The Mortal Realm. As one of the 10 lands, and still the only one of the 10 lands that was closed up, it is also famous in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And at this moment, in the middle of a deep mountain in the Mortal Domain, dozens of Martial Emperor and Martial Saint level powerhouses from the 4 major sects were gathered here. I heard that the Red Dust Sect's patriarch is going into labor. A Martial Saint realm powerhouse opened his mouth. That's right. This Ninghonger doesn't know where she came from. That flesh alone can crush a Martial Saint. Another Martial Saint realm powerhouse spoke. Just a few months ago, a woman named Ninghonger had suddenly appeared in the martial arts faction of their Mortal Domain's Great Qian dynasty. This woman didn't seem to have much cultivation, but her physical body physique was extremely strong, and it was estimated that even martial emperors couldn't match it. They wouldn't have risked coming if that was all there was to it. The reason they wanted to come and kill this Ninghonger was because she had snatched away all the martial geniuses from the entire Great Qian dynasty. Moreover, since the establishment of this Red Dust Sect, the people of Daoxin only know the Red Dust Sect and do not know the 4 major sects. If they hadn't heard that the Red Dust Sect's patriarch was in labor this time and was at her weakest, they wouldn't have risked coming. I've heard that this Ninghonger is not yet married, and I don't know where she hooked up with a wild man, but she's even pregnant with a wild seed. A Martial Emperor realm martial artist opened his mouth. Don't even say it. Be careful of giving away your breath. Thinking about it now? It's already too late. At this time, they suddenly realized that a woman's figure wearing a red rosette had appeared above their heads. The woman's face was covered with a thin veil, and her body was slender. Not at all like a pregnant woman about to give birth. What's going on? Was the information wrong? How did she fly? After a group of Martial Emperor and Martial Saint powerhouses saw this scene, their complexions all changed, and they no longer had the relaxed look they had at first. It's hit. Move. The leading Martial Saint realm powerhouse's complexion changed immediately after seeing this scene, and without hesitation, he began to flee. Ninghonger, who couldn't fly before, was terrifying enough, but now that she could fly, wouldn't they have the slightest chance of winning? Want to run? It's too late. Red Dust Sword Technique. The spirit sword in Ning Hongwan's hand was directly flung out. In an instant, an immense and incomparable sword she slashed horizontally towards the fleeing crowd. What? No! With just one sword, the 4 arriving Zhongwu Huang Martial Saint Realm powerhouses were all annihilated. Sovereign is so strong. The disciples of the Red Dust Sect all had strange colors in their eyes after seeing this scene. Ning Hongwan, on the other hand, spoke to the disciples of the Red Dust Sect after killing the people of the 4 major sects. This seat is going into seclusion and shall not be disturbed no matter what. Yes, Sovereign. The Red Dust Sect's crowd all nodded their heads in response after hearing this. Ning Hongwan, on the other hand, went to a cave on top of a mountain and set up a simple formation. Actually, she did have a baby on the way. Moreover, the reason why she created the Red Dust Sect was to recover her strength as early as possible. It was because back when she entered this mortal domain, she had wasted her own cultivation, and even her physical body had received a heavy blow. Right now, her cultivation hadn't even recovered to 1%, and her fleshly body power had only recovered by 10%. If she couldn't recover her strength as soon as possible, she wouldn't be able to guarantee her own safety in this mortal realm. So how could she talk about protecting the child that was about to be born? A few days later, with the sound of a doll's cry, Jun Lingtian's first child was finally born. Is this my bloodline pull? Jun Lingtian, who was currently rushing towards the Divine Phoenix domain, stopped in his tracks. Just now, he had actually felt an extremely close bloodline pulling force. It seems to be a descendant of his children, but he was sure that none of the women he'd had skin-to-skin contact with were pregnant. Could it be? The figure of Ning Hongchen appeared in Jun Lingtian's mind. What he didn't know was that back then, Ning Hongchen had cast a secret spell after conceiving the child, masking the child's aura within her body. Now that the secret method had failed after the birth was completed and she did not have enough spiritual energy to maintain it, that was why Jun Lingtian had sensed the presence of her child. Good. How dare you hide it from me? It seems that after this matter is over, it's time to take a trip to the mortal realm. The corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth rose slightly. Then he continued to head towards the Divine Phoenix domain. It was a moment that felt like a wave of long-lost joy. Since it's a girl, let's call you Ning Yao. At this moment, holding the child in her arms, a handsome and incomparable side face sprang up in Ning Hongwan's mind. Without realizing it, the corners of her mouth turned up. After half a month of recovery, Ning Hongwan finally appeared in front of the Red Dust Sect's crowd with her child in her arms. What's going on? Are all the rumors out there true? The Red Dust Sect's crowd all looked stunned for a moment after seeing this scene, because they hadn't believed the rumors from the outside world. After all, they hadn't seen Ning Hongquan's stomach get bigger. This is my child, named Ning Yao. Ning Hongquan didn't hide anything and directly informed the crowd of the identity of the child in her hands. Her own child was already without a father's love, and she didn't want him or her to grow up without a mother's care. Surprisingly, it's true. The patriarch is actually going to give birth to a child. Those Red Dust Sect disciples and elders who admired Ning Hongquan all had faces of heartbreak and suffocation. There were even people who directly quit the Red Dust Sect. Patriarch, Mr. Li suddenly wants to go to the outside world to have a look around, so you might as well hire another person for this Red Dust Sect elder position. The one who spoke was a martial artist with the cultivation of a grandmaster. Just when he thought that Ning Hongquan would beg to stay after he said this, he realized that Ning Hongquan simply ignored him. It made it impossible for him to leave or stay. In fact, the Red Dust Sect's treatment was extremely good, and although it was a newly promoted power but had a powerful patriarch, he didn't want to leave at all, saying that was nothing more than wanting to find some presence here in Ning Hongquan. After all, the current Hongquan sect lacked high-end combat power. Get lost if you want to. Who else wants to quit the Red Dust Sect? All can leave now. Having been in charge of a sect's power for so many years, Ning Hongquan could tell what these people had in mind at a glance. Even if these people don't leave on their own now, she'll clean these assholes out later. Humph! You have offended the 4 major sects. Sooner or later the Red Dust Sect will be exterminated. All of you, if you don't want to be buried with them today, leave with Mr. Li. Seeing that he no longer had a chance to stay, that elder compelled the others around him. And some of the people who were listening to this were instantly a bit impressed. I, Zhang San, quit the Red Dust Sect. I, Li Si, also quit the Red Dust Sect. As the atmosphere of the scene was agitated, surprisingly, a large half of the people exited the Red Dust Sect. Seeing this, Ning Hongquan didn't stay, and directly told the group to get lost. Chapter 228, The Divine Phoenix Clan. Ning Honger? Interesting. It seems that a more advanced cultivation system than the martial way does exist in this world. Xiao Ren of the Great Qian dynasty was even more certain of his inner suspicions after hearing about Ning Honger's exploits. That's right, he was the one who had crossed over from the Blue Star, and he had crossed over in body and soul together. And he realized that the gravity and pressure of this side of the world was different from the Blue Star of his previous life. That was why his physical body was exceptionally strong here, and he could jump hundreds of meters with a slight push of his feet. It seems like there's time to go see just what this Ning Honger is. Xiao Ren thought so inwardly. Now that the female emperor of the Great Qian dynasty has not yet returned and needs him to take charge of the political affairs, when Li Ruoxue returns, he is bound to find out what is going on. True Spirit Ancient Realm. The nine-tailed Skyfox's Tushan Yo-Yo was currently rushing back with the elders of her clan. That group of vultures from the Buddhist sect is simply too deceitful. Tushan Yo-Yo thought angrily, her ears red warm with anger. However, just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The other party was wearing a Buddhist disciple's costume, and there were also 6 precept scars on top of his head. It was clearly the Golden Cicada Z, the Buddhist son of the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect. Deceiving, simply deceiving, to chase them to the True Spirit Ancient Realm. Unable to take it anymore, Tushan Yao immediately decided to teach this Buddhist vulture who didn't know the sky and the earth a lesson. So he directly raised his sword and slashed at it. Die for me! Seeing that the other party was going to slash at the drop of a hat, Golden Cicada Z instantly performed a stance to dodge. Amitabha Buddha, female cultivator, the young monk has come to make amends. This is the power of the star soul captured by the young monk himself, sent to the female cultivator, and I hope that the female cultivator will forgive me for my previous offenses. Between the gaps in his dodge, the Golden Cicada explained his intentions, and he also took out all the star soul power he had worked so hard to capture. Really? After hearing the other party's intention, Tushan Yo-Yo instantly stopped the attack in her hands. Of course it's true, ma'am. Here, Golden Cicada directly threw the power of the star soul in his hand. Seeing this, Tushan Yo-Yo picked it up with a skeptical look on her face. Upon confirming that the other party had truly come to give away the power of her astral soul, she instantly looked at the other party twice more. When did these bald asses become so kind? It can't be a scam, can it? Tushan Yo-Yo muttered. Yao, bring it to me. The 9 Heavenly Fox Clan Supreme Elders with the highest cultivation of the Supreme Realm cultivation opened their mouths. Here, Grandma. Tushan Yao handed her elder the star soul power that Golden Cicada Z had just sent to her. That Supreme Realm and Fox-Eared Beauty returned it back to Tushan Yo-Yo after making sure that there was no problem with the power of the astral soul. There's no problem with this star soul power. Receiving confirmation from her own grandma, Tushan Demon's heart dropped a hint of wariness. Okay, apologies have been made. You can go now. Although this little monk in front of him wasn't as annoying as those old monks, it couldn't change the fact that Tu Shan Yao Yao hated monks. In that case, then the young monk will take his leave. Golden Cicada Z clasped his hands together and owed his body slightly. Seeing this, Tu Shan Yao Yao no longer paid attention to the other party and directly headed towards the clan with the team from the clan, leaving only Golden Cicada Z to eyewitness the other party. Tu Shan Yo-Yo? Master always said that the Fox clan was cunning, but why is it that all I see in this woman is naivety? For the first time, Golden Cicada Z questioned what his master said in his heart. After all, the Buddhist aptitude he practiced was the aptitude that could discern good and evil, so now he believed even more in what he saw. This time, let me see the world. Golden Cicada Z did not intend to immediately return to the heavenly Buddha divine sect, but wanted to walk out his own path with his own feet. Look again at the divine phoenix domain at this moment. Contrary to the true dragon domain, there was mostly land in the divine phoenix domain, along with quite a few active volcanoes and hot zones, but there are also icebergs and other zones. These zones were the places where the Fire Phoenix clan and Ice Phoenix clan among the Divine Phoenix clan practiced. After all, the Divine Phoenix race has a huge racial faction. In addition to these there are also the side bloodline Qingluan race. And after learning that their master was going to visit the Divine Phoenix clan, the Divine Phoenix clan's old ancestor who had recognized Jun Lingtian as his master in the first place immediately flew out of the Divine Phoenix clan to come and greet him. Master, you have come this time. Yes? Huang Nishang arrived in front of Jun Lingtian and opened her mouth to inquire. What? Does this emperor still need to report to you for coming? Jun Lingtian spoke faintly, a hint of coldness between his words. No, it's the slave girl who's talking too much. Huang Nishang's heart was suddenly horrified, and she secretly said that she had talked too much. She was aware of her master's perversions. Moreover, before, on the occasion of their departure, they had also given them so many cultivation pills, which not only allowed them to regain their previous cultivation, but also allowed them to further their cultivation. So the current Huang Nishang could be said to be both afraid and respectful towards Jun Lingtian. Let's go. Go to your Divine Phoenix clan and take a look. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. With that, he took the lead and headed towards the Divine Phoenix clan. The Divine Phoenix clan was also notified. Knowing that there was a noble guest coming to the door in their clan, the whole clan was immediately on their hands and knees and began to set up the venue and prepare for a grand welcoming ceremony. In the meantime, Feng Jiutian and the other Divine Phoenix clan members who had traveled to the greedy Wolfstar domain also returned at this moment. Young Patriarch, I heard that the family head has specially organized a grand welcoming ceremony to welcome us back. A Divine Phoenix clan son who had gotten the news came to speak in front of Feng Jiutian. I am aware of this matter as well, and I have heard that it is to greet someone of some importance. Feng Jiutian knew a little more, but what he knew was also very limited. What important person? I think it's just that I learned that you, young clan chief, broke through to the Saint King realm, so I'm congratulating you. That Divine Phoenix realm's son fawned and opened his mouth. I don't think so. Although Feng Jiutian had thought about this possibility in his heart, he was not so sure. Now after hearing his followers say the same, his heart couldn't help but be convinced. Why not? Look, young Patriarch, my Divine Phoenix clan is a top power in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even if someone comes as a guest, the Patriarch won't receive them personally. As soon as that follower's words were finished, a look of acceptance appeared on Feng Jiutian's face. Then speed up and go back. Don't keep the matriarch waiting. Feng Jiutian looked at the sycamore divine tree that was near his eyes and hurriedly sped up his flight. The sycamore divine tree was one of the supreme spiritual roots of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is also the location of the Divine Phoenix clan land. The only thing you could see into your eyes was a giant tree that covered the sky at a height of billions of meters. The leaves of the tree were fiery red and exuded a special Taoist rhythm, and a special pattern flashed regularly on top of the tree trunk, as if it was breathing. The bottom tree trunk was covered with a palace, all of which were the residences of the people of the Divine Phoenix clan. Chapter 229, Phoenix Xiao, the Daughter of Fortune. The top of the sycamore divine tree. On the other hand, only a few sparse palaces existed, as that was where the Divine Phoenix clan's old ancestor practiced. Every Divine Phoenix clan ancestor would stand on the top branch in his or her own body, so there wasn't much need for a palace. And the Divine Phoenix clan, as the top immortal true spirit race of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, has only 2 surnames. The male surname is Phoenix and the female surname is Phoenix. The power of the clan is alternated between the 2 families, and Feng Jiutian was chosen to be the next heir to the head of the clan. Old Ancestor said that there's an honored guest coming today and asked me to arrange a feast, and I don't know when he'll be able to come. At this moment, the Divine Phoenix clan's clan chief was leading the Divine Phoenix clan's clansmen to line up in front of the sycamore divine tree. Every single one of them was a high-ranking and elite clan member of the Divine Phoenix clan. Look, the Patriarch is greeting us with the elders. The returning Feng Jiutian and the others saw the Divine Phoenix clan's magnificent scene from a long distance away. He then increased his speed to arrive in front of the Divine Phoenix clan's clan chief, Phoenix Xiao. It was a woman with a stunningly beautiful and peerless look, carrying a noble temperament that exuded a sense of nobility and elegance between her hands and feet. Patriarch, we successfully captured a large amount of star soul power, while find a lot of rare star meteorite iron. Feng Jiutian and the others all saluted Phoenix Xiao while describing the harvest this time. There was a look of anticipation on his face, expecting to be praised by Phoenix Xiao. In fact, he and Phoenix Xiao still had a deep bond. That is, the gongfu they practiced could be quickly multiplied if they were under the yin and yang complementarity. Moreover, the Divine Phoenix clan had many precedents of many-term matriarchs forming Dao couples since ancient times, so he felt that Feng Xiao would definitely form a Dao couple with himself in order to cultivate and become stronger at that time. Well, you guys did a good job. Stand down, go back and bathe and dress, then come back. Huang Xiao nodded slightly. As for Feng Jiutian, after hearing that the patriarch had merely given him a nice compliment, his heart was immediately a little lost. Young matriarch, let's hurry up and go bathe and change. Soon our welcoming ceremony will begin. Feng Jiutian's followers opened their mouths. Feng Cheng, do you think this welcoming ceremony is really organized for us? How come I don't feel like it? At this moment, Feng Jiutian felt that this grand ceremony was not at all organized only to welcome him. Rather, it was like receiving a certain big brother from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Don't think too much about it, young matriarch. The matriarch has told us to bathe and change. I guess we'll be ready for dinner as soon as we finish showering and dressing. With his followers' affirmative answer, Feng Jiutian also temporarily suppressed his inner doubts, accompanied the returning clansmen to the Nirvana pool to bathe and change. And shortly after they left, Jun Lingtian and Huang Nishang arrived at the Divine Phoenix clan's clanland. Ding! Phoenix Xiao, the daughter of Qi, has been discovered. Phoenix Xiao? After hearing the system's beep, Jun Lingtian used his eye of scrying to look over. Name Huang Xiao. Status, Divine Phoenix Clan Chief. Cultivation, Late Saint King Realm. Physique, Ancient Divine Phoenix Body. Destiny, Daughter of Fortune, Gold, Compassionate, Purple. Luck Value, 15,000. I didn't expect this Phoenix Xiao's physique to be the Ancient Divine Phoenix Body. Jun Lingtian was also a little surprised after looking at Huang Xiao's physique. This was because this Ancient Divine Phoenix Body was a first-tier physique second only to his Undying Divine Demon Body. It could be said that as long as one cultivated step by step, one would surely ascend to greatness in the future. And upon seeing Jun Lingtian arrive along with his Divine Phoenix clan's old ancestor, Phoenix Xiao immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings to the Emperor. Greetings to the Elder Ancestor. At this moment, Huang Xiao lowered her head as waves of shock rippled through her heart as she guessed Jun Lingtian's identity from the features on his body. That was the mysterious old ancestor of the Jun family. No wonder the old ancestor asked my Divine Phoenix clan to greet him with the highest specifications. So the other party is actually the Jun clan ancestor who made the 10 Forbidden Lands tremble with fear. Not only was it Huang Xiao, but even some of the higher-ups who knew information about the Jun clan's oldest ancestor understood. All of their faces showed a look of incomparable respect. Jun Lingtian, on the other hand, glanced at the sycamore divine tree that covered the sky with a bemused expression. I didn't realize that this sycamore divine tree is the most powerful existence of the Divine Phoenix clan. At this moment, Jun Lingtian was clearly able to discern the reality of the sycamore divine tree, a cultivation level of the perfection of the Great Emperor realm. However, it seemed that he had just stepped into the perfection of the Great Emperor realm. This human seems to see right through me. The sycamore divine tree's tree spirit was the image of a young woman, and at this moment, it also sensed Jun Lingtian's gaze. He almost fell deeper into it just by locking eyes with it for a split second, and hurriedly averted his gaze. Master, this way. At this time, Huang Nishang came to Jun Lingtian's side to guide him, and the title she had just used had instantly caused a shock amongst the Divine Phoenix clan. A lot of people have lost their expression management skills at the sound of this master. What? What did I hear? The old ancestor actually called the other master? The vast majority of the Divine Phoenix clan clansmen felt a vibration within their hearts, while a portion of the bloodthirsty ones felt a sense of shame within their hearts. Their old ancestor was now someone else's slave. So what were they? The descendants? Are they also other people's slaves? They become someone's slave before they even know it? I didn't realize that old ancestor was actually a slave of the one from the Jun clan. After Phoenix Xiao learned of this news, although she was a bit shocked inwardly, she didn't resent it. Instead, he was glad that old ancestor had become the slave of this Jun family emperor. As Jun Lingtian was brought to the reception hall by Huang Nishang, Huang Xiao and the others also followed at Huang Nishang's gesture, because it was of the highest standard. The reception hall existed in the inner space of the sycamore divine tree. The other side. Feng Jiutian and his group, who were located in the Nirvana pool, had also finished dressing. With that, he couldn't wait to head in the direction of the Great Hall. Why aren't you waiting for us? Feng Jiutian frowned after seeing that the front of the sycamore divine tree was already empty, probably waiting for us in the middle of the Great Hall. His followers seemed to have seen Feng Jiutian's thoughts. Go on, get in. After saying this, Feng Jiutian took the lead and entered the Grand Hall. Then just after entering the Great Hall, what met his eyes was a scene he would never forget. The lofty old ancestor he had always fantasized about in his mind was actually pouring wine for her people at this moment. Moreover, the woman he had internalized in his heart, Phoenix Xiao, was actually pounding the other party's leg at this moment. Didn't we agree to receive them? How come it's turned into such a mess now? Even Feng Jiutian's followers froze for a few seconds at the sight of the scene before them. Subsequently, after questioning the other clansmen, they realized who that great emperor powerhouse lying in the upper position was. Chapter 230, It's better not to attend this banquet. And I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the current Jun Lingtian's location was actually the seat where Feng Jiutian, the young clan head, was located. Young patriarch, he is that mysterious emperor from the Jun clan. Feng Qing told Feng Jiutian all the information he had learned, and Feng Jiutian also understood the identity of the other party. And after learning that his heartfelt old ancestor was actually the other party's slave, he was even more furious that his back teeth were almost clenched. Young patriarch, let's sit over there. There are still some seats over there. Feng Qing pointed to a slightly remote corner. He did know that Feng Jiutian was interested in the patriarch and the old ancestor, so he also knew that the current Feng Jiutian must be in a bad mood. What if I offend that person if I'm not careful? Moreover, not to mention Feng Jiutian, even he had a nameless fire in his heart after seeing the scene of the Divine Phoenix clan's clan chief and old ancestor serving each other. I'm sure many of the people in the room were like him, only they didn't dare to have a fit. It's fine not to attend this banquet. Feng Jiutian directly to shake hands to leave, and he spoke in a small voice, but the presence of all cultivators, which is not amazing ear power, and Phoenix Nishan was instantly a little alarmed after sensing that Jun Lingtian's aura had slightly changed. Although Jun Lingtian did not speak, she already knew what to do. Stop! Huang Nishang directly called a halt to Feng Jiutian's departing steps. What? Does old ancestor have any instructions? Feng Jiutian was extremely talented and young, so he actually didn't have much reverence for great emperors. This was because he believed that in the near future, he himself would easily step into the great emperor realm. Come here, kneel down and apologize to your master. Huang Nishang directly then gave Feng Jiutian an order, and the reason she did it was actually to save the other's life. Old ancestor, I really misjudged you. Instead of doing what Huang Nishang said, Feng Jiutian even said something that baffled him. After saying this, Feng Jiutian turned around with the intention of leaving directly. He believed that with his talent, Huang Nishang would definitely not make things difficult for him. Yet the next moment he knew he was wrong, and dead wrong. His body directly arrived uncontrollably not far from Jun Lingtian. On your knees, Huang Nishang spoke again, and this time her tone became even more severe. Old ancestor, do you think I'm like you and just kneel when you say so? Recognize my master when I say so? My Phoenix Jiutian's knees don't even kneel to heaven and earth, so how will I kneel to others? Feng Jiutian had a condescending look on his face. Even if he were to die today, he did not intend to kneel for Jun Lingtian. Sins! Huang Nishang was also infuriated after hearing Feng Jiutian's heaven-defying words. That's why her master had a good temper, or the boy would have been long gone. And as Phoenix Nix opened her mouth, in the next moment, Feng Jiutian felt a powerful force pressing on the back of his knees. The pressure caused his knees to buckle momentarily. After realizing that this was Phoenix Nishang making a move against him, the last good feelings in Feng Jiutian's heart towards him were also broken at this moment. But Phoenix Nix didn't know that. With a thud, Feng Jiutian's knee ended up making a close contact with the floor. Ding! The son of Qi, Feng Jiutian, knelt down towards the host, losing his dignity and plundering 2,000 points of Qi value. Ding! Phoenix Nishang has developed an aversion towards Feng Jiutian in her heart, plundering 1,000 points of Qi value. As the system's beep sounded, Jun Lingtian was somewhat surprised inwardly. He didn't realize that this slave girl of his still had such an effect on this brat Feng Jiutian. However, thinking about Huang Nishang's position in the Divine Phoenix clan, as well as the other party's appearance, it was only normal to have a relationship with this Phoenix Jiutian. It was estimated that if it wasn't for his own intervention, all of this Phoenix Nishang and Phoenix Xiao would have become the harem of that boy Feng Jiutian. Fine. For the sake of an outsider, old ancestor, you've gone so far as to treat my Divine Phoenix clan's young clan chief in such a manner, even going so far as to recognize others as your masters and make the Divine Phoenix clan a slave to others. Do you still have the Divine Phoenix clan in your eyes? Do you still have the Divine Phoenix clan's ancestors? At this moment, Feng Jiutian, who had a humiliated look on his face, even stood on the moral high ground and criticized Huang Nishang. He didn't believe that this own Divine Phoenix clan, after countless years of precipitation, still couldn't do anything more than a Jun family's emperor. As for the outside world's rumors of how powerful this emperor of the Jun family was, he did not believe them. And there was another biggest card he had so much confidence in, and that was the Sycamore Divine Tree. The entire Divine Phoenix clan was no closer to the Sycamore Divine Tree than he was, and even Phoenix Xiao, the clan chief, was slightly inferior, and that was one of the reasons why he was able to become the young patriarch. Unbridled. Hearing this, Huang Nishang was immediately enraged, and the pressure of the great emperor realm instantly escaped, then directly pressed on Feng Jiutian's body. Next moment, the floor clicked instantly. Feng Jiutian's kneecap also shattered open at this moment. Feng Jiutian, you have no respect in your eyes and are a bully. Today, I, Phoenix Nishang, in my capacity as the Divine Phoenix clan's elder ancestor, deprive you of your position as the young clan chief and abolish your cultivation. You will be punished to face the wall for 100 years at the fallen Phoenix slope. Huang Nishang directly opened her mouth to deprive Feng Jiutian of his position as the young patriarch. Then he made another move to nullify Feng Jiutian's cultivation. Ding! Feng Jiutian has lost his status as a young patriarch and has plundered 1,000 points of chi value. Ding! Feng Jiutian's cultivation has been abolished, and he has plundered 1,000 points of chi luck value. No! Feeling the divine energy in his body rapidly dissipating, Feng Jiutian's entire body directly fell into collapse. Why is this happening? Why didn't the Sycamore God Tree step in to help him? Why? Why is all this? At this moment, Feng Jiutian was truly dumbfounded. Bring it down. As Huang Nishang spoke again, two clansmen of the Divine Phoenix clan immediately dragged Feng Jiutian down like a dead dog. Calm was once again restored in the great hall that followed, and at this moment, a desolate and extremely desolate place of the Divine Phoenix clan, the dead dog like Feng Jiutian was directly discarded here. Why is that? Why? Until now he still couldn't figure out why the Sycamore God Tree didn't save him. And just at this moment, the space above his head suddenly cracked open. A tree branch with a fiery red pattern poked out from it, gently pointing at the top of Feng Jiutian's head. In the next second, the injuries on Feng Jiutian's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his ruined cultivation had recovered quite a bit. Pretty sister, why didn't you just save me? Feng Jiutian instantly shot up when he saw the Sycamore Divine Tree appear. After hearing Feng Jiutian's words, a stunningly beautiful silhouette coalesced in the void, and it was clearly the tree spirit of the Sycamore Divine Tree. Jiutian, it's not that I don't want to save you, but I can't. Chapter 231 Emperor Jun's Family? Just wait. Hearing Feng Jiutian's tone with questioning, the Sycamore Divine Tree was also helpless. Why would she not want to save Feng Jiutian? After all, this brat opened his mouth to talk about his beautiful sister, and in her countless years of living, this was the first time she had encountered this kind of Divine Phoenix clan member. Why? Just because of that emperor of the Jun family? Feng Jiutian opened his mouth in disbelief. Since he had established a deep bond with the Sycamore Divine Tree, he was aware that the Sycamore Divine Tree had broken into the great Empress Perfection realm. Such a powerful Sycamore Divine Tree, and it was still in the Divine Phoenix clan's ancestral land. Shouldn't be afraid of a Jun clan Emperor Zun who was at the consummate level of the Imperial realm. That's right. Do you know what the other party's cultivation level is? The Sycamore Divine Tree's face revealed a grave expression. What cultivation level? Is it not the great Emperor realm perfection? Feng Jiutian also frowned slightly after hearing this. No, the tree spirit of the Sycamore Divine Tree shook its head. He has reached a realm that I cannot touch. The Sycamore Divine Tree's tree spirit had a mesmerized expression on its face. What? Could it be that the other party's realm is even more powerful than the great Emperor realm perfection? After Feng Jiutian heard what the Sycamore Divine Tree said, a stunned expression instantly appeared on his face. That's right, so you mustn't provoke each other in the future. And I can see that girl Nishang is actually saving you by treating you like this, so you shouldn't hold a grudge against her. The Sycamore Divine Tree said a few good words for Huang Nishang. Oh, who knows if she did it on purpose. The thought of Phoenix Nishang forcing him to kneel down for that Jun family's emperor was unbearable. This is a drop of my origin. Take it and refine it, and restore your cultivation as soon as possible. With that, the tip of the Sycamore Divine Tree's branch slowly condensed a drop of origin essence emitting a 9-colored halo of light, which dripped down onto Feng Jiutian's brow. Remember not to offend that Jun family emperor again. As he left, the Sycamore Divine Tree once again admonished. Thank you, pretty sister. Pretty sister, don't worry. Feng Jiutian's face instantly revealed a can of excitement after feeling the rapid recovery of his Dantian cultivation. The Jun family emperor? Just wait. After planting a spark of revenge in his heart, Feng Jiutian closed his eyes and began to refine the origin of the sycamore divine tree. Looking again at the Jun Lingtian at this moment. After finishing the banquet, Huang Nishang arranged for him to be in her chambers, because her chambers were the best chambers in the Divine Phoenix clan. Just as Jun Lingtian was enjoying Huang Nishang's shoulder rubbing and back pounding, a silhouette suddenly appeared outside his hall. It was clearly the Divine Phoenix clan's clan chief, Phoenix Xiao. Your Imperial Excellency, old ancestor, Xiao seeks an audience. Huang Xiao slightly owed her body and lightly touched the palace's forbidden system. Phoenix Xiao? What is she doing here so late? Huang Nishang was a bit puzzled after hearing Huang Xiao's voice. However, they were still let in after a gesture from Jun Lingtian. Your Imperial Excellency, old ancestor. After entering the bedchamber, Huang Xiao bowed to Jun Lingtian and Huang Nishang. Seeing this, Huang Nishang gave her a wink, and the latter instantly understood, and then carried a plate of spirit fruits to Jun Lingtian. Matriarch Yuyo, what is your reason for coming to see this emperor at this late hour? Jun Lingtian did not reject the spirit fruit handed over by Huang Xiao, and after hearing Jun Lingtian ask what he had come for this time, a strange look flashed across Huang Xiao's face. Truth be told, Xiao has come to meet his Imperial Excellency this time because she has a favor to ask. Huang Xiao clenched her teeth, as if she had made some sort of determination. Oh, speak. If it's not something difficult, this emperor will step in and help you out. Jun Lingtian spoke casually. Phoenix Xiao's face showed a hint of delight after hearing these words. Then he spoke. I want to obtain a drop of His Imperial Excellency's origin essence blood. As Phoenix Xiao spoke her purpose out, Jun Lingtian's body gave a lurch. Then he narrowed his eyes and sat up. Do you realize how valuable what you want is? The origin essence blood of a great emperor was the essence of a great emperor's cultivation. And if he lost his origin essence blood he would lose his longevity and cultivation. Of course this did not have the slightest effect on Jun Lingtian as he was covered in origin essence blood, but he would not cheapen this little ninny in front of him. This Yuyo certainly knows, so I intend to exchange one thing with His Imperial Highness. Speaking here, Huang Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and her complexion once again appeared different. Oh, exchanging with this emperor? Then you'd better come up with something that can catch this emperor's eye. Jun Lingtian looked towards Huang Xiao with interest. Xiao believes that your Imperial Excellency is definitely interested. And what I'm using to exchange with your Imperial Excellency is my Phoenix origin. Phoenix Xiao spoke out what she wanted to exchange, and after hearing these words, both Jun Lingtian and Huang Nishang were all slightly stunned, because the Phoenix Yuan that Phoenix Xiao was talking about was clearly the special energy that her virgin body carried. This energy was extremely beneficial to cultivators and could improve their cultivation qualifications. That was why even the powerhouses of the Great Emperor realm would covet it, but it was not expected to have much effect on Jun Lingtian. But thinking that the other party was involved with Feng Jiutian, it was estimated that he could plunder Feng Jiutian's chi value by seizing Phoenix Nishang's Phoenix Yuan. So after some thought, Jun Lingtian decided to agree. Not bad. I'm interested in what you've brought out in exchange. Jun Lingtian nodded. A hint of excitement and shyness appeared on Phoenix Xiao's face immediately after hearing these words. Thank you, Your Imperial Excellency, for making it happen. As for the Phoenix Nishang behind Jun Lingtian, after seeing this scene, the expression on her face became somewhat complicated. After all, she was Jun Lingtian's sex slave, but had not been favored by her own master even once. Instead, his own juniors were given such an opportunity, and by doing so, he also asked for a drop of his master's origin essence blood. Of course she knew what Phoenix Xiao wanted Jun Lingtian's origin essence blood for. Because of the special cultivation technique of the Divine Phoenix clan, one needs to go through 7 nirvana rebirths of cultivation and cultivation qualifications before one can go further. And each nirvana required a drop of origin essence blood, and the more powerful the origin essence blood used, the better the effect after nirvana. Originally, the origin essence blood used for their nirvana was all from the Wutong divine tree, and it was unexpected that Huang Xiao would ask Jun Lingtian for it. Huang Nishang was tempted to say, I'll also exchange my master's origin essence blood with Phoenix Yuan, but thinking that she was Jun Lingtian's sex slave, and that everything she had was her master's, how could she say such words? And after deciding on the exchange, Jun Lingtian led Huang Xiao towards the inner hall. Huang Nishang looked at this scene with a somewhat complicated expression. If this came to fruition, how should her relationship with Phoenix Xiao be calculated in the future? Chapter 232, 9 Heaven. Calm down. But that was no longer something she needed to think about. It was because just now, Jun Lingtian he gave her a look. Huang Nishang understood and instantly followed. Shortly afterward, too loud, exuberant phoenix chants suddenly appeared throughout the Divine Phoenix clan land. Ding! Captured the power of Phoenix Xiao's Phoenix element. plundering the chi value of 1000 points. Ding! Capture the power of Phoenix Nishang's Phoenix Yuan and plunder 500 points of chi luck value. In the next moment, two divine phoenix silhouettes emerged in the sky above the sycamore divine tree, and then they fluttered around the sycamore divine tree. Isn't this the patriarch's ancient divine phoenix body and the old ancestor's Xian Yuan ice phoenix body getting divine body visions? The clansmen of the divine phoenix clan all raised their heads to look over at this moment, and only the sycamore divine tree, which was at the perfection of the great emperor realm, knew what this meant. And at this moment, Feng Jotian of the falling phoenix slope immediately frowned after seeing the vision above his head. At this moment, he had already refined 1/10 of the sycamore divine tree origin essence blood in his body, and his cultivation had once again recovered quite a bit. This is the matriarch's physical vision. What's going on? At the sight of the divine phoenix vision of the wings flying together in the sky, Feng Jotian always felt that he had lost something important, so he called out to the void directly to his beautiful sister. Pretty sister, in or out? Pretty sister, I have something to ask you. As Feng Jotian shouted into the void, a gap opened up in the void. A sycamore branch then extended from it. Jotian, what do you want with me? A shadow slowly coalesced in midair. Pretty sister, what exactly is going on with the vision in the sky? Feng Jotian pointed at the divine phoenix silhouettes that were flying together in the middle of the sky, and an inquiring look appeared on his face. The sycamore divine tree wanted to speak, not knowing how to reply. How could she, as the divine phoenix clan's guardian deity, not know Feng Jotian's mind? What the hell is going on? Pretty sister, will you tell me? The more the sycamore divine tree was like this, the more flustered Feng Jotian's heart became. Hey, since you insist on wanting to know, I'll tell you. The sycamore divine tree's tree spirit sighed, then proceeded to speak. Those two girls, Xiao and Nishang, are at the moment double cultivating with the Jun family emperor. The sycamore divine tree informed Feng Jotian of the information it knew. What? Duel practice? After hearing these words, Feng Jotian's pupils stared in disbelief, and his entire body was instantly dumbfounded. The two daughters that he regarded as forbidden to him had given Phoenix Yuan to someone else at this moment? Pretty sister, is everything you said true? Feng Jotian looked at the sycamore divine tree spirit above his head with a hopeful face at this time. How he wanted to hear that it was all a lie at the moment. I'm not entirely sure, but the odds are true. The sycamore divine tree's tree spirit didn't say too much. In fact, it didn't want Feng Jotian's spirit to receive too much of a shock. After all, he had gone through too much during this period of time, and if the spiritual world received another shock after that, it was likely that the Dao heart would fall into collapse. Damn Jun family emperor. Aha! At this moment, Feng Jotian's expression was hideous, and he directly raised his voice to the sky. A phoenix shadow behind him simultaneously emitted a sad and angry phoenix sound towards the sky. Jotian, calm down. I know you're having a hard time in your heart right now, but you're not a match for that Jun clan emperor. In fact, the sycamore divine tree knew in its heart that if there were no surprises, this brat Feng Jotian would never be a match for that Jun clan emperor in his lifetime. But she couldn't strike Feng Jotian like that now. Just like that, the two divine phoenix shadows above the sycamore divine tree flew for 3 days and 3 nights. Feng Jotian had likewise looked like this for 3 days and 3 nights without closing his eyes once, the blood in his eyes covering his entire eyeballs. The rapid breathing and heaving chest could tell that at this moment, he was already angry to the extreme inside. Feng Jotian, will keep this debt. With the disappearance of the divine phoenix silhouette in the sky, Feng Jotian also made an effort to calm himself at this moment. What he did not know was that Jun Lingtian had already felt out his cards. It turns out that the reason this kid is so wild is because he relies on this divine phoenix clan sycamore divine tree. At this moment, Jun Lingtian had already digested the Phoenix Yuan of the two Phoenix Nishan girls. To his surprise, the Phoenix element of these two women had actually raised his cultivation qualifications by a hair. Although it was minuscule, it was already considered an unexpected blessing for a cultivator at his level. If this divine Phoenix clan's sycamore divine tree is subdued, it's estimated that this Feng Jotian will almost be able to reach the decimation line. Jun Lingtian thought so inwardly at this moment. Moreover, by the time he slaughtered this Feng Jotian, his chi luck value had almost reached the 400,000 mark, and the distance to lifting the restriction of 500,000 was just a matter of slaughtering a few more chi luck sons. Thinking of this, Jun Lingtian's figure directly disappeared into thin air. After Jun Lingtian left, the two of them, Huang Nishang and Huang Xiao, also slowly opened their eyes. After sensing that her cultivation had broken through to the saint-exalted realm, a bright smile immediately flashed across Huang Xiao's face. She hadn't expected at all that one dual cultivation session with the Jun family emperor would be able to raise more than one major realm, and the same was true of Phoenix Nix beside her. She had also stepped from the middle stage of the Great Empress realm to the late stage of the Great Empress realm. Looking at Jun Lingtian at this moment, when he reappeared, he had already arrived at the inner world of the Sycamore Divine Tree. What is your honor's purpose in entering the world within me? An illusory figure of a woman appeared in front of Jun Lingtian, and it was clearly the tree spirit of the Sycamore Divine Tree. This emperor has come here to gift you with a chance. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. Grant me the chance? The tree spirit who heard this frowned her pretty eyebrows. Yes, do you recognize this? As Jun Lingtian spoke, a strand of successfully transformed immortal chi suddenly emerged above his fingertips. Although it wasn't particularly pure, it was billions of times stronger than aura. Even he had only succeeded in transforming a few small strands. Is this immortal energy? Seeing the jumping body of advanced energy at Jun Lingtian's fingertips, the tree spirit was shocked and at the same time, a little chilled inwardly. It was because she detected a deadly threat in the wisp of immortal chi. It seemed that with just this single strand, her entire body would be destroyed and her divine soul worn down. I didn't think you'd recognize it. Jun Lingtian was not too surprised within. After all, this Sycamore Divine Tree had already lived for an unknown number of thousands of years. It's normal to know these things. So this is what you call chance? The Wutong Divine Tree's eyes never left the strand of immortal chi at Jun Lingtian's fingertips, wanting to comprehend the wonders from it. But the next moment Jun Lingtian took it back inside his body. Chapter 233, Conquering the Sycamore Divine Tree. That's right. This is the chance that this emperor is talking about. This emperor also sees that the Great Emperor realm of perfection is already your limit, and it's almost impossible to go further. And you don't seem to have much of a lifespan, do you? Jun Lingtian had already detected the abnormality of this Sycamore Divine Tree when he arrived. It's amazing how much you know. The tree spirit's pupils shrunk slightly, and a hint of shock appeared on his face. Knowing that even the Divine Phoenix Clan's clan chief and the Great Emperor realm's ancestors did not know this information, it was unexpected that it would be penetrated by Jun Lingtian at a glance. How about all these problems this emperor can help you with? Jun Lingtian looked at the Sycamore Divine Tree spirit across from him with a bemused expression as a confident look appeared on his face. What are your terms? Sycamore Divine Tree knew that she didn't have the capital to reject the other party at all. She wanted to live and become stronger. Recognize this emperor as Lord. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. No. The Sycamore Divine Tree was just about to open its mouth to refuse when a bottle of elixir appeared out of thin air in Jun Lingtian's hand, and casually unlocked the seal on it. In the next second, the rich and incomparable power of vitality directly flooded this space, and the Sycamore Divine Tree felt the growth of longevity in its body just by smelling it. Wouldn't this be, if taken? Surprisingly, it's the Vitality Creation Pill, and it's still the best of the best. The Sycamore Divine Tree recognized an elixir that had long been extinct, and its heart and mind shook. It was said that an ordinary Vitality Creation Pill could increase one's lifespan by 10,000 years. The Vitality Creation Pill in the hands of this Jun Clan Emperor right now was the best of the best, conservatively estimating that it could increase his lifespan by 50,000 years. As if he could see the other party's doubts, Jun Lingtian casually explained. This is the upgraded version of the Vitality Creation Pill, one of which can increase longevity by 100,000 years, and there are a total of 10 in this bottle. What? 10 pieces? Wouldn't that be 1,000,000 years of longevity? Hearing Jun Lingtian's explanation, the Sycamore Divine Tree suddenly fell silent. Just as she was hesitating, Jun Lingtian suddenly reached his hand into the void and yanked out a runic shackle covered in the power of the Heavenly Tao. That was clearly the Heavenly Tao shackle that restricted the Sycamore Divine Tree's life from leaping, and if it wasn't lifted, it would be very difficult for her to make another breakthrough in her life. If you agree, this emperor can cut it off for you now. Although Jun Lingtian was unable to fight hard against the Heavenly Tao right now, it was still possible to conceal a Heavenly Tao shackle from the other party and cut it off. However, the process not only needed to cover up the sky, but also consumed the few immortal chi in his body, so it was just a bit troublesome. I am willing to recognize you as my master. This is my origin life soul. After a series of thoughts, the Sycamore Divine Tree finally decided to recognize Jun Lingtian as its master. Seeing this, Jun Lingtian nodded and then inscribed a master and servant contract on top of the Sycamore Divine Tree's origin life soul. Ding! Conquer the Sycamore Divine Tree and plunder Feng Jiutian's chi value of 1,000 points. Ding! Feng Jiutian's chi value has reached the decapitation line. He can be killed. As the system's beep sounded, it was already considered an indirect sentence of death for Feng Jiutian. Bang! With a crisp sound, the Heavenly Tao yoke in Jun Lingtian's hand was directly broken by it. However, in the next instant, the skies above the entire Divine Phoenix clan suddenly changed and blood thunder flashed. A huge blood-colored pupil inlaid with the power of the Heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the center of the blood-red thundercloud. which was clearly the Heavenly Dao Divine Punishment Blood Eye. However, after appearing, that Heavenly Dao Divine Punishment Blood Eye revealed a touch of humanized doubt, as it did not sense the existence of the target of the Thunderbolt. Divine Punishment Blood Eyes. Why would the Divine Punishment Blood Eyes appear in my Divine Phoenix clan? At this moment, the crowd of the Divine Phoenix clan didn't dare to breathe a single breath, because the pressure generated by the bloody eye above their heads made it impossible for them to even breathe. A strong sense of suffocation and fear lingered in the heart of every Divine Phoenix clan member, even the Sycamore God Tree. After all, it knew that this Heavenly Dao Divine Punishment Blood Eye was coming for her. Only Jun Lingtian looked at the Heavenly Dao Divine Punishment Blood Eyes in the sky with a calm expression. It seemed to be about to punch it out in the next second. This Divine Punishment Blood Eye is about as strong as me, but if I destroy it, the Heavenly Dao at its back will be difficult to deal with. Jun Lingtian suppressed the desire to violently beat up the Divine Punishment Blood Eye in the sky above. After all, the other party was the Heavenly Dao's own son in general, and after hitting the younger one would definitely come to the older one. Soon after, the blood eyes that couldn't find the target of divine punishment slowly dissipated, and the blood-colored robbery clouds in the sky receded like a tidal wave. Phew, finally gone. The entire Divine Phoenix clan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phoenix Nishang and Phoenix Xiao, who were located in the middle of the bedchamber to consolidate their cultivation, glanced at each other, both thinking of the man who was exceptionally important in their hearts. To be able to dodge the perception of the heavens Dao Divine Punishment Blood Eyes, the master is truly heaven-defying. The two Phoenix Nishan girls couldn't help but feel emotion in their hearts. The Sycamore God Tree, who had come back to his senses, noticed the difference in his body. My chains have truly been lifted. Feeling the shackles within his body disappear, the Sycamore Divine Tree's mood instantly became fluttering. Then he hurriedly thanked Jun Lingtian. Thank you, Master. No harm done. Take me forward to Feng Jiutian's location. Jun Lingtian waved his hand casually. Feng Jiutian? The Sycamore Divine Tree's face wanted to speak after hearing this. After all, she had just become Jun Lingtian's slave and her identity had yet to be transformed. However, after seeing the slightly displeased look in Jun Lingtian's eyes, she was finally reminded of her identity at this moment. Yes, Master. In the next moment, several blood-red branches were inserted into the void, hooking up with the fallen phoenix slope where Feng Jiutian was, forming a spatial channel. On the other hand, Feng Jiutian on the other side saw the branches of the Sycamore Divine Tree reaching over, and a forced smile instantly hung on his face. Pretty sister, what brings you to? Feng Jiutian hadn't even finished speaking when he realized that a figure that had kept him up all night had suddenly stepped out from that space tunnel. The already forced smile on his face froze straight away. That emperor from the Jun clan? Why did he come here? And it was Pretty Sister who sent him here. What's his relationship with Pretty Sister? Feng Jiutian's mind was racing at the moment, thinking hard about the other party's purpose for coming here. It wasn't enough that the other party had taken their two beloved women, Phoenix Yuan, but now did they still want to put him to death? Is it because you want to know what relationship I have with your pretty sister? Jun Lingtian looked at Feng Jiutian with a teasing expression. Tell him what I am to you. Jun Lingtian looked condescendingly at Feng Jiutian, causing the latter to have an extremely bad premonition. Master. In a single sentence, the Sycamore Divine Tree showed its position and Jun Lingtian's relationship. And this sound of master also made Feng Jiutian's heart completely cold. Chapter 234, Feng Jiutian's Fall. What did you call him? Pretty sister? Feng Jiutian looked incredulously at the Sycamore Divine Tree's tree spirit. The Sycamore Divine Tree that he had taken great pains to please had now recognized the Jun Family Emperor as its master. 9 heavens, as you can see, I am now my master's person. The Sycamore Divine Tree's tree spirit looked at Feng Jiutian with a hint of apology in its eyes, because she knew that the current Feng Jiutian must be having a hard time inside. But who let Jun Lingtian make conditions that he could not refuse? This can't be true. This isn't true. This isn't true. Hearing this, Feng Jiutian's expression became flustered. If the Sycamore Divine Tree really recognized this Jun family emperor as its master, then how long would it take for him to catch up with this person? How long will it take to avenge my own death? Feng Jiutian, it's quite painful to stay here, isn't it? This emperor will help you free yourself. Jun Lingtian said and stopped talking nonsense with the other party. Stretching out his own right hand and grabbing it, Feng Jiutian's body appeared uncontrollably in his hand. The next moment, Feng Jiutian felt extreme pain coming from his body. He then realized with horror that his body was gradually dissipating. No! Pretty sister, help me! Feng Jiutian reached out and grabbed at the tree spirit of the Sycamore Divine Tree with a terrified face. Then the latter directly turned its head away. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Son of Fortune, Feng Jiutian, and plundering 15,000 points of fortune value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1. one copy of the 9 Heavenly Divine Phoenix body origin. As the system's beep sounded, it signaled that another son of Qi had fallen into Jun Lingtian's hands. This emperor has important matters to attend to, so he won't stay here. After killing the son of Qi, Jun Lingtian directly disappeared in a flash. Right now he wanted nothing more than to go to the mortal realm and see his children. Looking again at this moment in the demon region, the disappeared son of Qi, Feng Yuan, had once again appeared in the heavenly demon hall. I don't think anyone will be on to me this time. He is now a changed man and has said goodbye to the past once and for all. This time, he also came back to the heavenly demon hall to ask his father for some cultivation resources. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, the heavenly demon hall was already under the control of the demon emperor Tian Yuan, who was at the perfection of the great emperor realm. So when he returned to the heavenly demon hall, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. In the next instant, a monstrous demonic might instantly surrounded and suppressed him. Kid, you've finally shown yourself. The disguise is quite good. It's fortunate that my master gave me the means to find you. Elder, are you recognizing the wrong person? I'm merely a junior soldier of the heavenly demon hall. At this moment, Feng Yuan's mind was racing, thinking of countermeasures in his heart. Whether it's you or not, we'll see when we meet the master. Devil Emperor Tian Yuan wouldn't care about that much, and directly put it into the small world within his body. With that, he headed towards Jun Lingtian's direction based on the slave seal above his soul. The periphery of the mortal realm boundary wall, Jun Lingtian was currently looking ahead with a grave expression on his face. I didn't expect the boundary wall of this mortal domain to be wrapped in a complete immortal weapon. What secrets are inside? Looking at the 9-colored barrier with a dense immortal aura in front of him, as well as the tedious and incomparable immortal Dao formations, Jun Lingtian frowned slightly, because even he would need to abolish his cultivation and turn himself into a mortal in order to enter this mortal domain. Forget it, there's no danger to the mother and daughter duo right now anyway. Let's wait until the time is right to go see them. Thinking about the means he had previously laid on that daughter of Qi Luck, Li Ruoxue, it should be enough to protect the mother and daughter duo's well-being. Besides, Ning Hongduan was the reincarnation of an actual empress, so nothing should go wrong. Ning Hongduan, let's see how this emperor will clean you up when we meet next. Jun Lingtian snorted coldly, and then suddenly received a message from Tian Yuan to him. Oh, Feng Yuan has been captured? Jun Lingtian's depressed mood was slightly better after hearing this news. With that, he took the initiative to meet in the direction of the heavenly abyss. Shortly thereafter, the two met. Tian Yuan immediately bowed and saluted. Master, well, where's the kid? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth to inquire. Master, don't worry. Look. Tian Yuan then released Feng Yuan, who was stowed away in the small world within his body. However, when Jun Lingtian saw Feng Yuan, his brows furrowed. Is this the Feng Yuan you captured? Yes, master. Isn't it him? I caught him the way you taught me. Seeing Jun Lingtian's tightly furrowed brow, Tian Yuan was somewhat unsure. You've been tricked. This is just a wisp of that kid's bilocation. Jun Lingtian sighed and did not blame Tian Yuan, because even if he didn't use his probing eye to look at it, it would be hard to see that this was actually a wisp of a doppelganger. This can't be right. When Tian Yuan heard this, a red color of shame appeared on his face. He was actually fooled by a brat? See for yourself. As Jun Lingtian spoke, he directly reached out his hand and pressed it on top of that Feng Yuan's doppelganger. In the next moment, a wisp of a mutilated soul body with a drop of essence blood emerged from the body of that Feng Yuan's detachment. I can't believe it's true. After seeing this scene, Tian Yuan finally stopped talking tough, and his face was suffocatingly red. Originally, he had happily come to beg for compliments and get some favors along the way, but he didn't expect this to be the result. This emperor doesn't blame you, so go back and keep looking. Jun Lingtian waved his hand. Master. Hearing that Jun Lingtian did not blame himself, Tian Yuan was relieved in his heart, and at the same time, he also held a grudge against that Feng Yuan. Brat, how dare you fool me? Wait for the seat. In the meantime, somewhere in the Devil's Domain's bird's nest zone, the young man located next to the underground lava suddenly opened his eyes. Dead. It's a good thing I had the foresight not to go there myself. Feng Yuan took a deep breath, a little fearful in his heart. It seems that this heavenly demon hall can't be returned to, so I can only rely on myself in the future. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. When would he be able to cultivate to a great emperor if he himself? Jun Tian Domain. Ever since the president of the Alchemist Guild, Gu Xinghe, recognized Jun Lingtian as his master, the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild had moved here. President, the invitations for the once every 10 years alchemy conference have been distributed. In the presidential palace, an elder of the Alchemist Guild opened his mouth to report to Gu Xinghe. Great, how's the venue set up? Gu Xinghe once again opened his mouth to inquire. Back to the president. The setup of the venue has been completed. According to your orders, the Jun family's young master is lined up in the best place. That elder opened his mouth and replied, not bad. You go down. Gu Xinghe waved his hand in satisfaction, then smiled knowingly. Chapter 235 Alchemy Conference. System. Can you locate Fang Yuan's position? Jun Lingtian opened his mouth to inquire about the system in his mind. If the system was able to locate that Fang Yuan's position, he planned to personally kill this Go Dao man himself. Back to the host. Because too many sons of Qi in the 9 heavens and 10 lands have died in recent times, it triggered the protection mechanism of the heavenly Dao and covered up the heavenly chance of the sons of Qi. That's why I'm only able to figure out that Fang Yuan is in the middle of the demonic domain right now. The system opened its mouth to explain. Like this? Jun Lingtian pondered for a moment, contemplating whether or not he should go and find that little monk, Golden Cicada. However, just at this time, his servant Gu Xing has sent him a message through the slave seal. Master, the Alchemist Guild is about to organize the once-in-a-decade alchemy conference. Do you think you have the time to come over and guide the instruction? The alchemy conference? Hearing this news, Jun Lingtian immediately decided to ignore that bald-ass kid for now and look at that alchemy conference afterward. Moreover, if he expected well, he would definitely be able to meet the son of Qi Luck on top of that alchemy conference. Thinking of this, Jun Lingtian's figure directly disappeared in place, heading towards the Jun Tian domain. 1 month later, Jun Tian domain, Alchemist Guild headquarters. Alchemists from all the top powers had gathered here. On top of that, there were also some ancient clan families that wanted to recruit some alchemists from this alchemy conference to go back and train them. And at this moment, the city where the Alchemist Guild was located, Dan City, was above the outside road. A teenager was sitting on a carriage pulled by a one-horned horse, rushing towards this place, and it had the logo of the Alchemist Guild on it. And there were a few carriages in front of him, a bit more luxurious than his, with the same logo of the Alchemist Guild on them. It could be seen that this convoy was the Alchemist Guild's own convoy. The young man was the person recommended by the president of the Alchemist Guild's branch in the remote area to attend the alchemy conference. Master, what exactly is the purpose of you asking me to come and participate in this alchemy conference? Wouldn't it be better for me to directly join the Alchemist Guild? The teenager communicated the jade ring on his hand and asked the doubt in his mind. The Alchemist Guild never lacks geniuses. Just joining the Alchemist Guild won't allow you to quickly obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. You'll only be able to make a name for yourself and choose a power that best suits your cultivation if you make a splash above this Alchemist Guild. The old man's pale voice in the jade ring surfaced in the teenager's mind. I see. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. I will definitely live up to my master's expectations. The teenager opened his mouth with a spirited face. Well, don't worry. When the time comes, Master will also help you. After the ring old grandpa said this, the teenager's face suddenly overflowed with a confident smile. After all, his master's father was a quasi-emperor great alchemist in his lifetime, and with his help, he was bound to make a splash at this alchemy conference. Gu Xinghe, you didn't expect it, did you? I, Hu Lao-san, am back again. Thinking about how he had failed to compete with Gu Xinghe for the position of Alchemist Guild president and ended up being brutally poisoned by the other party, the flames of hatred in his heart couldn't help but burn brightly. When he regained the power of his physical body, he would surely make a clean sweep. Stop, token. The sound of a column check suddenly came from outside the carriage, shattering the illusion of the master and disciple. Here, the carriage in the lead heard that an inspection was needed and showed his chapter president's token. So it's President Su. Inside please. The guards at the gate didn't make things difficult when they saw that it was the president of the Alchemist branch, and directly let the other party leave. After arriving at Dan City, Alchemist branch president Su-san separated from the teenager after arranging him, as he still needed to go forward to the headquarters to report on his work. After all, there were still 3 days before the alchemy conference began. In the meantime, Lu Zhua, the patriarch of the Heavenly Spirit clan, had likewise brought his precious son Lu Changsheng and his precious daughter Lu Jining to Dan City, coming to watch the alchemy conference. I didn't expect my son to be an everlasting divine body, and his cultivation qualifications aren't at all inferior to that girl Jining. Lu Zhua looked at the children walking in front of him, like 2 small adults, with a happy smile on his face. It would be better if his brother and sister could live in harmony. Thinking about the chicken and dog in the past few years, Lu Zhua had some headaches again. One refuses to call his brother, the other refuses to recognize his sister. And since the birth of his sister, the two had fought all day long, and there was no telling how many palaces had been torn down by the two of them. Jun Lingtian, will you be present at this alchemy conference? Lu Jining actually had some expectations in her heart at the moment. After all, it was through this alchemy conference that she had seen Jun Lingtian in her previous life, and from then on, she had misplaced her life at the sight of Lingtian. In this life, she had already sworn an oath, so she would definitely not fall in love with Jun Lingtian again. What the hell is this stinky girl thinking of again? Lu Changsheng, who was on the side, immediately showed a wary look on his face when he saw that Lu Jining was thinking about things a bit like a god, always on guard against the other side turning on him. However, right at this moment, a loud and clear dragon roar suddenly came from the sky above their heads. The next moment, a black shadow that covered the sky covered them. Looking up, a five-clawed golden dragon that was thousands of meters long pulled an ancient and vicissitudinous golden-colored chariot as it sped past. It's the golden chariot of the Jun family's young lord. As long as one was from the Jun Tian domain, there was no one who did not recognize Jun Ling Tian's seat. Asterisk. This Jun family young lord is really powerful. Lu Changsheng looked at the distant golden chariot, and a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. Although he was now the son of the Celestial Spirit clan's patriarch, he was still a child who had nothing. Jun Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come after all. Lu Jining looked at the golden chariot that sped by in the sky, a complicated expression on her face. She really didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi. Lu Chongshen. Ding! Discovered the daughter of Qi Luck. Lu Jining. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi. Zhang Xiaofan. Sitting on top of the golden chariot, Jun Lingtian's ears suddenly echoed with the system's beeps. Sure enough, there is a son of Qi. In the next moment, Jun Lingtian directly looked over with his own probing eye. Name, Lu Chongsheng. Identity, son of the Celestial Spirit Clan Chief. Cultivation, early Yuanshan realm. Physique, everlasting divine body. Numerology, fortune, gold, son of fortune, gold. Luck value, 28,000. Name Lu Jining. Identity, daughter of the Celestial Spirit Clan Chief. Cultivation, early Yuanshan realm. Physique, ice skin. Jade bone. Lingering ice heart. Numerology, love but not love, gold, daughter of luck, gold. Luck value, 35,000. Name, Zhang Xiaofan. Status, none. Cultivation level, mid-royal realm. Physique, Danjie sacred body. Numerology, Dantu Changlong, gold, son of Qi Luck, gold. Luck value, 30,000. Chapter 236, The Alchemy Conference begins. I didn't expect this kid to be a son of Qi even at such a young age. Glancing at Lu Changsheng, who was not even 10 years old in appearance, an odd expression appeared on Jun Lingtian's face. However, he wouldn't let the other party's young age stop him from laying down a harsh hand, because this Lu Changsheng's mind was clearly not what a child should have. That kid's ring is also a bit odd. It seems to be the same as Xiao Jian back then. Speaking of Xiao Jian, he had to think of that extreme beauty by Susu. Now, since he had met a son of Qi similar to Xiao Jian, wouldn't this be even more of a breeze? However, after sensing that inside the jade ring was the soul aura of a male cultivator, Jun Lingtian decided to take his chances. My son doesn't have to be envious. If you want it, after you go back, my father will also get you a seat. Lu Zua seemed to have seen the envy in Lu Changsheng's heart. Then I want 36 five-clawed golden dragons to pull the cart. Lu Changsheng put forward his own requirements. After all, that Jun Lingtian seat is all 18 five-clawed golden dragons pulling. How can his not be worse than the other side is not it? And when Lu Zua behind him heard this, his face turned green. 36? And a five-clawed golden dragon? Why don't we just let him, the leader of the Sky Spirit clan, pull the cart for this kid? Son, it suddenly occurred to my father that you are still young and not fit to drive right now. The matter of the seat should wait until you are an adult. Lu Zua coughed lightly and spoke in a slightly awkward manner. At this time, Lu Jining, who was on the side, also came back to her senses and withdrew her gaze from looking out. Turning his head to look at Lu Changsheng, he mocked. Just you? You need 36 five-clawed golden dragons to pull a cart? Are you worthy? After saying this, Lu Jining directly turned around and left. Damn it! Stinky girl! Lu Changsheng looked at the other parties departing back and hated him with a passion. But he couldn't do anything about the other party. 3 days later, the alchemy conference was held as scheduled. Zhang Xiaofan also participated in this alchemy conference as he wished with the recommendation of the alchemist branch chairman Su San. Lu Zua and the others entered the venue as spectators to watch the alchemy. On top of that, the top alchemists of the major powers were also here in person to participate in this event. Within a short time, there was a sea of people above the square. Master, are you still satisfied with this position? At this moment, the ancient Star River was in the middle of one of the venue's private rooms, inquiring to Jun Lingtian. Not bad. You're doing great. How is the process of this alchemy conference? Talk to me about it. Jun Lingtian sat on a sofa-like chair within the box. Beside him, there were several beautiful maids serving. Back to master. The process of the alchemy conference is like this. Gu Xinghe then informed Jun Lingtian of the specifics of the alchemy conference. Is the first level the identification of the elixir? This way, you add one item to these levels, and that is that you must compete clean, whether it's a ring or a spirit weapon, etc. Take it down, and at the start of the match you activate this array disc to envelop all the contestants. After Jun Lingtian pondered for a moment, a formation disc appeared in his hand and threw it to Gu Xinghe. And the reason why he did so was of course because he wanted to target Zhang Xiaofan. This array disc was meant to isolate his communication with that old ring grandfather. Yes, master, I'll go forward and announce it right away. Although he did not know why Jun Lingtian was like this, he just had to do as he was told. Just in the gap between Gu Xinghe and Jun Lingtian's chat, the seats in the outside world had basically filled up. And no matter which side of the forces were on top of the open-air high platform, only one box like Jun Lingtian was built. Who is in that box? And why is there no one in my nightmare land? The alchemist who came to participate in the nightmare land of the 10 forbidden lands spoke thus. You still don't know this? The one in that box is Jun Lingtian, the Jun family's young lord. At this time it's not far from the blood demon's earth alchemist opened his mouth. What? The Jun family? The nightmare land cultivator who heard these words immediately shut his mouth. The Jun family was not something he could afford to mess with. Look, the president of the Alchemist Guild has appeared. At this time, the crowd in the outside world discovered the figure of Gu Xinghe. Wasn't it said that the alchemy conference was hosted by the Grand Elder of the Alchemist Guild? Why would it be presided over by President Gu Xinghe himself? Someone on the stage opened his mouth in disbelief and inquired, but apparently no one could give him an answer. Silence, everyone. As Gu Xinghe opened his mouth, the originally somewhat noisy venue suddenly quieted down. I'm going to announce a rule. For the sake of fairness, all participants in this alchemy conference are not allowed to bring any decorations, spirit weapons, etc. The clothes worn on the body must also be uniformly issued by the Alchemist Guild. What you have on you can be given to your friends and family for safekeeping, or you can give it to the Alchemists Guild for safekeeping on your behalf. Everyone can rest assured. If any items are lost during this period, I, the Alchemist Guild, will certainly compensate tenfold. As for the rest of the process, it is the same as in the past and no changes are being made. Gu Xinghe read out the rules for this competition. This was followed by a moment of onstage chatter. This newly added rule does seem to have become much fairer. Some of the contestants who were more confident in their own strength didn't say anything, but instead were very supportive. And those contestants who wanted to do something small during their participation were left with a despondent look on their faces, because then all the tricks they had done before would be for nothing. Master, what should we do? Zhang Xiaofan was a bit flustered inside after hearing this temporary addition to the rules. After all, he wasn't sure if taking the ring off his hand would still allow his master to help him. There is no hindrance. These are all minor problems, so go ahead without worry. This seat will contact you when the time comes. The ring-old grandpa was very confident that even if he took him off, he could still communicate with Zhang Xiaofan. Since that's the case, then I'll hand you over to the Alchemist Guild for safekeeping when the time comes. Zhang Xiaofan opened his mouth. After all, he didn't recognize any of the people in the middle of the venue, and the only one he knew, Chapter President Su San, still didn't know where he had gone. It would be better to give it to the people of the Alchemist Guild for safekeeping. May. Grandpa Ring replied with little concern. So Zhang Xiaofan, along with most of the participants, handed over all the objects he had with him to the Alchemist Guild for safekeeping, and they had also changed into the clothes that the Alchemist Guild had specially provided for them. All participants please enter the venue. As an elder of the Alchemist Guild opened his mouth, Zhang Xiaofan surged into the venue of alchemy along with the flow of people. The very next moment all the participants entered. A protective light shield instantly buckled down, enveloping everyone in it. Chapter 237. Let's put away the questions we can't do first. Master, can you hear me? Zhang Xiaofan tried to contact his master, but there was not the slightest response. At this moment, the other parties seemed to have disappeared. No matter how Zhang Xiaofan tried to contact him, he could not. How? Zhang Xiaofan was a bit confused, and then he was about to go out from the venue of the competition. However, when he reached the exit, a deacon of the Alchemist Guild stopped him at once. Little brother, the match will start soon. If you go out it will be considered that you forfeit. What? Hearing the deacon's words, a tangle flashed across Zhang Xiaofan's face. This alchemy conference is once every 10 years. If he misses it he will have to wait another 10 years. Forget it, I believe that with my own strength, I can come out on top just the same. Zhang Xiaofan's face revealed a mesmerizing confidence. After all, his talent in the Dan Dao was one of the best, and even his master had praised him from time to time for his high level of enlightenment. This grand formation is actually able to isolate my divine sense. Disaster. Su Hongbin, the old grandfather in Zhang Xiaofan's ring, said a dark cry in his heart after realizing that he couldn't contact Zhang Xiaofan, because Zhang Xiaofan's personality was a bit hairy. If he wasn't there to keep a watchful eye on things, he would probably be eliminated halfway through. And the other side, Su San and a group of Alchemist branch presidents all gathered in one place. The one sitting at the top was clearly the Alchemist Guild president, Gu Xinghe. Su San, I heard that your whole branch discovered an alchemy genius? At this time, a chapter president sitting next to Su San spoke in a conspiratorial manner. He and Su San didn't deal with each other in the first place, which is why he took the opportunity to be sarcastic. It's not exactly a genius, but there should be no problem taking the top 3 spots in this alchemy conference. Su San had a haughty look on his face, and the look he gave to the branch president beside him was tinged with disdain. That Zhang Xiaofan's alchemy talent was something he had personally tested. Even he, the Alchemist Guild's branch president, a saint-level alchemist, was inferior to him. Wouldn't it be easy to take down a game? Did you hear that, Chairman? Su San went so far as to say that the person he recommended could enter the top 3. The chapter president beside him heard this and immediately reported it to Gu Xinghe, and with these words, he managed to pique Gu Xinghe's interest. Oh, Su San, who is the person you are introducing? Surprisingly, he has such strength? Back to the president. The person I'm introducing is named Zhang Xiaofan, and although the name is ordinary, the person must be all but extraordinary. Its alchemy talent is superb, and it will definitely take the top 3 spots when the time comes. Su San even wanted to say that Zhang Xiaofan could win the title, but was afraid of any surprises, so he set a conservative estimate. To be able to make you, Su San, praise you so much. It seems that this Xiaofan has real talent. For Su San's character Gu Xinghe still has some understanding. If there is no real talent, he will never give such a high evaluation. Then I'll wait until then to see if this bumpkin you've recommended can really make it into the top 3. Next to it, the Alchemist chapter's Jiang Chengtian opened his mouth with a cold snort. Then we'll see. Su Fan's eyes were watching his nose and heart, and he looked like he had a plan. In the meantime, with a wave of his hand, Jun Lingtian in the box caused the stunning maid beside him to fall into a coma. Then he made another slight grab into the void. In the next moment, a spatial tunnel formed in the space in front of his palm. A jade ring then flew out of the void and landed in his hand. What's going on? How did I suddenly appear here? This person in front of me looks so young. Why would he give me this feeling of powerlessness like a mole cricket shaking the sky? Su Hongbin was still a little confused at the moment, observing Jun Lingtian in the outside whirl through the jade ring, but realizing that he could not see through the other party in the slightest. One must know that at the time of his fall, his divine soul power had already stepped into the quasi-emperor realm with 1 foot. So this person in front of him was either carrying a supreme treasure or a great emperor, and judging from the combination of all the previous circumstances, this person was definitely the latter. When you see this emperor, why don't you come out and pay your respects? Jun Lingtian leaned his elbows on the armrests, his palms propped against his cheeks. The ring in his hand was then casually thrown to the ground. He's actually really a great emperor. Since it was impossible for someone who wasn't a quasi-emperor or a great emperor to dare to use the title of this emperor, the man in front of him was a genuine great emperor. Su Hongbin pays his respects to his imperial excellency. Su Hongbin's soul body appeared from within the ring, and then he paid homage to Jun Lingtian. Aha! Jun Lingtian casually answered. The latter was completely unaware of Jun Lingtian's thoughts after hearing this and therefore did not dare to get up. Get up! Thank you, Your Imperial Highness. Su Hongbin's heart sighed in relief after hearing this. At least for now. It seemed that the great emperor in front of him didn't have too much malice towards him. Jun Lingtian then stopped paying attention to Su Hongbin and looked at the alchemy conference that was about to begin on his own. Seeing this, the latter was not in a good position to interrupt, and also turned his gaze to the alchemy conference in the outside world. It is said that this box is for the Jun family's young master. Could it be that this great emperor in front of us is the young master of that Jun family? Thinking about this, Su Hongbin felt that he had discovered a heavenly secret. If he wasn't a soul body at the moment, he was afraid that he would already be sweating profusely. And at this moment the alchemy conference in the middle of the venue had already begun. A dozen or so cold elixirs were placed in front of each participant's table. The first level, recognizing the elixir. As the name suggests, write down the name of the elixir on top of the table in front of you, its medicinal properties, and the environment in which it grows on a piece of paper to describe it. You will be given 1 incense stick of time. Now the clock starts. One of the 3 referees in the referee's seat in the middle of the venue opened his mouth. As the referee's words fell, the timed incense burst into flames. The participants in the venue also all picked up the spirit medicines on top of the table, either smelling or looking at them, carefully identifying the medicinal properties and types of elixirs. This strain should be the blood devil grass. The medicinal nature is cold. Living in the place of extreme yin or the place of extreme yang to come? Zhang Xiaofan picked up an elixir with a blood-red texture that emitted a bloody odor. A deep frown followed. Forgot. I can't believe he forgot. Obviously this blood magic grass his master let him see. All blame himself for not on the heart in the beginning. Zhang Xiaofan had some regrets in his heart. But at this time, he suddenly thought of what his master said to him on the way here. Little fan when the time comes, you first do it yourself. In case you come across a question you don't know, put it aside for a while. Do the next question. And when it's done, the seat will tell you the answer to the question. At first, Su Hongbin actually said this in order to use the alchemy conference to test Zhang Xiaofan. From this, he was also able to find out where Zhang Xiaofan's shortcomings were, and target his learning when the time came. But in the end, he would definitely help Zhang Xiaofan win the title. How could he have known that there would be such a turn of events in the middle of the process? Chapter 238, This disciple of yours? What do you think? This grass should be sword grass, with wild medicinal properties, growing on top of the skeletons of sword cultivators, absorbing sword chi as sustenance. At this time, Zhang Xiaofan picked up a spirit herb that resembled a spirit sword in appearance, while also emitting a wisp of sword chi. There's absolutely no mistake this time. This is the sword grass. Zhang Xiaofan wrote the answer on top of the white paper in front of him with a confident face. With that, he once again took out an elixir, followed by a deep frown. What is this again? I've obviously seen it somewhere. Why, I just can't remember. Zhang Xiaofan reluctantly placed it in front of his nose and sniffed it, but he still couldn't recall the name and properties of this spirit grass. Damn it, I should have memorized all of the spirit medicine encyclopedias in the first place. It's all my master's fault. Why didn't you remind me to read it a few more times in the first place? Now I don't know where it's gone. Zhang Xiaofan's heart at the moment actually resented Su Hongbin a little. After all, if he had checked himself in the first place he wouldn't have gotten into such a situation. However, he had already forgotten that Su Hongbin had reminded him to look at the cold elixirs a few more times, and it was he himself who had sworn to ensure that he had memorized them all. Su Hongbin felt that he was highly talented and should not be lying before he did not check. Didn't Xiao Fan say at that time that he had memorized all the cold spirit medicines? How come you don't even recognize the ice blood grass or the Xian leaf flower? Su Hongbin looked at Zhang Xiaofan's grasping appearance and couldn't help but frown. He completely did not expect Zhang Xiaofan with such a high alchemy talent to be sneaky. What do you think of this apprentice of yours? Jun Lingtian was similarly looking at Zhang Xiaofan with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Your Imperial Excellency is amused. I will certainly teach little Fan carefully after I return. Su Hongbin's face was also a little embarrassed at the moment, but the great emperor in front of him didn't immediately slaughter him surely because he still had a use for himself. On the other hand, Gu Xingha and the others on the other side were similarly watching Zhang Xiaofan. Ha ha ha, Su-san, this is the supremely talented alchemist you said? How come you don't even recognize the ice blood grass or the Xianyi flower? How can you have the face to say that your talent is overwhelming? Zhang Xiaofan's maneuver truly amused Jiang Chengtian. If you can't even recognize this most basic and cold spirit medicine, I'm afraid you can't even pass the first hurdle, right? The other alchemist branch presidents all shook their heads with an amused expression when they saw this. Su-san is afraid that he really looked away this time. That's not true. Even my little disciple recognizes these two elixirs. The murmurs of the major chapter presidents made Su-san blush. What is this Zhang Xiaofan up to? Why hasn't he come up with his own strength yet? Seeing Su-san's face redden with shame, Jiang Chengtian didn't forget to drop a stone. President, Su-san has poor knowledge of people, mistaking fish eyes for pearls. How can such behavior be worthy of the position of club president? My subordinate suggests that it's better to replace him with someone capable. Jiang Chengtian, you are shameless. Su-san was furious, but he couldn't refute it. President, the match isn't over yet, so I'd like to trouble you, Mr. President, to wait and see again. At this moment, Su-san could only pin his hopes on Zhang Xiaofan, or else there was a real possibility that he, the president of this chapter, would be jerked off. Originally, he had thought that this time the recommendation would be successful and that his position could be further advanced. He didn't expect that Zhang Xiaofan would give him such a show now. In that case, let's take another look. Gu Xinghe spoke faintly. The crowd at the scene also stopped speaking, and then continued to watch. Jiang Chengtian, on the other hand, transmitted his voice to Su-san to sneer and sarcastically say, Su-san, don't struggle. That kid doesn't even know spiritual medicine. Even if he passes the first hurdle, won't he still be eliminated in the later sessions of knowledge of pills and refining pills? Humph, the vertical sun is not enough to plan with. Su-san no longer paid any attention to Jiang Tiancheng after dropping a sentence. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaofan who was in the middle of the venue at the moment. After putting the Xianyi flower down, he once again picked up an elixir. I recognize this one. The name is Four-Leaf Fire Lotus. The nature is fire, and it grows in volcanic magma. Zhang Xiaofan wrote down everything he knew on the paper in front of him. By the time all 15 types of spirit medicines had been looked over, he realized that he was certain that only 10 were correct. Of the remaining 5, 3 are uncertain and 2 are unrecognizable. And the time for the burning of an incense was already 4/5 of the way through, and it looked like the incense was about to go to the bottom. This thing seems to resemble the Genpaku flower. So let's write Genpaku flower. This one seems to be the bone transformation herb. So mask it. Zhang Xiaofan decided to mask the 2 types of elixirs that he did not recognize. Is this the son of Qi? Mon can even get it right. Jun Lingtian looked at Zhang Xiaofan's answer sheet and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. And those 3 that Zhang Xiaofan wasn't sure about were actually all correct. Only the first ice blood grass was given a mistake because of its similarity in appearance to the blood demon grass. Therefore 15 types of spirit herbs Zhang Xiaofan wrote 14 correctly. There should be no problem in advancing. Time's up. Stop answering. As the referee opened his mouth, the vast majority of the contestants on the scene all stopped answering their papers. Only a few words were written by individual participants before they stopped. And seeing such a situation, the deacon who collected the scrolls instantly came in front of that person and directly snatched the answer sheet in front of him. What for? Why did you grab my answer sheet? The participant was a bit flustered and tried to bring back the answer sheet. You have violated the rules of the examination room. You are now disqualified. Please follow me. After saying this, Deacon and directly dragged the man towards the outside of the examination hall. No, I didn't. I didn't break the rules of the exam room. Upon hearing the exam room deacon's pronouncement, the man immediately struggled, but was mercilessly grabbed out by the deacon. And after this incident, some of the spectators in the arena no longer dared to have the slightest little thought. With that, the exam papers in front of them automatically floated up and flew to the table in front of the 3 judges. Please wait quietly for a few moments. The results of the contest will be announced later. As the main referee spoke, the participants on the scene instantly quieted down. Who do you think the first place winner will be? The outside of the meeting hall where the children of the big families gathered around opened their mouths and chatted. That must be my alchemist from the 9 Heavens auction. An alchemist from the 9 Heavens auction opened his mouth. It's undeniable that your 9 Heavens auction's alchemists are strong, but the first place must be mine, the Peerless God dynasty. A cultivator from the Peerless God dynasty opened his mouth to argue. Everlasting, what place do you think my heavenly spirit clan's alchemist can take? At this time, Luz was suddenly asked Lu Changsheng who was beside him. I don't know. It's none of my business. At the moment, Lu Changsheng was closing his eyes and consuming the cultivation he had gained from signing in the hell in the first place, so he didn't bother to answer such a boring question. Chapter 239, A Dead Duck's Mouth. Right now, what he wanted to do most was to raise his cultivation level and then violently beat up Lu Jining. Lu Jining on the side was looking in the direction of the only private room in the venue from time to time. Even though she had decided to stop loving Jun Lingtian, the moment she actually saw him, she realized how difficult it was. After all, she loved deeply and passionately in her previous life, so how could she possibly say that she had forgotten in this life? And there was another reason, which was that in his previous life, Jun Lingtian had feuded with her family because he had killed Zhang Xiaofan. Now she suddenly realized, this brother of his own seemed not to be his own brother, but an old monster who had taken over his life. After I figure out Lu Changsheng's exact identity, then I will decide how to treat Jun Lingtian. At this moment, Lu Jining made some changes to the planning behind her, and in between waiting for the rankings to come out, Jiang Chengtian once again couldn't help but open his mouth to mock. Su-san, that disciple of yours will be eliminated soon. I'll see how you'll explain to the president when the time comes. I won't trouble you old piker to worry about how I'll account for it. Su-san disliked back. Dead duck. Jiang Chengtian sneered. Su-san, on the other hand, no longer paid attention to the other party. Soon after, as the 3 judges critiqued and deliberated, the final list of advancing entries was summarized on a single sheet of paper. I will now recite the list of contestants for this advancement. First place, Lu Feng. Second place, Zhang Jiang. Third place, Zhong Li. 49th place, Lu Xiaotian. 50th place, Zhang Xiaofan. With the appearance of the 3 words Zhang Xiaofan, his hanging heart finally fell. Luckily I've advanced. I'll make sure to present myself well in the next level. Although he had advanced to the last place, hanging on by a thread, Zhang Xiaofan did not think that his alchemy ability was not good. He can definitely get a good score in the later levels. Hangman. Ha ha ha. Su-san. This is what you call a genius? Shame on you. Zhang Tiancheng opened his mouth to taunt. Almost the next moment the results came out. Isn't this not eliminated yet? What's your hurry? Su-san has adjusted his mindset at this moment, and has quite a broken meaning in it. After all, he couldn't intervene in anything right now, so he could only hope that Zhang Xiaofan would give himself a long face. And Su Hongbin, who was in the box, frowned after seeing Zhang Xiaofan's performance. If their master and disciple duo could be safe and sound this time, he decided that he would give Zhang Xiaofan a good grounding. Let's move on to the second level. Asking Dan to recognize medicine. As the eliminated contestants left, the main referee directly then announced that they had entered the second level. The deacon in the arena also began to distribute pills to each participant. Now each of you has an elixir in front of you. You need to list the main ingredients and effects of this elixir without destroying the main structure of the elixir. The time remains 1 incense stick. As the head referee spoke, the timed incense was burned. The 50 participants present were also busy at this moment. If I remember correctly, this is a 4th rank meditation pill. Zhang Xiaofan picked up the elixir on the tabletop and looked at it, then put it under his nose and sniffed it. But again, this seems to be different from the ordinary 4th order meditation pill, as if there are a few extra flavors of spirit medicine. What is it? At the scene, besides Zhang Xiaofan who could not fathom the elixir in front of him, the other 49 participants likewise had quite a few who could not fathom it. Forget it, let's just write out the few main elixirs we know. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofan unfolded the rice paper and wrote out the few major spirit medicines he was more certain of. The rest of the more probable elixirs he also wrote down on the paper. Interesting, this meditation pill even has a soul purifying flower placed in it, increasing the efficacy of purifying the soul. But there's something wrong with the fusion technique. There should be a strong feeling of soul burning. Jun Lingtian casually opened his mouth to comment. This was heard by Su Hongbin, who was on the side. Since His Imperial Excellency knows where the lesions are, is there a solution? A hint of anticipation appeared in Su Hongbin's eyes as he looked towards Jun Lingtian, because this pill was what he had experimented with in the middle of the Alchemist Guild back then. He didn't expect that it would now become an exam question out of his disciple. And it was true that there were such side effects as Jun Lingtian had mentioned at the time of the test. The sensation of soul burning is unable to quiet a person's mind. So despite the added efficacy of soul cleansing, it loses its original purpose. In that case it would be better to just buy the soul cleansing pill. The way is simple. Place the soul purifying flower in front of the meditation grass when the spirit medicine is extracted. Jun Lingtian directly pointed out where the lesion was. What? The soul purifying flower is placed in front of the meditation grass? Su Hongbin, who heard this, lowered his head in thought. Because the meditation grass was the main ingredient for refining the meditation pill, he had always centered his refining around the meditation grass, and had never thought of placing the soul purifying flower in front of the meditation grass. Your Imperial Excellency, please allow me to experiment here. For this problem that had plagued him for tens of thousands of years, Su Hongbin had been a little impatient to find out the truth about it. Feel free. Jun Lingtian did not open his mouth to stop him, and at this moment, his gaze fell on Lu Jining and Lu Changsheng. The mind ponders how to fix them. If he couldn't think of a good way to do it, he decided to let it go for a while. Wait for your own chi value to reach 500,000 before you directly chop it up. And Su-san, who had been paying attention to the situation in the arena, was slightly nervous in his heart when he saw that Zhang Xiaofan had actually drawn the test question for the meditation pill. The experimental product of this meditation pill was attempted by a quasi-emperor rank alchemist of the Alchemists Guild more than 10,000 years ago, and the difficulty was definitely not low. He only hoped that Zhang Xiaofan could just write out the main ingredients and effects of the meditation pill. Soon after, an incomparable cheer of surprise suddenly emanated from the box that Jun Lingtian was in. Really? I can't believe it's true. I didn't realize it would be so easy. Why didn't I think of it in the first place? Because Zhang Xiaofan's jade ring had the function of a storage ring. Su Hongbin directly took the materials on the spot and refined an advanced version of the meditation pill. And having just experimented with the potion's efficacy, he found that the effect was surprisingly exceptionally good. Not only had the meditating effect been enhanced, but it had also increased some of the effects of purifying the divine soul. Alright, don't be so agitated. Save your strength. Later on this emperor has something for you to do. Jun Lingtian raised his eyes and glanced at Su Hongbin, and the smile on the latter's face immediately tightened. Your Imperial Excellency, feel free to command, and I will certainly do my best. A great master was a teacher. Whether the great emperor in front of him was older than him or not, he had to present himself as a junior. Chapter 240 Extreme Cold Green Flame. This emperor will naturally tell you when it's time for you to do it. Jun Lingtian gazed at the venue as he spoke faintly under his breath. Yes, Your Imperial Excellency. Su Hongbin bowed his head and answered. Then he began to recall the alchemy steps he had just taken in his mind. Strive for more proficiency and perfection. And at this moment the match on the stage was nearing its end. Time's up. Stop writing. As the referee opened his mouth, all 50 participants in the venue immediately stopped their pens in their hands. There should be a soul-purifying flower in this elixir. At the end of the day, Zhang Xiaofan wrote the name of the soul-purifying flower. However, he didn't write the medicinal properties and growing environment of the soul-purifying flower. Just the name. The answer sheets in front of them then floated up, one by one, to the judges and also the examiners. And as time passed, the crowd in the venue all looked nervous, because this game would eliminate half of the contestants. Only 25 of the 50 could stay. Su-san, that bumpkin you recommended will definitely be eliminated this time. Just wait and see. Zhang Chengtian once again spoke with a broken mouth at this time. Su-san, on the other hand, ignored the other party. Shortly thereafter, the advancement list was announced again. First place, Zhang Jiang. Second place, Lu Feng. Third place, Zhong Li. 24th place, Su Feng. 25th place, Zhang Xiaofan. In the second match Zhang Xiaofan once again advanced with a last place finish, and he has caught the attention of others on the scene. This Zhang Xiaofan is a bit interesting. Both times he advanced with a hangman's ranking. Indeed. But being able to enter the third match is already considered good. A middle-aged alchemist gave a pertinent evaluation. The alchemy conference organized by their alchemist guild had gathered countless alchemy geniuses from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is only after the auditions of each chapter that you can come to the headquarters to compete. The difficulty of the topic was also great. After all, to be able to recognize the ingredients of an elixir just by smelling and looking at it was a skill that even many senior alchemists could not do. What a stroke of luck. Zhang Chengtian instantly snorted coldly after hearing the list of advancement. He hadn't expected that Zhang Xiaofan, dressed like an unseen turd, would be able to make it to the third level, and Su San's heart had been clenched after seeing Su San's ranking. Fearing that Zhang Xiaofan would be eliminated in the next match, soon the game came to the third. In this one, all sorts of alchemy elixirs appeared on top of the table in front of each person. At the same time there was an identical alchemy furnace in front of it. Obviously, this level is going to be on the practical side. As you all should have seen, these 3 levels are alchemy. The materials in front of you are all the same, and the alchemy furnaces are all the same. All you need to do is to refine the 5th ranked elixir, the Yam Shindan. Within the stipulated time, we will decide the candidates for advancement based on the color of the elixir for 3 incense sticks. As the referee opened his mouth, the sandalwood incense used for timing burst into flames, and all 25 contestants were busy confirming the spirit medicines on the table first. After realizing that there were no shortages, put them in separate categories according to the order in which they were placed. With that, he began to open the furnace to refine the elixir. You guys, look, what kind of fire is the fire that dangling Zhang Xiaofan used to refine pills? At this time, someone suddenly realized that the flame emerging from Zhang Xiaofan's hand was very unusual. That's the extreme cold green flame. Surprisingly, it's the extreme cold green flame on the list of foreign flames. Some knowledgeable alchemists recognized the flame used by Zhang Xiaofan. Extremely cold green flame? Isn't that the alchemy flame used by Master Su more than 10,000 years ago? Some of the more senior alchemists remembered the legend of Su Hongbin. That's right, it is indeed the alchemy exotic flame that Master Su used back then. An alchemist from the Alchemists Guild identified it. This kid's alchemy foreign flame is surprisingly the same as that of the original Master Su. Could it be his heir? Gu Xingha also frowned at this time. Speaking of Su Hongbin, that was still at the level of his senior uncle. In the beginning, just because the previous Alchemist Guild president, his senior was also Su Hongbin's senior brother, passing the presidency to him, Su Hongbin was jealous and disgruntled, which is why he led his men to surround and kill him. I didn't realize that the foreign fire that this Zhang Xiaofan was using now was actually his senior uncle's. It seems like there's a need to investigate this kid's identity background. However, thinking of his own identity, Gu Xingha's brows quickly stretched. Now he is the one who has a backer. Even if that Su Hongbin old man returned from rebirth. So what? I didn't expect this kid to hide a hand. Su San's worries disappeared a bit in his heart when he saw the foreign fire emerging from Zhang Xiaofan's hand. After all, back when he was competing with him, this kid didn't take out the bottom card of the foreign fire. It's obviously intended to be a hit now that it's been brought out. This kid has really gotten lucky. Zhang Qingtian's eyes rolled after seeing the foreign fire in Zhang Xiaofan's hand, not knowing what he was thinking. And there were quite a few other alchemist branch presidents who shared the same expression with him. Obviously the foreign fire in Zhang Xiaofan's hand had been targeted. What the hell is this kid up to? Didn't they tell him not to reveal that he has a supernatural fire before his strength can protect himself? Su Hongbin's brows were deeply furrowed at the moment, a hint of anger showing on his face. Now that Zhang Xiaofan's foreign fire had been exposed, he was afraid that it would cause that brat Gu Xingha to become wary, which was very detrimental to his revenge plan. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter, and saw that the participants and examiners in the venue were all looking at him with envious faces. His inner vanity was greatly satisfied, and he completely left Su Hongbin's instructions behind. After holding back for so long, it's finally my strongest point. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan had a confident look on his face. Yunshin Dan he will and the rate of pills is extremely high, and the quality is all top quality. Even extremely high quality pills with Dan lines would sometimes appear. So this time he was determined that he would shine and sweep away all the previous shame. And in order to utilize his full strength and refine an extremely high-grade elixir with a Dan pattern, he decided to use the foreign fire. It's the only way he'll have more certainty. Yumshin flower, broken heart grass, 3-leaf lotus. Zhang Xiaofan followed the steps and methodically quenched the elixir on top of the table. A strain of spirit medicine was thrown into the alchemy furnace under the pull of his divine soul power. From quenching to Dan formation in one go, the movements were flowing and pleasing to the eye. What the hell? This Zhang Xiaofan's ability to concoct pills is so strong? The crowd outside the arena all revealed surprised expressions when they saw this. Chapter 241 Life Enhancement Pill. How is it possible that this turd's alchemy skill is so strong? Jiang Qingtian's heart was also extremely depressed. Originally, they all thought that Kid Zhang Xiaofan was going to be eliminated, but it turned out that not only did he take out a foreign fire now, but even his alchemy skills were so strong. Ha ha ha. Jiang Tiancheng, didn't you say that Zhang Xiaofan would be eliminated at the 3rd level? Although the lid of the Dan furnace had not yet been opened, anyone who was an insider would be able to tell that Zhang Xiaofan had successfully refined the Dan. Humph. So what if he refined the pills? There's still the 4th level. Jiang Tiancheng snorted coldly and then turned his head away. This kid's alchemy technique also has the shadow of Uncle Su on top of it, so it seems that he is undoubtedly Uncle Su's heir. After carefully observing Zhang Xiaofan's alchemy techniques, Gu Xinghe was already roughly certain of his identity. He was bound to investigate carefully afterward. As for Su Hongbin in the box, after seeing what Zhang Xiaofan did, he sighed helplessly and considered what to do next. After some more time, the 3 sandalwood joss sticks time to burn out. Time's up. Open the furnace and check the pills. As the lids of each alchemy furnace were opened, a burst of medicinal fragrance filled the scene, especially the Dan furnace that Zhang Xiaofan had made. The medicinal fragrance was even stronger. Number 1 Dan furnace. 6 pills have been formed, 1 of which is an extremely high-grade pill, and 5 of which are top-grade pills. Number 2 Dan furnace. 5 completed pills, 5 top-grade pills. Dan furnace number 3. 5 pills of Dan have been formed. Dan furnace number 25. 10 completed pills, 2 pills of the first order of Dan lines, and 8 pills of the very best quality. With the announcement from the venue's deacon, the gazes of the venue's 3 examiners all gathered on Zhang Xiaofan at once. What? Dan lines? This alchemy conference has even seen pills with Dan lines? Not only the 3 examiners, even the gazes of the remaining 24 participants and the 20-odd deacons were all focused on Zhang Xiaofan. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the best-looking kid in the room. Dan lines? Bring it up here and I'll take a look. A hint of impatience all spread across the faces of the chief examiner and the 2 deputy examiners. This was because it had been many years since there had been a genius alchemist who could refine Dan lines. When the deacon brought Zhang Xiaofan's pill with the Dan lines in front of him, each one of them carefully scrutinized it. It's indeed a Dan pattern, but it's only the lowest level of Dan pattern. Although the Dan lines on this pill were not of a high grade, they were only rare enough. Sometime afterward, the 3 examiners conferred and released the rankings of the results of the 3rd level. First place, Zhang Xiaofan. Second place, Zheng Jiang. Third place, Lu Feng. 10th place, White Moon Knight. The 3rd level directly eliminated 15 people, leaving only 10 people in the entire venue. Zhang Xiaofan, who was previously hanging on for dear life, actually won first place? The spectators above the stands had surprise written all over their faces after hearing the results read out. I heard that this Zhang Xiaofan refined pills with Dan lines during the 3rd level of alchemy, and is a veritable genius alchemist. A son of a great power who knew the inside story opened his mouth. Dan pattern? This Zhang Xiaofan has actually refined a Dan pattern? After hearing this news, many of the people present had a look of surprise on their faces. Not bad. This one named Zhang Xiaofan seems to be a good alchemist that can be recruited to my Sky Spirit clan. Lu Zhuan nodded at this time as he looked at Zhang Xiaofan in the middle of the venue. With the end of the 3rd level, Zhang Xiaofan was given an hour for them to recover. With that, it was on to the 4th level, and this 4th and final level. Now on to the finals. This level is also about refining pills, but what's different is that this level has no restrictions on the refining of pills. You can refine 1st order pills, as well as 9th order pills, and even imperial pills. The 3 examiners will make a comprehensive assessment based on the color, grade, effect, and difficulty of the elixir you've concocted. Now you will be given 10 breaths of time to consider the elixir to be concocted. And come and collect the spirit herbs for the elixir you are concocting after you have decided. As one of the alchemy deacons opened his mouth, Zhang Xiaofan and the others all began to ponder. I'm afraid I don't have much of a chance of winning if I'm refining a low-ranked elixir. After all, I was hanging on for dear life in the previous 2 levels. It looks like we'll just have to put up a fight, because the final score was a combination of all the scores of the 4 levels. If Zhang Xiaofan wanted to come out on top, he had to get the first place in this level and leave the second place behind by a great distance. Therefore, he decided to take the risk of refining an elixir that he wasn't particularly sure of, but was extremely difficult and of an extremely high grade. That was the 7th ranked life enhancement pill. One can increase longevity by 100 years. Although the grade of the elixir was ranked at the 7th rank, it was even more difficult to refine than an 8th rank elixir. After deciding, Zhang Xiaofan made a list of the materials he needed and then handed it over to the deacon who distributed them. This kid is actually planning to refine a 7th ranked life enhancement pill? The deacon distributing the materials could not help but look at Zhang Xiaofan twice more after seeing the materials he listed. After everyone's alchemy materials were all distributed and confirmed to be correct, the 4th level finally began. Why are the steps of this longevity enhancement pill so tedious? It was clearly very simple when I watched my master refining it before. Back then, Su Hongbin had refined this life enhancement pill with the help of his hands. He had also learned the steps of refining the life enhancement pill in that one alchemy, but really left to his own devices. He realized that it wasn't going to be easy. Seeing that the other 9 participants were all methodically refining their specialty pills, Zhang Xiaofan's heart became a bit anxious. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen the life enhancement pill. Zhang Xiaofan had some regrets at the moment. He should have chosen the elixir he was better at. Although that would probably lose the throne of the leader, it would be able to get a good result. Little Fan is in trouble here. Su Hongbin could tell at a glance the state of Zhang Xiaofan's alchemy at this moment. This rebellious disciple doesn't know what to think. He even chose the most difficult to refine longevity enhancement pill. Is this kind of heaven-defying pill something he can manage? Su Hongbin at the moment some hate iron. Life increase Dan is able to increase longevity against the sky to change the life of the thing. When the Dan is to cross the Dan robbery. This kid is really overambitious. Jun Lingtian shook his head slightly, similarly seeing Zhang Xiaofan's condition at this moment. If he hadn't intervened in the first place, this Zhang Xiaofan could have definitely won the title with the help of the ring's old grandfather. But now, Chapter 242, compensate him with 10 of the same. Ha ha ha, Su-san. You laugh again. Why don't you laugh? After Jiang Chengtian saw Zhang Xiaofan's condition at this moment, he immediately swept away his previous depression and laughed openly. This kid, why is he so unsettling? Su-san was also a bit helpless at the moment. Originally, he had thought it was safe. As long as this kid got a decent ranking in this 4th level, his position as chapter president would not be jacked. Now it looks like it's hanging by a thread again. Just as Su-san was on the verge of seizing up inside with nervousness, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded in the middle of the alchemy venue. The entire floor of the venue shook with it. If it wasn't for the Alchemist Guild's deacon watching at all times, this mistake of Zhang Xiaofan's would definitely affect the progress of the others' alchemy. Blow up the furnace. Ha ha ha, blew up the oven. After a moment's daze, Jiang Chengtian burst out laughing. It's over. This time the president of my chapter seems to be in real danger. Su-san's heart went cold. The current him only hoped that Gu Xinghe could give him a chance on account of his many years of dutiful service. How could it be? Why is it like this? Why did the furnace blow up? At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was covered in pitch black, and his hair was blown into a twisted shape, standing up at the back of his head. Ding! Zhang Xiaofan's self-confidence has suffered a blow, plundering 1,000 points of chi value. This was the first time his alchemy had blown up the furnace, causing his self-confidence to suffer a considerable blow. What he didn't know is that in the past, every time he had the first signs of blowing up the furnace, it was Su Hongbin who spoke out to stop it, and now without the other party's gatekeeper, blowing up the furnace was inevitable. Ha ha ha, blow up the furnace? It's the first time I've seen an alchemy genius blow up a furnace on top of an alchemy conference. The crowd of onlookers outside the arena had also discovered Zhang Xiaofan's fried furnace condition. Although blowing up the furnace often occurs during alchemists' alchemy, it basically never occurs in this alchemy conference where geniuses gather. It seems that this Zhang Xiaofan's alchemy skills aren't that great. The evaluation of Zhang Xiaofan by the people at the scene had once again dropped, and at this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was also ashamed after watching the finger pointing at him around him. It's all the master's fault. Didn't he say he had a way to get in touch with me? Zhang Xiaofan blamed all the faults on Su Hongbin at the moment. Then straight away, with a blackened face, he departed in shame toward the field. He was going to question his master about what was going on. So in one place where he was in the area covered by that meeting place array disk, he tried to contact his master within. Yet it was found not to have received the slightest response. What the hell is Master Teacher up to? Still want me to help him restore his physical body? The anger in Zhang Xiaofan's heart increased, creating a strong dissatisfaction with his master's behavior. He then sped up to the place where the Alchemist Guild kept the items of the contestants. However, he opened his locker only to find that his jade ring was gone. How? Zhang Xiaofan's heart was startled, and the expression on his face changed violently. But it looks funny because of the black charcoal on his face that didn't go away. Are the items here in your care? Unable to find his ring, Zhang Xiaofan had no choice but to find the Alchemist Guild caretaker who was looking after this place. Who are you? The guard was sleeping at the moment, and looked up, startled to see a pitch-black face appear in front of his face. And Zhang Xiaofan realized at this time that his face had not been cleaned, and then he used his aura to freshen himself up, which restored his original appearance. I'm a participant in the alchemy conference this time. Why is the jade ring I deposited here before gone? Zhang Xiaofan reported his origin and then opened his mouth to inquire. How could there not be? It's impossible for my Alchemist Guild's locker to lose something. Are you kid trying to blackmail? The caretaker wouldn't admit to actually losing something, after all. If it were true, it would be a dereliction of his duty and punishable. Moreover, this kid in front of him looked like a turd, so he probably just wanted to make trouble and ask for the tenfold compensation that the president had said before. He's seen a lot of people like that. I didn't. You don't want to spit blood. When I first came here to store the items there was a registration. If you don't believe me you can check it yourself. Zhang Xiaofan suddenly remembered at this time that he had registered his belongings on a sheet. You'll let me check it out just to check it out? Seeing that Zhang Xiaofan's tone and demeanor did not seem like a lie, that guard was also a bit weak. Zhang Xiaofan didn't know what to do for a moment when he heard this, but his master was still in that jade ring. That was the basis for his future rise. He absolutely could not lose it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofan gritted his teeth and decided to go to the highest head of the Alchemist Guild, Gu Xinghe. After all, he was the one who had asked for all the items on his body to be handed over in the first place. Immediately afterward, while taking advantage of the guard's inattention, he directly touched the location of Gu Xinghe and the many alchemist chapter presidents. Elder brother Su. When he saw that Su San was also here, a trace of delight flashed across Zhang Xiaofan's face. However, when he heard Zhang Xiaofan call himself elder brother Su, Su San's face instantly became more ugly than eating a dead fly. In the beginning, that was because he saw Zhang Xiaofan's alchemy talent, so he was on equal footing with the other party. Now that this Zhang Xiaofan has pitched himself to the point where he's about to lose his position as chapter president, he still has the face to call himself elder brother Su? Ha ha ha, Su San, your alchemy genius called you. Why don't you answer? Zhang Chengtian gloated on the sidelines. I don't know him. Su San did not look away, not intending to pay any attention to Zhang Xiaofan at all. And Zhang Xiaofan instantly knew what the other party meant after seeing Su San's reaction. It's a case of seeing that he didn't win a good ranking, so he's planning to get rid of him. He, Zhang Xiaofan, really didn't know people well. Seeing that Su San ignored him, he had no choice but to turn his gaze to Gu Xinghe, the president of. And just as Zhang Xiaofan's words came out, he was interrupted by Su San. Men, drag this kid out of here. Slow down. Gu Xinghe was worried that he didn't know how to contact Zhang Xiaofan, but he didn't expect the other party to come to his door here. What do you want with this president? Lord President, one of the rings that my junior placed in the locker earlier is missing, so I want Lord President to help me look for it. Zhang Xiaofan spelled out his purpose. Oh, what ring? Gu Xinghe asked curiously. It's just a white jade storage ring. Zhang Xiaofan described his jade ring. So, come man, bring 10 identical white jade storage rings over to compensate this little brother. Gu Xinghe waved his hand and spoke in a very atmospheric manner. This behavior, on the other hand, directly caused Zhang Xiaofan to be dumbfounded. Dude, he's not even sure if he's lost it, and he's just going to give him 10 of the exact same thing? But he didn't want to pay out 10 identical ones. He wanted his own ring for that one. Chapter 243, The 9 Heavenly Chambers of Commerce. Lord President, I'm not looking for 10 times the compensation. I want you to help me find that ring of mine. Zhang Xiaofan was a little anxious in his heart at the moment, because this Alchemist Guild president obviously didn't want to help him find What? Little brother is tired of the compensation being less? Someone compensate him for 100 identical ones. Gu Xinghe narrowed his eyes, and his tone was a bit chilly, and after hearing this, Su San of course knew that the chairman was a bit impatient. This Zhang Xiaofan really doesn't have any sense at all. Asking Lord President to find something for you? I don't know what was in his mind either. Su San's impression of Zhang Xiaofan in his heart at the moment was even worse. Zhang Xiaofan, the chairman compensated you, So you take it, where's all the nonsense? Su San snapped. I don't need compensation from the Lord President. I just want my own copy of the ring. Zhang Xiaofan was listening to Su San's violent shout at the moment, and the last bit of good impression he had on him was gone in his heart. At this moment, he and Su San are strangers, and he do not owe each other anything. Is there something precious in that ring of yours? In this case, as long as you can tell what's in it, this seat will all compensate you tenfold. Ancient Xingha also found a hint of clues at this time. This kid definitely wouldn't just want that storage ring of his for no reason. Upon hearing Gu Xingha's words, Zhang Xiaofan was a little confused. He couldn't say that a wisp of his master's residual soul was in there. Could he? After all, his master's father had instructed him 1,000 times not to tell anyone about his existence. Kid, greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant. If you are still not satisfied, then nothing will be gained. Zhang Chengtian also opened his mouth with a cold snort at this time. The other chapter presidents all stared at him with serious faces as well. It stresses him out. I just want my own storage ring. And since you guys don't want to help me find it, then that's it. And I don't need your compensation. I'll find it myself. Zhang Xiaofan directly turned his head away after saying this. Gu Xingha and the others didn't stop them when they saw this. Just beckoned to one of his closest guards. Follow him, and if he finds that ring, take it over, including the foreign fire inside him. Yes, President. That Saint King Realm guard responded and then disappeared into thin air. On the other hand, after seeing Zhang Xiaofan eliminated, Jun Lingtian also lost interest in looking on. Your mission is to seize Zhang Xiaofan. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently to Su Hongbin. What? Your Imperial Excellency. That Zhang Xiaofan is the beloved disciple of my junior. After it's done, help you restore your cultivation to its peak. Jun Lingtian spoke casually. Since His Imperial Excellency has said so, then the late generation will certainly be obliged. Hearing that he wanted to restore his cultivation to the peak of his previous life, Su Hongbin instantly agreed without hesitation. In fact, back when he first met Zhang Xiaofan he had the idea of taking over his body. However, at that time, his divine soul was too weak and he was saved by Zhang Xiaofan. Thus he still harbored a trace of gratitude in his heart. So there's been no takeover. But now, since His Imperial Excellency had told him to do so, there was hardly anything he could do about it. Your Imperial Excellency, the latecomer will take his leave first. Su Hongbin bowed to Jun Lingtian and then left the box. Just a short while after its departure, Jun Lingtian's brows suddenly furrowed. It was because Tianji Pavilion's pavilion master, Meng Sanyu, had actually contacted him. Master, the second special thing has been found. The second piece? Where? A trace of joy flashed within Jun Lingtian who heard these words. Now that he already had 3 immortal weapon fragments, if he got another one, he would have 4. And these immortal weapon fragments could also help the aura in his body to quickly transform into immortal chi. Now he had felt much stronger again. Back to Master. This second special piece is in the hands of the Nine Heavens Merchant Alliance and will be auctioned off in a month's time in the middle of the Nine Heavens auction in Dan City. The slave girl is already on her way to Dan City at the moment, and is expected to be able to arrive in half a month. When the time comes, the slave girl will use the energy of the Tianji Pavilion to auction it off. Meng Sanyu reported back to Jun Lingtian. She had actually made ample preparations for this auction, but to make sure that nothing went wrong, she still reported the news to Jun Lingtian. Dan City? I happen to be here, so you don't have to rush. Jun Lingtian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lu Changsheng. This auction was definitely the best place for the Sons of Qi to pick up the pieces, and when the time came, it would definitely be possible to discount the Qi of these two Sons of Qi. Sure enough, after the end of the Alchemy Conference, all the major powers stayed in Dan City. Apparently it was for the cloud auction in a month's time. Even Gu Xiener of the Swire Immortal Clan, the Divine Phoenix Clan's clan chief Phoenix Xiao, and the Red Dust Dao Palace were all on their way here. Sister Shui Luo, do you think husband would be shocked if he knew that this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce was founded by us? Cana was currently holding Ji Shueluo's arm, smiling as she opened her mouth to inquire. That's right, this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce was secretly founded by Ji Shuelua and other women a year ago, but they didn't take the development personally, but rather acted as the controllers behind the scenes. In 1 year, several women had used all the resources they could muster to push the entire cloud auction to the heights of a newly promoted top-tier power. And besides her, the participants in the formation of the Nine Heavens auction were Gu Xiener of the Swire Immortal Clan, Tantai Ruowei of the Red Dust Dao Palace, Phoenix Xiao of the Divine Phoenix Clan, and Yen Sisi of the Yen Clan of the Ancient Clan. Originally, Ji Shuelua had wanted to bring in Meng Sanyue of the Heavenly Qi Pavilion, but thinking that the other party was Jun Lingtian's slave, she did not go through with it. These would all be her husband's people in the future, which was why she had united the group a year ago. What do you say? Ji Shuelua shook her head helplessly. What a big surprise. Ha! Jun Shenling and Ji Zukite all gathered around after hearing this, which gave Ji Shuelua a bit of a headache. It's nothing, we'll be arriving at Dan City soon, so you'd better think about how to have fun then. After Ji Shuelua said this, she managed to make the two girls forget about the problem they just had, and with an excited look on her face, she planned her next trip. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaofan also managed to find his master. Master, where have you been? Zhang Xiaofan's tone was one of complaint when he opened his mouth. This instantly relieved Su Hongbin, who was still feeling a bit guilty, since Zhang Xiaofan dared to speak to him, his master, in such a manner. Then he had nothing to feel guilty about. Ah, little fan. Of course it's for your own good that master teacher left. Come, let go of your mind. The master has found a way to purify the divine soul. Chapter 244, Su Hongbin's Fall. Su Hongbin spoke in a kind tone, which caused a trace of alarm to rise in Zhang Xiaofan's heart. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with the master today. However, in order to verify his inner conjecture, Zhang Xiaofan obediently opened his mind. Just the moment Zhang Xiaofan opened his mind, Su Hongbin entered his sea of consciousness from the ring. Master, what is the method you said that can purify the divine soul? At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan always hoped in his heart that his guess was just his own illusion. But the next moment, he understood. Little fan, don't blame master. If you want to blame it on the fact that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. After entering Zhang Xiaofan's sea of consciousness, Su Hongbin did not pretend anymore. Then, he directly cast a secret method intending to destroy Zhang Xiaofan's divine soul and take over his body. Master, in vain I respect you so much. I didn't expect you to plot against me. If I had known that, I shouldn't have saved you in the first place. Zhang Xiaofan was very angry inside at the moment, and then he no longer stayed his hand, and directly rushed towards Su Hongbin. It's just a remnant of a soul. It's not certain who will live and who will die. And don't forget, this is his sea of consciousness, soul-destroying needle. The power of the divine soul coalesced in Zhang Xiaofan's hands, instantly transforming into countless steel needle-shaped shadows. Damn! When did your brat practice the soul attack technique? Su Hongbin felt that he had miscalculated. He had completely not thought that this kid's mind was so deep that he had practiced the divine soul attack method without his knowledge. It seems that this adversary has been defending him for a long time. Humph. Of course it was when you used the power of your divine soul to help me through my difficulties and fell into a deep sleep. Old undead, die for me. Zhang Xiaofan swung his hands violently, and countless soul-destroying needles all attacked towards Su Hongbin's location. Kid, so what if you've been defending yourself against me for a long time? The old man's backhand is not something you can fight against. It's better to die obediently. Extremely cold green flame, Su Hongbin shouted, and in the next moment the extremely cold green flame seed inside Zhang Xiaofan's body appeared in his hand. Old thing, you actually tampered with the extremely cold green flame? A panic look appeared on Zhang Xiaofan's face when he saw the scene. Ha ha ha, what? Scared? I still love to see your unruly look from earlier. With the extreme cold green flame in his hand, a confident smile appeared at the corner of Su Hongbin's mouth. And then the next moment, Zhang Xiaofan laughed along with him. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Hongbin, who saw this scene, immediately frowned and had a bad premonition in his heart. Adversary, what are you laughing at? Ha ha ha, old undead, how was my acting just now? Also, don't call me a rebellious disciple. You and I will no longer have a master and disciple relationship from now on. Extremely cold green flame, come. Zhang Xiaofan, who had said this, beckoned to the extremely cold green flame in Su Hongbin's palm. Immediately afterward, that extremely cold green flame suddenly drifted towards Zhang Xiaofan in a well-behaved manner. What? How? Su Hongbin's pupils shrunk slightly, and an unbelievable look appeared on his face. He had clearly left a backhand on top of the extremely cold green flame. So how could Zhang Xiaofan have seized control of it? Extremely cold green flame, come here for me. Su Hongbin quickly pinched his spell, trying to regain control of the extremely cold green flame, yet there was not the slightest response. Old undead, don't waste your efforts. The extremely cold green flame has long since recognized me, and the backhand you left behind has long since been worn down by me. Zhang Xiaofan let out a light laugh, a mockery in his tone. Adverse disciple, your heart is really deep. Su Hongbin's face was iron blue. He completely did not expect Zhang Xiaofan to even be able to take away the extremely cold green flame. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old undead, I still like you as you were before when you were untamed. Zhang Xiaofan returned Su Hongbin's previous words. This couldn't help but make Su Hongbin's face even more ugly. Who knew that in the next second? Su Hongbin once again laughed out loud. But, ha ha ha, adversary, did you think you were winning? What do you mean, old man? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaofan immediately frowned, wondering what other cards this old undead had. In fact, the old man had anticipated that you would refine the extremely cold green flame, so he didn't really bring it out. What do you see here? At this time, a light blue flame suddenly emerged from Su Hongbin's hand once again. It caused the temperature of Zhang Xiaofan's entire sea of consciousness space to drop quite a bit. What? The real extreme cold green flame is actually still in your hands. Zhang Xiaofan, who saw this scene, changed his face. This extremely cold green flame was an extraordinary fire of heaven and earth, possessing the ability to cauterize the divine soul, so it was a deadly threat to him. What? Scared? As the old man said, I still like your unruly look from before. Su Hongbin's face was piled with smiles at this time. For taking down Zhang Xiaofan, he was already winning. Who knew that the next moment, Zhang Xiaofan's mouth changed again. But, ha ha ha, old undead, you're finally willing to bring out the real extreme cold green flame. You've made me wait so hard. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan's face changing at lightspeed, Su Hongbin became wary inside. Adversary, you don't want to pretend. How many kilograms of yours do I still not know? Old undead, you still know too little. I'll let you see my bottom card next. Burning Sky Fire Control Technique. Zhang Xiaofan let out a loud shout. Then using the small portion of the extremely cold green flame from before as a guide, he pinched his left hand and drew a talisman with his right hand. In the next instant, a talisman was formed in front of Zhang Xiaofan's body, but his divine soul became a bit dimmer as a result. Obviously this burning skyfire control technique was not that easy to perform. What? Surprisingly, it's the original Yan Emperor's proof technique, the burning skyfire control technique? Seeing that fire control talisman suppressing the flames towards his hand, Su Hongbin's face really changed this time. Damn! How did this sinner get such a chance? Su Hongbin really couldn't figure out why this kid was able to cultivate two techniques under his own nose. Master, this is the last time I call you. Rest in peace. Soul Destruction Needle. Go. In the next moment, the Soul Destruction Needles behind Zhang Xiaofan exploded toward Su Hongbin like rain. It directly penetrated his divine soul. No, little fan. Master knows it's wrong. Don't. In the face of death, Su Hongbin directly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. But how could Zhang Xiaofan have sympathy? Just coldly watching Su Hongbin being devoured by the soul-destroying needle. After Su Hongbin had completely fallen, Zhang Xiaofan realized that there was something more in his mind. These, surprisingly, are that old undead's alchemy techniques? He didn't expect that he would be blessed by a disaster and inherit a part of Su Hongbin's memories. Chapter 245, A Fairy's Boudoir is truly elegant. Ding! Su Hongbin is dead, plundering Zhang Xiaofan's chi value by 300 points. It looks like Su Hongbin has failed. After hearing the system's beep, Jun Lingtian muttered. In fact, he had already expected this result, so he wasn't the least bit surprised at all. As for Zhang Xiaofan, after exterminating Su Hongbin's remnant soul, his own divine soul had become extremely weak. Just as he was about to heal his wounds, he suddenly sensed a deadly threat. Someone's coming. Space scrolls. Zhang Xiaofan chose to vanish on the spur of the moment. Right now he was at a vulnerable time. Even an Avatar Realm cultivator could easily kill him. Ha! This kid is so alert? That Saint King Realm cultivator frowned, then judged the direction Zhang Xiaofan had fled and chased after him. And after Zhang Xiaofan had finished using the space scroll, he had coincidentally worn into Yan Cici's frame. Then he fainted. Be careful, House Master. Seeing this, Yan Cici's personal guards immediately protected Yan Cici behind her. With that, he was about to GA Zhang Xiaofan, but was saved by Yan Cici. Wait, he doesn't look like a bad guy to me, so let's take him back first. But Family Master, the auction will be held soon. In case, Palmer still didn't want to bring Zhang Xiaofan back to be healed. It's okay, I'll take care of it when the time comes. Yan Cici was wearing a thin veil on her face at the moment, making it impossible to see her face. With that, he had Homer place Zhang Xiaofan in a more open position at the back to lie down. That kid even got on the carriage of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. The Saint King Realm cultivator's eyes clouded over after detecting Zhang Xiaofan's aura. This Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce was not in existence to be messed with. There was once a Saint Exalted Realm powerhouse who was eyeing the treasures of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce and made a move to snatch them, all of which were directly wiped out of his life. How could he, a tiny Saint King Realm powerhouse, dare to be reckless? And now that it was during the period when the Nine Heavens auction was about to be held, there were definitely experts at the headquarters of the Nine Heavens auction in this Dan city. He had already sensed the presence of so many powerful auras staring at Zhang Xiaofan in the dark, but all of them did not dare to act rashly. It's better to go back and report to the Chairman Sama first. That Saint King Realm powerhouse instructed another Saint Human Realm powerhouse to keep an eye on this place, while he himself very much went back to report to the President. Oh, CC is actually from this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce? Jun Lingtian, who was always keeping an eye on Zhang Xiufan's movements, similarly discovered Yan CC's identity. Interesting. Just as Jun Lingtian was rubbing his chin and wondering what to think, a knock suddenly sounded on the door of his room. Come in. As Jun Lingtian opened his mouth, Meng Sanyu, who had long white hair that fell down her shoulders to her calves and was topped with a flawless face, walked in. See, master. Meng Sanyu directly knelt down to worship. Get up. Thank you, master. Meng Sanyu slowly got up and then consciously came to Jun Lingtian's back to pinch his shoulders. You've worked hard this whole time. This is your reward. Jun Lingtian gave a bottle of extreme imperial dan to Meng Sanyu as a reward. This one he's using it so well. It's only right to give a little reward. Thank you, master, for your gift. Meng Sanyu once again bowed to Jun Lingtian before storing the elixir into her storage ring. Continue to keep an eye on the whereabouts of these immortal artifact fragments when you return. Jun Lingtian closed his eyes and felt Meng Sanyu's service. Aye, master. Meng Sanyu's silver white eyelashes flickered. Then look at the 9 heavenly chambers of commerce on the other side. Zhang Xiufan's eyes snapped open. Then he looked around with a wary expression. After realizing that he was in a woman's boudoir and that there was nothing physically wrong with him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gongzi, you're awake. How do you feel? At that moment a maid came in with a basin of washing water. Although she was a maid, as a person from the 9 heavens chamber of commerce, her dress was no worse than that of a lady from a worldly family. Where is this? Zhang Xiufan surveyed his surroundings and opened his mouth to inquire out. Here, this is my boudoir. That maid had a hint of shyness on her face, too embarrassed to look at Zhang Xiufan. Your boudoir? No wonder the items in this room are so elegantly arranged. Fairy saving grace is unforgettable to my teeth, and I am willing to follow around and serve my dog and horse in the future. Zhang Xiufan directly bowed and saluted to the maid with a clenched fist. The other party was able to save himself. The family power was definitely not simple. If he was able to climb 1 or 2, it would definitely be very helpful for his future cultivation. No. You may have misunderstood. My lord, the slave girl is not a fairy. She's just a servant girl of the 9 heavens chamber of commerce. Although that maid enjoyed hearing Zhang Xiufan call himself a fairy, she had to inform him of the truth. What? A maid of honor? The corner of Zhang Xiufan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Shouldn't this boudoir be the boudoir of the mistress of a great family? Why is it a maid's? No wonder it's so plain. Coughing. In that case, is your family's young lady in? I want to thank it in person for saving my life. Although there was some discomfort in his heart, Zhang Xiufan did not say anything. Instead, he spoke politely to the maid. After all, he was counting on the other party to pull the strings. I think you're talking about Supervisor Red. I'll go report to her. The maid was about to leave after saying this, but was stopped by Zhang Xiufan. Wait, who is this Red Supervisor you speak of? And what is this place? After realizing that the other party was nothing more than a maid, Fairy Zhang Xiufan stopped calling out. This caused the maid to lose her mind a little inside, but she answered the other woman's question seriously. This place is the residence of the 9 heavens chamber of commerce, and Supervisor Red is one of the 9 supervisors of our 9 heavens chamber of commerce, and she was the one who sent you over to my care a few days ago. That maid informed Zhang Xiufan of the facts. The 9 heavens chamber of commerce? The 9 supervisors? I didn't expect it to be a newly risen superpower. The people from the 9 heavens chamber of commerce saved me. It's really heaven's help. Zhang Xiufan's eyes lit up after hearing that this was the 9 heavens chamber of commerce. This was because he had long heard of the name of the 9 heavens chamber of commerce on his way to the alchemy conference. Although this chamber of commerce was a new superpower, it was powerful and had a notable background. And the 9 heavens chamber of commerce claimed to be able to get all the treasures of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What with the Taikuzu immortal liquid of the Taikuzu divine race, the Taikuzu divine liquid of the Taikuzu divine race, and so on, he can get all these supreme treasures. If he were to evening out this 9 heavens chamber of commerce in the future, then it would definitely be of great help to his future cultivation. At that time, he would not have to worry about all the resources he needed for cultivation, and he might even be able to take the president of the 9 heavens chamber of commerce into his harem. Chapter 246, then let him go. He had heard that the president of that 9 heavens chamber of commerce was as beautiful as heaven. When the time came to capture it, the entire 9 heavens chamber of commerce would be his. My lord, I'll go inform Supervisor Red. You wait here for a moment. The maid saw Zhang Xiufan freeze, so she waved her hand in front of him. Ha, oh good. There you go. Zhang Xiufan, who had returned to his senses, nodded. Then he looked at the departing back of the maid and pondered in his heart how he would have to behave later to be able to stay in this 9 heavens chamber of commerce. And at this moment, Supervisor Red, Yan CC's personal maid, was giving Yan CC a report on the situation. Family Master, This is the list of items to be auctioned in this auction. Please take a look. This is not urgent. Put it here with me first. Soon the assembly president and the girls will arrive. Then I will watch it with them. Also, in the future, don't call me family master in the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. Call me president. Yen CC put away the list of items for the auction. Yes, president. Red spoke with her head bowed. How's the venue and security setup for the auction coming along? Yen CC asked again. Back to the president. The auction venue has already been set up, and the invitations from all the major powers were all sent out a few months ago. Security has been set up with 10 Saint Exalted Realm powerhouses, along with a Supreme Exalted Realm Absolute powerhouse in attendance. Red reported what she knew. Well, security is doubled again. And if there aren't enough people, then transfer Auntie Ning over. Yen CC pondered for a while and finally gave the order. Family Master, Aunt Ning, she still has to protect your safety. Hearing this, Honger instantly advised that without Aunt Ning, Yen CC's safety would not be guaranteed. No harm done. Not many people dare to mess with my Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce yet. In fact, she, Yen CC, was merely the president of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce above the surface. There are several other real presidents, and all of them have honorable status and powerful backgrounds. Even she, the president above the obvious, didn't know the true identities of several of the grand presidents. I guess only the General Assembly president, that founder of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, knew everyone's identity. President, had read. The slave girl has something to report. At this time that maid who took care of Zhang Xiaofan spoke from outside the hall of the Great Hall. Come in. As Yen CC opened her mouth, the maid was let in by the female guards watching the entrance of the main hall. What's it to me? Yen CC and Honger all looked at the maid who entered. They are busy with their feet because of the upcoming auction they are now organizing, so he had long forgotten all about Zhang Xiaofan, who he had casually saved a few days ago. Back to the president. The teenager that Supervisor Hong handed over to the slave girl to take care of a few days ago has woken up. The maid opened her mouth and replied. Junior? Hearing the maid's description, Yen CC and Honger remembered that they had saved someone a few days ago. Red, didn't I ask you to take care of him then? Yen CC glanced at Hong Er. The latter instantly revealed a look of resignation. Lord President, as you can see, I'm so busy right now. How would I have time to take care of that kid? Red opened her mouth with tears in her eyes to explain. Come on, don't pretend. Yen CC didn't intend to blame Honger either. Since the teenager is awake, let him go. With a wave of her hand, Yen CC directly decided to let Zhang Xiaofan leave. The auction will be held soon, and it is better to drive away people who are not relevant and others. That was what she had decided when she had saved the boy earlier, and she had to leave before the auction took place. In fact, what she didn't know was that there was also the reason she saved Zhang Xiaofan in the first place and the aura of the son of Qi on Zhang Xiaofan's head. Yes, Mr. President. The maid who heard this slowly exited the hall, then returned to his compound. How? Seeing that maid return, Zhang Xiaofan couldn't wait to welcome him. The chairman Sama said to get you out of here. That maid answered Yen CC's words truthfully, and at the same time, she also sensed that Zhang Xiaofan's attitude towards himself didn't seem to be so pleasing anymore. What? Let me leave? Zhang Xiaofan froze for a split second when he heard this. Then he reacted with a sudden frown. It seems like this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce isn't that good to join. Girl. In fact, I am an alchemist, and can refine a life enhancement pill. So I would also like to trouble you to make another trip to give this life enhancement pill to the Lord President. And this life enhancement pill will be considered as compensation for you. Zhang Xiaofan took out 2 life enhancement pills and gave them to the maid. This was what Su Hongbin had refined for him back then. But now that he had inherited a portion of Su Hongbin's memories, he was also able to refine this life enhancement pill. Life enhancement pill? Upon hearing the name of the elixir, that maid's face couldn't help but show a grave expression. Well, in that case, I'll make another run for it. Their Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce was indeed short of supplies for the longevity enhancement pill. So if they could have one such alchemist join their Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, it could also be helpful to the chamber's development. And the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce also has a complete talent recommendation system. As long as you recommend a useful talent, you can get a reward. Anyone can apply. Soon after, looking at the maid who went and returned, Honger was instantly a bit impatient. Is it that brat who is reneging? You go now and ask the resident guards to drive him out, and break his legs if he refuses. No, Supervisor Hong. It's the fact that that gentleman is an alchemist. This is the elixir he just gave to the slave girl, named the life enhancement pill. I was given a total of 2, and was told to keep 1 for myself and give 1 to the president. The maid took out all of the 2 life enhancement pills given by Zhang Xiaofan and did not hide anything. What? Life enhancement pill? Hearing this, Honger instantly arrived in front of that servant girl and took the pills in her hands. Under her initial appraisal, it was indeed a life enhancement pill without a doubt, and it was also a life enhancement pill of good quality. President, this is indeed the life enhancement pill. Honger handed the 2 pills to Yen Cc. The latter took one and looked at it. A moment later a bright flash of light opened his mouth. That's right, the potion is real. What about the teenager? After Yen Cc determined the value of the elixir, she decided to go and meet this teenager she had subsequently saved. Back to the president. That teenager is still in the slave girl's compound at this moment. The maid replied. This life enhancement pill is yours since he gave it to you. And subsequently if this teenager really has true talent this president will reward you. Yen Cc returned one of the life enhancement pills back to the maid. After all, their 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce did not lack this one life enhancement pill. What they wanted was an alchemist who was able to concoct the life enhancement pill. Thank you, Mr. President. The maid who heard these words received the elixir with a look of excitement on her face. Chapter 247, the General Assembly President of the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce. The slave girl will go and invite that gentleman here. At Yen Cc's nod, that maid couldn't wait to turn around and walk towards her compound. Gongzi, the president has agreed to see you. Come with me. The maid twisted her head to lead the way after she finished speaking, with a look that was even more urgent than Zhang Xiaofan's. Along the way, Zhang Xiaofan had dozens of divine senses sweeping over him just by what he could detect. There must be a lot more in the shadows that he couldn't discover. This 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce is worthy of being a newly promoted top-tier power. It's surprisingly so powerful. Zhang Xiaofan secretly vowed in his heart that he would perform well at that time and strive to join the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce. Not long after, under the guidance of the maid, he finally arrived at the large hall where Yen Cc and the others were. The grand hall is so magnificent. This 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce is really wealthy. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but feel emotion in his heart, and after he passed through the large hall and came to the interior, the entire person was instantly stunned by Yen Cc, who was on top of the first seat. This woman's stature and temperament is unexpectedly so stunningly beautiful. Although Zhang Xiaofan didn't see Yen Cc's real face, he was impressed by the aura of her beauty. Just one side. The name of the child in the future Zhang Xiaofan has thought about it. And Honger was a bit angry when she saw Zhang Xiaofan's piggy face. Kid, why don't you worship the president when you see him? Honger's bellowing cry directly caused Zhang Xiaofan to come to his senses. Forgive me, Chairman Sama. It's really because your grace is just too overwhelmingly beautiful, which has caused me to be mesmerized by what I'm looking at. Zhang Xiaofan arched his hand, and then in feigned embarrassment, he was sure that whoever he was saying this to would not be offended by it. However, Yen Cc above the first place frowned after hearing Zhang Xiaofan's oily tone, but he thought that the other party might be useful to the Chamber of Commerce so he didn't pursue anything. I heard that you are an alchemist? Did you make this life enhancement pill? Yen Cc took the life enhancement pill in her hand and pinched it on her fingertips. That's right, Chairman Sama. I actually have another matter for this interview. Zhang Xiaofan spoke with a confident face at this time. Oh, what is it? Yen Cc's eyebrows furrowed. I have 100 life enhancement pills here, and I want to entrust the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce to help with the auction. Zhang Xiaofan pulled out all his inventory at this time. He knew that only by reflecting his value would Yen Cc value him, and as soon as he manifests his worth, then it is not he who begs to be taken in. Instead, the other person begged to join. Fruity. After seeing that Zhang Xiaofan was able to take out 100 life enhancement pills, Yen Cc and Honger's eyes all lit up. It seems that even if this teenager isn't an alchemist master himself, there is definitely a high-ranking alchemist master among his masters or other people closer to him. Yen Cc opened her mouth after pondering in her mind for a moment. The 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce, can help, but you should know that we will take 20% of that as a handling fee. Of course I know that underneath. Zhang Xiaofan nodded. Since that's the case, then the Cloud Sky Chamber of Commerce, accept your commission. Yen Cc nodded at Honger, who instantly understood. Walking over to Zhang Xiaofan, he took the longevity enhancement pill in his hand, nodding at Yen Cc after confirming the quality was correct. However, they are only a preliminary appraisal, and will subsequently be handed over to professional people to test again and again to confirm that there is no error before they will handle the procedures for the client. And just at that moment, Yen Cc's mind suddenly received a transmission. 6th President, the Assembly President and the girls have arrived. This was the news that Yen Cc's escort, Aunt Ning, had told her. Got it. I'm on my way to meet it. Red, why don't you take him down to check in first? After saying this, Yen Cc directly got up and left in a hurry. Although she was the apparent president of the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce, she knew that she was nothing more than a housekeeper-like figure. She can be replaced at any time. Zhang Xiaofan, on the other hand, was a bit confused after seeing Yen Cc leave in a hurry. He hadn't been recruited into the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce yet. How could he, a Dan Dao genius, be put aside and just walk away? Let's go, kid. I'll take you to do the formalities. And by the way, I'll appraise the quality of this life enhancement pill. Honger waved her hand, and Zhang Xiaofan could only follow helplessly. Under the appraisal of the senior elixir appraiser of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Xiaofan's elixir had successfully passed the test, and it was still of superior quality. However, since the Nine Heavens Alliance didn't take the initiative to invite him, he can only pretend that he didn't have any spirit stones on him and asked for a guest room at the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce to stay in. And the other side, Ji Shuelua brought Cana along to the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce after arranging for Jun Qianling's several girls. However, the two of them wore masks on their faces, and no one could peek at their true appearance unless a great emperor was present. Assembly President Yan Sisi greeted a group of key members of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce at the entrance at this time with a group of them. Well, get in there. Nodding slightly at the crowd, Ji Shuelua then took the lead and entered the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. The scene of the crowd greeting the two girls, Ji Shuelua, happened to be watched by Zhang Xiaofan, who had stepped out of the guest room to skulk around. Rumor has it that the several presidents of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce are all heavenly fairies with stunning looks, so it seems that the rumors are not false. Looking at Ji Shuelua and Cana's backs, the corners of Zhang Xiaofan's mouth almost leaked out her umphs. After seeing Ji Shuelua and Cana's stunning backdrops, Zhang Xiaofan could no longer suppress his heart to join the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. Grand Assembly President. This is the list of auctions for this time. Please take a look. After entering the main hall, Yan Sisi presented the list of auction items in her hand to Ji Shuelua. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that we are sisters? So from now on, don't call me Assembly President. Call me Big Sister. Ji Shuelua's face feigned displeasure. She had returned reborn, and how could she not know that this Yan Sisi was his husband's woman? Otherwise, she wouldn't have let the other party participate in the formation of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. Yes, Big Sister. Hearing this, Yan Sisi obediently called out Big Sister, while her heart became even more grateful to Ji Shuelua. Then after looking at the list of auction items and asking some more questions about the auction and realizing there were no loopholes, only then did Ji Shuelua and the others leave the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. After all, Jun Qianling, they are still outside, if they do not return more or less uneasy. Oh, this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce was actually founded by Shui Luo and the others? The meeting between Ji Shuelua and the others just now was all seen by Jun Lingtian, which made him not even a little surprised. It had not occurred to him at all that such a large power as this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce was actually founded by Ji Shuelua, but thinking that the other party was returning from rebirth, it all seemed to make sense. Chapter 248, The Nine Heavens Auction begins. And the other side. After Zhang Xiaofan returned to his residence, he suddenly had some sort of sensation in the underworld. It seemed that there was one thing that was important to him in this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, but that sense was if anything, so he wasn't very good at distinguishing it. I'd like to see where that feeling comes from. Zhang Xiaofan finally decided to go forward and find out, but as he drew a little closer by virtue of his guidance, the sensations within his body grew stronger. He suddenly received a transmission in his mind. Chamber of Commerce Forbidden Land. Trespassers die. The grandiose voice with strong divine soul power shook Zhang Xiaofan's soul and made his eyes blink. Then, after reacting, he directly fled without looking back. What the hell is that place? It's even guarded by a powerful person above the Saint King realm. Zhang Xiaofan, who had returned to his place, had palpitations in his heart. What he didn't know was that what he had just broken into was the treasury of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, where all the auction items were stored. A few days later, as the auction was about to be held, the auction list of the Nine Heavens auction was also directly released. A translucent subtitle was formed floating in midair. Of course, not all auction lists were released. This auction even has the yellow spring blood lotus. There's even a quasi-emperor artifact. Hiss. The life enhancement pill is also available, and it's still of the very best quality. There are all the lower-level cultivation techniques of the imperial stage, even though it's only the upper part. It's definitely worth an infinite amount. The crowd all gathered around underneath the list of items to be auctioned at the Nine Heavens auction and talked about it. Quickly go and inform the clan to prepare the funds. Whether my clan can be promoted to the ancient clan this time all depends on that emperor rank technique. An elder of a great family spoke to the people around him. Their family was now lacking in such underpinnings as emperor rank techniques, and if they could auction them off, it would definitely help them advance into the ranks of the ancient clans. Saved. The old ancestor is saved. As long as we auction off this extreme longevity enhancement pill, the old ancestor of my clan will be able to protect my clan for another 100 years. Another ancient clan elder looked at the font of the life enhancement pill with an excited face. Their family ancestor's lifespan is approaching. Surrounded by strong enemies, With this life enhancement pill there is room for maneuver, and there are many others who think similarly to them. Some were for the Quasi-Emperor artifact, while others were for the Yellow Spring Blood Lotus. Just like that, the Nine Heavens auction had merely released a portion of the auction list, and it had caused all the major powers to scramble to raise money. Even the top forces were attracted by it and rushed over. Shuelua, these little girls have really good business acumen. The corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth curled slightly as he looked at the major forces that had been successfully mobilized emotionally. However, the news that he was in Dan City had long been known by Jun Shenling and the others. No! As soon as she arrived in Dan City she found the inn where Jun Lingtian was. Brother, you don't even call me when you come out to play. I'm not going to care about you from now on. Ha! After seeing Jun Lingtian, Jun Shenling began to play up her little temper. But Jun Lingtian would not eat her up. Ignore me, then I can take someone else out later. Jun Lingtian spread his hands with a disinterested expression. That's right, cousin will take me out later. Ji Xuekue directly backstabbed to make up for it. No way. My brother must have taken me to play. Jun Shenling's face changed for a second and she directly hugged Jun Lingtian's arm and pouted. Fine. Take you to play. Cousin and me. Ji Xuekue clasped her other arm. Good. Bring it all. Jun Lingtian spoke helplessly. And the other side. Lu Changsheng looked at the lot of yellow spring snow lotus flowers that floated in mid-air, and his heart was a little excited. This was because he precisely needed this elixir at this moment to consolidate his cultivation and purify his divine soul. It seems that this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce has quite a lot of goodies. Father, I need that snow lotus flower to cultivate, so you can auction it off for me then. Lu Changsheng spoke to Luzwa at this time. Well, since Luzwa was just about to agree to Lu Changsheng when he was interrupted by Lu Jining. Father, I also need that yellow spring snow lotus flower to cultivate, and it helps my physique advance. This. Hearing Lu Jining's words, Luzwa choked back the words he just wanted to agree. Lu Jining, did you do it on purpose? Lu Changsheng directly frowned at the situation and drank. What's the deal? You're allowed to have it and I'm not allowed to have it? Lu Jining crossed her eyes, her aura not weakening at all. I don't care. Father, I was the one who asked first. This elixir should belong to me. Lu Changsheng turned his head at this time and spoke to Luzwa. And this also sounded very reasonable in Luzwa's ears. Just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, Lu Jining came to his side and reached out to hug his arm. Father, this elixir is very important to the advancement of my physique. Give it to me, father. Will you? Lu Jining, who never pampered herself, suddenly pampered Luzwa, which made Luzwa's whole heart about to melt. Good. Here you go. Luzwa directly agreed, and then turned his head to Lu Changsheng and opened his mouth. Ah, Changsheng, you're the older brother. You have to give in to your younger sister. Don't worry. I'll pick a suitable treasure from among the treasury to replace the yellow spring snow lotus when we return. Luzwa first stated a reason, and then made compensation. It directly blocked what Lu Changsheng wanted to say in his throat, and at this time, Lu Jining even spat out her tongue at him, which made him couldn't help but get even more angry. Whatever, just be happy. Lu Changsheng directly twisted his head and left. It made Luzwa sigh helplessly. Time passed like a white horse, and the Nine Heavens auction soon arrived at the day it was to be held. All of the major powers of the Nine Heavens and 10 lands came to Dan City with invitations. Looking at the Nine Heavens auction venue in front of him, which was built with countless precious divine materials and rose up into the sky like a colossus, everyone couldn't help but be shocked by it. I'm afraid this is even more luxurious than that Alchemist Guild's headquarters was built. He glanced at the Alchemist Guild's headquarters not far away, and then at the Nine Heavens auction venue in front of him. The representatives of the arriving major powers all couldn't help but shake their heads. What do they mean? Where is my Alchemist Guild's headquarters poorly placed? Gu Xinghe was inwardly upset after seeing the attitudes of the major powers. Pass the order down. Push down and rebuild the Alchemist Guild's headquarters for me. And build one that's 10 times more luxurious than the Nine Heavens auction. Yes, President. The henchman heard the news and immediately went to work. On the other hand, Gu Xinghe was leading a group of elders from the Alchemist Guild towards the Nine Heavens auction. I'd like to see what some of the things are sold in this Nine Heavens auction. And as the major powers entered, the Nine Heavens auction was suddenly held as scheduled. The auction is finally about to start. That throbbing feeling has gotten even stronger. It seems that there is a great chance for me above this auction. Zhang Xiaofan felt the stirring in his heart and couldn't help but secretly say inwardly. Chapter 249, Auctioning the Longevity Enhancing Pill. At the moment, he was placed in a corner of the hall. Not a very good location, but hidden enough. In fact, even though sitting in the hall were all famous and ancient Holy Land forces from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, located at the card table was even the Imperial Ancient Race, the top powers. On the other hand, all had their own private rooms. Jun Lingtian, Ji Shuelua and the other women were currently in the box arranged for the Jun family. Lu's was Heavenly Spirit Clan, Gu Xianer's Taiku Immortal Clan, Huang Xiao's Divine Phoenix Clan, and so on. All of them came to their compartments. With everyone present, the Nine Heavens auction officially began. Immediately afterward, a beautiful woman with dignified clothing and a shapely and plump figure came to the center of the venue on top of the high auction platform. Hello everyone, it's an honor to preside over this auction. I'm the host of this auction. Everyone can call me Aunt Gu. The buxom woman on the stage opened her mouth in a flavorful manner. This Aunt Gu is really charming. If she can be with her. Shut up. An ancient clan's son was just about to make a filthy remark when he was interrupted by the elder next to him chiding him. Zhang Tao, if you want to die, then die far away and don't involve us. Second uncle, not so much, I was only joking. That ancient clan's son had a stifled look on his face. The grass is 2 meters high on the grave of the last person who joked as much as you did. That ancient clan's elder had a serious face. In the beginning, it was an ancient clan prodigal son who verbally molested Gu Shueme on top of the Nine Heavens auction. And overnight that ancient clan was directly razed to the ground. What? Don't you dare lie to me? Second uncle, that ancient clan's son had a face of afterthought. Believe it or not, after you go back, you'll be confined for 10 years. And you're not allowed to come out until it's time. In order to wear down this nephew of his lustful nature, he could only be ruthless. Ha! Second uncle don't. I know I'm wrong. That ancient clan's son's face turned into a bitter melon when he heard this. But that ancient race elder no longer paid attention to him. I believe you all know the rules of our Nine Heavens auction, so let's get straight to the point below. As Aunt Gu spoke, a maid instantly walked over with a tray covered with a red cloth. First lot, Life Enhancement Pill, 10 pieces. Gu Shueme said and directly uncovered the red cloth covering the top of the Life Enhancement Pill. What? The first lot is the Life Enhancement Pill? Those old monsters and some people of ancient clans who were in a hurry to renew their lives with the Life Enhancement Pill under the stage were all tensed up. This longevity enhancement pill has been appraised by my appraisers from the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce as an extreme grade longevity enhancement pill. Starting price, 10 million spirit stones. One increase shall not be less than 500,000 spirit stones. As the auction hammer in Gu Shueme's hand struck down, the scene was abuzz with activity. I'll give you 11 million. A supreme imperial dynasty prince from the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain spoke. I'll give you $15 million. Another ancient race from the outer swift immortal realm was also unwilling to lag behind as they raised their cards to open their mouths. I'll offer $17 million. I'll offer $18 million. $20 million. $30 million. As the competition became more and more intense, the final price went up to $180 million. After all, the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce had taken out 10 life enhancement pills in one go, and who knew if there were any more behind them? In case there were no more? Ha ha ha, raise the price. Keep raising the price. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan in the middle of the corner was already happy. This longevity increasing Dan is his consignment. The higher the price the more he earns. For the subsequent auction to get the chances of getting what he wants the greater. I didn't expect this life increasing pill to be so welcoming. It seems like I'll have to refine more of them in the future. Zhang Xiaofan said so darkly inwardly. At the same time a hint of interest was raised in the next lot. After all, he was now worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Oh, this Zhang Xiaofan is so happy. It seems like this life enhancement pill is something he brought to auction. Jun Lingtian had long been watching Zhang Xiaofan's every move. Now he was so happy to see him, and even went so far as to raise his hand a couple times to raise the price. Obviously the life enhancement pill just now was the item that was sent for auction. Congratulations to the guest who won the auction for the life enhancement pill. Please go to the backstage to trade. Gu Shueme spoke to the representative of the power that had won the auction for the longevity enhancement pill. In order to protect the interests of the guests who had auctioned off the items from being infringed upon, the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce had constructed a cross-domain teleportation array to connect the various domains. You can choose to leave by teleportation array directly after you have auctioned the desired item. Moving on to the next lot, as Gu Shueme spoke, the maid once again brought up a tray covered with a red cloth. Gentlemen, look! As the red cloth was lifted, the crowd's attention was all focused on it. At eye level was a plain, dark spirit sword that looked plain and unimpressive, with nothing peculiar about it. Could this be the supreme sword of Supreme Dekuro 10,000 years ago? After seeing the lot, it was obvious that someone recognized the origin of this dark spirit sword. What? Dekuro Supreme? Is that the Dekuro Supreme? The one who can single-handedly take on a quasi-emperor powerhouse with one sword? Apparently the legend of Dekuro Supreme was widely spread, and more than one of the people present had heard of his legend. That's right. This sword is the spirit sword that Supreme Doctor held when he fought against the quasi-emperor powerhouses. I believe that all of you are familiar with the appointment battle at the top of the Violet Sky Mountain, so I won't go into more detail. This sword is the real deal. A supreme sword that can compete with a quasi-emperor artifact. In a sense, he is a quasi-emperor artifact, and it still has the sword intent left behind from the original battle between Supreme Duchess and the quasi-emperor realm. As to whether there are any other inheritances we don't know. Gentlemen, the starting price of this sword is 20 million spirit stones, and a single increase shall not be less than 1 million spirit stones. Action. As Gu Xuemei's auction hammer fell, the many sword cultivation families and sects present stirred. The Cloudy Sword Sect, bid $25 million. 10,000 Swords Pavilion bids $30 million. The Divine Sword Villa bids $80 million. Just as the person from the Divine Sword Villa shouted $80 million, the scene fell silent for an instant. After all, this sword was nothing more than a supreme artifact in the end, and it had already lost its spirituality after years of corrosion. If it was any more, it would be somewhat worthless. $90 million. At this time, Zhang Xiaofan slowly raised the bidding increase sign. It made the originally quiet meeting place instantly drop, and the reason why he wanted to buy this sword was merely to satisfy his vanity as a rich man. After all, there were still 9 bottles of life enhancement pills to be auctioned off later, so he had a strong bottom line now. This little brother is bidding $90 million. Is there a higher price? Gu Xuemei was inwardly delighted when she heard Zhang Xiaofan bid $90 million. After all, the higher the price of the auction, the more generous the rewards she got. Chapter 250. How did this kid blend in when he's dressed so plainly? The Divine Sword Villa's people frowned as they looked over. Although their Divine Sword Villa's underpinnings were strong, they couldn't afford to snap in the face of the rules above the 9 Heavens auction. And Gu, the Divine Sword Villa, have applied to test the assets of my second son. At this time, the representative of the Divine Sword Villa raised his card and spoke to Aunt Gu. This was one of the rules of the 9 Heavens auction and the rights and benefits given to the auctioneer. As for Aunt Gu, she looked at Zhang Xiaofan after hearing this, and a transmission was immediately received in her mind. Knowing that Zhang Xiaofan was the provider of that life enhancement pill, upon inspection, this gentleman's value does possess the qualifications for a bid increase. As Gu Xuemei opened her mouth, the faces of the Divine Sword Villa's people instantly became unsightly. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and open his mouth to raise the price again. 100 million. 100 million. The Divine Sword Villa is bidding 100 million. Is there anyone else bidding higher? Gu Xuemei yelled out again. Yet this time no one was opening their mouths to bid. 100 million once. 100 million twice. 100 million 3 times. Sold. With the fall of Gu Xuemei's auction hammer, this supreme sword was finally auctioned off by the Divine Sword Villa. It's a pity. $100 million for a broken sword isn't worth it at all. Zhang Xiaofan shook his head, and these words were likewise heard in the ears of the people of the Divine Sword Villa. Damn brat. Investigate this brat's background for me after the auction is over. They spent $100 million on the supreme sword that they were obviously able to buy for $80 million. And Zhang Xiaofan dared to shout the price to a certain extent because he thought he could definitely join the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce with his alchemy skills. Who will dare to touch him then? Let's move on to the third lot. As Gu Xuemei's words fell, the maid touched in a jade box this time. This third lot is the Yellow Spring Blood Lotus. This Yellow Spring Snow Lotus is rumored to grow on the waters of the Yellow Spring River, blossoming every 3,000 years, with a short blossom period of 1 instant, thus showing the preciousness of this item. As for the efficacy, I believe everyone understands. The following is the announcement of the starting price. Still 20 million spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 1 million. As Gu Xuemei opened her mouth, those who wanted the Yellow Spring Snow Lotus flower all began to make offers. 25 million spirit stones. 26 million. 27 million. $50 million. Zhang Xiaofan once again raised the sign in his hand. $80 million. At this time Lu Zhuo from the Sky Spirit clan also opened his mouth to raise the price. This Yellow Spring Snow Lotus flower is a good material for alchemy. If you can take it then you can earn. Hiss. Immortal level forces? Then let it be yours. Zhang Xiaofan thought for a while and gave up on raising the price. He would have to auction other items later on. There was no need to fight to the death with an immortal level power. 100 million. Gu Xinghe from the Alchemist Guild also spoke. After all, this Yellow Spring Snow Lotus flower he Alchemist Guild also had only 2 plants in stock, so of course he had to shoot it if he could. What's this old miscreant? Gu Xinghe, getting together for. Lu Zhuo frowned when he heard Gu Xinghe's voice and then raised his card again. $130 million. This honored guest is bidding $130 million. Is there any higher? Gu Xuemei opened her mouth to yell again, but the scene was quiet. In the end, with the top powers like the Heavenly Spirit Race and the Alchemist Guild going down, there was nothing left for them. $150 million. Gu Xinghe once again spoke calmly. They, the Alchemist Guild, were not short of these 3 melons in 2 dates, and he had another purpose for auctioning this yellow spring snow lotus, which was to offer it to his master. 200 million. Lu Zhuo at this time cannot help but frown. Although Tianling clan is also a big family, but if it is compared to the financial strength, I am afraid that it is not the rival of the Alchemist Guild. In the end, Lu Zhuo looked at Lu Jining and shook his head. Jining, when we get back to the treasure vault, I'll take you forward to pick out 2 divine medicines that are guaranteed to be better than the medicinal effects of this yellow spring snow lotus. Lu Zhuo could only comfort Lu Jining in this way, all at father's service. Lu Jining nodded her head obediently. In fact, although this yellow spring snow lotus could help her awaken her physique, it was not something that could not be replaced, so she didn't really have a problem with it. But Lu Changqing on the side became a little sour inside upon hearing this. He could only choose 1 plant when he gave up earlier. How come Lu Jining can choose 2 plants now? Father, why is it that I can only choose 1 plant, while she is able to choose 2? Lu Changqing directly stated the displeasure in his heart. Oh, there aren't many divine medicines left in the treasury. You're the older brother. Let your younger sister go. Lu Zhuo gave an explanation. In fact, it was true that he wasn't lying, but the main thing was that his authority was only able to spend 3 divine medicines at once. Lu Zhuo, I'm her brother, but does she think of me as a brother? When I grow up, the entire celestial spirit race will become my slaves. Lu Changsheng thought darkly inwardly, and in the first moment of auctioning the yellow spring snow lotus, Gu Xinghe had someone send it to Jun Lingtian's box. Young Master Jun, this is what Chairman Gu asked me to give you. Oh, got it. After hearing Jun Lingtian's response, that servant girl from the 9 Heavens auction immediately placed the jade box on the tabletop in front of Jun Lingtian and the others. With that, he exited the box. Brother, wasn't this the lot just now? Why did that dead old man from the Alchemist Guild give it to you? Jun Xinling was a little puzzled. After all, in her impression, Gu Xinghe was still not on very good terms with their Jun family. Nothing, kids shouldn't ask what they shouldn't. Jun Lingtian did not bother to answer. Only Ji Shuelua smiled without saying anything. How could she not know that Gu Xinghe was her husband's slave? It was estimated that by now, Jun Lingtian already knew that this 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce was formed by her. But if the other party didn't ask, she didn't want to say anything for now. Look again at the auction house at this moment. After a few more lots were auctioned off, a rare lot was once again available, only to see the maid of the 9 Heavens auction slowly bring up a tray covered with a red cloth. As the tray opened, a bright purple light of Buring shone on the scene. I believe everyone knows that Master Oyezi spent his life's work refining a pair of earrings called Eternal Love in the first place. That's right, these are the pair of earrings, refined and created by fusing the purple Dragon Emperor gold essence with the goddess tears. Not only is it perfect in appearance, but it also has defense and attack formations engraved on the inside, which can block the full force of a great emperor powerhouse, as well as instantly kill all powerhouses below the supreme realm. Only one of its kind in the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths, with a starting bid of $50 million. After Gu Xueme had introduced the lot in front of her, she struck the auction hammer to officially start the auction. Chapter 251 9 Divine Flame Shield. 60 million Spirit Stones. 70 million Spirit Stones. The audience on stage started bidding, but most of them had petite wives at home, or were smiths who wanted to study the masterpieces of the forge master Uyezi. Those earrings are exquisite. Although Ji Shuelua had seen this auction list, it was the first time she had seen the real thing. Honestly, it does look amazing. Even the other women in the box lit up at the sight. Want? 200 million Spirit Stones. Ji Shuelua was just about to open her mouth when Jun Lingtian raised the number plate in his hand. Number 1 VIP is bidding 200 million Spirit Stones. Is there anyone else bidding higher? Gu Xueme's face wore a look of excitement, as the pair of earrings being able to sell for $200 million had already exceeded her expectations. This person is a profiteer, isn't he? Buying an earring out of so many Spirit Stones. A flash of jealousy flashed within Zhang Xiaofan's eyes as he looked at treasure chest number 1. But after thinking that he would soon be able to have more than $1 billion in wealth as well, his heart rejoiced. And the crowd in the venue glanced at Jun Lingtian's location after hearing the sound of the bidding. Then there was a flurry of shutting up. Leaving aside the fact that the price of 200 million Spirit Stones has already exceeded the value of this pair of earrings, the identity of the characters in that box number 1 is not something they can afford to mess with. 200 million Spirit Stones once, 200 million Spirit Stones twice, 200 million Spirit Stones 3 times. Sold. As the pair of earrings were slapped down by Jun Lingtian, the maids of the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce brought them over. Here, let me put it on for you. Jun Lingtian directly picked up the pair of earrings and wanted to put them on for Ji Shuelua. Ergo the other women also had envious looks on their faces after seeing this scene. Husband? Thank you. Ji Shuelua blushed slightly. After all, behaving like this in public here was indeed somewhat intimate. Looking again at the venue at this moment, although quite a few more things had appeared subsequently, they could not raise Jun Lingtian's interest in the slightest. Instead, it was Jun Shanling and the other women who had bought some things at Jun Lingtian's gesture, and all of Zhang Xiufan's life enhancement pills were also auctioned off. 100 life enhancement pills made a total of $1,400 million excluding the commission from the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, and the auction came to an end at this moment. Now to the final finale item auction. As Gu Shueme spoke, an attendant once again brought up a tray. As for Zhang Xiaofan under the stage, the moment the tray appeared, a strong throbbing sensation arose in his heart. This last finale lot was definitely his heavenly chance. Not only him, the other people in the venue were all interested at the moment. Brother, what do you think this final finale item will be? Jun Shenling was currently holding a treasure in one hand that she had just gotten from the auction and was in love with it. It's just a broken imperial artifact. Although this last item up for auction was sealed with its breath and power, he was able to see right through it. Next, let me introduce this final lot to you all. Gu Shueme's hand was placed on top of the red cloth on top of the tray, and then she violently lifted it. In the next moment, an item like a steel cover appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This item is called the Nine Separation Divine Flame Shield. It was the original imperial artifact of the Yen Emperor back then, and it has been appraised as a complete imperial artifact. It also contains a heaven and earth foreign fire, the Nine Li Divine Flame. I believe that after my introduction, there is no need to say much about the value of this imperial artifact, right? Gu Shueme paused slightly after saying this, causing the atmosphere of the entire venue to instantly liven up. What? Surprisingly, it's Yen Emperor's Nine Divine Flame Shield? And it's still a complete Nine Separation Divine Flame Shield that contains the Nine Separation Divine Flame? After knowing this information, the vast majority of the forces on the scene became interested, and those forces that weren't interested were small forces that were self-aware. Such a supreme treasure certainly had nothing to do with them, and if it did fall into their hands, they were afraid that they would be in danger of being killed. Damn! Looks like it's impossible to pick up the slack. Zhang Xiaofan's face was a bit ugly at the moment. He completely did not expect this Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce to know the origin of the Nine Separation Divine Fire Shield in such detail. How does that make him a good competitor? Brother, didn't you say that this Nine Divine Flame Shield is broken? Why would the appraiser from the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce say it's intact? Jun Shenling opened her mouth to inquire again at this time like a curious baby. It is indeed tattered. I'll point it out to you later after I get it shot. Jun Lingtian spoke casually, and Cana instantly wanted to open her mouth to say something after hearing this, but she was stopped by Ji Shuelua. Since it was something her husband wanted, then he would have to give it to him no matter what. Now all of you open your mouths to bid. The starting price is $200 million, and a single increase shall not be less than $10 million. Gu Shueme in the arena saw that the preliminaries were almost over, so she opened her mouth, and as her words fell, someone in the middle of the venue immediately raised their number plate. I'll give you 300 million. The one who spoke was the representative of a party of ancient religions sitting on top of the card table. Although they were not a top power, they had deep roots, enough to qualify for a lift. I'll give you 400 million. Another emperor clan with tens of thousands of years of inheritance on top of the card seat spoke. There were still living quasi-emperors in their clan nowadays, so they could also try something. Damn, how did it go up so fast? Looking at the major powers raising their cards all by 100 million and $100 million, Zhang Xiaofan's heart suddenly panicked a bit. He is now worth only $14 billion. How can he fight with these people? 800 million. That's when some of the top forces came down. It's a representative of the ancient Griffin clan. The fire Qilin of their ancient Qilin clan needed this heaven and earth exotic flame to cultivate the most, which was why they couldn't help but be the first to go down. 1 billion. Blood Devil's Earth raised its hand. 12 billion. The representative of the Nightmare Lands spoke up. 14 billion. The Sons of the Godslayer Abyss raised their cards. Zhang Xiaofan. Zhang Xiaofan was having a hard time inside. No way. I absolutely cannot lose this chance. Zhang Xiaofan's mind kept pondering over the countermeasures, and a moment later a light came on in front of his eyes. With that, he hurriedly left his position and headed towards the backstage of the Nine Heavens auction. Stand still. This place is off limits. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaofan come over, two brothers, I am a friend of your red supervisor. If you don't believe me, you can go and inform me. Oh, here's the consignment auction voucher I had with her earlier. You see, in order to prevent the guards from disbelieving him, Zhang Xiaofan also took out his consignment auction voucher. The two guards looked at each other after seeing the voucher, then looked like they were contacting someone. A moment later, They seemed to have received some news in their minds and spoke after sizing up Zhang Xiaofan. Get in. Chapter 252, The Chance is Mine. After entering the backstage of the Nine Heavens auction, Zhang Xiaofan immediately searched for Honger in a frenzy. He had to take the 9 Separation Divine Flame Shield before it was auctioned off. And with the guidance of the staff, he managed to find Red. Zhang Xiaofan, what are you looking for me for? Red frowned. She was a busy woman right now. It's too late. I came to see you because I want to make an agreement with you. Zhang Xiaofan had an anxious look on his face because just now, the price of that imperial artifact had risen to $3 billion. I don't know when the deal will be done. And if it is, I'm afraid it will be too late. As long as you are able to make the decision to give me the item that is being auctioned on the stage at the moment, I will stay at the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce for the next 3 years to give you free alchemy. Zhang Xiaofan gave out his chips. He knew that his greatest value to the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce right now was alchemy. I believe that 3 years of free alchemy is also a great temptation for them, and he could use this to logically enter the inner workings of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. This achieved his purpose of joining the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce as well as getting his own chance. So why not? What? You want that imperial artifact on the stage? Honger frowned slightly when she heard Zhang Xiaofan's words. However, the conditions Zhang Xiaofan offered also made her a bit moved, as she had already tested Zhang Xiaofan's alchemy level. If they were to give them free alchemy for 3 years, it would definitely exceed the price of that imperial artifact. I need to inform the president about this. After all, that imperial artifact was already on the stage for auction. Now if he were to trade with Zhang Xiaofan he would undoubtedly be breaking the rules of the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. It was more than she could decide. And Yan Cc also frowned slightly after hearing this news. She also did not expect Zhang Xiaofan to make such a request. Originally, she had planned to hang him out to dry before letting him enter the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce as a guest alchemist. The only thing that could be done about this now was to inform their assembly president. After all, Ji Shuelua, who had received the message, first frowned, then looked down at Jun Lingtian's side face. With that, he passed on his decision. And Yan Cici's complexion changed slightly after hearing the news that Ji Shuelua had passed back, and then directly transmitted the message to Gu Shuemei's mind on the stage. It didn't go past Red. Next moment, Gu Shuemei suddenly picked up the auction hammer and struck it, signaling for silence. The crowd in the middle of the meeting place was quiet at the sight. Sorry guys, due to the appraiser's mistake, this lot is controversial, so it needs to be reappraised and will not be auctioned again until the appraisal is complete. Everyone wait for a moment. We are about to have the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce make a replacement of the finale item, and we guarantee that we won't let you all down. And in the future, all of you present will receive a lifetime 95% discount on purchases at my Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce. Gu Shuemei handled the situation in an organized manner and didn't let the crowd in the middle of the venue get emotional. And the proposed 95% discount was the discount that was supposed to be given by the upcoming VIP card of the Nine Heavenly Chambers of Commerce. Great! Looks like this chance is mine. Zhang Xiaofan, who was backstage at the moment, immediately had an excited look on his face after hearing what Gu Shuemei said on stage. Now that he had not only succeeded in joining the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce, but had also obtained a chance that was incredibly important to him, how could he not be excited? He then looked impatiently in the direction of the venue, as if he wanted to immediately watch the maids of honor coming towards him with trays. Supervisor Hong, from now on we'll be co-workers, so I hope for more guidance. While waiting, Zhang Xiaofan did not forget to flirt with Honger. After all, the other party was also a rare and great beauty. Who works with you? Honger rolled her eyes speechlessly. The other party, who belonged to the category of slaves who sold their bodies, was even worthy of being compared to her, while Zhang Xiaofan was smiling at the sight of Honger rolling her eyes at herself. After all, when people are in a good mood everything they look at feels cute. Just when he thought that his imperial artifact would be delivered to him soon, he realized that there was a delay. Supervisor Red, how come my stuff hasn't been delivered to me yet? After waiting for a while Zhang Xiaofan didn't wait for anything. He got a little impatient. How would I know this? Honger was speechless, but thinking of the possibility of actually working with this guy in the future, she still asked Yan CCC. However the next moment the expression on her face instantly became odd. Couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaofan twice. What's wrong? Seeing the look in Honger's eyes, Zhang Xiaofan had a bad feeling. Your suggestion wasn't accepted, so we can't be co-workers in the future. Red simply stated the content of the message she had received. What? My suggestion wasn't taken? Then what just happened? Zhang Xiaofan's entire face revealed an unbelievable expression after hearing these words. I'm not sure about that one. Red spread her hands. Well, this isn't the place for you. Go back to the hall. Since the other party could not be a colleague with himself now, there was no need for deep friendship. No, Miss Honger, I can raise my chips, As long as I'm given that lot, even if I'm allowed to refine it for free for 10 years, I'm willing. Zhang Xiaofan didn't want to leave. That item has already been given to someone else, so you might as well die. Hunger no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaofan after saying this and walked away on her own. Damn it, who the hell took my chance? Zhang Xiaofan roared in his heart, his face grimacing, and at this moment, the imperial artifact he had been longing for, the 9-separation divine flame shield, was appearing in front of Jun Lingtian. Didn't you say just now that this lot hadn't been appraised? How did it get here? Jun Chenling asked with a curious expression. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Jun Lingtian reached out and took the 9-separation divine flame shield into his hands, refining it in a matter of moments. Ding! Successfully seized Zhang Xiaofan's chance, plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. I didn't expect such a thing to be able to plunder so much of Zhang Xiaofan's chi. It seems that this thing is very important to him. Jun Lingtian played with the Jolie divine flame shield in his hands. The reason why I just said that this emperor artifact is broken is because his artifact spirit has already dissipated, and ordinary people are simply unable to spawn a new artifact spirit. An imperial artifact without an artifact spirit had at least half the power, so there was nothing wrong with Jun Lingtian saying this. However, if it fell into the hands of that Zhang Xiaofan, he was afraid that he would be able to rebreed the artifact spirit. The artifact spirit is gone? It turns out that the artifact spirit identified by the appraiser earlier was the foreign fire inside. Ji Shueluo also similarly saw the abnormality at this time after careful examination. The spirituality is indeed much less. Chapter 253, The Emperor's Mound. Moreover, his own husband was an emperor-level refiner, so what he said was certainly the most trustworthy. Looking further into the middle of the venue, Gu Shueme took out another precious item that was comparable to an emperor artifact after replacing the 9-separation divine flame shield. In the end, amongst a group of top-tier forces, the Godslayer Abyss auctioned off this item. Damn it, who the hell snatched my chance away? Zhang Xiaofan entered the hall from the backstage at this moment. With that, he looked up at box number 1. Although the sensation was iffy, but with his feeling, that chance was in this number 1 box. Damn it, could it be the Jun family? Now that the Jun family was a rage in the entire 9 Heavens top 10, he should have expected it. Damn it, it seems that we can only find a way to join the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce. At this time, Zhang Xiaofan once again moved. Right now, in the entire 9 Heavens and 10 lands, the only one he had the chance to join and climb to a high position was this 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce. However, amongst some shadowy corners, the people from the Divine Sword Villa were also observing Zhang Xiaofan's every move. Just then, the scouts from the Divine Sword Villa sent them a message. Young Lord Zhuang, it's clear. Oh, what's this kid's origin? The Divine Sword Villa's young lord narrowed his eyes and took a look toward where Zhang Xiaofan was. Back to young lord. This person doesn't have much of an origin, but is an alchemist. I suspect that the life enhancement pill from earlier was the one he came to consign for auction, and I've heard that this kid also carries a foreign fire. The Divine Sword Villa's son said to their young lord. Shiman Blowing Wind. Fruity? Hearing that disciple's speculation, Shiman Blowout immediately brightened up. If it was true as speculated, then they would get more than 1 billion cultivation resources. Keep him under observation for a few more days, and keep him close to me. Simon the Snowblower had already decided that as long as this Zhang Xiaofan didn't have much of a background, then he would do away with him himself. And just as Zhang Xiaofan wanted to go to the president of the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce to talk about the terms of joining, a large void crack suddenly split open in the sky above Dan City. Immediately afterward, a portal that shimmered with a burst of divine light and carried an emperor pattern on it slowly loomed out. A burst of imperial might rippled down from the void, shocking countless cultivators. What's that? The cultivators in Dan City all looked up at the sky. Even Jun Lingtian and the others were looking at the sky above through the windowsill of the box. Surprisingly, it's an Emperor Realm inheritance. It seems that he took Zhang Xiaofan's chances for himself, so this is sending him other chances to come. Feeling the imperial might emanating from above that portal was the same as the 9-separation divine flame shield in his hand. Jun Lingtian then knew that this Emperor Realm inheritance was that Yen Emperor's. If he hadn't robbed Zhang Xiaofan's 9-separation divine flame shield, it was estimated that this Emperor Realm inheritance wouldn't be present at this moment. This is my chance. Zhang Xiaofan also felt the gusts of imperial might emanating from the sky at this moment. It was an aura that originated from the same source as the technique he cultivated. Seemingly sensing something, the speed of the gong methods running in his body all increased by more than several times. This time, I will definitely not miss my chance again. He was able to quickly find where the inheritance was based on the guidance of the gongfu in his body, which was something that others did not have. After I obtain the inheritance, then I'll join the 9 Heavens Chamber of Commerce, and from then on, I'll be able to soar to the heavens. Zhang Xiaofan was truly thinking about the future at the moment. and then headed towards the portal of that Emperor Realm inheritance. I've heard that this Emperor's Mound is the place where the original Yen Emperor lay dormant, and that it not only holds the Yen Emperor's worldly treasures, but also his legacy. A cultivator opened his mouth. But that's nothing more than speculation, and a lot of people know the intel. How exactly? We'll see when the time comes, although it is only hearsay, but for this Emperor Mound they still have some expectations. The moment the Emperor's Mound appeared, the Jun family's elders who were guarding the area around this place all rushed over. Finally, the place is directly under control, and when the people of the major powers saw this, they all frowned, even though this was the Jun heavenly domain and the Jun family spoke the language, but those who see it, they want a piece of it. Elder Brother Jun, you see that life and death are unpredictable in this Emperor's Mound. If there is any danger, it would be a loss to the Jun family, wouldn't it? The elder of the Forbidden Undead Sea spoke to that Jun family elder. Although his cultivation was still 2 small steps higher than the other party, who made them powerful now. Everything here will be decided by the young lord. That Jun family elder stopped paying attention to the crowd present after saying this. Although they were numerous, they did not dare to bully the Jun family. I didn't expect the Qilin child of the Jun family to come as well. After hearing that the Jun family's young lord was also here, they looked at each other in disbelief and instantly lost their tempers. After all, in a sense, the current Jun Lingtian was already able to fully represent the Jun family. Damn it, it's this Jun family again. It looks like my chance was taken away by that Jun family young lord. Zhang Xiaofan couldn't help but have a look of indignation on his face after hearing that the decision here was in the hands of the Jun family's young lord. And just when the crowd thought that the Jun family was going to monopolize this Emperor's Mound, Jun Lingtian transmitted his voice to the elders of the Jun family. 13th uncle, if this Emperor's Mound opens, let them in. The clan can also enter if any of their children want to practice, but it's not recommended. This Emperor's Mound is nothing more than some elixir chance inheritance and so on. Right now, the Jun family was not lacking in either of these, so there was no need to take the risk, but it wouldn't hurt to go in for a little experience. Yes, young lord. Hearing Jun Lingtian call himself 13th uncle, that Jun family elder was very happy. It seemed that he hadn't loved Jun Lingtian in vain when he was a child. Gentlemen, my family's young lord is merciful, and this Emperor's Mound chance is willing to be shared with all of you. That Jun parent elder spoke thus. What? Sharing? The other major powers present all had astonished looks on their faces after hearing these words. Ask this Emperor's Mound if it appeared in the middle of the territory under their jurisdiction. It might not be able to do so. The end result must be that they take the lion's share, and this Jun family young lord was even willing to share, thus showing the breadth of his heart. This Jun family's young lord doesn't seem to be that bad. Gu Xiener was also here at the moment. Phoenix Xiao, Tantai Ruowei, and the other women also brought teams from their respective forces. Humph, what sharing? I think this Jun family young lord just wants to make us cannon fodder. Zhang Xiaofan snorted coldly and muttered in a low voice. Unconsciously, he no longer had the slightest bit of goodwill towards this young master of the Jun family whom he had never seen before. In his mind, the other man was an unknown villain, a hypocrite. Since you let me in, I, Zhang Xiaofan, will laugh at the chances in here. Chapter 254 Opening of the Emperor's Mound. When he thought that he would seize one of the inheritances unknowingly at that time, Zhang Xiaofan's heart was unbridled. However, although this Emperor's Mound was present, it would take another 10 days or so for it to fully stabilize. And during these 10 days or so, all of the major ancient clans of the Jun Tian domain had heard about it. After all, this Emperor's Mound was shared. In case they got an unimaginable chance in it, wouldn't it be a flying start? It was important to realize that even an Emperor rank technique was capable of changing the fate of a family. 10 days. With the opening of the Yen Emperor's Imperial Mound just around the corner, the entire Dan City region of hundreds of thousands of miles in circumference was already surrounded by people. Looking at the huge portal that was about to open in front of them, countless cultivators harbored longing within their hearts. I dreamed that I would be able to obtain a chance against all odds and soar to the heavens from now on. And unknown secret realms were always treacherous. So sometime before the secret realm opened, the major powers unanimously decided to let a handful of casual cultivators enter it first after discussing the matter. Gentlemen, now we've decided to pick some lucky ones and let you enter the secret realm first. Anyone under the age of 30 in bone age who wants to be the first to enter the secret realm, stand in front of me. The Jun family's elder opened his mouth. In fact, this situation is the norm in the cultivation world. Although the first ones to enter had great perils, they also had great opportunities. If there was nothing sinister in it, then those of them who were the first to enter would gain great benefits. Riches and riches. I, Zhang San, am willing. You don't get a tiger without entering the tiger's den. I, Li Si, will go too. Quite a few of them volunteered and decided to put up a fight. And Zhang Xiaofan was among these people. Let me be advanced. And it's even more unlikely that that inheritance will be won by someone else. He was worried about how to get into it first. After determining the candidates to enter, the prohibition above the Yen Emperor's imperial mound was also slowly opened at this moment, because this portal carried a prohibition on top of it, restricting the Bone Age. Only cultivators under the age of 30 were able to enter it, and every loose cultivator who entered it was marked. And once the soul tag shattered, it meant they were dead. However, for a long time after these loose cultivators had entered the middle of the tomb mound, none of their soul tags had shattered. It seems that this time the Imperial Mound is less risky. After determining that there wasn't much danger in the Emperor's Mound, all of the major ancient clans began to enter it in an orderly fashion. Hey, I should have known I'd be cannon fodder too. After seeing that nothing happened to the cannon fodder this time, some of the loose cultivators all couldn't help but sigh in regret. Now it's good. Wait until the people of the major powers enter it to sweep at once. They are afraid that they won't be able to drink much soup. You guys just don't go in there. Jun Lingtian spoke to Ji Shuelua and the others at this time. Okay, husband, be careful. Although she knew that Jun Lingtian's true strength could directly demolish this emperor's mound, Ji Shuelua still opened her mouth to voice her concern. Got it. Jun Lingtian nodded and then entered the tomb mound. Jun Shenling and Ji Zukite, on the other hand, were somewhat downcast. Fun doesn't even come with us. Brother, really? Alright. Your cultivation levels are too weak. There's no need for you to venture into that secret realm. Ji Shuelua comforted Jun Shenling, and then this thought of something. That is, in his previous life, his husband seemed to be at odds with one named Zhang Xiaofan, and eventually slaughtered him. And to be able to make one's husband do it himself, then it must not be simple. No wonder I was so familiar with the name Zhang Xiaofan earlier when I heard it. So he is actually the person that husband wants to kill. Although she did not know why Jun Lingtian was targeting Zhang Xiaofan, she would not hesitate to support her husband. Informed down that the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce has issued a bounty order for 10 billion spirit stones to fully block Zhang Xiaofan, Ji Shuelua directly threw $10 billion to reward Zhang Xiaofan. Yes, Assembly President. The people from the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce who were hidden in the shadows immediately led the way. Husband, I'll help you kill whoever you want to kill in this life. I'm never going to watch you die like I did in my last life and not be able to do anything about it. Ji Shuelua thought darkly in her heart. Tantai Ruowei as well as Gu Xianer and the others chose to enter the Imperial Mound, including Lu Changsheng and Lu Jining. Then look inside the Imperial Mound. Compared to the outside world, the spiritual chi of this place was even denser, harboring countless spiritual medicines and immortal grasses. But Zhang Xiaofan didn't even look at these. After determining where the inheritance was, he didn't hesitate to choose to conceal his figure and lurked towards it. And behind him, there were two sons of the Divine Sword Villa. This kid has such a strong purpose. He definitely found some kind of treasure. Hurry up and inform the young lord. After the message of notification was sent out, the duo continued to follow Zhang Xiaofan. This is it. Looking at the towering mountains in front of him, Zhang Xiaofan was a little excited in his heart. However, he did suppress the excitement in his heart and intentionally glanced at the hiding place of the two Divine Sword Villa disciples. He was also able to discover these two thanks to the fact that he had absorbed the power of Su Hongbin's divine soul, allowing his perception to be far greater than before. Just wait. When we get to the inside, let's see how I'm going to play you guys. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofan no longer hesitated and directly executed the fire control skill he had learned. Because this fire control skill was the key to unlocking the Yendi's inheritance, it's fortunate that I've cultivated my fire control skill to the 3rd layer. Otherwise I'm afraid I would have lost out on this opportunity. There were also requirements for the number of layers of the fire control technique to open the door to the tomb mound. It just so happened that he had devoured Su Hongbin's divine soul power to reach the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the fire control technique, Fire Lotus Rage. With Zhang Xiaofan's loud shout, a flaming lotus flower instantly appeared in its palm. It carries a scorching heat on it. Zhang Xiaofan then struck the flaming lotus flower in his hand directly into the lotus flower imprint on the stone wall. In the next moment, the originally quiet cliff wall instantly produced a change. Surprisingly, a vortex portal slowly appeared. With that, Zhang Xiaofan entered it without hesitation. What? I didn't expect this cliff wall to have such a mysterious secret. How did this kid know about this place? The duo from the Divine Sword Villa all had looks of astonishment on their faces. Quickly go and inform young Lord Zhuang. It is suspected that Yendi's inheritance has been discovered here. Feeling the vicissitudes and ancient aura coming from within that vortex portal, the two Divine Sword Villa's children all had a look of gravity on their faces. Alright, I'll go inform the young lord of the manor. You keep watch at the second. The two decided to split up. On the other hand, Jun Lingtian was idly walking towards this side. This kid Zhang Xiaofan is quite fast. Letting him find where the inheritance is so quickly. Chapter 255, Fake Inheritance Crystal. Glancing at the portal vortex not far above the cliff face, Jun Lingtian's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the young lord of the Divine Sword Villa was also receiving a message from his men at this moment. After hearing that Zhang Xiaofan had actually found the entrance to the Yen Emperor's inheritance for them, Shiman Blofeng was instantly beaming with joy. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that this Zhang Xiaofan would be able to take us for to find where the Yen Emperor's inheritance is. Go! Come forward with me to grab the Yen Emperor's inheritance. With a wave of his hand, Simon the Snowblower directly led the crowd from the Divine Sword Villa towards the target location. And at this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was already inside the Yen Detune Mound. I didn't realize that the pattern in this Emperor's Mound was actually connected to my meridians. Only just entering, Zhang Xiaofan had a familiar feeling about the internal layout. If that's the case, the location of the inheritance should be in that direction. After determining a location, Zhang Xiaofan directly made a long drive that way, and while he was searching for the inheritance in the middle of the tomb, Simon the Snowblower and the others also arrived at this place. After seeing the swirling door above the cliff face, he couldn't wait to enter it. Not long after they entered it, other forces also searched over based on the imperial might emanating from this place. Here, could this be where Yendi's inheritance is? Seeing this, all the major forces scrambled to enter them, and at this moment, Zhang Xiaofan had already arrived where the center chamber was. After entering it, Zhang Xiaofan saw the inheritance crystal at the center of the chamber at a glance. But after feeling it with my heart I realized it wasn't that simple. This inheritance crystal doesn't seem to be the one I want. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly felt something similar to the power of bloodline summoning. It seems to be underground? Could it be that there's something else going on underneath this chamber? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofan felt around in the middle of the tomb. Knock knock this and knock knock that. Finally, an inconspicuous bump was felt under the lid of the sarcophagus in the center of the chamber. This is it. Found it. Just the moment he touched the bump, Zhang Xiaofan understood the method of opening it. Same with the lotus mark above the cliff. In the next moment, the instant Zhang Xiaofan's body was infused with spiritual qi. The entire floor where the sarcophagus was located suddenly reversed 360 degrees without warning. Zhang Xiaofan's entire body fell directly to the bottom. This is the feeling. That Dao inheritance is here. Feeling the aura in his meridians become agitated, Zhang Xiaofan was instantly excited. Humph. You guys will fight to the death over that fake inheritance later. Glancing back at the top of his head, a smug smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Xiaofan's mouth. True enough, the inheritances of the Sons of Qi are all so secretive. Jun Lingtian was following Zhang Xiaofan at the moment. He wasn't surprised that this kid was able to find such a hidden location. And at this moment, in the chamber above their heads, the Divine Sword Villa's Shiman Blowing Wind was instantly thrilled after seeing the inheritance crystal in front of him. Ha ha ha, the crystal inheritance is mine. Shiman Blowing Wind said that he was about to go forward and take that inheritance crystal into his hands. However, when he had just stepped into the center of the chamber, the soles of his feet suddenly became empty and he directly fell down. Young master, when the disciples of the Divine Sword Villa saw this, they immediately ran forward. Unsurprisingly, however, they all fell as well. What's going on? Zhang Xiaofan heard a movement behind him and immediately looked back. He then met the young master and disciples of the Divine Sword Villa on all fours. Isn't that the brat from before? Shiman Blowout recognized Zhang Xiaofan at a glance. Young Lord Zhuang, the Emperor's might down here is surprisingly even denser than up here. There must be some kind of unimaginable treasure. At this time, someone from the Divine Sword Villa spoke up. And how could this truth be unknown to the West Wind Blower? No wonder the inheritance up there was so easily obtained. So it was nothing more than a front. After figuring out the reasoning behind this, Shiman Blowout was already convinced that the great Emperor's inheritance was right in front of him. It's also thanks to this treasure-hunting mouse in front of me. How is that possible? How did they find this place? Shouldn't they be fighting over that fake inheritance crystal? The moment he saw Simon the Snowblower and the others appear, a hint of incredulity appeared on Zhang Xiaofan's face. What went wrong? Without the fire control skill that he had cultivated, he shouldn't be able to open the mechanism to enter this place. However, he also knew that now was not the time to dwell on this. The priority now was to capture the inheritance. With that, he directly turned around and ran, furiously running towards the inheritance land according to the guidance of the bloodline in his body. Stop, kid, don't run. Reacting to the situation, Simon Blowing Wind and the others hurriedly chased after them. Then what they didn't expect was the complexity of the terrain with passages running underneath this chamber. For a while, they unexpectedly couldn't catch up with Zhang Xiaofan. In the meantime, in the main chamber of the outside world, another group of cultivators arrived. It's the inheritance crystal. Seeing the inheritance crystal close at hand, All the people present all breathed heavily. The people looked at each other and grew defensive of those around them. In the next moment, the people present tacitly leapt up, all rushing towards the inheritance crystal not far away. However, in the next second, they who were still in midair felt an irresistible force. With that, the entire person directly fell from midair. Under the reversal of the ground in the center of the tomb, they all fell into the passage inside the chamber. Damn, I almost fell for a trick. So that inheritance crystal was actually a fake. The real inheritance is here. By this time there were already level-headed people who understood. How could a great emperor's inheritance be directly exposed to the public? It was clearly for them to see, when they fight to the death, and then finally find out that it is a fake that must not be angry. Very well, gentlemen, since this is where the inheritance is located, let's just go our separate ways. Let's go. A son of a great power took the lead in exploring the space of this place with the forces in his clan. After that, quite a few more great power disciples came in the chamber, and they all ended up falling into the space at the bottom. In the end, the crowd had already discovered that the real inheritance was underground, so they all stopped caring about the fake inheritance crystal. All of them entered the ground through the entrance of that chamber. Zhang Xiaofan, who could have enjoyed the inheritance all by himself, was now once again back at the starting line in the beginning, competing fairly with the other cultivators. Damn, why is it like this? That organ is obviously the only one that I can open. Could it be that it's aged and broken? At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was unusually stifled inside, and there was still the crowd from the Divine Sword Villa hanging behind him. Chapter 256. Stop! Where are you running? Ha ha ha! I didn't expect this Zhang Xiaofan to be so nice, walking all the way and marking us all the way. Or we'll all lose them. The crowd from the Divine Sword Villa once again saw Zhang Xiaofan's figure at a fork in the road. Little Yakuza, stand still. Where to run? Shiman Blowstorm let out a cry, then directly chased after him with his sword. How? I've obviously lost them. So why are they blocking me in front of me? At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan had already sensed that something was wrong, and at this moment, he only felt the presence of a large hand in the dark, manipulating everything here. And besides the crowd from the Divine Sword Villa, he also saw people from other forces. He didn't have much of an advantage now, and just as he continued to dodge the Divine Sword Villa's people, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him blocking his path. Stand still, kid. Big brothers, what is it that you are looking for, my little one? Zhang Xiaofan piled on the smiles as much as he could, but he didn't get a good look. Kid, I see you're very familiar with this underground environment. In that case, we happen to be lacking a guide, so you lead us forward in search of the great emperor's inheritance. The one who opened his mouth was a crown prince of a top imperial dynasty power, and his tone was somewhat condescending. Zhang Xiaofan piled a smile on his face, but in the back of his mind, he kept thinking of countermeasures. However, right at this moment, the people from the Divine Sword Villa caught up. Brat, you can really run. Now run again. Shiman Shui Feng opened his mouth derisively. Ha, this big brother. You and I have no grievances. Why should I run? Zhang Xiaofan saw that the way to leave had been blocked, so he immediately opened his mouth in a pleasing tone. No offense? What an unrighteousness. This brother, with your status I believe you also participated in the auction not long ago. Originally, I, Divine Sword Villa, could have taken a sword for $20 million less, but I was coaxed by this kid to inflate the price. So now we want to teach this brat a lesson, and we hope that brother will make it easy for us. Shiman Blowtorch told the whole story. In that case, then you teach a lesson, but don't get killed. I'll wait for this boy to show me the way. That imperial crown prince of the imperial dynasty retreated to a spot after saying this, intending to watch the show, and the Divine Sword Villa's Shiman Blowing Wind frowned when he saw this. Your Excellency, this person has a grudge against my Divine Sword Villa, so we need to take him away. So I'm afraid I won't be able to lead the way for you. Shiman Blowout opened his mouth. This kid still had 1.4 billion spirit stones on him, so how could he let it go? And even if they don't get the great emperor's inheritance this time for the Divine Sword Villa, as long as they grab this kid's 1.4 billion spirit stones when the time comes, afterwards, they would look for some spirit medicine opportunities in this secret realm. Then they would have made the trip worthwhile. This person was blocked by me first. Letting you guys take out your anger is already giving your Divine Sword Villa face, so don't be ungrateful. The crown prince of the imperial dynasty was wearing a four-clawed golden dragon python robe without any wind, looking at the opposite side of Shiman Xiefeng with a majestic face. Since this kid was able to bid against the Divine Sword Villa on top of the auction, his own value must be quite high. What? Wanna? Simon the Snowblower was also not letting up at all. That 1.4 billion spirit stones he must take. Both sides stood in two rows for a moment, facing each other. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaofan, the son of Qi Fortune, was thinking of preparing to slip away while the two sides fought. Young Lord Zhuang, since the person on the opposite side wants that kid to lead the way, why don't we just go along with it? By the time they do find the great emperor's inheritance, their attention will definitely not be focused on that kid. Won't everything on this kid be ours by then? At this time, a sword cultivator son of the divine sword villa who had always been naive and foolish suddenly transmitted his voice to Simon Blowing Wind, and after hearing this, Simon Blowing Wind instantly felt that it made sense. It would be even worse if both of them fought and let that kid take advantage of the chaos to escape. Ha ha ha, Ernie, I didn't realize that you are usually a big old man with a delicate mind. Simon Blowing Wind apparently decided to adopt it after hearing this, and Ernie winced as he said this. Did I just go off on a tangent? He had no recollection of what had just been transmitted. Brother, since you want to let this kid lead the way, then let this kid lead the way for you. Wait until you get to where your brother is going before handing the boy over to me. How? Simon Blower made such an observation. On the other hand, the crown prince of the opposite dynasty frowned in thought after hearing this. Although he usually did things in an overbearing manner, it was a power weaker than his own. The divine sword villa in front of them was clearly no weaker than them. If the two sides fought, it was estimated that they would both lose, and by then they would be completely out of luck with the emperor-level inheritance. Ha ha ha, good. I didn't realize that brother and sister felt the same way. The crown prince of the imperial dynasty laughed, and his face no longer had the air of being unseen just now. Both sides just seemed to shake hands and make peace. As for Zhang Xiaofan, after seeing the situation in front of him, an ugly look appeared on his face. Hiss, what's going on? Shouldn't the plot be that these two sides fight to the death and then I take advantage of the chaos to escape? Seeing that the attention of both sides were all focused on his own body, Zhang Xiaofan's face became a bit ugly. Kid, quickly take us to Yan Di's inheritance place. The crown prince of the imperial dynasty didn't hide his face at this time. Straight to the point of where you want to go. You all are joking. Little me, how do I know where that Yan emperor's inheritance is? Zhang Xiaofan snorted, pondering in his mind how to get away. Cut the crap. If you won't take us there, we'll kill you now. The crown prince of the imperial dynasty held a spirit spear in his hand, the tip of which was pointed at Zhang Xiaofan. *******. The situation in front of him made Zhang Xiaofan unable to find a way to break the situation for a while. However, right at this moment, the flow of people in the labyrinth passage underneath suddenly converged in one direction. Several waves of people were directly scurrying past Zhang Xiaofan without making the slightest stop. How did these people go in that direction? Zhang Xiaofan noticed at this time that the direction the people of the major forces in the labyrinth were going was the direction guided by the Gongfu bloodline in his body. It made him worry a little inside. What's going on? Where are you guys going with this? Simon Blowing Wind stopped a small power's heavenly pride to open his mouth and ask. The crown prince of the imperial dynasty on the side also raised his eyes. Don't you guys know yet? Yan Di's inheritance has appeared, and now all the major forces are rushing over there. Seeing that this group of people were not to be messed with, that small power's heavenly pride had no choice but to answer honestly. Chapter 257, Yan Emperor's inheritance appears. What? Yan Di's legacy has appeared? Zhang Xiaofan froze after hearing this, clearly not expecting the worst to happen. How can it be? How could they possibly know about the Yan Emperor's inheritance without my method of opening it? This was the second time Zhang Xiaofan felt that there was a pair of big hands manipulating behind all this, and everyone in the room was being played by the dark hand behind the curtain. Farewell, gentlemen. After the disciple of that small force clasped his fists towards Simon Blow Wind, he hurriedly sped towards where that Yan Emperor's inheritance location was located. I'll let you have this kid. Let's go. The crown prince of the imperial dynasty also stopped thinking about the 3 melons and 2 jujubes on Zhang Xiaofan's body, but waved his hand and led his followers in the direction of the Yan Emperor's inheritance. Kid, erase your storage ring of divine soul imprints, then give it to me. Simon the snowblower opened his mouth to Zhang Xiaofan and ordered. Yan Di inheritance is certainly tempting, but it does not necessarily belong to him, while the real benefits in front of him can be seen and felt. This Taoist brother. There is nothing in my storage ring, don't believe to show you. Zhang Xiaofan unexpectedly took the initiative to remove the storage ring on his hand and handed it to Shiman Bluo Shui. This was because his storage ring looked to be specially refined, and there was also hidden space in it. With these people in front of them, they definitely can't see that they have 1.4 billion spirit stones in that storage ring. But what he didn't expect was that Shiman Blofeng's face was suddenly overjoyed after probing his divine sense into the storage ring. Ha 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 ha. Surprisingly, it really is 1.4 billion spirit stones. Shiman Blow Wind directly put away that storage ring, and then glanced at the flustered Zhang Xiaofan. Kid, how dare you lie to me? I'll settle the score for you when I come back. Shiman Blowout, who had obtained 1.4 billion spirit stones, was in a great mood and decided to let Zhang Xiaofan go for the time being, because the priority was to grab the Yen D inheritance. You too, keep an eye on this brat for me, and the rest of you follow me to grab the Yen Emperor's inheritance. Although he knew that the chances were a bit slim, Simon the Snowblower still decided to give it a try, just in case he succeeded. Zhang Xiaofan, on the other hand, at the moment had not yet regained his senses from the scene he had just witnessed. How is it possible? The other layer of space within that storage ring should be opened by no one but me. So how could he see the 1.4 billion spirit stones inside? I can't figure it out. Zhang Xiaofan really couldn't figure it out. It's so uncomfortable. It feels like ants crawling all over my body. Ding! Zhang Xiaofan's resources have been seized. Plundering 1,000 points of chi luck value. As the beep sounded in his ears, Jun Lingtian glanced at the skeptical Zhang Xiaofan below. It's just getting started now. I prepared this game especially for you boys. I hope you boys enjoy it. Zhang Xiaofan felt right. All of this was being manipulated by Jun Lingtian behind the scenes. Why should a son of fortune be able to pick up the pieces and obtain the inheritance himself while others were fighting to the death? Why wouldn't the chances of the sons of Qi be robbed? Let Zhang Xiaofan experience the cruelty of the cultivation world today. And at the moment the underground was like a maze of passages. The people of all the major powers all converged in one place. This place is an ancient altar and the true legacy of Yen Di. Only to see a huge and incomparable altar floating out of thin air in the center of a huge magma cave entrance. It was also engraved with countless ancient and bizarre purple and black divine texts, which seemed to be engraved by the essence blood of some exceptionally powerful demonic beast. And Yen Di's inheritance was in the center of that altar. An unknown object like a fiery red flame. The gusts of imperial might emanating from it and the flickering inheritance marks were all indicating that this was the true inheritance of Yen Di. I didn't realize that the true location of this Yen Di's inheritance was actually here. At this moment, the area around the altar was already densely surrounded by people, all of whom didn't dare to make a move easily, including the sons and daughters among the 10 forbidden forces. After all, the standout would definitely be set on fire, and no one could do so under the attack of so many demonic prides. So for a moment the scene was surprisingly stagnant. However, right at this moment, the inheritance spark above that altar seemed to have sensed a threat and actually began to stir. Then, in the next second, he suddenly scurried out from above the altar at a strangely fast speed. It made the crowd in the room almost not react, and a few quicker reactors probed for a grab also grabbed nothing. Yen Di's legacy has escaped. Go after it. All the major forces of the demonic pride are all a huge group, spreading the sky towards the Yen Emperor's inheritance of the fire chased over. Looking at Zhang Xiaofan at this moment, after building up his ego mentally, he once again rekindled his fighting spirit. Even without this great emperor's inheritance, I can still go to the top. At this moment he was once again thinking of a plan to get out of the situation, but the two Divine Sword Villa sons didn't move an inch and watched him to death. Moreover, his cultivation level was higher than his, which made it a bit difficult for him. Kid, what are you looking at? Better be honest with me. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan raise his eyes to look at him, one of the Divine Sword Villa's disciples immediately drew his sword in warning. The other Divine Sword Villa disciple also blared viciously at Zhang Xiaofan. Boy, you better not pull any tricks. Two big brothers, how could I play tricks? Zhang Xiaofan's face was piled with smiles and a fawning expression. However, just at this moment, the operation speed of the Gonfu in his body suddenly sped up, and his blood veins followed suit. It seemed that something of particular importance to him was fast approaching. Hiss, it seems like the Emperor Realm inheritance is running my way. Ha ha ha, I knew this inheritance would choose me. Feeling the inheritance aura getting closer and closer to him, Zhang Xiaofan had smiled inwardly. It seems that the previous sensations were all illusions, and the Emperor Realm inheritance is ultimately mine. 3, 2, 1, appear. Zhang Xiaofan looked around the corner and chanted silently in his heart. In the next moment, something like a flame with a dazzling divine light and an inheritance mark appeared from around the corner. And it was clearly Emperor Yan's inheritance. The two disciples from the Divine Sword Villa also noticed Yen Di's inheritance flying towards them at this time. Could this one be inheritance of Yen Di? With that, the two of them glanced at each other and no longer cared about Zhang Xiaofan's death. They directly moved forward to snatch the inheritance. Yet that inheritance instantly broke out under the duo's encirclement. How? The two were a bit dumbfounded. Yet before they could react, an instantaneous attack directly blasted the two Divine Sword Villa disciples into dregs. And these attacks were clearly the major forces that were chasing after Yen Di's inheritance. Seeing Yen Di's inheritance flying towards him, Zhang Xiaofan was initially happy. However, the smile on Zhang Xiaofan's face froze after he saw a group of crowds of demonic celestial pride coming towards his side, because every cultivation battle power of the ones rushing ahead could crush him. Chapter 258, Don't come over. Don't you come over here. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan really didn't want Yandi's inheritance to run towards his side, because even if he got it, he'd still have to have a famous successor legacy. However, that inheritance spark would not listen to him, and directly disappeared into his brow center and sea of consciousness, and the attacks roiling behind him also blasted over at this moment. Kid, quickly hand over the inheritance and spare your life. A forbidden land heir bellowed. In his mouth, he said that he would spare you from death, but the movements in his hands were not ambiguous at all, and his spirit sword was directly offered to stab toward Zhang Xiaofan, and there were many others who did the same as him, various colors of auras attached to the spirit weapons, all of which chopped towards Zhang Xiaofan. Yen Tian blood escape technique. Zhang Xiaofan directly performed the blood escape technique, transforming into a stream of light and fleeing towards the exit. Chase. I'm bound to get my hands on this Yen D inheritance. Although Zhang Xiaofan had cast the blood escape technique, which increased his speed by tens of times, he was unable to completely shake off the pursuers behind him for a short period of time. As long as I'm able to escape this time, then when I'm strong I'll definitely eradicate you all one by one. Glancing back behind him and realizing that he hadn't completely shaken off the chasing heavenly pride of the major powers, Zhang Xiaofan had no choice but to continue to perform the blood escape. It's time to get rid of it. After a long time of casting blood escape and burning his own blood, Zhang Xiaofan had lost a lot of weight at this moment. However, just as he was about to stop performing the blood escape technique, he realized that someone was actually chasing after him once again. There! Kid, stop right there! The spirit spear in the hands of a forbidden land heir directly and violently hurled out, exploding toward Zhang Xiaofan. Damn! How did they catch up so quickly? Zhang Xiaofan, who was just about to lift the blood escape, immediately dismissed the idea. He could only continue to cast the blood escape technique to escape. However, for a long time after that, no matter where he ran to, the major forces in pursuit were able to find him. It was finally something that made him feel a hint of something wrong. How is it that they can find me with unerring precision? What he did not know was that this was a technique that Jun Lingtian had cast on him. Wherever he went, a pillar of light like a laser was held above his head. That pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, giving direction to the major forces in pursuit. He turns his head and that laser beam changes direction with him, so he doesn't realize that there is such a mark on his head all the time. And at this moment, the blood in his body had already burned more than half of it, and his body was so thin and skinny that he had no skin left. Just as he continued to run, ready to shake off his pursuers behind him, he passed a pool of water. It was then that I realized I had been holding a laser beam over my head. Damn! It's been counted. In order to explore the source of that laser beam, Zhang Xiaofan swept his entire body with his divine soul power and eventually found where the source was. It was clearly the inheritance of Yen Di that had run into his sea of consciousness. Extremely cold green flame. Zhang Xiaofan directly wrapped the inheritance fire in his sea of consciousness with the foreign fire in his body. With that, the beam of light above his head only faded and weakened at the moment. The blood transportation. Zhang Xiaofan once again performed blood escape, and sure enough, he realized that the pursuers behind him were no longer able to discover his traces. However, the blood in his body had indeed burned out at this moment, and not even a few drops of essence blood remained. Ding! Zhang Xiaofan's foundation is damaged, looting the value of Qi Luck 2000 points. It can be said that this time he escaped for a long time to use the blood recluse has hurt the foundation. However, although he had injured his foundation, Zhang Xiaofan felt that it was all worth it because he had obtained the Great Emperor's inheritance. Wait until I find a hidden place to recover my internal injuries. Although he had injured his foundation, it was not impossible to recover. So overall he had definitely earned it. And just as Zhang Xiaofan was recovering from his injuries, a figure suddenly appeared above the underground altar of the Yen Emperor's tomb mound. Zhang Xiaofan, I'll hold your inheritance for you first. The figure was clearly Jun Lingtian. That's right. This former Yen Emperor's inheritance that the crowd was fighting over was created by him casually, but it combined the Yen Emperor's aura in it. It can be made to look fake. The real inheritance is actually still in this altar. In the next moment, Jun Lingtian directly inserted his hand into the void, and then took out an inheritance crystal and an intact imperial artifact from it. Ding! Successfully captured the inheritance of the son of Qi, Zhang Xiaofan, and plundered the Qi value of 3,000 points. Hearing the system beeps resounding in his mind, Jun Lingtian let out a light laugh, and then his figure slowly disappeared. 3 days later, the Qi and blood in Zhang Xiaofan's body filled up to normal levels. However, because of the injury to the foundation, the entire person's face was pale and looked somewhat sickly. Few finally recovered almost. He had done his best to repair the injuries and roots within his body. Now it's time to receive the legacy of Yendi. Thinking that the upper volume of the burning skyfire control technique that he had inherited was so powerful, Then how powerful should he be if he had inherited the complete burning sky fire control technique? Yes, the burning sky fire control technique that Zhang Xiaofan was currently practicing was merely the upper volume, and there was still the legacy of the lower volume that he had not obtained. But now he's got it. Let me see what's in this inheritance. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaofan sat down on his knees, his divine soul sinking into the sea of consciousness and coming before that fire inheritance. With that, he directly reached out and grabbed towards that fire inheritance. Then the moment his hand touched that inheritance flame, the inheritance flame suddenly shattered apart. It then turned into a bit of energy starlight and disappeared into his divine soul's sea of consciousness. And seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaofan's movements froze, and his probing hand hung in midair at this moment. The smile on his face froze at the moment. His hard-earned inheritance just snapped and disappeared in front of him? Where's the legacy? Can someone tell him where his legacy is? Aha! Zhang Xiaofan violently opened his eyes, and his entire pupil was covered in blood. With that, he directly pulled out his spirit sword and slashed indiscriminately at the surroundings, intending to vent the incomparably stifled anger within him. However, as he slashed out with anger, the surrounding hills and trees were all blasted into dregs by him, and such a big commotion drew the attention of others. What's the commotion over there? Go over and take a look. Several sets of people around them groped towards Zhang Xiaofan's direction. Then he saw Zhang Xiaofan, who was venting his anger in his heart. It's that kid. The Yan Emperor's inheritance is on his body. Follow me and catch him. Seeing Zhang Xiaofan's looks, the people who had come over to scout immediately recognized him. Then together, they encircled towards Zhang Xiaofan. Chapter 259, Fire Spirit Pool. Damn, it's never going to end, is it? At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan really wanted to just fight with this group of people, but reason told him not to do so. A bunch of getting screwed over by others without even realizing it. Zhang Xiaofan cursed on his lips and did not stop on his feet, directly choosing to bolt. And as a son of Qi, he certainly easily shook off the pursuers behind him. It looks like it's time to change the look and body shape. Zhang Xiaofan knew that he had now become a target, so he used a transfiguration pill and directly changed his scent body shape. After doing so, Zhang Xiaofan came to a small stream and shone a light through the river, only to see that now he had changed his appearance and turned into a bearded and scruffy uncle. I can't believe I can still be recognized like this. After changing his appearance, Zhang Xiaofan appeared in the outside world in a big way. As expected, his presence was low after the disguise, and no one came back to actively trouble him. And just then, he suddenly realized that many people were rushing in one direction, as if there was some kind of heaven-defying chance present. This fellow Daoist, may I ask where you are going? Zhang Xiaofan opened his mouth to inquire. You don't even know about this? Yan Di's original cultivation treasure, the Fire Spirit Pool, has appeared in the world, and we are preparing to go forward to see if we can get some opportunities. The cultivator saw that Zhang Xiaofan's appearance was not to be messed with, so he opened his mouth and stated the purpose of their trip. What? Surprisingly, it's a fire spirit pool that can drastically increase cultivation and repair the foundation? Zhang Xiaofan's heart immediately surged with joy after hearing these words. This fire spirit pool not only cleanses the essence, but also repairs the foundation. It seems that the injuries on my body are saved. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofan no longer hesitated and directly headed in the direction of the fire spirit pool. And at the moment, a spiritual lake with a lava-like water had been surrounded by people. It is a lake, but it is the size of 100 miles in circumference. Even Gu Xianer, Lu Changsheng, and the rest of these top-tier great clans as well as people from the 10 Forbidden Lands were all here. I didn't expect that a creature like the fire spirit fish had been birthed in this fire spirit pond. A disciple of a great power couldn't help but sigh. This fire spirit fish is a rare spirit. Not only can it enhance cultivation, the power of the essence in its body can also purify the body of impurities. Yeah, I'll be sure to catch a few more back later, because those top-tier forces at the head of the group were discussing something at the moment. They, the sons and daughters of the smaller forces and the scattered cultivators, didn't dare to act rashly. A few moments later, the major top powers decided to clear out straight away. Everyone, this fire spirit pool is not open to the public, so everyone disperse. The one who spoke was a Forbidden Land heir, and after he finished saying this, the faces of the people of the small forces and the scattered cultivators present suddenly changed. On what grounds? This fire spirit pool is clearly this big. A casual cultivator's rash head jerked, and he actually questioned it, because he felt sure that if he stood up for himself, someone would support him. Sure enough, the next moment, the scattered cultivators and people of small forces present all raised their voices in protest. Right. On what grounds? Yes. Aren't we human? Don't we need to cultivate? Besides, this fire spirit pond is so big. As a few people took the lead, more and more people were ready to speak out. However, in the next moment, The chest of the loose cultivator who had been the first to speak out was pierced through without warning. The remaining few leading men were also not spared in the slightest, and all of them were beheaded by the cultivators of the major powers. The noise instantly disappeared. A bunch of mole crickets. It's a lot quieter now. That Forbidden Land's son pulled out his ears, and then he put away the spirit spear in his hand. Damn! I can't believe I'm being controlled. How can I enter it to repair my roots? Zhang Xiaofan happened to rush over it this time, but realized that the fire spirit pool had already been controlled. Asterisk spells it out. After thinking for a split second and realizing that he was not able to think of a countermeasure for it, Zhang Xiaofan decided to put up a fight. So he went straight for a weak spot. Then, he burned his essence blood and used the blood escape technique to rush towards the fire spirit pool. No good. Some disciples of the big powers were already too late when they realized Zhang Xiaofan. In the end, it was surprising that he managed to enter the fire spirit pool. Hiss, this kid dares to enter the fire spirit pool at this time. Isn't he afraid of being eaten by the fire spirit fish? Although the fire spirit fish was a great tonic for cultivators, it was ferocious in nature, have a strong sense of territory. But whenever someone encroaches on their territory they will rise up and hurt someone. That's what makes them so easy to spot. I'd like to see how this kid will cope with the siege of fire spirit fish. The gazes of the major powers on the shore were all focused on Zhang Xiaofan. However, what they did not expect was that when Zhang Xiaofan jumped into the lake, the group of highly territorial fire spirit fish did not attack him. It seemed to treat him as one of its own kind, giving selective disregard. What? How is this possible? Could it be that this fire spirit fish has changed its nature? A weak sense of territory? After the people present saw that Zhang Xiaofan was safe and sound, a wonderful expression appeared on their faces. I'll try. A Forbidden Land heir similarly jumped in towards the fire spirit pool. However, in the next moment, the originally quite docile fire spirit fish instantly rose up and attacked. The light red light emanating from his body was gathered together like a giant sword of flame, and under the leadership of the fire spirit fish king, he directly plunged towards the Forbidden Land transmitter. That realm transmitter hastily withdrew back after bursting out, and the fire spirit fish did not know what kind of order was given after seeing that Forbidden Land transmitter jump onto the shore. In the next moment, all the fire spirit fish opened their mouths collectively, and the fire light in the air flashed as if they were storing up energy. Run! It's the fire spirit fish's natural aptitude flame jet. The crowd on the shore suddenly moved away from the scene, and that fire spirit fish king actually had a smug smile on his face after seeing the crowd leave the shore. With that, he strutted and swam against the shore with a school of fire spirit fish that were like flames, like a king patrolling his territory. This group didn't expect to be so smart. That besieged Forbidden Land heir was in a bit of a mess. Just be smug. Soon I'll have you all in one nest, the Forbidden Land transmitter said in his heart. Then he turned to a few more of the people who had made the decoys. How's the bait making going? Back to young lord. The bait is pretty much done. This made bait is used to catch fire spirit fish. It was filled with spiritual herbs and medicines that the fire spirit fish couldn't refuse, and the fragrance emitted was enough to cause the orderly fire spirit fish to become chaotic. Chapter 260, Secret Treasure. And after eating these baits, the spiritual energy in the bodies of these fire spirit fish would be disordered, and when the time came, they would directly go out of control. Ultimately, you can only turn over your belly and let them slaughter you. In looking at Zhang Xiaofan at this moment, after entering the fire spirit pool, he dived directly under the water. In this fire spirit pool, he felt as if he had returned home. His body was warm. Moreover, the damaged roots within his own body unexpectedly began to slowly recover at this moment. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. This fire spirit fish won't attack people with the same scent as them. Previously, when Zhang Xiaofan decided to jump off this fire spirit pond, he was also gambling that this fire spirit fish would not attack him. I didn't expect him to get the bet right. The water here is still too shallow. I should have stayed deeper. I'd have gotten better faster that way. At the moment, although Zhang Xiaofan was in the water, he was only a few meters below the surface. So in order to be able to speed up the repair of the injuries in his body, he decided to go to a deeper place. Thinking of this, he headed straight for deeper. And the deeper he went, the faster he realized that the injuries in his body were being repaired. Something's not right. Why do I feel like there's something in the bottom of this pool that's calling me? After diving down for some distance, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly felt a throbbing in his heart. With that, he continued downward without hesitation. The water pressure is getting stronger, but that root-repairing substance is getting thicker. The bottom of this pool definitely possesses some sort of extraordinary secret treasure. It might be able to repair my foundation in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaofan's heart rejoiced. After all, he couldn't stay in this secret realm all the time, so it was better to repair his roots earlier. Worthy of being a son of Qi, The foundation has just been damaged not long ago, and this is a gift of a divine artifact that mends the foundation. Jun Lingtian had been following this Zhang Xiaofan. Now after seeing him looking towards the bottom of the pool for the secret treasure, he immediately took a step out and arrived at the bottom of the pool water one step ahead of him, only to see that it was an underwater cave, and there were quite a few fire spirit fish guarding around it. Apparently, this was the nest of that fire spirit fish king. Let me see what this secret treasure of the son of Qi is. Jun Lingtian's figure directly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared within the interior of that cave. And when he saw what the treasures inside the cave looked like, he recognized them straight away. Surprisingly, it's a Fire Dao origin crystal. It seems that this was condensed from the origin power intercepted in the Great Dao of Fire after that whatever Yan Emperor certified as a great emperor back then. With a single glance, Jun Lingtian could see the origin of this Fire Dao origin crystal. Although this was the Fire Dao origin, that Zhang Xiaofan, being a Danjia sacred body, also had the attribute of fire, which was why he was able to make up for his roots. I'll laugh at this Fire Dao origin crystal. As Jun Lingtian spoke, he directly grabbed the Fire Dao origin crystal in front of him in his hands and then put it away. He left some scraps behind, though, Ding, successfully robbed the chances of the son of Qi, Zhang Xiaofan, and plundered the Qi value of 1,000 points. And Zhang Xiaofan was still struggling towards this place at the moment. I didn't realize that the water pressure at the bottom of this pool was so great that it made me feel as if I were carrying a huge mountain on my back. Zhang Xiaofan showed his teeth. It was with great difficulty that he swam to the bottom of the pool. There. At this time, Zhang Xiaofan suddenly saw the Fire Spirit Fish King's cave and realized that the thing that made his heart palpitate was inside. Surprisingly, there are still Fire Spirit Fish guarding it, so it shouldn't care about me. Thinking that he was unharmed in this Fire Spirit pool earlier, Zhang Xiaofan decided to enter with a big bang. However, as he appeared in the Fire Spirit Fish's field of vision, all of the Fire Spirit Fish guards instantly attacked towards him. After all, this was their king's territory, and no one could offend. In the meantime, the Fire Spirit Fish King that was originally swimming on the surface of the water suddenly seemed to have sensed something and swam towards his cave in a frenzy. Apparently had sensed that their home had been stolen. Bunch of off. Zhang Xiaofan shouted and wanted to perform a martial art, but gave up when he thought about it. If he made too much noise to attract more Fire Spirit Fish, he was afraid that it would not be worth it, so he decisively chose to avoid the battle. Eventually, by utilizing the sneaking method, he managed to avoid the Fire Spirit Fish's line of sight and enter the fortress. I'd like to see what kind of secret treasure it is. Zhang Xiaofan cheerfully arrived inside, only to find that there were only some remnants of the Fire Dao origin crystals. How? The joy in Zhang Xiaofan's heart instantly disappeared, and just then, the Fire Spirit Fish King, who had rushed down from above the water, also reached the entrance of the cave. After seeing his disappearing supreme treasure as well as Zhang Xiaofan in front of him, the Fire Spirit Fish King was instantly furious, directly slamming his head towards Zhang Xiaofan. Stop! I didn't take your stuff. This Fire Spirit Fish King had absorbed the Fire Dao origin for years and years, and his strength had long since reached that of a Saint King, so how could it be resisted by Zhang Xiaofan? It's safe to say that if he bumps into one, he'll have to go without. Damn it! Who the hell robbed me of my chance? Zhang Xiaofan was suffocating inwardly at the moment and wanted to vomit blood, because not only did he have to run for his life in the mouth of the Fire Spirit Fish King, the things that originally belonged to him were gone, and he was also made to take the blame. Moreover, facing this Fire Spirit Fish King, he was afraid that he would die 9 deaths. The speed of the Fire Spirit Fish King behind him was more than a notch faster than him, so he was only able to burrow into tight spaces in the middle of underground caves. However, the Fire Spirit Fish King behind him was charging across the room, vowing to get this thief who had stolen his greatest treasure. Damn it, I, Zhang Xiaofan, swear that if I know who it is, I will make his life worse than death. At this moment, Zhang Xiaofan was already bleeding from the corner of his mouth because although the Fire Spirit Fish King did not hit him head-on, the aftershocks had affected him. However, just as Zhang Xiaofan was about to lose his grip, the Fire Spirit Fish King suddenly stopped. With that, he resumed his darting swim toward the surface. This was because it had just received a signal from the Fire Spirit Fish community, and in the time he had been gone, close to half of the Fire Spirit Fish had already been captured, and the other Fire Spirit Fish could no longer hold out without his leadership. So for the sake of the reproduction of the clan, the Fire Spirit Fish King decisively chose to go forward to rescue his descendants and heirs. Phew, luckily, I escaped. Zhang Xiaofan inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked into his own body internally and realized that not only had his foundation not been repaired much, but it had become even worse. Why is my luck so bad after coming to Dan City? Thinking of himself before, whatever he did went smoothly. Even if he experienced a menace, it was a scare. he would also end up getting a lot of benefits from the disaster. But that all changed after he came to Dan City. Chapter 261, Fire Spirit Fish King Falls. Look again at the shore of the Fire Spirit Pool at this moment. All of the children of the major powers and forbidden land heirs were spreading bait to catch fish. And in the pool water below, a group of fire spirit fish has been in the body of the spiritual power disorder and turned up the belly. This time it's a real moneymaker. The sons and daughters of all the major powers all looked excited, and the nets formed by the spiritual energy in their hands were constantly catching the fire spirit fish on the surface of the pool. Even some powerful loose cultivators took advantage of the opportunity to rake in some. Then right at that moment, the fire spirit fish king suddenly scurried out from under the water and floated in midair. With that, fire spiritual energy gathered in his mouth, clearly wanting to unleash his innate divine ability. Damn! This even showed up again. Everyone make a move together and exterminate this. At this moment, a single fire spirit fish king no longer posed much of a threat, so that Forbidden Land Sun directly called for everyone to join in. Okay, strike together. The other Forbidden Land heirs and children of the great powers nodded their heads in agreement, and then together, they focused their attacks on the fire spirit fish. Gunslinger, Bibbo Divine Palm, Earth Splitting. All of the attacks were focused towards the fire spirit fish king in midair, and the talented avatar skill in the mouth of the fire spirit fish was also brewing at this moment. The huge flame shockwave was like a pillar of extinguishing light, sweeping directly toward the shore. The crowd on the shore saw it and took cover. Many people directly turned into nothingness because they couldn't dodge. At the same time, the attacks of the children of the major powers also hit the body of the fire spirit fish king at this moment. But the fire spirit fish king had thick skin and a scale armor covering it, so it couldn't hurt the root at all. Damn! How can this defense be so strong? All of you don't hold back. Bring out all the cards you brought from your elders. Don't hide them. A Forbidden Land successor bellowed, and then a broken quasi-emperor artifact appeared in his hand. It was a tattered jade horn that seemed to have been refined from the horn on the head of a heavenly spirit race paragon emperor. Although this quasi-emperor artifact was broken, it still had the might of a quasi-emperor on it, and thus it was a bottom card for them. The other people of the major powers also no longer hesitated after seeing that the Forbidden Land heir had taken out his bottom card. One after another, they took out their weapons with more powerful attacks. Strike together and get this killed. After the Forbidden Land transmitter spoke, he immediately took the lead and attacked towards that Fire Spirit Fish King. For a while, all sorts of powerful attacks greeted the Fire Spirit Fish King together, and the Fire Spirit Fish King also felt threatened at this time, but saw so many of his descendants captured, and quite a few died tragically at the hands of this group of humans. The anger in its heart had reached its peak, anger to the extreme, so even though it felt a deadly threat it didn't run away. Fire spiritual energy surged crazily throughout his body, forming a protective shield around the periphery of his body, and the world-destroying flame light column in its mouth didn't stop at all, directly sweeping towards the many cultivators on the shore. This is a fight to the death. So what? He can only die in the face of an attack from so many of us. The forbidden disciple opened his mouth. Indeed it does. So many people's attacks hit the fire spirit fish's body that it still wasn't enough despite it raising its protective shield. Under the many powerful attacks, that protective shield quickly dimmed. The attack then hit its spirit armor. In an instant, blood like flaming magma flowed out from the fire spirit fish king's broken scale wounds. Several large holes were blasted directly into his stomach by the attack. Under the pain, the fire spirit fish king immediately howled. The pillars of extinguishing flame light in his mouth all dimmed at this moment. Everyone work hard. This is going to fail. With someone opening their mouths in such a manner, the people of the major forces also launched their attacks together. And in the face of so many attacks, a trace of fear finally arose within the Fire Spirit Fish King's heart. Not good. This seems to be escaping. Everyone gather fire and attack. Seeing that the Fire Spirit Fish King wanted to escape, the crowd's attacks suddenly became even more violent. We can't let him get back in the water or it's not going to be a good fight. There was a reminder. More attacks then greeted the Fire Spirit Fish. All of them were riveted to throw attacks, wanting to leave the Fire Spirit Fish King behind before it returned to the water. However, when all the attacks hit the body of the Fire Spirit Fish King, it still allowed the severely injured Fire Spirit Fish King to escape. Just as soon as it entered the water, it was gone. Damn! I can't believe I let it get away. The disciples of the major forces on the shore were incomparably angry at the sight of the situation, not realizing that they had taken out their bottom cards and still hadn't left this Fire Spirit Fish King behind. It was important to know that this Fire Spirit Fish King's body had extremely pure energy essence that could stabilize the foundation and purify the physique. If it wasn't for the fact that this fire spirit pool was too huge, they would have even wanted to pump the water to catch fish. I don't know if I'll still be able to catch this Fire Spirit Fish King by then. Seeing that the Fire Spirit Fish King escaped, the people involved in the attack all had a hard look on their faces. In the meantime, Zhang Xiaofan at the bottom of the pool was healing his wounds. Although the fight was going on up there, Zhang Xiaofan did not listen to what was going on outside the window, and was only focused on healing his wounds. However, just at this moment, an immense and incomparable fire spirit fish suddenly floated down in front of him. It was clearly the dying fire spirit fish king. Zhang Xiaofan was startled and thought that the fire spirit fish king had come over to seek revenge on him again. So he hurriedly held his breath, and hid among the corners to watch. Isn't this that fire spirit fish king? What's going on? There seems to be no more breath. Looking at the fire spirit fish that seemed to be dead, Zhang Xiaofan frowned. Go over and take a look. If I'm really dead, then my foundation can be completely repaired with the help of the fire Dao origin within this fire spirit fish king. Since this fire spirit fish king had been absorbing the fire Dao origin crystals for a long time, there was quite a bit of essence in his body. It was completely possible to repair the damaged Dao foundation in his body. It seems like it's really dead. After probing closer, Zhang Xiaofan realized that this fire spirit fish king's vitality was basically gone. Even the power of the divine soul was dissipating. Ha 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 ha, great! It looks like my chi is back. Zhang Xiaofan was very happy inside at the moment. He didn't expect the darkness of the willow to let him pick up the corpse of the fire spirit fish king. Is this the Dao luck of the son of Qi? Jun Lingtian had been watching all of this from the shadows, and even he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. But today it's time to say goodbye to this Zhang Xiaofan. Fire spirit fish king, turn into a part of my body. Zhang Xiaofan cheerfully went forward to prepare to pocket the corpse of the fire spirit fish king. But by the time he arrived in front of the fire spirit fish king, Chapter 262 Zhang Xiaofan's fall. However, he realized that the corpse of the fire spirit fish king, which had just been in front of his eyes, had suddenly disappeared into thin air. Ding! Robbing the son of Qi, Zhang Xiaofan, of his chance in plundering 1,000 points of Qi value. Ding! The Qi value of the son of Qi, Zhang Xiaofan, has reached the beheading line and can be beheaded. What's going on? Blurry eyes? Zhang Xiaofan rubbed his eyes, but realized that the fire spirit fish king in front of him was really gone. Who is it? Zhang Xiaofan looked around with a guarded face, but did not find a single silhouette. Just as he was about to escape, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. It couldn't help but startle him, and after reacting, the bottled-up anger in Zhang Xiaofan's heart burst into flames. It's you! Did you do all of this? During this period of time, he always felt that everything was not going well, and it must be all because of this person in front of him. Yes, it's all me. Jun Lingtian's face was expressionless as he spoke indifferently. Why? What the hell is all this for? Have I, Zhang Xiaofan, offended you? Zhang Xiaofan shouted with a frantic face. It's too stifling, aggravating for the kids. How old was he, Zhang Xiaofan, that he had to go through this? There's no reason to blame it on the fact that you're just too lucky, I guess. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently, and then his figure faintly disappeared, and with him disappeared Zhang Xiaofan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Zhang Xiaofan, and plundering 15,000 points of Qi value. Rewarded, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Qi Aura Fragment X1, Danjie Sacred Body Origin. With Zhang Xiaofan's death, Jun Lingtian's total Qi value finally broke the 400,000 mark. It was estimated that if he killed 3 or 2 more, he would be able to break through 500,000, and then the sons of Qi could be slaughtered at will. Looking at the outside world at this moment, although the crowd hadn't caught the fire spirit fish king, they had harvested quite a few fire spirit fish at the Saint Realm. Even some of the casual cultivators picked up a line or two, and after catching almost all of the fire spirit fish, the crowd began to go into the water one after another. After all, this fire spirit pool was a supreme treasure that consolidated the foundation and washed the body, so going in for a dip was still beneficial. Isn't that the little kid from the Sky Spirit clan? He's out practicing at such a young age? Because the celestial spirit race carried jade horns on their heads and a tail behind them, the crowd instantly recognized the race of Lu Changxing and the others. That little girl seems to be from the fire spirit clan as well, so I guess she also came to practice. Lu Jining was also under the gaze of the crowd. Seeing that Lu Jining was so pink and jade-like, many people thought of going to pinch her in their hearts. Gentlemen, this fire spirit pond has a lot of fire spirit fish essence in it, so I'll waste it if it takes too long. A forbidden air jumped directly into the water, and everyone else who saw this and looked at each other also began to jump one after another. This was because just now, their capture of the fire spirit fish caused quite a few of them to die a tragic death, and their spiritual energy was incorporated into the pool water. That was why the energy in the fire spirit pool was unusually dense at the moment. Moreover, the fire spirit pool had been dusty for hundreds of thousands of years, and the accumulation of energy in it was incomparably astonishing, which could very well tamp down their foundation. But this energy is not so easy to absorb. The more you go to the center, the denser the power becomes, and the more pressure that accompanies it. This was because the fire spirit pool was mainly about washing the impurities in the body's meridians with the fire Tao origin, so it has a particularly strong burning sensation on the body. As a result, many people could only even cultivate at the edge of the pool, and even more were unable to move on even after taking a few steps into the pool water. Only those with a solid foundation and a resolute heart could go to greater distances to cultivate, but it's reasonable to say that you can also go further once you've acclimatized yourself. What? That kid from the Heavenly Spirit clan is even farther along than the first Forbidden Land heir? That little girl from the Celestial Spirit clan seems to have traveled a farther distance than that little brat. At this time, the crowd suddenly realized that Lu Changsheng and Lu Jining were actually a body length ahead of the heirs of the major powers. How can this dead girl's foundation be more solid than mine? Lu Changsheng at the moment glanced at Lu Jining, who was not far away next to him, and he had to say that the dead girl was indeed so far ahead of him. But how was this possible? He was only able to walk here with the supreme treasure that he had obtained by signing in the middle of the hell in the first place. In the beginning, he had signed on for tens of thousands of years in hell and obtained countless supreme treasures, and then after he was reincarnated in this 9 heavens and 10 earths, his signing on system was detached. However, the system warehouse was still there, and so were the countless supreme treasures inside. Let's acclimatize here first. With the fire source bead here, sooner or later I'll surpass that girl and become number 1. The fire source pearl was the capital that allowed him to come this far. However, he had just stopped when the fire source bead clutched in the middle of his hand inexplicably exploded. Hiss, it's hot. The moment the fire source pearl disappeared, Lu Changsheng instantly felt as if his body was on fire, so hot that he almost jumped up and down. But he thought that there were still so many people watching around him, so he held back, and then he took out a kind of bead from the system space called the fire spirit bead. Although this bead was not as good as the fire source bead in terms of quality, its efficacy was similar. Ding! Damaged the Sun of Fortune. Lu Changsheng's greatest treasure, plundering 100 points of fortune value. Damaging a supreme treasure but only plundering 100 points of chi value? It seems that this Lu Changsheng has a bit too many supreme treasures. 100 for 1 piece. 10 pieces is only 1,000. When it comes to the chopping line, that will have to wait until the monkey's age. However, right now, Jun Lingtian could not think of a better way, so he could only damage Lu Changsheng's supreme treasure. So the next moment, the fire spirit bead that Lu Changsheng had just taken out also shattered. Feeling the fire spirit bead in his hand shatter and the temperature on his body surface rise instantly, Lu Chang wanted to curse in anger. Doesn't this say that all the products produced by the system are fine? How come it also gave 2 fakes in a row? Ding! Damaged the Sun of Fortune. Lu Changsheng's greatest treasure, plundering 100 points of fortune value. And with that, Lu Changsheng cursed and took out a third supreme treasure called the Fire Origin Divine Wood. This Fire Origin Divine Wood was grown in a place where the Fire Tao origin was thick, and it could provide him with a great buffer. Cozy. Stepping the Fire Source Divine Wood under his feet, Lu Changsheng instantly felt less hot. At the same time, the Fire Source Divine Wood was still absorbing the fire attribute energy from the fire spirit pool to wash and quench his body. Soon, though, the coolness of his feet disappeared. In its place was a burning sensation of unparalleled heat. It appears to be. What's the Fire Source Divine Wood on fire in Tama? Reacting, Lu Changsheng hurriedly left the Fire Origin Divine Wood at his feet, but after leaving, he suddenly felt that his body could not withstand the baptism of the fire spirit pool water. Ding! Damaged the Sun of Fortune. Lu Changsheng's greatest treasure, plundering 100 points of fortune value. Chapter 263, Heavenly Buddha Region. What the hell is going on here? At this time, Lu Changsheng realized a hint of something wrong in his heart, and his gaze couldn't help but look at Lu Jining, who was closest to him. But at the moment, Lu Jining was concentrating on tempering her body and didn't seem to be showing any signs of striking. Moreover, his and Lu Jining's cultivation levels were comparable, so if the other party made a move, he would definitely be able to detect it. It shouldn't be her. After observing for a few moments, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but frown when he realized that it wasn't Lu Jining. However, this time he learned his lesson and chose a supreme treasure that could exist within his body. But what he hadn't expected was that even if your supreme treasure existed within his body, it would be destroyed all the same. Honestly, a trace of panic arose in Lu Changsheng's heart at the moment. He wasn't being targeted by some kind of terrifying taboo existence, was he? Thinking of this, he no longer fought to win. Instead he slowly retreated towards his back. Retreat to a position where you can accept quenching your body. Why is this kid backing up? The crowd behind him suddenly had a teasing look on their faces after seeing Lu Changsheng retreat back. What else could it be? The pretense is gone. Watching Lu Changsheng retreat to a position similar to theirs, the crowd all raised their eyes to him. I don't know if it was because I was shamed and angered by the sight, or because of the baptism of the fire spirit pool. At this moment, Lu Chongqing's face flushed incredibly red, and he pretended to be calm as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. I thought this Sky Spirit clan brat had such deep roots, so it turns out that he's been showing off. A disciple of a great power sneered, but more people looked at it coldly and did not open their mouths to ridicule it. Just like that, there was a constant stream of people surpassing Lu Changqing to reach farther places, and Lu Changqing could only watch as some of the Forbidden Land disciples surpassed him. However, although they were able to surpass Lu Chongsheng, they couldn't surpass Lu Jining. At this moment, Lu Jining was still firmly in the first place. In the dark, Jun Lingtian just watched. For Lu Changsheng and Lu Jining, he did not have too good a method to plunder them now, and counting the days, it had been some time in the middle of this Yendi's tomb mound, and it was estimated that it would be closed soon. Just as Jun Lingtian was pondering who he should go to next, the master-servant contract within his mind suddenly sent a message. Master, we found a fragment of an immortal artifact, but we're not sure of seizing it. The other party is from the Heavenly Buddha God sect. The one who transmitted the voice was Meng Sunyue. He left after the alchemy conference. It was because the people from the Tianji pavilion had told her that there seemed to be traces of immortal artifact fragments. I'll be right there, Jun Lingtian responded, then glanced at Lu Chongqing below. The latter instantly and unconsciously shivered, with a feeling of being stared at by an indescribable taboo. It wasn't until Jun Lingtian left that he felt a sense of relief in his body. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Heavenly Buddha domain, Meng Sanyue was currently confronting the old monks of the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect, and next to them, there was a heaven and earth vision that covered the sky slowly flickering with divine light. Obviously there was some important secret treasure about to come out. Amitabha Buddha, Monk Scholar, this object has a destiny with my Buddha, so please make it easy for Monk Scholar. An old monk from the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect Saint Exaltation Realm spoke to Meng Sanyue. Sorry master, we'll take this. Meng Sanyue spoke in a domineering manner as well. She had the backing of Jun Lingtian, and an old Buddhist bald donkey did not need to give any good looks. Scholar, do you know that this is the Heavenly Buddha domain? And that I am from the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect? The old monk narrowed his eyes and seemed to smile. If the other party wasn't from the Tianji pavilion, he wouldn't have wasted his words with this little girl. However, even if the other party was someone from the Heavenly Chi pavilion, the secret treasure that was about to be revealed today was definitely their Heavenly Buddha Divine Sects. So what? In front of my master it's nothing more than dirt. Meng Sanyue spoke faintly. The long, snow-white hair behind her fluttered in the wind, and the expression on her face was like frost. Her smiling face was only displayed when she faced Jun Lingtian. Your master? Amitabha Buddha. I can't imagine that the Heavenly Chance Pavilion has all but turned into someone else's lapdog. The corners of the old monk's mouth rose as he sneered. I hope you'll still be able to talk so tough when my master arrives. Meng Sanyue was too lazy to get involved with this old monk. Now the heavy treasure had not yet appeared, and by the time it did, it was expected that her owner would have almost arrived. Your master? Amitabha Buddha. Scholar, I see that you have deep wisdom roots. Why don't you join my Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect? The old monk hit on Meng Sanyue's idea at this time. After all, Meng Sanyue is long and beautiful. They had a joyful Buddha who practiced joyful Zen in the Buddhist sect, and he liked to take in this kind of female cultivator with high qualifications and high face value. And Meng Sanyue lazily opened her mouth to reply after hearing this. However, the people of Tianji Pavilion couldn't stand to watch. What? Didn't you Buddhist disciples not accept female disciples? Now you've even changed the Buddhist sect's purity rules and regulations? Don't hit on our pavilion master's idea. If you want to take a female disciple, go find your old mother. The two younger Tianji Pavilion disciples cursed angrily. Amitabha Buddha. Scholar, I see that you have sins in your heart. So today I will help you eliminate the demons in your heart. The old monk said, and then directly made his move, clearly wanting to take this opportunity to teach the Tianji Pavilion's people a lesson. Luo Han Palm. The old monk was covered in golden light, and the Buddha's light converged on his palms. In the next moment, a palm print was slapped out from his palm, striking towards the Tianji Pavilion disciple who had opened his mouth. Deception. A Saint Exaltation Realm Elder of the Tianji Pavilion saw this and directly struck out. Heavenly Dao, open. That Saint Exalted Realm Heavenly Mechanic Pavilion Elder let out a loud cry, and his third eye slowly opened at the center of his brow. This is the inheritance cultivation technique of the Tianji Pavilion, cultivating the Heavenly Dao. Not only can you observe the sun, moon and stars, and the astrological signs of the 8 trigrams, it can also observe the fate of heavenly chances, and in addition to that, it can also attack others. The Heavenly Dao of the Robbing Light. As that Saint Exalted Realm Elder from the Tianji Pavilion opened his mouth, The heavenly Dao eye in the center of his brow immediately exploded with an extremely brilliant heavenly Dao robbing light. Seeing that the power of this robbing light was more powerful than the power of the Luohan palm, another old monk of the Supreme Realm spoke up at once. Senior Fan, I'll help you. Suda palm. In the next moment, the same golden light overflowed from his body, and then a palm print was slapped out from the center of his hand. It then changed from small to large, and finally directly covered half of the sky. Deception. Tianji Disc. Big Dipper 7-star formation. Another Saint Exalted Realm Elder from the Tianji Pavilion similarly stepped in to help. In the next moment, the heavenly chance disc in its hand was thrown out, and it instantly disappeared into the void, forming a powerful attack spell formation at their feet. That biting killing chance couldn't help but make the two old monks who had struck out change their faces furiously. Chapter 264, The Supreme Old Monk. If this formation was successfully opened, they would not be able to resist it at all. Even the other Buddhists who had not entered the formation felt a cold sweat on their backs. Amitabha Buddha. What an evil mind. At this time, a grand and incomparable Buddhist Brahma sound suddenly resounded in the void. The shocked Tianji Pavilion's crowd turned slightly white. Just one sentence made them suffer injuries. The person who arrived this time was at least a supreme realm existence. Unsurprisingly, in the next moment, the formation that was still functioning ruptured under a palm that emitted a golden light as if it was poured out of pure gold. The Tianji Pavilion elder who had cast the spell also suffered a backlash, and a mouthful of blood slowly spilled out from the corner of his mouth. All of you have really sinned deeply by beating up my Buddhist sex elders in my heavenly Buddha domain, so today I will take the place of the Buddha sex Buddha and indoctrinate you. That Supreme Realm's old monk appeared at this moment, a kindly-eyed, thin and frail old monk. Underneath him sat a lotus-sitting platform, and behind him bubbled a 7-colored golden wheel of merit and virtue. If they hadn't seen him strike out without question, the crowd present would never have been able to think that he would be so unreasonable. Why? Doesn't my Buddha say he wants to universalize all sentient beings? Are they all so universal? The golden cicada is also here at the moment. When he had traveled the world after separating from Tushan Yo-Yo, he had found that a lot of shallow and easy-to-understand truths were contrary to Buddhist theories, like what to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Are bad people able to become Buddhas if they stop doing evil things? What about all the evil he's done in the past? And in this current situation, this heavy treasure was actually discovered first by someone from the Heavenly Hall. As a result, his master's uncle's clan said that this supreme treasure was related to their Buddhist sect. However, he did not see a trace of the blessings of the Buddhist sect on top of this supreme treasure. Now taking the lead isn't just bullying the weak because you feel strong. Golden Cicada senior brother, what are you thinking? At this time, one of the 18 arhats of the Buddhist sect, Dragon Subduing Lohan, opened his mouth and inquired, Amitabha Buddha, Brother Dragon Bucking, do you think it's right or wrong for us to come over and grab this heavy treasure? Golden Cicada opened his mouth to inquire out loud. Amitabha Buddha, senior brother, you're in phase. This place is the boundary of my heavenly Buddha domain, and the entire heavenly Buddha domain is owned by our heavenly Buddha divine sect, so this supreme treasure that is about to come out should also fittingly be owned by my heavenly Buddha divine sect. Dragon Bucking Rowan recited a Buddha's name and spoke his thoughts. Is the entire heavenly Buddha domain owned by my heavenly Buddha divine sect? Golden Cicada fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The Dragon Bucking Rowan on the side, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes. This senior brother of his own has a dangerous idea. It seems that he needs to have his senior uncle brainwash him. In the meantime, the old Buddhist monk of the Supreme Realm in the void had already struck again. The golden light on the surface of his body overflowed, converging behind him to create a Buddha's shadow that reached through the heavens and into the earth. The Great Compassion Palm. As the old monk slowly spat out a few words, golden Buddhist light immediately gathered above his right hand. In the next moment, the old monk directly slapped out his palm. The Buddha silhouette behind it that covered the sky also did the same, directly slapping down with a palm. Looking at that appearance was the intention to directly suppress the two Tianji Pavilion elders. Not good. This old baldass has moved to kill. The two Saint Exaltation Realm Tianji Pavilion elders' faces turned a little white as they faced this irresistible attack. Are they going to fall here today? Heavenly Diffraction Divine Plate. Just as the two of them were in despair, Meng Sanyue directly sacrificed the Sky Pavilion's inherited supreme treasure. This heaven diffracting divine plate had been refined and enriched by successive generations of Tianji Pavilion masters, and its power was comparable to that of a top-tier imperial artifact. The power of heavenly chances emanating from it was incomparably dense and covered with obscure and mysterious heavenly chances patterns. Under the rotation and evolution of the heavenly chance wheel, countless killing machines were constructed, chilling beyond compare. Obviously that old Buddhist monk who was nothing more than the Supreme Realm was no match. Master, save me. Seeing that he couldn't defeat them, the old monk of the Supreme Realm called for support. This is the heavenly Buddha domain. Can their Buddhist sect still be bullied above their own territory? Ba. Sure, master. Don't you think this is too much? While the grand Buddhist sound resounded through the sky, a golden withered palm broke out from the void, carrying a domineering imperial might. With that, he slapped his palm on top of the heavenly diffracting divine plate. And after that heaven diffracting divine plate took this blow, the power of the heavenly chance on its body immediately dimmed. Meng Sanyue instantly suffered a backlash and a mouthful of silver-colored blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth. Master of the court. The others immediately revealed a look of concern when they saw this, and there were 2 female elders who wanted to come forward to assist them, but they were rejected by Meng Sanyue. I'm fine. Wiping the blood away from the corner of her mouth, Meng Sanyue's beautiful eyes looked into the void above. In the next moment, a slim figure whose body was like gold and iron appeared in the sky. Behind it was also a golden wheel of merit and virtue that shimmered with divine light. Underneath is a golden lotus throne with 12 leaves. Puto Buddha. It's actually Puto Buddha descending into the world. Ba Buddha. I pay my respects to the Putua Buddha. Whether it was the 18 Arhats or the Supreme Realm Buddhist Bodhisattvas, all of them bent down and saluted when they saw the arrival of this Buddhist ancestor. Ba Buddha. You and the other Tianji Pavilion are spreading your wildness in the quiet place of our Buddhist sect. I'll take this heaven diffracting divine plate and give you some lessons. So go away. After the Putua Buddha said this, he directly reached out and grabbed toward the heaven diffracting divine plate. And Meng Sanyue didn't make a move to stop it because she knew, even if she made a move to stop it, she couldn't. After all, this old monk on the opposite side was a Buddhist cultivator at the Buddha level, equivalent to the Great Emperor realm. Although the heavenly diffracting divine plate was an extreme imperial artifact, her cultivation level was too low to utilize 1/10,000th of its power. Ba Buddha. Buddha Putua is truly kind-hearted. None of the Buddhist disciples present thought there was anything wrong with the way this matter was handled. Their heavenly Buddha divine sect had returned a Buddha devil dual cultivation Great Emperor Perfection Buddha some time ago. So they, the Buddhist sect, now had the capital to be hardened. Even against that so-called Jun family, they were fearless. Pavilion Master. Are we just going to leave? At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion's crowd all had stifled faces. When will the master arrive? Didn't he say he was almost there? It can't be a lie to us, can it? Some of the Tianji Pavilion people who had never seen Jun Lingtian before had a hint of dissatisfaction towards Jun Lingtian as their master at the moment. Originally, they thought that by joining the Heavenly Pavilion they would be able to change their destiny, but they didn't expect to become someone else's slaves in the end. Shut up! Is the master also for you to criticize? Meng Sanyue immediately opened her mouth to chide after hearing this, and those who had seen Jun Lingtian's divine might also spoke in agreement. Apologize to the master. I'm sorry, master. You're a big man. That Tianji Pavilion disciple could only open his mouth to apologize with a stifled expression. Chapter 265, Give it to me. And right at this moment, that old Buddha of the Buddhist sect once again looked towards Meng Sanyue and the others with a kind face. All the monks, why don't you leave quickly? The words with the sound of Buddha directly shocked the heart and soul, causing the people present in the Tianji Pavilion to spray out a mouthful of blood once again. Damn! Master of the court. What to do? The crowd of Tianji Pavilion all looked towards Meng Sanyue at this moment. There's no hurry. The master will be here soon. They won't dare to touch us. Although their Tianji Pavilion was now somewhat declining, it was not to the point where it could be destroyed at will. Master, master. I knew it, master. Some of the Tianji Pavilion disciples spat in their hearts. None of them had ever seen what their master looked like, so they just followed east and west. Now they're being beaten by someone else and their so-called master hasn't shown up yet. How does that make them think about this master of theirs? Since the monks are unwilling to leave, then it seems that I will have to let me give you a ride. Seeing that Meng Sanyue and the others were unmoved, that Buddhist sect Buddha directly struck out, wanting to slap Meng Sanyue and the others out. However, his large hand that emitted golden light had just reached out and immediately retracted, and there was an extremely grave look on his face. Next moment, a space tunnel suddenly opened up in the void. Then a white-clothed man whose face could not be seen walked out from the middle of the spatial tunnel. Master! It's the master coming! The people in the Tianji Pavilion who had experienced Jun Lingtian's divine might in the first place were all agitated. Those who had not seen Jun Lingtian on the other hand had an inquisitive look on their faces. It was because they did not sense any aura from Jun Lingtian's body, other than the mist-filled face above. It was ordinary. Follow me forward to pay my respects to the master. Meng Sanyue said as she arrived directly behind Jun Lingtian and knelt down to pay her respects. Slave girl Sanyue greets master. And the others, seeing this, shouted in unison, Greetings, master. Get up. Jun Lingtian waved his hand at the crowd behind him, and their original kneeling positions were instantly raised. Even the injuries on his body were healed in an instant. My injuries are actually healed? When the people of the Tianji Pavilion felt the changes within their bodies, their faces immediately revealed a look of delight. Master's divine might is not something you can speculate on. Just wait and see. A Tianji Pavilion patriarch spoke to the Tianji Pavilion crowd behind him, and after hearing this, all of their faces showed a look of anticipation. Is this the owner of the Tianji Pavilion? The gravity on Puta Buddha's face not only didn't recede but instead became heavier. However, those Buddhist disciples could not see the depth of it. Besides, this was their territory. How could they let others bully them? If you can't beat them, just shake them. Thinking of this, confidence was written all over the faces of every Buddhist disciple. Bring it! Jun Lingtian had only spoken in a normal tone of voice to Puta, causing the other party to feel an infinite amount of pressure. It was as if these two words were the law of heaven. Irresistible. This couldn't help but cause waves of shock to rise in Puta's heart, realizing that his realm was that of a great emperor. What? Puta's eyes clouded over. A little unsure of what to do. He knew that the other party wanted the heavenly diffracting divine plate, but it was an extremely high-grade imperial artifact, so how could it be returned when it came into the hands of their Buddhist sect? The next moment, however, he felt as if he was being targeted by some great terror. Here, Puta did not hesitate to send up the heavenly diffracting divine plate. Seeing this, Jun Lingtian first took the heavenly diffusion divine plate and casually threw it to Meng Songyu. With that, he waved his hand and reduced Puta to a bloody mist. In the next second, Puta dripped blood and was reborn. Looking at Jun Lingtian with a horrified expression, he had thought that there was a gap between his cultivation and Jun Lingtian's, but he had not thought that there was such a large gap. What? The Puta Buddha couldn't even take a single move? When the disciples of the Buddhist sect saw this, all of their faces showed a look of shock. The owner of this Tianji Pavilion is so strong? That old monk of the Supreme Realm's heart immediately set off waves of shock when he saw that his master teacher was so unbeatable. And the same was true for the people on the side of Tianji Pavilion, a powerhouse at the level of a great emperor. One move in seconds? Is this the master of their Tianji Pavilion? At this moment those who had not seen Jun Lingtian's divine might all have their mouths slightly open, revealing a look of shock. You guys shocked on now? All relax, the best is yet to come. Some of those who had seen Jun Lingtian's divine might wave their hands, stating that these were just small scenes. They were the ones who had seen the true strength of Jun Lingtian. The great emperor realm was no different from a small chicken in its hands. What? Could it be that this is not the master's true strength? Unconsciously, the dissatisfaction in many people's hearts had disappeared, and subconsciously they had recognized Jun Lingtian as their master. Of course not. You guys watch. Today the Buddhist sect is afraid to take a severe beating. The Tianji Pavilion's elder spoke thus, and Jun Lingtian did not strike again after slaughtering that Puta Buddha once. Call the people. Call all of your Buddhist stewards. Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. Jun Lingtian could not muster any interest in merely killing an existence at the early stage of the great empress realm. Or perhaps just killing an early stage great emperor was far from enough. Amitba. Your Excellency. Snap. Before the old monk could finish his sentence, his entire body was once again slapped into a pile of blood mist. And this time the body of the Puta who was reborn again by dripping blood was no longer like golden iron. His body's chi and blood had also become much weaker. Seeing Jun Lingtian's gaze once again, Puta learned his lesson this time. I'm calling it. Puta directly notified the Buddhist sect's Buddha-level old monks through the Buddhist sect's unique means of communication after he finished speaking. A few moments later, an old monk in the middle stage of the great emperor realm tore through the void and descended to this place. He was seen wearing a robe that emanated radiant divine light, and the golden wheel of merit and virtue behind his head shone 10 times brighter than that of Puta's. The lotus platform under the seats similarly emitted divine light, and at a glance, it was not a mortal product. And 1,000,000 miles of territory were resounding with Buddhist chants and golden lotus visions shining. The people of the heavenly Buddha domain knelt down at the sight of the vision in the sky. The Buddha has manifested. The Buddha has manifested. The people kneeling were basically some mortals, and there were some cultivators, but not many. Now that a decent one has come, you can die. As Jun Lingtian spoke faintly, that Puta's body instantly burned with the flame of nothingness. Save me. Master Ancestor, save me. Puta opened his mouth and asked his master for help, but your old monk in the middle stage of the emperor realm only symbolically put out his hand after seeing the flame of void on Puta's body. It was because he knew that he simply couldn't extinguish this flame of nothingness. Forcing a rescue will only lead to a fire. Chapter 266, Master save me. Master Ancestor, save me. Seeing his master Ancestor see death, Puta's heart went cold. In the end, he could only fall with hatred. The death knell of the heavenly Buddha divine sect instantly rang out. The entire heavenly Buddha domain also rained blood at this moment, and there were sounds of Buddhist transcendence resounding. What? The master has fallen just like that? That old monk of the Supreme Realm just watched as his master was burned to ashes. And those disciples of the Buddhist sect instantly showed a trace of shock and dumbfoundedness on their faces after seeing this scene. That was their ancestor. The existence of the Buddha of the Buddhist sect. And it fell just like that? Suffocating. Unbearable. All sorts of emotions never experienced before festered in the hearts of these Buddhist disciples. This man is so overbearing. Golden Cicada Z also had some trepidation in his heart at the moment, but it was not as strong as the Buddhist disciples around him. As for the people on the side of Tianji Pavilion, when they saw the Buddhist sect's Emperor Realm Old Bald Donkey being exterminated by their master with a wave of their hands, a wave of pride immediately surged in their hearts. It's not bad for our master. Yes, our master is awesome. Those who had complained in their hearts before all surged with pride at this moment. Zhang San, that's not what you said at first. Li Si, that's not what you said in the first place. What? I was wrong before. Okay? From now on, I'll be my master's faithful little brother. The speed of the Tianji Pavilion's crowd's face change could be described as extremely fast. Now, Jun Lingtian was their master. Amitabha Buddha, Your Excellency, I'm afraid it's not too good for you to kill my Buddha sect's Buddha in my heavenly Buddha region. Is it? My heavenly Buddha divine sect is not some soft persimmon that you can pinch whenever you want. That Buddha sect's Buddha ancestor in the middle stage of the Great Emperor realm was the first to speak at this time. Just a short while ago, their heavenly Buddha divine sect had returned a Buddha who had disappeared for many years. Named Moloch Buddha. With a lifetime of cultivation feats, he could definitely exterminate the person in front of him. Oh, then why don't you tell the emperor what's so bad about it? Jun Lingtian teasingly spoke. Since you're so ungrateful, then I will be waiting for your excellency at the heavenly Buddha divine sect. After saying this, the old monk intended to take the people present to escape from here and return to the heavenly Buddha divine sect, because he was clearly no match for the man in front of him. Let them have that heavy treasure that's about to come out as well. Did the emperor let you go? Upon seeing the old monk trying to leave, Jun Lingtian directly raised his palm. Space was then directly imprisoned, and it was simply impossible to break through the void. Amitabha Buddha, Your Excellency should not make a mistake. Even if you slaughtered the old man, you'd still be injured. So why bother? The old monk frowned and spoke. To kill you, one hand is enough. After Jun Lingtian had said this, his entire person directly disappeared into thin air. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of that Buddha. Not good. Avatar. Buddha's light is shining. The golden body is indestructible. The old monk directly cast 2 spells. In an instant, the Buddha's light flourished, and the blinding golden light shone so brightly that the crowd couldn't lift their heads, and his body changed to the color of pure gold at the same time. It shines with an eye-catching luster. In contrast, Jun Lingtian merely lightly extended his palm, and that palm was slow enough for all to see. However, it was such a palm that extinguished the golden light of that old monk in the middle stage of the Emperor realm and covered up the Buddha's light. Bang! As a loud bang came, the old monk was directly beaten into a bloody mist. Even the Emperor-level lotus platform under his seat fell apart and shattered into crumbs. The flame of nothingness. Jun Lingtian spoke softly. Flames instantly burned on the body of the Emperor realm old monk in the air who was preparing to be reborn by dripping blood. A golden humanoid creature kept twisting and turning. It was the old monk. Ah! Spare me! Please spare me! Miserable cries echoed through the void. What? Master Ancestor couldn't even catch a single move? Golden Cicada's son and the others were all looking at the image above their heads with shocked faces at this moment. It will be something they will remember for the rest of their lives. And this image was likewise playing in the great hall of the heavenly Buddha God dynasty. Above the main seat was the Buddha Lord of the heavenly Buddha divine dynasty, with a late-stage cultivation of the great Emperor realm. There were also various supreme realm bodhisattvas as well as quasi-imperial realm Buddhas below. It was this group of usually high and mighty Buddhist cultivators whose faces were no longer calm at the moment after seeing the miserable scene in the picture. Gentlemen, is there a countermeasure? At this time Lord Buddha looked at the people present. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. And they were all silent. Since that's the case, then let's go invite Master Moloch. Lord Buddha spoke helplessly. Even the Buddha in the middle stage of Great Emperor was directly seconded. His late stage Great Emperor asked himself that he couldn't do it. So it was better to leave this matter to the Great Emperor Perfection Realm's old ancestors. Good. This matter is none other than Old Man Demon Luo. The people present all nodded in agreement, because none of them are not afraid to die. Bodhisattva Qingshu, let's have you go ahead and invite Old Man Moloch. Lord Buddha spoke faintly. Yes, Lord Buddha. Bodhisattva Qingshu nodded, and then his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the temple compound where Moloch was. He only saw that at this moment, Moloch was sweeping the floor in the courtyard, just like he had become the heavenly Buddha divine sex floor sweeper. Master Ancestor, there is one thing I want to. Bodhisattva Chingshu was just about to open his mouth when he saw Moloch waving his hand. You clean up your own messes. Moloch didn't specifically check the information, but he knew a general idea. He didn't realize it was his master coming though. This. Bodhisattva Chingshu was dumbfounded after hearing this. He hadn't expected Moloch to reject him so dryly, but he couldn't refute it. Yes, Ancestor. Bodhisattva Chingshu opened his mouth. With that he was only able to go back and respond. Well, has Master Moloch been invited? The Buddha Lord Shakyamuni above the head opened his mouth and asked. Back to Buddha. No. Chingshu's face was slightly embarrassed. What? The Sakyamuni who heard this frowned, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Wait until this person arrives to open the sect protector formation. Their heavenly Buddha divine sect's grand formation was an extremely high-grade imperial formation, so they believed that it would still be no problem to defend against that person. In the meantime, on Jun Lingtian's side, the heavy treasure they were fighting over also came out at this moment. The sky instantly flashed up with a cloud of light, and endless Tao rhythms waved down in the sky. In the next moment, a phoenix silhouette violently scurried into the high sky from the ground. Obviously that heavy treasure had already transformed into a spirit. Want to run? Humph. Jun Lingtian let out a cold snort and then directly extended his palm. With that, the heavy treasure that turned into a phoenix and tried to escape was directly fixed in place. After struggling for some time, the spiritual energy on his body was exhausted, and he transformed into a golden phoenix hairpin, shining with 9-colored divine light. Chapter 267, You're Good. And the people of the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect could only watch as that supreme treasure was taken away by Jun Lingtian at this moment. Elder Brother Dragonfall, didn't you say that the entire Heavenly Buddha domain is ours? Then why isn't the supreme treasure ours? Doesn't my Buddha preach compassion? Why has Master Ancestor moved to kill? Golden Cicada's son opened his mouth at this time with a tangled face and asked. Just now, he had once again questioned the moral righteousness of the Buddhist sect. You realize it yourself. Dragonfall Rohan was speechless at the moment. Having reached this point, he did not expect that this senior brother of his would still be like this. Master is simply awesome. The admiration for Jun Lingtian within the crowd of Tianji Pavilion at this moment was like a torrential river. They never thought their master would be such a bull. And after obtaining that phoenix hairpin, Jun Lingtian's gaze suddenly looked towards the Golden Cicada. Golden Cicada, right? You're good. This inexplicable compliment caused Golden Cicada to be a bit confused. But the other Buddhist disciples gave Golden Cicada a strange look after hearing this. And when he saw his senior brothers looking at him in this way, he felt like a manacle. Amitba Buddha. The young monk cannot afford to be complimented by your excellency. Golden Cicada Z bowed slightly with his hands together to Jun Lingtian. Jun Lingtian did not respond to what he heard, but instead directly tore open a spatial tunnel. Let's go, and take you guys to the holy land of the Buddhist sect to have some fun. After saying that, Jun Lingtian took a step into it. Seeing this, Meng Sun Yue also entered without hesitation. After the rest of the Tianji Pavilion glanced at each other, they also entered without hesitation. Wait until all the people from the Heavenly Hall of Justice had left. The people present all looked at the Golden Cicada at once. Golden Cicada, you know the master of that Heavenly Pavilion? The old monk of the Supreme Realm narrowed his eyes. The mind was clearly already suspicious. Amitba Buddha, senior uncle. I don't know that whatsoever Tianji Pavilion master. Golden Cicada Z clasped his hands together and opened his mouth with a pious expression. Yes, Senior Golden Cicada. You didn't come back after the greedy Wolf Star domain closed last time. What did you go do? Old man Dragonfall opened his mouth and questioned. I went to seek out the 9 young masters of the Skyfox clan and sent her some star soul power. The Golden Cicada replied truthfully. Good, the star soul power the Heavenly Buddha Divine Sect, don't have enough for myself, and you even gave it to someone else. I think you've been seduced by that demoness, and I'm afraid you've broken the commandments. Dragon Bucking Rohan's voice was like a bell, and he shouted sternly and angrily. Senior Dragon Bucking brother, what are you talking about? It's fine for you to slander me, but Miss Yao Yao is innocent. You'll ruin her reputation. Golden Cicada Z was frowning slightly at the moment, and there was some displeasure in his heart. Golden Cicada, you're defending her so much, and you're still saying that you don't have a relationship? Dragonfall Rohan opened his mouth with glaring eyes. Amitba. The Golden Cicada recited a Buddha's name and said no more. Senior brother Golden Cicada, this is where you're wrong. Not to mention whether or not you're related to that demoness. Just the act of giving the power of your astral soul to a bystander is wrong. Voltron also spoke at this time. It seems that when we return, we will have to report to the Lord Buddha and deprive you of your position as a Buddhist son. The old monk of the Supreme Realm spoke in the same manner at this time. Ding! The The golden cicada is suspected by a Buddhist disciple and has plundered 1,000 points of chi value. Looking at Jun Lingtian's side again, after exiting the teleportation array, they arrived at the Buddhist sect's holy land, the Spirit Mountain Pure Land. The only thing you could see into your eyes was a mountain peak that was 10 million feet tall. A staircase leads up to the top of the mountain, and on top of the staircase are countless incense burners and ascetics, among others. In the midst of the climb, there was a constant kneeling and kowtowing pilgrimage, and on top of the mountain was a temple palace glistening with Buddha's light, which looked particularly spectacular. The sound of the Buddha's voice is so overwhelming that you can't help but make a pilgrimage. Even if you don't believe in Buddhism, you will be naturally revolutionized when you arrive here. Is this the holy land of Buddhism? The pure land of the Spirit Mountain? The crowd of Tianji Pavilion's mind almost suffered at the sight of this Spirit Mountain Pure Land. That's right, this is the Spirit Mountain Pure Land. The entire Spirit Mountain has been refined into a supreme treasure. The elder of the Tianji Pavilion opened his mouth. Gentlemen, don't you come out yet? At this time, Jun Lingtian spoke to Spirit Mountain. However, the next moment, the entire Spirit Mountain was suddenly enveloped by a powerful boundary. Obviously this is meant to be behind closed doors. Is this, our master, so powerful? Seeing the heavenly Buddha divine sect concede, the faces of the people in the heavenly Chi Pavilion all looked relieved. Not even to take revenge, but to rise directly to the turtle shell. Ask who can. Master's divine might is more than that. Just wait and see. At this time an elder of the Heavenly Hall of Fortune spoke once again. What? More than that? Hearing those familiar words, those Tianji Pavilion disciples who did not know Jun Lingtian all revealed a look of astonishment. Originally, they thought that this Buddhist spiritual mountain Pure Land had raised its protective shield and conceded defeat, and that the matter had come to an end. It didn't occur to me that this wasn't the end of the matter. This caused the crowd of Tianji Pavilion to once again raise a strong sense of anticipation for what was going to happen next. Scholar, my Buddhist Pure Land prefers purity, so I won't receive you. At this time, a grand and incomparable voice came from above the Spirit Mountain. The believers on top of the steps fell to their knees and began their pilgrimage at the sound of the voice. Amitabha Buddha. The Buddha has manifested. The Buddha has manifested. Even the ascetics fell to their knees and began chanting Buddhist scriptures. Not receiving this emperor? Is that up to you? Jun Lingtian spoke faintly. The voice traveled to the Buddhist hall, immediately causing a group of bodhisattvas and Buddhas to become enraged by it. All of you don't have to worry. My heavenly Buddha divine sect's grand formation is an extreme emperor formation. Even if he is a great emperor perfection, he won't be able to break through it. At this time a bodhisattva spoke. Exactly. He can't even get in. Thinking of this, the people in the great hall visibly relaxed. However, in the next second, their formation was unexpectedly opened. And by the looks of that, it looks like it's still open from the inside. They have a traitor in the Buddhist sect? That was the first thought of the people present. Who opened the formation? Hurry up and close it, quickly! Buddha Shakyamuni angrily shouted, his tone revealing a hint of panic. Without the formation, they were afraid that it would not be good to deal with the one outside. Yes, Lord Buddha. A Buddha of the quasi-emperor realm immediately led the order to go and check what was going on with the formation. However, before he could go out, the image in the water mirror in front of them made them dumbfounded. What did they see through the image? Their master Ancestor was actually kowtowing to that man outside? Slave Moloch greets his master. Forgive me, master, for being late to greet you. The Devil's Law fell directly to his knees in front of Jun Lingtian. Chapter 268 Scrap Draft, King Jing Palace, that familiar and unfamiliar place. Jingle was back again, sent to a high position, civil and military, numerous objections. Pei Huai took out his posthumous edict and read it. The eldest son of the emperor has been in exile for several years. How does he deserve the high position? The left minister raised his head and looked straight up at Jingle, who was wearing a dragon robe above him. Although the man can have a female face, at the moment leaning crookedly in the dragon chair, which has a point of the emperor's pressure. Although the crown prince has been demented, but there are several other emperors. Pei Huai laughed lightly and looked at the left minister. You're questioning the late emperor's posthumous edict? Minister, I don't dare. The left minister's face stared and slowly bent down. Whether it is a posthumous edict, or the means of Pei Huai, the eunuch, who knows? Jingle ascended to the throne, and although the voices of opposition in the court were constant, no one dared to second-guess the posthumous edict after all. As for Jingle, after his first walkthrough, he didn't want to move again by any means. To this, Pei Huai was very satisfied, but the other ministers, they could only cry out, my Jingwo will die. During the days in King Jing's palace, Jingle walked through the places that once had some impression one by one, and when he came to the cold palace, looking at the empty place, Jingle laughed softly. Sister, do you remember the days when we were here together? Sister Li glanced at the cold palace, and the chill made her shiver. Your Majesty, let's take a walk elsewhere. 7 years ago, after Jingle's male body was discovered, Jingle's biological mother, that is, Xianfei, was imprisoned, while Jingle was thrown into the cold palace for several months, until the late emperor found out the truth of the matter before Xianfei's clan beheaded as many as they could, and the forgotten Jingle was still small because of Nianji's years of age, so it was just exiled. Jingle didn't listen to Sister Li's words and instead pushed open the door to the cold palace. A crunching, piercing sound. I thought that the cold palace had been deserted for a long time and there would be no one, but the moment the door was pushed open, a slim young man rushed out clutching a ball. Sister Li subconsciously tried to protect Jingle, but the other party's speed was too fast, and it just crashed solidly into Jingle. The teenager dropped to the ground and the ball fell out of his hand. Jingle, on the other hand, didn't move at all. The ball ran away again. The teenager pointed at the ball that rolled away, and actually crawled right over to it. Jingle lowered her eyes, sizing up the other man. After 7 years of not seeing each other, many people Jingle couldn't remember, but the jade pendant with the dragon pattern on the other person's waist showed his identity. Sister Li took out the air she should have and said angrily, "Where did the lackey come from?" Still halfway through his sentence, Jingle pressed down on Sister Li's hand that was pointing at the teenager. "Jing Wuyo, why are you here?" Jingle walked up to the teenager, ignoring his somewhat dirty clothes, and helped him up with his own hands. The young man in front of him was the former crown prince who was even a year younger than Jingle. King is worry-free. In fact, whether it was Jingle or Jing Wuyo, their births were highly anticipated, but it was just a pity that both of them didn't end well. He was exiled and Jing Wuyo became demented. Now that he's back, Jing Wuyo is still demented. So when all was said and done, Jingle was kind of lucky. Ball, said Jing Wuyo, pointing to the hand in his hand and then to the door of the cold palace. The door was closed by bad people. Bad people. The short sentence took Jing Wuyo a good half a day to say, but Jingle understood it. Not much interest in who locked Jing Wuyo inside the cold palace. He did have the interest of sending Jing Wuyo back personally. To say that the first empress, well, now it should be considered the Empress Dowager. Like him, the titular kind. Jingle was somewhat interested in meeting with the Empress Dowager. When Jingle sent Jing Wuyo back, the Empress Dowager was sipping tea in the courtyard, and after seeing her son come back in a mess, she didn't have much of a reaction. She just asked her subordinates to take him to be cleaned. The Empress Dowager looked toward Jingle, who was wearing a dragon robe, and gave a light mocking cry. "After 7 years, you finally come back alive." The Empress Dowager told the courtiers on the side to retire, and Jingle also told Sister Li to retire. Sister Li was a bit hesitant, but in the end, she didn't dare to say anything more. The Empress Dowager personally poured tea for Jingle, and Jingle very naturally sat down across from her, drinking the still somewhat hot tea in one go. "Empress Dowager, do you remember what I said before I left?" Jingle gently placed the teacup on the table. The force was not great, but it made a crisp sound. The Empress Dowager's thoughts couldn't help but be taken back 7 years ago, the last time she had seen Jingle when he was taken away. It was a child who was only 10 years old, with bottomless black eyes staring at himself dead in the face as he said, "Empress, if you cut the grass and don't get rid of the roots, you'll regret it." Back then, it was the Empress who revealed Jingle's manhood. Mourner remembers, "So you've come back for revenge?" The Empress Dowager laughed softly. "Revenge?" Jingle savored those two words. The days in the cold palace were not good, but thanks to the sneaky succor of the crown prince, it didn't seem to be too bad. At least he didn't starve to death during the hours he was left unheard. "Revenge seems interesting, and not impossible," Jingle said thoughtfully, as if she had actually been reminded by the Empress Dowager to want to do so. The Empress Dowager could not help but be stymied when she saw this attitude of his. Having not seen him for many years, Jingle's character was still exactly the same as when he was a child. The Empress Dowager gently breathed a sigh of relief and withdrew her gaze from him, looking away and said, "Nowadays, our Jing kingdom is covered by that eunuch's hand, so if you can sit in the emperor's seat today, what will happen tomorrow? Who can tell? What does it matter? This Jingbei should have died a long time ago." Jingle propped up his jaw, fingertips lightly out of the corner of the eye of the tear mole, said carelessly and significantly playful. The Empress Dowager couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows when she saw this unconcerned attitude of his. Although she is the Empress Dowager, her age is only in her early 30s, and she is in the prime of her life. As the Empress Dowager of the Jing Kingdom, her looks must be good, but when the people had seen the late consort Xian, they would realize that even the best looks were nothing more than that. "Jingle, you don't want to fight for it, so why did you come back?" the Empress Dowager asked in a deep voice. Her status as Empress Dowager has no use other than managing the harem. And Jingle, the Emperor, can't do anything. A puppet emperor is a puppet through and through. I've died too many times in Extreme County, and I don't know if it's because the feng shui there is too good to die no matter how I die. So I want to change places. Jingle laughed lightly and continued. The world says that the palace is the feng shui treasure, so I'm sure I'll get what I want here, right? Although he has ascended to the throne, but the people around him are not treating him as a serious emperor. The reason why he will eat and wear is probably also that the palm print named Pei Hui account. So Jingle has absolutely no habit of calling himself an orphan. Orphaned. Alone. The genus was also a bit miserable, and Jingle didn't really want that at the moment. The Empress Dowager had a heart attack and gently rubbed her forehead. Chapter 269 Headache. In the middle of a draft. Do you have any basis for your claim that she is my son? Tianyan sect patriarch Don Liangping's eyebrows jumped, and he looked coldly at this young girl who had been brought back by his former disciple. How could this young girl, who did not bear the slightest resemblance to him and his wife at all, be their daughter? Just see the young girl dressed in whitewashed clothes. A head of long hair is also born slightly curly hair burnt. And then look at her pair of shoes that have been torn holes to reveal the thumbs. The others present had the same question in their minds. What on earth would make her survival so wretched in this prosperous world? Dressed in red, Shui Chenyan brushed away the broken hair in front of the young girl's forehead, revealing the flame-like birthmark between her eyebrows. 17 years ago, who does not know that the wife of the patriarch of the Heavenly Diffusion sect gave birth to a daughter? She was born with a flame birthmark between her eyebrows, which was lost 10 years ago and has not yet been recovered. Shui Qianyan's cold eyes slanted toward Dong Liangping. Yui said. Mo said. You don't even want to recognize your own daughter? Flame birthmark. The moment these words were uttered, the gazes of the sect gates simultaneously shifted to the young girl's brows. What a flaming birthmark! Can it be that she's really the long-lost daughter of the Heavenly Diffusion sect's patriarch? But didn't the Heavenly Diffraction sect notify the world a few years ago that the daughter of the Heavenly Diffraction sect's patriarch had been found back? A few years ago, two major events happened in the Sky Diffraction sect. One is to find the daughter who has been lost for many years, and the second is that all 11 female disciples in the sect have abolished their own cultivation, leaving behind all the spirit stones and pills, and leaving the Heavenly Diffusion sect with a clean slate. The people of the surrounding clans were discussing in deep water, while the person in question, Dong Wanbai, raised his eyes. Another inexplicable subtitle drifted before my eyes. Die, 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 you'll never survive 2 episodes anyway. At this time, a clear voice suddenly rang out. But second sister, if she's father's daughter, then who am I? The young girl's face was clear and cold, and she walked in with one step. She first saluted Dong Liangping and then the sect heads before slowly turning her head, possessing the same flaming birthmark between her eyebrows. And compared to Dong Wanbai's, her birthmark was a more brilliant red color. My senior sister's name is Dong Wanbai. Is your name Dong Wanbai? Water Qianyan sneered, flicking her red sleeve and continued. I don't have anything to say to you, imposter. Today I just want to ask the Heavenly Diffusion sect patriarch whether you recognize or disown your own daughter. Dong Wanbai. An embarrassed look appeared on the face of Dong Han Xian, who was called an imposter. But it was true that there was no way for her to refute that statement either, and she had thought about using her original name when she was found by her father. But, remembering what she had seen a few years ago that still struck fear into her heart, she pursed her lips and didn't make a sound for a moment. The spearhead was once again pointed at Dong Liangping, who sized up the young girl with a slim body and yellow hair, and then looked at Dong Han Xian, who bore a 5-point resemblance to himself and his wife. Mental sneer. This patriarch understands that you are holding a grudge against Master for expelling you all from the sect, but today's action is like a farce. If you continue to make trouble to save, don't blame Master for not remembering old feelings. Shui Qianyan's eyes were firm, and she did not lose her temper in anger at his words, but only asked, So, Heavenly Diffusion sect Master, you don't recognize Dong Wanbai as your daughter, do you? Yes. Torahii only felt ridiculous, like it was to get this word. Shui Qianyan looked at the other sect masters and said, This is what the Heavenly Diffusion sect patriarch said in person. Today I am representing the original S sect to ask the sect masters to be a witness. Shui Qianyan took Dong Wanbai's hand and declared to everyone word for word, From now on, Dong Wanbai has no relationship with the Heavenly Diffusion sect. Dong Wanbai stood on Shui Qianyan's sword, and at the moment, her gaze looked ahead as a section of subtitles flashed by. Jump around. Jump around. It won't take 2 days for the Dragon Ao Tian male lead to kill and exterminate your entire clan. It's true that the villain is a villain, but have you guys ever thought that the second elder sister is more or less pretty? Joke. One look at you and you're an old newcomer. Don't look at this originalist sect full of villains, but on that appearance, they're all better than one another. That. Especially that magnificent big sister. That's YYDS. The whole face value bearer. Seeing that the words were getting more and more outrageous, Dong Wanbai lowered her eyes and didn't want to look any further. She only had one thought in her mind at the moment, and that was that the subtitles were reacting just like they had once said. Well, lick the dog. That's right. It's dog licking. Licking the same big sister of the biggest villain they pull out and spit on every now and then. This inexplicable floating out of the subtitles as in 3 months suddenly appeared in the life of Dong Wanbai. First continued for a month or so screaming that she is a witch. Damn what all kinds of words. Then only slowly calmed down to emerge some vocabulary that worked for her. From these subtitles, Dong Wanbai probably understands that this is a my life is by me not by heaven. The world of immortal cultivation. And she Dong Wanbai is the most cannon fodder in it. A vicious female supporting. Was thrown into the demonic domain at a young age. And began to cultivate the devil and became a devil cultivator. To say that she cultivates the devil also even if. She also want to rob the heroine. That is. Dong Han Xian's parents. Also spying on the heroine's man. That strength bar long Aotion. This of course the heroine could not tolerate. Took her own vital magic weapon Zhu Shueqin to give her a burst of good play. Directly let her bleed from 7 holes and die of pain. This is a snapshot of Dong Wanbai's life in this world. Summarized in the subtitles. That's what happens to cannon fodder. But, I will never resign myself to the fate of the cannon fodder that deserves it. Dong Wanbai cannot help but sigh. Although she was thrown into the demonic domain for 10 years. But for the memories of the past is not forgotten at all. That day diffraction of the clan's patriarch and the patriarch's wife is indeed her real parents' right. How did it become her to rob the heroine's parents? Shui Qianyan, who was in the middle of her sword ride, heard a sigh behind her and thought Dong Wanbai was sad. Backhanding Dong Wanbai's hand, feeling her stiffness, Shui Qianyan said soothingly, "It's okay Xiaobai, that kind of ill-advised father. Don't want it." So white. Dong Wanbai drew back his hand. "Who are you? Why have you appeared at the exit of the demon region?" This was the first time she had spoken to Shui Qianyan when she climbed out of the demon region with all her might. And before she had time to rest she had been brought to the Tianyan sect by this woman. Then began a series of operations. "I'm your second senior sister, Shui Qianyan." Dong Wanbai looked at the green silk fluttering in the wind in front of her, and then looked at her in a red dress. Her mind flooded with memories of her early childhood. The girl who was also still very young in age, who took the candy she bought down the mountain and kept luring her, eating the candy while spitting her tongue out at her. The abominable nature of his behavior has deeply annoyed Dong Wanbai to this day. So she said without much emotion, "You have been expelled from the division. The implication is that you're not my second senior sister either." Chapter 270, all made up tomorrow. Yes, that's why you've also severed your relationship with Dong Liangping, and from now on you'll be the 12th senior sister of the original Les sect. Shui Qianyan spoke in a very straightforward manner. Dong Wanbai was silent for a moment, then said, "I didn't say that I wanted to sever my relationship with my father." She had worked so hard to climb out of the demon region just to return to the heavenly diffusion sect. "Dong Liangping he doesn't recognize you." Shui Qianyan's voice was slightly cold. "Because I haven't proven that I'm their daughter." The speed of the imperial sword was suddenly faster. Dong Wanbai in order to avoid falling down directly tightly tugged Shui Qianyan floating up his clothes. "Wait for the two to land." Shui Qianyan pinched Dong Wanbai's cheeks, hating the iron and saying, "Tell me how you're so indisputable. The last life was like this even so. This life is still like this." Yes that's right. Shui Qianyan was reborn. In her previous life, she and her senior sister and the other 9 senior sisters did not leave the heavenly diffusion sect, but they also thought that Dong Wanbai was an imposter. So they did not treat her well. Able to. Shui Qianyan still remembered when she was defeated by the sword cultivator and was beaten to death and fell into a pool of water during that heavy rain. It's her. It was this Dong Wanbai, who was spurned by all the great clans as an imposter, but was in fact a true senior sister, who carefully wiped the blood off her face and lifted her up to place her in a pit. With her last ounce of consciousness she saw the other 10 pits around her. That were her sisters and sisters. This former senior sister, who was clearly struggling to protect herself, had collected their bodies for them. Dong Wanbai, who was still outside the state, tilted his head and saw 2 lines floating in front of him before he could think of anything. Asterisk 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 the second elder sister is reborn? God, the author has a bug. What's the bug? Dong Wanbai couldn't understand, but reborn she did. Thus, her gaze toward Shui Qianyan was more than a little odd. But in the end, it is the business of others. Dong Wanbai himself still has a lot of things to do. Please untie the confinement you placed on me. I want to go back to the heavenly diffraction sect. The reason why Dong Wanbai will be so obedient to follow Shui Qianyan is that from the time he climbed out of the demonic domain will be Shui Qianyan under the confinement. Shui Qianyan's delicate face grew colder and colder as she sized up this pitifully thin little senior sister. Shaking his head, he said, "No." After saying that, he continued to ride his sword and headed towards the Woganless sect. When he awakened the memories of his last life, the first thing Shui Qianyan did was to come to the sealing mouth of the demonic domain, and waited day after day to finally catch the senior sister who had poked her head out. In this life, she would protect her little sister's well-being and would definitely not let her be disliked in the Heavenly Diffusion sect. I just don't know if senior sister and the other senior sisters have also awakened the memories of their last life. As for Dongwan Bai, it doesn't make sense to say it properly, so she decided to say it in a different way. She spoke pitifully, "I have suffered for so many years in the demon region, and the demon region that I managed to leave by mistake was just for the sake of returning to the Heavenly Diffusion sect, so that I could eat well." When the words came to this, there was a sudden sinking in his arms, and he subconsciously raised his hand to hold it, only to see dozens of more spirit fruits in his arms. Dong Wanbai's eyes dilated slightly, and the words that followed then spilled out. "Wearing warm." It was as if something had been placed around her neck. Only Shui Qianyan was too fast, and when she looked back she only saw the sodium ring hanging down in front of her chest. Ah! It was something she'd heard of, and supposedly it could be used to hold things. Seemingly afraid that Dong Wanbai doesn't know, Shui Qianyan also explains, "This is my spare sodium ring. Today it's for you. Inside there are the latest styles of clothing for all seasons, and the spirit stones." Dong Wanbai looked at the extra bag of money in her palm, and she gently turned it upside down. "That's a lot of weight. It seems. Eat and wear warm plus have money. This is so good to discuss." Dong Wanbai eyes bright. "Well, not enough?" Shui Qianyan turned back, her eyes puzzled, thinking to herself that this little sister was still strangely hard to satisfy. But this was the little sister she had personally taken away. She felt that she should use more patience, but at the same time teach her little sister not to be insatiable. So she said, "Junior sister, I'll give you these when you run out," meaning that any further requests she makes later on will not be agreed to. Dong Wanbai gently let out an "oh" and lowered her head. "Hey, what a shame. I should have known to say what I needed in the first sentence." Looking at the spirit fruit with the sodium ring and the money bag, another deep sigh. When she arrived at the Wobanless sect with her sword, Shui Qianyan first assigned her a mountain peak. The entire place is mine?" Dong Wanbai's eyes widened in surprise. "Right. Let me first tell you about the situation of the original less sect. Currently in the sect apart from us there is only eldest sister in, but eldest sister is in seclusion nowadays. You shouldn't be able to see her either. I will be rather busy in the next few days, and I might not have the time to take care of you. So you will just eat spirit fruits to fill up your hunger for the time being," Shui Qianyan carefully explained, then pulled out another sodium ring from her sleeve. "This will contain all the things you need. Little White, obediently stay here in Quanfeng and cultivate." Shui Qianyan came and left in a hurry. Looking at the red-clothed woman who disappeared into the night, Dong Wanbai moved his wrist, noticing that the ban had not yet disappeared. A light frown. "Damn. Eating spiritual fruits to fill up hunger. Should say not to say I am so envious. There are still 2 sodium rings left. What kind of luck did this witch have?" Looking at the subtitles that appeared in front of her eyes again, Dong Wanbai gave a soft "oh" and rolled her eyeballs without moving. She thought that she had disguised herself well, but her reactions were all caught in her eyes. Now the subtitles jumped even more. "Actually, I was going to ask a long time ago, can this witch see the pop-ups we're posting? Oops. You said that. I also found out that it was the first time a newcomer came here who dramatized in the pop-up screen that this witch knew how to escape from the magic realm in the first place. Hello, witch. Hello, hello?" The pop-ups were posting pretty much the same thing. They were trying to see if Dong Wanbai could see. It was a pity that Dong Wanbai didn't pay any attention. I should say that she didn't even know what hello meant. Seeing that the subtitles were no longer discussing the plot they were talking about, Dong Wanbai put away the things that Shui Qianyan had given her properly and headed towards the only house in this spring peak. Dong Wanbai was a person with a strong ability to adapt and knew that she couldn't leave this place for a while. So she washed up, made her bed, and prepared for a beautiful night's sleep. However, just as his head hit the pillow, a low growl like that of a wild animal suddenly came from outside. With a thumping roar, the low growl disappeared, but Dong Wanbai jumped up from the bed. "Ouch! Ouch! 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 Haunted?" Ignoring the subtitles, Dong Wanbai carefully padded over to the door and quietly opened it a crack to check what was going on outside. Night is still night, but in the moonlight, Dong Wanbai saw that the doorway had been smashed into a huge crater, and in the pit, the black mass with 2 horns on its head, possessing 4 claws, and covered in what looked like a lightning strike was struggling and climbing out of the large pit with great difficulty, slightly stumbling towards her.